Chapter 1 Rebirth. The circulation of qi and blood throughout the body needs to be guided to. Is this a classroom? Wanwei opened his eyes and woke up to find himself in a university classroom. On the podium, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses and looking somewhat old-fashioned was speaking animatedly. Wanwei was stunned. Isn't he already dead? Memories of his past life were still replaying in his mind. The demon god, exuding overwhelming demonic energy, caused his blood and qi to surge and his bones to break with just a single roar. The sheer power that crushed him sent chills down Wanwei's spine whenever he recalled it. He was killed by a single roar. But how come we're in university now? Was it a dream? He suddenly pinched his thigh. Hiss. That really hurts. It's not a dream. He's really not dead. He, Wanwei, has been reborn. He was so overjoyed that he almost jumped up. But then, an even stronger emotion welled up inside me. 3 years later, the demons within the secret realm launched a large-scale invasion, displaying combat power several times greater than usual. Humanity has absolutely no chance of winning. He, however, was killed early on because he had no strength at all. Furthermore, in his previous life, he lacked ambition. I just want to be a lazy bum. But to be honest, being a salted fish is nothing to Wanwei. His father, Wan Tianhao, is the only martial god recognized worldwide as the pinnacle of martial arts. With overwhelming power, they suppressed the world. Mother, Su Wanqing, is the head of the Su Group, whose family businesses span the globe and whose wealth rivals that of a nation, making it the world's largest conglomerate. This background is like being lying on the finish line right from the start, and it's even studded with diamonds. In this kind of life, being a lazy bum is just too comfortable. Cultivation? I'm so tired. Getting up early and working late, meditating and practicing breathing exercises, honing your physical body until you're covered in sweat, and you might even get injured. What's the point? Anyway, his father is a martial god and his mother is the world's richest man. In this life, the next life, and the life after that, he can live a life of leisure and never run out of money. Why should he suffer like that? Isn't it better to enjoy life? They spend all their time thinking about where to go for fun, what to eat, and which scenic spots are beautiful. Idiot. Moron. Scoundrel. Wanwei cursed inwardly, a burning anger of disappointment and frustration raging within him. He possesses everything an ordinary martial artist could only dream of. The best cultivation techniques, the best resources, the strongest backing, and this spendthrift son just squandered them all. Countless people fight tooth and nail for a little bit of resources. Unfortunately, Wanwei did not cherish it at all. It was this depravity that led to the fact that 3 years later, when disaster struck, Wanwei was unable to put up any decent resistance. He just died. No. Absolutely not. Wanwei clenched his fists tightly. God gave me a second chance, not so I could continue being a useless person. In this life, I must cultivate with all my might. Seize every minute and second to become stronger. I must have enough power before the demons invade to change the damned fate and protect those who deserve protection. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. The shadow of his past life's death served as the harshest spur, making him determined to bid farewell to his fallen self from this moment on. He felt his blood boiling over this momentous decision. Yes, that's it. Fight with all your might. Train like crazy. Kill those monsters. Just as he was brimming with ambition and preparing to immediately begin planning his cultivation program, having even decided which technique to start with. Bite. A crisp, pleasant electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. Strong life force and desire for inheritance detected in the host, meeting the binding conditions. The many children, many blessings system is officially activated. Binding. Binding successful. Wanwei? What is that? System? Does this thing really exist? A genius like me with inexhaustible resources, do I really need a system? However, it may not be necessary. Wanwei then checked what the system was. The many children, many blessings system? This name sounds a bit unserious, doesn't it? System purpose, to find virtuous wives, have many children, bring blessings to future generations, and ultimately benefit oneself. Core rule, marry a goddess with a rating of 95 or higher and successfully conceive a child. Each offspring will be born with top-tier talent and potential, possessing top-tier cultivation aptitude. At the same time, the host will receive generous rewards from the system, including but not limited to top-grade elixirs, divine weapons, cultivation manuals, and physical enhancements. Friendly reminder, the goddess rating criteria include, but are not limited to, appearance, figure, temperament, talent, and lineage. Scores below 95 will not trigger the reward mechanism. Please be strict with your selections, host. Better to have none than something substandard. Wan Wei's ambitious expression froze instantly, and his lips twitched. The new player gift pack has been sent to your system space. Please check it. Wan Wei subconsciously looked at the so-called system space, where a high-quality looking jade bottle sat alone. Item, Ultimate Chi and Blood Pill. Grade, Divine. Effect, after consumption, it can unconditionally raise a martial artist's realm by 1 level, significantly improve the user's physique, solidify their foundation, eliminate hidden ailments, and grant them unlimited potential. Note, this pill contains a trace of supreme Taoist law, making it a supreme divine medicine. When used by a 9th rank martial artist, it can instantly break through to the Heavenly King realm. Note that it is only effective for martial artists at that realm. Wan Wei's eyes widened instantly, like copper bells. Unconditionally advance to the next realm. Improve your physical condition. Solidify the foundation. Most importantly, it's designed for 9th rank martial artists. Could it directly create a Heavenly King? Heavenly King. That's a powerhouse second only to the Celestial Venerable. Looking at the global picture, those at the Heavenly King level are the main fighting force of major families or sects. There are only 4 realms: Martial Artist, Heavenly King, Heavenly Venerable, and Martial God. This elixir is almost miraculous. After the initial euphoria, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. It's such a waste for me to use this. He's only a first-rank martial artist right now. Even after using this divine pill, I only managed to jump to the 2nd grade martial artist level. What good is a 2nd rank martial artist? Not even a nobody? Besides being strong and fast, what else can they do? It would be difficult enough to deal with even low-level demons. This is simply a spendthrift. What a waste. What a terrible loss. But what if it were given to a trustworthy expert who happens to be a 9th rank martial artist? After improving his physical condition, he will at least become a celestial venerable in the future. What a powerful asset this will be in the future war against the demons. In an instant, Wan Wei's thoughts changed. Cultivation? What a load of crap. Wan Wei, who had just vowed to cultivate with all his might, had been mercilessly crushed on the beach by himself. If there's a way to get stronger just by lying down, who would bother with the arduous task of meditation and chi cultivation? Isn't that just plain stupid? What's more, this isn't about getting stronger while lying down, it's about getting stronger while exercising. Wan Wei swore that he would work incredibly hard in this lifetime. Stand up and kick. Chapter 2. Have you forgotten who his father is? The goal becomes clear instantly. The first step is to find a goddess with an overall score of 95 or higher. The second step is to find a way to send the pills to a rank 9 martial artist who is worth investing in. He suddenly raised his head and began to scan each of the female students in the classroom one by one. Ji Ting. 79 points. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 103. Class C Lightning. Ink Silk. 81 points. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 101. Level A Mine. It's an airport. Why does it look so big? Looks like you've put on a lot of padding. He looked at them one by one, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Fat, thin, tall, short, lively, quiet. After looking around, I couldn't find a single person who met the system's demanding 95-point standard. The highest score is probably around 88, which is still a long way from the 95-point threshold for becoming a goddess. Well. Wan Wei sighed in disappointment and shook his head. Kyoto University is supposed to be a top-tier university, so why is the quality of its female students so inconsistent? It seems the target isn't here. If it's not in the classroom, why stay here? What a waste of time. Time is life. Time is a goddess. Time will be the future martial arts master. Without any hesitation, he stood up abruptly. All eyes in the class immediately turned to him. On the podium, the teacher, who was passionately explaining the secrets of blood and chi circulation, suddenly stopped speaking. He pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, frowned slightly, and looked at Wan Wei. This teacher's name is Zhao Gang. He is a senior lecturer in the martial arts department of Peking University and is also a 7th-rank martial artist with considerable strength. At school, even those from wealthy families would respectfully address him as Teacher Zhao. What he hates most is people causing trouble in his class. If it were any other student, he would have already reprimanded them or used his aura to force them to sit down obediently. But he was a little apprehensive about facing Wanwei. The whole class looked at Wanwei with curiosity. What kind of trouble is this guy up to now? Skipping classes was commonplace for Wanwei, but he usually sneaked away. This is the first time I've ever been so blatant as to stand up and leave when the teacher is lecturing with such enthusiasm. Despite being the center of attention, Wanwei remained calm and even somewhat self-righteous. He completely ignored everyone, as if the people around him were invisible. He only had one thing on his mind. Hurry up and leave this place without a goddess, and go to a wider world to find your goal. He turned around and strode towards the classroom door. Teacher Zhao Gang's face instantly turned extremely ugly. That's incredibly disrespectful to him. He didn't even answer my questions when I asked him anything, and just walked away? This is blatant provocation. He's a 7th-rank martial artist, a top expert among the teachers at Peking University. Doesn't he have any pride? An invisible rage surged within Zhao Gang, who subconsciously channeled a wisp of his vital energy, unleashing a faint pressure that enveloped Wanwei's back as he shouted in a more forceful tone. Wanwei! You stop right there. Do you think you can just come and go as you please in class? Have you no manners? This oppressive aura was enough to make ordinary students feel palpitations and dare not move. However, Wanwei seemed completely oblivious, his steps not even faltering for a moment. He continued walking at his own unhurried pace, as if Zhao Gang's angry rebuke was merely a gentle breeze brushing past his ear. Seeing Wanwei's hand already on the classroom doorknob, Zhao Gang's face turned ashen with anger, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and his blood and qi began to circulate rapidly within him. In all his years of teaching, he had never seen such an arrogant student. Just then, a student sitting in the front row lowered his voice and urgently reminded him. Old Zhao. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. Have you forgotten who his father is? These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, instantly extinguishing most of Zhao Gang's anger. Who is his father? Wan Tianhao. The god of war in this world. The world's #1 powerhouse. That is someone who stands at the pinnacle of martial arts, whose words can decide the life and death of countless people. It is a colossal entity that even heads of state treat with utmost respect. He was a 7th-rank martial artist, a master in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of the god of war, he was probably not even a slightly stronger ant. Offending Wanwei might not be a big deal for Wanwei himself, but the thought of his father sent chills down Zhao Gang's spine. Is it worth risking your future, or even your life, for a little bit of classroom discipline? Is it worth it? It's obviously not worth it. Zhao Gang's breath, which he had just managed to muster, instantly deflated. His clenched fists loosened weakly, and the faint pressure emanating from him vanished. He watched Wanwei turn the doorknob and prepare to leave, opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't utter a single word. The back that had been straightened out of anger was now slightly hunched, making him look somewhat dejected. What can he do? He was desperate too. Does he really want him to rush up, drag the god of war's son back, and make him sit down to listen to the lecture? Even if you gave him 100 lives, he wouldn't dare. Wanwei swiftly and decisively opened the classroom door. He stepped out of the classroom with one foot, as if he had remembered something. Wanwei finally stopped, turned halfway around, gave a polite smile to teacher Zhao Gang on the podium whose face was alternating between pale and flushed, and casually said, "Oh, Teacher Zhao, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll have to go first. Please continue." His tone and attitude made it seem as if he were the one who approved others to attend classes. After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Gang's response, he slipped out of the classroom and closed the door behind him. The classroom fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. All the students looked at the classroom door, then secretly glanced at teacher Zhao Gang on the podium, whose face was ashen like the bottom of a pot. They wanted to laugh but dared not, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Zhao Gang stood there, his chest heaving violently several times. He barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and addressed the silent students below, speaking dryly. Let's continue the lesson. We were just talking about the circulation of qi and blood throughout the body. But the voice sounded weak and strained no matter how you listened to it. At that moment, Wanwei, who had just left the classroom, was leisurely strolling along the wide tree-lined path of Peking University's campus, his hands in his pockets, humming an unknown tune. The little disturbance in the classroom just now was nothing more than a minor incident to him. His mind is now filled with grand plans. Where are the goddesses who score 95 or higher? He stroked his chin, his eyes searching around. The library? The martial arts gym? Or is the art school a place with more beautiful girls? And that supreme chi and blood pill, who should it be given to? We need to find someone trustworthy, with great potential, preferably someone stuck at the 9th rank. He began to mentally sift through his father's subordinates or his mother's conglomerate to find any strong individuals who met his criteria. He wandered aimlessly, pondering to himself. Cultivation? What kind of drudgery is that? What could be easier and more enjoyable than finding goddesses, sending them elixirs, and training underlings? Chapter 3 Chu Leyao. Wan Wei strolled leisurely through the Peking University campus. He had his hands in his pockets, turned his head left and right, and scanned every girl who passed by. This one won't do. The face is alright, but the legs are a bit short. That one won't do either. Her figure is okay, but her facial features are a bit lacking. Wow, this makeup is so heavy even your own mother wouldn't recognize you. System, isn't your standard of 95 points a bit too strict? I've looked at dozens of them, and I haven't seen a single one that scores above 90. Wan Wei silently complained to himself. He felt like an old man at a matchmaking corner, trying to find a partner for his child. However, he chose the mother of his future child. This job looks easy, but it's actually quite taxing on the eyes. As he walked, he came to the school's famous Lover's Slope. The grass here is lush and green, and many students sit on the grass reading, chatting, or dating. Wan Wei's gaze swept aimlessly, then suddenly, as if drawn by a magnet, it fixed in one direction. Under a large tree not far away, sat a girl wearing a light blue dress. She was looking down slightly, intently at a book in her hands. Her skin was very fair, the kind of radiant whiteness nurtured by the water towns of Jiangnan. She has a beautiful profile, a straight nose, and long eyelashes. Her movements and expressions exuded a cool and aloof air, completely different from the chattering girls around her. Wan Wei subconsciously swallowed. Holy crap, he cursed inwardly, this will definitely work. He quickly scanned the system. Name, Chu Leyao. Rating, 98 points. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 103. Delay, C. Cultivation level, 8th rank martial artist. Identity, campus beauty of Peking University, eldest daughter of the Chu family in Jiangnan. 98 points. It's 3 points higher than the system's requirement of 95. And he's already an 8th rank martial artist at such a young age. With this talent and these genes, how amazing will their child be? She's the one. You're the most beautiful girl at Peking University, right? We must take it. He was so excited he almost rushed up to ask for her contact information. He had already taken half a step when he abruptly stopped the car. No. Absolutely do not go in directly. He is quite self-aware of his current public image. Who is he? The only son of martial god Wan Tianhao. But he is also known throughout the country as a cultivation failure, a lazy young master, and a top-tier playboy. Although he doesn't cause trouble, it doesn't stop others from seeing him that way. A girl like Chu Leyao, who is strong, comes from a wealthy family, and is so beautiful and aloof, would probably have suitors stretching from Peking University to Jiangnan province. What outstanding men hasn't she seen? Would someone even be interested in a notorious lazybones like him? If he were to approach directly now, he would most likely only get one of two results. First, Chu Leyao completely ignored him, treating him like he was invisible. Second, deliver a cold get lost to him, accompanied by a possible palm strike from an 8th rank martial artist. A direct confrontation won't work, we need to outsmart them. How to outsmart them? Wan Wei stroked his chin, his eyes darting around. Soon, a classic nouveau riche plan took shape in his mind. Throw money at it. Spend resources. First, win over her family. We must take the strategy of encircling the cities from the countryside. Once the entire Chu family is moved by his sincerity, how could Chu Leyao not look at him with new respect? Wouldn't it be much more efficient to pursue them later? Let's do it. Wan Wei immediately pulled out his latest iPhone 17 Pro Max 1 TB. Looking for his parents? No. His father, Wan Wuxian, was always elusive, either suppressing some secret realm or in seclusion. His mother, Empress Su, was even busier than ever, flying all over the world to negotiate business and sign contracts. For something as trivial as pursuing a girl, it's better to ask a reliable elder who has more free time. He thought of someone. His second uncle, Wan Tianzong. At home, his father was the eldest son, with 3 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters. His second uncle, Wan Tianzong, was his father's younger brother, and his strength was that of a half-step martial god. He is only 1 step away from becoming a true martial god, and is the second strongest fighter in the family after his father. Moreover, my second uncle has a very easygoing personality and dotes on his nephew. The key point is that my second uncle seems to be quite free lately. I heard he was fishing in the secret realm a few days ago. The phone was answered after ringing twice. Hey! Wei, what made you think of calling your second uncle? Are you short of pocket money again? A strong, slightly amused voice came from the other end of the phone. Second uncle. Look at what you're saying, do you think I'm the kind of person who only cares about money? Wan Wei chuckled, I have important business to discuss with you. Big business. Oh? What big deal? You can't possibly have something important to say, kid? Wan Tianzong clearly didn't believe him. Second uncle, I'll be honest with you. I've got my eye on a girl. The campus belle of Peking University, her name is Chu Leyao. Wan Wei got straight to the point. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by even louder laughter. Ha ha ha. That's great. You little rascal, you finally figured it out. If you like someone, just go for it. Why are you telling your second uncle? Do you expect me to teach you how to write love letters? No. Second uncle, please let me finish. Wan Wei quickly interrupted, this Chu Leyao, she's from the Chu family of Jiangnan, and she's an 8th-rank martial artist herself. She has high standards. If I go straight for her, I definitely won't succeed. So what? Therefore, I need your help, and the help of the Wan family. To win over her family. My goal is to propose marriage. Wan Wei said firmly. Cough cough cough. The sound of someone choking on their own saliva came from the other end of the phone. What? A marriage proposal? Are you out of your mind? You propose after just 1 meeting? Does the girl even know who you are? Second uncle. This is very important. It concerns the future prosperity of our Wan family. Wan Wei started to deceive, to tell you the truth, I awakened a system. System? What the hell? Have you been playing too many games? Wan Tianzong's voice was full of doubt. It's not a game. It's like a cheat code bestowed by heaven. It's called the Many Children, Many Blessings system. Wan Wei tried to explain, simply put, it means I have a child with a goddess who has a high overall rating, the child has top-tier talent, and I also get system rewards. Pills, cultivation techniques, physical enhancement, everything. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Wan Wei could even picture his second uncle holding the phone right now, with the expression of an old man on the subway. Second uncle? Second uncle, are you still there? Little Wei. Wan Tianzong's voice carried a hint of caution. Have you been under too much stress lately? How about your second uncle takes you out for a walk to clear your head? Or maybe we can find a psychiatrist to take a look at you? I knew I wouldn't believe it. Wan Wei had anticipated this, and he immediately said, Second uncle. I know you don't believe me. Words are no proof. So, are you home now? I'll go back right away. I have something good to show you. The system gave me a newbie gift pack. You'll see if I'm telling the truth once you see it. Alright, I'm home. You better hurry back. I want to see what good stuff you can come up with. Wan Tianzong hung up the phone with some skepticism. Without saying a word, Wan Wei pressed the button on his watch. In an instant, his entire body was encased in steel. Transform into Iron Man. This is the latest high-tech product developed by his mother's company. It's the only one of its kind in the world, and he plays with it as a toy. The mech's feet and hands emitted dazzling blue plasma streams, and Wan Wei shot into the sky with a whoosh. It streaked across the night sky, flying towards the Wan family mansion. Chapter 4 Verifying the Authenticity. According to the normal progress, Wan Wei should be able to cultivate to the Heavenly King level by now. Fly straight home, no need for such external aids. It's a pity, they're so disappointing. As a family of martial gods, the Wan family naturally lived in an extraordinary place. It was a vast villa complex nestled in a mountain range rich in spiritual energy, protected by powerful arrays, so that ordinary people couldn't even find the entrance. Wan Wei landed directly in front of the villa where his second uncle, Wan Tianzong, lived. He jumped off the aircraft and rushed inside in a flurry of activity. In the living room, Wan Tianzong was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. He looks to be around 40 years old, but he is actually over 3,000 years old. With a resolute face and a robust physique, even in casual clothes, one could feel his imposing presence. A middle-aged man with a goatee was sitting next to him. This is Wan Wei's third uncle, Wan Tianqing. My third uncle is a renowned alchemy master in the family, and he knows all kinds of pills like the back of his hand. Second uncle. Third uncle, you're here too? That's wonderful. Wan Wei greeted him. Stop talking nonsense, where's the stuff? Take it out and let me see. Wan Tianzong put down his teacup and got straight to the point. He still didn't quite believe in the nonsense about the system. Without further ado, Wan Wei summoned the jade bottle containing the extreme qi and blood pill into his hand with a thought. Here it is, a gift from the system, called the supreme qi and blood pill. Wan Wei handed over the jade bottle. Wan Tianzong took the jade bottle. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, indicating that the material was extraordinary. He opened the bottle, and immediately, an indescribably rich fragrance of cinnamon filled the air. Just from smelling it, I felt my blood and energy levels rise slightly. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes became serious. He poured out a pill the size of a longan, with natural Dao patterns on its surface. Carefully feel the powerful and pure energy contained within it. Where did this come from? Wan Tianzong's voice was somewhat hurried. With his half-step martial god realm and eyesight, he couldn't even see through the grate of this pill. But he could sense that this pill was definitely extraordinary. Third brother, come quick. Wan Tianzong quickly handed the pill to his third uncle, Wan Tianqing, who was standing next to him. As a master alchemist, Wan Tianqing was even more sensitive to elixirs. He carefully took the pill and first examined the Dao patterns on it. Then he leaned closer to smell the fragrance of the pill, and finally even used a trace of his soul power to perceive it. This realization was quite alarming. His eyes widened in shock, his goatee stood on end, and he exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap! Where did this pill come from? His hands, holding the pills, were trembling slightly. I can't even tell the grade of this pill. The power of blood and qi contained within, and that trace of the laws and principles, are simply unheard of and unseen before. This is far superior to any pill I've ever refined, no, to any pill I've ever seen. It's practically a divine object. Even the most authoritative alchemy master in the family said so, so Wan Tianzong believed Wan Wei's words. His gaze toward Wan Wei had completely changed, filled with disbelief. This kid actually got incredibly lucky and awakened something amazing. Xiao Wei, is this pill really as effective as you say, capable of unconditionally raising a martial artist's cultivation level by 1 level? And also improving their physique? Wan Tianzong's voice carried a hint of excitement. Absolutely true. It's clearly stated in the system description. And the notes say it's for 9th rank martial artists. It can instantly help them break through to the Heavenly King realm. Wan Wei nodded affirmatively. Heavenly King. Wan Tianzong and Wan Tianqing were both shocked. Heavenly King. Although both of them are at the Heavenly Venerable realm. Even Wan Tianzong is only half a step into the martial god realm. However, even the strongest individuals at the Heavenly King level are part of the core strength. In the entire Wan family, there are only a little over 100 people at the Heavenly King realm. There were a dozen or so people at the Celestial Venerable realm. With one more Heavenly King, the family's strength and influence will increase significantly. Furthermore, it will be an even greater help in his future advancement to the Celestial Venerable realm. Wan Tianzong suddenly stood up, paced around the living room a couple of times, and then shouted outside. Go! Bring Wan Xiaohu here. Wan Xiaohu is Wan Tianzong's youngest son, and Wan Wei's cousin. He is 17 years old this year, 2 years younger than Wan Wei. This kid perfectly inherited the martial arts talent of the Wan family. He's a cultivation fanatic. At such a young age, he is already a 9th rank martial artist. He is one of the most outstanding talents among the younger generation of Wanja. Soon, a strong-looking boy ran in. Dad. You were looking for me? Oh, Brother Wei, third uncle, you're both here? Wan Xiaohu has a loud and clear voice. Little tiger, come here. Wan Tianzong pointed to the pill in Wan Wei's hand. This is a divine medicine that your brother obtained. If you eat it, you can directly break through to the Heavenly King level. Wan Xiaohu was taken aback. He looked at the unremarkable red pill, then at his father and brother, and scratched his head. Father, you're not kidding, are you? What kind of pill can make someone jump from the 9th rank to the Heavenly King rank? I've never even heard of it. Stop talking nonsense. Just eat what I tell you to eat. Would your brother harm you? Wan Tianzong glared at him. Wan Wei also handed over the pills and said with a smile, "Little tiger, believe me, eat this, and you'll be the youngest king in our family." Wan Xiaohu still trusted his older brother. "Did your father and brother harm you?" Although it seemed a bit outrageous, I still took the pill, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed down the throat. The next second, boom! An immense and unimaginable surge of pure blood energy erupted from Wan Xiaohu's body. He was like an inflated balloon, his skin turning bright red instantly. His bones crackled and popped, and powerful energy waves radiated outwards from him, causing the furniture in the living room to shake. Stay calm. Guide your energy. Wan Tianzong quickly spoke up to warn them, while simultaneously releasing his own aura to protect the living room from being demolished. Wan Xiaohu gritted his teeth, sat cross-legged, and fully activated his family's secret technique, guiding the vast energy to break through the barrier of the Heavenly King realm. That originally incredibly solid barrier was as fragile as paper in the face of this terrifying energy containing the ultimate laws, collapsing at the slightest touch. The process was smoother and faster than I had imagined. Less than 3 minutes later, the violent energy around Wan Xiaohu gradually subsided and eventually completely subsided. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming, and a unique aura of power belonging to a heavenly king naturally emanated from them. He made a breakthrough. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint, shimmering white luster on his body's surface, as if the impurities in his body had been completely purified, giving him a pure and flawless appearance. "This is the immaculate body?" Uncle Wan Tianxing exclaimed again, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. A legendary top-tier physique, with a pure, almost flawless body and a natural affinity for the energy of heaven and earth. This pill can actually awaken a special physique? Wan Xiaohu felt the surging power within his body and the wondrous feeling of being closer to heaven and earth. His face flushed with excitement. He jumped up, hugged Wan Wei tightly, and shouted excitedly, "Brother! Brother Wei! You're my real brother! You're awesome! I've really reached the top!" Looking at his son who had successfully broken through and awakened the immaculate body, Wan Tianzong then looked at Wan Wei, his eyes filled with ecstasy and determination. Chapter 5: Swift and Decisive Action, proposing directly at the door. "It's confirmed. Nephew, this system is real. And it's incredibly awesome. A single pill from the beginner's gift pack can create a heavenly king with an immaculate body. If I actually have a child with a goddess with a high rating, what kind of reward would I get? The rise of the Wan family seems to truly depend on this seemingly unreliable young man. Good. Good. Good." Wan Tianzong said good 3 times and patted Wan Wei's shoulder hard. "Xiao Wei. Don't worry. Your business is the business of the Wan family. We must take down Chu Leyao. Your second uncle supports you." He immediately took out his phone and began making arrangements with swift and decisive action. "Hey! Prepare a teleportation array for me immediately, to fly to Jiangnan province. Notify the family's external affairs department to prepare the betrothal gifts immediately. A list? Pick the best of all the top-grade medicinal herbs, ores, spiritual weapons, and cultivation techniques from the storeroom and pack them in. Let's follow the highest standard for a martial god family's eldest son to marry a principal wife. No. Double that standard. Contact the Chu family in Jiangnan and tell them that our Wan family head's second brother, Wan Tianzong, a half-step martial god, along with his nephew Wan Wei, will soon be paying a visit to discuss important matters. Be polite in your tone, but make sure you have the presence of authority." In an instant, the entire Wanzhou machine began to operate at high speed. 10 minutes later, a teleportation array leading directly to Wuzhou in Jiangnan province was set up. Wan Wei, Wan Tianzong's second uncle, and Wan Xiuhu cousin who has just been promoted to Heavenly King. And Wan Tianxing, the third uncle who was the celestial master of elixir, was also on the list. Behind them were some subordinates carrying boxes. It was filled with a dazzling array of priceless betrothal gifts. Although you can put it directly into your storage ring. But what kind of imposing presence does that have? The group of people stood in a grand procession on the large teleportation array inscribed with complex runes. With a blinding white light and a sense of spatial distortion, the group found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place in the next second. This is a secluded valley on the outskirts of Wuzhou City in Jiangnan Province. This is a secret stronghold established by the Wan family here. They had just recovered from the dizziness of the teleportation array and hadn't even had time to properly observe the beautiful scenery of the Jiangnan water towns around them when they heard a sharp shout coming from afar. "Who goes there? How dare you trespass into Wuzhou territory? Don't you know this is under the jurisdiction of the Yi family of Eastern Wu?" Before they could finish speaking, several whooshing sounds rang out, and 7 or 8 figures dressed in uniform blue outfits with the character embroidered on their chests quickly approached and surrounded them. The leader was an arrogant middle-aged man whose cultivation level appeared to be around the 8th rank of martial artist. He sized up Wanwei and his group, especially the large number of boxes and cages piled up behind them. It looked incredibly valuable, and its eyes were filled with wariness and a hint of hostility. The Yi family of Dongwu is a behemoth entrenched in Jiangnan Province, possessing immense strength and consistently ranking among the top 10 families in the country. In the small territory of Jiangnan, the Yi family is like a local tyrant, and they are extremely sensitive to any powerful force that suddenly appears without permission, especially those that use advanced technology like teleportation arrays. In their view, this was simply a slap in the face to the Yi family and a challenge to their authority. The middle-aged man stepped forward, his tone questioning. "Who are you from? State your names. Why are you using a teleportation array to intrude into my Yi family's territory? What is your purpose?" Normally, Wan Tianzong might have been more polite and offered an explanation. But not today. Today is the auspicious day for him to take his nephew to propose marriage. Time is tight and he is excited. He has no time to waste talking to these gatekeepers. Besides, he is Wan Tianzong, a half-step martial god, the second master of the Wan family. Does he need to report to anyone where he goes? So, faced with the middle-aged man's questioning, Wan Tianzong merely glanced at him impatiently and uttered 4 words. "Shut up, get out of here." The middle-aged man from the Yi family instantly blushed. He was used to running rampant in Wuzhou. When had he ever been so ignored and reprimanded? He roared. "Insolence! No matter who you are, on the Yi family's territory, even dragons have to coil up, and tigers." Before he could finish speaking, Wan Tianzong had already given up listening. He didn't even use any martial arts techniques. He simply raised his right hand casually and waved it lightly at the middle-aged man from a distance. It looked so light, as if it were just shooing away a fly. But the next moment, an indescribable, terrifying force crushed down like an invisible mountain. Bang! The 6th-rank martial artist from the Yi family didn't even have time to react. He was hit as if by a speeding truck. The scream was barely audible before the body flew dozens of meters away and crashed heavily against the rock wall of the valley. He slid down limply, spitting blood from his mouth. He was barely breathing, and his cultivation was completely ruined. Quiet. A deathly silence. The remaining Yi family guards were all terrified. Their faces were ashen, their legs were trembling, and they didn't dare to breathe. They looked at Wan Tianzong with boundless fear in their eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, he crippled a 6th-rank martial artist? What level of strength does that require? Heavenly King? Even a celestial venerable? My God! Who are these people? Wan Tianzong didn't even glance at the terrified guards, as if he had just casually swatted a mosquito. He snorted coldly. What I do is none of your business. What is the Yi family anyway, that they dare to block my way? After saying that, he waved his hand dismissively. Let's go. To the Chu family. The group, including the guards carrying the betrothal gifts, marched in a grand procession, ignoring the stunned Yi family guards, and headed straight for the Chu family's location. Only a few guards remained, looking at their unconscious leader, feeling utterly helpless. They frantically contacted their family to report this terrifying news. The Yi family was probably in an uproar. Jiangnan Chu family residence is located in the scenic garden district of Wuzhou City. Although the Chu family's mansion was not as extravagant as the Wan family's, it was still a place with pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water, full of the classical charm of Jiangnan. At this moment, Chu Xiangfei, the head of the Chu family, was handling family affairs in his study. He was about 50 years old and his cultivation level was a 9th-rank heavenly king, making him quite a figure in Jiangnan province. But he knew in his heart that the Chu family was only hovering at the bottom of the top 100 nationwide, and it would be extremely difficult for them to advance further. Suddenly, the butler rushed in, stumbling and scrambling, his face filled with panic, and he could barely speak. Patriarch! Patriarch. Something terrible has happened. No, it's the Wan family. The Wan family has arrived. They're already at the main gate. Wan family? Which Wan family? Chu Xiongfei didn't react for a moment. It's that martial god Wan family. The butler was almost in tears. What? The martial god Wan family? Chu Xiongfei dropped the pen in his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and his expression changed drastically. What are they doing here? When did our Chu family offend them? His heart pounded. The martial god Wan family was a being standing on the clouds. Crushing their Chu family was as easy as crushing an ant. What good could come from them suddenly showing up at our door? No. I don't know. So many people came. The one leading them had such a terrifying aura. It seemed to be the second master of the Wan family, the half-step martial god Wan Tianzong. The butler's voice trembled. Chu Xiong's legs went weak. A half-step martial god had personally arrived? Chapter 6 gave us way too much. He dared not be negligent in the slightest, quickly straightened his clothes, and led a group of core family members to the gate to greet them as fast as possible. When Chu Xiongfei arrived at the gate and saw the scene, he almost fainted. Wan Tianzong stood with his hands behind his back, his presence like that of a towering mountain, the invisible pressure making everyone in the Chu family feel breathless. Standing next to him was a smiling, handsome young man, a boy with an astonishing aura. Chu Xiongfei recognized him as Wan Xiaowu, the young prodigy of the Wan family. As for the middle-aged man with a goatee standing next to him, Chu Xiongfei also knew that it was Wan Tianqing, one of the top alchemists in China. Behind them was a row of imposing guards from the Wan family, and boxes covered with red silk. What are they trying to do? A marriage proposal? Or should we issue a challenge? That's quite a spectacle. Chu Xiongfei quickly forced out his most respectful and enthusiastic smile, strode forward, and bowed deeply in greeting. I was unaware of your presence, Master Wan. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Please come in. After inviting the group into the most luxurious reception room of the Chu family and serving them the finest tea, Chu Xiongfei and the other elders of the Chu family sat down nervously, their hearts pounding with anxiety, waiting for the other party to speak. Wan Tianzong didn't beat around the bush. He took a sip of tea, pointed directly at Wan Wei beside him, and said to Chu Xiongfei, Patriarch Chu, there is no need to be nervous. We're here today for good news. This is my nephew, Wan Wei, the only son of my elder brother, Wan Tianhao. Chu Xiongfei quickly looked at Wan Wei, his face beaming with a smile. So it's young Master Wan Wei. He is indeed a handsome and extraordinary man. He said that aloud, but in his heart he was muttering to himself. Is this the legendary son of the martial god who doesn't like cultivation? He's quite handsome, but his cultivation level seems to be only at the first rank of martial artist? This is exactly as rumored. Wan Wei also gave Chu Xiongfei what he considered a harmless smile. Hello, Uncle Chu. Wan Tianzong continued. My nephew met your daughter, Chu Leyao, by chance at your Peking University some time ago. It was love at first sight for him, and he couldn't eat or sleep. So, we came here today to propose marriage to your Chu family on behalf of the Wan family, hoping that the Chu family head can grant the wish of these two children. A marriage proposal? Chu Xiongfei and all the elders of the Chu family were dumbfounded. They had considered many possibilities, but they never expected this one. The son of the god of war is proposing marriage to the Chu family? The target was none other than Chu Leyao, the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Chu family? Chu Xiongfei glanced at Wan Wei again subconsciously, feeling incredibly conflicted. Although Wan Wei has an incredible background, its actual strength is really lacking. They actually want to marry our family's genius girl, Leyao? The difference is just too big. Even if you're the son of a martial god, you're still a bit something. He was internally raging with frustration, but dared not show it on his face. He could only force a smile and cautiously say, It is an honor for our Chu family that Master Wan, young Master Wan Wei, has taken a liking to my daughter. But, this marriage is a major event, after all, it concerns the lifelong happiness of the child, isn't it a bit too sudden? Besides, Leyao is a rather stubborn child, so as her parents, we also need to ask her opinion. That was a very tactful way of putting it, but the subtext was, your nephew is a good-for-nothing, and my daughter is a prodigy. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We need to think about it. Having been around for so many years, how could Wan Tianzong not hear the hidden meaning in this? He laughed heartily, showing no anger, and directly revealed his true intentions. Patriarch Chu, I understand your concerns. My nephew was a bit playful in the past and didn't focus on cultivation. But that doesn't mean he has no potential or no future. He paused, then waved behind him. Immediately, the guards opened all the boxes and cages. In an instant, the entire reception room was filled with the glitter of jewels and the fragrance of medicinal herbs. The first box was filled with top-grade spirit stones that emitted a strong energy fluctuation, piled up like a small mountain. The second box contained various 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs in jade boxes, such as 1,000-year-old blood ginseng and 10,000-year-old Hisho Wu, which made the eyes of the knowledgeable elders of the Chu family wide open. The third box contained gleaming divine weapons, the lowest grade of which were spirit weapons, and there were even a few radiant supreme weapons. A supreme-level weapon, second only to a god-level weapon. The fourth box contained scrolls of ancient martial arts manuals, with titles on the covers such as Nine Heavens Starry Sky Technique and Mysterious Ice and Blazing Flame Palm, which were basically all of the highest level. Wan Tianzong pointed to the mountain of resources, his tone calm, but the content was earth-shattering. These are only part of the betrothal gifts. As long as Patriarch Chu nods and agrees to the marriage, these resources will immediately belong to your Chu family, and our Wan family promises to provide the Chu family with support equivalent to 10 times the total value of these resources over the next 3 years. Including but not limited to spirit stones, elixirs, cultivation techniques, and comprehensive business cooperation. He looked at Chu Xiangfei, who was completely petrified, and said, word by word, I guarantee that with these, your Chu family will definitely be able to firmly establish itself among the top 10 families in China within 5 years. It's even possible that you could break into the top 5. Boom! These words were like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding in the minds of Chu Xiangfei and all the elders of the Chu family. Making it into the top 10 in China? Resources increased tenfold? A top 5 finish is a possibility? This is no longer just a betrothal gift, it's practically paving the way for the entire Chu family's future success. Chu Xiangfei's heart started pounding uncontrollably, his blood pressure soared, and his face flushed with excitement. The slight disdain I had for Wanwei's strength just now vanished instantly after being bombarded by this huge sugar-coated bullet. What kind of first-rank martial artist? That's called being low-key. That's called being careless about details. What do you mean by not liking cultivation? That's called knowing how to enjoy life. Does the son of a martial god need to cultivate diligently on his own? That's definitely not necessary. This guy is no son-in-law. This is clearly the god of wealth. It is the golden key to the rise of the Chu family. I must marry him. I absolutely have to marry him. Chu Xiangfei almost blurted it out. But he was, after all, the head of the family. A last shred of reason allowed him to force himself to calm down. He rubbed his hands together, a broad smile spreading across his face, and said to Wan Tianzong, Second Master Wan, you are too kind. You are too sincere. Our Chu family is truly flattered. He then changed the subject, still insisting on the democratic process. However, you're right, this is ultimately a matter for the children. I'll go ask Leyao what she thinks. If she knew how much young Master Wanwei valued her, and how much the Wan family favored her, she would definitely agree. Please wait a moment, everyone. I'll video call my precious daughter right away. Chu Xiangfei immediately went to the cubicle, took out his phone, and video called his beloved daughter. Chapter 7, I agree. Chu Leyao was meditating and cultivating in her room. She was dressed in a white training uniform, with an upright posture and a cool demeanor. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Upon seeing that it was a video call from his father, Chu Xiangfei, he answered it. The father looked excited, his face glowing with excitement. Lu Yao! Lu Yao! This is incredible news. This is an incredible opportunity. Chu Xiangfei's voice trembled. Chu Leyao looked at her distraught father with a puzzled expression. Father, what's the matter that's causing you such a rush? The Wan family. The martial god Wan family has come to propose marriage to us. They specifically want to marry you. Chu Xiangfei said impatiently. A marriage proposal? The Wan family? Marry me? Chu Leyao was instantly stunned, her cool and pretty face filled with astonishment and disbelief. She doesn't know the Wan family at all. How could this be? That's right. It's Wan Shen's only son, young Master Wan Wei. He saw you at Peking University and fell in love with you at first sight. Chu Xiangfei quickly explained, Master Wan, a half-step martial god, personally brought the betrothal gifts to our door. Those betrothal gifts. My God, it's piled up all over the front yard. Spirit stones, spiritual herbs, divine weapons, cultivation techniques. I can't even count them all. Moreover, the Wan family promised that as long as we agree, they will fully support our Chu family and guarantee that we will become one of the top 10 families in the country within 5 years. Chu Leyao was completely stunned, feeling as if she were listening to a fairy tale. The god of war's son proposed to her? A massive amount of resources, enough to propel the Chu family to new heights? The amount of information was too much for her to process all at once. Seeing her stunned, Chu Xiongfei assumed she was unwilling and quickly and patiently persuaded her. Lu Yao. I know you have high aspirations and don't want to be a tool for family marriage. But this time is different. I just saw young Master Wanwei, and he is a very handsome and dashing man. Although his cultivation level is a bit low for now, he is the son of a martial god with unlimited resources. Is there any fear of him not achieving anything in the future? He lowered his voice. Moreover, they offered far too much. So much that our Chu family simply couldn't refuse. With these resources, our Chu family can rise to prominence completely, and your grandfather will also have the resources to further his cultivation. You won't have to worry about your younger siblings' future. This is like a windfall, no, it's like a goldmine falling from the sky. Chu Leyao fell silent. She truly detested arranged marriages that sacrificed the happiness of children for personal gain. But her father's words struck her heart like a heavy hammer. They gave too much. The words echoed in her mind. She was certainly aware of the family's current predicament, and knew that her grandfather had been stuck at the first-rank venerable level for many years and urgently needed resources to break through. They also knew that for the family to grow, it needed a huge amount of capital and a powerful backer. Now, the olive branch extended by the Wan family can not only solve all the problems, but also allow the Chu family to rise to prominence in one step. She pursed her lips, her heart filled with inner turmoil. On one hand, there is her pride and her longing for love, even though she doesn't have a sweetheart yet, and has never been in a relationship. On the other side lies the fate of the entire family and unimaginable wealth. Rumors about Wanwei came to mind. The son of a martial god, with an extraordinary background. He is indeed very handsome, the kind of sunny and dashing type, and is very popular with girls at school. His only flaw is his well-known laziness. He doesn't like to cultivate and is a useless first-grade martial artist. But given the context, this is not a flaw at all. Moreover, the Wan family attaches great importance to this marriage, and Wanwei is so handsome my roommates had even discussed him before. Perhaps it's not entirely unacceptable. After all, good looks are everything, and to some extent, this applies to almost everything. After struggling for a while, Chu Leyao slowly raised her head. Looking at her father's tense and expectant face, she sighed softly and said in a barely audible voice, "Since it's for the sake of the family, I agree." The sound was very soft, but to Chu Xiongfei's ears it sounded like celestial music. "That's wonderful. Lu Yao. You are truly my good daughter. A great contributor to the Chu family." Chu Xiongfei was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Then he immediately turned around and rushed back to the reception room like a gust of wind. He addressed Wan Tianzong, who was leisurely sipping tea, and Wanwei, who was looking on expectantly, loudly announcing, his face beaming with a smile. "Second Master Wan. Young Master Wanwei. Great news. Incredible good news. My daughter, Lu Yao, has agreed." The atmosphere in the Chu family hall was incredibly warm and peaceful, completely different from the tense and bewildered atmosphere just moments before. Now that the most crucial things have been decided, all that's left is to go through the procedures. Wanwei was preoccupied with important matters. He moved closer to Chu Xiongfei, who was still grinning foolishly, and whispered, "Uncle Chu, look, the marriage is settled. Could I please get Lu Yao's contact information? Like phone numbers or something? You have to get to know them first, chat with them a bit." "Oh. Right. Look at me, I was so happy that I forgot about something so important." Chu Xiongfei slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing what was going on. He quickly took out his phone and deftly sent his daughter Chu Leyao's contact number to Wanwei, his face beaming with the kind smile of a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. "Xiaowei, Lu Yao is a quiet girl sometimes and doesn't talk much. You should take the initiative, chat with her more, and build some rapport." "Okay. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Don't worry, I'll definitely take the initiative." Wanwei happily took out his phone and sent a friend request in a flash. He was thinking to himself, First step, win over your family. The second step is to obtain their contact information. The third step is to cultivate a relationship. Step 4, have a baby as soon as possible to get a reward. While the younger generation was busy adding friends, the elders began discussing more important issues. That is an auspicious day. Wan Tianzong was an impatient person. He felt that such matters should be dealt with quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. He said directly to Chu Xiangfei, "Patriarch Chu, I think there's no better time than now. Let's get the wedding done as soon as possible so the children can settle down sooner." Chu Xiangfei was now very accommodating to the Wan family, so he naturally nodded repeatedly. "It's entirely up to Master Wan. Which day would be suitable?" Third uncle Wan Tianzong pretended to do some calculations with his fingers, but he didn't understand it at all, then waved his hand dismissively. "I think next Sunday will be a good day. Sunny and perfect for everything. Let's set it for that day." From the marriage proposal to the wedding, it only took a little over a week. This speed is nothing short of a blitzkrieg. Chu Xiangfei muttered to himself, "Isn't this a bit too fast?" but said it aloud without hesitation. "No problem. Next Sunday is fine. Let's set it for next Sunday. Our Chu family will begin preparations immediately." Thus, this life-altering event, concerning the future of two large families and a certain person's system mission, was decided at an almost childish pace. Having finished his business, Wan Tianzong didn't linger and got up to take his leave. Chu Xiangfei and his family escorted the Wan family's group all the way to the gate with utmost respect until they disappeared from sight, at which point he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Then Chu Xiangfei couldn't help but rub his hands together excitedly and began to direct his people. "Quickly! Get moving! Prepare for the young lady's wedding. To the highest standards. No! Beyond the highest standards." Chapter 8, The Date, Part 1. This time, there was no trouble using the teleportation array to return. The Wan family is not the kind of family that squanders its wealth. I've always been someone who spends when I should and saves when I should. So I just took a private plane back home, since I wasn't in a hurry anyway. Sitting on the private plane returning to Beijing, Wan Wei was in an extremely pleasant mood. He looked at the phone screen and grinned from ear to ear at Leyao, who had just accepted his friend request. The profile picture was of a cool, aloof figure, and the username was simply Leyao. "She seems like a pure and aloof beauty." His fingers flew across the screen as he sent a message. "Hello Leyao, this is Wan Wei." The message was sent, and a reply came about a minute or two later. "Yes, I know, my father told me." The tone was brief and somewhat distant. Undeterred, Wan Wei continued his offensive. "I'm heading back to Beijing today. After I get back, could we meet up? We could just walk around the school area and get to know each other better." This time, the other party remained silent for a slightly longer time, seemingly hesitant. Just when Wan Wei thought it was hopeless, a message came back. "Good." Although it was only one word, Wan Wei was overjoyed. "There's hope. It's hopeless and useless. I have the power of money." Back in the afternoon at the Wan family mansion in Beijing, Wan Wei dressed up carefully. "I changed into a more stylish and casual designer outfit and styled my hair more attractively." Then he drove his flashy limited edition sports car to the gate of Kyoto University. He didn't have to wait long before he saw Chu Leyao walk out of the campus. She wore a simple white dress today, her long, black hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, and her face was free of makeup. Yet she remained pure and elegant, like a lotus emerging from the water. She walked up to Wan Wei, lowered her head slightly, her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. "Hello." Chu Leyao's voice was soft, with a hint of shyness that was barely perceptible. Although he had already learned about the marriage from his father. But meeting his engaged couple so soon was still too sudden and too dreamlike for her. Moreover, this handsome young man in front of me was a rumored figure just a few days ago. Now he's become my future husband, it feels so strange. "Hello, Leyao." Wan Wei smiled brightly and extended his hand very naturally. "Let's go, shall we just stroll around?" Seeing Wan Wei's outstretched hand, Chu Leyao's face turned even redder. She hesitated for a moment, then gently placed her small hand on his. Wan Wei immediately gripped it tightly, feeling the soft, slightly cool touch in his palm, and felt incredibly happy. The two of them walked hand in hand along the busiest commercial street near Kyoto University. One is the son of a famous martial arts master, and the other is a recognized beauty and genius girl from Peking University. The two of them together are incredibly good looking and have extremely special identities, so they're sure to turn heads. Passers-by, whether students or members of the public, couldn't help but turn their attention to them. Look! Isn't that Wan Wei? He's actually holding hands with Chu, the school beauty? What's going on? The son of a martial arts god and a genius school beauty? How did they end up together? Wow! They're such a perfect match. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. What do you mean, good enough? Isn't Wan Wei an incompetent fool? How could he possibly be worthy of Goddess Chu? Shu! Keep your voice down. He's the son of a martial god. Do you want to die? But when did they get together? I haven't heard anything about it. Envy, jealousy, surprise, and confusion came from all directions, along with whispers of discussion. As they walked, Chu Leyao couldn't help but look up at Wan Wei's sharply defined profile and softly asked, "Wan Wei, why do you like me? We don't seem to know each other before." She had kept this question to herself for a long time. She didn't believe in love at first sight, especially since the other person was Wan Wei, whose status was so special. "What kind of woman can't you find?" Without even thinking, Wan Wei blurted out, "Of course it's because you're beautiful." This answer was direct and honest. Chu Leyao was taken aback for a moment, then felt a bit amused and exasperated. What kind of reason is that? Although I was a little happy to be complimented on my looks, isn't this just too superficial? With so many beautiful girls on the street, are you going to fall in love with every single one you see? It's a pity Wan Wei doesn't have mind-reading abilities, otherwise he would have really said, "I do fall in love with every girl I meet." He wants to sleep with every girl he sees. She thought for a moment, then asked another question that puzzled her greatly. "Then why are you willing to give our family so many resources? Those things are far too valuable, far beyond what our Chu family can even imagine. Is it all just to marry me?" She felt this was very unreasonable. Even if the Wan family is very wealthy, they wouldn't go to such lengths for a daughter-in-law, would they? The input and output are completely disproportionate. Unless he has some other purpose? Wan Wei turned his head, looked into Chu Leyao's clear yet questioning eyes, and said with utmost sincerity, without blushing or skipping a beat, "Of course it's because you deserve it." He paused, then began to improvise, trying to make his eyes look deeply affectionate. "Leyao, you have no idea how outstanding you are. You are beautiful, talented, and hardworking. In my eyes, you are the best girl. What do those resources matter? As long as we can marry you, the Wan family is willing to pay 10 or 100 times more. Because you yourself are priceless." This heartfelt confession, though undeniably corny, was still quite effective when combined with Wan Wei's handsome face and the aura of being the son of a martial god. Chu Leyao blushed as she listened, her heart pounding like a rabbit's. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Thank you, but I'm not as good as you say." Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Wan Wei felt it was time to reveal some of his grand ambitions. He leaned closer and said in an expectant tone, "Leyao, don't worry, being with me will definitely not let you suffer. After we get married, I will treat you well. We'll have lots of kids, and our family will be so happy and lively, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Having a baby? Chu Leyao raised her head and blinked. For martial artists, especially someone like her who has the potential to at least reach the heavenly venerable level in the future. For powerful beings with a lifespan of 1,000 years, having children is not a burden. Having offspring is a very normal thing. She nodded. "Yes, that's right. It's good to have a few children." "How many?" Upon hearing this, Wan Wei immediately shook his head, extended his right hand, held up one finger, and said in a bold tone, "A few isn't enough. My goal is to keep having children." "Keep having kids?" Chu Leyao was completely stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, and her expression was blank. "Keep having children? What does this mean? What do you take her for? The production team's sow? Even if the celestial venerable has a long lifespan, he can't withstand this kind of torment, can he?" She imagined married life as a time of cultivating together, traveling the world, or managing the family, but she never imagined it would be an endless cycle of having children. Seeing Chu Leyao's thunderstruck expression, Wan Wei realized he had been a bit too hasty, so he quickly laughed it off and changed the subject. "Ah, just kidding, just kidding. Look how scared you are. Come on, you must be hungry after talking for so long. What do you want to eat? It's on me. Order whatever you like." Chu Leyao finally snapped out of her terrifying fantasy, patted her chest, and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 9: The Date Part 2. Chu Leyao thought for a moment and said, "I'm craving hot pot made by scooping food out of the water. It's the new one that opened near the school. I heard it tastes great, but it seems like you have to wait in line for a long time." Fire it out of the water? Wan Wei was delighted when he heard this. Isn't this a very popular hot pot chain brand under his mother's Su family conglomerate? Boasting unparalleled service and superb taste, the queues are so long they seem endless. Hey! What's the big deal? Leave it to me. No need to queue. Wan Wei patted his chest and pulled Chu Leyao toward the direction of the fish being retrieved from the water. When I arrived at the entrance of Chu Leyao restaurant, it was indeed packed with people. The number display showed that there were still more than 100 tables ahead of me. The entrance was filled with customers holding number tags, playing on their phones, and eating sunflower seeds. Wan Wei grabbed Chu Leyao's hand and, ignoring the queue, started to walk inside. The staff member at the door who was distributing numbers quickly stopped him. "Hello sir, do you have a number? You need to queue now." Wan Wei didn't make things difficult for the waiter. He took out his phone, made a call, and said a few words. Less than a minute later, a middle-aged man wearing a manager's badge rushed out of the store. Upon seeing Wan Wei, he immediately bowed and scraped, his face beaming with utmost respect. "Young Master Wan. Your arrival is an honor. Why didn't you tell us beforehand? Please come in. Please come in. The best private room has been prepared for you." This scene left everyone queuing at the entrance completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! What's going on? No need to queue? Who is this guy? Does he have such influence that the manager personally came out to greet him? Keep your voice down, this shop seems to belong to someone else. Wan Wei pulled Chu Leyao along and followed the manager inside. As he reached the door, he seemed to remember something, stopped, and said to the manager, "By the way, I delayed the time of the people behind me today because I cut in line. How about this, everyone who gets a number after me and lines up, all their expenses for today will be on my tab. It's on me." The sound wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire waiting area. Moment. Everyone stared at Wan Wei in disbelief. All the people who took numbers after them? How many tables would that be? There must be at least several dozen tables, right? How much will this cost? Just because someone cut in line, they ended up paying for everyone else's meal? Is this the world of chaebol? That's way too capricious. After a brief silence, a huge cheer and shouts of gratitude erupted. Long live young Master Wan. Thank you, young Master Wan. That was awesome. I really made the right choice coming here today. The son of the god of war is indeed arrogant. Wan Wei basked in the cheers of the crowd, feeling quite satisfied. He turned to Chu Leyao and asked, "Leyao, you like it quiet, right? How about I ask the manager to clear out this whole floor? Just the two of us can eat? Clear one layer?" Chu Leyao quickly shook her head and waved her hands. No. No need. Hot pot is all about having lots of people to make it lively and create a good atmosphere. It's fine as it is. She didn't want to make a big fuss over a meal, and besides, she genuinely thought it was quite fun as it was. Alright, I'll do as you say. Wan Wei readily agreed, and then, satisfied, he pulled Chu Leyao along, and under the manager's guidance, they entered the best private room in the restaurant. The private rooms at Chu Leyao are comparable to the presidential suites of a 5-star hotel. The space is spacious and exquisitely decorated. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the night view of Beijing, and even the air is filled with a faint fragrance. The manager personally served them, treating them with the same respect one would show to a head of state. He handed over the beautifully prepared menu, then discreetly stepped aside to wait. Wan Wei pushed the menu directly in front of Chu Leyao. "Leyao, order whatever you want. Order whatever you want, don't be shy. Order the whole menu." Chu Leyao looked at the thick menu and her lips twitched slightly. Order them all? That would fill the entire room, wouldn't it? She quickly waved her hand. No, the two of us can't eat that much. She looked down at the menu carefully and ordered a few of her favorite dishes, such as shrimp paste, tripe, and tender beef. After ordering, she handed the menu to Wan Wei. "I've ordered. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat." Without even glancing at the menu, Wan Wei directly said to the manager beside him, Bring me one of all your signature dishes and top quality ingredients, like F5 Wagyu beef, air-freighted deep-sea fish fillets, and handmade beef balls. The manager's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, young Master Wan. We'll prepare it for you right away. Chu Leyao couldn't help but whisper. Wanwei, this is too much. We really can't finish it. Wanwei smiled nonchalantly. It's okay. I'll pack it up and take it home to eat. Chu Leyao, okay. She didn't quite understand the world of the wealthy. Although her family is also very wealthy. But I wouldn't order that much, I'd pack it up and take it home to eat. I didn't expect this person to be so thrifty and good at managing a household. The hot pot base was served quickly. It was a classic yin yang hot pot, with one side filled with fiery red oil and the other with a fresh and rich mushroom soup. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling array of dishes were brought in, instantly filling the huge dining table to capacity, with even a small trolley added to the side. The waiter brought over disposable aprons. Just as Chu Leyao picked up an apron to tie herself, Wanwei took it from her hand very naturally. Let me help you tie it. He stood behind Chu Leyao, put his hands around her shoulders, and gently wrapped the apron straps around her. The two were very close, and Wanwei could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from Chu Leyao's hair, like the scent of some kind of flower, which smelled very nice. His breath gently brushed against her ear and neck. Chu Leyao's body froze instantly, her heart skipped a beat, and then began to pound wildly like a drum. In all her life, apart from her father, no other man had ever gotten this close to her. Not to mention actions like helping her tie her apron, which carry a hint of intimacy. She felt her cheeks and ears rapidly heating up. She knew without looking that they were as red as ripe tomatoes. She kept her head down, her hands gripping the hem of her clothes nervously, barely daring to breathe. Wanwei didn't think too much about it, he just wanted to show off. He clumsily tied the ribbon, making a crooked bow, muttering to himself. Why is this strap so short? After tying his apron, Wanwei returned to his seat and began putting vegetables into the pot. He was very enthusiastic, constantly using serving chopsticks to pile the cooked meat, shrimp paste, and tripe into Chu Leyao's bowl. Leyao, try this Wagyu beef, I heard it's really tender. The shrimp paste is ready, eat it quickly. Take the tripe, just cook it for 10 seconds for the best texture. Here you go. Chapter 10: The Warmth of the Private Box. Before long, the small bowl in front of Chu Leyao, which had been empty, was filled with a small mountain of food. Chu Leyao looked at the mountain of food piled up in her bowl, feeling both touched and helpless. She whispered. Wanwei, that's enough, I can do it myself, you eat too. It's okay. I'm not hungry. I'm happy just to see you eat. Wanwei grinned and continued to happily act as the feeder. Watching Chu Leyao eat her food in small bites, her cheeks puffing out slightly like a cute little hamster, he felt a sense of satisfaction that was even better than if he had eaten the finest delicacies himself. He found that his fiancée was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Not only is she beautiful and talented, but more importantly, she possesses an innocent and naive charm and a shy personality. She was completely different from the shrewd and powerful women of heaven he had imagined. This unexpected cuteness made him feel a little tingly. The two chatted as they ate, with Wanwei doing most of the talking and Chu Leyao occasionally responding. The atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. As the steam from the hot pot filled the air, the temperature in the private room seemed to rise slightly. On one occasion, Wanwei came over again to serve food to Chu Leyao, and the two were very close. He looked at Chu Leyao's cheeks, which appeared even more rosy and alluring due to the heat. Her long eyelashes fluttered like tiny brushes, and her slightly parted lips gleamed with a dewy sheen. He didn't know what got into him, but on a whim, he suddenly turned his head and quickly kissed Chu Leyao's smooth and delicate face. Pop. The sound was very soft, but it was exceptionally clear in the relatively quiet private room. Chu Leyao was looking down at the food in her bowl, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Feeling the fleeting, warm, and soft touch on her cheek, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning and shuddered violently. Ah! A short, surprised groan escaped her throat. Like a startled rabbit, she instantly shrank her neck, and the chopsticks in her hand fell onto the table with a clatter. She suddenly raised her head, covered the spot where she had just been kissed with her hand, and stared at Wanwei with wide, incredulous eyes. That delicate little face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, blushed from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, and finally even her fair neck was tinged with a layer of crimson. She was just kissed? Did Wanwei kiss you? Just like that, in a hot pot restaurant? Chu Leyao's mind went completely blank, her CPU overheated. She's never even held a boy's hand in her entire life, let alone been kissed. Isn't this progress a bit too fast? After Wan Wei kissed her, he actually regretted it a little, feeling that he had been too abrupt. But seeing Chu Leyao's adorable appearance, blushing so much she was practically steaming, her eyes darting around like a lost little deer, that bit of regret was instantly replaced by an even stronger impulse. You've already kissed her on the cheek, so a kiss on the lips isn't too much to ask, right? Anyway, we're getting married soon. Once this idea takes hold, it grows wildly like weeds. So, while Chu Leyao was still in a daze, covering her face and looking at him with a confused expression, Wan Wei made an even bolder move. He wiped his mouth. He reached out and gently cupped Chu Leyao's flushed face in his hands. Chu Leyao was startled by his action and instinctively tried to back away, but Wan Wei's hand was gentle yet carried an undeniable force. As Wan Wei's handsome face drew closer, her heart pounded in her chest, her mind a complete mess. What's he going to do now? He's not going to. Before she could figure it out, Wan Wei had already lowered his head and accurately covered her slightly parted lips with his. Another, even shorter and more indistinct hum came, filled with extreme shock and bewilderment. Chu Leyao's eyes widened instantly, and her brain completely froze. They kissed? He actually kissed her on the lips? Her first kiss was lost in a private room filled with the smell of hot pot? The sensation on my lips was both distinct and unfamiliar. Warm, soft, with a hint of sweetness from the juice I just drank. Wan Wei's lips were softer than she had imagined, like marshmallows. The absurd thought flashed through my mind. She froze completely, her body tense, unsure of what to do with her hands and feet. She could feel the warmth of Wan Wei's hands cupping her face, and smell his refreshing and pleasant scent, which mixed with the aroma of hot pot, creating a strange yet heart-pounding atmosphere. At first, Wan Wei just clumsily stuck them on. He didn't have much experience. But soon, without any instruction, or rather driven by instinct, he began to try to go further. He gently sucked on her lips, tentatively trying to pry open her teeth. Startled by his more intimate actions, Chu Leyao snapped out of her daze, instinctively clenching her teeth and making soft sounds of resistance. She placed her hands on his chest, trying to push him away. Although Chu Leyao's cultivation level is higher than Wan Wei's. But the kisses made my hands feel weak, like they were being tickled. Wan Wei sensed her resistance, which only strengthened his resolve. He savored it with great patience. Gradually, Chu Leyao felt her body becoming weaker and weaker, and her strength to resist also diminished. The tingling sensation spread from her lips throughout her body, making her dizzy and lightheaded, as if she were walking on clouds. The hand that was pressed against his chest unconsciously loosened its grip and instead gently grasped his collar. Under his gentle advances, her tightly clenched jaw gradually loosened a crack. Wan Wei immediately seized the opportunity and deepened the kiss. The only sounds in the private room were the bubbling of the hot pot and the increasingly rapid breathing of the two people. It's unclear how much time passed, maybe a minute, maybe several minutes, before Wan Wei reluctantly released Chu Leyao. He looked down at the girl in his arms. Chu Leyao's whole body went limp, and she was almost supported by him to prevent herself from sliding under the table. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were unfocused, and her once clear eyes were now covered with a layer of mist, shimmering with light. The kissed lips became even redder and fuller, slightly swollen, and glistening with an alluring sheen. She was slightly out of breath, her chest heaving, clearly not yet fully recovered from that long and deep kiss. Several seconds passed before Chu Leyao's unfocused gaze refocused. When she realized what had just happened and what she looked like now, an overwhelming sense of shame overwhelmed her. "You bastard!" She playfully punched Wan Wei's chest in embarrassment and annoyance, but the force was weak and intimidating, more like a coquettish gesture. She quickly lowered her head, burying her burning cheeks in her hands, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Her ears and neck were bright red, and even her exposed fair arms had a faint pink tinge. Oh my God! She actually responded to him just now? This is so embarrassing. Wan Wei felt extremely pleased with himself as he watched Chu Leyao blush and try to hide herself away. He chuckled foolishly, scratched his head, and felt the sweet, soft taste still lingering in his mouth, leaving him with an unforgettable aftertaste. Chapter 11. Mom Su Wanqing. He leaned closer to Chu Leyao and asked in a deliberately irritating tone. "What's wrong? Leyao, are you shy?" Chu Leyao lowered her head even further, her voice muffled and coming from between her fingers, full of reproach. "You're so annoying. That's why you did that all of a sudden. What's wrong with me?" Wan Wei continued to play dumb, secretly overjoyed. The hot pot meal continued in this ambiguous, sweet, and slightly humorous atmosphere. However, afterwards, Chu Leyao didn't dare to look up at Wan Wei, and she was absent-minded while eating, the blush on her face never fading. just as Wan Wei and Chu Leyao were enjoying hot pot. Meanwhile, in the Wan family mansion, the most prestigious residence in the capital, a small commotion broke out. Wan Wei's mother, Su Wanqing, the head of the Su Group and the queen of the world's largest conglomerate, was lounging lazily on the sofa. Wearing a custom-made face mask that costs an average person a year's salary, he browses the latest global stock market quotes on his tablet. A female assistant dressed in a black business suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked every bit the elite. She walked in with light steps, a strange expression on her face that she could hardly hide. President Su. The female assistant spoke softly. What is it? Su Wanqing's eyes didn't leave the tablet as she casually replied. She's in a good mood today. She just made a small profit in the overseas market. Some news has just come back from the Chu family in Jiangnan province, as well as from Second Master's entourage. The female assistant sounded hesitant. Tianzong? Didn't he say he was taking Xiaowei out to relax? What trouble has he gotten into this time? Su Wanqing finally raised her head. Her face, covered by a face mask, showed no expression, but her eyes held a hint of understanding. She knows her son's character best as a mother. I'm not trying to cause trouble. The female assistant organized her thoughts and tried to speak calmly. The news is that the second master took the young master to the Chu family in Jiangnan to propose marriage. Furthermore, the Chu family has already agreed, and the wedding is scheduled for next Sunday. Oh, a marriage proposal? What? A marriage proposal? Su Wanqing didn't react at first. After repeating it, she suddenly sat up straight on the sofa, almost causing her face mask to fall off. Explain yourself. Who proposed? To whom? When is the wedding? It's young Master Wan Wei who's proposing marriage to Chu Leyao, the daughter of the Chu family in Jiangnan. The wedding is next Sunday. The female assistant quickly repeated it. Su Wanqing ripped off her face mask, revealing her well-maintained, delicate face that looked no more than 30 years old. Her face was now filled with shock and disbelief. Su Wanqing is at the Heavenly King realm. Although she is eternally youthful, she still likes to take care of herself. Xiao Wei? Proposing marriage? Getting married next Sunday? She muttered to herself, wondering if she was hallucinating. Wasn't this kid just a lazybones who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun yesterday, and who didn't care about girls at all? Why are you getting married all of a sudden? And their execution is so strong? They came directly to propose marriage, and the wedding is scheduled for a week later? Looking for beautiful women? To have more children? Su Wanqing blinked, then revealed a look of bewilderment. You silly kid. If you want to find a beautiful woman, why don't you come to me? Your old lady may not have much else, but she has plenty of money and lots of beautiful women in the entertainment industry. As the head of the world's largest conglomerate, Su Wanqing's businesses span various industries, with the entertainment industry being a major focus. She holds shares in, or even controls, several of the world's largest film and television companies and talent agencies. It's fair to say that at least half of the well-known female celebrities and idols in the entertainment industry are her employees. In her opinion, if her son really wanted to find a pretty girl, it would be a simple matter of saying a few words. Various types, various styles, he can choose whatever he wants. Why bother going all the way to Jiangnan to look for her? Although I've heard that Chu Leyao is quite pretty and a genius, none of her are as good at socializing or making people happy as the girls in the entertainment industry. Curiosity tickled her heart like a kitten's paws. She couldn't wait to ask her son what exactly was going on. She immediately picked up her phone, found her beloved son's number, and dialed it. Inside the private room, Wan Wei was diligently scalding tripe for Chu Leyao. Luyao, try this. Their tripe is their signature dish. Just dip it in and out of the water 7 or 8 times, and it'll be extra crispy. Chu Leyao ate in small bites, feeling that this meal was truly magnificent. Just then, Wan Wei's phone rang, and the ringtone was that kind of flamboyant rock music. He took it out and saw that the caller ID read, "My dear mother." Wan Wei's heart skipped a beat. Why is mom calling at this hour? Didn't her second uncle tell her? He dared not delay, so he quickly made a shushing gesture to Chu Leyao, cleared his throat, and put on an extremely obedient expression. He pressed the answer button and even turned on speakerphone to show his openness. Hey! Mom! Missed me? Wan Wei's voice is so sweet it could kill you. The voice on the other end of the phone was Su Wanqing's unique, slightly lazy yet authoritative voice. You brat, where have you been gallivanting off to? Mom! Look at what you're saying, how could I possibly be fooling around like that? Wan Wei said in a serious tone, I'm having dinner with your future daughter-in-law. We're getting to know each other. Upon hearing the words future daughter-in-law, Chu Leyao's face flushed red, and she almost choked on the tripe in her mouth. He quickly lowered his head, pretending to concentrate on eating, but his ears were perked up. Future daughter-in-law? Su Wanqing's voice rose an octave, filled with surprise. Is that Chu Leyao? You two are already having dinner together? That's fast. She thought her son had just gone to propose marriage, but she didn't expect them to be dating already? This efficiency is faster than her negotiating deals worth tens of billions. That's right. Relationships need to be nurtured through frequent contact. Wan Wei said with a grin. I'll take care of your son, he's as good as two of them. Su Wanqing was amused by her son's shamelessness, but also became even more curious. Stop talking nonsense. Tell mom the truth, what's going on with you? Why did you suddenly decide to get married? And in such a hurry? I've never heard you showing interest in any girl before. Wan Wei inwardly groaned his second uncle had indeed not told his mother the details. The system's affairs couldn't be explained in a few words over the phone, especially with Chu Leyao present it was even more impossible to bring it up. He could only vaguely say, Mom, this is a long and complicated story. I'll give you a detailed report when I get home, okay? I promise to tell you everything exactly as it is, without missing a single word. It's not convenient for me to be out right now. Su Wanqing was a very shrewd person. Just by hearing her son's tone, she knew there was more to the story. She didn't force it after all, her son could run away, but he couldn't hide. Fine, then hurry up and eat, and get back here right now. Explain yourself properly. Yes, ma'am. Long live mom. Wan Wei breathed a sigh of relief and quickly began to flatter him. Chapter 12, we'll put you in line to choose. After hanging up the phone, Wan Wei looked at Chu Leyao, whose face was still flushed, and gave an awkward smile. My mom cares about me a lot. Chu Leyao gave a soft but felt a little uneasy inside. The wife of a martial arts god, the controller of the world's largest conglomerate, how powerful must she be? Will they be difficult to get along with? We finally finished this hot pot meal, which was full of twists and turns. Wan Wei took Chu Leyao's hand and drove her back to the small villa she had bought near the school. The villa has a quiet environment and good security, which suits her quiet personality. Standing at the villa entrance, Chu Leyao said softly, Thank you for treating me to dinner today. I'll head back now. Okay, you should get some rest. I'll talk to you again tomorrow. Wan Wei nodded with a smile. Watching Chu Leyao walk into the villa and close the door, Wan Wei turned around. He looked around, and when no one was paying attention, he pressed the button on his watch. A set of extremely cool-looking metal armor instantly covered his entire body. It was the Iron Man suit he used before. Take off right from the spot. A few minutes later, Wan Wei piloted the mecha and landed steadily in the front yard of his mansion. The mecha receded like the tide and was stored in a small spatial watch. As soon as he stepped into the brightly lit main hall, he saw his mother, Su Wanqing, sitting gracefully on the luxurious leather sofa, holding a glass of red wine, looking at him with a leisurely expression that was neither a smile nor a frown. Hey, you're back pretty fast. Have you eaten? Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Mom gave the order, how could I not hurry up and do it? Wan Wei grinned and plopped down on the sofa next to his mother, then picked up an imported grape from the fruit plate and popped it into his mouth. Don't give me that. Su Wanqing put down her wineglass, leaned forward slightly, and stared intently at her son with her beautiful eyes. Now, tell me the truth. What exactly happened? Don't try to fool me. Wan Wei knew he couldn't hide it anymore, and he also needed his mother's support. He sat up straight, and his expression became serious. Mom, I have something to tell you. Please don't get upset, and you must believe me. Wan Wei gave a heads up first. Tell me, what storms haven't I weathered? Su Wanqing didn't take it to heart. I've awakened a system, Wan Wei said in a low, mysterious voice. System? What system? Computer system? Su Wanqing didn't quite understand. No. It's like a cheat code. A cheat code given by the heavenly Tao. Wan Wei tried his best to explain, it's called the many children, many blessings system. Then, he told his mother about the system's functions in detail, such as finding a high-scoring goddess to have a child, the child having top-notch talent, and him receiving various rewards such as pills and physical enhancement. To increase credibility, he also described in detail how he used the extreme chi and blood pill to directly elevate his cousin Wan Xiaohu from a ninth-rank martial artist to a heavenly king, and how he awakened the immaculate body. Throughout the entire process, Su Wanqing listened quietly, her expression shifting from initial confusion to surprise, and finally to shock. She only possessed the strength of a third-rank heavenly king, and like her son, she disliked the hardships of cultivation. But they still have some understanding and perspective on martial arts. A pill that can unconditionally raise a martial artist's cultivation level by 1 level? A miraculous medicine that can make someone instantly become a king? Awakening to an immaculate body? This is simply unheard of. It completely defies existing common sense about martial arts. But if this is true, then the sun's system is just too overpowered. Is everything you're saying true? Su Wanqing's voice carried a hint of disbelief. She knew her son well. Although he was lazy, he wouldn't fabricate such an outrageous lie to deceive her. Besides, Wan Xiaohu's breakthrough to the heavenly king level was a fact that couldn't be faked. It's absolutely true. Mom, I wouldn't dare lie to you. Wan Wei swore to the heavens, my second and third uncles can both testify. Xiaohu is still at home consolidating his cultivation. If you don't believe me, I'll call him here right now. Looking at her son's confident expression, Su Wanqing thought about his swift and decisive marriage proposal. She slammed her hand on the sofa armrest, stood up, and blushed with excitement. I believe you. Mom believes you. Su Wanqing's voice was full of decisiveness and excitement. I knew my son wasn't an ordinary person. He truly is the chosen one. He can even awaken something legendary. She had initially felt a little regretful that her son didn't like cultivating, but now, that regret vanished instantly. Cultivation? Fix my ass. Nothing is more important than having a baby. No, nothing is more important or easier than contributing to the family. And most importantly, spatial rifts suddenly appeared around the world more than 3,000 years ago. It connects to a demonic realm filled with magical energy. The demons inside are extremely powerful. The number of heavenly kings and heavenly venerables is far greater than that on earth. There are even quite a few demon generals at the half-step martial god level. Su Wanqing's husband, Wan Tianhao, is the world's only martial god. He is also the only human to venture deep into the demon realm. I once secretly told him that deep in the demon realm, I vaguely sensed a terrifying aura that made his heart tremble. It is highly likely that he is the war god of the demon clan. Therefore, he dared not venture too far into the core area and could only guard and clear the perimeter. Therefore, the threat from the demon realm has always weighed on Su Wanqing's mind. Thinking about the various amazing rewards his son could receive from the system, which would benefit countless families. Even the entire human world. Su Wanqing felt her blood boiling. Without hesitation, she grabbed Wan Wei's hand, her eyes gleaming, her tone resolute. Son. Don't worry. Leave this to Mom. Looking for beautiful women, huh? And those who are at least 95 points, right? No problem. Mom will help you find someone. Our family may not have much else, but we have plenty of money, resources, and beautiful women. She immediately took out her phone, quickly scrolling through her contacts while excitedly planning. My entertainment companies, like Starlight Media and Brilliant Entertainment, have tons of beautiful girls. Pure, sexy, cute, glamorous, all kinds are available. I'll have their agents send over the information and photos right now. No. I'll arrange interviews right away. No. I'll have them come over and line up for you to choose from. Just tell Mom which one you like. Mom will take care of it for you. I guarantee they'll be willing and happy to have your babies. Looking at his mother, who had instantly entered a concubine selection mode, Wan Wei had only one thought in his mind. Having a rich mom is so great. Once Su Wanqing sets her mind on something, her action speed is absolutely rocket level. Especially in helping her son find a wife and have children. To ensure the continuation of the family line. In her view, this was 1,000,000 times more important than any business merger or acquisition. Okay. Mom understands. Su Wanqing paced back and forth excitedly, her eyes sparkling with the light of someone who had discovered a new continent. Since such a good thing exists, what are we waiting for? We must seize the time and make the most of every second. She abruptly stopped, her gaze fixed intently on Wan Wei, who was still sitting on the sofa processing her words, her tone resolute. Son. There's no time to lose. Mom thinks we can start arranging for you to meet suitable girls tonight. Let's try to get the baby-making process on the agenda tonight. Cough, cough, cough. Wanwei was picking up his water glass to drink when he heard this, and he spat out a mouthful of water, choking so much that his eyes almost welled up with tears. Chapter 13 will find you 7 or 8 suitable ones. What? Tonight? Mom! You're not kidding, are you? He was so frightened that he jumped up from the sofa, his legs feeling weak. He knew his mom was efficient, but this was just too efficient. This isn't just riding a rocket, this is a direct space jump. Mom! Mom! Calm down. Calm down. Wanwei quickly waved his hand, his tongue almost tied in knots. How can it be so fast? Leyao and I just settled down. We need to solidify our relationship with her a bit first, right? Besides, having a child is something that requires mutual consent and should happen naturally, right? It can't be like completing a task, where you just decide to have a baby. Wanwei was inwardly groaning. His original plan was to focus on conquering Chu Leyao's stronghold first, successfully obtaining the first wave of system rewards, and then slowly consider the next target. This is called taking steady steps and proceeding cautiously. But when it came to my mom, it became a multi-pronged attack, a battle on multiple fronts. They even demanded a swift and decisive victory, with results expected that very night. Who could resist that? One by one? That would take forever. Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows, expressing her strong dissatisfaction with her son's conservative thinking. Time is money. Time is a reward. Do you think your father became a martial god by slowly grinding it out? He seized the opportunity and made rapid progress. She walked up to Wanwei, poked his forehead with her finger, and looked at him with a disappointed expression. Isn't this system your biggest opportunity? What are you dawdling for? Listen to me, I'll find you 7 or 8 suitable ones, and you can get in touch with them all at once. Let's start working hard tonight. Have a baby sooner, get the reward sooner. Maybe the next reward will make you a celestial venerable? Wouldn't you be able to protect the people you want to protect even better then? 7 or 8? Contact each other? Should we start working hard tonight? Wanwei felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, as if he saw countless beautiful women waving at him, and then he turned into an exhausted ox lying on the ground. There are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are ruined by plowing. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt down before his mother, wailing and crying with a mournful face. Mom! My dear mother! Have mercy. Your son is a human being, not a stud. This is far too many, even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare use them like this. Enough with the nonsense. Su Wanqing wasn't buying his act at all. She grabbed his arm and dragged him to the huge holographic projection computer in the study. Let's see. Maybe you're mistaken and just want to find a few more. She skillfully operated the computer a few times, and suddenly, an enormous screen appeared in the air, displaying a series of beautiful photos and brief information about women in a waterfall-like flow. These beautiful women are all contracted artists from various entertainment and modeling companies under the Su Group. Or perhaps some socialites or online celebrities with whom they have a collaborative relationship. It can be said that this includes almost all of the top-tier looks in the current entertainment and fashion industries. The images on the screen refreshed so fast it was dazzling. There are sexy girls who wear hot leather pants, wear smoky makeup, and have curvaceous figures. She has a sweet and cute style, wearing a puffy skirt, with pigtails, and sweet dimples when she smiles. She has a clear yet alluring gaze, a pure and innocent face that embodies the epitome of first love. There are classical beauties wearing cheongsams, with captivating eyes and charming smiles. There are stunning Western beauties from the United States, with blonde hair, blue eyes, hot figures, and a sexy and bold temperament. There are mixed race models with delicate features like porcelain dolls, possessing the best of both East and West. There are even black supermodels with dark, shiny skin, incredible proportions, and a wild, masculine beauty. All types, styles, and nationalities are available. Wanwei's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth slightly agape, feeling as if his brain's CPU was about to be overwhelmed by this massive stream of information about beautiful women. My legs felt weak just now, and now my eyes feel even weaker, they're practically turning into mosquito coils. That's way too much. And the quality is so high. The system's beeping, standard compliant notification sounds formed a symphony. He felt like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. He was happy, but a little lost, unsure of which bite to take first. Su Wanqing nodded in satisfaction as she looked at her son's dumbfounded and utterly bewildered expression. She paused the scrolling of images, selected a few that she considered to be of the highest overall quality, zoomed in to center them on the screen, and asked, "So, son, have you found anyone you like? These are all women that I think are good. They have great figures, good looks, and clean backgrounds." Seeing that Wanwei was still standing there with his mouth open and no reaction, she assumed that he was too picky and didn't like any of these things. She stroked her chin, muttering to herself thoughtfully, "None of these will work? Do you prefer something non-human? What about demons? I've heard that fox women are all naturally alluring, cat women are charming and cute, or elves? I've heard that elves are all long-lived, incredibly good-looking, and have a high affinity for natural energy, so their talents must be quite good." Her eyes grew brighter as she spoke, as if a new world had opened up for her. "If you like it, Mom will have your father take the betrothal gifts and go to the territory of the demon or elf race to propose marriage. With your father's reputation as a martial god, they'll definitely have to give you face. They'll marry you off to an elf princess or a demon saintess." When Wanwei heard this, he almost peed his pants in fright. Even elves and demons are included? My mom's drive is terrifying. He quickly shook his head vigorously, denying it repeatedly. "No, no. Mom. You've misunderstood. It's not that I don't like them. It's just that I can't choose them all. There are just too many. They're all great. Really." He was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, his mother might actually call his father back from some secret realm. Then the father and son carried the betrothal gifts and headed towards the elf forest or the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The scene was too beautiful for him to imagine. "You like them all? That makes things easier." That's exactly what Su Wanqing wanted to hear. She immediately looked back at the screen, her fingers flying across the virtual keyboard as she retrieved real-time data. "Let Mom take a look at the schedule." As she searched, she muttered to herself, and soon locked onto a target. "It's her." She pointed to a live feed of an actress filming on a movie set on the screen and said to Wanwei, "Lu Haoxi. We're currently filming a night scene at a film and television base in the northern part of Beijing. A rising starlet, with top-notch looks and figure, a clean background, and no messy scandals, her system score is at least 95, right?" Wanwei glanced at the system notification subconsciously, and sure enough, Lu Haoxi's overall score was exactly 95 points, meeting the standard. Before he could even nod, Su Wanqing had already picked up the phone decisively, ready to make a call. Chapter 14: Forced Breeding? When Wanwei saw his mother pick up her phone, he had a bad feeling. That's incredible speed and efficiency. On one hand, there's the allure of the system's promise of many children and the heavy pressure of the demon invasion 3 years later. This made him realize that he really should hurry up and find more goddesses who meet his criteria. Have more gifted children, get more system rewards, and improve your own and your faction's strength as soon as possible. He understands this principle. But on the other hand, there's the physiological and psychological endurance of a normal human being. Chu Leyao and Chu Leyao had only just held hands and kissed, and hadn't even figured out what love felt like yet. Is he about to turn around and go after the next one? And is the goal to have a baby tonight? That's quite a leap. He felt like a toddler who had just learned to walk, and was suddenly asked to participate in the Olympic 100-meter hurdles. Wasn't he going to fall and get bruised and battered? "Mom! Please listen to me." Wanwei made a last-ditch effort, his face contorted in pain as he rubbed his hands together. "I know time is tight and the task is heavy, but isn't this a bit too hasty? We haven't even won over Chu Leyao yet, and we haven't laid a solid foundation for our relationship. How can we open up a second front so quickly? Give me a break and some time to adjust, okay?" He tried to reason with his mother, hoping to slow down his speed just a little bit. Fast? Not fast at all. Su Wanqing's eyes widened, and she put her hands on her hips, instantly transforming her aura from that of a wealthy socialite into that of a battlefield warrior. "Son, do you think this is a time of peace and tranquility, a time for you to slowly indulge in romance? Do you think your old man's title of the world's #1 martial god is just empty talk? That you can maintain it by sitting at home drinking tea?" Her tone turned serious, carrying a solemnity rarely heard from Wanwei. "Let me tell you. Your dad may seem successful now, but he's actually under a lot of pressure. He has to suppress the demonic rifts that appear from time to time around the world, explore those dangerous ancient secret realms, and always be on guard against those ambitious foreign forces. The Holy Knights of the Eagle Nation, the Ice Tyrant of the Bear Nation, the Eternal Light of the Beacon Nation, and those mysterious organizations lurking in the shadows, aren't they all eyeing your father with covetous intent? We're hoping that one day something happens to him, or he gets injured, so they can swarm in and divide up the interests of our China. Your father is the pillar of our family and the backbone of our country. He can't fall, and he can't show any signs of weakness. Su Wanqing became more and more excited as she spoke, pointing her finger at Wan Wei's chest. Look at the country again. Is it really all peaceful? How many years has that old codger from the Sun family been stuck at the half-step martial god level? Does he even respect your father? And what about those ancient sects, like the Heavenly Sword sect and the Profound Tao sect? Don't they have any old monsters who are half-step martial gods in their ranks? They're all so polite to your father on the surface, but who knows what they're plotting behind his back? If you take these people out individually, your father is naturally not afraid. But what if they join forces? No matter how good your father is at fighting, can he defeat a group of half-step martial gods attacking him? Su Wanqing's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible lingering fear and determination. Now that you finally have this system. This is our biggest turning point and trump card. We must seize this opportunity before everyone else and help you grow rapidly. Let the Wan family have more top-tier experts. Only in this way can we help your father share the burden and ensure that our Wan family will always stand strong. She looked at her son, her eyes burning with an unwavering resolve. So don't give me that nonsense about too fast or too slow. Right now, we need to seize every second. Make the most of every moment to improve our strength. Having a baby and getting the reward is your most important and core task right now. There is no other way. Wan Wei was stunned by his mother's series of situation analyses. He had only been thinking about the demon race crisis 3 years from now. I never imagined that my father and family would also be facing such immense pressure and potential threats. After his mother's analysis, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. But understanding is one thing, but the way it's implemented. Mom, I understand the logic, but this. But what do you mean, but? Su Wanqing interrupted him directly, using her ultimate trump card. She narrowed her eyes and said in a tone that was half joking and half threatening. If you don't go on your own initiative, don't blame your mother for using some extreme measures. I'll arrange it for you and force you to mate. Don't say your mother doesn't respect you afterward. Forced mating? Wan Wei was so frightened he almost jumped up, his face turning pale. He seemed to see a terrifying scene. He was locked in a small room, with a long line of beautiful women outside, and his mother supervising him with a small leather whip. That's so brutal. That's so inhumane. He was utterly defeated, his face contorted in despair, and he weakly raised his hands. I'll go, okay? Mom. You're my real mom. You win. Don't do anything like forced insemination, it's terrifying. That's more like it. Su Wanqing nodded in satisfaction, her face instantly brightening as she regained her decisive and efficient demeanor. She didn't give Wan Wei a chance to back out. She immediately picked up the phone again and this time dialed Lu Haoxi's agent directly, her tone direct and domineering. Hello? It's me, Su Wanqing. Her voice, coming through the microphone, carried an invisible pressure. Make it clear to your artist Lu Haoxi that my son Wan Wei has taken a liking to her. Tell her to come over right now, chat with my son, cultivate their relationship, and then have a child for my son. Wan Wei's lips twitched as he listened from the side. His mother's words were far too blunt. It's just like buying livestock at the market. The agent's voice on the other end of the phone sounded terrified and troubled. There were vague rumors about the show not being finished filming or the artist's wishes. Su Wanqing didn't even frown before interrupting him, her tone icy. You don't want to? Fine. Tell her that if she doesn't come tonight, starting tomorrow, all businesses under the Su Group will permanently sever all cooperation with her. Suppress all channels and resources completely. I guarantee that she will have no place in the entertainment industry anymore, and she won't even be able to get a supporting role in a web series. She paused, her tone softening slightly, but still carrying a condescending air. But if she's sensible and comes, then from now on, all of Su's fashion resources, film and television projects, and advertising endorsements will be given to her first, as long as she's suitable. I will use all available resources to make her a top star in China. Let her weigh the pros and cons herself. After saying that, Su Wanqing hung up the phone without waiting for a response. Wan Wei, who was listening nearby, was dumbfounded and almost broke out in a cold sweat. He knew his mother was domineering, but he never expected her to be this domineering. This is blatant coercion and enticement. First, use the big stick of a band to hit them, then offer them the carrot of top-tier resources. Who can withstand this? Let alone a minor celebrity, even a superstar would have to think twice before acting. He suddenly felt a little sorry for Lu Haoxi, whom he had never met. Time passed by, second by second, as Wanwei sat anxiously and his mother waited calmly. About 20 minutes later, the butler's respectful voice came from outside the study. "Madam, young master, Miss Lu Haoxi has arrived." "Let her in," Su Wanqing said calmly. The study door was pushed open, and a figure walked in timidly. Wanwei's gaze immediately turned to that direction. The girl who walked in was wearing a simple blue dress with a denim jacket over it. She had no makeup on, she was completely barefaced. Her appearance is indeed extremely pure and innocent, the kind that is completely non-threatening and makes people want to protect her at first glance. If Chu Leyao is a cold, aloof flower on a high mountain, then Lu Haoxi in front of her is a small white flower trembling gently in the breeze. But what's most striking is that her usually bright eyes are now slightly red and swollen. The corners of her eyes still bore traces of wet tears, clearly indicating that she had just been crying. She lowered her head, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her body trembling slightly, looking pitiful. Like a frightened fawn, it is exceptionally endearing. Wanwei's heart clenched for no apparent reason, and a strong sense of sympathy and pity arose within him. "If your mom invited you over in that way, wouldn't anyone feel scared and wronged?" Su Wanqing frowned immediately when she saw Lu Haoxi's expression, and a hint of displeasure flashed across her face. She was about to speak, wanting to say something like, "What kind of behavior is this, crying and sobbing, or it's your good fortune to be chosen by my son." When Wanwei saw his mother's expression, he knew something was wrong. If mom were to speak, she'd scare the girl half to death. At that point, forget about having children, she might even be left with psychological trauma. He quickly stepped forward and stood between his mother and Lu Haoxi. Wanwei waved his hands repeatedly at his mother and said in a low voice, "Mom! Mom! Leave it to me. Leave it all to me. Please go and rest, have a cup of tea, and calm down. I'll handle things here. I guarantee I'll get the job done." As he spoke, he half pushed and half shoved his disgruntled mother out of the study. Su Wanqing was being pushed by her son, and she looked at him suspiciously. Then he glanced at Lu Haoxi, who was standing there with his head down and his shoulders trembling slightly. She snorted, but ultimately gave her son some face. "Fine, you handle it yourself. If you can't, see how I deal with you." After saying that, she walked out of the study in her high heels, closing the door behind her. Chapter 15. Lu Haoxi. The study door clicked shut, shutting out the aura of the domineering CEO mother outside. Only Wanwei and Lu Haoxi, who was still trembling slightly, remained in the room. Wanwei looked at the girl in front of him, whose eyes were red and who looked like a frightened little rabbit. A strong feeling of pity welled up in my heart instantly. He's a normal man, after all. How could he possibly harden his heart and force himself on such a pure and beautiful woman who looks so pitiful? He tried to make his smile look gentler and more harmless. He walked over slowly, not getting too close, maintaining a distance that wouldn't make her feel pressured. "That Miss Lu Haoxi, right?" Wanwei spoke very softly, afraid of startling her. "Don't be afraid, my name is Wanwei. My mom might have been a bit too direct and her approach wasn't quite right. I apologize on her behalf." Hearing his gentle voice, Lu Haoxi raised her head slightly in surprise and glanced at him quickly. Then she quickly lowered her head, her voice barely audible, tinged with a sob. "It's all right, young Master Wan." Looking up, Wanwei could see her face more clearly. Up close, her skin is truly flawless, fair, smooth, and with almost no visible pores. Those big, tear-streaked eyes, like black grapes soaking in water, were clear yet filled with fear, paired with her delicate nose and petal-like lips. This pure and innocent beauty is indeed completely different from Chu Leyao's aloof and cold beauty, making it easier to arouse a man's protective instincts. Wanwei felt his heart skip a beat. He cursed himself inwardly for complaining that his mother was too fast. Now that we've seen the real person, who can resist? The system wasn't lying to me. A goddess who scores 95 points, her quality is just too high. He cleared his throat and continued in a gentle tone. "Don't call me young Master Wan anymore, it sounds too formal. Just call me Wanwei. I know that it is impolite and puts you in a difficult position to invite you here in this way. But I really admire you and like you very much." What he said wasn't entirely untrue. Good looks are indeed a virtue. To some extent, it is still quite applicable to ordinary people like Wanwei. Lu Haoxi trembled slightly when he heard the word like. He didn't say anything, but the fingers gripping the hem of his clothes loosened slightly. Wan Wei seized the opportunity and added empty promises. Don't worry, as long as you're with me, I will never treat you badly. I'll definitely treat you well. Everything you eat, wear, and use will be the best. No one will dare to bully you. He paused, his tone carrying just the right amount of helplessness and frankness. There's something I need to make clear to you beforehand. As for the official title, I may not be able to give you the highest one for the time being, because I am already engaged to Chu Leyao from the Chu family in Jiangnan. This matter has been settled and cannot be changed. He carefully observed Lu Haoxi's reaction, and seeing that she only trembled her eyelashes slightly and did not show much resistance, he continued. So, if you'd like, you can be second. Aside from being the second son in name, I guarantee your treatment will be excellent. Then, he offered the most crucial, and most tempting, bargaining chip for these female celebrities and their families. Moreover, it's not just for you personally, but also for your family, your parents, siblings, and so on. As long as they need it, our one family will provide comprehensive resource support. If you want to develop your career in the entertainment industry, my mom can give you all the top resources you need with just one word. If you want to elevate the family's status, you can cultivate resources and connections as many as you want. After Wan Wei finished speaking, he looked at her quietly. He knew that his words combined both soft and hard tactics. Of course, the main reason is that mom is tough, and he is soft. It expressed both sincerity and affection, while also offering tangible benefits that were hard to refuse. Plus, he has a pretty good-looking face. Lu Haoxi lowered his head, his mind in turmoil. The grievances and fears of being forcibly summoned still linger. But the young master Wan Wei in front of me does look very handsome. He was more handsome than many male celebrities she had seen in the entertainment industry, and his attitude was so gentle, completely different from the arrogant and domineering playboy she had heard about. The resources he promised were even more alarming to her. She came from a moderately wealthy family and entered the entertainment industry to earn money to support her family. If she and her family could receive support from a behemoth like Wanja, they would be on a meteoric rise. As for status, being the second son is fine. The other party is the son of a martial god, and his future is destined to involve more than just one woman. Being ranked second is a blessing that many people would rather die for. It's a million times better than being completely blacklisted and implicating the whole family. Thinking of this, the resistance in her heart melted away quickly, like ice and snow under the sun. She raised her head again, her gaze towards Wan Wei still carrying a hint of shyness and timidity. But the previous fear and resistance are gone. She gently bit her lower lip and said in an almost inaudible voice. I'm willing, I'll follow young Master Wan Wei's arrangements. It's done. Wan Wei was overjoyed, but he still maintained a gentle smile on his face. He reached out and gently grasped Lu Haoxi's slightly cold hand. That's good. I'll treat you well from now on. Lu Haoxi's hand trembled slightly, but she did not pull away, letting him hold it. Two blushes rose on her cheeks, making her look even more beautiful and charming. Wan Wei held her hand, feeling a tickle in his heart. The reluctance he had felt from being urged by his mother earlier had long since vanished. He said softly, "It's getting late, shall I take you to your room to rest?" The implication in his words was quite obvious. Lu Haoxi's face turned even redder, and even the roots of her ears turned pink. She was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in her chest, and gave a soft in a voice barely audible. A surge of emotion welled up in Wan Wei's heart. He took the soft little hand and left the study, heading towards his bedroom. Along the way, we encountered several servants, who all bowed their heads respectfully and gave way. But the surprise and curiosity in his eyes were unmistakable. Wan Wei didn't bother with him, his mind was now filled with the pure and lovely beauty beside him. I walked into his lavishly decorated bedroom and closed the door. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Lu Haoxi stood nervously in the middle of the room, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. Seeing her embarrassed appearance, Wan Wei felt even more aroused. He walked over and gently pulled her into his arms. Lu Haoxi's body stiffened, then went limp, leaning against him, and pleaded in a voice barely audible. "Young Master Wan Wei, please be gentle. I'm a little scared." This soft, pleading rekindled Wan Wei's last shred of reason. He lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead, his voice hoarse as he said, "Don't worry, I'll be very gentle." Then, the room was filled with the colors of spring, the quilt was turned upside down, and the lovers made love passionately, the details of which are best left unsaid to outsiders. After an unknown amount of time, the rain and clouds finally stopped. Wan Wei hugged the exhausted man contentedly. Lu Haoxi, who was already fast asleep, looked at her peaceful sleeping face and a smug smile appeared on his face. This is a pretty good start. Just then, the system notification sound he had been waiting for finally rang out crisply in his mind. Chapter 16 Generous Rewards. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully bonded with a goddess who meets the criteria and successfully connected to the port. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has increased. Current cultivation level, 5th grade martial artist. Boom! A surge of pure energy flowed into Wanwei's body out of thin air. He felt his blood and chi instantly become several times stronger, his meridians become wider and more resilient, and his limbs and bones were filled with power. He jumped straight from a 1st grade martial artist to a 5th grade one. This is what cultivation should be like. Enjoy your cultivation. Keep enjoying yourself while you keep practicing. Reward 2, Heavenly Spirit Elixir X3. Effect: after taking it, a Heavenly King Realm expert can unconditionally and directly advance one minor realm, from a 1st rank Heavenly King to a 2nd rank, from a 2nd rank to a 3rd rank, and so on, and has a very high chance of awakening a special physique. Note: effective only for those at the Heavenly King realm, 1 pill per person. Wanwei's eyes widened instantly. Directly elevate your cultivation to the Heavenly King realm. It can even awaken a special physique? This pill is even more monstrous than the previous extreme chi and blood pill. You should know that once you reach the Heavenly King realm, each product represents a bottleneck in its development. I don't even dare to think about breaking through directly anymore. Furthermore, if a 9th rank Heavenly King were to consume it, he could directly advance to the Heavenly Venerable realm. If this were given to those loyal and devoted Heavenly King uncles under my father's command, in an instant, the Wan family will have 3 more top-tier experts whose strength has greatly increased. Or could it be used to recruit rogue cultivators from outside? This is practically a strategic resource. Reward 3, Dragon Marrow Jade Elixir Pill X3. Effect: possesses extremely powerful bone cleansing and marrow refining effects, significantly enhancing the user's martial arts talent, widening meridians, and solidifying their foundation. This is absolutely a top-tier elixir for cultivating core disciples and trusted confidants. You can use it yourself. And the younger the better. Reward 4, Tiger Demon Axe. Grade: top tier, venerable grade weapon. Description: contains a trace of the essence of an ancient demonic tiger, ferocious and domineering, capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks. Its power is boundless. Supreme grade weapon. It's still top-notch. The value of this thing is simply immeasurable. There are only 5 god-level weapons in the world. His father has 1, the United States has 1, India has 1, the Western Alliance has 1, and the best one is in the United States. A supreme-level weapon is a treasure that countless heavenly venerable powerhouses around the world dream of. Not to mention top-tier, supreme-grade weapons. Friendly reminder: after the successful birth of your offspring, you will receive additional generous rewards. Please continue your efforts. Wanwei stared at the list of rewards displayed on the system panel, his mouth agape, drool practically dripping from his mouth. We've struck it rich. We've really struck it rich this time. This reward is unbelievably generous. Just from the connection point, before the child was even born, they've already given us so many good things. If we wait until the baby is born, what will happen? He excitedly lowered his head and looked at Lu Haoxi, who was fast asleep in his arms. The more he looked, the cuter he found her, and the more he liked her. This isn't a beauty at all. This is clearly a treasure-delivering boy. He couldn't resist moving closer, touching her smooth face, forehead, and lips. He kissed her several times, feeling secretly pleased with himself. You must take good care of her so that she can have a peaceful pregnancy and give birth to the baby smoothly. Wanwei gently covered Lu Haoxi with the blanket, then tiptoed off the bed and casually put on some clothes. He couldn't wait to rush out of the bedroom. He wanted to find his mother. Sharing this amazing news. Just showing off a little. He jogged to his mother's room, abandoning all manners, and barged in. Mom! Mom! Great news! Fantastic news! Su Wanqing was still awake, leaning against the headboard reading documents. Seeing her son rush in, disheveled and beaming with excitement, she frowned. Hey kid, what's all the noise about in the middle of the night? Is everything done? It's done. It had to be done. Wanwei was so excited that he danced with joy, and then a thought struck him. He took the 3 bottles of pills and the tiger demon axe that exuded a fierce aura from the system space and placed them on his mother's bed with a clatter. Mom! Look! The system reward! I got it! Wanwei pointed at those things, his voice trembling. My cultivation level has jumped directly to the 5th grade martial artist. And these pills. This Heavenly Spirit Saint pill can directly raise a Heavenly King Realm cultivator by 1 level and awaken a special physique. There are 3 of them. This Dragon Marrow Jade liquid pill can cleanse bones and marrow to enhance talent. There are 3 of them. And this axe. A top-tier, venerable level weapon. The Tiger Demon Axe. Su Wanqing didn't pay much attention at first, thinking that her son had just received some ordinary benefits. But when her gaze swept over the pills, especially when she sensed the chilling aura emanating from the Tiger Demon Axe, she sat up abruptly in bed, not even caring about the documents scattered all over the floor. She picked up a bottle of Heavenly Spirit elixir, opened the stopper, and merely smelled the fragrance of the elixir and sensed the immense power of the laws contained within it. Her expression changed. As the head of the Su group and the wife of the god of war, how broad her knowledge is! It was immediately clear that the effects of this pill were probably even more terrifying than his son had described. And that Tiger Demon Axe, that's definitely a true supreme-level divine weapon. If left out, it would be enough to cause countless heavenly venerable experts to fight and vie for it. These were all rewards from that system? Su Wanqing's voice trembled with disbelief. She truly hadn't expected the reward to be so generous. She was tempted by any one of them. I didn't expect them to give so much. Absolutely true. Wanwei nodded vigorously, his face beaming with undisguised pride. And the system said there will be further rewards after the child is born. Su Wanqing looked at the pile of treasures on the bed that would make any power in the world envious. His breathing became rapid instantly, as if he could see countless heavenly kings and heavenly venerables beckoning to everyone. Overwhelmed by immense joy, she grabbed Wanwei's shoulders suddenly, her fingers turning white with excitement. Great! That's wonderful! Son! You're truly my lucky star. A great contributor to the Wan family. Her eyes instantly became incredibly fervent and eager. With such a great opportunity, what are we waiting for? We must seize the time and expand our gains. She immediately picked up her phone again, scrolling through her contacts while speaking rapidly. I'll contact a few more right away. That mixed-race model Lillian is pretty good. And that Zhao Feifei who just won Best Actress. I think they're both great. Have them come over now. You'll have to work overtime tonight. Let's try to take them on a few more times in one night. And get a few more bonuses. Wanwei's smile froze instantly. Seeing his mother's eagerness to press her advantage and finish off the enemy, his excitement and pride were instantly replaced by a huge fear. How many more can we take over in one night? Work overtime? Is this thing even suitable for working overtime? Do you really think he's a perpetual motion machine? He felt a dull ache in his lower back and his legs began to feel weak again. He rushed over, grabbed his mother's arm, and wailed with a mournful face. Mom! My dear mother! My ancestors! No! Please no! Too fast! Really too fast! Your son isn't made of iron. Please, let me catch my breath. Take a break. Can't we proceed gradually? If a few more come, your son will be in the ICU tomorrow. At that point, forget about giving birth, he'll be dead. Chapter 17, Marriage? That would take too much time. Seeing his mother's determined attitude of not stopping until she had squeezed every last drop of potential out of her son, Wanwei was terrified and immediately fled back to his bedroom. He gently closed the door, let out a long sigh of relief, and felt as if he had been given a second chance at life. He walked to the bedside and looked at Lu Haoxi, who was fast asleep in the quilt. She lay on her side, her long, black hair cascading onto the pillow, making her fair face appear even whiter. Her small, rosy lips trembled slightly as she breathed steadily, looking serene and endearing. Wanwei carefully lifted the blanket and lay down, gently pulling her into his arms. Feeling the soft, warm body beside him, Wanwei felt the restlessness he had felt from being startled by his mother instantly subside. He sighed contentedly and gently nuzzled Lu Haoxi's head with his chin. It's still more comfortable to sleep with a beautiful woman in your arms. He drifted off to sleep, feeling the softness and warmth in his arms. However, his mother, Su Wanqing, was completely unable to sleep. After Wanwei left, Su Wanqing looked at the 3 bottles of miraculous pills on the bed and the tiger demon axe that exuded a fierce aura. He paced back and forth in the spacious bedroom, so excited. System, reward, having a baby. These words swirled wildly in her mind. That's efficient. That return on investment. It's a million times more terrifying than any of her investments. A single pill created a heavenly king with a special physique. A top-tier, supreme-grade weapon is enough to serve as a clan's most prized possession. And this is just the beginning. There will be further rewards after the baby is born. We must speed things up. We must expand the scale. A voice screamed in her mind. Her eyes lit up, as if she could see countless beautiful women lining up, waiting for her son to have his way with them. Marriage? Going through the formalities? That takes up too much time. Su Wanqing scoffed at this inefficient approach. In her view, feelings can be cultivated gradually. But sowing and harvesting must not stop. Let's get to the point first and then get the reward. Excitedly, she took out her tablet, accessed the database of all the female artists in her entertainment company, and began the first round of auditions by rapidly swiping her fingers. She wanted to first select all the pretty girls who met her son's requirements, had relatively simple backgrounds, and were easy to control. Establish a reserve list. But as she swiped, her fingers slowly stopped, and her brows furrowed slightly. No, we can't be too hasty, and we can't be too unseemly when we eat. She murmured to herself, her business acumen and long-term vision beginning to take effect. She thought of the marriage agreement she had just made with the Chu family in Jiangnan. Although the Chu family is not as powerful as the Wan family, they are still a prominent local clan, and we still have to give them face. If they just got engaged to someone's daughter and then started openly looking for other women, causing a huge scandal, where would the Chu family put their face? If word gets out, what will people say about Wanja? Some say Wan Tianhao failed to raise his son properly, while others say the Wan family's crown prince was dissolute and licentious. That would ruin his reputation. For top families like theirs, reputation and face are sometimes more important than actual benefits. To ruin the reputation of the Wan family and the god of war for the sake of a few women and short-term rewards would be an absolute loss. We need to plan carefully and be strategic. Su Wanqing stroked her chin, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. She sat back on the bed and picked up a delicate notebook and a fountain pen. Su Wanqing is accustomed to thinking with a pen. She began to formulate her strategy for expanding her family business and generating rewards. First, the target audience needs to be categorized. Category 1, those with a small background but extremely high looks and are easy to control. For example, minor celebrities, models, and internet celebrities like Lu Haoxi. These people have no connections, they can be easily dealt with using resources and money. It's low risk and quick to get results. They can be used as the main force for farming rewards. This must be given priority. Moreover, it should be done discreetly to avoid attracting outside attention. Category 2, daughters, saintesses, and genius girls from top-tier powerful families. For example, the legitimate daughters of other prominent families, or the holy maidens of powerful sects. These girls are naturally talented and have powerful backgrounds. If they can marry, their children will definitely have even more extraordinary talents and receive better system rewards. However, these people have sensitive identities, so we can't use force like we did with Lu Haoxi. We need to befriend them, we need strategies, and we might even need to arrange a marriage. This part should be treated as a long-term goal and tackled gradually. She quickly scribbled in her notebook, listing several names and adding notes on their estimated scores, personality traits, family backgrounds, difficulty levels, and so on, details comparable to a business plan. In the entertainment industry, Zhang Nanhua has a 96/100 rating, a gentle personality, and her parents are ordinary teachers. She's easy to manage and can be arranged. Li Yitong, 97 in looks, hot body, her family runs a small business and is eager for resources, you can contact her. And then there's that newcomer, Su Xiaoruan, with a baby face and, cough cough, her looks are probably a 96. Clean background, she's worth keeping an eye on. As she wrote this, she suddenly remembered something crucial. Although my son is a martial artist and his body is stronger than that of an ordinary person, the workload would be extraordinary if this plan were to be carried out. We must ensure the sustainability and combat effectiveness of our means of production. She immediately picked up her phone again and dialed the number of her family's nutritionist and chef. It was already late at night, but the call was answered instantly. It's me, Su Wanqing. Starting tomorrow, change all of the young master's breakfast, lunch, and dinner menus. Follow the highest standard of aphrodisiac and kidney tonifying dietary therapy. She rattled off a long list of ingredients and medicinal dishes over the phone. What about wolfberry and sea cucumber porridge, stir-fried eggs with chives, oyster sashimi, deer antler soup, ox penis medicinal cuisine, eukamia, and pork kidney soup? Yes. And maca, cistanche, polygonatum, anything that can tonify the kidneys and enhance male virility, give me a rotation of them. A different one every day. It has to be effective. The nutritionist and chef on the other end of the phone were stunned, but they quickly took notes and repeatedly agreed. Remember, this is the most important matter in the family right now. It concerns the future of the family. It must be handled well. Su Wanqing gave her serious instructions before hanging up the phone. Only after doing all this did she put down her laptop and phone with satisfaction. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Wanwei woke up groggily, feeling refreshed. He looked down and saw Lu Haoxi still curled up in his arms like a kitten, fast asleep. The morning sunlight shone on her face, her skin so smooth it seemed almost translucent. Her peaceful sleeping face stirred Wanwei's heart once again. Chapter 18. Give me a good beating. Nice. It looks good no matter how you look at it. He couldn't resist gently pinching her cheek. It felt incredibly nice. Lu Haoxi was awakened by his movements, and opened his eyes groggily, seeing Wanwei right in front of him. I was startled at first, then I remembered what happened last night. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she shyly buried her head in the blanket. Wanwei burst into laughter at her adorable appearance. I'm in an incredibly good mood. He lingered for a while longer before quietly getting out of bed and going into the bathroom to wash up. When he finished washing up, changed his clothes, and came to the restaurant to have breakfast, his good mood instantly froze. The long dining table wasn't laden with a dazzling array of breakfast items. Instead, it only contained a few dishes that looked quite nutritious. A bowl of steaming, dark-colored porridge, with clearly visible goji berries and sea cucumbers inside. A plate of glistening, oily stir-fried eggs with chives. A plate of exquisitely presented oyster sashimi, which looks like a highly nutritious food. There was also a small bowl of soup with a strong medicinal aroma. I didn't know what it was, but the smell alone made me feel energized. Wanwei looked at the special breakfast on the table. His lips twitched, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. He picked up a spoon, stirred the bowl of porridge, and couldn't help but ask the butler who stood by with his hands at his sides. Is this all you ate for breakfast this morning? The butler bowed respectfully and replied. Yes, young master, this is a new dietary therapy recipe tailored for you by a nutritionist personally instructed by the madam, aimed at strengthening your physique and replenishing your vital energy. Wanwei. This is hardly breakfast. This is clearly pre-war mobilization and logistical resupply. What does Mom think he is? A perpetual motion machine? He picked up his chopsticks, looked at the table full of tonics, and felt no appetite at all, but dared not eat. He knew that if he didn't eat, his mother would probably come over and force-feed him. Well. Wanwei sighed deeply, resignedly picked up a piece of chives with his chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth, and found it tasteless. He felt both happy and painful. Just as Wanwei was eating his meal. The group was led by the second grandfather, Wan Huang. Second uncle Wan Tianzong, third uncle Wan Tianqing, and several other family elders who rarely appear in public but possess a remarkably profound aura. A large group of more than a dozen people followed behind, their faces showing eagerness and curiosity. They arrived at the living room on the floor where Su Wanqing lived. The male protagonist's grandfather is the eldest of 3 grandfathers. The second master is still alive, but the third master died a heroic death during the demon race's counterattack 1,000 years ago. Hearing the commotion, Wanwei's mother, Su Wanqing, also gracefully walked out of her room. She looked radiant and more energetic than usual. You're all here? Perfect, I was just looking for you. Su Wanqing smiled and invited everyone to sit down. Everyone took their seats, and the servants served fragrant tea, but no one was really interested in drinking it. Second uncle Wan Tianzong, being the most impatient, was the first to ask. Sister-in-law, I heard that Xiaowei succeeded last night? And even got a system reward? Show it to us. Is it really as miraculous as Xiaowei said? Everyone else stared at Su Wanqing with longing, especially her cousin, who was over 2,000 years old and whose eyes were filled with desire and disbelief. He had been stuck at the peak of the 9th-rank Heavenly King for decades and knew all too well how difficult it was to advance further. Su Wanqing didn't keep them in suspense. She smiled slightly, a thought forming in her mind. He then took out the 3 bottles of pills and the menacing tiger demon axe from his storage ring and placed them on the expensive rosewood tea table in the center of the living room. In an instant, the entire living room was enveloped by the rich fragrance of cinnabar and the domineering and ferocious aura of the tiger demon axe. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. Su Wanqing gave a brief introduction to these pills and weapons. Third uncle Wan Tianqing, a master alchemist, was the first to rush over. He first picked up the jade bottle containing the Heavenly Spirit Saint pill, with trembling hands. He opened the bottle, took a deep breath of the medicinal energy, and immediately felt as if he were drunk. His face flushed, and his goatee trembled with excitement. It truly is a divine pill. The laws and principles at play. The level of energy. The same level as the pill Xiaowei took out last time. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Directly boosts you to the Heavenly King realm. And even awakens a special physique. This is simply defying the heavens. Then he checked the Dragon Marrow Jade Liquid pill. They all praised it highly, calling it a holy product that could cleanse the bones and marrow and lay an unparalleled foundation. Meanwhile, second uncle Wan Tianzong and several other elders focused their attention on the tiger demon axe. Even from a distance, they could feel the chilling aura emanating from the axe blade and the ferocious, predatory presence that seemed ready to devour anyone. Second uncle Wan Tianzong's eyes burned with fervor. Although he was a half-step martial god, the weapon he used was just an ordinary venerable level weapon, which was incomparable to the tiger demon axe in front of him. If this thing were wielded by a celestial venerable skilled with an axe, his combat power would at least double. Seeing these objects in person and feeling their extraordinary aura, all the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts completely vanished. Shock. Ecstasy. Incredible. A variety of emotions were etched on everyone's faces. My God. That's all they gave us? And it's only been one night. Second grandfather slapped his thigh excitedly, his voice trembling. This system is amazing. It's so much faster than us painstakingly exploring secret realms and collecting resources. Another family elder sighed, his eyes filled with envy. Ha ha ha. Great. That's fantastic. Uncle Wan Tianzong slammed his hand on the coffee table, making the teacups jump. He was full of excitement, and his loud voice echoed throughout the living room. Where's Xiaowei? That kid did a great job. He deserves praise. This kind of great thing that benefits the country, the people, and the family must be supported. Give us a life or death struggle. Live like the dead. We, the Wan family, fully support you. His shout startled Wanwei, who was secretly trying to pour the nourishing soup into the potted plant in the restaurant, so much so that he almost dropped the soup bowl. Yes. We must support it. Third uncle Wan Tianqing also excitedly echoed. Whatever resources you need, we'll supply them with all our might. Elixirs, tonics, rare and precious herbs, whatever you require, we'll provide. That's right. Serena's health is the most important thing. Grandpa stroked his beard and nodded solemnly. I'll have someone send over a few thousand-year-old ginseng roots later to make tea for Xiaowei. The living room suddenly became as lively as a market, with the elders excitedly discussing the matter. Some began to actively suggest that Wanwei be provided with more beautiful women. I think that little girl from the Sun family is quite good. She's talented and pretty. And there's that holy maiden of the Heavenly Sword sect. I heard she's an ice queen, but her talent is absolutely top-notch. We can't let our guard down in the entertainment industry either. Quantity is everything. Chapter 19, start with the easy and proceed step by step, proceeding cautiously. Many people began to stare enviously at the rewards on the coffee table, discussing how to distribute these treasures. This Heavenly Spirit Saint pill must be given to those who need it most. I think we should give it to Wanlong and Wanshan. They've been stuck at the peak of the 9th rank for too long. Wanlong is the eldest son of the second uncle, and Wanshan is the grandson of the second grandfather. What about the Dragon Marrow Jade Liquid pill? Can you save one for my little brat? He's only 50, just the right age to build his foundation. Who in our family uses an axe? We don't seem to have one that's particularly suitable. Should we keep it for now? Seeing that everyone was so excited, they were almost about to start arguing. Su Wanqing coughed lightly, displaying the aura of someone who actually managed the family's internal affairs. All right, everyone, please be quiet. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was very penetrating, instantly silencing the noisy living room. Everyone looked at her, knowing that this woman was always the most opinionated. Su Wanqing glanced around, a confident smile on her face. I understand everyone's thoughts. I already have a preliminary plan in mind regarding the follow-up arrangements and the distribution of these rewards. I'll share it with you all so you can discuss it and save yourselves from arguing. She first pointed to the 3 Heavenly Spirit Saint pills, her tone decisive. These 3 Heavenly Spirit Saint pills have incredible effects. They can directly elevate a Heavenly King Realm cultivator by 1 level and awaken their physique. Their ownership must be determined to maximize profits. Without a doubt, we should prioritize using it on our own members who are stuck at the peak of the 9th rank Heavenly King. Her gaze fell upon her second uncle, Wan Tianzong, and her second grandfather. My second uncle's eldest brother, Wan Long, and my second grandfather's brother, Wan Shan, are both family members. They are loyal and have devoted themselves to the family for many years. They have been stuck at the peak of the 9th rank for more than 2,000 years. From both a moral and logical standpoint, they should be put first. I propose that these 2 pills be given to the 2 of them. Upon hearing this, Wan Shan, the cousin who was over 2,000 years old and sitting in the corner, stood up abruptly, his body trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Su Wanqing. He stood up and thanked Su Wanqing. Second uncle Wan Tianzong nodded vigorously, very satisfied that his son had been given this opportunity. This will not only greatly increase his son's strength and give him even greater potential after awakening his special physique, but also solidify his position in the family. As for this last Heavenly Spirit Saint pill, Su Wanqing paused for a moment, then continued, what I mean is, let's keep it for now. Or, we can use it to recruit a talented and trustworthy rogue cultivator king to strengthen our external forces. Or we could use it as a huge dowry to attract talented young women from top-tier powerful families to marry into our Wan family. That would be far more attractive than any gold or silver treasure. The suggestion was immediately approved by everyone. It is certainly wiser to keep one as a strategic reserve or for special purposes than to rush to use it now. Then there are these 3 Dragon Marrow Jade Liquid pills. Su Wanqing then pointed to 3 other jade bottles. This elixir mainly cleanses the bones and marrow, enhances talent, and is most effective for young people. My idea is to select 3 young people within our Wan family who are no more than 100 years old, with the best talent and the most potential, and give them the medicine to cultivate the top talents for the future of our thousands of families. We can make recommendations later, and we will make a comprehensive evaluation. This arrangement was fair, and everyone nodded in agreement, starting to think about which of their younger family members would have a chance. Finally, there's this Tiger Demon Axe. Su Wanqing glanced at the menacing axe. A top-tier weapon of the venerable level is priceless, but our Wan family currently does not have any top experts who are particularly skilled with axes. My suggestion is to temporarily store it in the family treasury as one of the treasures. Or, if in the future we encounter a suitable heavenly venerable with an axe who is willing to submit to our Wan family, we can lend him our axe in exchange for his loyalty and service. After dealing with the reward distribution, Su Wanqing changed the subject and returned to the most crucial issue. Right now, our biggest problem isn't resources, or how to distribute rewards, but people. Her expression turned somewhat serious. How do we find more girls who meet our criteria? More importantly, how do we appease the families behind those girls? Especially those top 10 families in the country, which one isn't influential and powerful? Would they willingly let their legitimate daughter, their genius daughter, come and become Xiao Wei's concubine? Even if we give them more resources, we still won't save face. It might even turn them into enemies. That hit the nail on the head, and the living room immediately fell silent as everyone frowned. This is indeed a difficult problem. The martial god clan is powerful, but it cannot afford to offend all the major clans. At this moment, second uncle Wan Tianzong stroked his chin, chuckled, and said, "Sister-in-law, I don't think this is that difficult to handle." Everyone looked at him. Wan Tianzong said unhurriedly, "We don't need to target the toughest ones right away. We can start with the weaker ones or the smaller families that need our help. For example, some families that rank outside the top few dozen but have beautiful daughters and urgently need resources for development. If we hint at their interests and offer them some benefits, wouldn't they be eager to send their daughters over?" He paused, a sly look appearing on his face. "Once we utilize the system rewards, our strength will snowball, allowing us to cultivate even more heavenly kings and heavenly venerables. At that time, we won't even need to look for them. Those top 10 families will come to us on their own, trying every means to marry their daughters to us. Strength is the only true measure of success. If we are strong enough, they would be eager to form an alliance with us through marriage, even if it's just to have us as a concubine." "That's right. Tianzong is right. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands and laughed. You're thinking the same thing. That's what I meant too. Start with the easy stuff and move on to the difficult stuff, proceed step by step. When our one family demonstrates overwhelming strength and unlimited potential, the so-called face and status will become less important. They will find their own reasons to convince themselves. A confident smile returned to her face. Therefore, the current plan is, on the one hand, to continue to discreetly screen and contact high-quality targets that are easy to obtain, accumulate rewards as soon as possible, and enhance the family's strength. On the other hand, we should maintain friendly relations with the talented young women from those top-tier powerful forces, cultivate good relationships appropriately, and lay the foundation for future cooperation. After hearing this analysis, everyone understood and nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration for Su Wanqing's planning ability. Chapter 20, All principal and interest were recovered. Just as Su Wanqing and her second uncle Wan Tianzong were discussing, a slightly aged but strong voice came from the living room doorway. Ahem, you guys are having quite a lively discussion. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man wearing loose white training clothes with snow-white hair and beard. But the elderly man, with a ruddy complexion and vigorous spirit, slowly strolled in. He looked like a hermit, but his eyes were unusually bright, as if he could see into people's hearts. This is Wan Wei's grandfather, Wan Hong, one of the pillars of the Wan family. A top-tier expert with strength reaching the 9th rank of Celestial Venerable. Although he was not as globally renowned as his son Wan Tianhao, he was still an ancestor who had lived for a long time and had extremely broad knowledge. Dad. Grandfather. Old man. Everyone in the living room stood up and greeted them respectfully. Grandpa Wan Hong usually spends most of his time in seclusion or traveling around, rarely concerning himself with family affairs, yet he was disturbed today. Grandpa Wan Hong waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down, while he himself walked to the head seat and sat down. His gaze swept over the pills and tiger demon axe that hadn't been put away on the coffee table. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, clearly having known the general situation before coming. I heard part of what you were saying just now. Grandpa Wan Hong stroked his long, snow-white beard and slowly began to speak. The general idea is correct, but you can broaden your horizons a bit more. Everyone pricked up their ears, knowing that the old man was exceptionally knowledgeable and must have some brilliant insights. Besides the prominent families and the young women in the entertainment industry, a hint of reminiscence flashed in Grandpa Wan Hong's eyes. Don't forget, there are still many reclusive ancient martial arts families in this world. The Guwu family? Wan Wei's mother, Su Wanqing, had a flicker of interest in the term. She had certainly heard of it, but didn't know much about it. That's right. Grandpa Wan Hong nodded. These families have a long history and mostly live in seclusion, rarely getting involved in worldly affairs, so they are not well known. But their heritage is no less than that of our one family. Some of their families even have histories that can be traced back to the extremely distant past. Legend has it that they have existed since the time of Pango's creation of the world. Their heritage is unfathomable. Since Pango separated heaven and earth? Second uncle Wan Tianzong was astonished upon hearing this. That's so exaggerated? It's just a legend, but that shows how ancient it is. Grandpa Wan Hong smiled and said, I have dealt with some of these families before, while I have only heard of others by name and am not even sure if they still exist. The techniques and resources they possess, as well as the offspring they raise, are often incredibly talented. His words captivated everyone present. A prodigiously gifted offspring? Isn't that the system's favorite high-quality mother? How strong must the child be to be born? The reward has to be outrageous. However, what Grandpa Wan Hong said next poured cold water on their enthusiasm. However, most of these ancient martial arts families are proud and arrogant, and they have many rules. Getting them to marry off their best women from their clan, especially as concubines, is probably more difficult than dealing with the top 10 clans. Seeing the somewhat solemn expressions on everyone's faces, he changed the subject and offered reassurance. However, you don't need to worry too much. No matter how deep the foundation of these ancient martial arts families is, one thing is certain, they don't have any martial gods in their families. His tone carried a hint of pride and certainty. The god of war controls the laws of heaven and earth and is connected to the fortune of a world. Currently, this world can only support one martial god. That is my son, Tianhao. This is the rule of heaven. Unless Tianhao perishes or leaves this world, there is absolutely no possibility of a second martial god appearing. Therefore, in terms of top-tier combat power, our one family remains unparalleled. As long as we don't go too far, don't force or coerce, but instead use incentives and influence to guide them, there is still a lot of room for maneuver when dealing with these ancient martial arts families. Grandpa Wan Hong concluded. The old man's words were like the sun breaking through the clouds, broadening everyone's thinking and making their goals clearer. Su Wanqing immediately followed the old man's train of thought and added, "Dad is right. So, for the sake of the Wan family's reputation, and to be on the safe side, recently, we have been following the original plan and first looking for some young women from small, less influential families who are easy to work with. Or those good-looking celebrities and models, who secretly have children, make a fortune quietly, and accumulate power. For those truly top-tier families, and the ancient martial arts families the old man mentioned." A glint of light flashed in her eyes. "Let's change our strategy and marry openly and formally. We'll propose as the principal wife or a secondary wife. This way, we'll save face for the other party and ensure the quality of our offspring and the reward." She clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention back. "All right, the strategy is clear. The most important thing right now is to prepare for Xiaowei's wedding with Chu family girl Leyao on Sunday. This is a major event in the public eye, and it must be done in a grand and respectable manner." When the topic of weddings came up, Su Wanqing immediately reverted to her strong-willed nature and began issuing orders. "Send out invitations everywhere. Don't hesitate to invite every powerful force, family, and individual that should be invited. Over the years, our one family has had few weddings. We've mostly been giving money and gifts to others. Now that it's finally my son's turn to get married, we have to get back all the money we've given away, with interest. Let everyone see that our one family has descendants and is thriving." Everyone nodded after hearing this. Indeed, given the Wan family's status, the amount of gifts they've given out over the years through various social interactions is astronomical. It's time to recoup some of that. Just then, Wanwei, who had been dawdling in the restaurant, finally finished his energy-boosting breakfast. Rubbing his slightly bloated stomach, he walked into the living room with a look of utter despair. As soon as he entered, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Good heavens! Grandpa, second uncle, third uncle, second grandfather, cousin, almost all the elders in the family who have any influence are here. Moreover, the moment he entered, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him. That look in his eyes was fervent, expectant, gratified, and encouraging. It even carried a scrutinizing gaze, like that of someone looking at a protected animal, which made Wanwei's skin crawl and his back feel cold. Grandpa, second uncle, third uncle. Good morning, everyone." Wanwei felt uneasy under their gazes and greeted them with a forced laugh. His mother, Su Wanqing, immediately adopted a concerned expression, stepped forward, took his hand, and asked softly, "Son, are you up? How did you sleep? Were you tired last night? Did anything feel wrong?" Wanwei got goosebumps from his mother's sudden tenderness. He awkwardly withdrew his hand and mumbled, "It was all right, I slept quite well." Su Wanqing nodded in satisfaction, and then, without any hesitation, directly discussed the grand plan that had just been discussed and decided at the family meeting. "I briefly explained it to Wanwei. This includes having children discreetly with members of small families or celebrities. They also plot to acquire the talented young girls from powerful families and ancient martial arts clans, and to reclaim the money they received as gifts at the grand wedding on Sunday." Chapter 21 One a Day. Wanwei was stunned, feeling that his life plan had been completely taken over by his family. When he heard about the part about secretly having children, his lips twitched slightly, and he tentatively asked, "Mom, how often do these secret pregnancies happen? You should at least give me some, rest time, right?" He cautiously held up one finger. "Can't it be one a day? This is the limit I can accept." He felt that this speed was already terrifying. Su Wanqing glanced at him, said nothing, and instead picked up the notebook she had just used for strategic planning, turned to the last page, and handed it to Wanwei. Wanwei took it and saw that it contained a clear table with neat and powerful handwriting, this week's core tasks list. Monday's schedule: Li Tong, a celebrity, outgoing personality, and has a great figure. Tuesday's lineup: Zheng Nanhua, a celebrity, a rising star, and currently enjoying great popularity. Wednesday's schedule: Li Jingwei, a celebrity with a simple background. Thursday's schedule: Cold Bardilli, celebrities, martial arts. Friday's schedule: Yi Mengjin, an internet celebrity with millions of followers, is a representative of the pure and seductive style. Saturday's schedule: Kim Ji-soo, a South Korean girl group, excellent in both singing and dancing. Sunday's itinerary: Dastalin, a model from the Xiong Kingdom, a top-notch supermodel with an unbeatable figure. Wanwei looked at the tightly packed, seamlessly connected schedule. I felt a sudden darkness engulf my vision and almost fainted on the spot. One a day, really? Without even taking a breath. Moreover, just by looking at the names and types of the women on this list, you can tell that they are all exceptionally beautiful. Celebrities, internet celebrities, martial arts masters, exotic customs. Did mom bring all the fairies in the world here? Pressure. Immense pressure came crashing down like a mountain pressing down on you. Wanwei felt a dull ache in his lower back and his legs starting to feel weak. This is hardly a happy life. This is clearly an extreme challenge. It's a dungeon of hellish difficulty. However, when he looked closely at the names and notes, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. He had seen Li Yitong on TV and thought she was amazing. He seems to have seen Li Qingwei in a drama. She is very beautiful. And what about the exotic Ling Badili? Just hearing the name gives me a headache. There's also Kim Young-soo from South Korea, and Dastrin from North Korea. They're all the best of the best. But as he looked around, Wanwei suddenly noticed something. He looked up and asked curiously, "Mom, this list seems to be missing quite a few people? For example, what about Lu Yinfei? Why isn't she on the list? Doesn't she meet the criteria?" He remembered Lu Yinfei's looks and temperament. They were absolutely top-notch, so the system's rating shouldn't be low. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "You wish. Do you think Lu Yinfei is so easy to win over? She's backed by the Lu family. Their strength is not to be underestimated. They're the third-ranked top family in the country. They're incredibly powerful and have a very deep-rooted network of connections. Do you think you can just let them do whatever they want to you about their precious daughter?" She pointed to a list filled with members from top-tier families, her tone carrying a hint of warning. These people, as I just said, need to be properly prepared and married in a formal ceremony. Treat this as a long-term strategic goal. Stop dreaming of instant success. Focus on doing the things at hand well first. Looking at his mother's expression of dread in the heavy task list for the week in his hand, Wanwei could only swallow hard and give her a wry smile. Looking at his son Wanwei, who looked extremely stressed as he stared at the task list, he realized that Wanwei was under immense pressure. Su Wanqing added another sentence, as if to reassure him. "Don't worry, I've thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of all the people I've chosen for you. They're all from small families ranked outside the top 100 in the country, or just ordinary families. They don't have any complicated backgrounds." She patted her chest and made a grand promise. "Just stay home this week. Mom promises to take care of everything. All you have to do is just communicate more and build your relationship. I promise I won't let you worry about me." In her view, her son, a vital asset to the nation, should be well protected at home so that he can focus on his work. The errands and odd jobs outside are naturally taken care of by these elders. Upon hearing this, Wanwei shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Mom! That won't do. Wouldn't I be constantly controlled by these elders at home?" He explained with a pained expression, "You're like you're producing on an assembly line, sending them home one by one. It's so awkward. I feel like I'm being treated like that, with no freedom or fun left. This isn't about building a relationship, it's just completing a task." He put forward his own ideas. "How about I go out and find them myself? Consider it a date. I can also get some fresh air and have some fun. Staying cooped up at home all the time is so boring." He felt that although the goal was to have a child and get a reward, if the process could be more enjoyable, it would be like a normal dating relationship. Even if it's a quick fix, it's better than being locked up at home as a stud. Moreover, he genuinely wanted to go out and experience the joys of being a spoiled rich kid. "What? You go out and find it yourself?" "Absolutely not." As soon as he finished speaking, his second uncle, Wan Tianzong, jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, reacting even more violently than Su Wanqing. He glared with his large, round eyes, his expression screaming, "Are you looking for trouble, kid?" His tone was resolute. "It's so dangerous outside. You're now the Wan family's top priority for protection. You're the hope for the future of the family. What if something happens to you outside, like a bump or a bruise, or you get into trouble with some clueless person? Who can afford the loss? No. Absolutely not. You must stay home obediently and not go anywhere." In the second uncle's opinion, his nephew's current physique is more precious than any celestial artifact. It must be placed in the safest place and protected with the highest level of security. How can we let them run wild all over the world? Wan Wei was left speechless, both amused and exasperated by his second uncle's overreaction. Second uncle. I'm not that delicate. I'm just going out on a date, what could possibly happen? Besides, I'm a 5th grade martial artist now, I'm not too weak, am I? A 5th rank martial artist is nothing. Second uncle Wan Tianzong glared, in the eyes of those true powerhouses outside, you're no different from an ant. Any 7th or 8th rank expert could easily crush you. No way. There's no room for negotiation on this. Chapter 22 The Threat of the Demon Race. Seeing his second uncle's firm attitude, Wan Wei turned his gaze to his mother. My mother's expression also showed her agreement with my second uncle. Having exhausted all other options, Wan Wei turned to his grandfather, Wan Hong, who was the most senior person present, for help. Grandpa Wan Hong stroked his beard, glanced at his second son, whose face was flushed red, then at his grandson, who looked aggrieved, and after a moment's thought, slowly said, Tianzong, you don't need to be too nervous. Xiao Wei has a point. What kind of behavior is it to keep him locked up at home all the time? He looked at Wan Wei and said, if you want to go out and see the world, that is fine with me. However, your second uncle's concerns are valid. Safety is the most important thing. The old man turned his gaze to Wan Xiuhu, who was sitting in the corner, looking both excited and a little bored. Yesterday, Wan Xiuhu took the pill given to him by Wan Wei and advanced to the Heavenly King realm. How about this? Grandpa Wan Hong made the final decision, let Xiaohu go with his brother. Xiaohu is now a first-rank Heavenly King, although his realm is not yet very stable. But in this world, as long as you don't actively provoke those top-ranked families, or go to those dangerous and mysterious places. With the strength of a Heavenly King, he can walk around with impunity. A 9th-rank martial artist is considered a top expert outside, and a first-rank Heavenly King is more than capable of protecting Xiao Wei's safety. Despite the large number of Heavenly Venerables and Heavenly Kings in the Wan family, ordinary families actually have very few Heavenly Kings and only 1 or 2 Heavenly Venerables. Ha? Me? Protect Brother Wei? Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaohu immediately perked up, stood up abruptly, and pounded his chest loudly. Grandpa, don't worry. Aunt, don't worry. I've got it covered. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on Brother Wei, I'll beat the shit out of them. He was just looking for a place to test his king-level power. Now I've finally found a place to use my skills. Being Wei Ji's bodyguard and getting to go out and have fun with him on the side sounds like the best job ever. Looking at his son's eager expression, Wan Tianzong opened his mouth, as if to say something. After all, his son had just advanced to the next round, and he was a little worried. Grandpa Wan Hong waved his hand and continued, just to be on the safe side, I will leave another wisp of my divine consciousness imprint on Xiao Wei. As he spoke, he extended his withered finger and gently touched Wan Wei's forehead. Wan Wei felt a warm and vast power surge into his consciousness. It coalesced into a tiny, faint white light, which floated there quietly. This wisp of divine consciousness will be automatically activated when you encounter life-threatening danger or trouble that even Xiaohu cannot solve. Mr. Wan Hong explained. It can unleash the power equivalent to my full force attack, enough to repel a top-tier celestial venerable. At the same time, I will immediately sense your location and situation and arrive instantly. Hearing this, Wan Tianzong and Su Wanqing were finally relieved. With a wisp of divine consciousness from the old man, a 9th-rank celestial venerable, protecting him, plus a 1st-rank celestial king as his bodyguard, this security setup is indeed sufficient. If it were something even stronger than this, even having a celestial venerable expert by your side would be of no use. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are countless celestial beings everywhere. In reality, in China, as long as there is a celestial venerable in the family, one can basically live as a member of one of the top 100 families in China. Moreover, Wan Xiuhu stays at home every day and doesn't go out much, so we took the opportunity to let the two of them go out and have some fun. Anyway, Grandpa Wan Wei's divine consciousness is there. Thank you, Grandpa. Wan Wei immediately beamed with joy, feeling much more confident. With this double insurance, he can finally go out and have fun without worry. If you were really stuck at home making babies, how boring would that be? What's the difference between them and animals? A real man should travel everywhere. With the important matter settled, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What happened next became clear. Everyone went back to their own homes and their own mothers. Those who needed to prepare for their weddings should prepare for them. Everyone stood up, ready to leave. The atmosphere in the living room was peaceful and harmonious, filled with the feeling that harmony in the family brings prosperity. Just then, old Master Wan Hong seemed to suddenly remember something, his eyes flashing as he looked sharply at his second son, Wan Tianzong, who was about to slip away. Xiao Zong. The old man's voice was not loud, but it carried a stern and authoritative air. Wan Tianzong stiffened, slowly turned around, and forced a fawning smile. Dad, is there anything else you need? Old Master Wan Hong stared at him, his brows slightly furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction and questioning. I almost forgot to ask you. Why have you been staying at home all this time? Who's watching over the Southwest 17th secret realm that you're in charge of suppressing? A secret realm? Wan Tianzong's smile froze instantly, his eyes flickered, and he stammered. Dad, I was just worried about Xiaowei. You see, such a big thing happened in the family. As his second uncle, I had to help come up with some ideas and make some arrangements. Nonsense. When old Master Wan Hong shouted angrily, Wan Tianzong shrank back in fright. The demons in the secret realm are humanity's greatest enemy. It's a matter of utmost importance concerning the survival of our race. How can we treat this lightly? The old man was clearly genuinely angry, and his voice became stern. You know what's going on in that secret realm. Those damned demons inside are ferocious and violent, always trying to break through the seal and invade our blue star. Which of the top experts from the world's major powers doesn't take turns guarding the entrance to the secret realm year-round? Who would dare to abandon their post like you? His words also made Wan Wei, who was standing next to him, prick up his ears. Although he had heard of the secret realm and the demon race, he did not know much about them. I can only blame myself for being too playful in the past, spending all my time exploring the outdoors, doing things like skiing, horseback riding, archery, painting, flying planes, and even learning more than a dozen languages. What secret realm demon race? I can't be bothered to know anything about it. I wasn't careful in my past life, so I have to be extra careful in this one. Then old Master Wan Hong continued. Over the past tens of thousands of years, humanity has sacrificed countless heroes and paid a heavy price to resist the invasion of these demons. Grandpa Wan Hong's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Every entrance to a secret realm needs a powerful expert to guard it at all times. It cannot be lost. And you actually dared to run back for so long on your own because of some trivial family matters? If something went wrong in the secret realm during this time, could you afford to take the responsibility? Wan Tianzong was thoroughly scolded by his father, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Knowing he was in the wrong, he quickly lowered his head and said repeatedly, Dad, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. I'll go back right now. I'll head to the Southwest 17th secret realm immediately. I promise I won't abandon my post again. After saying that, he seemed afraid that the old man would scold him again, and didn't even bother to greet the others. With a flash, as if fleeing for his life, he disappeared from the living room doorway. Watching his second uncle's disheveled escape, Wan Wei felt an even deeper fear of the so-called secret realm and the demon race. Even my father doesn't dare to go deep into the area, and even my second uncle, a half-step martial god, has to guard it year-round. It seems that the dangers of this world are far greater than he imagined. The responsibility on my shoulders is really heavy. Even if he grinds an iron pillar into a needle, he'll still have hundreds of children. Grandpa Wan Hong looked in the direction where his second son had disappeared, snorted, and then his anger subsided a little. He turned to Wan Wei and Su Wanqing and said, All right, everything's settled here, I should head back now. I just finished my shift at the East China Sea No. 3 secret realm. I'm quite exhausted and need to go back and rest for a while to recover my mental state. He gave Wan Wei a few more instructions on safety, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. Chapter 23 The Li family of Luzhou, Li Tong. Seeing that everyone had left, Wan Wei returned to his bedroom. As I pushed open the bedroom door, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted towards me. Lu Haoxi was already awake and sitting on the sofa by the window, eating the breakfast that the housekeeper had just brought. She changed into a brand new white shirt from Wan Wei's wardrobe. The oversized shirt hem just covered her hips. She revealed a pair of long, straight, fair legs, and the sunlight shone on her, making her look fresh and slightly languid. Upon seeing Wan Wei enter, Lu Haoxi's cheeks immediately flushed red. She quickly put down her cutlery, stood up somewhat awkwardly, and said softly, Young Master Wan. Young Master Wan Wei, you're back. Looking at her shy and charming appearance, ready to be picked at. Especially her big, watery eyes and the alluring curves that were faintly visible beneath her shirt. Wan Wei felt the fatigue and pressure he had accumulated in the living room vanish instantly. Instead, an uncontrollable heat filled the air. Yes, I'm back. Wan Wei responded and walked over, naturally putting his arm around her slender waist. Feel that amazing touch. I was once again amazed by the undeniable quality of this 95-point goddess. Lu Haoxi's body trembled slightly, but he did not struggle. She just lowered her head even further, and her ears turned bright red. Wan Wei looked at her alluring appearance. Thinking back to her arduous task of bearing children, the thought that had just been suppressed resurfaced. Anyway, according to Mom's plan, today's main tasks are to rest and consolidate the results. Isn't now the best time to consolidate our gains? He lowered his head, breathed warm air into Lu Haoxi's ear, and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Are you full?" Lu Haoxi felt ticklish from his teasing, shrank her neck, and whispered, I'm full. Then, I'm going to start eating." Wan Wei chuckled mischievously, then swept her up in his arms and strode toward the excessively spacious bed amidst Lu Haoxi's gasps of surprise. What followed, naturally, was another round of passionate lovemaking, arousing unspeakable secrets. Wan Wei felt that his body, now that of a fifth-grade martial artist, was indeed much stronger than when he was a first-grade martial artist, both in terms of endurance and combat power. By the time the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, it was already noon. Wan Wei woke up feeling refreshed, while Lu Haoxi fell into a deep sleep again, his face flushed with satisfaction. Wan Wei looked at the sleeping beauty on the bed and felt a surge of joy. This is how a man should be. He quickly tidied himself up, changed into a flashy casual outfit, and then made a phone call. Not long after, my cousin Wan Xiaohu came running over, his face beaming with excitement. "Brother Wei, shouldn't we be heading out now?" Wan Xiaohu rubbed his hands together, looking expectant. He couldn't wait to test his king-level strength and also to go out with Brother Wei to see the world. Set off. Wan Wei waved his hand, full of vigor and high spirits. As for the school? What a load of crap. I'm busy saving the world right now. The two went directly to the airport reserved for Wan Jia and boarded the luxurious private jet. The plane roared into the sky and flew towards Shandong province. First target, Li Yitong from the Li family of Luzhou. On the plane, Wan Wei once again took out the hunting guide that his mother had given him. I turned to Li Yitong's page and began to study it carefully. Just looking at the photos made him incredibly eager to try them out. In the photo, Li Yitong has bright eyes and white teeth, a sweet smile, and most attractive of all is her top-notch figure. It truly is a case of small branches bearing great fruit. It creates an extremely strong visual impact. TSK, Mom has such a sharp eye. Wan Wei admired the view while marveling at it. The system's estimated score of 95 points is absolutely well-deserved. According to available information, the Li family is a well-known martial arts family in the Luzhou region. The head of the family is a 9th-rank heavenly king. The family's strength ranks around 150th in the country. They mainly deal in medicinal herbs. Li Yitong is the most beautiful girl of the Li family in this generation, and she is also quite talented. At a young age, she is already a 6th-rank martial artist. She has developed her career in the entertainment industry and has accumulated a large number of fans thanks to her outstanding appearance and good acting skills. Many people like her. Mother Su Wanqing had clearly paved the way in advance. Just last night, she sent someone to speak with the head of the Li family, who is also Li Yitong's father. The method will probably be similar to that used on Lu Haoxi. It's nothing more than coercion and enticement. For a family of Li's stature, being able to climb the social ladder by marrying into the martial god Wan family, even if it's just as a concubine, is a great honor. That would be a very auspicious occasion, like the ancestral graves emitting auspicious smoke. So the Li family agreed almost instantly and were just waiting for young Master Wan Wei to arrive. Several hours later, at dusk, the private plane landed smoothly at the airport in the capital city of Luzhou province. As soon as the plane door opened, Wan Wei and Wan Xiaohu were startled by the scene before them. Outside the VIP passage of the airport, a huge crowd of people stood. The leader was a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion, wearing a Chinese-style long gown. It was Li Fuguei, the current head of the Li family. Behind him followed almost all the core members of the Li family, men and women, young and old, probably numbering in the dozens. Not only that, but there were also 2 rows of tall, elegant ladies in cheongsams standing nearby, holding bouquets of flowers. There was also a professional drum band, which immediately started playing music as soon as Wan Wei appeared, making it quite lively. There was even a red carpet on the ground, which stretched all the way to a row of luxury cars in the distance. This is even more grand than welcoming a foreign head of state. Welcome, young Master Wan Wei. Your presence at our Li family home in Luzhou is truly an honor and a great privilege to us. As soon as Li Fugui saw Wan Wei, he immediately led his whole family to greet him. His face was plastered with a fawning and excited smile, and his back was bent at almost a 90-degree angle. The Li family members behind him shouted in unison, "Welcome, young Master Wan Wei." The sound was deafening, leaving some passing travelers dumbfounded, who all wondered which important person had arrived. Wan Wei was a little embarrassed by the overly enthusiastic welcome. He touched his nose and waved his hand. "Uncle Li, you're too kind. There's no need to make such a fuss." "Yes, yes. Absolutely." Li Fugui waved his hand repeatedly, enthusiastically leading Wan Wei and Wan Xiuhu towards the car. "Young Master Wan Wei's presence is a great honor for our Li family. We have prepared a small feast at home, and we sincerely hope that you will grace us with your presence." Wan Xiuhu followed behind, watching the scene with secret delight. "Look! This is the kind of prestige that comes with following Brother Wei." He felt incredibly proud to be the bodyguard of this superstar. The group arrived at the Li family's rather grand manor-style villa in a grand procession. The villa was brightly decorated and filled with festive cheer, with servants bustling about preparing a sumptuous feast. After the guests and hosts were seated, Li Fugui cautiously asked, "Young Master Wan Wei, how about we rest for a bit first, and then have a simple meal? My daughter, Yitong, is upstairs getting ready and will come down to pay her respects to the young master shortly." Wan Wei nodded, a little bit of anticipation in his heart. However, after waiting for almost half an hour and having had several cups of tea refilled, there was still no sign of Li Yitong. Chapter 24 Yang Wei. Li Fugui's face gradually became sullen. He gave the butler beside him a wink, and the butler understood and hurriedly left. After a while, the butler hurriedly returned, looking somewhat flustered. He leaned close to Li Fugui's ear and whispered a few words. Li Fugui's face instantly turned ugly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "What happened? Where's Yitong?" Wan Wei sensed something was wrong and asked. Li Fugui stammered, his face turning bright red, but finally he forced himself to speak. "Reporting to young Master Wan Wei, Yitong, she seems to be not at home." "Not home?" Wan Wei raised an eyebrow. "Where did you go?" This. Li Fugui was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He turned to the butler and asked sternly, "What happened? Where is Miss?" The butler answered with a mournful face. "Sir, we don't know either. We saw Miss in her room this morning, but when we went to call her just now, she was gone, and her phone was switched off." This caused panic throughout the entire Li family in the living room. They looked at each other, their faces pale. The son of the god of war personally came to their door, but their daughter ran away? If they anger young Master Wan Wei, will the Li family have a good outcome? Li Fugui was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he repeatedly bowed to Wan Wei in apology. "Young Master Wan Wei, please forgive me. Please forgive me. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I'll send someone to find him right away. Even if I have to turn Luzhou upside down, I will definitely find that ignorant girl for you." Seeing the Li family in such a mess, Wan Wei found it rather amusing. He waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. Then, he took out his phone. This phone is connected to the Su family's vast information network and satellite system. He opened a special app and entered Li Yitong's name and some basic information. Soon, a moving red dot appeared on the phone screen. Next to it is detailed address information: Luzhou City, City Center, News Bar. Wan Wei looked at his phone screen, a playful smile playing on his lips. "Did you go to a bar? That's interesting." He put away his phone and said to the Li family members, who looked on with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, "You don't need to go through all that trouble to search. I'm going to find her." An hour ago, Li Yitong was feeling a little bored at home. She didn't actually have much of a resistance to arranged marriages between families. She comes from a martial arts family, the Li family. I knew from a young age that I would likely not be able to make my own decisions about my marriage, and that sooner or later I would have to serve the interests of my family. It doesn't matter who you marry, right? Moreover, when she saw the photo of that young Master Wan Wei sent to her mother's phone, she even felt a little thrill. Wan Wei in the photo is really handsome. He has delicate features, a handsome face, and a slightly roguish charm. He perfectly matched her imagination of a handsome man. More importantly, he is the son of a martial god. A world-class luxury family that is unique in the world. To be able to marry such a man, even if only as a concubine. For her and the Li family, this was a great honor, a blessing that many people would rather die for. However, understanding is one thing, and expectations are another. It would be too boring to expect her to stay at home like a well-bred lady and wait to be favored. Li Yitong is not the kind of person who can stay idle. The family was in a flurry of activity, all dressed up like it was Chinese New Year, to welcome young Master Wanwei. She felt unwell all over. So, she rolled her eyes and, taking advantage of the moment when her parents and servants weren't looking, she quietly slipped out of the house, drove off in her pink sports car, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She's going to a bar. Go out and have a drink, chat, and relax with your best girlfriends. Anyway, we don't know when that young Master Wanwei will arrive, so let's go have some fun first. She arrived at Muse Bar, the most upscale bar in Luzhou City, with ease. By evening, the bar was already quite crowded with customers, the lights were dim and the music was upbeat. Li Yitong and her best friend found a booth and sat down. I ordered a few cocktails and some snacks. They started chatting away. She was dressed casually today, but her tight t-shirt and hot pants still perfectly accentuated her slender yet curvaceous figure. It attracted the attention of many men as soon as they entered. Among them was Yang Wei, the son of the Yang family, another prominent family in Luzhou. The Yang family wields considerable influence in Luzhou, ranking around 70th or 80th, much stronger than the Li family. There's a third-rank celestial being presiding over our household. Yang Wei is a typical spoiled brat who, relying on his family's influence, spends his days idly and flirts with women. He must have dated at least 20 or 30 young female celebrities. He had his eye on Li Yitong, this local minor celebrity, for a long time. I think she's beautiful, and her figure is absolutely stunning. Like a seductive little succubus, I'm always itching inside. I saw her from afar once before at another event and was immediately struck by her beauty, but unfortunately I didn't get a chance to strike up a conversation. I never expected to run into him at the bar today. It's like God is on his side. Yang Wei lowered his head and spoke a few words to his followers. The follower looked troubled, then sauntered over to Li Yitong's booth. Oh! Isn't this our Luzhou's big star, Miss Li Yitong? What a coincidence! The henchman chuckled, his gaze lingering unabashedly on Li Yitong's alluring curves. Li Yitong's chat with her best friend was interrupted. She looked up and saw a perverted man, her brows immediately furrowed. Get out of my way! Oh, what a temper! The henchman's expression changed, and he was about to make a move. In an instant, Yang Wei attacked from behind. A flying kick sent the little follower flying. A cliché hero saves the damsel in distress. Being a lackey of a spoiled brat is really not easy. You also need to be able to withstand blows. Li Yitong looked up and saw that the person who came was Yang Wei. She had heard rumors about this young man from the sheep family and didn't like him much. And considering the coincidences that occurred, it's easy to guess that it was all staged. Is Yang Wei suffering from cerebellar atrophy? What era are we living in that he's using this kind of trick? Young Master Yang, is there something you need? Li Yitong's tone was very cold. Something's not right. Yang Wei hadn't expected that his heroic actions would have no effect. Is the way you're opening it wrong? Yang Wei kicked his henchman again. You dared to bully Miss Li. I'll kick you to death. The lackey was kicked and rolled around on the ground, not daring to fight back at all. All they could do was cover their heads and take the beating. Enough! Li Yitong said softly. She really couldn't stand this stupid playboy showing off in front of her. Get out of my sight right now, or I won't be polite. This young lady has quite the temper, she's beautiful and has a wild side. I like her. Yang Wei said, reaching out to touch her. Li Yitong's face darkened. You want to mess with me? She slapped him across the face. Smack! A handprint appeared on Yang Wei's body. Yang Wei's smile froze instantly. He felt he had lost face in front of his followers and those around him. He stepped forward, blocking Li Yitong's path, his face darkening. Damn it, Li Yitong, what do you mean by this? He raised his voice and reached out to grab Li Yitong. This woman must be taught a lesson. Chapter 25. One kick worth $1,000. Wanwei, located in the distance, was about to lend a helping hand. Unexpectedly, Li Yitong grabbed the other person's hand in return. With an over-the-shoulder throw, he sent the other person's sprawling face first into the dirt. Li Yitong is a 6th-rank martial artist. Dealing with Yang Wei is a piece of cake. And Li Yitong's hands kept moving, the wind of her fists whistling as she threw another punch. She didn't even use any martial arts techniques, it was just a casual punch. Seeing this, Wan Wei's heart tightened. Is this woman so fierce? Ah! With a scream like a pig being slaughtered, Yang Wei lost 2 teeth. Yang Wei never expected that this woman was actually a martial artist. And it seems like his aura is quite strong. You lot, hurry up and get on board. Yang Wei shouted at his henchmen. Only then did the few onlookers step forward. However, Li Yitong had already left while Yang Wei was speaking. The followers, all of whom were 2nd or 3rd rank martial artists, dared not approach Li Yitong, sensing the aura of a 6th rank martial artist emanating from her. Who's causing trouble in my bar? A furious roar rang out. The visitor was Yang Fiki, an elder of the Yang family, a 7th rank martial artist who was in charge of the Yang family's businesses. Yang Fiki's blood surged, and he was about to capture Li Yitong. Wan Wei saw things were going badly and shouted, "Xiaohu, get him!" Wan Xiaohu couldn't wait any longer and rushed out in an instant. Before Yang Fei could even make a move, he was sent flying by Wan Xiaohu's punch. And because Wan Xiaohu had just been promoted to Heavenly King, he couldn't control his strength. With one punch, he sent Yang flying and lying on the ground, unable to get up. The powerful aura of a Heavenly King realm expert suppressed the entire arena. The entire bar fell silent instantly, and everyone stared in their direction. Li Yitong was also stunned. Are there more experts? The next second, Wan Wei walked to Li Yitong's side and asked in a low voice, "Are you alright?" Li Yitong turned her head, and when she saw Wan Wei's profile clearly, her breath caught in her throat. It was him. Young Master Wan. In an instant, he realized that it was Wan Wei's lackey who had made the move. Li Yitong had a sudden thought. She let out a soft moan, as if she were terrified. Her legs gave way, and she fell directly into Wan Wei's arms, tightly hugging his waist with both hands. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance mixed with a faint perfume scent and the natural scent of a young girl wafted over. Wan Wei could even clearly feel her warm breath tickling his neck. It also smelled of alcohol. The most crucial thing is that Li Yitong's top-notch figure, which is known for its slender branches and abundant fruits, is currently pressed tightly against Wan Wei's chest and arms. The astonishing sensation was transmitted clearly through the thin clothing, causing Wan Wei's blood to rush and almost making him lose control. This scale truly lives up to its reputation. It feels so good even through the clothes. Yang Wei watched helplessly as his elder was instantly killed. He was furious when the woman he had his eye on threw herself into another man's arms. He was so angry he was practically spitting fire, and his face turned green. He pointed at Wan Wei, jumping up and down and cursing. "Where the hell did you come from, you piece of shit? How dare you ruin my plans? And you even dared to hurt my men. Do you know who I am? I am Yang Wei of the Yang family. In this small corner of Luzhou, no one dares to disrespect the Yang family. Don't think you're so great just because you have a heavenly king. I also have a heavenly venerable in my family." Wan Wei also felt that Yang Wei had some kind of cerebellar atrophy, and that this weakling was acting arrogantly for no reason. He kicked Yang Wei, who was standing in front of him, away. Wan Wei couldn't stand such spoiled brats. Yang Wei flew backwards, knocking over several tables. Wan Wei walked towards Yang Wei, asking, "What kind of trash is the Yang family?" He then kicked the other person hard again, grabbed the other person's hair and whispered, "The Yang family is not even worth a worm in my eyes." He then looked at Yang Wei's several followers. When the follower saw Wan Wei looking over, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. "Don't be afraid, come on, kick this piece of trash, and I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Wan Wei pointed at Yang Wei lying on the ground. The group of followers looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The lackey who had been beaten by Yang Wei earlier made a tough decision. She stormed over and kicked Yang Wei in the stomach. "Serves you right for bullying me every day, for cursing me every day. Ah! You traitorous bastard!" Yang Wei cursed, wincing in pain. The henchman seemed to have gotten a little carried away, and upon hearing Yang Wei's words, he kicked him several more times. "Give me your QR code, and I'll transfer the money to you right now." Wan Wei chuckled. "Ding! Scan the code. 4,000 yuan has been deposited into my Alipay account." Everyone present was shocked. They really gave it to me. Whose young master is this? The eyes of the other followers behind him lit up. "Let's do it." They rushed in and started kicking. Ah! Yang Wei screamed in agony, clutching his head. In an instant, countless ribs broke, and blood gushed out. Young master, do I get paid if I kick him?" A passerby asked the question that everyone present wanted to know. "Everyone gets a share. $1,000 per kick. It's real and effective." As soon as Wan Wei said this, everyone swarmed forward, regardless of what young Master Yang was. "This guy in front of me is obviously much more awesome. Holy crap, I'm going for it. Wait. Let me go first." 40 or 50 people instantly surrounded Yang Wei, afraid that they wouldn't be able to kick him. After the victim, Yang Wei, screamed a few times, the shouts at the scene completely drowned out his screams. Wan Wei didn't even glance at him again, turned around and left the center circle, embracing Li Yitong in his arms. "Won't he get beaten to death?" Li Yitong asked with some worry. "The Yang family is considered a minor power in Luzhou. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if we kill them, because the Yang family will cease to exist today." Wan Wei spoke as if he were casually discussing what to eat for dinner. "I've heard that the Yang family is running rampant in Luzhou. Consider this an act of eliminating a scourge for the people." He then said softly, "It's all right, let's go. Someone will pay them the money." The Wan family's influence is almost ubiquitous throughout China, with considerable power in almost every city. Cleaning up Wan Wei's mess is a piece of cake for him. As for Yang Wei, Wan Wei didn't care at all. Yang Wei, a spoiled rich kid, has a history of committing arson, murder, and robbery. Today was a case of fighting fire with fire. Li Yitong didn't expect Wan Wei to be so domineering, and even a little cold. He casually threatened to wipe out the entire family. So powerful. She likes it. Li Yitong looked up at Wan Wei's handsome face, which was so close to hers, and felt the powerful and safe aura emanating from him. A feeling of sweetness welled up inside me. Li Yitong is the kind of girl who loves to have fun and has a very open mind. Her face flushed, she nodded vigorously, and obediently nestled in Wan Wei's arms. Wan Wei held this soft and alluring body in his arms, feeling a surge of joy. "Brother Wei, is there anything else you need?" Wan Xiaohu walked over excitedly. "I feel really strong now, and I want to go and fight the Yang family again." "It's all right, go have some fun. Your sister-in-law and I are going out for a walk. If you're free, contact the Wan family's influence in Luzhou. You can come along today to wipe out the Yang family." Wan Wei said without turning his head, putting his arm around Li Yitong and walking out. Chapter 26 Proactive. Wan Wei looked at Li Yitong, who was gazing at him with affection, and decided to strike at the heart of the matter. He took Li Yitong to the nearby 7-star hotel, Marriott International Hotels. Needless to say, this hotel is also a property under his mother's Su Group. After entering the hotel, Wan Wei showed his ID card. The receptionist saw the message and immediately recognized who it was. They arranged a presidential suite for Wan Wei. Wan Wei put his arm around Li Yitong and walked towards the elevator. "Is the pace this fast?" Li Yitong was held in Wan Wei's arms, inhaling his pleasant masculine scent. She sobered up a bit, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and a faint sense of anticipation. "It won't be fast in a moment." Wan Wei grinned mischievously. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the door. Wan Wei carried her inside. What followed was perfectly logical. Although it was the first time the two had met. But Li Yitong's personality is clearly much bolder and more fiery than it appears. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, or perhaps she simply had a strong liking for Wan Wei. In short, after a little hesitation, she became unusually proactive. That hot body, those captivating eyes, that daring provocation. Wan Wei exclaimed that he couldn't take it anymore. She's practically a fairy. She's much wilder than Lu Haoxi, who looks innocent. This series of dramatic events resulted in a fierce and protracted battle. With the physique of a 5th-grade martial artist, Wan Wei barely managed to withstand Li Yitong's fierce attacks. In the end, both of them were so exhausted that they collapsed onto the bed. Just as Wan Wei was panting heavily, savoring the ultimate experience he had just had, the familiar and pleasant system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully combined with a goddess who meets the criteria, and the connection has been successful. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has increased. Current cultivation level, rank 7 martial artist. Boom! Another surge of energy, even purer and more abundant than the last, flooded into his body. Wan Wei felt his blood and chi surging like a river, his meridians widening once again, his bones crackling, and his whole body filled with explosive power. He jumped straight from the 5th rank to the 7th rank. Reward 2, 3x kidney tonifying and essence strengthening pills. Effects: powerful for strengthening the body's foundation and nourishing the kidneys, boosting virility, replenishing vital energy, relieving fatigue, leaving you brimming with energy and ready to conquer the world. Note: due to its significant effects, please use sparingly. Wanwei's lips twitched as he looked at the 3 round, brown pills that had appeared in his system inventory. System, how worried are you about my health? But this thing came at just the right time. Reward 3, 3 Panacea healing pills. Effects: quickly heals most internal and external injuries, restores chi and blood, and removes negative status effects. Note: as long as there is still a breath left, it can basically be saved. This is a lifesaver. Reward 4, Premium Armor X1. Grade: Supreme Level Defensive Magic Weapon. Description: forged from 10,000-year-old Shinbing silkworm silk mixed with star gold, it is as thin as gauze, yet possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities. It can automatically protect its owner and withstand the full force of attacks from those below the 6th rank Celestial Venerable level. Another top-tier treasure. It's for saving your life. Wanwei was overjoyed. The system reward was truly thoughtful and practical. Friendly reminder: after the successful birth of your offspring, you will receive additional generous rewards. Please continue your efforts and achieve even greater success. Looking at this series of rewards, Wanwei felt that all his hard work and efforts were worthwhile. This rate of return is simply incredible. He glanced at Leyao, who was fast asleep beside him, exhausted and content. Her beautiful face and alluring figure were even more charming in her sleep. He couldn't resist leaning over and giving her a kiss, feeling secretly delighted. She's such a treasure. Then he held the other person and fell asleep. The next day, Wanwei got up quietly and got dressed. They arrived directly at the secret outpost set up by the Wan family in Luzhou City, where there was a small internal teleportation array. With a thought, he took out 3 universal healing pills and the venerable armor from his system space. He placed the healing pills and armor into the teleportation array, set the coordinates of his home, and activated the array. A flash of white light, and the object vanished instantly. As for the 3 kidney tonifying and essence strengthening pills, he put them into his pocket without hesitation. He definitely has to use this himself. Then I sent my mom a message to remind her to receive it. My mom replied just seconds after I sent the message. You only finished one so slowly, be faster next time. We're waiting for you to revitalize every household. The male lead was completely speechless. After doing all this, Wanwei checked the time. It was only a little past 10 in the morning, still very early. He returned to his hotel room, just as Leyao woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. When she saw Wanwei, her face flushed again. Awake? How are you feeling? Wanwei walked over with a smile and sat down on the edge of the bed. It's all right, Leyao whispered, too embarrassed to look at him. It's still early, how about we go out for a walk? Staying in the room all the time is getting boring. Wanwei suggested that he felt it was necessary to cultivate a relationship a little, rather than just treating it as a task to be completed. Leyao was somewhat surprised, but seeing that Wanwei didn't seem to be joking, she nodded slightly. The two packed up and left the hotel. Wanwei didn't drive, and just strolled around the most bustling commercial district of Luzhou City with Leyao. Leyao gradually revealed her lively side. As they walked, they passed a high-end looking archery club. Archery? Leyao's eyes lit up, and she tugged at Wanwei's arm, saying in a slightly coquettish tone. Wanwei, I want to play this. It looks so cool. Do you know how? Play? Upon hearing this, Wanwei immediately perked up. It was time to show off. He raised his chin and said with an expression that said, You've come to the right person. You've come to the right person. What I'm best at is having fun. I haven't been training all these years, I've just been thinking about how to have fun. Archery? A piece of cake. He wasn't just bragging. Although he didn't like cultivation before, he was extremely enthusiastic about all kinds of entertainment and was willing to spend a lot of money on it. He had certainly studied archery, a sport that's both cool and impressive, and even hired a retired Olympic champion as his private coach, whose skill level was quite good. What's more, he's now a 7th grade martial artist. Their body control, eyesight, and arm strength far surpassed those of ordinary people, making this kind of sport a game changer. Really? Then teach me quickly. Leyao clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Wanwei. She likes men who are both handsome and capable. The two entered the archery range, completed the formalities, and rented equipment. Wan Wei first demonstrated it himself. He remained calm and composed, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow with movements as fluid as a textbook. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows in a row, each hitting the bullseye dozens of meters away. Moreover, the force was immense, and the arrow's fletching was still trembling violently. Wow! That's amazing! Li Yitong's eyes lit up as she watched, filled with immense admiration. Wan Wei smiled smugly, put down his bow, walked behind Li Yitong, and prepared to teach her the correct posture step by step. He embraced Li Yitong, held her hand, adjusted her position, and felt the softness of her body and the fragrance of her hair in his arms. He felt incredibly comfortable. Just then, a figure with ill intentions walked over. Chapter 27 My Rules are Rules. A middle-aged man dressed as a coach walked over. Sir, madam, I'm sorry. The coach, with a stern face and a stiff tone, said, We have regulations here that prohibit non-coach personnel from conducting lessons for safety reasons. Please cooperate. Wan Wei was enjoying the feeling of having a soft, fragrant woman in his arms when he was interrupted, which annoyed him. He frowned and said, She's my friend. I brought her out to have fun, so what's wrong with teaching her a little something? Besides, we are customers, we are here to spend money. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? The coach remained steadfast, blocking the way and refusing to move aside. Rules are rules. For your safety and the safety of others, please stop teaching immediately. Otherwise, I have the right to ask you to leave. Wan Wei's temper flared up instantly. Although he has a good temper. But he was interrupted just as he was showing off. Even Tang Sanzang would get angry if he came. I'll say it one last time, get out of the way. Wan Wei's voice turned cold. The coach stubbornly refused to give in. Fine, you won't allow it, huh? Wan Wei laughed. He picked up the bow he had just used, knocked an arrow, and aimed the arrowhead directly at the coach. The coach turned pale with fright, but still forced himself to speak. What do you want to do? This is a public place. What are you doing? Wan Wei's eyes flashed with a fierce light. If you don't leave, believe me, I'll blow your head off with an arrow. Of course, my archery skills aren't very good, so I might miss and hit your ear or eye or something. If that happens, I'm sorry. As he spoke, he loosened his grip. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like lightning, almost grazing the coach's ear. The strong wind it generated made his ears ache. Finally, with a loud thud, it was firmly embedded in the wall behind it. The coach was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost sat down on the ground. He touched his intact but burning ear, looked at Wan Wei's cold gaze, and dared not say another word. He scrambled away, calling the manager on his walkie-talkie as he ran. Humph, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Wan Wei snorted dismissively, turned around, put on a gentle smile, and said to the still shaken Li Yitong. All right, the annoying flies are gone, let's continue. Looking at Wan Wei's domineering yet slightly roguish charm, Li Yitong's heart pounded, and she found him even more captivating. She nodded obediently and continued learning archery under Wan Wei's guidance. After a while, Li Yitong tried it herself and managed to hit the edge of the target once, albeit crookedly. She jumped up with joy like a child, turned around and kissed Wan Wei on the cheek, finally hit the target. Thank you. Wan Wei touched the spot on his face where he had been kissed, feeling a warm glow inside. This feels even better than the reward the system gave me earlier. Just then, the archery range owner, a fat man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, arrived. He arrived in a hurry with several security guards. The coach who had been scared away followed behind him, pointing at Wan Wei and saying something. The boss walked up to Wan Wei, trying to remain polite, but his tone was still quite forceful. Sir, I am the owner here. Your behavior just now seriously violated our regulations and threatened the personal safety of our employees. Please apologize immediately and leave our archery range. Otherwise, we will call the police. Rules? Wan Wei chuckled, picked at his ear, and looked at the boss with the same expression he had for an idiot. You're talking to me about rules? He stepped forward, his aura completely overwhelming his opponent. Wan Wei wanted to say that he doesn't eat beef. But then I suddenly realized that this wasn't a noodle shop. Fine, then I'll show you what my rules are. Wan Wei spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud, but carrying a domineering air. My rule is, when things reach their limit, there's no need to endure any longer. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, as fast as lightning. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on the fat boss's face. The fat boss weighed at least 170 or 180 pounds, and he was slapped by Wan Wei, whose strength contained that of a 7th-grade martial artist. He was slapped so hard that his feet left the ground and he flew out like a tattered sack. He knocked over several quivers, and finally slammed into the wall with a thud, passing out. His gold-rimmed glasses had long since flown off, and half of his face was swollen at a visible speed, like a fermenting steamed bun. The entire archery range fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief, and the security guards were also terrified, standing frozen in place. Wan Wei shook his hand as if he had just swatted a fly. He put his arm around Li Yitong's shoulder, who was equally stunned, turned around gracefully, and walked towards the door. As he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and turned back to the stunned security guards and staff, saying, "Oh, right, the damaged items, and the fat man's medical bills." He paused, then revealed an extremely arrogant smile. "Put it on my tab. Or, you can go to the Wan family in the capital and ask for it." After saying that, he ignored the gazes behind him, put his arm around Li Yitong, and strode away. My interest was dampened by the shooting range owner. Wan Wei is too lazy to go shopping anymore. He then dragged Li Yitong back to the hotel and made love to her. The room was filled with the colors of spring. Wan Wei couldn't help but exclaim, "Li Yitong is truly proactive." She was the most proactive girl he had ever met. I even ate something in the middle of it. After working, Li Yitong fell asleep again. Wan Wei got up and left without waking Li Yitong. They met up with Wan Xiuhu, who was already waiting in the living room, and then boarded a private plane and left Luzhou. Before leaving, he left a note for Li Yitong and also notified the Li family. "Take good care of him and let him recover. Young Master Wan is off to his next destination and has a busy mission, so he won't stay any longer." Chapter 28 Stylish Flying Fish Suit. The private jet cut through the sky, heading towards its next destination, a famous film and television base in central China. Second target, Zhang Nanhua. On the plane, Wan Wei pulled out his manual again. Zhang Nanhua, a rising star, has a pure and ethereal beauty, a tall figure, and a system-estimated score of 95. The family in question is a small family in Zhongyuan province, ranked lower than the Li family, around 200th, and mainly engaged in the building materials business. My mother, Su Wanqing, naturally took care of it all in advance. After receiving that irresistible phone call, Zhang Nanhua's agent immediately notified Zhang Nanhua and her family. According to feedback from the agent, Zhang Nanhua was a little shy after hearing the news. She was naturally quiet and introverted, and was suddenly told that she was to be offered to the son of the god of war. My mood was naturally very uneasy and anxious. She also heard from some insider gossip that several top-tier female celebrities have recently been favored by this young master Wan Wei. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous, but to say I strongly resisted. She didn't dare. After all, the Wan family's approach of combining kindness and severity is still very effective. How to choose? There's simply no choice. Therefore, although Zhang Nanhua was shy and a little at a loss, she did not have any thoughts of resistance. To some extent, there was even a hint of curiosity. It was afternoon again, and the plane landed at Zhongyuan Airport. Wan Wei didn't have Zhang Nanhua's family come to greet him this time. It would have been too ostentatious and wouldn't have been in line with his principle of low-key sewing. He and Wan Xiuhu got into the arranged car and headed straight for the film and television base. We arrived at the film and television city, which covered a vast area and was filled with antique-style buildings. Wan Wei didn't rush to find Zhang Nanhua. He found out that Zhang Nanhua was filming in a movie crew and had quite a lot of scenes to film today. He thought about it and decided not to go to the film set and disturb her work. After all, I'm here to build relationships, not to inspect work. It's like acting like a leader, it's so unromantic. He took out his phone, found Zhang Nanhua's contact number, and sent her a message. "I've arrived at the film studio. Focus on your work, I'll wait for you to finish. No need to rush." Zhang Nanhua, who was waiting on set, felt her phone vibrate. When she took it out and looked at it, her heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect young Master Wan Wei to arrive so quickly, and she certainly didn't expect him to be so considerate. They actually made her start working. She quickly replied, "Okay, Mr. Wan Wei, I'll probably finish work around 7 p.m. Please wait for me." After sending the message, she touched her slightly flushed cheeks, and her impression of this rumored playboy changed a little. After sending the message, Wan Wei began to stroll around the massive film studio. "Since we're waiting for someone, we need to find something to do. There are many shops selling snacks and souvenirs in the film studio, but the prices are several times higher than outside, specifically designed to rip off tourists. But Wan Wei doesn't care about money, he just wants to eat whatever he sees. For example, you can just buy trendy ice cream, giant kebabs, and uniquely shaped pastries. If I see any interesting little gadgets, such as antique-style hairpins, jade pendants, or small ornaments, and I like them, I'll buy them right away. He was buying things lavishly, while Wan Xiuhu followed behind, carrying his bags. This combination quickly attracted the attention of tourists in the surrounding area. Holy crap, who's that guy? So rich. He doesn't even blink an eye in this tourist area? Look at his underlings behind him, carrying all those bags and packages like they're moving house. He must be incredibly wealthy and powerful. Maybe it's the son of some big shot visiting the set. He's quite handsome. I wonder which celebrity he's dating. Wan Wei ignored these discussions and continued strolling around by himself. Wan Xiuhu seemed to enjoy being the center of attention, standing tall and proud. As he strolled around, Wan Xiuhu started to get bored. He wasn't really interested in the snacks and trinkets. He greeted Wan Wei, "Brother Wei, I'm going to wander around and see if there's anything fun to do. Just call me anytime if you need anything." Wan Wei waved his hand, "Go ahead, just don't cause any trouble." Wan Xiuhu chuckled and disappeared in a flash. After seeing Wan Xiuhu off, Wan Wei continued shopping. He wandered into a shop that specialized in renting and selling film and television costumes, and was attracted by a set of exquisitely crafted, domineering flying fish costumes. He walked into the shop, pointed to the flying fish outfit, and said to the shop owner, "Boss, can I try this one?" The shop owner could tell from Wan Wei's demeanor and attire that he was no ordinary person, and immediately greeted him warmly. "Of course. Sir, you have excellent taste. This flying fish robe is modeled after the Ming Dynasty's imperial guards, made of the finest silk, and the embroidery is all done by hand by master craftsmen." Wan Wei changed into the flying fish suit and looked in the mirror. I must say, he has a tall and straight figure, and his looks are striking. He looks great in this well-fitting, elegantly embroidered flying fish robe. He immediately appeared handsome and dashing, with an air of nobleman from ancient times. The shop owner watched with wide eyes, praising it repeatedly. "My goodness! Sir! You look so handsome in that outfit. You look like a commander of the Imperial Guards who stepped out of a painting. You look better than all the male leads in our crew. This outfit is practically tailor-made for you." Wan Wei looked at himself in the mirror and was quite satisfied. He waved his hand dismissively. "Okay, this is the set, I'll buy it." They swiped their cards to pay without even looking at the price. So he continued to wander around the film studio wearing that cool flying fish outfit. The rate of people turning their heads back to the set was several 100%, with many tourists even thinking they were filming a new movie. Time flies, and it's almost 7 p.m. Wan Wei arrived early at a relatively quiet rest area near Zhang Nannua's film crew and waited there. Just after 7 o'clock, I saw a girl wearing a light blue ancient costume dress, with her hair styled in an ancient bun, and with delicate makeup on her face. He walked over, looking around nervously. It was Zhang Nannua. She came to find Wan Wei right after filming, without even having time to change out of her costume. When she saw Wan Wei standing not far away, dressed in a smart flying fish suit, with his hands behind his back, she was stunned for a moment. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on him, making his flying fish robe even more magnificent and giving him a more upright and handsome appearance, with a unique charm that seemed to transcend time. Zhang Nannua's heart began to race involuntarily. She had only seen Wan Wei's photo in the information before and thought he was already very handsome. "I never expected that he would look this handsome in real life. He looks just like a refined young gentleman from an ancient noble family." Wan Wei also saw Zhang Nannua. Her ancient costume look was indeed ethereal and elegant, and her slightly nervous and shy expression made her even more pitiful. He greeted her with a smile, handing her a delicate little gift box and a bag of still warm osmanthus cakes that he had prepared beforehand. "Are you tired from waiting? Filming must be tiring. Here's a little gift and some snacks I bought here. I don't know if they'll suit your taste." Wan Wei's voice was very gentle. Zhang Nannua was surprised that Wan Wei would prepare gifts and food for her, and her heart warmed instantly, and her nervousness dissipated considerably. She took the items and said softly, "Thank you, young Master Wan Wei. You've gone to so much trouble and waited so long." "It's okay. You look so focused on your work, that's great." Wan Wei smiled and naturally extended an invitation. "Are you free now? Want to go for a walk together? I think the night view here is quite nice." Zhang Nannua looked at Wan Wei's handsome face and gentle smile, then looked down at the small gift and snacks in her hand. The initial resistance and unease she felt had faded considerably without her realizing it. She nodded gently, okay. Chapter 29 Internet Celebrity Hidden Camera. The two walked side by side in the film studio. One was dressed in a flying fish robe, and the other in an ancient-style long dress, attracting the attention of passers-by. As Wanwei walked, he chatted with Zhang Nanhua about light-hearted topics, such as filming and local customs, trying to create a date-like atmosphere. Zhang Nanhua gradually relaxed and would occasionally smile when he made her laugh. Looking at Zhang Nanhua, who was ethereal and incredibly beautiful, Wanwei felt secretly pleased. As they strolled around, Wanwei tried to find some light-hearted topics to chat about. For example, they might ask Zhang Nanhua if it hurts when she's filming period dramas and being suspended by wires, what she likes to eat, and whether she has any pets. Zhang Nanhua was a little reserved at first and answered cautiously. But Wanwei behaved very politely and spoke wittily, occasionally pointing out some interesting trinkets on the roadside and commenting on them, which gradually made her relax, and she would occasionally show a slight smile. Just as they stopped in front of a sugar figurine stall, Wanwei was considering whether to buy a sugar figurine of the Monkey King for Zhang Nanhua to play with. He caught a sharp glimpse of a guy holding a cell phone not far away from the corner of his eye. They were furtively filming in their direction, their faces showing the excited expression of having discovered big news. He was a young man dressed in a flashy style, the kind of internet celebrity who does street photography or leaks on short video platforms. Wanwei's heart skipped a beat, and he knew something was wrong. He's currently in a crucial period of quietly sowing seeds. My mother repeatedly told me to keep it a secret and not to make a big deal out of it, lest it ruin the Wan family's reputation. This also made those large families who hadn't yet received their share look bad. If this gets filmed and posted online, and the headline goes something like that. Breaking news. Rising star Zhang Nanhua was spotted strolling through a film studio late at night with a mysterious man in period costume. Has their relationship been exposed? That would be terrible. Wouldn't that disrupt Mom's entire plan? He immediately suppressed his smile and whispered to Zhang Nanhua, "Wait a moment." Then he turned around and walked towards the internet celebrity. The internet celebrity was filming enthusiastically, muttering to herself. Holy crap, this is juicy news. Zhang Nanhua is secretly dating a mysterious, rich, and handsome guy. This traffic is going to explode. Startled, he saw the male protagonist in the video walking straight towards him with a rather unpleasant expression. He instinctively hid his phone behind his back. Wanwei walked up to him. Although he was younger than him, his height and the natural aura of a superior made the internet celebrity feel a little breathless. Were you filming us just now? Wanwei got straight to the point. No. Bro, I was just taking pictures of street scenes and night views. The internet celebrity's eyes darted around, trying to bluff her way out. Wanwei was too lazy to waste words with him and simply extended his hand. Delete the video. It's not right to film without permission, is it? When the internet celebrity realized he couldn't get away with it, he suddenly became more enthusiastic. He glanced at Wanwei's flying fish robe and then at Wanwei's clearly extraordinary demeanor. He figured this guy must be rich. He plastered a shrewd smile on his face, leaned closer, and lowered his voice to say, "Hey buddy, don't worry. Look, I'm just trying to make a living. This video did capture something. How about this, let's be friends. You let me post the video, and I'll give you some free publicity, making sure you look really handsome in the footage, okay?" Wanwei was amused by his shameless remarks and sneered. Free? I don't need it. I'll say it again, delete it. When the online influencer realized that bribery wasn't working, she immediately changed her tune, speaking in a slightly threatening tone. Dude, this isn't very interesting, is it? This video is my exclusive first-hand information. Do you know how much news value there is in the story of superstar Zhang Nanhua going on a private date after filming? You want me to delete it? Fine. Hand over 100,000 yuan. Consider it a buyout of my news material. Not a penny less. He held up two fingers, feeling as if he had grasped the other person's weakness. 100,000 yuan is not a small amount for ordinary people, and he was sure the other party would try to bargain. However, the pained or angry expression he had anticipated did not appear. After hearing his words, Wanwei wore an extremely strange expression, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. 100,000 yuan? Wanwei repeated the number, his tone filled with disbelief. I never had this little allowance in a month when I was in elementary school. With the wealth of the Wan family, 100,000 yuan? In his eyes, it was about the same as 10 yuan. The internet celebrity was so speechless by Wan Wei's words that he almost fainted. Even elementary school students didn't get this little pocket money? That's an outrageous display of arrogance. He was about to make a sarcastic remark when he saw Wan Wei slowly take out his phone. Wan Wei opened the payment app and casually asked, "What's your account number?" The internet celebrity paused for a moment, then subconsciously rattled off a string of numbers. He was still thinking to himself, "Is this kid really planning to pay? 100,000 yuan. So quick about it." The next second, his phone received a notification sound indicating that the money had been credited to his account. He picked it up and took a look, and his eyes widened instantly. Not 100,000. It's $1,001,000. The transfer notes were especially infuriating. The video deletion fee is included, keep the change. You can use that dollar to buy some candy. The internet celebrity's hands were trembling as he held his phone. He looked up at Wan Wei, his eyes filled with shock, ecstasy, and a hint of fear. He can transfer $1 million out of his pocket so easily, and he even gives an extra dollar as a tip? What level of super rich person must this be? I actually tried to extort 100,000 from him just now? That's practically suicide. He instantly realized that this level of big shot was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Forget about posting a video. If this matter isn't handled properly today, I won't even know how I died. His arrogance and mercenary attitude vanished instantly, replaced by a fawning smile as he bowed and scraped before Wan Wei. Big brother. No. Boss. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was blind to your greatness. I deserve to die. I'll delete it right now. Delete it immediately. He frantically opened his phone, found the video he had just taken, and deleted it completely without hesitation in front of Wan Wei, even emptying the recycle bin. Boss, look, it's completely deleted. I guarantee there are no backups. The internet celebrity smiled apologetically and said cautiously, I can't accept this money. I'll return it to you right away. He then proceeded to process the refund via his phone. $1 million is tempting, but he's even more afraid of having the life to take it but not the life to spend it. No need to return it. Wan Wei waved his hand dismissively, what's yours is yours. He found it somewhat amusing to watch this internet celebrity change her expression faster than flipping through a book. Chapter 30 Huashan Tower. He suddenly realized that these local internet celebrities must be quite well informed, right? Anyway, I'm just idling around. Wan Wei asked casually. By the way, are there any fun places to visit near this film studio? Something a bit unique. He had only asked casually, thinking that perhaps there were some unique restaurants or entertainment options he could take Zhang Nanhua to have some fun and improve their relationship. But the internet celebrity immediately thought it was a fun place. Looking at Zhang Nanhua, who was as beautiful as an angel, standing next to Wan Wei, he immediately realized what was going on. Oh, I get it. You mean those fun places, right? The internet celebrity gave a knowing smile, thinking he had grasped Wan Wei's deeper meaning. He felt that a top-tier tycoon like him already had a beauty of Zhang Nanhua's caliber by his side. You're asking about fun places? That definitely doesn't mean ordinary amusement parks or movie theaters. It must refer to a special place. He leaned closer to Wan Wei, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously. Boss, you've come to the right person. This crappy film and television city really doesn't have anything particularly fun anymore. However, I heard that recently a new private club called Washanlu opened in the west of the city. It has a very high threshold, and ordinary people can't even get a chance to enter. He glanced around, lowering his voice even further, as if afraid of revealing some earth-shattering secret. I heard that a stunningly beautiful woman came there a few days ago. Truly top tier. That aura, that look, TSK. I heard that just to get a glimpse of her costs this much. He held up one finger. 1 million? Wan Wei raised an eyebrow. No, the internet celebrity shook her head repeatedly. It's 100,000. 100,000 for just one look. And I heard it's not just about having money, you need status and someone to introduce you. It's very mysterious. 10,000 yuan for a single glance? Wan Wei became somewhat interested. The price and the scale of this event do sound quite interesting. Could she really be some stunningly beautiful woman? Do you have any photos? Wan Wei asked. A photo? That place is strictly managed. Taking photos is strictly prohibited. I had to pull several strings to get one from a friend, and it was even taken secretly. The angle is bad, and it's a bit blurry." As the internet celebrity spoke, she scrolled through her phone's photo album, finally finding a picture and carefully handing it to Wanwei. Wanwei took it and looked at it. The photo is indeed very blurry, as if it was taken from a dimly lit corner, from a side or rear angle. All that could be seen was a woman's profile and a slightly blurry outline of her face. She appeared to be wearing a simple, plain-colored long dress, with a graceful figure. Even just that blurry profile gave off a feeling of aloofness, solitude, and isolation from the world. Although the specific facial features are not clearly visible, the unique temperament and the fleeting glimpse of the outline are enough to make one's heart race. "System, scan this target," Wanwei silently instructed. Ding. Scanning. Based on the current blurry image and information, a comprehensive evaluation is being conducted. Target forecast overall score, 96 points. Meets system binding standards. 96 points. 1 point higher than Zhang Nanhua. Wanwei's eyes lit up instantly. This is truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. You can discover new treasures just by strolling around the streets? He was in a great mood and even found the internet celebrity who had tipped him off much more agreeable. He patted the celebrity on the shoulder and praised him. "Excellent, you're very well informed. Here's your reward." After saying that, he used his phone to transfer another 100,000 yuan to the internet celebrity. Adding to the previous 1 million, this internet celebrity made a net profit of 1,100,000 just for the failed attempt to take photos secretly and for providing a tip. The internet celebrity was so excited when she saw the 100,000 yuan that had been deposited into her phone that she almost knelt down and kowtowed to Wanwei on the spot. This guy is way too arrogant. He felt like he'd had the luckiest day ever. "Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'll be there whenever you call." The internet celebrity bowed and scraped, thanking everyone profusely, and left, feeling that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Standing not far away, Zhang Nanhua watched Wanwei and the internet celebrity whispering to each other the whole time, and also checked her phone. In the end, Wanwei seemed quite happy. She was filled with curiosity. She really wanted to ask, but she didn't dare to say anything. She just stood silently to the side, pretending to admire the lanterns by the roadside, but inside she felt like a kitten was scratching at her. Wanwei saw the internet celebrity off and walked back to Zhang Nanhua's side in a good mood. He looked at Zhang Nanhua's adorable expression, which held a questioning yet hesitant look, smiled, and without explaining what had just happened, simply took her hand naturally. The two strolled around the film studio for a while, ate some local snacks, and bought some pretty but useless trinkets. Zhang Nanhua was quite enthusiastic at first, but as she walked, her pace gradually slowed down, and her face revealed an undisguised fatigue. She spent the whole day filming on set today. It combines dramatic scenes with action sequences, which is physically demanding. I was able to hold on because of the tension and novelty, but now that I've relaxed, sleepiness and fatigue are washing over me like a tide. She couldn't help but yawn quietly, and her eyes felt a little sore. Wanwei noticed her condition, stopped, and asked with concern, "Are you tired?" Zhang Nanhua nodded somewhat shyly. A bit. I have a lot of scenes to film today." "I'm sorry, Mr. Wanwei, I'm sorry to spoil your fun." "It's okay, just rest if you're tired." Wanwei waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. He looked around and saw that the area was bustling with tourists and shops, noisy and chaotic, definitely not a place to rest. His gaze swept over the rooftops of the antique-style buildings lining the street, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He took Zhang Nanhua's hand and turned into a relatively quiet alley. "Young Master Wanwei, where are we going?" Zhang Nanhua was somewhat puzzled. "Let's find a quiet place for you to rest and enjoy the night view." Wanwei smiled mysteriously. He led her deeper into the alley. Wanwei glanced at a 3- or 4-story antique-style restaurant next door, noting some unevenness in the exterior walls and protruding wooden rafters. "Wait here for a moment." Wanwei said something to Zhang Nanhua, and then walked down to the city wall to observe. After confirming their destination, they returned to Zhang Nanhua's side. Pick up the other person amidst their surprise and shyness. Then, he took a few steps back, took a running start, lightly touched the bricks with his toes, and his body soared into the air as if weightless. Then, stepping on several protruding bricks, he flew directly to the top floor. A hint of surprise flashed through Zhang Nanhua's mind as she held him in her arms. Is this the true power of a martial artist? She was only a 5th rank official, and even that was achieved through the accumulation of resources. Normally, we don't need to use our chi and blood. Chapter 31 Open. After flying to the rooftop, Wanwei carried Zhang Nanhua to a flat and clean place. They then put the other person down. There was no one here. It was so quiet that the only sound was the faint noise from the distant streets. And the view is extremely wide. Looking out, the entire night view of the film and television city is spread out before your eyes. The antique-style pavilions and towers were all lit up with dazzling lights, outlining their beautiful contours. In the distance, there are replicas of palaces, which appear even more magnificent and spectacular in the night. The night breeze was gentle and felt very comfortable on my face. Wow! It's so beautiful. Zhang Nanhua couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, as if the beautiful scenery had dispelled much of her fatigue. Please sit down, no one will disturb you here. Wanwei was the first to sit down on the roof and patted the spot next to him. Zhang Nanhua also carefully sat down, hugging her knees with her arms, looking at the dazzling sea of lights below. Nighttime often makes people feel lonely and indifferent, especially in unfamiliar places, where the higher you go, the colder it gets. Strangely, looking at this young man I'd only known for less than a day, and feeling the warmth emanating from him, Zhang Nanhua felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, she felt a strange sense of peace and security. Although his background is intimidating, he has always seemed to be very gentle and considerate towards her. He would wait for her to get off work, buy her small gifts, and bring her to quiet and romantic places to relax. Thinking about the cutthroat competition in the entertainment industry where people stop at nothing to climb the ladder. The explicit or implicit rules implied by those investors and directors. Then look at the big boy next to me, who, although clear in his purpose, is surprisingly friendly and direct. Zhang Nanhua suddenly felt that meeting him might not be so bad after all. He is handsome, rich, powerful, and has a decent character. As she pondered, her body unconsciously tilted slightly, gently leaning against Wanwei's shoulder. Wanwei felt a weight on his shoulder, looked down, and found that Zhang Nanhua had fallen asleep leaning against him. Her breathing was even, her long eyelashes fell down, casting a small shadow under her eyelids, and her sleeping face was as peaceful as a child's. Looks like he's really exhausted. Wanwei smiled, neither moving nor waking her. He remained in that position, letting her lean against him. To avoid disturbing her, he even took out his phone, put it on silent mode, and started scrolling through the news out of boredom. See if there's any news about which secret realm my dad has suppressed this time. Or gossip about which company Mom's company acquired. Time passed by, second by second. The wind on the roof was a bit chilly, but Wanwei was all right after all. He was a martial artist with vigorous blood and energy. He glanced at Zhang Nanhua, who was fast asleep, worried that she might catch a cold. He gently moved closer to her, pulling her into his arms to warm her with his body heat. He sat on the empty rooftop for over 2 hours, playing on his phone and acting as a human cushion. The film studio beneath our feet gradually quieted down, the lights in the shops went out one by one, and the tourists left one after another. Later, the entire scenic area fell silent. Only a few streetlights were still lit, making the scene seem rather desolate. The moonlight spilled onto the roof, elongating their shadows as they nestled together, a scene both melancholic and heartwarming. It wasn't until after 11 p.m. that Zhang Nanhua groggily opened her eyes. She first looked around blankly at the dark night sky and the silent scenic area beneath her feet. Then I felt myself being held tightly in someone's arms. When I looked up, I met Wanwei's eyes, which were still bright in the night. Ah! She instantly snapped out of it and sprang away from Wanwei's arms like a startled rabbit. Her face flushed bright red instantly, and she stammered, how did I fall asleep? And sleep for so long? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, young Master Wanwei. I didn't mean to. Your arm must be numb after I've been pressing on you for so long. She looked at Wanwei, who had maintained the same posture for more than 2 hours, and felt both ashamed and moved. Wanwei found her flustered and embarrassed appearance extremely amusing. This girl is so easily embarrassed. He deliberately stretched his arm, which was indeed a little sore, and said in a magnanimous manner, it's all right, no need to apologize. He paused, a mischievous smile spreading across his face, then leaned closer to her and whispered, it's good that you're asleep. Just right? Zhang Nanu blinked her big eyes, not understanding what she meant. What do you mean, just right? As soon as she finished speaking, Wanwei's face suddenly loomed large in front of her. He lowered his head and kissed her precisely. Ugh! Zhang Nanhua's eyes widened instantly, and her mind went completely blank. She instinctively tried to push him away, but her strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of Wan Wei, completely ineffective. Wan Wei's kiss was domineering and passionate, with one hand tightly around her waist. Zhang Nanhua initially resisted stiffly, but gradually, her resistance turned into half-hearted resistance, and finally she gave up completely. Above the rooftop, under the night sky, at the top of a quiet and deserted scenic area, the two used the cold ground as their bed and the vast starry sky as their blanket, and engaged in a thrilling activity. After an unknown amount of time, the wind stopped and the rain ceased. Wan Wei held Zhang Nanhua, whose clothes were slightly disheveled, cheeks were flushed, and eyes were dazed, with a satisfied expression. The experience of being outdoors is truly unique. Just then, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully combined with a goddess who meets the criteria, and the connection has been successful. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has increased. Current cultivation level, 9th rank martial artist. A surge of even more powerful and pure energy flowed into his body, and Wan Wei felt his blood and qi surge instantly, his meridians widened several times over, and his limbs and bones were filled with explosive power. He jumped directly from a 6th grade martial artist to a 9th grade martial artist. He's only one step away from the Heavenly King realm. It only took a few days for him to go from a 1st rank martial artist to a 9th rank martial artist. My cousin started cultivating at the age of 3 and it took him 14 years to become a 1st rank Heavenly King. I reached the 9th rank martial artist level in just a few days. This system is amazing. Reward 2, Supreme Grade Longsword, Blood Drinker. Description: the blade is dark red, as if blood is flowing within it, exuding a chilling aura. It can cleave a hair in two, making it a deadly weapon for battlefield conquest. Another top-tier weapon. Although it's not as top-tier as the Tiger Demon Axe, it's still an extremely rare and powerful weapon. Reward 3, Supernatural Power, Disguise. Description: it can subtly adjust one's bones, muscles, and skin, altering appearance, physique, and even aura. Only those of a higher realm than the host can see through it. Ha! This time they actually gave me a support-type supernatural power? Reward 4, 3 Refreshing Pills. Effect: can cure most rare poisons in the world, remove negative status effects, and stabilize the mind. Reward 5, Soul-Destroying Pill X3. Effect: contains a potent poison, colorless and odorless. Anyone below the heavenly venerable realm who ingests it will have their soul and spirit annihilated. 1 for offense, 1 for defense. 2 kinds of pills. Both are great for saving your life or for cunningly ambushing others. Friendly reminder: after the successful birth of your offspring, you will receive additional generous rewards. Looking at this series of generous rewards, especially the direct jump to the 9th grade martial artist realm, Wan Wei was overjoyed. Chapter 32: Multiple Aesthetic Senses. At this moment, Zhang Nanhua, nestled in his arms, gradually came to her senses from the frenzy that had just transpired. She looked at the empty rooftops and the dark night sky around her, recalling what the two of them had just done here. The blush that had just faded from her face instantly returned, spreading all the way to her ears. She never imagined in her life that her first time would be in a place like this. Still outdoors. On the roof. This is so embarrassing. But I don't know why. Recalling that tense and exciting experience just now. Besides feeling shy, she also felt a strange sense of excitement and thrill. She secretly glanced at Wan Wei's sharply defined profile, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her heart pounded wildly like a deer's. It seems pretty exciting. A barely audible voice rang in her heart, startling her. She quickly buried her burning cheeks even deeper into Wan Wei's embrace. After cuddling for a while, with a thought, Wan Wei took out the flashy casual outfit from the storage ring on his finger. He quickly changed out of his stylish flying fish outfit. This storage ring was a great gift from my mom. It has a lot of space inside, and I've put in quite a few everyday items and changes of clothes for emergencies. After changing his clothes, Wan Wei picked Zhang Nanhua up in his arms. Zhang Nanhua exclaimed in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Hold on tight. Wan Wei shouted, circulating the blood and qi of a 9th grade martial artist within his body. He slightly bent his knees and then exerted force. Whoosh! He was like a light and agile bird, effortlessly carrying a person and leaping directly onto the roof of a nearby antique-style building. With a light tap of his toes on the roof tile, he used the momentum to leap into the air again, and in a few leaps, he was just like a martial arts master in a movie. It floated lightly over the tall wall of the film studio and landed steadily on the street outside. This series of actions was as fast as lightning. By the time Zhang Nanhua reacted and opened her eyes, she found herself already outside the scenic area. She covered her mouth in surprise, looking at Wan Wei, who remained calm and composed. She gained a more intuitive understanding of the abilities of martial artists, and at the same time, she felt a little excited. Wan Wei didn't put her down, he just carried her like that and walked to the nearest 5-star hotel next to the scenic area. Needless to say, this is also an industry under the Su Group. He walked straight to the front desk and said to the somewhat stunned waiter, "One of the best presidential suites." The waiter noticed Wan Wei's demeanor and the object he was holding. Some of the pretty girls looked familiar. Although Zhang Nanhua was wearing a mask, her charm was undeniable, so she didn't dare to be negligent and immediately checked in. Wan Wei carried Zhang Nanhua and took the private elevator directly to the presidential suite on the top floor. He gently placed Zhang Nanhua on the bed. Wan Wei tucked her in, leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, softly saying, "You've worked hard today, get some rest. I have some things to take care of, I'll be back later." "Huh?" Zhang Nanhua opened her eyes, somewhat taken aback. "Isn't he going to stay?" Wan Wei smiled at her, offered no further explanation, and turned to leave the room. He plans to visit the Washenlu that the online celebrity mentioned. The high score of 98 points, like a feather, kept stirring his heart. He decided to go there first to scout things out and see who it was that was worth 100,000 yuan just for a glance. Based on the vague address provided by the online celebrity, Wan Wei hailed a car and arrived at a place in the west of the city that looked low-key but had an excellent environment. This place is shaded by green trees and far from the hustle and bustle of the city. Hidden within is a detached building with a vintage appearance and a distinctly Chinese style. A small plaque hangs above the door, with the 3 characters Washenlu written in seal script. You might not notice it if you don't look closely. 2 security guards, dressed in black suits and wearing headsets, stood at the entrance, exuding composure. His eyes were sharp, and he was clearly no ordinary person. He must have the strength of a 6th or 7th grade martial artist. With martial artists of this caliber guarding the gate, the background of Huashan Tower seems to be quite extraordinary. Furthermore, Wan Wei noticed that the people entering and leaving this place all seemed very mysterious, with most wearing masks or using other methods to conceal their appearance. After thinking for a moment, he bought a red and blue mask at a high price from a small window next to him, which resembled a newsstand, and covered his face. Upon reaching the entrance, the security guard stopped him, scrutinizing him with his eyes. Without wasting words, Wan Wei asked directly, "I heard there's a girl here who charges 100,000 for a single glance." The security guard nodded expressionlessly. "Do you understand the rules?" "I understand." Wan Wei took out a card. I swiped my card and transferred 100,000 directly. After the security guard confirmed receipt of payment, his attitude softened slightly, and he stepped aside. "Go in, someone will lead the way. Remember, you can only look, no photos, and no noise." Wan Wei nodded and went inside. Inside, it was a hidden world, decorated in an antique style and extremely luxurious, with the lighting dimmed to create a hazy and mysterious atmosphere. A beautiful maid in a cheongsam silently stepped forward and gestured for Wan Wei to enter. Then he was led through a winding corridor to a place that resembled an audience area in front of a stage. A few people were already sitting here, all wearing masks, and there was no sound. All eyes were focused on the pavilion in front of them, which was covered by a light gauze curtain. As a melodious Guqin tune began to play, the light veil was slowly drawn back. A woman dressed in a moon-white hanfu dress sat in the center of the pavilion with her back to the crowd. Even just a glimpse of her back, her elegant posture and aloof demeanor made many people present gasp for breath. Then, she slowly turned around. Although Wan Wei was somewhat prepared, the moment he saw that face, I couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Holy crap! Lacking education, I can only travel the world with my wits about me. Beautiful. It's so beautiful." Unlike Lu Haoxi's pure and lovely appearance, or Zhang Nanhua's ethereal and lively charm, or Li Yitong's sexy and fiery personality, the woman before me possesses a multifaceted beauty that blends aloofness, solitude, refinement, and fragility. Her features were like a meticulously sculpted work of art, every line perfectly placed, combining to create a striking, almost unreal, perfect face. Especially her eyes, which seemed to contain a pool of cool autumn water, carrying a faint melancholy and aloofness, making people feel pity for her, yet dare not approach her easily. The system's rating of 96 points is absolutely well-deserved. Wan Wei made up his mind instantly. This woman must be won over. However, the viewing time ended quickly, the veil fell again, and the woman stood up. She bowed slightly to the audience, then, accompanied by her maids, gracefully departed, leaving behind a scene of amazement and lingering wonder. Chapter 33 Alone in a Room. At this moment, a middle-aged man who looked like he was in charge stepped forward with a professional smile on his face and said to the crowd, "Distinguished guests, you must have all witnessed Miss Lian's ethereal beauty. According to the rules, the next step is the gift presenting ceremony. Please feel free to present your gift. The person with the most valuable gift will have the opportunity to enjoy tea with Miss Lian alone." The so-called gift offering is actually a disguised form of bidding. The people present were all wealthy and powerful, and upon hearing this, they all began to take action. Some offered to write checks directly, some offered to bring out boxes of precious jewelry that they had prepared beforehand, and some even offered to provide the keys to a luxury mansion. The price quickly soared to tens of millions. Wanwei glanced at the noisy crowd around him, feeling disdain. He directly pulled out the Dragon Marrow Jade Night Pill. He uncorked the bottle. Instantly, an indescribable and strange medicinal fragrance spread out. Everyone who smelled this fragrance felt refreshed, their blood and energy seemed to flow more freely, and their minds became much clearer. The manager's expression changed drastically in an instant. Although he didn't recognize what kind of pill it was, he knew from the aroma alone that it was no ordinary product. Its value far exceeds that of the worldly money and jewelry we just saw. This is... The manager's voice trembled slightly. This pill is called Dragon Marrow Jade Liquid Pill, and it has the miraculous effect of cleansing bones and marrow and enhancing martial arts talent. It's most effective on lower-level martial artists. One pill is enough to create a martial arts genius. Wanwei's tone remained calm, as if he were talking about a candy. "I'll give you one to exchange for the chance to be alone with Miss Lian." "Is that enough?" The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. A cleansing of bones and marrow. An enhancement of talent. The creation of a genius. This effect is simply a dream come true for martial artists. Its value is immeasurable in monetary terms. Those who were arguing heatedly over tens of millions just moments ago are now completely silent, their eyes filled with greed and shock as they stare at the jade bottle in Wanwei's hand. Just who is this young man? Is this the kind of legendary elixir that they're using right away? Although it is extremely important in the eyes of everyone. But in the eyes of large families, it's just a daily routine. Every child in a large family eats one from birth. The steward bowed deeply to Wanwei, his tone extremely respectful. "Enough. Absolutely enough. Please follow me, esteemed guest. Miss Lian is waiting for you in the private room in the backyard. All those multi-million-dollar checks and mansion keys are a joke in the face of this elixir that can change a martial artist's fate." Wanwei remained completely unmoved, and even felt a little amused. Comparing money? He, Wanwei, has never been afraid. What family can compare to his wealth? His mother, Su Wanqing, could buy several small countries all by herself. He followed the steward, and amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the others, arrived at an extremely quiet and elegant room in the backyard. Inside the room, the courtesan named Lian had changed out of her gorgeous hanfu and was now wearing an elegant white dress, sitting at the tea table making tea. Under the dim light, her delicate and flawless profile appeared even more captivating, yet also carried a hint of fragile vulnerability. Seeing Wanwei enter, she raised her clear yet melancholy eyes, glanced at him, and said softly, "Please sit down, young master." Wanwei sat down opposite her, observing her up close, and was even more struck by her breathtaking beauty. He went straight to the point and asked, "With such stunning beauty and extraordinary temperament, why would Miss Lian confine herself to such a place?" Upon hearing this, Lian's eyes reddened slightly. She lowered her head, her voice trembling with emotion, and began to recount an incredibly classic yet melodramatic story. "Young master, you may not know this, but I also come from a scholarly family, though our family has fallen on hard times. My mother is seriously ill and needs huge medical expenses to stay alive. Father was a compulsive gambler, accumulating astronomical gambling debts, and was constantly being harassed at the door by creditors. I also have a younger brother who is still in school, and we haven't even figured out how to pay for his tuition and living expenses. I was forced into this situation by circumstances, to make a living by performing. I only want to earn more money to treat my mother's illness, pay off my father's debts, and support my younger brother's education." She spoke with tears streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiful. Any man who heard this would probably feel pity and wish he could immediately take out all his money to help her through this difficult time. Wanwei was dumbfounded. A sick mother? A gambling father? My younger brother who's in school. Good heavens! This is such a complete set of elements. She's practically the perfect template for a classic tragic heroine. He looked at Li Yan's pitiful, tear-streaked face. Although I felt that the plot was a bit too coincidental and melodramatic. But the tears of a beautiful woman are still very powerful. He stood up, walked to Li Yan's side, and feigned comfort. So this girl's life story is so tragic, it's truly heartbreaking. Don't cry, money can solve anything. He reached out, wanting to pat her shoulder in comfort. However, just as his hand was about to touch Li Yan's shoulder, a sudden change has occurred. Just moments ago, Li Yan was crying weakly and helplessly, as if she would collapse at the slightest breeze. His eyes instantly turned icy cold. Those melancholy eyes now held only a chilling killing intent. Her right hand, hidden in her sleeve, shot out with lightning speed, and she had somehow already grasped a short, gleaming blade, no more than the length of a palm. The blade had a faint bluish sheen, clearly indicating that it was coated with a deadly poison. Go to hell! She let out a cold, low shout that was completely at odds with her previous gentle demeanor. With a flick of her wrist, the poisoned dagger shot out like a venomous snake, piercing straight into Wanwei's heart with a sharp whooshing sound. The speed and the angle were so sharp that it was clearly the work of a killer who had undergone long-term and rigorous training. This sudden change happened in the blink of an eye. The poisoned dagger came swiftly and fiercely, and was about to pierce Wanwei's heart. If she had been stabbed, luckily Wanwei was a 9th-rank martial artist, whose level was far above that of the woman. Furthermore, Wanwei had been exposed to combat from a young age, and his basic combat awareness and reaction speed far surpassed those of other martial artists of the same level. In addition, he had just been promoted to the 9th rank, and his chi and blood and perception had become much sharper. The moment Li Yan's eyes turned cold, he felt a deadly sense of crisis. Almost instinctively, his blood and chi surged, and he shifted his stance, forcibly turning half a foot to the side. At the same time, he subconsciously raised his right hand, and a faint golden glow appeared on his arm. This was a protective technique called Golden Light Technique that his father forced him to practice when he was a child. Although he hadn't put in much hard work, he still had the basics and instinctively used it in a critical moment. Sizzle! The poisoned blade grazed his arm, tearing a gash in the sleeve of his expensive casual wear and leaving a shallow, burning bloodstain on his arm. Fortunately, it was just a scratch, and the toxins did not penetrate in large quantities. Chapter 34 Crisis. Holy crap! You're serious? Wanwei was both shocked and furious. This woman's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. She was crying her eyes out just a moment ago, and then suddenly she started killing me? Missing her first attack, Li Yan's eyes grew even colder. With a flick of her wrist, the poisoned blade once again pierced Wanwei's throat like a leech. Their moves are ruthless, they're purely designed to kill. Damn it! Do you really think I'm made of clay? Wanwei also became popular. He may not like fighting, but that doesn't mean he can't fight. From childhood to adulthood, his father and his second uncle often beat him under the guise of sparring, claiming it was to train his ability to withstand beatings. He used a mysterious footwork, his body swaying like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the blow aimed at his throat. At the same time, his left hand shot out like lightning, his 5 fingers forming a claw, precisely grabbing at Li Yan's wrist holding the knife. Li Yan clearly hadn't expected Wanwei's reaction and skills to be so fast. It was too late for her to change her move. Snap! A soft sound was followed by a cry of pain. Wanwei's dislocating technique had firmly gripped her wrist, and with a slight exertion, he applied force. It dislocated her wrist, and the poisoned dagger clattered to the ground. Immediately afterward, Wanwei pressed his advantage, clenching his other fist, channeling his energy, and delivered a powerful blow straight to Li Yan's abdomen. With her wrist restrained, Li Yan couldn't dodge in time and could only barely muster her chi and blood to withstand the attack. Bang! With a muffled thud, Li Yan was sent flying backward by the punch, crashing into the screen behind her with a painful groan. She curled up on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Wanwei shook his slightly numb fist, feeling a bit surprised. This woman looks delicate, but I never expected her to be a 7th-rank martial artist. He felt as if he had hit a hard piece of wood with that punch. If it weren't for his higher cultivation level, more advanced techniques, and purer blood and chi, he probably wouldn't have been able to win her over so easily. He stepped forward and looked at Li Yan, who was lying on the ground in pain, with a trace of blood even spilling from the corner of her mouth. He was about to question her about why she had killed him. Unexpectedly, before he could even speak, Li Yan on the ground first looked at him incredulously, and then, Wa'ada! She buried her head in her arms and began to sob softly. Her shoulders were heaving, and she was crying so heartbrokenly, completely different from the cold-blooded killer she had just been. Wan Wei? He was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? You tried to kill me with a poisoned dagger, but I defeated you, and now you're crying? It's like I'm the one bullying you? Hey! Why are you crying? Wan Wei scratched his head in frustration. You were the one who tried to kill me first, okay? I was acting in self-defense. Lian raised her tear-filled face and sobbed as she said. You're not him. Why did you come at this time, and you're so rich, and your figure is almost the same. Her words were so nonsensical that they confused Wan Wei. Who is it? What are you talking about? Wan Wei frowned and asked. Li Yan looked at Wan Wei's blank expression, which seemed genuine. I felt again how fierce he was when he made his move. But there was no familiar chilling, bloody aura, and she finally realized that she had probably mistaken someone for someone else. She struggled to sit up, leaned against the screen, and, enduring the pain, explained haltingly through tears. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. I thought you were the executioner. Executioner? Wan Wei was even more confused. What executioner? My name is Wang Miaoqing, she began to explain the situation. This is a setup I set up to lure out the executioner who killed my brother. It turns out that Wang Miaoqing and her brother Wang Mingxian came from a declining ancient martial arts family. Their elders had recently fought against demonic beings in a secret realm. He was ambushed and killed. Only the brother and sister remained in the house, relying on each other for survival. The family acquired a rare treasure in their early years. A few days ago, a wicked executioner learned that her family had fallen on hard times. In order to seize that treasure, he plotted to kill her brother, Wang Mingxian. Wang Miaoqing escaped by chance, but the treasure fell into the hands of the executioner. She knew she was no match for her opponent. The executioner was a top-ranking official, and a direct confrontation would be futile for her. So she came up with this idea. She used her unparalleled beauty to set up this trap of a courtesan, precisely because she had accurately predicted the executioner's greedy, lustful, and arrogant nature. Knowing that once he heard of her stunning beauty, he would be unable to resist coming to find out, she would have a chance to get close to him and seek revenge. That executioner, he was tall, vigorous, arrogant, and very rich. Wang Miaoqing looked at Wan Wei with a complicated expression. When you came in just now, you were so arrogant and treated money like it was nothing. And your height, your blood circulation, are very similar to his. In my moment of panic, I thought you were him, so... After hearing this, Wan Wei was speechless. Okay. After all that, it turns out it's just my own outrageously rich second-generation personality. Does it have the same setting as that damn executioner? That's why I got stabbed. He looked at Wang Miaoqing, who was crying her eyes out, looking pitiful and vulnerable because of her injury and the failure of her plan. The anger in my heart subsided considerably, and instead, a sense of sympathy arose. She's a pitiful person too. Their fathers sacrificed their lives fighting the enemy on the front lines, leaving behind siblings who were bullied, yet no one came to their aid. To avenge her brother, a young girl willingly uses herself as bait, venturing deep into the lion's den. He sighed, just about to say something to comfort the poor girl. Just then. Boom! The exquisitely carved wooden window on the side of the room suddenly shattered. Amidst the flying sawdust, a dark figure darted in like a ghost, carrying a strong stench of blood and a powerful aura of a heavenly king. Ha 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 ha. Little beauty. I'm here. Didn't expect that, did you? The dark figure landed. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black, with a sinister face and lewd eyes. The person who came was none other than the executioner who murdered Wang Mingxian. He originally came tonight for the courtesan, but unfortunately, although he had prepared a lot of money, it was nothing compared to Wan Wei's dragon marrow jade liquid pill. They're utterly trash. They don't deserve to be alone at all. Enraged, he decided to go all out and climb over the wall to get in. They planned to forcibly abduct the courtesan and, while they were at it, kill that annoying brat. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected bonus. He hid behind the window to eavesdrop. To his surprise, it turned out this was a setup targeting him. Moreover, judging from the surge of chi and blood, there were only 2 martial artists inside. When his gaze fell on Wang Miaoqing's face, an even more delighted and cruel smile appeared on his face. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Thank you, kid, for taking that knife for me. I'll grant you a complete corpse. As for this little beauty, he. Wan Wei was feeling a bit panicked. What a bad day. No, we need to strike first. Chapter 35 Crisis. Damn it! I'll fight. Wan Wei roared inwardly. He knew the gap between him and the Heavenly King was chasm, but sitting idly by and waiting to die was not his style. With a thought, he took out a long sword from his storage ring. This knife has an ancient design, a long and narrow blade that gleams with a cold, eerie light, and intricate runes engraved on the hilt. It is one of the top-tier weapons previously awarded by the system, the Netherworld Blade. Fortunately, he didn't rush to send the weapon home. It's coming in handy now. The executioner sensed that Wan Wei was only a 9th-rank martial artist, and a sneer appeared on his face. A mere 9th-rank martial artist dares to stop me? You're courting death. Die. He didn't take Wan Wei seriously at all, and casually struck out with his palm. A foul-smelling black palm wind pressed down on Wan Wei like a tidal wave. Although he didn't use his full strength with this palm strike, he believed it was enough to turn this arrogant brat into mincemeat. Faced with the first-rank Heavenly King's furious attack, Wan Wei instantly felt unprecedented pressure. It was as if the air in the entire space had frozen. Before the terrifying palm wind even touched his body, he had difficulty breathing and his skin was stinging. The golden light technique was circulating wildly within his body, and his entire body radiated a layer of golden light that was much denser than before. At the same time, he used a mysterious footwork technique to try to avoid the core area of the palm strike. After dodging a dangerous attack, Wan Wei gripped the knife with both hands, frantically channeling all his vital energy into it. The Netherworld blade emitted a soft hum, the runes on its blade lit up, and a sharp, unparalleled black blade aura suddenly erupted, meeting the terrifying palm wind head-on. Boom! The blade energy and the palm wind collided violently, producing a loud bang. The entire room shook violently, and the tables and chairs were instantly torn to shreds by the raging energy. Wan Wei felt an irresistible force emanating from the blade. He staggered backward several steps uncontrollably. Despite the pain, I chopped again. Oh? I didn't expect that a mere 9th-rank martial artist like you could withstand one of my attacks. The executioner hadn't expected the person in front of him to have some skill. They must have a powerful background. Now we have to go all out. The executioner's hands moved rapidly. A series of black palm winds swept towards Wan Wei. Wan Wei was shocked they really wanted him dead. He kept walking. The mysterious leg technique allowed him to dodge several attacks. They were fighting the executioner. The executioner was terrified. He had lived for over 100 years and had never heard of anyone who could fight against a Heavenly King realm expert while only at the martial artist realm. The two sides fought for dozens of rounds. The houses have been almost completely razed to the ground. However, when facing a Heavenly King level expert, Wan Wei still felt powerless. Caught off guard, Wan Wei was punched in the throat. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. It crashed into a wall. He felt like he could barely hold on to the Netherworld blade. Although with top-tier skills and supreme-level weapons, they can hold their own for a short time. But the gap in strength between the two sides is simply too great. The difference between a 9th-rank martial artist and a 1st-rank Heavenly King is like heaven and earth. It's definitely not something that can be completely compensated for by one or two powerful techniques or a supreme-level weapon. Even the most powerful artifacts are useless. Wan Wei slumped to the ground, his face pale. As he watched the executioner approach step by step, a cruel smile on his face like a cat playing with a mouse, a strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart for the first time. Is using Grandpa's divine sense the only option? Where on earth did that kid Wan Xiaohu go? I've held on for so long. The executioner seemed to enjoy the cat and mouse game, and looking at Wan Wei's disheveled appearance, slumped on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, he sneered. Kid, that knife was pretty good. Looks like you've got a lot of good stuff on you. Too bad, it's all mine now. After saying that, he moved and transformed into a black shadow once again. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and with a sharp whooshing sound, he went straight for Wan Wei's crown. If this gets firmly in his grasp, Wan Wei's head will explode like a watermelon. Wan Wei's pupils constricted sharply. It's over. Now we really have to use Grandpa's divine sense. Wan Wei steeled his heart and began to use the wisp of white light in his sea of consciousness to communicate. At this critical moment. Boom! On the other side of the room, the wall was blasted open as if hit by a cannonball. Fragments of stone and brick flew everywhere. A figure, resembling a humanoid tyrannosaurus, charged in with lightning speed, carrying an incomparably violent surge of blood energy. Dare to touch my brother Wei. I'll fucking kill you. A roar exploded like thunder. The person who arrived was none other than Wan Xiaohu. His eyes were bloodshot, and his aura, at the level of a heavenly king, erupted without reservation. Like an erupting volcano. He didn't use any fancy martial arts techniques at all, he simply threw the most basic and violent punch at the executioner's back. Wherever the fist passed, the air was compressed into visible ripples. The executioner's expression changed drastically. He never expected that a heavenly king-level expert would suddenly appear. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations in her chi and blood, although her realm seemed less stable than his, the pure power and explosive force posed a deadly threat to him. He had to abandon his sure kill attack on Wanwei and forcibly turn his body around. In a moment of haste, he turned around and struck out with his palm, meeting Wan Xiaohu's fist. Bang! Another, even louder explosion than before. The executioner groaned and staggered back several steps. Each step left a deep footprint on the floor, my arm went numb, and my blood and chi surged uncontrollably. Wan Xiaohu landed steadily, shook his fist, and stood in front of Wan Wei, like an angry Vajra. Little tiger. When Wan Wei saw his cousin, he almost cried with excitement. This was just the right time. Brother Wei. Are you all right? Wan Xiaohu asked without turning his head, his eyes fixed on the executioner. You're not dead yet. If you had arrived any later, you could have been collecting my corpse. Wan Wei complained irritably, struggling to stand up. The executioner, both shocked and enraged, stared intently at Wan Xiaohu. Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans? Wan Xiaohu raised his chin and roared in an even more arrogant tone. I'm your father. You dare touch my brother, Wan Xiaohu? Today I'll beat the shit out of you, then beat you back into the shit, and finally beat you with your own shit. Wan Wei. Where did you learn such slang? Upon hearing the word 10,000, the executioner's face instantly turned extremely ugly. The martial god of 10,000 families? Damn it, how did I manage to mess with these bastards? He knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully today. With the Wan family involved, it was questionable whether he could even escape unscathed, let alone snatch the person away. His eyes flickered, and he began to consider leaving. But Wan Xiaohu would never give him that chance. He just became a superstar and was looking for a place to properly test his skills. This top-tier heavenly king in front of me is a perfect punching bag. You bastard! Take this! Wan Xiaohu roared and pounced again. Although he didn't have many advanced martial arts skills. However, when the Wan family's basic boxing techniques were activated by his heavenly king-level blood and chi, their power was terrifying. Each punch was powerful and heavy, pouring down on the executioner like a storm. The executioner was, after all, a first-rank heavenly king, with plenty of experience. He quickly regained his footing and engaged in a fierce battle with Wan Xiaohu. Chapter 36 Internet Addict. The two fought their way from the ruins of the house into the courtyard, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Artificial hills, flowers, and corridors were all destroyed by the violent energy shockwaves. Wan Wei walked to the edge of the hole to watch the battle. He observed that Wan Xiaohu's moves were somewhat immature, but his martial arts skills, agility, and reckless ferocity were impressive. He fought the veteran top-tier player to a standstill, and gradually adapted to the battle. They gradually gained the upper hand. TSK, the immaculate body is really awesome. Wan Wei smacked his lips enviously. Finally, Wan Xiaohu seized an opening in his opponent's defenses and unleashed a powerful, all-encompassing mountain-crushing fist that slammed into the executioner's chest. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking rang out. The executioner screamed in agony, his ribs breaking in countless places, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Blood gushed from his mouth, slamming heavily to the ground. He convulsed a few times before falling silent. Panting heavily, Wan Xiaohu walked to the corpse and kicked it to confirm that it was dead before walking back to Wan Wei's side with peace of mind. All done. Brother Wei, I'm not late, am I? Wan Xiaohu grinned, as if the ferocious fighting machine from just moments ago wasn't him at all. Wan Wei looked at him, somewhat annoyed, and couldn't help but ask. Not too late, just in time. But where the hell were you? I almost kicked the bucket. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaohu scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, a hint of shyness appearing on his face. Brother Wei, I'm going to the internet cafe. Wan Wei? Internet cafe? Wan Xiaohu nodded, but his eyes lit up. Yeah. It's that internet cafe outside the film studio. The environment is great. I was just going to wander around, but I saw a lot of people playing a game called Beat the Tiles inside. They seemed to be having a lot of fun, so I went in and tried it out. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Holy crap! Brother Wei, you have no idea. That game is so much fun. It's way more interesting than practicing martial arts at home. Use skills, engage in gunfights, plant and defuse the bomb. Especially that hero named Rena, she can heal and blind people, she's so cool. I got hooked as soon as I started playing, and I booked a private room and played several rounds. We were in the middle of a crucial moment when I suddenly sensed a king-level energy fluctuation here. That reminded me of my mission, so I quickly kicked down the machine and ran over. As Wanwei listened, veins throbbed on his forehead, his lips twitched, and his face darkened. He had considered every possible danger, the possibility of getting lost, and even the possibility of Wan Xiaohu being seduced by some beautiful woman. The only thing I didn't expect was that I, the newly appointed bodyguard of a superstar, would actually be addicted to online games and go to an internet cafe to play cards. A crucial game? Reina? I almost got beaten to death next door, and you were playing a crucial game at the internet cafe next door? Wanwei felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his chest, almost fainting. He pointed at Wan Xiaohu, his finger trembling. You, Wan Xiaohu. You're something else. You're really something else. I almost got chopped up, and you were carrying the whole game in the internet cafe, huh? Wan Xiaohu knew he was in the wrong, so he chuckled sheepishly and quickly changed the subject. Well, Brother Wei, the enemy has been eliminated. You see, should I go back first? I haven't finished my game yet, and my teammates will yell at me if I go AFK. Wanwei waved his hand weakly, exhausted. Get out. Get out of here. Just seeing you makes me angry. Yes, sir. Wan Xiaohu felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He turned and ran, even faster than when he was fighting. He disappeared in a flash, probably because he was really in a hurry to get back to his game. Looking in the direction where Wan Xiaohu disappeared, Wanwei really wanted to beat up his younger brother. What kind of mess is this? He sighed, feeling his injuries hurt even more. At that moment, a pair of soft hands supported him again. Wanwei turned his head and saw Wang Miaoqing looking at him with a worried and guilty expression. Young Master Wan, I'm so sorry. It's all because of me. As Wang Miaoqing spoke, her eyes reddened again. Having avenged her great grudge, the strength that had sustained her seemed to vanish instantly, leaving her incredibly vulnerable and lost. Seeing her like this, Wanwei's frustration dissipated. He shook his head. It's none of your business. That bastard deserves to die. You've done a service to the people. He paused, looking into Wang Miaoqing's empty eyes, and asked. Now that you've avenged your great wrong, what are your plans? Upon hearing this, Wang Miaoqing's eyes dimmed even more. She gently shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. Plans? I have no plans. My brother is gone, and my home is gone too. What's the point of me living? She looked at the executioner's corpse not far away, and the pleasure of avenging her great enemy was quickly overwhelmed by a huge emptiness and sorrow. She lived only to seek revenge. Now that she has gotten her revenge, she suddenly doesn't know where to go or what to do. A strong suicidal thought surged uncontrollably into my mind. When Wanwei saw her like this, his heart skipped a beat. This girl shouldn't really be thinking of doing something drastic. It would be such a waste to see such a high-quality goddess, scoring 96 points, pass away so tragically. Moreover, the system might even offer further rewards. He racked his brains and began to offer psychological counseling. Hey! No way! Miss Wang, you're not saying that. Wanwei adopted a serious expression. Think about it, your brother risked his life to keep you alive, so that you could avenge him and then go after him? He definitely wants you to live a good life, and to live a wonderful life, for his sake too. Wang Miaoqing looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Wanwei continued to persuade. Look at you, you're so beautiful, so talented, and so young. Your wonderful life is just beginning. How can you say it's boring? The world is so big, don't you want to see it? There's so much delicious food, don't you want to try it? Besides, don't you want to become stronger so you can go to the secret realm and kill those demons to avenge your family? He patted his chest, which aggravated his wound, causing him to wince in pain, but he still forced himself to speak. If you feel like you have nowhere to go and nothing to worry about, it's simple. Come to our Wan family. Our Wan family may not have much else, but we have abundant resources and powerful backers. Once you're inside, don't think about anything else, just focus on your cultivation. Pills, cultivation techniques, expert guidance, you name it, we've got it. Guaranteed to boost your strength skyrocketing. He looked into Wang Miaoqing's eyes and said sincerely, "Consider it repayment for saving my life, okay? Give me some face, live well, and strive to become stronger." As Wang Miaoqing listened to Wan Wei's words, a glimmer of light gradually appeared in her lifeless eyes. "Yes, my brother and family definitely want me to live. If I were to go with them, they would be heartbroken." Chapter 37 Unfortunate. Wang Miaoqing looked at Wan Wei. Although this guy seemed unreliable, he had saved her at a crucial moment, and what he said seemed to make some sense. Most importantly, she really had nowhere to go right now, and the Wan family seemed to be a place where she could temporarily find refuge and become stronger. After struggling for a long time, Wang Miaoqing finally nodded slightly and said in a barely audible voice, "Yes, I'll listen to young Master Wan. Thank you for saving me and for giving me advice." Wan Wei was overjoyed. "Success." He nodded, "That's more like it. There's plenty of time. From now on, treat the Wan family home as your own." He didn't rush to win over Wang Miaoqing immediately. After all, they have just experienced the pain of their family being wiped out and the emotional turmoil of finally getting revenge. It would be a bit too much for them to take advantage of their vulnerability now. There will be plenty of opportunities to cultivate feelings later. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. After dealing with Wang Miaoqing's matter, Wan Wei remembered his important business. He took out his phone and looked at the list of core tasks for the week that his mother, Su Wanqing, had given him. The next target was Leng Badili. He put away his phone and said to Wang Miaoqing, "All right, we can't stay here any longer. I'm going to the Guwu Lengba family in the Western Regions province. You come with me first, and when we get there, I'll arrange for someone to take you back to the Wan family." Unexpectedly, upon hearing the words Bai family, Wang Miaoqing abruptly raised her head, a look of surprise on her face. "The Lengba family? Young Master Wan, do you know Dili Reba?" Now it was Wan Wei's turn to be surprised. "You know Lengba Dili?" Wang Miaoqing nodded, a rare hint of reminiscence and warmth appearing on her face. "Yes, our Wang family and Lengba family have some ancestral ties. Dili and I even played together when we were little, so we're good friends. But later our family fell on hard times, and we lost touch." "Is she doing well?" Wan Wei's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Holy crap! Is there really such a good thing? It's like someone just delivered a pillow when you're about to doze off. He was just wondering how to win over this young lady from the Lengba family, who was said to be fond of martial arts. So, there's a ready-made best friend as an inside man? This is truly a godsend. Wan Wei immediately put on a warm and enthusiastic smile. "Oh dear. Look what's happened. Turns out you're good friends. That's great. I was just about to visit Lengba's family. Come on, come on. Miaoqing, come with me. It's been a long time since you sisters have seen each other, let's catch up." He even changed his address from Miss Wang to the affectionate Miaoqing. Wang Miaoqing was a little confused when she saw Wan Wei's expression change instantly, but she still nodded. She was indeed looking forward to seeing her childhood friend. So, Wan Wei disregarded his injuries and immediately took Wang Miaoqing and left the ravaged Huashan Tower. He first found a place to treat his wounds, then took a few pills to recover. I changed into a clean set of clothes. He didn't dare to go to the Wan family's territory here. Because they were afraid of finding out he was injured, they took him straight home. Then he called on his irresponsible, internet-addicted younger brother. They boarded a private plane, carrying Wang Miaoqing, and headed straight for the Western Regions province. On the plane, Wan Wei looked at the rolling sea of clouds outside the window and happily made plans in his mind. With Wang Miaoqing's connection, winning over Leng Badili should be much easier, right? Maybe it'll even bring double the fun? Ahem, I've been thinking too far ahead. He turned to look at Wang Miaoqing, who was sitting beside him, still somewhat silent and sad. I think this rescue was an absolute steal. Several hours later, the plane landed in the Western Regions province. As an ancient martial arts family, the Lengba family did not live in a modern place like the Wan family. Instead, it was a huge manor built at the foot of a magnificent snow mountain, full of exotic charm. High walls and grand courtyards, magnificent in scale. Wan Wei announced his name and was quickly and respectfully invited inside. Upon arriving at the solemn and dignified reception hall, the head of the Lengba family, a tall, rugged-looking, and imposing middle-aged man, a second-rank heavenly venerable level expert, along with several family elders, greeted them. "Young Master Wan, I am Lengba Wanshan, the current patriarch of the Lengba family. Please forgive me for not greeting you sooner." Lengba Wanshan spoke loudly and clearly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant, but respectful of the martial god family. Wan Wei also politely returned the greeting. "Uncle Wanshan, you are too kind. I apologize for the intrusion of this junior." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wan Wei was about to explain his purpose when Wang Miaoqing suddenly stepped forward, bowed gracefully to Lengba Wanshan, and tears streamed down her face before she could speak. "Uncle Lengba." "Wah?" Her crying stunned everyone. Upon closer inspection, Lengba Wanshan recognized Wang Miaoqing and exclaimed in surprise. You're Miaoqing's niece? How come you're with young Master Wan? What's going on here?" Wang Miaoqing's long-suppressed sadness and grievances finally erupted when she saw her deceased elders. She wept uncontrollably, recounting in fits and starts the story of the Wang family's massacre and her brother's tragic death. She tearfully recounted her entire experience of plotting revenge, nearly dying, and being saved by Wan Wei. She spoke with tears streaming down her face, her words sincere and heartfelt, which moved the elders of the Lengba family present to sighs in anger. Outrageous! How could there be such a vicious person? An elder slammed his fist on the table in anger. The Wang family, sigh, I never imagined they would suffer such a calamity. Another elder sighed and shook his head. The Lengba family head also had a solemn expression, his eyes filled with pity and sympathy for Wang Miaoqing. He stepped forward, gently patted Wang Miaoqing's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Good child, you've suffered. Don't worry, once you're here with your uncle, you'll feel right at home. From now on, the Lengba family will be your support." Wan Wei watched from the side, secretly giving Wang Miaoqing a thumbs up in his heart. This outburst of grievances was incredibly effective. Not only did he win the sympathy of the Lengba family, but he also subtly enhanced his image as a hero who saved the damsel in distress. As expected, the Lengba family had turned to Wan Wei and solemnly bowed. "Young Master Wan, thank you so much for your righteous act of saving my niece Miaoqing. The Lengba family will remember this kindness." Wan Wei quickly waved his hand. "Uncle Lengba, you flatter me. It's only right to help those in need." Seeing that things were almost done, Wan Wei prepared to get down to business. "By the way, uncle, where is Lengba Dilly?" Lengba Wanshan showed a perfectly timed hint of regret on his face and slapped his thigh. "Oh dear. Young Master Wan, you've come at a really bad time. What a coincidence." Wan Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. "Yes," Lengba Wanshan explained. "Just a day or two before the news from your Wan family came, Dilly complained that she was bored cultivating at home. She insisted on going to the secret realm for real combat training, to loosen up her muscles with those demon brats. We couldn't stop her, and she just went straight into the number 23 secret realm that we're responsible for guarding." "They've descended into a secret realm?" Wan Wei was dumbfounded. Is this girl really that fierce? Chapter 38 First Steps into the Demon Realm 5th Update. Hearing this, Lengba Wanshan nodded helplessly. "That's right. This girl has always had this personality since she was little, combative, and restless. We sent people in to search, but the terrain there is complicated. We went around several times, but we couldn't find a trace of them. Moreover, there has been recent fighting here, and the battlefield is chaotic, making it very difficult to find." He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Wan Wei, his tone apologetic. "I'm so sorry, young Master Wan, for making you come all this way for nothing. Look at the mess this has made. Why don't you stay at the manor and wait for that wild girl to return?" "Wait? When will we ever see that?" Wan Wei shook his head inwardly. "My mom has a full schedule of tasks for me, one every day. Time is the reward, and the reward is life itself. Who has time to just wait here?" He stroked his chin, his eyes darting around, and a bold idea popped into his head. "No need to wait." Wan Wei suddenly clapped his hands, startling everyone. "Since Miss Delia is training in the secret realm, I'll go in and find her." "What?" Upon hearing this, not only Lengba Wanshan and the elders, but even Wang Miaoqing looked over in surprise. "Young Master Wan, this is absolutely unacceptable." Lengba Wanshan's expression turned serious, and he quickly tried to dissuade him. "That secret realm is fraught with danger, teeming with ferocious demons. Although it's just a small secret realm, and the strongest beings inside are probably only 8th or 9th rank heavenly kings, it's still far too dangerous for you. He knew that this young Master Wan was a notorious cultivation failure. A mere first-rank martial artist. Going in there would be like handing over food to someone. It's hard to protect them when they're fighting one aftershock and they're dead. If something were to happen to this man in the secret realm he was guarding, and the martial god Wan Tianhao were to blame him, the Lengba family would not be able to bear the consequences. Uncle Lengba, don't worry. Wan Wei puffed out his chest. I know what I'm doing. I won't go too deep. I'll just stay near the entrance, wander around the safe area, and look around. Besides, I felt a bit out of my element when I fought last time, so I need some real combat experience. I can practice on these demons and get used to my strength. He was only half telling the truth. It's true that practical experience is needed. He was almost killed by that executioner last time, which made him realize that having a high level of skill and techniques is not enough, you also need to know how to fight. But the more important reason is that he needs to find Lengba Dili as soon as possible and complete the mission. Lengba Wanshan wanted to persuade him further. Young Master Wan, your safety is paramount, this. Uncle Lengba. Wan Wei interrupted him, my mind is made up. You don't need to try to persuade me anymore. If you're still worried, you can send a few people down with me to keep an eye on me, is that alright? Looking at Wan Wei's reckless gaze, Lengba Wanshan knew he couldn't persuade him otherwise, and he felt utterly miserable. What kind of mess is this? The god of war's son insists on venturing into the demon realm. What if something happens to him? He sighed and said helplessly. Since that's the case, then very well, I will personally accompany young Master Wan down there. In addition, I will bring 2 top-tier experts from the family to ensure young Master Wan's safety. He turned to an elder behind him and instructed, go and invite young Master Wan Xiuhu here as well. He remembered that Wan Wei was accompanied by a top-tier bodyguard. Soon, Wan Xiuhu, who had heard about the fight, came running over excitedly, his face still glowing with the excitement of just coming out of the game. Brother Wei. Going into a dungeon? Carry me in. Carry me in. Wan Xiuhu was itching to get started. He was worried that he couldn't find a fighting experience in real life as exhilarating as in the game. Wan Wei rolled his eyes helplessly at the unreliable bodyguard, but having a superstar by his side did make him feel much more at ease. Without delay, the group made some preparations and, led by Lengba Wanshan, flew towards the back mountain of the Lengba family. The Lengba family, as an ancient martial arts family, still has a solid foundation. Excluding Lengba Wanshan, the Heavenly Venerable, there are 6 Heavenly King level experts in the family. 4 are in the demon realm, and the remaining 2 were mobilized to protect Wan Wei. With Wan Xiuhu added, there are 3 Heavenly Kings, plus a Heavenly Venerable to protect them. With this lineup, as long as they don't encounter a celestial level being, they can basically do whatever they want. After flying for about 10 minutes, the group arrived at a deserted valley. Deep in the valley, a faint, unsettling chill permeated the air. A black, lightning-like spatial rift, about 3 or 4 meters high, floated in mid-air. Unstable energy ripples flickered around the crack. This is the entrance to Secret Realm number 23. Around the crack, some simple camps and fortifications have been set up, and many martial artists dressed in different styles of tight-fitting clothes are patrolling and guarding. Clearly, the Lengba family is not the only one guarding this place. Seeing Lengba Wanshan arrive with a large group of people, the martial artists in the camp all looked at him with curiosity and awe. Lengba Wanshan landed with Wan Wei and the others, pointed to the group with the most flags and the largest number of people in the camp, and introduced them to Wan Wei in a low voice. Young Master Wan, look over there. That banner with the golden character Xiao on it belongs to the Xiao family, who are currently in charge of the main defense of this area. The Xiao family ranks 39th on the national family ranking list. They are very powerful. They have a 5th rank Heavenly Venerable and several high rank Heavenly Kings stationed here, making them the leaders of this area. Wan Wei looked in that direction and saw that in the Xiao family camp, the martial artists were all powerful and sharp-eyed, clearly elites. He nodded, having gained a general understanding of the human defenses here. Lengba Wanshan stepped forward and greeted the person in charge of the Xiao family, but did not reveal Wan Wei's identity. I only said I wanted to go down and take a look. The Lengba family has been fighting here for many years, so they naturally wouldn't stop them. They just repeatedly warned them to be careful and informed them of the recent activities of the demons inside. Everything is ready. Standing before the spatial rift that exuded an ominous aura, it would be a lie to say that Wan Wei wasn't nervous. After all, inside were the real demons, the very culprits who had caused his death in his previous life. But more than anything, it felt like excitement and anticipation. Get stronger. And we found that girl who scored 97. Let's go. Wan Wei nodded to Lang Bawanshan and Wan Xiaohu without hesitation. Lang Bawanshan took the lead, releasing a slight aura around his body to form an invisible protective shield around Wan Wei, before stepping into the twisted black rift. Wan Wei followed closely behind, and Wan Xiaohu and the two heavenly kings of Lengba's family also filed in. The moment Wan Wei entered the rift, he felt a powerful tearing force, and the surrounding space twisted and changed bizarrely, making him dizzy. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a few seconds. The next second, I felt my feet firmly planted on the ground, and at the same time, a completely different aura from Earth rushed towards me. They officially stepped into the demon realm. Chapter 39 was finally found. In the few seconds it took to pass through the spatial rift, Wan Wei felt dizzy and almost vomited up the food he had just eaten. Once he regained his footing, the sight before him stunned him. Is this the demon realm? It was completely different from the hellish scene he had imagined, with lava everywhere, a blood-red sky, and twisted monsters roaming the land. The first thing he saw was a small town with a human-like appearance. Although it looks somewhat simple and dilapidated, it does have city walls, streets, houses, and people can be seen moving around. However, the sky here is a perpetually dusky yellow, as if shrouded in a thick layer of dust. There was no sun, only a depressing dim light. A faint smell of blood filled the air. It feels a bit astringent when inhaled into the lungs. The surrounding plants were also strangely shaped and dark in color, giving off an ominous feeling. In the center of the city, there is a towering, huge, transparent light dome, like an inverted bowl, protecting the small town. Beyond the light shield lies an even deeper and darker wilderness. Faint, chilling roars could be heard. Lang Bawanshan's voice rang out from the side, tinged with a hint of emotion. This is an outpost fortress built inside the demon realm by our human martyrs at a great cost. It is called City of Hope 23. This protective shield is maintained by the lives and energy of countless powerful individuals. It is our only refuge here. Wan Wei suddenly realized, so that's how it is. It's truly remarkable that humans were able to establish a base in the demon race's homeland. But his attention was soon drawn to the sights inside the city. They appeared to be in the teleportation plaza in the city center. At this moment, a tense and sorrowful atmosphere permeated the square. Many warriors, wounded and with torn armor, were receiving treatment, some sitting and some lying down, with groans and suppressed sobs heard from time to time. Some people were simply covered with white sheets and lay quietly to one side, clearly having lost their lives. The faint smell of blood in the air became stronger here. It was clear that they had just gone through a fierce battle. Damn it, those demon bastards are getting more and more aggressive. A burly man with a broken arm, who was being bandaged, cursed through gritted teeth. Old Wang was surrounded by 3 demon soldiers while covering our retreat. Another, younger martial artist had red eyes and a choked voice. Wan Wei frowned as he watched this scene. Although he had seen the horrors of the demon invasion in his past life, this was the first time he had witnessed humans fighting a bloody battle on the front lines of another world, which still weighed heavily on his heart. 3 years from now, this scene will be playing out all over the world. And it will be even more tragic. Lang Bawanshan was clearly used to this situation. He walked straight to a Lengba family guard who looked like a squad leader and asked in a deep voice, "Have you seen Miss Dilly Reba?" The guard, also wounded, quickly bowed to the patriarch and replied, "Master, an hour ago, a brother spotted the young lady near the 3rd defense zone in the west. She seemed to be hunting a small group of scattered demons." West District 3? Lang Bawanshan frowned. She actually chased after her. That wild girl. He didn't dare delay and immediately said to Wan Wei, "Young Master Wan, let's hurry to the west." Upon hearing this, Wan Wei naturally became worried about Lengba Dili and quickly nodded. The group immediately set off, heading quickly towards the west of the city. Lang Bawanshan and the other heavenly kings were alright, but Wan Wei and Wan Xiaovu were having a bit of a hard time. The gravity in the demon realm seemed to be stronger than on Earth. Along the way, you can see more traces of battle, broken weapons, scorched ground, and dried, blackened blood. The further west you go, the sparser the population becomes, and the more desolate and dilapidated the environment becomes. Finally, in a rocky area, they heard the sounds of fighting and a clear, sharp shout. "Where do you think you're going?" Everyone perked up and quickly sped up to rush over. After passing several huge, strange rocks, the view suddenly opened up before us. On an open ground, a lithe figure dressed in fiery red outfit was engaged in fierce combat with 2 people wearing black leather armor whose eyes emitted a dark red light. That red figure was none other than Lengbadili. Upon seeing her up close, Wan Wei was immediately struck by her beauty. This girl must be over 1.75 meters tall, with straight and long legs, excellent body proportions, and a wild and powerful beauty. Her features are deep and three-dimensional, with a high nose bridge, giving her a striking exotic beauty. What's most captivating is her thick, naturally wavy brown hair. She wielded a uniquely shaped curved sword. Her swordsmanship was sharp and swift, carrying an indomitable aura, clearly demonstrating the cultivation of an 8th-rank martial artist. Her opponents were two people who looked almost indistinguishable from humans. They were extremely agile and incredibly strong, their dark red eyes flashing with cruelty and violence. They wielded sharp bone blades, worked in perfect coordination, and their moves were ruthless. With the skill of a 7th-grade martial artist, he actually managed to put the 8th-grade Lengbadili in a difficult position, forcing her to barely defend herself. Holy crap! A 7th-ranked demon fighting an 8th-ranked demon, 2 against 1, and still managing to gain the upper hand? Are these demons really that powerful? Wan Xiaohu was dumbfounded. Logically speaking, even 3 7th-rank martial artists shouldn't be able to defeat an 8th-rank martial artist. Taking on a challenge that is above one's level is extremely difficult. Lengbo Wanshan's expression was solemn. In the demon realm, these low-level demon soldiers are nourished by demonic energy, making their physical strength and combat instincts far superior to those of human warriors of the same level. Moreover, they are extremely adept at combined attacks, making them very difficult to deal with. Wan Wei was also shocked by what he saw. Lengbo Wanshan stared at the two demonic soldiers and muttered, "Moreover, they are not yet in their complete form." The moment he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred in the scene. Unable to break through after a prolonged siege, the two demonic soldiers seemed to be enraged. Their eyes blazed with a dark red light, and they let out a low roar like wild beasts. Immediately afterwards, to the astonishment of Wan Wei and the others, their bodies began to undergo terrifying mutations. The muscles swelled up like inflating balloons, tearing the tattered leather armor. The skin becomes dark and rough, and grows a scaly stratum corneum. The fingers became sharp, and the nails were like daggers. Its mouth split open, revealing interlocking fangs. Short horns even sprouted on his forehead. In just 2 or 3 seconds, two seemingly normal people transformed into two humanoid monsters, each over 2.5 meters tall and exuding a ferocious aura. Monster form. Roar. The two magical beasts, now fully transformed, experience a surge in speed and power. With claws and bone blades carrying a foul stench, it pounced on Lengbadili with an attack several times more ferocious than before. Lengbadili's expression changed, clearly not expecting the other party to suddenly transform, and the pressure increased sharply. She fought back with all her might, swinging her sword to parry, but facing two magical beasts whose strength and speed far surpassed hers, she was immediately in grave danger. The scimitar was deflected by the claws of a demonic beast, while the bone blade of another demonic beast, already gleaming with the cold light of death, was aimed straight at her throat. Chapter 40 Demon Lord. Dilly, watch out! Lengbo Wanshan exclaimed, about to make a move. But someone was faster than him. Damn it! How dare you touch my friend? You're asking for it. Wan Wei had been itching to get going for a long time. Hero saves the damsel in distress. This is a golden opportunity to boost my favorability. How could we miss it? His blood and chi, the energy of a 9th-grade martial artist, erupted from his body. The golden light technique was instantly activated to its limit, and he shot out like an arrow. At the same time, with a thought, he took the venerable level longsword, Netherworld Blade, that the system had previously rewarded him with. The dark red blade seemed to sense the demonic energy and emitted an excited chirp. Get the hell out of my way! Wan Wei roared, his target aimed directly at the monster that was about to pierce Lengbadili. He unleashed the most swift and powerful move from the basic sword techniques of the Wan family, Wave-Breaking Slash. With the infusion of chi and blood, the Netherworld Blade drew a tragic and beautiful arc of bloodlight at an astonishing speed. The monster was clearly startled by the sudden strike, sensing the deadly threat emanating from the Netherworld Blade. It had to abandon its attack on Lengbadili and turn around to block with its keratinized arms. Laugh. Like a hot knife cutting butter. The sharpness of a supreme-grade weapon, combined with the full force of a 9th-rank martial artist, is something that this demonic weapon, equivalent to a 7th-rank martial artist, cannot withstand. Even in monster form, it won't work. Blood splattered. The beast's thick arm, along with the bone blade in its hand, was cleanly severed by the Netherworld Blade. Black, foul-smelling blood gushed out. Awah! The monster let out a blood-curdling scream. He never imagined that his strong arm would be severed with a single blow. Seeing this, the other monster roared and abandoned Lengbadili, rushing towards Wanwei. But at this moment, Lengbadili also realized what was happening, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. With a sharp cry, she swung her curved blade, like a crescent moon, towards the back of the demonic beast. Meanwhile, Wan Xiaohu and the heavenly kings of Lengba's family had also arrived and made their moves. Faced with the siege of a group of heavenly kings, the two arrogant monsters were instantly chopped into pieces and died beyond any doubt. The battle is over. Wanwei stylishly flicked the viscous black blood off the netherworld blade, sheathed it, and stood up, feeling that his move just now was absolutely awesome. He turned his head, preparing to say something pretentious like, "Girl, are you alright?" to Lengbadili. However, the smile on his face had just begun to spread when it suddenly froze. A terrifying pressure, like a towering mountain crashing down, descended from the sky without warning. The pressure was far greater than that of the executioner before, and even many times greater than the pressure exerted on him by the celestial venerable Lengba Wanshan. The dim yellow light in the sky seemed to dim, and the surrounding air instantly solidified, making it impossible to breathe. Wanwei felt like a tiny insect frozen in amber, finding it incredibly difficult to even move a finger. Every bone in his body groaned under the unbearable strain. Lengba Wanshan's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he gasped in shock, his voice filled with unprecedented horror. "It's a demon general at the demon celestial venerable realm? Run!" Wanwei struggled to lift his head, only to see a dim, yellow sky in the distance. A dark figure exuding overwhelming demonic energy was hurtling towards them at a speed beyond their comprehension. "Oh no! We've stirred up a hornet's nest." Wanwei had only one thought left in his mind. The high-ranking demon general was incredibly fast, descending upon the crowd with overwhelming demonic power almost in the blink of an eye. It was a terrifying being nearly 3 meters tall. The opponent wore menacing black bone armor, his face hidden in the shadow of his helmet, revealing only a pair of eyes burning with dark red flames. It held a giant axe wrapped in black lightning in its hand. The mere aura it emitted caused everyone except Lengba Wanshan to feel their blood stagnate and their breathing become difficult. A second-rank celestial venerable, and a powerful figure among the demon race. Lengba Wanshan's face was extremely ugly, but as the only celestial venerable present, he had to step up. He roared, and the earth-yellow power of the celestial venerable erupted from his body, as heavy as a mountain, and he took the initiative to meet the demon general. Meanwhile, the second-rank celestial venerable of the demon clan also brought 4 heavenly king experts. The 2 heavenly kings of the Lengba family faced off against 2 others. "Little Tiger, protect young Master Wan and Dilly!" Lengba Wanshan shouted amidst the chaos. Although Wan Xiaohu was only a first-rank heavenly king, his ferocity was aroused at this moment. He roared and approached a second-rank heavenly demon king who had come with the demon general. "Damn it, if I can't beat the celestial venerable, can't I at least beat you?" Wan Xiaohu charged forward, swinging his fists. Relying on his immaculate body's affinity for energy and the advantage of the Wan family's top-tier techniques, he managed to barely hold off his opponent. So, the remaining first-rank heavenly demon king naturally set his sights on Wanwei, who seemed to be the weakest link in the field. A cruel and mocking light shone in the demon king's eyes, as if to say, "You delicate-skinned human brat, prepare to die." Wanwei was so angry he wanted to curse. Holy crap! A top-ranking heavenly king? I'm only a 9th-rank martial artist. Wanwei, watch out! Although Lengbadili herself was only an 8th-rank official, she still exclaimed in surprise when she saw Wanwei being targeted. She held her curved sword in front of him and stood in front of him with a resolute look in her eyes. The demon king chuckled and casually waved his hand, sending a condensed black demonic energy lashing out like a whip. Lengbadili parried with all her might, the curved blade clashing with the demonic energy, producing a metallic clang. She let out a muffled groan, her hand split open, the curved knife nearly slipped from her grasp, and she was jolted backward, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The difference between an 8th-rank official and a 1st-rank heavenly king is too great. Wanwei quickly helped her up, feeling both anxious and angry. He observed the situation on the field. On Lengba Wanshan's side, the support from the 2 first-rank heavenly kings was almost ineffective. Instead, they were forced into perilous situations by the demon general's casual axe strikes. Lengba Wanshan himself was mostly on the defensive and had little chance of attacking, and was completely suppressed. On Wan Xiaohu's side, relying on the advantages of his cultivation technique and physique, he was able to fight the second-grade heavenly demon king to a standstill, but winning was by no means easy. and they were about to be chopped up like vegetables by this first-class demon king. Damn it, we can't beat them. Run. Wanwei made a quick decision. Where there's life, there's hope, he thought. The system isn't maxed out yet, I haven't married enough wives, and I haven't had a whole bunch of kids. How can I die here? He grabbed Ling Badili's hand and growled. Stop fighting. Run. Ling Badi was taken aback. Run? Where to run? My dad and the others. Never mind that. Save your life first. Without saying a word, Wanwei frantically channeled his internal energy into the pair of unremarkable boots he was wearing. These boots are called wind-chasing and cloud-treading boots, a treasure given to him by his mother, Su Wanqing. It has a very useful function, it greatly increases speed for a short period of time. It's a life-saving item. A flash of blue light appeared on the boots, and Wanwei felt his body suddenly lighten, as if he were about to float away. He held Ling Badili tightly, disregarding any secrecy between men and women, and shouted, "Hold on tight." Then, he exerted force with his feet, and in a flash, like a rocket being ignited, he carried the bewildered Ling Badili. Transforming into a blurry blue shadow, it frantically ran towards the red forest, which was opposite to the battlefield. Chapter 41. Who are you kidding? The speed was simply outrageous. Even the first-rank Heavenly Demon King, who was about to deliver the killing blow, was stunned for a moment. They clearly hadn't expected this lowly 9th-grade insect to run so fast. Trying to run? The Demon King realized what was happening, roared angrily, and turned into black smoke to give chase. However, the explosive speed of the wind-chasing cloud boots was indeed astonishing. In addition, Wanwei was fleeing for his life and was holding nothing back. In a short time, he actually managed to leave the Demon King behind for a distance. Wanwei didn't dare to look back at all, and pulled Ling Badili into the dense, strange forest that was almost entirely composed of various shades of red. As soon as we entered the forest, the light suddenly dimmed. The trees, vines, and even the moss on the ground here are mostly red and come in all sorts of strange shapes, some like menacing monsters and others emitting a faint glow. The air was filled with a sweet, cloying smell, and occasionally the low growls of unknown wild beasts could be heard in the distance. In their panic, the two ran desperately deeper into the forest, trying to shake off their pursuers. He didn't know how long he had been running, but he felt his energy was almost completely depleted, and the luster of his wind chaser boots had dimmed. Just as Wanwei was about to stop and catch his breath, suddenly his foot slipped. Ah! Holy crap! The two exclaimed in surprise at the same time, realizing that they had stepped into a hole cleverly concealed by red vines and fallen straight down. Thump! Thump! The two of them fell onto a pile of relatively soft mats of some unknown material and rolled around in a heap. Wanwei grimaced as he got up, feeling like his bones were about to fall apart. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. This appears to be a naturally formed cave, not very large, but very deep. Light streamed in from the hole they had fallen through, barely enough to see. A foul, fishy stench filled the air. Hiss! Just then, a chilling sound came from deep within the cave. The two men felt their hair stand on end and turned to look at each other. A huge python, as thick as a bucket and covered in dark red scales, slowly emerged from the shadows. Its vertical pupils stared coldly at the two uninvited guests who had intruded into its territory. Judging from its aura, this python is roughly equivalent to a 6th or 7th grade human martial artist. Damn it! We just escaped one wolf's den and entered another snake's lair. Wanwei cursed, but secretly felt relieved. Compared to that top-tier heavenly king outside, this snake is simply adorable. Just as he was about to make a move, Ling Badili, standing beside him, beat him to it. She seemed to vent her frustration from being injured by the Demon King and the fright she had experienced along the way on this unfortunate python. With a sharp cry, she drew a swift arc with her curved blade, her movements agile as she dodged the python's attack, the blade striking precisely at the python's vital spot. Put! The scales shattered, and black blood splattered out. The python writhed in pain, but Ling Badili pressed her advantage relentlessly, her swordplay continuous and relentless, targeting vital points. After only 7 or 8 rounds, the seemingly ferocious python collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and remained motionless. Huff! Ling Badili leaned on her knife, breathing slightly heavily, her chest heaving. That outburst just now also took a lot of her energy. Wanwei nodded secretly as he watched her swift and efficient movements. This girl is definitely a formidable fighter. He walked down to the bottom of the cave entrance and carefully listened to the sounds outside. The faint sounds of energy collisions and demon roars could still be heard in the distance, indicating that the battle was not over yet and that the first-ranked demon king was likely still searching for them nearby. This is bad. Wan Wei walked back with a serious expression and plopped down on the ground. There are Heavenly King-level demons searching outside, so we dare not go out. It's not safe here either. The commotion from the fight just now might attract something else. Leng Badili also realized the seriousness of the problem. She leaned against the cold stone wall, looking at Wan Wei with a complicated expression. I'm sorry. I dragged you into this, Leng Badili said in a low voice. She felt that Wan Wei was involved in this crisis because of her. Wan Wei waved his hand. It's no use talking about this now. We need to figure out how to survive. He frowned, his mind racing. You definitely can't win in a fight, and you can't run very far either. The Lu Wen Chaser boots need time to recharge. Hiding here isn't a long-term solution. What to do? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered his ultimate cheat system, the many children, many blessings system. Having a baby makes you stronger. You can get a reward. Isn't this desperate situation precisely the time when we need to quickly improve our strength? His gaze involuntarily fell on Leng Badili beside him. With an exceptionally high score of 97, the reward she received must have been incredibly generous. It might allow me to break through to the Heavenly King realm directly. Once the idea popped into my head, it grew wildly like weeds. He looked at Leng Badili, his eyes becoming somewhat intense. Miss Dilly-Reba, Wan Wei began. Leng Badili felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and subconsciously tightened her grip on the curved knife. What? We are currently in dire straits, surrounded by powerful enemies. The only way to survive is to quickly improve my strength. Wan Wei tried his best to make his tone sound serious and proper. What method? Leng Badili asked, puzzled. Wan Wei licked his slightly dry lips, then revealed his true intentions. Have my child. What? Leng Badili jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her pretty face instantly turning bright red as she glared at Wan Wei, both shocked and furious. You're shameless. Disgusting. What kind of time is this to be thinking about this? She hadn't considered that possibility at all. Although the Wan family had sent someone to propose marriage before. But he went down to the demon realm before coming to propose marriage. Her father hadn't had a chance to tell her yet. During a brief chat on the way, I learned that he was the nephew of the god of war. Her impression of Wan Wei was still at the stage of the person who saved her and somewhat handsome but not very reliable. How could one jump straight to having a baby? In her view, this was simply taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. I'm not joking. Wan Wei also stood up, his expression serious. This is one of my special abilities. As long as I unite with a woman who meets the criteria, I can immediately receive a powerful energy feedback and break through to a higher realm. This is our only chance of survival right now. Nonsense. Such an absurd ability doesn't exist in the world. Leng Badili didn't believe it at all. She thought Wan Wei was just making excuses to take advantage of her. She raised her scimitar, warily pointing it at Wan Wei. If you come any closer, I won't be polite. Seeing the other party's resolute attitude, Wan Wei knew that talking was useless. Time was of the essence. The demons could pounce at any moment, so he had to hurry. He steeled his resolve, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Excuse me. After saying that, the blood and energy of a 9th-grade martial artist in his body erupted. Although he had consumed a lot of energy just now when he escaped, his cultivation level was still higher than Leng Badili's. Moreover, the level of the cultivation technique he practiced far surpassed that of the Lengba family. He moved swiftly, closing in on Leng Badili as fast as lightning. Chapter 42. I'm sorry. Leng Badili was shocked and enraged when he suddenly attacked her, and she swung her knife to strike. But she was already injured and exhausted, so how could she be a match for Wan Wei, who was fully focused? Wan Wei used his skillful movements to avoid the blade, and precisely grabbed her wrist, holding the knife with one hand. With his other hand, he wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her tightly in his embrace. Let me go. You bastard. You pervert. Leng Badili struggled fiercely, punching and kicking, but Wan Wei was stronger and held her firmly. I'm sorry, but this is the only way to survive. Wan Wei whispered in her ear. Then, ignoring her resistance and angry curses, he pressed her directly onto the relatively soft python mat. What followed was filled with struggle, cursing, gasping for breath, and ultimately, a reluctant and half-hearted acceptance. 10,000 words of indescribable details omitted here. After an unknown amount of time, the cave returned to silence, with only the heavy breathing of the two people remaining. Leng Badili huddled to one side, her back to Wanwei, her shoulders trembling slightly as she silently shed tears. She felt incredibly wronged and angry, but deep down, there was also a strange feeling that she herself didn't want to admit. After all, Wanwei is good-looking and strong. After the initial exhaustion, Wanwei finally heard the long-awaited system notification in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully combined with a goddess who meets the criteria, and the connection has been successful. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has increased. Current cultivation level, first rank Heavenly King. Boom! He felt his Dantian and Qi expand several times in an instant, and his Qi and blood, which were originally like a stream, transformed into a surging river. A powerful aura, belonging to the Heavenly King level, naturally emanated from him. He broke through. He finally stepped into the Heavenly King realm. He could feel that his blood and energy used to be like a stream, but now it was like the Yellow River. Reward 2, Celestial Level Battle Armor, Dragon Scale Inner Armor. Description: forged from ancient dragon scales and reinforced with star iron, it is as thin as silk, worn close to the skin, and can withstand full force attacks from those below the third rank Celestial Venerable level. It can also absorb damage to a certain extent and convert it into energy to replenish the host. A soft inner armor emitting a faint golden light appeared in the system space. It was clearly a life-saving item. Reward 3, Supernatural Power, Concealment. Description: can perfectly conceal one's aura and blood fluctuations, blending into the surrounding environment, undetectable to those who are not two major realms higher than the host. Holy crap! That's an amazing skill. This is practically an essential skill for playing hide and seek, escaping, and ambushing others. Reward 4, 5 Divine Level Breakthrough Pills. Effect: after consuming this, a martial artist at the Heavenly King realm can directly advance to the next minor realm. No dosage limit. Holy crap! There's even a breakthrough pill with no limit on the quantity. It's important to know that the previous breakthrough pills all had limitations. It seems that marrying someone with high talent really does bring good resources. Friendly reminder: after the successful birth of your offspring, you will receive additional generous rewards. Please continue your efforts. He felt the surging power within him, and his confidence instantly swelled. Now, even if that first-class Demon King comes knocking on his door, he will definitely make sure he doesn't leave alive. He glanced at Leng Badili, who was still sobbing. His feelings were complicated, but mostly excited. Dili Reba, thank you. Wanwei touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. He then took out 2 divine-level breakthrough pills, and Leng Badili is now an 8th-grade martial artist. If you eat 2 more, you can directly upgrade to the Heavenly King realm. This is a divine-level breakthrough pill. After consuming it, you can directly upgrade to the Heavenly King realm. Leng Badili neither turned around nor made any attempt to take it. I didn't believe that such a magical thing existed. And sensing the increase in the opponent's strength, she cried even harder. All he could think was, why is it that only Wanwei has advanced in his cultivation level, but I haven't? Wanwei. Well, it seems that coaxing girls is much harder than fighting a Heavenly King level demon. With a thought, he took out 2 god-level breakthrough pills from his system space, each emitting an alluring luster and a strange medicinal fragrance. As soon as the pill appeared, the surrounding demonic energy seemed to be dispelled to some extent. Dili, look what this is. Wanwei handed the pill to Leng Badili. This is called a divine breakthrough pill. Take 1, and you'll directly advance a minor realm. There are no side effects, and no limit on the number you can take. You're at the 8th rank now, right? Take 2, and you'll immediately soar to become a Heavenly King. Leng Badili finally reacted. She turned her head slightly and glanced at the 2 pills that looked quite extraordinary with her red and swollen eyes. Then he looked at Wanwei, his eyes filled with 3 words: don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. Where in the world can you find something this good? If that were true, wouldn't the scions of those powerful families have been scattered everywhere by now? It's definitely just another trick by this guy to fool us. Moreover, the thought of this guy inexplicably breaking through to the Heavenly King realm just now. He was still struggling at the 8th rank, and his father had almost died. The grievances and jealousy in his heart erupted like a volcano, and his tears flowed like a flood. Wa'ada. Why? Why did you break through? Wa'ada. Liar. Big liar. Wanwei. Well, it seems that talking isn't enough. Wanwei steeled himself. If the soft approach didn't work, he'd have to resort to the hard one. It's all for your own good. He seized the moment when Leng Badili was crying so intensely and was least on guard, and with lightning speed, Wanwei grabbed Leng Badili's chin with his left hand. With a little force, I forced her to open her mouth. Holding the divine breakthrough pill in his right hand, he shoved it directly into her mouth with lightning speed. Ugh! Ugh! Hi! Leng Badili's eyes widened instantly as she struggled desperately, trying to spit out the pill. But the elixir melted upon entering the mouth, turning into a warm current. It slid down my throat in a flash, and I couldn't vomit it up. Cough, cough, cough. What did you feed me? Leng Badili was both shocked and angry, and coughed while covering her neck. She felt the warm current enter her stomach and instantly transform into a vast yet gentle stream of pure energy, which began to flow through her limbs and bones. I already told you it's a good thing. A miracle drug to help you level up. Wanwei quickly jumped back a few steps to prevent the lioness from suddenly attacking and hurting him. Quickly! Circulate your energy and guide it. Leng Badili originally wanted to curse. But the surging energy within her made her dare not be negligent. He could only glare fiercely at Wanwei before quickly sitting down cross-legged and fully activating his family's secret martial arts technique. She immediately sensed the difference as soon as she activated it. That energy was so pure. It's enormous. And extremely gentle, requiring absolutely no effort to refine. It directly transformed into the most primordial blood and chi power, propelling her cultivation level to soar like a rocket. Mid-stage rank 8. Late stage rank 8. Peak rank 8. Boom! A soft sound, so faint that only she could hear it, rang out as the barrier crumbled. 9th rank martial artist. Chapter 43. Wan Xiaohu's bewilderment. Leng Badili never expected that she could break through to the 9th rank martial artist so easily. She suddenly opened her eyes, feeling the power within her body that was several times stronger than before, her face filled with disbelief and ecstasy. I've reached the 9th rank? Really, I really broke through? She looked at her hands, her voice trembling with excitement. He had only been promoted to the 8th rank martial artist for a few months. I never expected to suddenly be promoted to an 8th rank martial artist. She looked up at Wanwei with a complex expression, most of her previous anger and grievances gone. Instead, there was shock and a hint of curiosity. This guy actually pulled out something real? Seeing her expression of mixed surprise and delight, Wanwei proudly raised his chin. How about that? I wasn't lying to you, was I? I have a lot of good stuff. He pressed his advantage, handing over the second, divine-level breakthrough pill, with a tempting tone. Come on, strike while the iron is hot, eat this one too. It'll send you straight to the Heavenly King. This time, Leng Badi did not hesitate at all. She admires martial prowess, and her desire to become stronger is ingrained in her very bones. She had initially thought Wanwei was lying to her, but now that she had personally experienced the effects of the miracle drug, how could she possibly refuse it? She snatched the pill and, as if afraid Wanwei would change his mind, stuffed it directly into her mouth. An even greater burst of energy erupted once more. This time, the challenge is against the barrier of the Heavenly King realm. The process went even more smoothly than I expected. Faced with the energy of the elixir containing magical laws, the originally invincible Heavenly King barrier melted away rapidly, like ice and snow under the sun. A powerful aura of the Heavenly King began to emanate from Leng Badili. Her chi and blood became more refined, her vitality became more vigorous, and her perception of the energy of the surrounding world became clearer. The first-rank Heavenly King. Become. Leng Badili felt the earth-shaking changes within her body and was so excited that her whole body trembled slightly. She has finally reached the Heavenly King level. This is a realm that countless martial artists dream of. She looked at Wanwei again, her eyes completely changed. The previous resentment had long since vanished, replaced by a mixture of gratitude, curiosity, and a hint of barely perceptible affection and dependence. This guy is annoying and domineering. But he really gave a lot. For someone as straightforward as Leng Badili, this simple and direct approach of throwing resources at her is more effective than sweet talk. She quickly did the math in her head. Although he had done that to her just now, it seemed pretty worth it to gain strength that directly reached the Heavenly King realm. No, it's a huge profit. Just as Leng Badili had advanced, her aura was still unstable, and her blood and chi were spreading outwards uncontrollably. Whoosh! A black figure exuding a fierce aura darted out from behind the rocks in the distance like a ghost, its scarlet eyes fixed on them. It was none other than the first-rank Heavenly King who had just been chasing them. The Demon King only saw Wanwei and Lengbadili. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he charged forward, brandishing his massive bone blade. Roar! Humans! Die! If this had happened a few minutes earlier, Wanwei and Lengbadili would probably have run away as fast as they could if they had seen a Heavenly King-level demon general. But now. Perfect timing. I'll test the knife on you. Lengbadili was in the midst of her surge in power and excitement. When she saw a punching bag being delivered to her door, how could she possibly resist? With a sharp cry, she charged forward, wielding her curved sword. After advancing to the top rank, her speed, strength, and reaction time all experienced a qualitative leap. Clang, clang, clang. The curved blade clashed violently with the bone blade, sparks flying everywhere. Although Lengbadili has just advanced, her realm is still unstable, and she is also unfamiliar with the use of Heavenly King-level power. But with his fierce strength and rich combat experience, he actually managed to fight this veteran first-rank demon general to a standstill. However, given her unstable cultivation level, after several dozen rounds, she gradually began to fall into a disadvantageous position, forced to retreat repeatedly by the demon general, facing constant danger. Wanwei watched from the side, shaking his head in disbelief. This girl is too reckless. Alright, warm-up's over. Watch me. Wanwei stopped watching the show and his body erupted with the blood and energy of a first-class king, which was much more solid and powerful than Lengbadili's. He drew his netherworld blade once more, and with a swift movement, joined the battle. With the addition of Wanwei, a true top-tier player, the battle situation was instantly reversed. Although Wanwei doesn't have much practical combat experience, he has advanced martial arts skills, powerful weapons, and pure blood and chi. Dealing with an ordinary first-rank demon general is like a dimensional reduction attack. He took the lead in the attack, his swordsmanship was wide and sweeping, forcing the demon general to scramble and panic. Lengbadili provided support from the sidelines, specifically looking for opportunities to launch surprise attacks. Although the two didn't have perfect teamwork, their excellent physical attributes made up for it. Less than 10 rounds. Put. Wanwei seized an opening in the demon general's defenses, and his netherworld blade, like a crimson lightning bolt, pierced directly through its heart. Dark red blood gushed out. The demon general let out a roar of resentment, his massive body crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. Done. Wanwei deftly sheathed his sword, feeling completely refreshed. This is the fighting power a Heavenly King should have. He glanced at Lengbadili, who was still panting, and said, "Don't just stand there like idiots. There was quite a commotion just now. Let's go. Back to the city." Lengbadi nodded, and the two of them, not daring to delay, immediately retreated quickly towards the City of Hope. Sure enough, they hadn't run far when they heard an even more intense clash of energy and the roars of demons behind them, clearly indicating that a more powerful demon had been attracted there. The two ran wildly, and just as they were about to reach the city's protective shield, they bumped into a group of people rushing towards them. Leading the group were Lang Bawanshan and Wan Xiaohu, who were extremely anxious. Behind them were several powerful human Heavenly Kings, including the second-rank Heavenly Venerable from the Xiao family. Dilly Reba. Young Master Wan. Are you all right? When Lang Bawanshan saw his daughter and Wanwei appear unharmed, he almost burst into tears. It turned out that the fight between Lang Bawanshan and that second-rank demon celestial venerable had attracted the attention of the people in the city. They immediately gathered the city's top experts, including the celestial venerable of the Xiao family, to come to their rescue. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in the killing of the Heavenly King brought by the opposing side. However, the Heavenly Venerable did not kill the opponent. Afterwards, Lang Bawanshan led everyone to search for Wanwei and Lengbadili, and unexpectedly they ran into them here. Dad. We're all right. Lengbadili was also very excited to see her father. Wan Xiaohu moved closer to Wanwei, looking him up and down with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Wei, how did you become a superstar? Damn. I've only been gone a short while. You couldn't have eaten fertilizer this fast. He felt completely invisible as a bodyguard. Wasn't he still a first-rank martial artist last week? Why are you experiencing the same thing as me this week? Wei Go levels up faster than a rocket, so what's the point of having him? Are we in the atmosphere group? Chapter 44. A fat sheep delivered to the door. Wanwei glanced at him smugly. How could you possibly understand my talent? Of course, he wouldn't mention the system. Wan Xiaovu scratched his head, then suddenly became happy again. Hee, this is good. Brother Wei, you're awesome now, I don't have to be such a bodyguard anymore. I can play mahjong in peace. Oh no, it means I can focus more on cultivation. What he was thinking was, finally, I can slack off and play games without any qualms. Lengbo Wanshan also noticed the changes in his daughter at this time. He felt the unstable yet undeniably king-level aura, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Doraba, you're a superstar too? How is this possible? He felt that his understanding of things, which he had accumulated over thousands of years, had been overturned. He went into the demon realm and was chased by a high-ranking demon general. As they ran, both the daughter and the young master became heavenly kings? When did the demon realm become a paradise on earth? Leng Badili glanced at Wan Wei, her face slightly flushed, and mumbled, it was Wan Wei who helped me. Lengbo Wanshan looked at his daughter, then at Wan Wei, his gaze becoming extremely complex and ambiguous. He seemed to have figured something out. Could it be that legendary dual cultivation technique? The Wan family even possesses such a secret art? No wonder young Master Wan's progress is so rapid, and he can even fly with his Taoist partner. His gaze toward Wan Wei was suddenly filled with awe and a hint of anticipation. If only he could get a turn too, cough cough. He suppressed his shock and wild thoughts, and said, "It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Let's go back to the city first. My niece Miaoqing is still waiting at home, she's very worried about you." "Sister Miaoqing is here?" Upon hearing this, Leng Badili immediately perked up. The group did not linger and quickly returned to Hope City. They then used a spatial rift to return to Earth and to the Lengba family. Inside the manor, Wang Miaoqing, having received the news, was already anxiously waiting at the entrance. Seeing Leng Badili return safely, she immediately rushed over, and the two girls hugged each other tightly. "Dilly, I'm so glad you're all right. You scared me to death." As Wang Miaoqing spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again. "Sister Miaoqing, I'm fine. Look, I'm perfectly all right." Leng Badili patted Wang Miaoqing's back to comfort her. Because the two were standing so close, Wang Miaoqing felt a sense of pressure from the Heavenly King. Feeling the immense pressure, Wang Miaoqing abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and tears. "Dilly, you've broken through to the Heavenly King level?" Wang Miaoqing never expected Leng Badili to be so talented. He broke through to the Heavenly King realm at such a young age. The other person seems to be only 20 years old. Leng Badili glanced around, then leaned close to Wang Miaoqing's ear and whispered, her face flushed, in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Yes, it was with Wan Wei that, after that, he seemed to have broken through, and then, he gave me a reward, one of those very magical pills." Her words were vague, but combined with Wan Wei's strange increase in strength, and the keywords that, reward, and elixir, the meaning couldn't be clearer to Wang Miaoqing. It must have been through some special means by Wan Wei. She automatically imagined it as dual cultivation or intimate contact, which improved her strength. In return, he gave Dilly a miraculous medicine that could make people instantly become kings. The news struck Wang Miaoqing like a thunderbolt. A pill that can instantly elevate someone to the rank of Heavenly King. Only a small price to pay? Avenge my family. Slaughter everyone in the demon realm. This thought burned wildly in her heart like weeds. She craves power. If that method could truly yield such immense power, then perhaps it wouldn't be so unacceptable? A seed called Becoming Stronger was quietly planted in Wang Miaoqing's heart and began to take root and sprout rapidly. That evening, Wan Wei lay in the luxurious guest room arranged for him by Lengba's family, legs crossed, happily taking stock of his recent gains. He was completely unaware that in the eyes of the two beauties, he had become a strange man with dual cultivation skills and a wholesale supply of divine pills. Having won over the wild and untamed girl Leng Badili, who scored 97 points, the system rewards are plentiful. He advanced to the Heavenly King realm and even obtained the Divine Breakthrough Pill, a heaven-defying divine medicine. He took out the task list his mother had given him and checked off Leng Badili's item with a pen. However, having wasted a day here, I guess I won't be able to go to the bear country for the time being. We need to hurry. One a day is a must. Wan Wei's gaze fell on the next name, Li Qingwei. Li Qingwei from the Li family in northeast China. 96 for looks, gentle personality. Wan Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. This kind of gentle type should be easier to win over, right? Unlike Leng Badili, who's so fierce. He was considering whether to bring Wang Miaoqing along on this mission. After all, the girl was looking at him strangely, with a kind of inexplicable gratitude. Maybe she could be of help. Just then, with a creak, the door to his room was pushed open from the outside. Wanwei was taken aback. Who is it? How rude. They don't knock? He looked up and was even more dumbfounded. Lang Badili was wearing a very minimalist red silk nightgown that accentuated her powerful and voluptuous figure. With a flushed face from just having showered and an eager expression, she walked in confidently and closed the door behind her. Holy crap! What are you doing? Wanwei instinctively shrank back. What was this girl up to? A midnight attack? To avenge the daytime defeat? Lang Badili walked to the bedside, looking down at Wanwei, her bright, spirited eyes gleaming with excitement, and went straight to the point. Wanwei, let's do it again. Wanwei? Again? What do you mean, again? He was a little confused. It's like during the day. Lang Badili said matter-of-factly, we'll combine. And then you give me a reward. One of those pills that can boost my strength. She's really tasted the sweetness of success. 2 pills propelled him directly from the 8th rank to the Heavenly King rank. This feeling of being upgraded like a rocket is so exhilarating. It's much faster than her painstaking cultivation. Moreover, her father had just spoken to her quietly, subtly expressing the Wan family's hope that she could bear children for Wanwei. Wanjiao will provide Lengba family with substantial resource support. Lang Badili, who admires martial arts and has a straightforward personality, thought to herself, anyway, I don't seem to dislike this guy. He can become stronger and help the family. Why not do such a good thing? So they came straight at us. Wanwei was stunned. Good heavens! Is this girl treating me like an NPC to farm experience points? Still want to exploit bugs to farm rewards indefinitely? He was about to explain that the system rewards weren't given for every union, but mainly depended on having children. But then I thought, why not take advantage of such a lucrative opportunity? Besides, she's a top-tier beauty with a score of 97. Who cares about her motives? Let's eat first. Feelings can be cultivated over time. Chapter 45 Arrival at the Li family in northeast China. Ahem. Wanwei cleared his throat in a mocking manner, a troubled expression on his face. Well. Dilly Reba, that kind of miracle drug is very precious, it's not something you can just have any time you want. Before he could finish speaking, Lang Badili panicked and grabbed his arm. I don't care. You definitely have more. You just casually gave me 2 during the day. Please, just one more time. She even started shaking Wanwei's arm, with a hint of coquetry. Wanwei was so dizzy from being shaken by her that, feeling the amazing elasticity and heat from her arm, any hesitation in his heart instantly vanished. Okay. Stop shaking it. It'll fall apart if you keep shaking it. Wanwei reluctantly conceded, then, let's do it again? Lang Badili immediately beamed with joy, like a little fox who had just stolen a chicken. Just as the 2 turned off the lights, preparing for a deeper conversation and to explore the true meaning of the great harmony of life. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound rang out on the door. Wanwei and Lang Badi both froze at the same time. Who is it? Wanwei shouted impatiently, who is this guy who has no sense of propriety? A faint, almost inaudible voice came from outside the door, yet it carried a hint of determination. It's me, Wang Miaoqing. Wanwei and Lang Badili exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Wanwei had no choice but to get up, walk over, and open the door. Wang Miaoqing was also wearing a thin white nightgown. She stood at the door with her head down, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her dress, her cheeks flushed red as if they were about to bleed. She seemed to have mustered immense courage before raising her head to look at Wanwei, her voice trembling but clear as she spoke. Young Master Wan, I also want to become stronger. Please let me follow you. Wanwei looked at the pitiful Wang Miaoqing at the door, then at the cold-blooded Badili behind him, feeling utterly overwhelmed. What kind of situation is this? Buy one get one free? Or, double the happiness? He touched his nose, looking at Wang Miaoqing's 96-point beauty and her pitiful temperament, and his mind started making plans. It's all for the sake of expanding the family line, for system rewards, and for the future of the clan. Oh, come in. Wanwei sighed, stepped aside to open the door, his tone tinged with helplessness, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. When Wang Miaoqing entered, she saw that Lang Badili was also in the room. Moreover, seeing how scantily clad they were dressed, he instantly understood what was happening. His face flushed even more, but he did not back down. There's no way to leave now, since we're already here. Furthermore, her obsession with avenging her family and wiping out the demon race, along with the seed of becoming stronger planted in her mind during the day, helped her overcome all shame and hesitation. Getting on board with Wanjia, this big ship, to obtain that magical power is the fastest way she can think of right now. So, a secret meeting was held in Wanwei's room. The details are not for outsiders to know, but in short, the battle was fierce and the discussions went on for a long time. After everything calmed down, the system notification sound that Wanwei had been waiting for finally rang in his mind again. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully combined with a goddess who meets the criteria, and the connection has been successful. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has increased. Current cultivation level, late stage of first rank Heavenly King. A surge of pure energy flowed in, and Wanwei felt his blood and chi become more refined and powerful, just one step away from becoming a second-rank Heavenly King. It seems that the Heavenly King realm doesn't level up as quickly as martial artists did before. Wanwei thought he could defeat the Celestial Venerable in a short time. Reward 210 Divine Level Breakthrough Pills. Effect: after consuming this, a martial artist at the Heavenly King realm can directly advance to the next minor realm. No dosage limit. Wanwei's eyes widened at the sight of the 10 small jade bottles that had suddenly appeared in his system space. Holy crap! 10 of them. It seems that Wang Naoqing's talent is even higher than Leng Badili's. Reward 3, Supreme Level Martial Skill, Dragon Roar Hand. Shaped like a dragon's claw, its roar like the heavens, each claw and finger possesses the power to split gold and shatter stone. A long howl or a short shout can produce a soul-crushing sound. Sounds awesome. A stream of information flooded into my mind, containing the energy flow routes and the essence of the moves of this martial art. Furthermore, Wanwei was given complete mastery of it directly, eliminating the need for a learning process. Reward 4, Crimson Web. It can bind a Heavenly King Realm Expert within a 3-meter radius for 10 seconds, and a Heavenly Venerable Realm Expert within a 6-meter radius for 5 seconds. A small net that looked like it was woven from blood-red threads appeared in the system space. This is a control artifact. Throw one away when you're outmatched, and you can just turn around and run. Wanwei's mouth was practically watering as he looked at the generous rewards, especially the 10 Divine Level Breakthrough Pills. 10. What does that mean? This means that a first-rank Heavenly King can be directly and forcibly elevated to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Saves you from 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. If this thing were to get out, it would be enough to make the world's top experts fight tooth and nail. A bloody storm was brewing. However, after calming down and thinking it over, Wanwei decided that he wasn't in a hurry to eat it himself. He has a system that allows him to level up quickly, so he doesn't need these few pills. But these pills are priceless treasures to the uncles and elders in the family who have been fighting for years and guarding the secret realm, stuck at the Heavenly King realm for many years. It can greatly enhance the high-end combat power of all families. Let's send them home. Keep 2 for emergencies. Wanwei made a decision. He kept the newly acquired Dragon Roar Hand martial art, along with the Crimson Net and Dragon Scale Inner Armor for self-defense. And the previously commonly used Netherworld Blade. A 4-piece set: attack, control, escape, and defense. The next morning, Wanwei, feeling refreshed, got out of bed amidst the expectant gazes of Leng Badili and the shy gazes of Wang Naoqing. He arrived at a secret branch office set up by Wanjia in the local area. He used the internal small teleportation array to pack up and send 10 God-level breakthrough pills and other unused resources back to the Wan family mansion in the capital. Just after he finished sending the message, his phone rang. He looked at it and saw that it was a message from his mother, Su Wanqing. "Mother, you rascal. Well done. I heard you took down 2 more in the western regions. Impressive efficiency. Mom received the rewards, which should be enough to propel the 5 Heavenly Kings directly to Heavenly Venerable level. Grandpa is overjoyed. The family's strength has increased significantly again. Mother, but don't just keep having fun outside, don't forget about the important things. Next Sunday is your wedding with Chu family girl Leyao. Get back here on time. If you dare to be late, I'll break your legs. Mother, also, take care of yourself." Wanwei's lips twitched as he looked at his mother's message. This news spread way too fast. He quickly replied. "Wanwei, yes, Mom. I promise I'll be back on time for the wedding." After replying to his mother, Wanwei planned out his itinerary. time is of the essence, we need to hurry. He decided to set off immediately for the northeast, his target being Li Qingwei of the Li family. After that, go to South Korea and Russia and take down Kim Young-soo and Dastalin as well. As for Wang Miaoqing and Leng Badili, let them go to the Wan family to be raised for now. That same day, Wan Wei took Wan Xiuhu and boarded a private plane bound for northeast China. A few hours later, the plane landed at an international airport in northeast China. As soon as the hatch opened, a biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in. Wan Wei and Wan Xiuhu, who were only wearing thin casual clothes, shivered from the cold. Holy crap! It's so cold? Wan Wei quickly circulated his qi and blood to resist the cold. Just like he remembered, this place was like winter all year round. As far as the eye could see, everything was covered in white, with thick snow covering the buildings. He remembered reading that the Northeast had a unique environment and was inhabited by many demons. For example, the Snowfox clan, the Bear clan, the Ferret clan, and so on. Most of these demons have integrated into human society, and some have even cooperated with local human families to develop resources together, maintaining a fairly good relationship. As soon as the two stepped out of the VIP passage, they saw a group of people wearing thick mink coats or down jackets at the arrival gate. Chapter 46 Forced Marriage Part 1. At the airport, a group of people led by Li Qingtian, the head of the Li family, had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Wan Wei descend, Li Qingtian immediately led his men to greet him, his face beaming with an extremely enthusiastic, even overly enthusiastic, smile. Welcome, young Master Wan Wei. Your presence is an honor to our Li family in northeast China. Li Qingtian's voice was loud and clear as he shook Wan Wei's hand vigorously. He appeared to be a robust middle-aged man in his 50s, with a square face and thick eyebrows. His cultivation level was clearly that of a third-rank heavenly venerable, but he maintained a very humble posture in front of Wan Wei. Wan Xiuhu, who was following behind Wan Wei, curled his lip and muttered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Brother Wei, the Li family patriarch's enthusiasm seems a bit fake. He seems to have something on his mind. Wan Wei felt the same way. He smiled and replied, Uncle Li, you're too kind. Just call me Xiao Wei. I came in a hurry this time, so I'm sorry to have bothered you. No disturbance at all. It's a blessing for the Li family that young Master Wan can come. Li Qingtian waved his hand repeatedly, leading Wan Wei towards the airport exit. The group boarded the extended luxury anti-skid vehicles prepared by the Li family, and the convoy drove in a grand procession toward the Li family manor. In the car, Li Qingtian personally accompanied him, showing concern and care. They asked about the weather and whether the journey was tiring. Their enthusiasm made Wan Wei a little embarrassed. But he keenly sensed that Uncle Li always carried a trace of unresolved sorrow between his brows, and his smile looked forced no matter how he looked at it. The convoy soon drove into a sprawling estate, full of northern charm. The main structure of the manor is built with huge logs and stones, looking rugged and sturdy, but the interior is decorated with extreme luxury and the heating is on full blast, making it a completely different world from the outside. Upon arriving at the main house's reception room, guests and hosts took their seats, and maids immediately served steaming hot milk tea and delicate pastries. Uncle Li. Wan Wei took a sip of milk tea and felt much warmer. He decided to cut to the chase. I'm sure my mother has already told you why I'm here. Li Qingtian's smile froze for a moment, then he forced it back on. Yes, Mr. Su has already given instructions, saying that you, young Master Wan, have a very good impression of our Qingwei. His eyes flickered slightly as he said this. Yes. Wan Wei nodded confidently, since it wasn't exactly a secret anyway. I've read her profile. Miss Qingwei is very outstanding, and I admire her greatly. I've come here today to get to know her and have a deeper conversation about our relationship. His words were so blunt, it was as if he practically had "I'm here to seduce your daughter" written all over his face. Li Qingtian's lips twitched, and he rubbed his hands, looking extremely embarrassed. It's my daughter's good fortune that young Master Wan has taken a liking to her, but right now, the situation is a bit special. Oh? What's so special about it? Wan Wei raised an eyebrow, knowing the real show was about to begin. Just then, the door to the reception room was gently pushed open. A girl wearing a white turtleneck sweater and a light gray long skirt walked in. Her hair was a beautiful chestnut brown short style, with the ends slightly curled inwards, which made her face look even smaller and more delicate. With gentle features and fair skin, she possesses a refined and intellectual beauty that comes from a scholarly family. But her clear eyes held a faint melancholy and a hint of barely perceptible stubbornness. She walked to the center of the living room and bowed slightly to Li Qingtian. Father. The sound was crisp, like icicles striking. The person who arrived was Li Qingwei. Then she turned to Wanwei and nodded politely but distantly, "Young Master Wanwei." Wanwei's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap! She looks even better in person than in photos. This gentle and intellectual temperament. It's another kind of captivating beauty. The male protagonist thought of a sentence: short-haired women can be sexy and cute too. Who says short-haired women aren't attractive? A system notification sounded at the opportune moment. Li Qingwei, overall score 96 points, meets the binding criteria. Name: Li Qingwei. Rating: 96 points. Height: 173 centimeters. Weight: 109. Delay: B. Cultivation level: 8th rank martial artist. Identity: eldest daughter of the Li family in northeast China. Wanwei was overjoyed, but he tried his best to maintain a composed demeanor and responded with a smile. "Miss Qingwei, hello. It's true that seeing is believing." Li Qingwei glanced at him indifferently, said nothing more, and quietly walked to the seat behind Li Qingtian, sitting down with her head down, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Even Wan Xiaohu noticed this, and whispered in Wanwei's ear. "Brother Wei, this girl seems unhappy, and her dad is even more worried." Wanwei was also puzzled. "I'm so handsome and have such a strong background. I've come here to have a chat, so why do you two look like you're suffering from a bitter past?" Looking at his daughter and then at Wanwei, who looked puzzled, Li Qingtian sighed deeply, appearing as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. "Young Master Wan, to be honest," Li Qingtian waved his hand, dismissing the surrounding servants, and lowered his voice, "our Li family is in big trouble right now." "Trouble? What kind of trouble could make a third-rank celestial venerable like you so worried?" Wanwei was even more curious. The Li family ranks 69th nationwide, which is quite impressive. They should be able to do whatever they want in northeast China. It is the northern cold abyss that our Li family has guarded for generations. Li Qingtian's expression was solemn. This secret realm connects to an ice field in the demon realm, and it has always been relatively peaceful. Our Li family has also relied on collecting some cold attribute resources there to develop. He paused, his tone becoming heavy. But in the last month, the demonic energy deep within the cold abyss has suddenly become extremely unstable, frequently erupting. Our reconnaissance team lost several skilled members, and the news they brought back said that the monsters inside had become extremely agitated, and there seemed to be even more powerful monsters awakening deep within. Demonic energy fluctuations? Wanwei frowned. He was particularly sensitive to the word demon these days. Could it be that the demon's all-out attack has begun with these small gaps in the secret realms? That's right. Li Qingtian slapped his thigh hard. With the current strength of our Li family alone, we are almost unable to suppress them. Once the cold abyss falls and the demons inside break free, our Li family will be the first to suffer, followed by the entire northeast region. Then report it to higher authorities? Request support? Wanwei suggested. Logically speaking, a nation or a top-tier power like the Wan family wouldn't ignore a crisis in such a secret realm. I've reported it. I've also requested assistance, Li Qingtian said with a bitter expression. But as you know, the secret realms around the world are not peaceful right now. The experts are either guarding larger secret realms or in seclusion. They can't solve our immediate problems with distant water. The Demon Suppression Division can only allocate some resources, but its top-tier combat forces cannot arrive for the time being. Wanwei knew that the Demon Suppression Division was currently the department in China that led the suppression of the demon realm. Li Qingtian looked at Wanwei with a complicated expression, so we can only rely on ourselves, or rather, find strong local reinforcements. Local reinforcements? Wanwei had a vague idea of what was going on. That's right, Li Qingtian uttered with difficulty, Snow Wolf Clan. The Snow Wolf Clan? The Demon Clan? Wanwei remembered that the information mentioned that the demon race had considerable power in the northeast, with the Snow Wolf Clan being one of the top clans. Chapter 47 Forced Marriage Part 2. Yes, Li Qingtian nodded. The Snow Wolf Clan is the 10th strongest clan among the demon clans of China, with a profound foundation. Their clan leader has the strength of a 9th-rank heavenly venerable. A 9th-rank celestial venerable? Wan Xiaohu exclaimed in surprise, so strong. Then, remembering that his father was a half-step heavenly king, he added, it's just so-so. Wanwei was secretly astonished. The 9th-rank celestial venerable, while not the absolute top level, is still one of the very few people standing at the pinnacle of the world. Even if he is not afraid of Wanjia, he would not easily provoke someone of this level. So, the price you paid for seeking help from the Snow Wolf clan was? Wan Wei's gaze fell on Li Qingwei, who was sitting quietly there. Li Qingwei's body trembled almost imperceptibly, and her head drooped even lower. Li Qingtian closed his eyes in pain, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "The condition proposed by the Snow Wolf clan is a marriage alliance, that is, to marry Qingwei to their young master, Wolf Demon." Wan Wei finally understood why the atmosphere was so oppressive and why Li Qingwei looked so melancholy. So it turns out he's been forced into marriage. Moreover, he was forced into marriage by the demon race. He suddenly felt a little annoyed. I never expected to see this kind of drama these days. Although Wan Wei had relationships with multiple women, they were all based on mutual consent. Moreover, this was only done after providing the other family with a massive amount of resources. This little Snow Wolf clan dares to force a marriage. Moreover, forcing someone into marriage while demanding their help and resisting the demons, isn't that taking advantage of someone's misfortune? This is intolerable. What's more, this is related to his system mission and the mother of his future child. How's that wolf-like man? Wan Wei asked, stroking his chin. Li Qingtian shook his head, his tone filled with disgust. Arrogant, domineering, cruel, and lecherous, he's a notorious playboy in northeast China. If our Qingwei were to marry into that family, sigh. He sighed heavily, filled with helplessness and guilt. Sacrificing one's daughter's lifelong happiness for the sake of the family's survival is undoubtedly the most painful choice. Dad, stop talking. Li Qingwei, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, her voice calm, yet carrying a hint of resigned numbness. For the sake of my family, I am willing. You'd be willing my ass. Wan Wei mentally complained. Looking at Li Qingwei's pale face, which was trying to appear calm, he felt a surge of sympathy and an even stronger possessiveness. How could such a gentle, beautiful, and intellectual woman marry a wolf? It's still a bad wolf. We must intercept it. Just as Wan Wei was pondering how to start the conversation and show off his savior-like demeanor. A whoa! A loud, clear wolf howl, wild and arrogant, suddenly came from outside the manor, approaching rapidly. Immediately afterwards, a commotion and shouts from the guards came from outside, but they were quickly suppressed by an even more powerful aura. Li Qingtian's expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly stood up. They're here. Li Qingwei also raised her head instantly, her face drained of color. Wan Wei and Wan Xiaohu exchanged a glance. Wan Xiaohu looked excited and lowered his voice. Brother Wei, the troublemakers are here. Shall we take them down? Wan Wei rolled his eyes at him. What's the rush? Let's assess the situation first. Remember, we're civilized people, let's be polite first, then resort to force. The words had barely left his mouth. The two heavy solid wood doors of the reception room were opened from the outside. A group of burly men, dressed in animal skin outfits, tall and imposing with arrogant eyes, stood at the entrance. The leader was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He was fairly handsome, but his brows were full of hostility and arrogance. He was dressed in a magnificent silver fur coat, with a string of fangs from an unknown beast hanging around his neck, and his eyes scanned the people in the living room like those of a hungry wolf. His gaze swept over Li Qingtian with a hint of disdain, finally locking onto Li Qingwei with undisguised greed and possessiveness. Uncle Li, Qingwei, I'm here. The young man grinned and swaggered in, acting as if he were one of the guests. The wolf guards behind him also followed in, each one exuding a fierce aura and with menacing eyes. They were mostly at the level of 4th or 5th rank heavenly kings, which immediately made the atmosphere in the living room tense. Without needing an introduction, Wan Wei knew that this guy was the young master of the Snow Wolf clan, Wolf Fiend. His cultivation level was indeed at the peak of the 1st rank heavenly king, and his aura carried a fierceness unique to the Wolf clan. When Wan Wei looked at this person, he thought, why is this person so confused? Did he drink too much Sanlu milk powder when he was a kid? Wolf Fiend's gaze lingered on Li Qingwei for a while before he seemed to only then notice Wan Wei, raising an eyebrow and speaking in a flippant tone. Oh? Uncle Li, we have guests? Who's this pretty boy? He called him a pretty boy, and the contempt in his eyes was almost overflowing. Wan Wei dressed casually today to keep a low profile, and he is indeed handsome with good skin. In the eyes of a muscle-bound guy like Wolf Sha, isn't he just a pretty boy? Li Qingtian's face was grim, but he still suppressed his anger and introduced. Young Master Wolf Fiend, this is young Master Wan Wei from the capital. He specifically emphasized the capital city and the character Wan, hoping to make the other party hesitate. Who knew that Lang Sha didn't care at all, or rather, he was used to being arrogant in his small territory in the northeast and didn't take the families in the capital seriously at all. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake, let alone the Snow Wolf clan, who are wolves. Wan Wei? Never heard of it. Wolf sneered, swaggered over to the chair next to the head of the table, sat down, crossed his legs, and turned his gaze back to Li Qingwei, his tone softening yet laced with threat. Qingwei, I'm here to discuss the wedding date with your father. I think the 8th day of next month is an auspicious day, let's get it done. I can't wait. Li Qingwei's face turned deathly pale. Her lips moved, but she couldn't say anything. She just looked at her father for help. Li Qingtian stepped forward. Young Master Wolf Fiend, the matter of the wedding date still needs further consideration. What are you planning? Wolf Sha interrupted him impatiently. Li Qingtian, don't push your luck. Our Snow Wolf clan is doing you a favor by helping your Li family suppress the cold abyss. Marrying your daughter to me is an honor for your Li family. Do you understand? His words were extremely harsh, and Li Qingtian's face instantly turned red. His fists clenched so tightly that they cracked, and he almost couldn't control his third-rank celestial venerable's pressure and it almost erupted. But thinking of the crisis in Han Yuan and the safety of his clansmen, he forced himself to hold back, his chest heaving violently, clearly very angry. Seeing that he dared not retaliate, Wolf Demon became even more smug, his gaze falling once more on Wan Wei, tinged with mockery. Hey, you pretty boy surnamed Wan, what are you doing here? If you have nothing to do, get lost and don't delay my wedding negotiations. Wan Wei remained silent, quietly watching his performance, having already sentenced this stupid wolf to death in his heart. When Wan Wei heard Wolf Sha directly tell him to get lost, he finally smiled. He slowly stood up and walked to Lang Sha. Wan Wei was slightly taller than Lang Sha, and his imposing presence instantly overwhelmed Lang Sha's ferocity. Wan Wei, with an innocent smile on his face, looked at Lang Sha and said, word by word. Discussing marriage? Who should we consult with? My woman, how dare you even think about her? Chapter 48 Pretending to be a pig to eat the wolf. The moment Wan Wei said this, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone was looking at Wan Wei with an expression that said, you've gone mad. Li Qingtian never expected that young Master Wan Wei would want to fight Wolf Fiend. Or is it for the right to pursue Li Qingwei? Although young Master Wan has an extremely powerful background. But with your cultivation level of a first-grade martial artist, how can you challenge the young master of the Snow Wolf clan, a first-grade heavenly king? What's the difference between this and an egg hitting a rock? Isn't this practically free? Wolf Demon was taken aback at first, then burst into deafening laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. Fight? You? A mere, insignificant, and like first-rank martial artist? You dare to challenge me to a duel? Ha 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 ha. Wan Wei, have you been too well protected by your martial godfather? Has your brain gone mad? He laughed so hard he almost fell over, tears welling in his eyes, and his gaze toward Wan Wei was filled with utter contempt and mockery. Everyone knows that the only son of the martial god Wan Tianhao is an absolute good-for-nothing. Those who possess the cultivation level of a first-grade martial artist are probably just putting on a show by using resources to create a mere facade. How dare someone like him challenge a first-rank heavenly king who grew up fighting on the icy plains? The members of the Li family looked at each other, bewildered and anxious. Li Qingtian quickly stepped forward, his face full of distress as he advised. Young Master Wan. You mustn't. You mustn't. You are of noble status. If you are harmed, our Li family will be guilty beyond redemption. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If the son of the god of war were to get hurt on his Li family's territory, the Li family would be finished. Other elders of the Li family also tried to dissuade them. Young Master Wan, please reconsider. Young Master Wolf Fiend is incredibly powerful, you don't need to take action yourself. This matter requires further consideration. Wan Xiaohu also moved closer to Wan Wei and whispered. Brother Wei, are you sure you want to fight? Should I go? I guarantee I'll beat the shit out of him. He was eager to try, his hands were itching for a fight. Wan Wei waved his hand, his face showing a resolute expression, his gaze fixed intently on Lang Sha. What? You're scared? You don't dare to accept? Is that all the courage the young master of the Snow Wolf clan has? I'm scared? Wolf Demon's laughter abruptly stopped, his face instantly darkening, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Boy, you're asking for death. Since you're tired of living, this young master will grant your wish. However, fists and feet have no eyes, so if I cripple you, don't go back to your father crying. It's not certain who will be crippled yet. Wan Wei retorted without backing down. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Li Qingtian was at his wits' end. On one side is the martial god clan, and on the other is the local snow wolf clan. He can't afford to offend either of them. If a fight were to break out in the Li family's main hall, the Li family would be in trouble no matter who got hurt. He quickly thought of a solution and stepped forward to smooth things over. Gentlemen. Young masters, please calm down. Let me have a word with you. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, both of you are honored guests of the Li family. If we were to fight here, regardless of the outcome, it would damage the harmony between our two families. According to our ancient northern customs, if there are irreconcilable disputes, they can be resolved on the ice-field arena in the center of the city. Openness and fairness, distinguishing between superiors and inferiors, and trying our best not to hurt feelings. What do you two think? The ice-field arena? Wolffiend grinned maliciously. Fine. Right here on the arena. I, the young master, will show the whole city how I will trample you, the son of the god of war, under my feet. Wan Wei nodded as well. Alright, a ring it is. It'll be a good opportunity to stretch my muscles. That's how it was settled. The Li family was in an uproar. Son of the god of war versus young master of the snow wolf. Useless versus genius. This topic has generated a huge buzz. Countless people braved the cold wind and heavy snow to flock to the icefield arena in the city center, fearing that if they arrived late, they would not be able to grab a good spot. The so-called icefield arena is actually a huge circular platform in the city's central square, made of an unknown mixture of ice and special metal. It is incredibly hard and has survived countless battles without being destroyed. At this moment, the arena was surrounded by the Li family. Under Wan Wei's orders, the area was cleared. He didn't want everyone to know. Surrounded by the Li family members, Wan Wei and Wan Xiaohu arrived at one side of the arena. On the other side, Lang Sha also arrived with a group of fierce and arrogant Snow Wolf clan warriors. The two sides faced each other across the arena, their gazes clashing and sparks flying. Offstage, Li Qingwei was also brought to the spectator seats by her family. She looked at the two people facing off on stage, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her face pale, and her eyes full of worry. She didn't understand how things had turned out this way. Wan Xiaohu stood by the ring, looking around listlessly. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, his immaculate body showing an unusually keen sensitivity to energy. He detected a trace of extremely subtle demonic energy that was completely out of place with the surrounding icy cold. That wisp of demonic energy flashed by, seemingly there and then gone, its source appearing to be within the Snow Wolf clan's camp on the other side. Wan Xiaohu's eyes narrowed, but he didn't make a sound. He just kept it in mind and became more vigilant. On the stage, Li Qingtian, acting as the notary, simply announced the rules. In a martial arts contest, the fight ends when the opponent has made a point. The loser is the one who concedes defeat, falls off the stage, or loses the ability to fight. You must not use external objects that exceed your own level of cultivation, such as one-time powerful talismans or explosives. Boy, admit defeat now, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to this young master, and hand over Li Qingwei, and this young master may spare your life. Wolf Sha twisted its neck, making cracking sounds, and looked at Wan Wei as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. Wan Wei picked at his ear and said lazily, enough with the nonsense. Let's get this over with. I need to go eat after this. I've heard that the iron pot stewed wolves in northeast China is pretty good. Court death. Wolf Demon was completely enraged. He roared and his heavenly king-level blood energy erupted from his body. He seemed to have drawn in the chill of the icy plains, and white freezing air swirled around him. Immediately afterwards, his body began to undergo astonishing changes. Its muscles bulged, tearing its fur coat, revealing thick silver wolf fur growing on its exposed skin. Its hands transformed into sharp claws, its fangs protruded from its mouth, and its eyes turned completely eerie green. In its half-human, half-wolf form, it stands nearly 3 meters tall, exuding a ferocious and savage aura and the powerful pressure of a first-rank heavenly king. A whoa! He threw his head back and let out a wolf howl, causing the snow around the arena to fall in a flurry. Snow Wolf transformation. Young Master Wolf Fiend is getting serious right from the start. What a powerful aura. No wonder he's the #1 among the younger generation of the Snow Wolf clan. Young Master Wan Wei, he's finished. The audience gasped in surprise, and most of them looked at Wan Wei with pity. The difference is enormous. Li Qingtian and the rest of the Li family were on tenterhooks. Li Qingwei covered her mouth, unable to look any further. Prepare to die. Wolf Demon completed its transformation and stomped its hind legs on the ice, cracking the solid ice surface. His massive body moved with lightning speed, carrying a stench and a chilling aura, his sharp claws aimed straight for Wanwei's face. If he grabs it firmly, his head will probably be crushed. Everyone thought Wanwei would be too frightened to move or would scramble to escape. However, Wanwei stood still, not moving an inch, and simply sighed softly. Fancy and gaudy. Just as the wolf's claws were about to strike, Wanwei's powerful blood and chi, the result of a late-stage first-rank Heavenly King, erupted without reservation. That solid and heavy pressure, although not as wild as the wolf fiend, was more upright and majestic. What? The Heavenly King's aura? Isn't he a first-grade martial artist? The audience erupted in chaos. The Li family members' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Li Qingwei also opened her mouth in surprise. Wolf Demon's pupils contracted sharply, and his attack faltered. The intelligence was incorrect? How the hell is this a first-grade martial artist? This is clearly the Heavenly King. Moreover, his aura was no weaker than mine. Chapter 49, Tense Atmosphere. But the wolf's arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. His ferocity was unleashed, and his claws became 3 times faster. The first move. Wanwei remained calm and composed. He slightly bent the 5 fingers of his right hand, forming the shape of a dragon's claw. His internal energy and blood circulated wildly according to the route of the dragon roar hand, and a vast and ancient dragon's might faintly emerged. Dragon roar hand probing claw style. He let out a low but authoritative shout, and his right dragon claw met the wolf demon's sharp claws head-on without dodging or avoiding. The claws were fierce, and they even faintly brought with them the sound of wind and thunder, forming a stark contrast with the bitter cold of the icy plain. That was the power of extreme yang and strength. Clang! It sounded like the clang of metal on metal. Or like the clash of dragon claws and wolf claws. The force exploded, scattering the snow on the arena in all directions. Before everyone's incredulous eyes, the massive wolf demon was actually knocked back several steps by Wanwei's claw. Wanwei, however, only swayed slightly before regaining his footing. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. My hair! Wolf demon felt the excruciating pain and numbness coming from his claws, his face filled with horror. The opponent's strength and the purity of his blood and chi far exceeded his expectations. That claw technique was also extremely profound, subtly restraining his wolf clan power. The second move. Wanwei pressed his advantage relentlessly, his footwork unpredictable, closing in instantly, his left hand also forming a claw, aiming straight for Langsha's heart. At the same time, he took a deep breath, his chest heaving. Roar! Dragon roar hand, the accompanying sonic attack technique, Dragon Roar. A pale golden sound wave, visible to the naked eye, accompanied by a deafening, soul-piercing dragon roar, suddenly spread out from Wanwei's center. Wolf Sha, who was the first to be hit, felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. My vision went black, my eardrums stung, my blood and chi surged, and my movements instantly became stiff and sluggish. Even the audience members who were close to the stage felt their minds shaken and felt dizzy. What terrifying sonic attack techniques! What kind of martial art is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Dragon's roar? Could it be a lost dragon martial art? Exclamations rose again from the audience. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. Third move. Get off. A glint flashed in Wanwei's eyes, and his right dragon claw, which had been gathering power for a long time, carried the strength of his entire body and boiling blood. A faint golden dragon shadow swirled in his palm, then slammed into the chest of the wolf demon, who was momentarily stunned by the dragon's roar. Dragon roar hand overturning the sea. Bang! A deafeningly loud bang. Wolfsha's massive half-werewolf body was as if it had been struck head-on by a charging ancient dragon elephant, and the protective wolf fur and freezing air around it instantly dissipated. He let out a miserable howl, spitting out blood mixed with ice shards from his mouth. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew in an arc and flew directly out of the ice-field arena, which was dozens of meters wide. He slammed heavily onto the hard frozen ground outside the ring, rolled a long way before finally coming to a stop, already unconscious, with countless broken ribs. 3 moves. Just 3 moves. The arrogant young master of the Snow Wolf clan, Wolf Demon, is defeated. A clean and decisive defeat. The defeat was absolutely inevitable. The entire room fell silent. Only the cold wind whistled through the snow. Everyone stared in disbelief at the young man on the stage who stood still, having finished his move, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. A first-grade warrior? An absolute loser? Fuck it. This guy is clearly a master of feigning weakness to outsmart others. The Li family members were completely petrified, their minds blank. Li Qingtian felt like his worldview had collapsed. Isn't he a useless first-grade martial artist? Looking at the tall figure on the stage, Li Qingwei's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her heart began to beat faster involuntarily. On the Snow Wolf clan side, there was chaos and disbelief as they rushed to treat the unconscious wolf demon. Wan Xiuhu, watching Wei Ge display his prowess from below the stage, proudly raised his head. At the same time, his keen senses once again caught the moment when Lang Sha was severely injured and unconscious. There seemed to be an extremely faint demonic aura emanating from him. The faint demonic energy, which shared the same origin as the one we had just sensed, quietly dissipated. Wan Wei stood on the ring, enjoying the awe-inspiring gazes of the entire audience, feeling an immense sense of exhilaration. Dragon Roar Hand is expected of a supreme-level martial skill, its power is invincible. Even the Snow Wolf clan, one of the top 10 clans among the demon races, doesn't have many venerable-level martial arts techniques. Moreover, this level of martial arts is not something you can learn at will. It requires talent and hard work. If you don't learn it well, it might not even be as good as a heaven-level martial art. While the audience was still reeling from Wan Wei's crushing victory over Langsha in 3 moves, an even more explosive voice suddenly broke the silence. Wait a minute. Everyone look. Didn't that wolf demon just emit a plume of black smoke? Wan Xiaohu jumped to the edge of the arena, pointed at Lang Sha, who was surrounded and unconscious by the Snow Wolf clan in the distance, and shouted loudly, his face showing the excitement of discovering a great secret. That aura is strange. It's incredibly cold and eerie, somewhat similar to the demonic energy we sensed in the demon realm before. He shouted these words with the power of his vital energy, ensuring that everyone in the audience could hear them clearly. What? Demonic energy? The Snow Wolf clan possesses demonic energy? That can't be right. Although the Snow Wolf clan is fierce, they have always fought alongside us humans against the demon clan. The audience erupted in uproar. All eyes turned to the Snow Wolf clan, their gazes filled with surprise, scrutiny, and a hint of fear. Having ties with the demon race is the most serious accusation in the alliance between humans and demons. The Snow Wolf clan was immediately thrown into chaos. A white-haired elder, who had previously been by Lang Sha's side, suddenly stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying pressure at the heavenly venerable level. He glared at Wan Xiaohu and shouted sharply. You ignorant brat! Stop spouting nonsense and making baseless accusations. He pointed at Wan Xiuhu, then at Wan Wei on the stage, his voice shrill. It is clearly Wan Wei's strange and evil technique that has corroded my young master. Your Wan family dares to slander us as colluding with the demon clan in order to suppress my Snow Wolf clan? Your intentions are despicable. I think it's because your Wan family's cultivation techniques are flawed that you might have an unclear relationship with the demon clan. What a clever tactic of turning the tables. They threw the dirty water back at Wan Jia. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and their gazes toward the Wan family and the Snow Wolf clan changed. The Li family members were at a loss, and Li Qingtian was sweating profusely. How did this involve the demon race again? Things are getting out of hand. Bullshit. When Wan Wei heard this on the ring, he immediately became furious. You can say he's okay, but what if you say his family's martial arts techniques are problematic? He even dragged in the demon race? This old dog really dares to say that. He jumped off the stage, walked to Wan Xiaohu's side, and started cursing at the Snow Wolf clan's third elder by pointing at his nose. Old man. If your eyes aren't working, go get them fixed. I'm using the legitimate Dragon Clan martial art, Dragon Roar Hand, which is extremely yang and powerful, and is specifically designed to counter you wicked creatures. Everyone saw the black smoke emanating from your young master, and you still want to renege on your debt? I think your Snow Wolf clan is guilty. You might have already been corrupted by demonic energy and become the demon's lackeys. Wan Wei's insults were incredibly scathing, showing absolutely no mercy to the other party. Chapter 50 The Pressure of the Celestial Venerable. The third elder of the Snow Wolf clan was so angry that his face turned ashen and his whole body trembled when a junior publicly pointed his finger at him and insulted him. The pressure from the Celestial Venerable level swept out like a blizzard, making it difficult for those with slightly weaker strength to breathe. You little bastard. You're asking for it. The third elder's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was already burning with rage because of Wolf Fiend's crushing defeat, and now the matter of his demonic energy had been exposed in public. He certainly knew some of the inside information. At this moment, the third elder had somewhat lost his mind. His figure vanished from the spot like a ghost, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Wanwei. A withered hand covered in silver wolf fur, with nails as sharp as knives, carrying a chilling aura that could freeze the soul and terrifying power at the level of a celestial venerable, silently reached for Wanwei's heart. The speed was so fast, and the angle so tricky, it was clearly a deliberate sneak attack, aiming to kill in one blow. Young Master Wanwei, be careful. Third Elder, how dare you? Li Qingtian and Wan Xiaohu were horrified, but they didn't have time to react. The heavenly venerable ambushed the heavenly king at such close range that it was almost certain death for him. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they could already see Wanwei's gruesome death, his heart ripped out. However, faced with this sudden and deadly sneak attack, Wanwei showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, a cold mockery appeared on his face. I knew you old dog wouldn't be able to hold back. Just as the wolf's claws were about to touch his chest and close. Buzz! A brilliant white light suddenly appeared between Wanwei's eyebrows without warning. Immediately afterwards, a white beam of light containing supreme majesty and vast power, like a divine sword that splits the heavens, suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows, piercing straight at the third elder of the Snow Wolf clan. The moment that white light appeared, the temperature around the entire icefield arena seemed to rise again. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure, which suppressed everything, made everyone below the level of heavenly venerable tremble in their souls and couldn't help but want to kneel down. This is the divine imprint left by Wanwei's grandfather, the 9th-rank celestial venerable Wan Hong. It contains the power of his full-force attack. What? No. The sinister smile on the face of the Snow Wolf clan's third elder instantly turned into boundless fear and despair. He sensed the presence of death in that white light. That was a force he absolutely could not contend with. He tried to escape, but it was too late. The white beam of light pierced through his protective demonic power with speed beyond comprehension, striking his chest with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! There was no earth-shattering explosion, but the destructive power contained in that white light struck the third elder as if he had been struck by lightning. He let out an extremely shrill scream, his chest visibly caved in, and his whole body was thrown backward like a rag doll. He crashed heavily into the Snow Wolf clan, blood gushing from his mouth and nose like a fountain, mixed with fragments of internal organs. His heavenly venerable level cultivation aura instantly weakened to the extreme, clearly indicating that he had suffered an unimaginable severe injury. Even if he could save his life, his cultivation level would definitely plummet. The entire venue fell silent once again. A sneak attack resulted in a severe injury instantly caused by a beam of white light. What is that white light? Is it really that terrifying? Even a celestial venerable could be severely injured in a single blow? The martial god family is indeed unfathomable. Even a good-for-nothing young master has such a terrifying trump card to save his life. Awe, fear, lingering apprehension, a mix of emotions churned within the crowd. Before everyone could recover from this shocking turn of events, the white pillar of light that had defeated the third elder did not completely dissipate. It paused slightly in mid-air, then slowly condensed, transforming into a slightly illusory yet infinitely majestic figure of an old man. It was a wisp of divine thought from Master Wan Hong. The phantom's gaze was like lightning, coldly sweeping over the Snow Wolf clan members below who were trembling with fear. He glanced again at the seriously injured and unconscious third elder, and let out a disgruntled snort. Humph. A mere Snow Wolf dares to lay a hand on my grandson, Wan Hong? It has no sense of mortality. That cold snort was like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding in everyone's hearts. The immense pressure emanating from it, like a tangible force, swept across the entire area. All the Snow Wolf clan members, including the two other elders who had arrived but were slightly weaker, felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Their legs went weak, their faces turned pale, and they didn't even dare to lift their heads, let alone refute. This is the foundation of the martial god family. This is the majesty of a 9th-rank celestial venerable. However, that's not all. Almost at the same time that Grandpa Wan Hong's phantom appeared, the space next to the icefield arena suddenly began to distort violently. Immediately afterwards, a violent spatial rift was forcibly torn open. From within the crack, several figures exuding overwhelming power stepped out. The leader was a man of imposing stature, with a resolute face and sharp eyes. He unleashed the terrifying aura of a half-step martial god, causing the wind and snow of the entire world to pause. It was Wanwei's second uncle, Wan Tianzong, a half-step martial god. Behind him followed 4 elderly men with powerful auras and piercing eyes, all of whom were heavenly venerable level experts. Before Wan Tianzong had fully appeared, his signature booming voice had already resounded through the sky. Damn it! Which blind bastard dares to bully my nephew? Are they tired of living? The sound was like rolling thunder, making many people's ears ring. Wan Tianzong stepped out of the crevice, his gaze instantly locking onto the heavily injured third elder of the Snow Wolf clan and the group of Snow Wolf clan members who were now silent with fear. He glanced at the illusory image of old Master Wan Hong in the air, which nodded slightly to him before disappearing and finally landing on the unharmed Wan Wei. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But the anger on his face did not diminish, and the aura of a half-step martial god enveloped the Snow Wolf clan like a raging sea. So it's you bunch of hairy beasts? Ha! The entire Snow Wolf clan was terrified out of their wits. The mere illusory divine thought of a ninth-rank heavenly venerable was enough to terrify them, and now a living, breathing half-step martial god has arrived, accompanied by 4 heavenly venerable henchmen. How are they supposed to compete with this? The second elder, who had previously refuted Wan Shouhu, was now ashen-faced and dared not show the slightest arrogance. He quickly bowed and said in a trembling voice, "Second Master Wan, please calm down." It was my clan's third elder who was momentarily confused and offended young Master Wan Wei. We are willing to compensate. We are willing to apologize. There is absolutely no collusion with the demons, it must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Faced with overwhelming power, dignity and anger are nothing but bullshit. Saving your life is the most important thing. Wan Tianzong snorted coldly. He knew that now was not the time to completely break off relations. The Snow Wolf clan had considerable influence in the northeast, and its destruction would cause turmoil among the demon race. His main purpose was to intimidate and support his nephew. A misunderstanding? The ambush on my nephew is a misunderstanding? I'll remember this. Wan Tianzong said domineeringly, "Now, all of you better behave yourselves. If anyone dares to have any crooked thoughts, I don't mind having wolf meat hot pot tonight." The Snow Wolf clan members repeatedly agreed, not daring to utter a single complaint. Chapter 51 Wan Tianzong's Bewilderment. At this moment, Li Qingtian mustered his courage, cautiously stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Wan Tianzong. "Master Wan, your presence is an honor. I am sorry for not welcoming you sooner. I, Li Qingtian, have important matters to report." "Speak." Wan Tianzong's tone softened slightly. He had a fairly good impression of the Li family. Li Qingtian quickly said, "Second Master, the information we previously reported to the Demon Suppression Division regarding the unusual spatial fluctuations deep within the northern netherworld abyss, suspected to indicate the activity of a powerful demon or the emergence of a treasure, is absolutely true. Our Li families in the Snow Wolf clan's outposts have all discovered the situation, which may be more serious than initially thought. We need to investigate further as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Wan Tianzong frowned. He rushed here not only because he sensed that the old man's consciousness had been triggered and was worried about his nephew's safety, but also because he did have this mission to complete. Faced with such a major crisis, many matters of the Demon Suppression Division will be handled by the Wan family. Firstly, the Wan family is indeed powerful, and secondly, having the Wan family take action can weaken their strength and prevent them from becoming too powerful for the Demon Suppression Division to control. He glanced at the Snow Wolf clan, then at the Li family, and pondered. The situation in the northern dark abyss is complicated. With my cultivation at the half-step martial god level, I usually can't leave the battlefield unless the other side sends out a half-step martial god. At most, I can only guard the outer human outposts and can't go deep into the core of the cold abyss to investigate. I still have to rely on heavenly venerables and below. He pointed to the 4 heavenly venerables of the myriad families who had followed behind him. They'll go in with you. Wan Tianzong said, his gaze sweeping over the Snow Wolf clan and the Li family. Both of you should send people. Since you're both here and concerned about the strange events in the cold abyss, form a temporary expedition team and go down together. That way, you can look out for each other. Although the Snow Wolf clan desperately wanted to leave, they dared not say no at this moment. They had no choice but to accept it reluctantly, indicating that they would send 2 heavenly venerable elders and several heavenly kings to participate. The Li family naturally had no objections, and Li Qingtian stated that he would personally lead the team and send out the family's elite troops. Thus, a group consisting of 4 heavenly venerables from the Wan family, Li Qingtian heavenly venerable from the Li family, and several heavenly kings, and a group from the Snow Wolf clan consisting of 2 less injured heavenly venerable elders and several heavenly kings, formed. The temporary expedition team, composed of 3 parties, was forcibly brought together by Wan Tianzong. Although each party had their own ulterior motives, they temporarily reached a superficial cooperation under the military deterrence of the Wan family and a common goal. "Dad, I want to go too," Wan Xiaohu exclaimed excitedly when he saw his father arrive. "There are demons causing trouble inside. Why would you go with them?" Wan Tianzong frowned. "Dad, didn't you say you wanted to train hard?" Wan Xiaohu looked somewhat unhappy. "Take good care of your brother Wanwei while you're out there." "Dad, brother Wanwei is already a first-rank heavenly king. He doesn't need my protection anymore." As soon as he said it, he realized that he had let something slip. Wanwei is already the top-ranking heavenly king, doesn't that make him seem useless? How can we even lay tiles like this? Ha? A first-rank heavenly king? Little tiger, you're not lying to me. Second uncle, Xiaohu didn't lie. Wanwei said, releasing his vital energy. The power of the late-stage first-rank heavenly king is undeniable. It's only been less than a week, how did you become a heavenly king? Wan Tianzong was utterly shocked. Possessed? The thought suddenly popped into Wan Tianzong's head, how could someone become a superstar in such a short time? Having lived for over 3,000 years, I have never seen anyone reach the heavenly king level in a week. Is this what dual cultivation is? This made Wan Tianzong eager to make a move as well. Just as Wan Tianzong was pondering, Wanwei spoke again. Second uncle, I also want to go and kill the demons of the demon realm and bring glory to our Wan family. In fact, Yang Wei is one of them. Secondly, he seemed to have heard in his previous life that a major event had occurred in northeast China. Many of the elders in the family went to suppress the demons. However, at that time he was still playing every day and didn't pay attention to these things at all. Looking back now, it's probably because the Snow Wolf clan colluded with the Demon clan. Alright, be careful once you're inside. Wan Tianzong was quite relieved that Wan Hai, whom he had brought with him this time, was an 8th rank celestial venerable. Humph. Wan Xiaohu curled his lip. Brother Wanwei only let me go because he wanted to, he's so biased. However, Wan Xiaohu did not say these words aloud. With everything arranged, Li Qingwei, who had been staying by her father's side, looked at the departing procession, bit her lip, and mustered her courage to say to Li Qingtian, "Father, I also want to go to the northern cold abyss with you." Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian immediately straightened his face. Nonsense. The depths of the frost abyss are extremely dangerous, with severe demonic corruption. Only a heavenly king realm expert could withstand it for long. You're only at the 7th rank of cultivation. Going in would be suicide. Just stay home. Li Qingwei's face immediately fell, her eyes filled with resentment and disappointment. She knew her father was telling the truth, but she also wanted to contribute to the family. Wanwei watched Li Qingwei's dejected profile, his eyes darting around, and an idea came to him. He walked to Li Qingtian's side and whispered, "Uncle Li, may I speak with Qingwei in private for a moment?" Although Li Qingtian was puzzled, he nodded after considering the strength and background that Wanwei had just displayed. Wanwei pulled the reluctant Li Qingwei to a relatively secluded corner. "You want to go in?" Wanwei asked bluntly. Li Qingwei raised her head, looked at him, and nodded firmly with a determined look in her eyes. Wanwei smiled, flipped his hand, and a divine breakthrough pill, emitting an enticing medicinal fragrance, appeared in his palm. "Here, eat it." This is Li Qingwei was puzzled. "Don't ask, you'll know once you eat it." Wanwei stuffed the pill into her hand. Li Qingwei looked at Wanwei, then at the pills, and thought of the unfathomable family behind him. The trust in my heart instantly overwhelmed my hesitation. Without further hesitation, she put the pill into her mouth. A familiar warmth, a familiar surge in cultivation. Rank 7, mid-stage, late-stage, peak. Rank 8. Mid-stage, late-stage, peak of rank 8. Rank 9. Peak of the 9th rank. Boom. The barrier is broken. The Heavenly King's imposing aura spread out. First rank Heavenly King. Achieved. This was originally a elixir meant for the Heavenly King. Now, if martial artists eat it, they can break through several levels in a row. Li Qingwei felt the surging power within her body, and her body trembled slightly with excitement. A breakthrough that easy? Her gaze toward Wanwei was filled with boundless admiration and gratitude. She had never heard of a pill in the world that could be so miraculous, allowing a person to directly upgrade from a 7th grade martial artist to the Heavenly King realm. Is this the secret to Wanwei's ascension to the Heavenly King realm? This guy was the good-for-nothing son of the Wan family not long ago. He suddenly became a king. It seems the Wan family has a deep foundation. When Wan Wei returned to the public with the newly crowned first-rank heavenly king Li Qingwei, everyone was stunned once again. Li Qingtian pointed at his daughter, stammering, "Qingwei, how did you break through to the heavenly king level?" What happened?" Li Qingwei lowered her head and whispered, "It was young Master Wan Wei who helped me." "How did you help?" Countless guesses flashed through everyone's minds in an instant, and their gazes toward Wan Wei became even more awe-inspiring and fervent, especially those Li family experts who were stuck at their bottlenecks. Wan Wei waved his hand, with a basic, no-brainer expression. "Just a little trick. Now, Qingwei is qualified to go in, isn't she?" What else could Li Qingtian say? His daughter is already a superstar, how could he possibly stop her? He could only nod with a wry smile, inwardly marveling at the methods employed by the Wan family. Thus, the expedition team gained another newly promoted top-ranking member, Li Qingwei. Without further delay, led by Wan Tianzong, Li Qingtian, and a senior celestial venerable from the Wan family, they headed towards the entrance to the perilous northern ice plains, known as the Northern Cold Abyss. Chapter 52 Another Mutation. Braving the bitter cold, the group trekked across the endless ice plains for a long time before finally arriving at the legendary entrance to the northern netherworld abyss. This is a huge chasm located between two millennia-old icebergs, its depths unfathomable, seemingly leading straight to the deepest hell. Black demonic energy billowed out of the cracks like a thick fog, intertwining with the white chill on the ice plains to create a hazy, extremely unsettling, and eerie scene. The concentration and purity of the demonic energy far exceeded what I had felt at the entrance to Secret Realm number 23. Just standing on the edge made me feel that my blood and chi were not flowing smoothly and my mind was depressed. Such powerful demonic energy. It's several times denser than when I last investigated. Li Qingtian's expression was solemn as he looked at Wan Hai, the senior celestial venerable who led the Wan family. Wan Hai, Wan Tianzong's cousin, was an 8th-rank celestial venerable with extensive experience. He said in a deep voice, "It seems the anomaly is indeed intensifying. Everyone, circulate your cultivation techniques to protect yourselves, stay close to the group, and do not separate." The two elders of the Snow Wolf clan, one a 2nd-rank celestial venerable and the other a 1st-rank celestial venerable, also showed vigilance and instructed their clansmen to be careful. The group entered the deep, cold crevice one by one. Descending along the naturally formed ice steps, you are surrounded by ancient, unmelting ice. Occasionally, you can see fossils of ancient creatures that have long been extinct on the ice walls, adding to the eeriness of the place. After passing through the secret realm, a huge underground ice cave suddenly opened up before them. In the center of the ice cave stood a small city. Similar to the City of Hope in Secret Realm 23, this is also a fortified outpost that humans painstakingly built in the Demon Realm, named Frost Abyss Fortress. The city was also shrouded in a huge energy shield, but the light of this shield was somewhat dim, flickering uncertainly under the erosion of endless demonic energy and cold air. The atmosphere inside the fortress was even more tense and grim than in the City of Hope. There were quite a few warriors stationed there, but each of them wore a look of exhaustion and vigilance. Upon seeing Wan Hai and Li Qingtian lead their team in, the general in charge of the area hurriedly stepped forward to report the situation, confirming that the unusual activity deep within the cold abyss was becoming more and more frequent, and the source of the demonic energy seemed to be constantly growing stronger. Wan Tianzong plans to stay here as a half-step martial god. They can only remain in the human capital city to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, going deeper would attract powerful beings from the demon realm who are also at the half-step martial god level. After a short rest at the Cold Abyss Fortress, the group set off again. The real expedition team consisted of Wan Hai, Li Qingtian, 2 elders of the Snow Wolf clan, and 3 other heavenly venerables from the Wan family. Together with Wan Wei, Wan Xiaohu, Li Qingwei, and several heavenly king-level experts from the Li family and the Snow Wolf clan, they left the relatively safe fortress and continued their journey towards the deepest part where the demonic energy surged. Unlike the Demon Realm, which connects to other secret realms, the Demon Realm connected to the northeast is usually in a very harsh environment. The further you go in, the more the frigid ice cave gradually transforms into a labyrinth made of black ice crystals. The demonic energy was so dense it was impossible to disperse, constantly trying to erode everyone's protective chi and blood. An ordinary 9th-rank martial artist probably couldn't last more than a short while here. Even Li Qingwei, who had just been promoted to the 1st-rank heavenly king, felt immense pressure. Her face turned pale, and she stayed close to Wan Wei. Wan Wei was all right. He had abundant blood and energy, advanced cultivation techniques, and the mind-clearing pill, rewarded by the system, which had a slight effect on stabilizing his mind. Wan Xiaohu remained highly vigilant. His immaculate body was exceptionally sensitive to demonic energy, and he would occasionally frown and look in the direction of the Snow Wolf clan. The other three heavenly venerables of the Wan family closely protected Wan Wei and Wan Xiaohu, fearing that something might happen to the two young masters. After wandering through the maze-like black ice crystal passage for half a day, Wan Hai, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and gestured for everyone to be quiet. They arrived at an enormous underground space. The scene before them made everyone gasp in shock. In the center of this vast underground space, instead of the imagined demon's lair or a naturally formed demonic spring, stood a massive ancient altar. The altar was carved entirely from a deep black ice, with an ancient and ferocious shape, covered with complex and eerie runes. The runes were flowing slowly, emitting a faint purplish black light. The altar is divided into 3 tiers, towering like a small mountain, with a huge platform at the very top. At this moment, the altar is operating at full capacity. Visible white, chilling earth energy was forcibly drawn in from all directions and poured into the runes at the bottom of the altar. At the top of the altar, the runes transformed the pure earth vein cold energy into an even purer deep blue demonic energy. But that's not the worst part. The most terrifying thing is that at the core of the surging demonic energy at the top of the altar, space was torn open with a dark rift more than 10 meters long, and the edges were shimmering with the light of ice crystals. On the other side of the crack, an even colder, more deathly aura emanated, along with countless chilling writhing and whispering sounds. This altar is actually using the endless cold energy from the earth veins of the northern netherworld as energy, converting it into demonic energy, and attempting to establish a two-way permanent spatial portal. What the hell is this thing? One of the Li family's top figures spoke with a trembling voice. An ancient altar, the work of a demon god. Wan Hai's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He recognized the ancient and evil nature of those runes. Upon seeing the altar's design and sensing its unique, icy, deathly demonic aura, Wan Wei thought of something that would happen 3 years later. The Ice Prison Demon God. This was the work of the Ice Prison Demon God's followers. In the previous life, when the demons launched a large-scale invasion, the northern front collapsed first because several demon legions with extreme ice attributes suddenly appeared in the north, catching humanity off guard. It was only later that I learned that it was an ancient demon god called the Ice Prison Demon God who had laid out a teleportation node deep in the northern dark abyss long ago. This altar in front of us is one of the key elements. Its purpose is to open a permanent portal that allows the elite legions under the Ice Prison Demon God to pass through. Once fully completed, the Northland will instantly become a demonic realm, serving as a forward base for the demons' invasion. But what's puzzling is that at this point in the previous life, many powerful families came to the northeast to clean up the altar from back then, yet 3 years later, a large-scale invasion by the demon race still occurred. It seems that during the attack, someone colluded with the demons and left a backup plan. Or perhaps the Snow Wolf clan, still harboring wicked intentions, colluded with the demon clan. Or perhaps other forces colluded with the demons. Neither of them brings good news. But right now, getting rid of this one is the most important thing. This is the altar of the Ice Demon God. It's building a permanent portal. Wan Wei shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Demon God. That is an existence even more mysterious and terrifying than the god of war. At the same level, powerful demons are often stronger than human beings. If such a portal were actually established, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, just as everyone was stunned by the altar and Wan Wei's words, they lost their composure. Mutation and regeneration. Whoa! Among the Snow Wolf clan members standing on the flank of the group, the elder, who was a second-rank celestial venerable, suddenly let out a loud yet eerie wolf howl. The eerie green light in his eyes had now turned into a deep blue, similar to the demonic energy of the altar. At the same time as him, several other Snow Wolf clan heavenly kings also underwent changes. Their auras instantly became violent and chaotic, filled with dense demonic energy. Wan Wei looked at it and realized it was a password. He should have known better than to bring these pack of wolves. Chapter 53: Desperate Situation. Oh no! They've been in cahoots with the demons all along. Wan Xiaohu was the first to react and shouted a warning. But it was too late. For the glory of the Ice Demon God. For the rebirth of the North. Slaughter all these troublesome humans. The second-rank elder of the Snow Wolf clan, with a stern face, roared in a hoarse voice and pounced on one of the Li family's heavenly kings who was caught off guard. His claws were covered with deep blue icy demonic energy. Snow Wolf clan. How dare you betray the alliance? Li Qingtian's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Betrayal? It's time for the era of human rule over the North to end. Only by following the ice prison demon god can my Snow Wolf clan become the true kings of the North. Another Snow Wolf clan elder, grinning maliciously, led his demonized clansmen in a blatant rebellion. At the same time, dense and heavy footsteps came from the stable spatial rift at the top of the altar. Whoosh! 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 One after another, figures exuding powerful icy demonic energy poured out of the crack like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Leading the group was a tall figure wearing dark blue ice crystal armor, with curved ice horns on his head, and his face hidden behind an ice mask. Its aura was vast and icy, clearly belonging to an ice demon elder at the 8th rank celestial venerable level. 3 4th rank celestial venerables followed behind. Behind them were hundreds of ice demon warriors at the Heavenly King realm. Their bodies are made of solid ice and demonic energy, their eyes are 2 points of ghostly blue fire, and they hold weapons made of condensed ice crystals in their hands. The Snow Wolf clan traders, in league with the Ice Demon Legion, instantly surrounded Wan Wei, Wan Hai, Li Qingtian, and their group. Demonic energy and icy chill intertwined, and a murderous aura permeated the entire underground space. Damn it! Wan Hai cursed angrily and immediately stood in front of Wan Wei to protect him. Li Qingtian quickly pulled his daughter, Li Qingwei, to his side. Wan Wei. Li Qingtian. Today is your death day. Use your blood as a sacrifice for the descent of the ice prison demon god. The 2nd rank elder of the Snow Wolf clan was shouting wildly. The 2 4th rank ice demon elders remained silent, their deep blue gazes fixed on Wan Hai and Li Qingtian, the 2 strongest among the human celestial venerables, their chilling killing intent almost tangible. Form ranks. Defend! Wan Hai shouted sternly, remaining calm in the face of danger. The 3 heavenly venerables of the Wan family and Li Qingtian quickly moved closer, protecting Wan Wei, Wan Xiaohu, Li Qingwei, and several heavenly kings of the Li family in the middle, forming a circular formation. But the situation remains extremely unfavorable. The high-level combat power is evenly matched, but the number of demon lords on both sides is mismatched. 2 traitorous Snow Wolf clan celestial venerables, one of the 1st rank and the other of the 2nd rank, with the added power of demonization, their strength was close to that of normal 2nd and 3rd rank celestial beings, along with hundreds of ice demon warriors and demonized snow wolves. On the human side, Li Qingtian and the other 3 4th rank heavenly venerables of the Wan family have to face 3 other 4th rank ice demon elders and 2 traitor heavenly venerables, which puts them under immense pressure. 4 against 5. The remaining heavenly kings, on the other hand, had to deal with the surging tide of ice demon warriors and demonized snow wolves. The situation is even more difficult. Wan Wei never expected that he would come to the wolf's den after just getting out of the tiger's den. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. The light of ice crystals and blood clashed violently, and roars, screams, and the clash of weapons echoed throughout the underground space. One of the Wan family members, a 4th rank heavenly venerable, possessed formidable strength. He single-handedly held off another 4th rank heavenly venerable and a 1st rank heavenly venerable from the Snow Wolf clan, but the situation was fraught with danger. The Ice Demon Elder's chilling aura was extremely difficult to deal with. It has a strong freezing and erosion effect. The other 2 heavenly venerables of the myriad families faced off one-on-one against a 4th rank heavenly venerable from the demon clan. Li Qingtian then faced off against a 2nd rank celestial venerable from the Snow Wolf clan. Wan Wei, Wan Xiaohu, Li Qingwei, and several of the Li family's top figures were caught in a fierce battle against the ice demon warriors and the demonized snow wolves. These ice demon warriors are not top tier in individual strength, but they cooperate well, are fearless of death, and their attacks have a freezing and slowing effect, making them very troublesome. Fortunately, you can take advantage of the terrain and fight from a narrow path. Wan Wei wielded the Netherworld Blade, its blade energy crisscrossing, slicing through several ice demon warriors who rushed at him, but more immediately surrounded him. Wan Xiaohu's fist was powerful and fierce, blasting a demonized snow wolf away, but he was also affected by the cold air, which slowed his movements down. Li Qingwei gritted her teeth and brandished her longsword. As a newly crowned heavenly king, she lacked combat experience and was almost pierced by the ice spear several times. Fortunately, Wan Wei reacted quickly and parried with his knife. This won't do. We'll be worn down and die here. Wan Wei was extremely anxious. The enemy has superior high-end combat capabilities and far more troops than our side. Looking at the enemies closing in on him and the weary, desperate faces of his comrades, and then at the altar core above his head, which was churning with frantic activity and radiating demonic energy, Wan Wei's mind raced. Is using the life-saving trick my dad gave me the only option? That's an extremely rare item. And it can only be used once. In an instant, Wanwei thought of, blood web. This thing is reusable. Little tiger. Uncle Lee. Uncle Hai. Listen to my signal. I'll hold them off for a split second, then you all go all out. Wanwei spoke rapidly into his voice to Wan Xiuhu, Li Qingtian, and Wan Hai, who was engaged in a fierce battle. Although the group didn't know what Wanwei's methods were, they had no choice but to trust him at this moment. Wanwei seized the opportunity and had an idea. He suddenly hurled that seemingly insignificant, blood-red net towards the direction where the 8th rank Heavenly Venerable, the 3/4 rank Ice Demon Elders, and the 2nd rank Snow Wolf Clan Elder were located. The crimson threads grew rapidly in the wind, instantly transforming into a massive blood net covering an area of tens of meters in radius, emanating a strange binding force that descended upon them. And it only covers those with magical powers. Ha! What is that? The Ice Demon Elder, who was at the forefront, was stunned and instinctively swung his axe to strike, but the axe blade cut through the blood net as if it were hitting flowing water, without any force. The blood net descended even faster, engulfing the 4 of them, along with more than a dozen Ice Demon warriors and demonized snow wolves nearby. In an instant, all the enemies covered by the blood net, no matter how much they struggled, found themselves firmly bound in place by an invisible force. Although I can still move around a little, how can I move more than 3 meters away? No way. You want to launch a ranged attack? The circulation of chi and blood, as well as demonic energy, became extremely sluggish. The Heavenly King binds for 10 seconds, and the Heavenly Venerable binds for 5 seconds. Now! Attack the altar! Interrupt it! Wanwei roared with all his might. This sudden turn of events threw the Ice Demon's side into chaos. For a master like Wan Hai, being trapped for a few seconds is a fatal flaw. A perfect opportunity. Wan Hai's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the frustration of being suppressed and beaten instantly transformed into a monstrous killing intent. He completely ignored the bound soldiers, and his blood and chi erupted like a volcano as he unleashed the Wan family's secret killing technique, the Heavenly Gang Demon Suppressing Palm. His target was the 2 4th rank Ice Demon Elders who were closest to him and were temporarily trapped by the Crimson Net. Boom! Boom! 2 golden palm prints, refined to the extreme, were firmly imprinted on the chests of the 2 Ice Demon Celestials. They were struggling with all their might to break free of the blood web's restraints and had no time to defend themselves. The ice crystal armor shattered. Deep blue demonic blood gushed out. The 2 4th rank Ice Demon Celestial Venerables let out a shrill scream, their auras instantly weakening considerably, and they were severely injured. At the same time, Li Qingtian and Wan Jianatian Zun seized the opportunity and launched a wide-range attack on the Ice Demon warriors and demonized snow wolves around them who were also affected by the blood-red net and whose movements were slowed down. Sword energy crisscrossed, and fist shadows were as numerous as mountains. In just 2 or 3 seconds, more than 20 Ice Demon warriors and 7 or 8 demonized snow wolves were killed or severely injured. Ice crystal shards and severed limbs flew everywhere. Chapter 54 Li Qingwei's Resolute Action. Everyone! Ignore the minions. Attack the top of the altar. Break the spatial rift. Having landed a successful blow, Wan Hai didn't hesitate. His figure spread like a rock's wings and he pounced directly towards the crack in the altar top where demonic energy surged into the sky. He gathered terrifying power in his palms once more, ready to strike the core of the altar. Li Qingtian and the others also reacted and changed their attack direction, with the light of various martial arts techniques shooting towards the top of the altar. However, the altar seemed to have a self-protection mechanism. The runes on its surface lit up, forming a layer of purplish-black energy shield that weakened or blocked most attacks. Only Wan Hai's attack caused it to shake violently, momentarily halting the surge of demonic energy, but it was still far from being completely interrupted. To make matters worse, the binding effect of the blood-red net only lasts for a mere 5 seconds. When the time was up, the bloody light dissipated, and the net automatically flew back to Wanwei's hand. Although it was still usable, it needed to be recharged. Roar! The remaining few were furious. They never expected to be tricked by such a small net and to pay such a heavy price. Kill them! Especially that brat with the net. The Ice Demon Celestial, whose injuries were less severe, roared hysterically, ignoring Wan Hai. It abruptly changed direction, transforming into a blue ice rainbow, carrying boundless fury and bone-chilling cold. Heading straight for Wanwei. It realized that Wanwei was the key, and also the weakest. Wanwei, watch out! Wan Hai wanted to return to the rescue, but he was entangled by an 8th rank Ice Demon Elder and a large number of Ice Demon warriors. And several more celestial beings from the demon realm appeared on the altar. Brother Wei! Wan Xiaohu roared and tried to rush over, but was blocked by several demonized Snow Wolf Kings. Li Qingtian was also besieged by the Snow Wolf clan's first-rank elder and the Ice Demon warrior, and he was in dire need of protection. That fourth-rank celestial venerable from the demon realm is too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Wanwei, a huge ice claw made entirely of extreme ice and demonic energy, carrying the terrifying power to freeze the soul and slash down. If it gets firmly in place, Wanwei will instantly turn into an ice sculpture and then shatter into dust. The shadow of death loomed over them in an instant. At this critical moment, "Don't want!" A delicate, tearful shout rang out. A slender figure rushed to Wanwei's side without hesitation, using her petite back to meet the deadly ice demon's claws. It's Li Qingwei. She didn't know where the courage came from, but she made this decision in a flash. Perhaps it was out of gratitude that Wanwei gave her the elixir to help her break through to the next level. Perhaps it was the subtle, almost imperceptible, admiration that had been present throughout the journey. But the more immediate thought was, Wanwei is the young master of the Wan family. If he dies here, the Wan family will be enraged, and the Li family will likely face unimaginable wrath as well. Protecting him is protecting the Li family. Puff! The ice demon's claw gripped Li Qingwei's back firmly. There was no sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, only a tooth-grinding, icy, corrosive, and freezing sound. Li Qingwei's protective qi and blood were instantly shattered, and the extremely cold demonic energy burrowed into her body like a venomous snake. A thick layer of frost instantly covered her body, and her face turned as white as paper. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with ice crystals, and his breath weakened rapidly at a visible speed, his life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Qingwei! Seeing this, Li Qingtian's eyes widened in horror, and he let out a desperate roar. Wanwei was also stunned. He never expected that this girl, whom he had only known for a short time, would go to such lengths for him. The ice demon celestial saw that his attack had failed to kill Wanwei, and instead was blocked by a woman. Enraged, he swung his ice claws, intending to sweep away the dying Li Qingwei and continue attacking Wanwei. Son of a bitch! Wanwei's eyes instantly turned red. An unprecedented surge of rage and heartache welled up inside me. He immediately took out the Clear Mind pill from his system inventory and stuffed it into Li Qingwei's cold mouth, using his qi and blood to help her swallow it, keeping her on her last breath. The Ice Demon Lord's icy claws once again reached for Wanwei's head. It seems that Wanwei is about to follow in Li Qingwei's footsteps. An anomaly occurred at that moment. Li Qingwei sprayed out blood containing her own primordial essence, and a few drops landed precisely in the ancient rune grooves of the black ice crystal altar beneath her feet. Those evil runes that had been dormant for countless millennia actually lit up slightly upon contact with this special blood? It wasn't the purplish black light of demonic energy, but an extremely faint yet incredibly pure and noble ice blue light. Immediately afterwards, a dormant bloodline originating from ancient times within Li Qingwei's body seemed to be suddenly awakened by the life or death crisis and the stimulation of the demon god's altar. Bah! A clear, melodious cry, seemingly from the ancient wilderness, burst forth from Li Qingwei's seemingly frozen body without warning. The voice was filled with boundless majesty, nobility, and a cold, sacred sense that purified everything. Centered on Li Qingwei, an indescribable and terrifying cold wave suddenly erupted. But this cold wave was completely different from the gloomy and deathly cold of the demonic energy. It was pure, clear, and contained vibrant life and supreme majesty. Click, click, click. The deep blue magical ice covering Li Qingwei was instantly shattered into powder by this cold wave. On Li Qingwei's back, a pair of magnificent phoenix wings, made entirely of pure ice blue energy, suddenly unfolded. Each feather was crystal clear, burning with an icy blue flame. That's the legendary Ice Phoenix Flame. Her hair moved without wind, turning into an ice blue color. Her eyes opened, and her pupils became dazzling ice blue gems. A complex phoenix pattern appeared on her forehead. Extreme Ice Phoenix Bloodline. Awakening. Rebirth. A vast and boundless aura, terrifying enough to make the souls of all the demons present tremble, surged into the sky from Li Qingwei. 9th rank Celestial Venerable. Although the power was gained by briefly burning her bloodline, at this moment, she is the master of this world. What is this? A phoenix? A legendary divine beast with a bloodline? Her aura, a 9th rank Celestial Venerable? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering change, and even the fighting temporarily stopped. Li Qingwei slowly floated up, her icy blue eyes coldly sweeping across the entire scene before finally settling on the 4th rank Ice Demon Elder who had severely injured Wanwei and almost killed her. When the Ice Demon Elder was swept by that gaze, he felt as if he were being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, and an boundless chill rose from the depths of his soul. It screamed and turned to try to escape back into the spatial rift. Die. Li Qingwei's voice was ethereal and cold, devoid of any emotion. She simply raised one hand, covered in the flames of the Ice Phoenix, and made a loose grasp on the fleeing Ice Demon Elder. Boom! Endless flames of the Ice Phoenix appeared out of nowhere and instantly engulfed the Ice Demon Elder. This flame may seem cold, but it possesses the power to purify and annihilate all evil. The demonic energy melted away before it like snow meeting boiling oil. Ah! No! Lord Demon God, save me! The Ice Demon Lord let out a scream so shrill it was indescribable. Its icy demonic body rapidly melted and vaporized in the Ice Phoenix flame, and even its soul was frozen and shattered. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a powerful 4th-grade Ice Demon Celestial Venerable was annihilated, body and soul. The entire room fell silent. Upon seeing this, the 8th-rank Heavenly Venerable of the Demon Realm stopped entangled with Wan Hai and turned to flee. The Demon Lords beneath him dared not linger any longer. With a strange cry, they led the way and fled in panic toward the spatial rift. Chapter 55 The Actions of the Wan Family. The traitors of the Snow Wolf clan were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they dared not resist. Li Qingwei did not pursue them. Her icy blue eyes were fixed on the still-functioning demon god altar. She glanced at Wan Wei, who was looking at her with a worried expression, and a hint of tenderness and determination flashed in her eyes. Use this bloodline to freeze away evil. She formed an ancient and profound hand seal, and the Ice Phoenix flame burning around her and her surging 9th-rank heavenly venerable power rushed into her heart like rivers flowing into the sea. She was about to ignite the newly awakened and still unstable essence of the extreme Ice Phoenix bloodline and unleash a forbidden technique. No! Qingwei! Wan Wei seemed to have guessed what she was going to do and shouted hoarsely. Li Qingwei transformed into an extremely dazzling ice blue pillar of light, carrying the ultimate power of purification and sealing, and crashed into the core of the demon god's altar. Buzz! An indescribable chill instantly swept through the entire underground space. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The surging demonic energy was frozen. The running runes were frozen. The ever-growing spatial rift was quickly covered by a layer of eternal ice several meters thick, crystal clear yet indestructible, and was forcibly welded shut. The entire massive and malevolent demon god altar, along with the surrounding area of several hundred meters, was completely sealed by a layer of magnificent yet dangerous icy blue ice. The demonic energy was isolated and its operation was stopped. The land is frozen solid, and evil spirits cease to roam. The remnants of the Snow Wolf clan, seeing the frozen altar and the dissipating Phoenix Pillar of Light, and then looking at Wan Hai and the others whose killing intent was boiling, finally broke down completely, threw down their weapons, and knelt down to surrender. Wan Wei watched as the dazzling yet tragic ice blue pillar of light slowly dissipated, and Li Qingwei's figure slowly appeared on the altar. Qingwei! Wan Wei's spirits lifted, and he immediately rushed forward to check on her. There's still a breath left. Wan Wei took out the Tai Sui Ju Yuan Dan that his father had given him before. My father said that this elixir could save a person as long as they had a breath left. Wan Wei took it out without hesitation. Li Qingwei saved him, and right now she is the most important person to him. He carefully placed the pill into Li Qingwei's mouth, then circulated his qi and blood, channeling the pure and gentle medicinal power throughout Li Qingwei's body. As the medicine took effect, Li Qingwei's breathing gradually calmed down. Wan Wei breathed a sigh of relief, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. Li Qingtian, standing to the side, was overcome with emotion and tears streamed down his face. Wan Wei knew this was just a temporary measure to truly rescue Li Qingwei. He would probably need even greater power. It needs to be taken back to Wanjia for treatment. He stood up, looking at the huge, frozen altar and the welded closed spatial rift before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This is a big problem, Wan Wei muttered to himself, rubbing his temples. I originally thought I was just here to woo a girl and gain some experience. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon the demon's grand conspiracy to establish a permanent teleportation portal. He almost lost his life and the girl in the process. The key point is that Li Qingwei awakened the bloodline of an ancient divine beast in order to save him, and even got herself into this state. He has to take full responsibility for her, both morally and logically. It seems that this Miss Li Qingwei must be married off properly and brought into the Wan family in a grand manner. Wan Wei muttered to himself. Responsibility and gratitude prevented Wan Wei from simply picking up his gun and running away. Moreover, this girl is not only beautiful and has a good personality, but she also has the bloodline of a mythical beast. With this level of genetic quality, the system will definitely give it a high score. You can't think like that, that's too awful. While Wan Wei was lost in thought, Wan Hai crippled the Snow Wolf clan members, but did not kill them. Wan Wei walked to the edge of the altar and reached out to touch the cold, mysterious ice. Fragments of memories from his past life surged up uncontrollably. 3 years later, the demon race launched a full-scale invasion. The northern front collapsed first, as several powerful demon legions, imbued with extreme icy properties, suddenly appeared from the north and swept through the enemy with overwhelming force. And demon armies have also broken out in other places. He used to think that the demons came through some large secret realm passage. But now he understands, that wasn't a temporary secret passage. It's a permanent spatial portal. Like a typical entrance to a secret realm, if humans can wipe out the nearby demons, spatial rifts will gradually shrink and eventually disappear. This is also why humans are able to build outposts and fortresses. But permanent portals are different. It is a spatial passage forcibly fixed by special means, such as the demon god altar that extracts energy from the earth's veins. Once built, it will exist indefinitely, continuously supplying demons, unless the altar serving as the anchor point is completely destroyed or the site is closed from the other end. So it wasn't established 3 years later after all. Wan Wei muttered to himself, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. As early as this year, or even earlier, these damned demons had already begun their secret schemes, building these permanent nails. He suddenly thought of something else. Among humans or demons, there must be many traitors like the Snow Wolf clan. They were bewitched by the demon god, or secretly cooperated for their own benefit. Otherwise, how could such a massive altar have been built so quietly? Like the Li family, those who actively report any abnormalities are probably a minority. More likely, they may have been misled, or they may have known but failed to report, or even they may have been involved. No wonder so many places erupted almost simultaneously during the demon invasion in the last life, leaving the human defenses riddled with holes in an instant. It turns out these spies were planted long ago. Wan Wei felt a chill, even more biting than the low temperature of the northern dark abyss. The sense of crisis has never been stronger. The urgency of the situation far exceeded his expectations. Originally, it was thought that there would be a 3-year buffer period, but now it seems that the demon race's all-out attack has already begun with the establishment of a permanent teleportation portal. We must be faster. We must become stronger. We must acquire more power and cultivate more strong individuals. Wan Wei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes becoming incredibly determined. Even if he's highly efficient at having children and racking up rewards, it's still a drop in the ocean when facing a war between an entire race. We must improve the overall strength of the family as soon as possible, and unite all forces that can be united to find those lurking traitors. The group quickly left the area. They returned to the main city that humans had built in this demon realm, the Frost Abyss Fortress. After telling Wan Tianzong the news, Wan Tianzong was instantly enraged. Damn it! Snow Wolf clan. Ice prison demon god. Good. Very good. Before Wan Tianzong even landed, his furious roar rolled in like thunder. You dare to scheme against my nephew? You dare to set up a permanent teleportation portal right under my nose? I think you're tired of living. The house even shook a little. Second uncle, be careful. Wan Wei quickly reminded him. Half-step martial god, a top-tier figure among the world's top 5. When they get angry, their aura is quite formidable. Upon hearing Wan Wei's voice, Wan Tianzong calmed down slightly. But the killing intent in his eyes intensified, and he stepped in front of the surrendered Snow Wolf tribe. The terrifying pressure of a half-step martial god caused the prisoners to collapse to the ground, defecating and urinating uncontrollably. Speak! Which other strongholds of your Snow Wolf clan know about this altar? And who else has sided with the ice prison demon god? If you don't speak, I'll extract your souls right now and burn them like sky lanterns. Wan Tianzong's voice was icy and chilling. Faced with overwhelming power and the threat of death, the Snow Wolf clan elder dared not conceal anything. He stammered out the names of several secret strongholds he knew and the names of high-ranking officials who were suspected of being corrupted by demonic energy. Very well. Since your Snow Wolf clan has courted your own death by colluding with the Demon clan and betraying the alliance, then according to the ironclad rules of war, the victors have the right to dispose of all the resources and territories of traitors. His eyes gleamed with shrewdness and greed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to openly and legitimately take advantage of the big spenders. It can eliminate hidden dangers, make a fortune, and strengthen the power of Wanja and its allies. Moreover, the reasons are so compelling that no one can argue against them. We need to act quickly and grab a piece of the pie before other major powers react and try to get their hands on it. The group then returned to Earth. Wan Tianzong contacted the Wan family and gathered manpower, determined to slaughter the Snow Wolf clan today. Yes, it's the Snow Wolf clan from northeast China. Get some men here right now. I'm going to wipe them out today. Less than a minute after hanging up the phone, the space above the Li family's house was torn open again. More than 10 powerful heavenly venerables from the myriad families. And more than 20 elite heavenly kings with murderous intent. Upon receiving Wan Hai's urgent message, the Wan family acted extremely swiftly. This kind of robbery and plundering, this task of eliminating parasites for humanity, must be done quickly. Xiao Wei, just listen to me this time and don't go. Killing the Snow Wolf clan is a death match, it's too dangerous. Wan Wei nodded, knowing that what followed was beyond his current control. Second uncle, remember to bring Li Qingwei home for treatment. Don't worry, I will handle it properly. Immediately afterward, Wan Tianzong's imposing, mountain-like figure, exuding a murderous aura, took the first step forward. He led a group of experts from the Wan family and the Li family to attack the Snow Wolf clan. This is the domineering nature and style of the martial god family. If we don't act at all, but when we do, we'll uproot everything and maximize our profits. Watching the other person's departing figure, Wan Wei felt an even stronger sense of urgency. Get stronger. I must get stronger even faster. If we don't become stronger, we'll only be at the mercy of others. Chapter 56 Arrival in South Korea 5th Update. Time waits for no one. We must speed things up. Wan Wei plans to go to South Korea immediately to complete the task his mother gave him. Improving one's strength and acquiring more resources and system rewards is the fundamental solution to the problem. He immediately took out his phone and sent a long, encrypted message to his mother, Su Wanqing, explaining the situation in the north in detail. And tell Mom that the Bai family, ranked 2nd in the country, and the Sun family, ranked 6th, might also be colluding with the demons. Wan Wei remembered that in his previous life, the secret realm guarded by these two families was the first to be breached, and it was later discovered that the two families did not suffer much loss. Su Wanqing replied quickly. Mother, I understand. Well done, son. I've already sent people to coordinate with the Snow Wolf clan on their resources. I guarantee not a single spirit stone will be missing. The Bai and Sun families will keep an eye on things. Be careful when you go to South Korea and North Korea, and have fun. The post also included a long list of top South Korean connections and recommended entertainment venues. They said it was recently organized and that they've already taken care of things with the right people. Wan Wei looked at the list of recommendations his mother sent, his lips twitched, and he felt a little pain in his younger brother. He silently closed the window. Without further ado, Wan Wei, along with Wan Xiuhu, boarded a private plane bound for South Korea. I didn't want to bring him, but Wan Xiuhu insisted on coming along. I had no choice but to bring it with me. To be on the safe side and to prevent an incident like the one involving the Li family in northeast China, Wan Tianzong specifically assigned a 7th-rank heavenly venerable elder named Wan Jinshan to secretly accompany and protect him. After all, the strongest power in South Korea is only around the 7th-rank heavenly venerable. With Wan Jinshan around, as long as they don't provoke national-level forces, they can basically do whatever they want. The plane took off and passed through the clouds. Through the porthole, Wan Wei could vaguely see thick smoke and sporadic flashes of energy rising from certain areas of the northern ice plains below. It was his second uncle, Wan Tianzong, leading the Wan family's fierce army, happily ransacking homes and exterminating clans, leaving no stone unturned. Wan Wei even saw it using a high-powered telescope on the airplane. His second uncle brandished a giant axe, the size of a door panel, which he had somehow stolen from somewhere. With one swing, he cleaved open the door to a Snow Wolf clan treasure vault, then let out a maniacal laugh. The Wan family disciples who followed him swarmed in like locusts. My second uncle seems to be having a lot of fun, Wan Wei said, putting down his binoculars with a wry smile. My dad said that when we get back, we'll be rewarded according to our merits, and I'll get a share. Wan Xiaohu rubbed his hands excitedly, feeling that this bodyguard job was worthwhile, as he could fight and also get a share of the spoils. After several hours of flight, the plane landed at the international airport in the capital of South Korea. As soon as I stepped out of the cabin, a completely different atmosphere from that of the north hit me, and I could feel the strong scent of perfume and cosmetics everywhere. The airport is bustling with people, and stylishly dressed men and women with exquisite makeup can be seen everywhere. Looking at the posters of female celebrities with perfect smiles and exquisitely beautiful features, seemingly cut from the same mold, on the airport billboards, Wonwei couldn't help but sigh. As expected of South Korea, their plastic surgery technology truly lives up to its reputation. He activated the system's scanning function and randomly scanned several passers-by who were attractive. Target A, overall score 81 including 25 points for technology bonus. Target B, overall score 88 technology bonus 28 points. Target C, overall score 83 technology bonus 22 points. Wonwei. Goodness, the system can even analyze whether it's original or not? It also comes with a technology bonus? However, even with the added technology points, it's only around 70, far from the system's standard deviation of 95 points. It seems that to find a natural goddess who meets the system's requirements in South Korea, you still have to look to the very top tier group. Soon, the people from Wonjo's branch in South Korea, as well as representatives from several large families in South Korea, warmly greeted them. Their respectful attitude was even greater than that of the Lee family. After all, the Won family has a lot of industrial investments in South Korea, making them a true benefactor and a major source of wealth. Welcome, young Master Wonwei, to our great nation. Your presence brings honor to our entire country. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a sharp suit bowed almost at a 90-degree angle. He was the representative of the Kim Group, one of the largest conglomerates in South Korea, and also the family to which Kim Young-soo belonged. Wonwei responded politely with a few words, his eyes searching among the welcoming crowd. Soon, his gaze settled on a girl standing quietly at the back of the crowd. Even among a group of meticulously made-up and dressed South Korean socialites, she stood out like a lotus flower emerging from clear water, instantly attracting all of Wonwei's attention. She is about 1.68 meters tall, which is considered tall for a South Korean girl. Wearing a simple off-white dress, her long, smooth black hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. She wore only light makeup, which made her skin appear even more fair and her features exquisitely perfect. What's most captivating about her are her eyes, clear and bright, possessing a unique charm that lies between innocence and allure. Her figure is also curvaceous and exquisite. The system scan provides results instantly. Name, Jean Lingxiu. Overall score, 96 points. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 105. D-level lightning. Note, all natural, no artificial ingredients, excellent singing and dancing skills, leader of a popular girl group. 96 points. All natural. As expected, South Korea's top-tier looks are still impressive. Jean Lingxiu seemed to sense Wonwei's gaze, raised her head slightly, gave him a polite and slightly shy smile, and nodded gently. Wonwei immediately gave a thumbs up to the South Koreans for their level of understanding. It seems the Jean family is quite savvy, they've already brought out their most precious daughter. What surprised Wonwei even more was that, in the convoy heading to the hotel, the Jean family representative cautiously and obsequiously said to Wonwei, "Young Master Wonwei, we know your time is precious and your standards are high. In addition to Lingxiu, we have also carefully selected several other naturally beautiful women in our country who are recognized as having undergone absolutely no cosmetic procedures. They are all the pride of their respective families. Would you like to arrange a meeting with them?" As he spoke, he handed over a tablet computer, which displayed information and photos of several beautiful women. Each of them was quite attractive, and a rough scan by the system showed that they all scored around 95 points, and there was indeed no technological enhancement involved. Wonwei raised an eyebrow, secretly amused. South Korea really knows how to do things. They know how to cast a wide net and then focus on key targets? Does this mean they've handed over all the power in choosing their concubines to themselves? However, he maintained his composure on the surface and waved his hand dismissively. "No rush, let me get to know Miss Lingxiu first, and we'll see about the others later. The main issue is time constraints, we need to prioritize the target with the highest score." That evening, in order to strengthen their relationship, Wonwei invited Jean Lingxiu to dinner. Jean Lingxiu was clearly well educated and spoke fluent English, while Wonwei, as the son of the god of war, did not cultivate, but he had learned 8 languages when he was bored, so Korean was naturally no problem for him. When he spoke to Kim Young-soo in fluent, authentic Korean with a touch of Seoul accent, Kim Young-soo's eyes widened in surprise, and her smile became even more natural and friendly. The distance between the two suddenly decreased significantly. Chapter 57 Auction. After dinner, Kim Young-soo offered to take Man Wai to visit Seoul's most famous commercial district and experience the nightlife. Wonwei readily agreed. The two walked along the bustling street, brightly lit and crowded with people, as Jean Lingxiu carefully introduced the local features. Wanwei felt that it wasn't that different from the snack street near the school. However, he remained outwardly calm. As Wanwei walked, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a few burly men in black suits, exuding a calm and collected aura, guarding the entrance of an inconspicuous gallery deep in the alley. Meanwhile, some people who appear to be dressed in ordinary clothes but possess an extraordinary air are entering the gallery with something resembling an invitation. "Where is that?" Wanwei asked casually. Jean Lingxiu glanced at it and lowered her voice to say, "Oh, there? I heard there's a very private underground auction tonight. It's very exclusive and only invites people from certain circles. The items being auctioned seem to be quite special, things you can't find on the market." Her tone carried a hint of curiosity, clearly indicating that someone of her level had never been invited before. Underground auction? Something special? Wanwei became interested. In places like these, you can often find some unexpected treasures or meet some unexpected people. "Are you interested in going to take a look?" Wanwei asked Jean Lingxiu with a smile. Jean Lingxiu hesitated for a moment, "But we don't have an invitation." "An invitation? You can get one of those if you want one." Wanwei snapped his fingers, and one of Wan family attendants following behind immediately stepped forward. Wanwei whispered a few instructions, and the attendant nodded and quickly left. Less than 10 minutes later, the attendant returned, carrying 2 exquisitely crafted black metal cards with an abstract auction hammer symbol on them. "Let us go, let us broaden our horizons." Wanwei handed a card to Jean Lingxiu. Jean Lingxiu took the card in surprise, her gaze towards Wanwei filled with more curiosity and a hint of admiration. This man, able to so easily obtain tickets to such high-end events in a foreign country, truly possesses power beyond imagination. The two showed their cards at the entrance and were able to enter the gallery without any problems. Inside, there was a hidden world. After passing through a secret door and descending a flight of stairs, one arrived at a spacious and luxuriously decorated underground hall. The dimly lit hall created an atmosphere of mystery, and many guests wearing various masks were already seated, talking in hushed tones. Wanwei and Jean Lingxiu also chose 2 ornate masks at the entrance to cover the upper half of their faces and put them on. Despite wearing a mask, Jean Lingxiu's tall, slender, and stunningly curvaceous figure, along with her unique charm, still attracted considerable attention. Many male guests lingered on her, then looked enviously at Wanwei, who stood calmly beside her. The auction offers a variety of seating options, from the outermost seats to VIP private rooms. Wanwei was too lazy to go for any fancy private rooms, so he just paid the lowest admission fee and pulled Jean Lingxiu to sit down in a relatively back seat with a decent view. However, they had barely sat down when a well-dressed man, who looked like an auction house manager, hurried over, bowed deeply to Wanwei, and whispered in Korean, "Honorable sir and madam, I am very sorry to trouble you to be here. Our boss just learned of your arrival and has prepared a luxurious private viewing room on the top floor for you. Please do us the honor of taking this opportunity to join us. It's all on the house, and we will offer you the best treatment for any expenses you incur tonight." Wanwei was taken aback, but then realized that it must have been a large family in South Korea or the Wan family's own network of connections that had received the news and made arrangements. He didn't refuse, nodded, and pulled the somewhat bewildered Jean Lingxiu along with the manager to take the private elevator to the top-floor private room above the auction house. This private room was indeed luxurious, with a huge one-way window overlooking the entire auction hall, offering excellent privacy, and equipped with comfortable leather sofas and top-quality fruit champagne. "Not bad." Wanwei nodded in satisfaction, then casually pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to the manager. "Thank you for your hard work." The manager took the card, and after seeing the number on it, his smile became even more genuine. "It is my pleasure to serve you. The auction will begin in 20 minutes. If you need anything, please press the call button on the sofa armrest." The manager reminded us before leaving that there were no listening devices. The two sat down on the sofa and chatted casually. Looking at the auction about to begin below and smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Jean Lingxiu beside him, Wanwei felt that his trip to South Korea had gotten off to a pretty good start. Perhaps it was because the environment was too private and ambiguous, or perhaps it was because Jean Lingxiu's shy and hesitant demeanor was too alluring. Or perhaps Wanwei has experienced too many tense and exciting things these past few days and needs to relax. Looking at the stunningly beautiful, naturally gorgeous woman beside him, Wanwei felt a bit parched, and a surge of lust rose within him. He suddenly leaned close to Jean Lingxiu and whispered something in her ear. Kim Young-soo's ears turned red instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even her neck turned pink. Her body stiffened slightly, and she looked up at Wanwei, her clear eyes filled with surprise, shyness, and a hint of bewilderment. Wan Wei looked at her, a wicked smile playing on his lips, his eyes carrying an undeniable air of authority. Jean Lingxiao lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling. She recalled her family's admonitions, the terrifying background and power of the man before her, and the involuntary curiosity and attraction she felt for him. After hesitating for a few seconds, under Wan Wei's slightly burning gaze, she finally blushed and nodded slightly. Then, he slowly bent down and crawled under the coffee table in front of the sofa to look for something. Several words are omitted here, but in short, the service awareness and technology of South Korea are indeed well deserved, allowing Wan Wei to experience a different kind of exotic culture. Wan Wei leaned back on the sofa, squinting, feeling the awkward service, and watched the auctioneer below bring out the first item, a fossil supposedly containing a trace of dragon blood. He thought to himself, South Korea is indeed quite sensible. It seems we should be able to complete the mission successfully this time. 20 minutes later, the lights in the auction hall dimmed, and a spotlight shone on the auction stage. A middle-aged auctioneer, dressed in a tuxedo and exuding a refined air, stepped onto the stage and announced the official start of the auction in both Korean and English. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to 4-Star Auction House's most important auction of the quarter. Tonight, we will present 30 rare and unique items from around the world, each a collector's item. The auctioneer's opening remarks were concise and powerful, and soon the first item was brought up for auction. An oil painting by a 19th-century French Impressionist painter. The starting bid was $500,000, and the bidding started quickly. Wan Wei leaned back on the sofa, lazily watching the bidding below. He wasn't interested in the painting, but Jean Lingxiao seemed to enjoy it immensely, occasionally offering quiet comments. Ultimately, the painting was sold to a European collector for $1.2 million. Chapter 58 Dragon Head. The following items included an ancient Southeast Asian Buddha statue, a set of armor from Japan's Sengoku period, a rare elixir, and more. Prices ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars, and the bidding atmosphere was getting better and better. Wan Wei showed no intention of making a move. These things were nice, but they didn't meet his standards. He came to the auction more to bring Jean Lingxiao along for the experience, and to see if there were any unexpected surprises. Jean Lingxiao thoroughly enjoyed the process. Whenever beautiful jewelry or artwork appeared, her eyes would light up, but she was also very sensible and did not show that she wanted it. Wan Wei saw this and nodded inwardly. Although this girl comes from the entertainment industry, she has a good character and is neither greedy nor impatient. By the time the auction reached the 15th lot, Wan Wei had already lost interest. He yawned, considering whether he should leave early and take Jean Lingxiao to another place. Just then, the auctioneer's voice rose an octave, brimming with obvious excitement. The next item is very special. It has a legendary history and carries the glory and pain of an ancient civilization. 2 staff members pushed a small cart covered with red velvet onto the auction stage. The auctioneer walked to the cart, waited a moment, and then suddenly lifted the velvet cloth. Inside the private room, Wan Wei, who had been lounging on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the item on the auction stage below. It was a bronze dragon head. The dragon head is about 40 centimeters tall, with a majestic and solemn appearance. The dragon horns are prominent, the dragon whiskers are flowing, and the dragon eyes are still bright and piercing despite the passage of time. The surface is covered with mottled verdigris, but traces of the exquisite casting craftsmanship and gilding from that time are still faintly visible. It stands quietly on a specially made display stand, as if telling a story that has lasted for thousands of years. The auctioneer's voice was amplified throughout the auction hall via the sound system. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the dragon head, one of the 12 bronze animal heads of the Chinese zodiac. According to research, it was cast in the mid-18th century and was originally part of the water clock in front of the Haiyan Hall in the Yuan Ninjuan Garden. In 1860, the old summer palace was looted, and the 12 bronze animal heads were scattered around the world. In recent years, 7 of them have reappeared and returned to China, and this is the 8th bronze animal head to be discovered. A commotion broke out in the hall. Clearly, many people are aware of the significance and value of the 12 animal heads. The auctioneer continued. This dragon head was provided by a private collector in Europe and has been authenticated as genuine by several authoritative experts. It not only has extremely high artistic and historical value, but also carries special emotional significance. It is said that the 12 animal heads contain some ancient secrets, but this requires people with a keen mind to explore and discover them. Starting bid, $20 million. Minimum bid increment, $500,000. Bidding now begins. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bidding paddles were raised one after another in the hall. 21 million.
22 million. 23 million.
The price rose rapidly, soon exceeding 35 million US dollars. The bidders included both buyers in the lobby and VIPs in the private rooms. Guests in the private rooms bid using a dedicated bidding device. The screen on the auction platform displays the private room number and the bid, but does not reveal the guests' identities. Wanwei stared at the dragon head, his eyes flashing with an unusual light. He wasn't a collector of cultural relics, but this dragon head was different. The moment the auctioneer lifted the velvet cloth, his internal energy fluctuated slightly, and the system in his mind issued a notification. Special energy fluctuations detected, source, bronze dragon head. Preliminary analysis suggests it contains martial arts intent, possibly recording ancient martial arts techniques or cultivation methods.
Acquisition recommended. Martial arts intent. Ancient martial arts techniques. Wanwei's heart skipped a beat.
What he lacks most right now is practical experience and advanced martial arts skills. Although his family's traditional techniques are very powerful, having an additional ancient martial arts skill would definitely not be a bad thing. Moreover, these are Chinese cultural relics, and it is both morally and logically wrong for them to be allowed to end up overseas. Wanwei left, reached out and pressed the bidding button on the sofa armrest, and entered 40 million.
The large screen on the auction stage immediately updated, box number 7, 40 million US dollars.
But soon, another box made a bid, box number 3, 41 million US dollars. Wanwei raised an eyebrow and pressed the bidding button again, box 7, 45 million US dollars.
Box number 3, 46 million. Box number 7, 50 million.
The bidding took place between the two private boxes, and other bidders gradually withdrew. The price quickly surpassed $60 million, exceeding the previous auction prices. Jean Lingxiu looked at Wanwei nervously. Although she knew Wanwei was rich, the bidding still made her heart race. Wanwei remained calm, but the light in his eyes grew brighter each time he pressed the bidding button. When the price reached $70 million, the bidders in box 3 began to hesitate, only adding the minimum increment of $500,000 each time. Wanwei sneered and pressed the bidding button directly, box 7, 80 million. The scene erupted in uproar.
Adding $10 million in one go? That's insane.
There was a silence of more than 10 seconds before the bid was made.
80 million and 500,000. 90 million. Wanwei replied without hesitation. 95 million. 100 million US dollars.
When Wanwei announced this number, his voice was as calm as if he were buying vegetables at a market.
Compare money with me?
Jean Lingxiu covered her mouth, her eyes wide open.
100 million US dollars. This has set a new record in South Korean auction history. Box number 3 fell silent again, this time for even longer.
The auctioneer had already raised the gavel.
$100 million the first time, $100 million the second time.
Just as the auction hammer was about to fall, box number 3 placed another bid, 500,000.
Wanwei's eyes turned cold.
He didn't care about the money, but this obviously provocative behavior made him very unhappy.
Trying to outdo each other in wealth, huh?
He pressed the bidding button, but this time he didn't submit a bid directly. Instead, he entered a number. The screen on the auction stage updated, and when that number appeared, the entire auction hall fell into a deathly silence.
Box number 7. 600 million US dollars. 600 million. It quadrupled.
Even the auctioneer, who was used to big events, was stunned and stood there speechless for a long time.
The buyers in the hall looked at each other, wondering if they had misread the decimal point. No further bids were placed from box 3.
The auctioneer snapped out of his daze, his voice trembling slightly.
600 million US dollars, first time, 600 million US dollars, second time, 600 million US dollars, third time.
Sold. Congratulations to the VIP in box 7. The auction gavel fell with a crisp sound.
Chapter 59 The Bai Family of China.
The atmosphere inside VIP room number 3 was so heavy it seemed like water could drip from it. There were 5 people in the private room, 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed in elegant Chinese clothing. The leader was an elderly man with white hair and beard, a ruddy complexion, and sharp eyes. He was clearly no ordinary person. Behind him stood 3 middle-aged men, their breathing steady and their temples slightly bulging, clearly skilled in martial arts. The only woman was about 30 years old, with a beautiful face, but with an air of arrogance between her brows. 600 million US dollars, a middle-aged man muttered, his face grim.
Who exactly is in VIP room number 7? How can they have such abundant funds?
The old man remained silent, staring at the dragon head on the auction stage that had been carefully put away by the staff, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. They come from the Bai family in northern China, the second strongest power in all of China. Second only to Huaxiao Wanjia. There is a half-step martial god and 3-peak 9th rank heavenly venerables in the family. The reason for coming to South Korea this time is that I received news that the dragon head may contain ancient martial arts techniques, and I came here specifically to bid for it. The Bai family had prepared $500 million, thinking they had it in the bag, but unexpectedly, a competitor came along and offered a staggering $600 million. Check. The old man finally spoke, his voice hoarse yet authoritative. Find out who's in VIP room number 7. If it's Chinese, carrying such a national treasure and possibly possessing ancient martial arts skills, he won't leave South Korea. Yes, third elder. The 3 middle-aged men bowed in unison. The woman frowned and said, "Third grandfather, isn't this a bit too much? After all, this is South Korea, not China." "Bai Lin, you're too naive," the elder known as the third elder said coldly. "The struggle for martial arts is inherently a matter of the survival of the fittest. If the martial arts technique in that dragon's head is real, it will be of great significance to my Bai family. Moreover, do you think someone who can casually produce $1 billion is an ordinary person? He is probably someone from the martial arts world. Since we are on the same path, let's follow the rules of the martial arts." Bai Lin wanted to say something, but seeing the third elder's cold gaze, she swallowed her words. The atmosphere in VIP room number 7 was much more relaxed. Jean Lingxiu was still in shock, looking at Wan Wei as if he were a spendthrift. $600 million. This was beyond her comprehension. Wan Wei, however, acted as if nothing had happened, poured himself another glass of champagne, and sipped it slowly. Soon, auction house staff respectfully knocked on the door of the private room. After Wan Wei confirmed, 4 people carefully carried an especially made safe. The one leading the group was the manager, and his smile was now even more respectful. And it was almost flattery. A client who can casually produce $600 million is definitely one of the most important clients in the auction house's history. Young Master Wan Wei, this is the dragon head you purchased. The manager personally opened the safe, inside which was the bronze dragon head. We've already processed all the export documents for you. You can take it directly. Of course, if needed, we can also provide professional transportation and security services. No need. Wan Wei waved his hand, got up and walked to the safe, carefully examining the dragon head. Upon closer inspection, the dragon head is even more awe-inspiring. The bronze surface was mottled and weathered, but the lines were still smooth and powerful. The dragon's eyes seemed to have a spirit, and the moment they met, Wan Wei's blood and chi fluctuated again. He reached out and gently touched the surface of the dragon's head. A faint, ancient, and majestic aura flowed from his fingertips. Though incomplete, it was undeniably real. Nice one. Wan Wei nodded in satisfaction, and then did something that left everyone speechless. He lifted the dragon head, weighing dozens of kilograms, out of the safe with one hand and then casually stuffed it into a ring on his finger. The dragon's head simply vanished into thin air. The manager and staff immediately recognized it as a storage ring. Swipe the card. Wan Wei took out a black card from his pocket and handed it over. It was a plain black card without any bank logo, with fine gold patterns inlaid along the edges. The manager's hands trembled slightly as he received the card. He took out his specially made POS machine, entered the amount, and then carefully swiped the card. With a soft beep, the transaction was completed. $600 million were transferred out just like that. The deputy general manager returned the card with both hands, saying respectfully, "The transaction is complete, Mr. Wan Wei. Here are your receipt and documents." He handed over an elegant folder. Wan Wei casually placed the item on the coffee table without even glancing at it, then put his arm around Jean Lingxiu, who was still in a daze, and said, "Let's go, that's about it for tonight." As the two left the private room, the entire auction house staff lined up to see them off, their attitude as respectful as if they were bidding farewell to a head of state. It wasn't until she got into the car that Jean Lingxiu came to her senses, looked at Wan Wei, and hesitated to speak. "Say what you want to say," Wan Wei said with a smile. "Is that dragon head really worth $1 billion?" Jean Lingxiu finally asked the question that had been bothering her. Wan Wei thought for a moment and said seriously, "It might not be worth it for others. But for me, it's worth the price, or even more." He looked out the car window at the rapidly receding night view, recalling the system's earlier message.
If one could truly glean ancient martial arts techniques from the dragon's head, its value would indeed be immeasurable by money. Moreover, these are cultural relics of China, and they rightfully belong to China.
Oh, right, Wanwei suddenly remembered something and said to the driver, "Let us not go back to the hotel, let us go to Namsan Tower.
I heard the night view there is nice."
"Yes, young master," the driver replied respectfully. Jean Lingxiu's face showed a look of surprise. Namsan Tower is a famous romantic spot for couples in Seoul, so Wanwei taking her there couldn't be a better reason.
As the car headed towards Nanshan, Wanwei leaned back in his seat, his mind absorbed into his storage ring.
The dragon head lay quietly in a corner of the ring's space. Although it made no sound, Wanwei could sense that something was indeed hidden inside. He would study it carefully when he returned to his residence. As for the third VIP box that was bidding against him, a cold glint flashed in Wanwei's eyes.
No matter who the other party is, if you know what's good for you, don't mess with them.
If they don't know what's good for them, he wouldn't mind leaving a few more people on South Korean soil who will never be able to go home.
Appa, what are you thinking about?
Kim Young-soo's voice interrupted his thoughts. Wanwei snapped out of his reverie, looked at the girl's delicate profile beside him, and smiled. "I'm thinking about what else we have planned for tonight." Jean Lingxiu blushed, lowered her head, and remained silent. The car drove through the night, heading towards the brightly lit Nanshan. Meanwhile, within the auction house, news of the mysterious buyer in Box 7 spending a staggering $1 billion to acquire the dragon head had already begun to quietly spread within certain circles. The third elder of the Bai family stood at the entrance of the auction house, looking in the direction Wanwei's car had left, his eyes filled with malice. Behind him, a middle-aged man whispered,
"Third elder, we've found out.
The guest in VIP room number 7 is registered under the Su Group. His specific identity is unknown, but according to inside information at the auction house, he is a very young Chinese man, and he is accompanied by a Korean female celebrity." The Su Group Chinese people, the third elder pondered for a moment and then sneered, "No matter who he is, we must get our hands on the dragon head.
Notify our people in South Korea to keep a close eye on them."
"Yes."
Chapter 60 Crazy Breakthrough.
In the car, Wanwei held the still slightly dizzy Jean Lingxiu in his arms and drove straight to Namsan Tower, a landmark in Seoul. The driver drove smoothly, and the car was filled with a light fragrance and the pleasant scent of Kim Young-soo's perfume. Jean Lingxiu leaned on his shoulder, and the two chatted in hushed, ambiguous voices. The car soon arrived at the foot of Nanshan Mountain. Instead of walking, they took the cable car up the mountain. As the transparent cable car slowly ascends, the dazzling lights of Seoul unfold beneath your feet, like an inverted galaxy. There weren't many people in the cable car. The atmosphere was quiet yet ambiguous. Jean Lingxiu pressed her face against the glass window, gazing in amazement at the view outside. "So beautiful." Wanwei gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on the top of her head. "Yes, it looks pretty good." He talked about the scenery, but his gaze was fixed on her profile and graceful neck, which were so close to his. The lamplight cast a soft glow on her face, making her long eyelashes resemble small fans. Jean Lingxiu felt the warm breath and strong arms behind her. Her body stiffened slightly, but then she relaxed and leaned back into his arms.
Neither of them spoke again.
In the small space of the cable car, the temperature seemed to be quietly rising, with only their soft breathing and heartbeats remaining. Wanwei's hands restlessly caressed her waist, causing Jean Lingxiu's ears to turn red, but she did not pull away. After getting off the cable car, we arrived at the observation deck of Namsan Tower. The night breeze was slightly cool, but there were quite a few people. Many couples were snuggling together, taking photos of the numerous colorful love locks covering the railings. Wanwei also enthusiastically bought the largest and sturdiest love lock, as well as 2 markers.
"What should I write?" Jean Lingxiu asked shyly, holding the pen. "Just write whatever you want, as long as the meaning is conveyed."
With a flourish of his pen, Wanwei wrote the 2 large characters Wanwei on one side of the lock in a flamboyant style, then gestured to Jean Lingxiu. Kim Young-soo smiled and carefully wrote her Korean name next to her. After thinking for a moment, she clumsily wrote the 3 Chinese characters Kim Young-soo.
"Write something auspicious," Wanwei suggested.
So the 2 of them got together again and wrote phrases like "forever together" and "health and happiness" on the lock, a mix of Chinese and Korean. Wanwei also insisted that the phrase "many children, many blessings" be written on it. After finishing writing, Wanwei slammed the lock shut, securing it firmly in the most conspicuous spot on the railing, and then forcefully threw the key into the dark woods below the mountain. "They can't escape now," Wanwei said smugly, his arm around Jean Lingxiu. Jean Lingxiu felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and took the initiative to tiptoe and quickly kiss him on the cheek.
"Thank you, Appa."
Wan Wei was taken aback by the sudden attack, then laughed and lowered his head to give her a deeper kiss on the lips, only letting go when Jin Lingxiu's face was burning red.
"Let's go and see the night view again." They strolled around the observation deck for a while longer and took some photos.
Wan Wei also rarely enjoyed such a relaxing moment, temporarily putting aside the system, cultivation, and family mission.
However, pleasant times always pass quickly.
As night deepened, the wind grew cooler. Seeing that Jin Lingxiu was somewhat timid, Wan Wei took her down the mountain and drove back to his hotel, the Peninsula Hotel Presidential Suite, the most luxurious hotel under the Su Group. Upon entering the suite, a warm and luxurious atmosphere immediately greets you. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a view of the Han River at night, and the lighting in the room is adjusted just right, instantly shifting the atmosphere from the romance of the outdoors to the ambiguity of the indoors. Jin Lingxiu was clearly a little nervous, standing in the center of the living room, somewhat at a loss. Wan Wei, on the other hand, was quite natural. He went to the liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass of water.
"Don't be nervous. Go take a shower and relax. You must be tired today.
If you don't know how to wash it, just call me and I'll help you." Jin Lingxiu's mind was filled with. Then, nodding, she grabbed the soft bathrobe provided by the hotel and practically fled into the bathroom. Wan Wei listened to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, walked to the window, focused his mind on his storage ring, and glanced at the bronze dragon head again. I wonder what martial arts techniques we might discover. After a while, Jin Lingxiu came out. She wore a white bathrobe, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, her cheeks flushed pink from the steam, exuding a deadly allure amidst her innocence. She didn't dare look at Wan Wei, and walked to the bedside with her head down.
Wan Wei also took a quick shower, and came out wearing only a towel. He looked at Kim Young-soo, who was sitting on the edge of the bed like a gift waiting to be unwrapped, and walked over with a smile. What followed was a natural progression. Although Jin Lingxiu was shy, she was very obedient, even with a kind of sacrificial piety. She knew that everything about herself, including her future career, depended on the man in front of her. The temperature in the room continued to rise. Wan Wei discovered that Jin Lingxiu had excellent flexibility, no wonder she was a dancer. Several indescribable details omitted here. After an unknown amount of time, the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped.
Jin Lingxiu was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep, her face still flushed with satisfaction. Wan Wei was full of energy because the system notification he had been waiting for finally rang out clearly in his mind.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully combined with a goddess who meets the criteria, and the connection has been successful.
Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has increased. Current cultivation level, 2nd rank Heavenly King.
Reward 220 divine level breakthrough pills. Effect, ignores bottlenecks for those below the heavenly venerable realm. Consuming this will unconditionally and directly raise their realm by one small step.
Reward 3, 1000 square meter storage ring x1. Reward 4, Great Zune weapon, dog beating stick x1.
20 divine level breakthrough pills.
Holy crap, is this woman really that talented? They actually gave her 20.
I really underestimated this woman. He sent most of the breakthrough pills the system had given him back home. But after being rewarded for the danger last time, Wan Wei felt that he had to be strong himself to succeed. Moreover, the third boxer who was bidding against him at the auction didn't look like a nice guy.
Without some strength, what if we encounter someone even more formidable? Are we going to rely on Grandpa's divine sense or his escape boots every time? The family's strength needs to be improved, and so does our own.
I'll treat myself this time. This world is too dangerous.
Strength is the only true measure of success.
Looking at the 10 golden pills, each the size of a longan and radiating a hazy divine light, in the system space, Wan Wei gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision.
Let's do it.
He first took out a divine level breakthrough pill and threw it into his mouth like a candy. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a torrent of intense medicinal power that surged through the limbs and bones. Wan Wei quickly activated his family's traditional martial arts technique to guide the medicinal effects.
Boom!
With almost no resistance, his aura surged, propelling him directly from a 2nd-grade Heavenly King to a 3rd-grade Heavenly King.
Awesome!
Wan Wei felt the power increase again and swallowed the second one without hesitation.
4th rank Heavenly King. The third one. 5th rank Heavenly King.
He seemed to be addicted, stuffing one after another into his mouth.
4, 5, 6.
With each pill he ate, his aura surged, and his cultivation barrier became as fragile as paper in the face of these divine pills. The air inside the suite began to swirl uneasily, and an invisible pressure spread out. Fortunately, the presidential suite had excellent soundproofing and security, so it didn't cause too much of a commotion. When he swallowed the 7th pill, his cultivation level surged to the peak of the 9th-rank Heavenly King. He could sense an incredibly solid and mysterious barrier standing before him, the insurmountable chasm between the Heavenly King and the Heavenly Venerable. Just one step away. Wan Wei's eyes turned red, and he swallowed the 8th divine-level breakthrough pill without hesitation. Chapter 61 Only punches that land with flesh are truly satisfying. This time, the impact of the medicine's effects was more intense than ever before. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart and reassembled, his dantian and dantian were spinning and compressing wildly, and a clearer and more fundamental perception of the energy of heaven and earth was slowly growing. That solid barrier of celestial power trembled violently under the impact of the elixir containing divine substances, and then, snap! It was as if the sound of shattering glass echoed deep within my soul. Boom! An immense aura, far surpassing that of a heavenly king, erupted from Wan Wei without reservation. The light, unsecured items in the suite were instantly blown away by this force. The window panes were humming under the strain. He was enveloped in a halo of light. First-rank Celestial Venerable. He relied on 8 divine-level breakthrough pills to rise from a second-grade Heavenly King and break through to the Heavenly Venerable realm, which countless martial artists dream of. Although his aura was still somewhat unstable, it was the undeniable pressure of a Celestial Venerable. Holy crap! It actually worked! Is this the power of cheating? Wan Wei felt an inexhaustible power within his body and an affinity for all kinds of energy elements in the world, so excited that he wanted to roar to the sky. The Celestial Venerable's realm is truly too strong. They're not even in the same league as the Heavenly King. However, just as he broke through, before he could fully retract his outward aura, he was still in the process of breaking through. Outside the suite, in the shadows of the hotel corridor, several furtive figures were stealthily approaching, holding what appeared to be lock-picking tools. These people had concealed their auras, but their strength was not weak. They were all around the 4th-rank Heavenly King level. They were the young masters of the 4-star group who held a grudge because Jin Lingxiu was taken away by Wan Wei. We paid a lot of money to hire him to teach Wan Wei a lesson, preferably by stripping him naked and throwing him into the street. They'd made the Chinese people lose face. They had already reached the doorway and were about to make their move. Sudden. An indescribable, terrifying pressure emanated from the suite in front of them without warning. The oppressive aura was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the sea, carrying a supreme aura that made their souls tremble. This is? The leader, a 4th-rank Heavenly King, instantly turned pale, his legs went weak, and the tools in his hands clattered to the ground. Heavens, the aura of a Celestial Venerable? Are you kidding me? The other guy's voice was trembling, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The intelligence they received indicated that the target was just a wealthy young Chinese man, with perhaps some bodyguards, and possibly a low-level martial artist. There are even rumors that he is a 1st-rank martial artist. Isn't that just like crushing an insect? How could a Heavenly Venerable level aura suddenly emanate from the room? That's a giant who can dominate a region and establish a school of thought. In South Korea, the number of publicly recognized celestial beings can be counted on one hand. Run! Run! The third person reacted the fastest, his liver and gallbladder trembling with fear. He turned and ran, no longer caring about the mission or the reward. Offending someone who is suspected to be a celestial being? That's like an old man eating poison he's tired of living. The remaining 2 scrambled to escape, wishing their parents had more legs, and disappeared at the end of the corridor in an instant. Inside the suite, Wan Wei, who had just been promoted and whose perception had increased dramatically, immediately caught the subtle movements outside the door and the few terrified gasps. There are mice? Wan Wei's eyes turned cold. He had just broken through and was worried about not having a place to test his skills. They realized that these people had already run to the building across the street in the blink of an eye. He moved. Bang! Wan Wei was a little slow in passing through the door, and crashed straight through the luxurious, bulletproof floor-to-ceiling window. Amidst the flying glass shards, he flew across to the building on the other side like a bolt of lightning. At the Celestial Venerable realm, one can already begin to fly using qi. Although he wasn't quite proficient at flying yet, and his movements were a bit wobbly, he was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the 3 guys who were frantically trying to escape through the emergency exit.
Come here.
Wanwei grabbed at the air, and the power of his heavenly venerable level blood and chi transformed into 3 invisible hands. They dragged the 3 4th-rank heavenly kings out of the stairwell like they were catching chicks and threw them onto the cold ground in the back alley of the hotel.
Ouch.
Sir, spare your life. The 3 of them were dazed and confused after the fall. When they looked up and saw Wanwei standing in mid-air, exuding a terrifying aura, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground and kowtowed repeatedly.
They just couldn't understand how the intelligence could be so drastically wrong. This is hardly a fat sheep. This is clearly a tiger in sheep's clothing.
Wanwei landed slowly, twisted his neck, moved his wrists, and showed a friendly smile. You've come at the right time.
I just broke through and my hands are itching to try it out.
Upon hearing this, the 3 of them turned green.
Want to test the feel of it? Are you using us as punching bags?
Before they could even beg for mercy or offer any explanation, Wanwei had already made his move. He didn't use any weapons or advanced martial arts techniques, he just used the simplest fists and feet. But with the Celestial Venerable's body, even a casual punch would be incredibly powerful. And the real thrill comes from every punch landing with a visceral impact. His figure flashed by.
Bang!
With one punch, a 4th-rank heavenly king flew out like a cannonball, crashed into the wall, and embedded himself in it, passing out without even uttering a sound.
Snap!
With one kick, the second guy was sent rolling on the ground more than a dozen times, spitting out a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood.
With only one left, Wanwei grabbed his arm and gave him a gentle tug. Ah!
Amid screams, the man was flung into the air like a rag doll before crashing down and convulsing on the ground.
The whole process took less than 10 seconds.
The 3 4th-rank kings, who were considered experts in the Korean underworld, were like 3 rag dolls being ravaged, powerless to fight back, lying on the ground, groaning incessantly.
Wanwei felt completely comfortable.
It's just as easy and enjoyable for a celestial being to beat a celestial king as it is for a father to beat a son. He then slowly walked up to the guy who was still groaning and kicked him with his foot.
Hey, stop playing dead. Tell me, what do you want? Who sent you?
The man, seeing stars and likely with several broken ribs, endured the excruciating pain and answered haltingly upon hearing this.
My lord, spare us.
We are sent by young Master Li Juanhao of the 4-star group.
He
saw that you took Miss Jean Lingxiu away.
He's not happy. So we came to teach you a lesson, to vent our anger. We didn't know you were. You are the Heavenly Venerable. Please spare us. 4-star group? Li Juanhao?
Wanwei raised an eyebrow, remembering that when he first arrived, there was a slick-haired young man who was always leering at Jean Lingxiu.
It turned out to be him. Is this trivial matter really worth sending several heavenly kings to handle?
Oh, in South Korea, even a few 4th-rank kings would be considered big spenders, but unfortunately they ran into me, who had just finished using cheat codes.
Is that all?
Wanwei sneered. Go back and tell that Li Juanhao that Jean Lingxiu is mine now. If he dares to make another move, I'll tear down his 4-star group building and use it as building blocks.
Understand? Understood. Understood. Thank you for sparing my life, sir. The man kowtowed hurriedly. Chapter 62 Bai Family Sneak Attack. And another thing.
Wanwei's eyes darted around, looking at the storage rings they were wearing on their fingers. You came to disturb my rest late at night and scared my girlfriend.
You should at least offer some compensation, right? Keep the storage ring as compensation for your emotional distress.
Just erase the mark yourself. Upon hearing this, the 3 felt their hearts bleed, but they dared not utter a single word of objection. They quickly and painfully erased the spiritual imprints they had left on the storage rings and offered them up with both hands.
Wanwei accepted the 3 rings without hesitation.
He casually scanned them with his divine sense and found that there was nothing particularly good inside, some Korean won cash, pills, and materials better than nothing.
Get out of here, and don't let me see you again.
The 3 felt as if they had been granted a pardon.
They didn't care about their unconscious companion anymore.
They scrambled and crawled, supporting each other, and disappeared into the night in a disheveled state. The one embedded in the wall, they'll probably have to call an ambulance to dig it out.
Wanwei looked in the direction they disappeared and shook his head.
He's really not that tough. He felt the surging power of the Celestial Venerable within him and was in a great mood. This is much safer.
It feels so good to be on a winning streak.
Even if that guy in booth number 3 comes looking for trouble, he'll be even more confident. He looked up at the broken window of his suite, then swayed and flew back unsteadily. Wan Wei landed quietly in the room, glanced at Jean Lingxiu sitting on the bed, and smiled.
It's nothing, it's just a few stinky rats. I'll call the manager and ask them to open another room.
After a short wait, the manager came running up and booked another room for the two of them. Seeing the mess in Wan Wei's room, I was so scared that I thought a thief had broken in.
Young Master Wan Wei, what's going on? Is there a thief?
It's all right, a few rats came, but I chased them away. Don't worry, Wan Wei reassured the manager.
This is a small matter for him.
As a manager, there's absolutely nothing he can do to stop this kind of thing. He was only a third-rank martial artist. A hotel doesn't yet have the capacity to have a master of the heavenly venerable level stationed there. After greeting the manager, Wan Wei took a shower, crawled into bed, and pulled his sweet and soft female companion into his arms.
All done, time for bed. He closed his eyes contentedly, his mind still savoring the thrill of beating up the kid and the joy of ascending to the heavenly venerable realm.
The next morning, Wan Wei was awakened by a slow, deliberate knocking on the door. Wan Wei opened his eyes and saw Jean Lingxiu curled up in his arms like a kitten, fast asleep. He frowned, somewhat annoyed. Last night, he started with intense exercise, then ate a lot of pills to ascend to the heavenly venerable realm, went out to stretch his muscles and beat up a few ignorant henchmen, and finally took a nap while cuddling a warm and soft woman. It was a very fulfilling night, and he slept quite soundly. He was just dreaming about embracing several beautiful women when he was woken up.
Who is it? So early in the morning. He muttered, gently pulling his arm out from under Jean Lingxiu's neck. He casually put on a bathrobe, went barefoot, and with his hair a little messy, sleepily went to open the door.
The door opened, and standing outside was Wan Jinshan.
It turned out to be a celestial venerable expert sent by the Wan family to secretly protect Wan Wei.
He was still dressed in a neat gray outfit, his face calm, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes.
Uncle Jinshan? So early?
Wan Wei yawned and rubbed his eyes.
Does he have to be so eager to have breakfast?
The hotel will provide it. He thought Wan Jinshan had come to call him for breakfast or to discuss the itinerary.
Wan Jinshan first bowed slightly, young master.
Then, his gaze swept over Wan Wei's face, which was clearly just awakened, and after a pause, he spoke.
It's almost 11 o'clock now.
I'm here to report that last night, besides the fourth-rank heavenly kings that you dealt with, young master, another group of people came.
Ah? Wan Wei's yawn froze halfway through, and his drowsiness vanished instantly. Another group? When? How come I didn't notice?
His perception had greatly increased after he advanced to the heavenly venerable realm last night, and he was confident that he should be able to detect it.
Wan Jinshan's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was steady.
Just a short time after you broke through, before you went out to do your activities, a fourth-rank celestial venerable came. He was quite skilled, especially in stealth and lightness skills. It seemed that he came specifically for you, or rather, for what you had bid on.
A fourth-rank celestial venerable?
Wan Wei was now fully awake, his eyes wide open.
Holy crap? Really? They're here to steal the dragon head?
His first thought was that spending $600 million on a bronze lump was sure to attract thieves.
He's a thief of heavenly venerable level.
I briefly exchanged blows with him, about 30 moves.
Wan Jinshan nodded.
Seeing that he couldn't succeed quickly in sensing an unusually strong energy fluctuation in the hotel, he was worried that something might have happened, so he used his movement technique to escape.
I didn't pursue him. My main responsibility was to ensure your safety, young master. Wan Wei's lips twitched as he listened. Good heavens, a fourth-rank celestial venerable. 30 moves to drive them away.
Last night, right next door or upstairs or downstairs, there was a battle so fierce it could have demolished half of the hotel.
He didn't even notice?
No, wait. Wan Wei felt his mind was a bit of a mess, so he ran his fingers through his hair.
Uncle Jinshan, you mean that two groups of people tried to mess with me last night?
One group was a few kings sent by that stupid young master from the 4-star group in South Korea, which I dealt with easily.
The other group was a fourth-rank heavenly venerable, which you chased away. Yes, young master, Wan Jinshan confirmed. What did I do to deserve this?
I just came to South Korea to film something, have a date, and sleep around, and it's like I've stirred up a hornet's nest.
Two groups of people in one night. And each one is more aggressive than the last. Even a fourth-rank celestial venerable has come? Is the feng shui of South Korea my nemesis?
Wang Jinshan looked at his young master's innocent and frustrated expression, and a barely perceptible smile flashed in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself and said seriously, "Young master, based on the feeling of our fight last night, and the trace of primal aura that person revealed when using his movement technique, I am 70 or 80% certain that person should be from the Bai family of China."
The Bai family?
Wan Wei was taken aback, then suddenly remembered, "Oh.
The Bai family, the second strongest in China?
Very likely,"
Wang Jinshan analyzed.
The Bai family's unique treading snow without a trace and chasing wind and lightning movement techniques are unparalleled in China. Last night, the person's escape trajectory, although deliberately concealed, had a light and agile yet icy and sharp energy that was very similar to the Bai family's style. Moreover, the blood and qi cultivated by the Bai family's martial arts are more and cold, unlike the magnificent and powerful qi of our Wan family, and it matches the aura of that person last night. Our two families have been dealing with each other for thousands of years, and we know each other too well. I would recognize them even if they were burned to ashes. For many years, our two families have been in constant competition and friction. The Bai family has always considered itself the second largest in China, and has long coveted the number one position of the Wan family. Wang Jinshan put it succinctly, especially in the last few hundred years, with the Bai family's half-step martial god ancestor in seclusion, they have been holding back their energy, eager to find an opportunity to overpower us. With the appearance of the dragon head and the rumors of ancient martial arts, they certainly don't want it to fall into the hands of the Wan family. If they can't win the money at the auction, resorting to crooked means is very much in line with their usual style.
Chapter 63 Wan Xiaohu's Infection. Damn it!
Wan Wei's anger flared up the moment he heard that. His eyes turned dangerous.
So it was these old sly foxes all along. They were stingy and didn't dare to bid at the auction, but secretly sent a celestial venerable to steal and rob them? They're pretty good at getting something for nothing. Did they really think I was a pushover that anyone could just bully?
He grew angrier the more he thought about it, and paced back and forth in the suite's living room.
Damn it, I don't believe the Bai family can't come up with over $1 billion.
They clearly think I'm an easy target, a spoiled young master, and want to get their hands on the stuff at the lowest cost.
If Uncle Jinshan hadn't been there last night, or if I were still a minor heavenly king of the first or second rank, would they have succeeded?
The dragon head would have been stolen, and I might have even gotten beaten up.
The more I think about it, the angrier I get. These kinds of people are the most cunning.
They go to a noodle shop, don't eat any noodles, just stare at the boss. When the boss says, "Hey bro, wanna have some?" they immediately crawl under the table and eat the boss's noodles. Wang Jinshan stood quietly to the side, watching his young master bristle like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, without saying a word.
He knew that the young master was truly angry.
Suddenly, Wan Wei stopped and turned around abruptly, a fierce and excited glint in his eyes. "I'm not going anywhere."
Wang Jinshan was slightly taken aback.
"I said, the rest of the itinerary is changed,"
Wan Wei said decisively.
"That supermodel Dastalin from the UK, let her wait.
I'm not going.
I'm staying in South Korea." He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the bustling streets of Seoul outside, and snorted.
The Bai family wants the dragon's head, doesn't they?
They sent a celestial venerable to touch me, didn't they?
Fine. I'll wait right here and see who kills whom.
He cracked his neck, making a soft snap, the surging power he felt after ascending to the heavenly venerable realm giving him immense confidence.
Perfect timing. I just leveled up and my hands are itching for a fight. It's the perfect opportunity to test the power of the heavenly venerable realm on the Bai family. Don't they like to play dirty tricks?
I'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Wang Jinshan's face remained expressionless, but he was quickly assessing the situation in his mind. With the young master's ascension to the heavenly venerable realm, and with his own strength, they might not necessarily suffer losses when facing the people the Bai family might send.
Moreover, if the young master doesn't vent his anger, he probably won't be able to achieve his goals. He nodded. What does the young master intend to do?
Wan Wei, Uncle Jinshan, use our connections in South Korea and our family's intelligence channels to investigate. Find out where the Bai family is hiding, how many of them are there, and what their strength is.
Who's leading them? Is it that old guy from yesterday's auction?
He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming. If they're not that strong, the two of us can find an opportunity to storm their door and beat them to a pulp.
How can they dare to mess with me without paying a price? He paused, then added.
If things get tough, and the other side has a lot of people or some experts, then call in reinforcements.
Bring people over from home. Isn't my second uncle a half-step martial god? Ask him if he's free to come to South Korea for a trip. Uncle, you should get some exercise after refining pills, right?
Anyway, our one family may not have much else, but we have plenty of experts.
Trying to outnumber them or have stronger backing? Let's see who chickens out first. Wang Jinshan's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Young Master's style is indeed simple, direct, and effective. He bowed and replied, "Yes, I will do it immediately." "Oh, right." Wan Wei suddenly remembered something and called out to Wang Jinshan, who was about to leave. "Where's Wan Xiaohu? He's been gone since we got off the plane yesterday."
Where did he go? Only then did he remember that he still had a bodyguard in name only.
During the 2-night raids last night, this bodyguard didn't even show his face.
When Wan Xiaohu was mentioned, even the usually composed Wan Jinshan showed a rare and extremely complex expression. Young Master Xiaohu. Wan Jinshan paused for a moment. "According to reports from my subordinates, he has been in the largest high-end internet cafe near the hotel. Since he went in yesterday afternoon, he has basically not left his seat except for going to the restroom a few times."
Wan Wei, what's he doing at the internet cafe? Cultivating? He was a little confused. Wan Jinshan paused for a second, seemingly considering his words.
According to the report, young master who has been playing computer games. He mainly plays a shooting game called Valorant, and he is very engrossed in it. You can often hear his excited shouts coming from his private room.
For example, "Brothers, let's go. That sniper shot was so cool. Healer, please heal me." Wait. Wan Wei opened his mouth, speechless for a moment. "Dewa? Is that the game Wan Xiaohu mentioned before?"
Wan Jinshan continued his report, his tone becoming even more subtle. In addition, he would occasionally switch to another game, which is said to be called Genshin Impact. When switching, I usually shout, "Genshin Impact, start it." Then you can hear sounds like "draw a card, wrong card again, why is this boss dealing so much damage?"
Wan Wei could almost see Wan Xiaohu's once energetic young man transformed into an internet addict. He seemed to have completely forgotten his duties as a bodyguard and his role as a bodyguard.
However, given Xiaohu's skill level, he can no longer protect him. If Wan Xiaohu knew that he was already a celestial venerable, he would probably be completely dumbfounded.
Has he always been like this? Hasn't he done anything else? Like, even slightly concerned about my safety? Wan Wei rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache.
According to observation, no, Wan Jinshan answered honestly. His attention was completely on the game. Our people tried to remind him to pay attention to you, young master, but he seemed to have put it on do not disturb mode. He just gave a perfunctory aha and his eyes never left the screen.
Wan Wei was utterly speechless, having been attacked by 2 groups of people in the night. His own bodyguard is addicted to Variant and Genshin Impact at the internet cafe next door, unable to tear himself away? This kid. Wan Wei didn't know what to say. He's cultivated for over 10 years, how come he's like a completely different person as soon as he gets involved in these video games? Has he become addicted to the internet? Wan Jinshan also sighed, a rare occurrence for him. Maybe so. Cultivating in the family before was too boring and there were too many restrictions.
I had never seen these novel things before.
Once I came into contact with them, my self-control was...
He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear.
Sigh.
Wan Wei also sighed and waved his hand, "Forget it, let him be. Anyway, we have Uncle Jinshan here now, and I've just been promoted to Heavenly Venerable, so we don't need him for the time being. Let him hone his skills in the internet cafe, who knows, he might just become a gaming legend.
Then I shall take my leave to investigate the Bai family's affairs." Wan Jinshan bowed.
"Go ahead, get back to me as soon as possible," Wan Wei nodded. Wan Jinshan left the suite quietly.
Wan Wei sat alone in the living room of the room, rubbing his temples. There was a lot of information in just one morning.
The threat from the Bai family has surfaced from the shadows, making him both annoyed and somewhat excited. Finally, I can test my strength at the celestial venerable realm.
My opponent is an old nemesis, so this fight is sure to be exciting.
The most urgent task is to find out the details of the Bai family and then formulate a plan that can both vent our anger and ensure the safety of ourselves and those around us. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt the surging celestial venerable power within him. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips.
The Bai family, trying to get something for nothing? Trying to bully the weak? This time, I'm going to break your hands and crack you open like hard walnuts. He went back to the bedroom, where Jean Lingxiu had already woken up and was looking at her phone. Chapter 60 for the dinner. Jean Lingxiu looked at Wan Wei with some unease when she saw him coming over. Although the conversation outside wasn't loud, she vaguely heard words like heavenly venerable, Bai family, and drive them away. Coupled with the lingering murderous aura on Wan Wei's face, it made her feel uneasy. "Appa, what's wrong? What happened?" she asked cautiously, her voice soft and sweet, carrying the languor of someone just waking up and a hint of worry. Seeing her like this, Wan Wei's resentment, stemming from being targeted by the Bai family, dissipated considerably. "It's so nice to have a woman who cares about you." He walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to ruffle her hair, his tone softening. "It's nothing, just a few petty thieves who tried to steal something last night, but my family sent them away." It was a false alarm. He deliberately downplayed the matter, not wanting Jean Lingxiu to worry. "Stealing? Here?" Jean Lingxiu's eyes widened, clearly startled. How could a thief break into the presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel? "Well, maybe they saw that I spent too much money on that dragon head and thought I was easy prey." Wan Wei shrugged and said, half jokingly, "But don't worry, everything's been resolved, and we're not leaving Seoul for now. I still have some things to take care of." Upon hearing this, Jean Lingxiu's eyes lit up instantly, her previous worries replaced by surprise. "Really? Appa isn't leaving?" She originally thought that Wan Wei, such a busy person, would probably fly to the next place soon after spending one night, such as the Xiong Kingdom he had mentioned before. She didn't expect him to stay. "Okay, I'm not leaving for now." Wan Wei nodded, his mood improving as he saw her happy expression. "What, do you want me to stay with you that much?" Jean Lingxiu blushed, lowered her head, twisted the corner of the blanket with her fingers, and murmured a soft but clear "mm." Then, remembering something, she looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Appa, are you free tonight? I have a concert at Jamsil Stadium tonight. It's a schedule I booked a long time ago. If you can come and see it." Her voice trailed off as she spoke, as if she was afraid of being rejected. "Concert?" Wan Wei raised an eyebrow, recalling that Jean Lingxiu, besides being an actress, was also a member of a pretty popular girl group. "What time?" "I'll come and support you." He readily agreed. Investigating the Bai family would take time anyway, and going to a concert that evening to relax wouldn't be bad, plus he could support his woman. "Really? That's great." Kim Young-soo was so happy she almost jumped out of bed. She leaned over and kissed Wan Wei on the cheek. "It starts at 8 o'clock tonight. I'll save the best seat for Appa." Seeing her excited expression, Wan Wei smiled. "All right, get up. Let's get ready, then I'll take you out for a walk and get something to eat. What good food does South Korea have?" After washing up and getting ready, Jean Lingxiu put on light makeup, wore a simple but figure-flattering casual outfit, and wore a hat and mask. Wan Wei was still dressed casually, but his celestial aura was subtly revealed, and he exuded an extraordinary presence as he walked among the crowd. Instead of going to tourist hotspots like Myeongdong, they were led by Kim Young-soo, a local, to some authentic little shops that she usually liked. The street stalls, which look unassuming from the outside, sell spicy stir-fried rice cakes and fish cake skewers. "Appa, try this, it's delicious." Jean Lingxiu recommended it with sparkling eyes, then picked up a skewer of hot fish cakes, took a bite, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Looking at the bright red sauce, Wan Wei took a bite of the stir-fried rice cake with some skepticism. Instantly, a strong spicy smell rushed to the top of my head. Hiss. Wan Wei gasped from the spiciness, but the taste was indeed good. The rice cakes were soft and chewy, and the sauce was sweet and spicy. He also tried the fish cake skewers. The soup was very flavorful, and the fish cakes had a chewy texture. Kim Young-soo was amused by his expression and took him to eat ginseng chicken soup, fried chicken, and beer. Wan Wei's evaluation of ginseng chicken soup is: the taste is quite fresh, and the way of eating chicken stuffed with glutinous rice is quite interesting. The review of fried chicken and beer was, fast food level, not as good as our Chinese barbecue with beer. After trying all the Korean food, Wan Wei's overall impression of it was: there aren't many varieties. Kimchi is the main dish, and the flavor is sweet, spicy, salty, and savory. There are occasional highlights, but to say it's anything special, it's just so-so. Jean Lingxiu was both amused and annoyed by his words, and gently punched him. "Appa, you're so picky." The two strolled around and ate like any ordinary couple, enjoying their rare leisure time. Jean Lingxiu completely relaxed and showed her lively and cute side in front of him, occasionally pointing to things on the street and sharing interesting stories with him. Time flies. Around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji Lingxiu needed to go to the concert venue for the final rehearsal and preparation.
Wan Wei arranged for the hotel to send a car and personally took her to the backstage entrance near the Jamsil main stadium.
Prepare well, I'll be watching your performance tonight.
Wan Wei patted her shoulder.
Yes. Appa must come.
Kim Young-soo nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with reluctance and anticipation.
Must.
Wan Wei smiled and watched her enter the venue accompanied by her agent and assistant. After seeing Ji Lingxiu off, Wan Wei checked the time and was about to contact Wang Jinshan to ask about the progress of the investigation when his phone rang.
It was an unfamiliar local Korean number.
He answered the phone, and a respectful male voice, clearly obsequious, spoke in Chinese.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Wan Wei?
Hello, I apologize for bothering you. I am the secretary of the chairman of the Kim Group, my surname is Park. Our president has specially arranged a banquet for you tonight at the Shilla Hotel, which is under our group, to welcome you back.
I wonder if young Master Wan Wei would do us the honor of attending?
The Jin Group is the family company behind Jin Jishio, mainly engaged in electronics, finance, heavy industry, etc., which are consistent with many industries under the Wan family. Since Jin Lingxiu was given to Wan Wei, the Wan family must also express their gratitude and cooperate with them. Time and place, Wan Wei said succinctly. Secretary Park immediately reported the detailed time and location, which was just 1 hour later in the Shilla Hotel's most luxurious banquet hall.
New.
Wan Wei hung up the phone, sent a message to Wang Jinshan explaining the situation, and then asked the driver to take him to the Shilla Hotel. The Shilla Hotel is one of Seoul's top luxury hotels. When Wan Wei arrived, a red carpet had already been laid out at the hotel entrance, and 2 rows of tall, uniformed greeters bowed to welcome him. Secretary Park had been waiting for a long time. He was a man in his 40s with gold-rimmed glasses and a shrewd face. When he saw Wan Wei, he immediately jogged forward and his attitude was so respectful that it was almost humble.
Young Master Wan Wei, welcome, welcome.
The chairman and several other distinguished guests are already waiting in the banquet hall. This way, please.
Chapter 65 Li Lingjun.
Secretary Park personally led the way, taking a private elevator directly to the top floor. The banquet hall doors opened, and the scene inside made Wan Wei raise an eyebrow slightly. The space was extremely spacious and luxurious, with dazzling crystal chandeliers and a small orchestra playing soothing music. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered views of the Seoul cityscape. There were already 20 or 30 people in the hall, all dressed smartly and with an extraordinary air about them. Most of them were middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s, with a few even older people. They chatted quietly in 2s and 3s, but their eyes kept glancing towards the door. The moment Wan Wei appeared, the entire banquet hall fell silent for a moment, and everyone's eyes were immediately focused on him. Then, led by an elderly man with gray hair, a dignified face, and wearing traditional Korean clothing, a group of people came forward with smiles on their faces.
Young Master Wan Wei. Your presence is an honor to our humble abode.
I am Kim Jae-hoon, chairman of the Kim Group.
Welcome, welcome.
Chairman Kim spoke in somewhat broken but fairly fluent Chinese, and warmly extended his hand. Wan Wei reached out and shook hands with him, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. President Jin, you're too kind.
Chairman Jin immediately introduced the other people present to Wan Wei. This is the vice president of PG Gu clan. This is the executive director of Gu Wu Zhang clan. This is the SL Choi clan. Goodness, almost all of South Korea's top chaebol families have arrived.
Wan Wei knew perfectly well that this was not a welcome party, but rather a social gathering of top South Korean chaebols under the guise of the Kim Group. There is only one goal, to climb up to oneself, or rather, to climb up to the towering tree of Wanja. I had only intended to cooperate with the Kim family, but I didn't expect so many powerful people to come. While he politely shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with these bigwigs, he couldn't help but think to himself, wow, what a show of force. I've heard that in ancient times, the regimes on this peninsula always liked to curry favor with the Central Plains dynasties, sending envoys to Tang China in droves, all in an effort to learn advanced culture and curry favor with the central government. So many years have passed, yet this penchant for currying favor with the powerful remains unchanged, deeply ingrained in their very being.
After exchanging pleasantries, everyone took their seats.
The banquet was served individually, but the seating arrangement was quite elaborate.
Wan Wei was naturally the guest of honor, sitting in the host's seat.
Chairman Kim, as the host, was accompanied by elders from the Kim Ji-soo family on the left.
To Wan Wei's surprise, the person sitting to his right was not a tycoon, but a very young girl.
The girl looked to be in her early 20s and was extremely beautiful. It's not the delicate sweetness of an idol like Jean Lingxiu, nor the aloof fragility of Wang Niaoqing, but a beauty that blends nobility, radiance, and intellect. Her facial features were well defined and her skin was as white as snow. In particular, her eyes were clear and bright, and she exuded an extraordinary air about her as she looked around. She wore a well-tailored champagne-colored gown, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. It accentuated her figure while maintaining an elegant demeanor. Sitting there quietly, she attracted the attention of many. "Young Master Wanwei, let me introduce you." Chairman Kim spoke at the opportune moment, with a peculiar smile on his face. "This is Ms. Li Lingjun, the daughter of Chairman Li of Yoli Financial Group. She is currently pursuing a master's degree in economics at Showa University." Lingjun is a model of both talent and beauty among the younger generation in our country. Having heard that young Master Wanwei has arrived, I specially came to witness the demeanor of a scion of one of China's top aristocratic families. Li Lingjun stood up gracefully, bowed slightly to Wanwei, and said in clear, almost accent-free Chinese, "Young Master Wanwei, hello. I have long admired your name. It is an honor to meet you today." His voice was clear and pleasant, and his demeanor was impeccable. The moment she stood up, the system notification in Wanwei's mind sounded almost simultaneously. Target matching the criteria detected, Li Lingjun. Overall score, 95 points. Top tier looks, excellent physique, outstanding temperament, superior talent, and pure bloodline. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 108 gene, approximately 54 caddies. D-level lightning. Meets binding requirements. 95 points. No technology involved. She's a Chable heiress with hidden talents and pure blood. Wanwei's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens! So thin, yet possessing a D-rank lightning bolt, truly gifted. This meal was worth it. I unexpectedly discovered a high-quality target. Li Lingjun is an absolute top choice, both in terms of external conditions and internal potential. If this were for the future of humanity, and for the system rewards, we must make this friend. And you must become close friends with them. He remained expressionless and nodded to Li Lingjun. "Miss Li, you're too kind. Your Chinese is excellent." His attitude was much gentler than when he had spoken to those tycoon businessmen. Li Lingjun smiled slightly, sat down again, and remained elegant. The banquet officially began, with a variety of top-notch Korean and international dishes served in turn, including Korean beef, seafood, truffles, caviar, and more, a truly luxurious affair. The band played soft music, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, the conversation gradually shifted from local customs and mutual business compliments to more practical topics. Director Li, a 4-star member, was the first to tentatively speak. "Young Master Wanwei, besides attending the auction, do you have any other business interests in mind during your trip to South Korea? Our 4-stars are very interested in in-depth cooperation with global giants like the Su Group in the fields of semiconductors, electronics, and biopharmaceuticals." The vice president of PG also chimed in. "PG also has unique advantages in chemistry, home appliances, and displays, and we look forward to establishing connections with Wanja." Others echoed this sentiment, their words implying that they hoped the Wan family or the Su family conglomerate would invest in South Korea, or that they would be included in the investment and share in the profits. Wanwei slowly sliced a perfectly grilled piece of Korean beef, listening to their conversation, and understood everything perfectly. When everyone had finished talking and were looking at him expectantly, Wanwei finally put down his knife and fork, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and glanced around the table. Finally, his gaze seemingly casually landed on Li Lingjun, who was eating quietly beside him. He suddenly smiled, a smile that was somewhat cynical yet carried an undeniable air of authority. "I understand everyone's good intentions." Wanwei spoke, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. "However, our Wan family, and the Su family on my mother's side, have their own rules for doing business. Investment and cooperation are not problems." Everyone perked up and started listening intently. Wanwei abruptly changed the subject, lightly tapping the edge of the exquisite plate in Li Lingjun's direction with his chopsticks, his tone carrying an air of self-righteous arrogance. "But, at this stage, what our Wan family is most interested in is not semiconductors, chemistry, those things are too brain-intensive." He paused, and amidst the puzzled yet expectant gazes of the crowd, slowly uttered a startling statement. "Our Wan family, nowadays, only likes one thing, and that is women." The entire banquet hall fell silent instantly, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The smiles on the faces of all the tycoon bosses froze, their eyes filled with astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of realization. "I knew it." Wanwei seemed oblivious to their expressions and continued talking to himself, pointing at Li Lingjun and adding, "We want girls like this, good-looking, with good temperament, from respectable families, and preferably with some talent."
The more the merrier. Chapter 66. Our Wan family's villa complex needs expansion. The silence lasted for several seconds.
Everyone looked at each other and saw the same message in each other's eyes.
So this son of a martial god and heir to a super conglomerate is actually a lecherous scoundrel? And it's so straightforward.
At such a formal chaebol banquet, he openly said he wanted women, and even specifically requested someone of Li Lingjun's caliber. Chairman Kim was the first to react. His facial muscles twitched a few times, and he quickly forced a knowing smile, letting out 2 dry laughs. Young Master Wanwei is truly a man of character.
Quick-witted and outspoken.
Good. Very good. The other bigwigs also seemed to wake up from their daze and quickly echoed.
Yes, young Master Wanwei is a playboy, we understand.
Heroes are paired with beauties, it's always been so.
It's only right.
Miss Li is both beautiful and talented. She and young Master Wanwei are a perfect match.
We'll definitely keep an eye out and find more suitable candidates for young Master Wanwei. Ha ha ha.
The atmosphere suddenly became both strange and lively. Everyone seemed to have instantly found a shortcut to please him. The way they looked at Wanwei was less of the pure awe they had for the heir of a top power and more of a subtle understanding of the playboy and lecherous young master. Some people have even started wondering if they have any pretty daughters, nieces, or granddaughters of marriageable age. Li Lingjun herself was also stunned for a moment, and 2 barely perceptible blushes appeared on her fair cheeks, but she quickly regained her composure, simply lowering her head to eat, her long eyelashes covering the emotions in her eyes.
Wanwei took in everyone's reactions without feeling anything, and even felt a little amused.
He knew that in these people's eyes, his declaration only solidified his image as a playboy, a womanizer, and a brainless idiot.
He picked up his glass, took a sip, and sighed inwardly, silently complaining. Sigh, a bunch of ordinary people, what do you know? Do you really think I traveled all this way just to be obsessed with beautiful women?
Superficial. So superficial.
I'm doing this to farm system rewards.
To increase my strength.
To fight against the demon invasion 3 years from now. To protect all of humanity.
Although, primarily to protect myself and my family. I'm sacrificing my own interests for the greater good. I'm enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens to achieve my goals indirectly.
Do you think being a stud, a crucial link in human reproduction and evolution, is so easy? It's exhausting, you know. Otherwise, with my status as the eldest young master of the Wan family, wouldn't it be better to lie on the top spiritual vein in my home, eat divine fruits, drink immortal wine, and play the latest games? Why bother running around everywhere and having to deal with you old foxes and those scheming bastards from the Bai family? This is so hard for me. Really?
Of course, he could only say these things to himself. On the surface, he still maintained that arrogant attitude of "I'm a womanizer, I have the right to be a womanizer, what can you do about it," enjoying the attention he received. And the occasional, complex and enigmatic glances cast by that high-quality target beside him.
Wanwei knew that his reputation for womanizing would likely spread quickly throughout South Korea's top circles after this banquet. However, he didn't care. Can reputation be used as a system reward? Can it improve my strength? No? Then what's the point of having it?
He was more concerned about Jean Lingxiu's concert that evening, and how the investigation into the Bai family was progressing on Wang Jinshan's side. The tycoon banquet, where everyone had their own agenda, finally came to an end. Wanwei left the Shilla Hotel amidst the ambiguous glances and attentive farewells from Chairman Jean and others, who said things like I understand, and have fun, young master. Also by his side was Li Lingjun, the outstanding and beautiful heiress of a chaebol. A cool night breeze blew as Wanwei stood at the hotel entrance, glancing at the quiet Li Lingjun beside him.
The girl followed him out after the banquet, without saying where she was going.
She just stood naturally next to him, as if she had tacitly agreed that he should make the arrangements from now on. Wanwei stroked his chin, pondering to himself. The high-quality target was proactively offered. Although it might be for a family mission, if we let it escape, wouldn't we be letting down the system and our noble mission to fight for the future of humanity? Moreover, Wang Jinshan is handling the Bai family's affairs, and Jean Lingxiu's concert doesn't start until tonight, so this gap is perfect for doing some real business. He was pondering whether to find a coffee shop to chat about life ideals or to get straight to discussing the grand scheme of human reproduction when Li Lingjun spoke first. She tilted her head slightly, her clear, bright eyes appearing particularly captivating under the neon lights of the night. Her voice was calm and even, as if she were discussing the weather.
Young Master Wanwei, you said at the banquet that you liked someone like me? Wow. So direct? Wanwei raised an eyebrow, showing interest. This girl looks elegant and intellectual, but I didn't expect her to be so blunt.
He nodded readily, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and met Li Lingjin's gaze.
Yes, I like people as pretty as you. You're beautiful, have a great temperament, and it's a pleasure to be seen with you.
Li Lingjin showed no embarrassment, but rather a calmness beyond her years. She paused, then asked her second question, which was what she was truly concerned about.
So, if I want to secure investment or cooperation from the Wan family for my family, what level of effort do I need to go through?
This question was even more direct, practically putting the word transaction on the table. She was very clear about her own worth, her beauty, and her family background. She's willing to pay, but wants to know the price. Looking at her calm and composed face, Wanwei felt a surge of admiration.
Unpretentious, straightforward, goal-oriented, and intelligent.
They are much better than those who pretend to be aloof when they clearly want something, or those who are eager to do something but hesitate and look back. He leaned closer, catching a faint, cool scent of her perfume. He lowered his voice deliberately, his tone slightly seductive.
That depends on your performance. I'm a very simple person. If we click and I'm in a good mood, everything is negotiable. Investment? Cooperation? It's just a matter of a word from me.
He deliberately emphasized the word performance, and his gaze swept over her delicate face and graceful figure without any attempt to conceal his intentions.
Li Lingjin remained silent for about 2 or 3 seconds.
The neon lights cast dappled shadows on her long eyelashes. Then, Wanwei saw that the Chable heiress, who had always maintained a proper distance and aloof demeanor, suddenly tiptoed, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her soft, slightly cool lips accurately onto his lips. The kiss was brief, but its meaning was crystal clear. Wanwei paused for a moment, then a wicked smile crept onto his lips.
Wow, that's a great decision for you, girl. He likes this efficiency. Not bad.
Wanwei licked his lips.
He seems like a major villain.
Wanwei thought to himself, Mom, our Wan family's villa complex needs to be expanded, we won't have enough houses.
Chapter 67 The Bai Family's Collusion. Wanwei naturally put his arm around Li Lingjin's slender waist. There are too many people around here.
Let's go, let's find another place and have a proper chat. Li Lingjin stiffened slightly, but quickly relaxed and obediently let him put his arm around her as they walked toward the hotel car waiting nearby. Her face remained largely expressionless, but the slight blush at the base of her ears betrayed a hint of her inner turmoil. The car quickly drove back to the Peninsula Hotel where Wanwei was staying. As Wanwei, with his arm around Li Lingjin, walked calmly through the lobby toward the elevator, the handsome men and beautiful women on duty at the front desk stared wide-eyed. In particular, I had checked Wanwei and Jin Lingxiwen that morning, and later I also met the manager who was handling the emergency repairs for the broken window. He frantically gestured to his colleague beside him, his inner monologue a flood of thoughts.
Holy crap! Look!
It's that young Master Wan from this morning.
Didn't he just bring back that super beautiful actress Kim Young-soo this morning? How long has it been? This afternoon. And they changed it again this afternoon? This one is absolutely amazing. Her aura is amazing. She's definitely not an ordinary person. What kind of superhuman speed is that? What kind of superhuman physique is that? Is this body made of iron? Doesn't it need a cool-down period?
Indeed, the world of the wealthy is beyond our imagination.
Wanwei knew without even guessing what these receptionists were thinking. How acute his senses are now.
He could clearly feel the surprised, envious, and incredulous looks in their eyes.
Good health? That's a must. When I was a martial artist, I probably had to be careful. But now?
A first-rank celestial venerable.
The levels of life have evolved.
His vitality and energy were so abundant that even he himself felt it was a bit exaggerated. While waiting for the elevator, he secretly assessed the situation in his mind.
With my current celestial venerable body's recovery ability and stamina, it seems like it's not impossible to handle 10 a day? But that seems a bit too exaggerated.
It's like the donkeys in the production team, not very humane.
Besides, quality is more important than quantity. Yes, I'm all about quality.
While he was lost in thought, the elevator had already reached the top floor. Swipe your card to enter, and the luxury of the presidential suite is on full display once again. What followed was perfectly logical, yet it carried a different meaning than before. Li Lingjun was very cooperative, and even showed a serious attitude of doing her best once she made a decision. Although she was a bit inexperienced, she had a strong learning ability. Wanwei was also happy to witness the process of this uniquely elegant heiress going from aloof and self-possessed to gradually sinking into depravity. Several indescribable details are omitted here, but in short, the process was intense and fruitful, with both parties achieving in-depth physical and mental exchange and understanding. After the rain subsided, Li Lingjun fell asleep, exhausted, her face flushed with a mixture of weariness and relief. Wanwei was full of energy, and the anticipated ringing sound rang in his mind right on time. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully bonded with a goddess who meets the criteria and successfully connected to the port. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, Host's realm is stabilized. The current first-rank celestial venerable realm is completely solidified, with an incredibly firm foundation, allowing the host to unleash 100% of their power. Reward 2, Supernatural power, golden eyes of illusion. Able to see through most illusions, disguises, and concealments, and directly perceive the source of energy. Reward 3, the supreme level movement technique illusory light step. Upon mastery, the body transforms into illusory light, speed increases dramatically, and becomes unpredictable. Reward 4, 1x 10,000 year blood jade marrow. A top-grade refining alchemy material that can also be directly absorbed, greatly enhancing blood and physical strength. 4 rewards. And the quality is very high. A stable realm, new supernatural powers, new movement techniques, and top-quality materials. Wanwei was delighted these rewards were all very useful. The golden eyes of truth can be used to deal with the Bai family members who may be skilled at concealment. The illusionary light step makes up for the shortcomings in movement techniques. Blood jade marrow strengthens the physical body, making the foundation more solid. He glanced at Li Lingjun with satisfaction and checked the time. It turns out that Jean Lingxiu's concert is still a long way off. On a whim, he remembered that South Korea had a tourist hotspot called Jeju Island, so he decided to go there to kill time, see the exotic scenery, and maybe find some hidden high-scoring targets. He decided to leave immediately and flew there instead of taking a plane. However, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. I spent most of the day wandering around Jeju Island, saw the so-called Halasan Mountain, which felt like just a larger hill, and visited the tourist attractions that were hyped up in the tourism promotion, such as the mysterious road and the columnar jointing zone. Wanwei's assessment was, that's it? Halasan Mountain has little spiritual energy and its scenery is mediocre. It's not even as high as the mountain in Mangsa, and it's practically just a dirt slope. Moreover, the scenic spot is heavily artificial and overly commercialized, lacking any natural wildness. The seafood is fresh, but the cooking methods are limited. It's either eaten raw or grilled, and the flavors are bland, far less diverse than those found along the Chinese coast. As for the hidden high-scoring beauties, I did see a few tourists with decent looks, but according to the system scan, they generally hovered between 85 and 90 points, not even one of them scored above 92, let alone 95. Sigh, this is boring. Wanwei sat on the plane on his way back, looking at the islands outside the window that were gradually getting smaller, with a disappointed expression. It's all hype, but the actual experience is terrible. The scenery is so-so, the food is so-so, and the quality of the women is so-so. It seems that the essence of South Korea is really concentrated in Seoul, and only the chaebol circles have any good stuff. He suddenly thought of the neighboring island nation. I've heard that although the island nation isn't very big, it has a diverse culture and a wide variety of food, and, cough cough, some industries are quite developed, so maybe the proportion of high-quality products is higher? I really have to go there and check it out next time I have the chance. He stroked his chin, already planning his future internationalization strategy. Just as he was planning his trip to the island nation, his phone vibrated, and he received an encrypted message from Wang Jinshan. The information is concise yet crucial. Young master, preliminary investigations have revealed that the Bai family has sent 6 people to Korea this time. The leader is Bai Chi-hong, the third elder of the Bai family, a 5th-rank heavenly venerable. The other 5 are his sons, nephews, and guards, whose strength ranges from 2nd-rank heavenly venerable to 1st-rank heavenly king. Their current hideout, a secluded private club in Gangnam District, Seoul, owned by the 4-star group. The club is controlled by the core family of the 4-star group and is heavily guarded. Further information uncovered suggests that the Bai family and certain U.S. capital and superpowers behind the Samsung Group have maintained close ties in recent years. It cannot be ruled out that U.S. forces were behind or aware of the Dragon Head incident. After reading the information, Wanwei narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his seat.
The Bai family's hiding place was actually on the territory of the Four-Star Group?
This was somewhat unexpected. Although he had previously beaten up the people sent by the young master of the Four-Star Group, that was just the younger generation fooling around. Four-Star Group is a giant in South Korea and even the world.
How could the Beck family be able to connect with such a large conglomerate? They even used their core industries as a hiding place? More importantly, is the last point related to US influence? Wanwei frowned. It's no secret that the Four-Star Group has US capital and influence behind it.
But the Bai family, as the second largest ancient martial arts family in China, secretly colluded with American forces that compete with China.
This is rather intriguing. Was it for a transaction of interests? Or is there some deeper level of cooperation? Was this attempt to seize the Dragon Head solely the Bai family's doing, or were there American backers involved? Are they simply trying to prevent the Wan family from obtaining the possible ancient martial arts techniques, or do they have other motives?
It seems this pool of water is deeper than I thought, Wanwei muttered to himself, his eyes gradually sharpening as a stronger fighting spirit and destructive urge surged in his mind.
The deeper the better, so that we can cook it all at once and have more flavor.
Originally, I only wanted to teach the Bai family a lesson, vent my anger, and incidentally test the power of the Heavenly Venerable. Now that the Four-Star Corporation has been implicated, and possibly even US influence, the nature of the matter seems to have changed somewhat.
But that's exactly what he likes. Wanwei cracked his knuckles. Perfect timing.
I just leveled up and my hands are itching. I don't care if you're local bullies or outsiders, if you dare to mess with me, I'll kill you all. He gazed intently at the approaching lights of Seoul outside the window.
Chapter 68. I almost forgot about getting married. After landing in Seoul and getting off the plane, the male protagonist's phone vibrated.
I took it out and saw it was my mom.
When I clicked on it, all I saw was one line, "Getting married tomorrow, when are you coming back?" Holy crap! Wanwei was stunned.
He stared at his phone screen and looked at it 3 times before he was sure he hadn't misread it.
We're getting married tomorrow. He completely forgot about it. My mind raced through the events like a movie.
Lu Haoxi sleeps at home, Li Yitong sleeps at Luzhou, Zhang Nanhua Zhang Uns, Lang Bati Li Shi Us, and Wang Miaoqing sleep at home.
Korean actress Kim Young-soo and actress Lee Ryan-jin.
Not to mention all the other issues that happened in between. I'm so busy I barely have time to breathe. Although I know I'm getting married soon, I'm so overwhelmed with work lately. How could I possibly remember anything about getting married? He completely forgot about his upcoming marriage to Chu Leyao tomorrow.
I thought it was the day after tomorrow.
What's worse, he hasn't been in contact with Chu Leyao for a week.
After our last date, I left the capital.
I was planning to let everyone know I'm safe every day, but I always forget when I get busy.
Chu Leyao must be extremely worried, right? They might even think he called off the engagement?
Wanwei became increasingly panicked, his fingers flying across the screen, his hands almost wobbling as he typed.
Mom! I'll be home tonight.
Don't worry, I've got everything under control. I guarantee I'll make it to the wedding tomorrow, I definitely won't be late. My mom replied within 2 seconds of I sent the message. You'd better do this, the house is almost ready, and the Chu family is urging you on.
Don't keep the young lady waiting.
Wanwei breathed a sigh of relief and added, Don't worry, Mom, I've almost finished things here, I'll definitely be there tonight. After replying to his mother, Wanwei thought of Chu Leyao again and quickly opened her chat window.
The chat window was still showing the message from when the last date ended.
He replied okay to Chu Leyao's message, be careful on the road, and then didn't say anything more.
Wanwei looked at the line of text and felt a headache coming on. How was he going to explain it to Chu Leyao? Saying you were too busy to contact them? That's such a flimsy excuse.
He thought for a moment and decided to take the initiative to admit his mistake, typing.
Luyao, I'm sorry.
I've been too busy this past week, dealing with some urgent matters in South Korea. I haven't had a chance to message you, and I'm sorry you worried. After sending the message, he stared at the screen waiting for a reply, feeling quite nervous. Chu Leyao has a cold and aloof personality. If she gets angry, it will probably take a while to coax her. At this moment, Chu Leyao was lying on her big bed at home. I was scrolling through the Douyin app, but my mind wasn't on my phone. I'm getting married tomorrow, and I haven't heard from my fiancé for a week.
What if they don't want you when you go tomorrow? How embarrassing. How will the Chu family ever be able to hold their heads high again?
When the Wan family proposed marriage, they made such a grand show of it. Second Master Wan Tianzong personally visited the Chu family, bringing a mountain of betrothal gifts and promising to help the Chu family enter the top 10 in the country. At the time, she thought that Wan Wei really liked her. Otherwise, given the Wan family's background, there were plenty of families stronger than the Chu family that they could marry into. But what was the result? After proposing, we went on one date, and then he vanished as if he'd evaporated, with no word from him for a week. Chu Leyao actually had some doubts about whether Wan Wei was really just trying to arrange a marriage for the family. But during their last date, he looked at her very seriously, and he would take the initiative to serve her food, shield her from the gaze of passers-by, and look at her with genuine interest. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone suddenly vibrated. The words Wan Wei are written above its head. She quickly opened the chat window and saw Wan Wei's message. "Sorry, I've been too busy lately." A surge of grievance welled up inside me, and I felt a little angry. What's going on? He proposed and then disappeared. What does he take her for? She bit her lip, her finger hovering over the screen for a long time. Before she could reply, Wan Wei's message came through again. "Don't be angry, okay? I ran into some trouble in South Korea. I got into a fight with the Bai family and the demons. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. I'll be going back to Beijing tomorrow. I'll bring you some Korean specialty rice cakes that you said you wanted to eat last time. I had my assistant buy several boxes. And I bought all the skincare products from that brand you like. I'll make it up to you when we meet tomorrow, okay?" When Chu Leyao saw that long passage and the phrase "see you tomorrow," her anger subsided considerably. Now that she knows he's alright and is even thinking of bringing her local specialties, she feels a little sweet inside. She thought for a moment, then deliberately acted a little haughty and replied, "Okay, don't be late tomorrow." Meanwhile, Wan Wei, seeing Chu Leyao's reply, "I know, don't be late tomorrow," breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, my dear wife." Afterwards, Wan Wei took a taxi to Jamsil Stadium. Jean Lingxiu's concert starts at 8 p.m. tonight, and he promised to go and support her, so he can't go back on his word. Upon arriving at the arena entrance, the Jean family's staff were already waiting, holding a VIP pass, and respectfully led Wan Wei inside. "Young Master Wan Wei, this way please. We've reserved a seat for you in the very center of the first row, with the best view." Wan Wei followed him inside. Along the way, many fans were holding light sticks. When they saw a strange man following the staff through the VIP passage, they assumed he was one of the organizers and didn't think much of it. Upon arriving at the audience seats, the first row, right in the center, was indeed eye-catching, surrounded by fans holding up light sticks for Kim Young-soo, creating a particularly enthusiastic atmosphere. After Wan Wei sat down, the lights suddenly dimmed, the entire venue fell silent, and then music started playing. The platform slowly rose, and Kim Young-soo, dressed in a shimmering silver stage outfit, stood on it with a microphone in hand. As soon as she opened her mouth, the entire audience erupted in cheers. "Wow! So beautiful! Lingxiu, mommy loves you!" The fans' screams nearly deafened Wan Wei, who had initially thought the concert was uninteresting. "I went to see it once with a friend before, and I found it noisy and boring. Now I realized that the reason it was boring was because I didn't know the people on stage. If I did know the people on stage, then it would be more interesting." Jean Lingxiu spotted Wan Wei in the middle of the front row at a glance. Unexpectedly, they actually came. She smiled and waved to Wan Wei as a greeting. Fans near Wan Wei thought it was a greeting and were extremely excited. Jean Lingxiu then got into the zone and began to sing. Although Wan Wei is very important to her, as an actress, taking care of her fans is the most important thing. Wan Wei sat quietly in the audience while Jean Lingxiu danced to the rhythm, and the fans in the audience chanted slogans together, creating an incredibly high-energy atmosphere. Wan Wei clapped along, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Jean Lingxiu to have such a strong stage presence. If she has a concert when I return to China next time, I'd love to come and see her again." During halftime, fans were still chanting Kim Young-soo's name. Wan Wei took out his phone to check if there were any messages in the family group chat. When I opened the "We Are a Loving Family" group chat, I saw that my second uncle, Wan Tianzong, had posted a video with a rather arrogant title. "A day trip to the Snow Wolf clan's treasure trove was incredibly rewarding." Wan Wei curiously clicked on the video. The camera was shaky at first, and Wan Tianzong's loud voice could be heard. "Hurry up and move it. This lousy treasure vault of the Snow Wolf clan only has this much good stuff. Don't keep me from getting back to my drinking session." The camera then focused on the Snow Wolf clan's treasure vault. Inside were piles of spirit stones and jade bottles containing pills. Wan Tianzong held an action camera, taking pictures while stuffing things into his storage ring with lightning speed, as if he were snatching something away, muttering to himself. This knife is pretty good, it can be used by Shouhu. It's just that the grade of these pills is too low, I'll have the third brother refine them again later. Wan Wei chuckled to himself, thinking that his second uncle's nature hadn't changed at all. He never forgot to plunder wherever he went. However, since the Snow Wolf clan were traitors, he figured he might as well take these resources. He was engrossed in watching when the video showed Wan Tianzong picking up a fist-sized spirit stone and waving it at the camera. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang from the stage. The stage lights were supposed to switch to a soft blue-purple hue in preparation for the next ballad. But suddenly, several blinding white lights shot out from different directions in the audience without warning, hitting Jean Lingxiu, who had just walked to her position on the stage. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 figures dressed in black hooded robes and wearing eerie white faceless masks leaped up from the audience like ghosts, with astonishing speed. Ignoring the railings between the stage and the audience and the security personnel, he lunged directly at Kim Young-soo. Chapter 69. Just a bunch of worthless idiots. They held oddly shaped curved daggers in their hands, which were shrouded in an ominous gray-black aura. Sacred offering. Return to the embrace of eternity. A hoarse, distorted voice resounded throughout the venue through some kind of amplification, drowning out the echo of the music. Ah! The sudden attack stunned the audience for a moment, followed by screams of extreme terror. The crowd instantly descended into chaos, with pushing, shoving, and trampling erupting, creating utter disorder. The other members and staff on stage were also stunned and stood frozen in place. Jean Lingxiu was blinded by the bright lights and felt several chilling killing intents locked onto her. Terrified, she turned pale and froze on the spot. Court death. A cold, angry shout, like a thunderclap, instantly drowned out the screams and the eerie slogans from the entire audience. Wan Wei, who was sitting in the front row, noticed the attack the moment it occurred. The aura emanating from the black-robed figures as they moved made his eyes sharpen. They're all at the Heavenly King level. Although most of them were first or second grade, the one who led the charge against Jean Lingxiu had the aura of a 5th grade Heavenly King. A cult organization mobilized so many top stars just to capture a female idol. Something's not right. Just as the dagger, gleaming with a gray-black light, was about to touch Jean Lingxiu, Wan Wei moved. He didn't even get up, he just casually grabbed something beside him with his right hand. The dog beating stick, a supreme-level weapon I acquired yesterday, was now in my hand. The next moment, the dog beating stick was infused with the pure power of the Heavenly Venerable's blood and chi by Wan Wei. Buzz! With a flick of his wrist, Wan Wei sent the dog beating stick flying out like a golden red phantom, almost invisible to the naked eye, like a raging fire dragon. Bang! 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 A series of muffled thuds rang out almost simultaneously. The black-robed Heavenly Kings who rushed towards Jean Lingxiu from the side and rear were hit head-on by a truck, and the daggers in their hands instantly slipped from their grasp and deformed. The protective gray-black energy shattered like paper, and he was sent flying backward at an even faster speed than when he arrived. A person is in mid-air, their hood shatters, their mask flies off, revealing a face that is either pale or distorted. Blood gushed from his mouth, slamming heavily onto the edge of the stage or the equipment below. He twitched twice and then fell silent, clearly beyond saving. Wan Wei took exceptional care of the 5th-rank Heavenly King leader in black robes who was charging at the forefront with a dagger almost touching Jean Lingxiu's neck. The dog beating stick struck first, landing precisely on his wrist where he was holding the dagger. Click! The sound of bones cracking rang out. Ah! The black-robed leader screamed as his dagger flew into the air. The stick, undiminished in its momentum, swung upwards and struck him squarely on the chin. The black-robed leader's head snapped back, his entire body flipped 720 degrees in midair, and then crashed onto the stage floor with a loud thud, like a tattered sack. He lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood and foam, his eyes unfocused, only able to twitch. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the start of the attack to Wan Wei taking action to eliminate all the black-robed figures rushing towards the stage, the entire process took no more than 5 seconds. The chaos inside the venue continued, but an eerie silence fell near the stage. Everyone was stunned by this sudden reversal. The lighting technician seemed to be terrified as well, and the lights swayed wildly. Wan Wei then slowly stood up, walked onto the stage, and put away the dog beating stick. He walked up to Jean Lingxiu, who was still in shock and trembling slightly. A spotlight shone directly on them, illuminating Wan Wei's tall and imposing figure and Jean Lingxiu's delicate and charming appearance. The background is a chaotic audience seating area with black-robed figures lying on the ground, creating a dramatic and suspenseful scene reminiscent of the beautiful final shot in a superhero movie.
It's all right now.
Wan Wei reached out and gently brushed away a strand of sweat-dampened hair that clung to her cheek. His tone was calm, yet reassuring. Jean Lingxiu stared blankly at him, the fear of death still lingering in her eyes, but the man's strength reassured her. She suddenly threw herself into Wan Wei's arms, hugged his waist tightly, buried her face in his chest, her body still trembling with fear, unable to utter a single word. Wan Wei held her close, his cold gaze sweeping across the audience below the stage. Security personnel and police officers who arrived at the scene then realized what was happening and tried to control the situation and approached the men in black robes. However, just as the two security guards approached the black-robed leader lying on the ground, another unexpected event occurred. A resolute look flashed in his eyes, and his teeth seemed to crush something with force. Immediately afterwards, their bodies began to convulse violently, as if black earthworms were wriggling under their skin. Black blood quickly seeped from the mouth, nose, and corners of the eyes, emitting a pungent, fishy stench. The other two black-robed men, whose weapons had been knocked away, immediately followed suit.
In just 2 or 3 seconds, the three of them froze completely, their breaths gone. Suicide by poison? Wan Wei frowned.
These cultists were ruthless enough to themselves. The scene was a complete mess, and the concert naturally could not continue. With the coordination of Kim Ling-su's agency, the police, and Wan Jia, who arrived later, Wan Wei escorted Kim Ling-su away from the scene quickly through a special passage and returned to the Peninsula Hotel. Inside the suite, Jean Lingxiu held a cup of hot water. Her emotions had stabilized slightly, but her face was still pale.
Who are those people? Why are they arresting you? And what are they talking about, these sacred offerings?
Wan Wei sat opposite her and asked directly.
He couldn't believe that an ordinary female idol would attract so many top-tier bodyguards to attack her.
Jean Lingxiu bit her lip, seemingly making a great decision, before whispering.
They are members of the cult of immortality.
A very mysterious and terrifying cult, with a terrible reputation in the underworld.
They are said to believe in some eternal god and frequently perform human sacrifices.
She paused, her voice lower, trembling slightly, as if she couldn't bring herself to speak. They targeted me because I have a very thin amount of nine-tailed celestial fox ancestral blood in my body. Although it is so thin that it is almost impossible to awaken, it seems to be a very precious sacrifice or medium for their cult. I only found out last year during an unexpected medical checkup, after a traitor in my family leaked the information. My family has since strengthened its protection, and I've tried to keep a low profile. I never expected they would dare to make a move in such a public setting as a concert.
Nine-tailed celestial fox ancestral blood? Upon hearing this, Wan Wei immediately understood. I see.
No wonder the rewards after marrying her were so good.
So this girl has such an awesome thing in her bloodline.
The nine-tailed celestial fox is a legendary top-tier divine beast and an auspicious creature. Even if it's just a tiny amount of ancestral blood that's so diluted it's negligible, it's enough to make her genetic potential far exceed that of ordinary people. For systems that aim for high quality, this is definitely a plus.
I knew it.
Wan Wei stroked his chin, with an expression that said, so I had such good taste. Seeing Jean Lingxiu's still anxious and fearful expression, Wan Wei waved his hand.
All right, stop being afraid. What immortality cult? It's nothing but a bunch of idiots.
From today onwards, you don't need to go back to that place your company or family arranged for you. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the brightly lit Seoul, his back exuding an air of domineering arrogance. Come straight back to China with me, to my Wan family's place. I've got Wan Jiabao's people under my protection. Let's see which blind cult dares to extend its claws again. Jean Lingxiu raised her head and looked at Wan Wei's back, feeling a strange, indescribable flutter in her heart.
Chapter 70 Returning to the Wan family.
Jean Lingxiu nodded almost without hesitation, her voice soft, okay. Having faced life and death, her dependence on and trust in Wan Wei reached its peak. With the god of war overseeing all the households in China, they will certainly be very safe. As for her acting career, her contracts in South Korea, and her interpersonal relationships,
it's not that important.
My career is mainly about making money, and I have many fans in China, so I can continue to develop my career in China. In terms of interpersonal relationships, the Korean entertainment industry is rife with calculations.
Truly intimate relationships are rare.
She recalled that not long after her debut, she was almost disfigured by someone who framed her. Moreover, deep in her heart, she had already developed feelings for the man in front of her that she could not let go of. They could just pack up and go. Wan Wei told Jean Lingxiu to pack her personal belongings quickly, and that other things could be moved later. Kim Young-soo then went back to her home in Seoul. The Jean family was ecstatic to learn that their daughter was going back to China with Wan Wei and would be staying at the Wan family's house. When Mr. Jean received the call, he was in a meeting. Upon hearing the news, he immediately adjourned the meeting and said okay more than a dozen times into the phone, his voice trembling. Mrs. Jean was also very excited.
Is it true? It's really going to the Wan family? The Wan family of the martial god? Not for tourism, but to stay there?
After receiving an affirmative answer, he immediately began rummaging through drawers and cabinets, muttering to himself as he did so. This dress won't do, it's not formal enough, this jewelry is too cheap, I can't wear it to the Wan family. Lingxiu, you must be good when you get there, listen to young Master Wan, and serve him well.
This made Jean Lingxiu both laugh and cry.
The Jean family's relatives, upon hearing the news, immediately began making numerous phone calls.
This person said,
Lingxiu, when you go to the Wan family, remember to ask for your cousin if they can invest in our family's cosmetics company.
The one who said, Niece, I've heard the Wan family owns mines in Africa. Are there any opportunities for cooperation?
There were even distant relatives who had no real connection to her, and they indirectly asked Kim Young-soo to help submit her resume so she could get a job at the Soo Group's branch in South Korea. Jean Lingxiu looked at her family and relatives with a sense of elation, feeling somewhat speechless but understanding. For the Jean family, climbing up to the Wan family, this towering pillar, was indeed an incredible opportunity they could never have dreamed of.
She packed a simple suitcase with necessities and a few beloved clothes and accessories, and left home amidst the eager, almost reverent, farewells of her family.
Meanwhile, Wan Wei had arranged the plane and itinerary, but then remembered that there was a missing person who needed to be reunited with the team.
He sent Wan Xiaohu a message, the business is done. Meet at the airport in an hour to return to China.
The message was sent out, but it disappeared without a trace. I waited for 10 minutes, but there was no reply. Call and it will be forwarded directly to voicemail.
Wan Wei frowned. Was this kid still playing games in an internet cafe?
He slightly extended his divine sense and sensed the direction of the high-end internet cafe that Wan Xiaohu frequented, which Wan Jinshan had previously reported. Sure enough, he sensed a familiar aura of a king sitting steadily in a certain position, with intense emotional fluctuations, sometimes excited and sometimes frustrated.
All right, I'll have to go and arrest them myself. Helpless, Wan Wei asked the driver to take him to that internet cafe. The internet cafe has a nice environment with private rooms and decent soundproofing.
Following the scent, Wan Wei found the private room where Wan Xiaohu was. The door wasn't closed properly, and loud keyboard and mouse clattering could be heard from inside, along with Wan Xiaohu's passionate shouts.
Drawl, give me one. A golden one. A golden one. Ha 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 ha. Another golden one. Let me see what it is. Holy crap. Why is it another sky scroll? I missed. I didn't get it again. This gacha pool is cursed. My primo gems.
Wan Wei leaned against the door, looking at his cousin inside, whose eyes were fixed on the screen, whose mouth was still covered with snack crumbs, and who had 2 thick dark circles under his eyes. He felt both annoyed and amused. He walked in silently and stood behind Wan Xiaohu. The screen displayed a card drawing interface. A dazzling golden light flashed, revealing something that looked like a musical instrument. Then Wan Xiaohu clutched his head and started wailing, "Ah! The poem of final lament. I want General Thunder. MiHoYo, you're targeting me. I'm going to buy MiHoYo." Wan Wei reached out and lightly patted Wan Xiaohu's head, which was shaking with excitement.
I'm home. Who is it? Stop messing around.
This is crucial.
Wan Xiaohu didn't turn his head, waving impatiently.
He suddenly froze halfway through his sentence. That voice, that feel. He abruptly turned his head and saw Wan Wei's ambiguous smile. His expression instantly changed, switching from an internet-addicted teenager to a honest and simple younger brother mode, grinning and revealing 2 rows of white teeth.
Brother! Are you done with your work? Not as busy as you.
Wan Wei pointed to the still flickering card drawing animation on the screen and the paused game screen on another screen next to it.
I think you're the one who's incredibly busy, juggling Valor and Genshin Impact, huh? Your dark circles are practically down to your chin. Did you stay up all night last night?
Wan Xiaohu scratched his head sheepishly, trying to argue.
No, I just stayed out a little late. I was waiting for your message, and I was just killing time anyway. Stop talking nonsense, save your game, shut down, and let's go. The plane is waiting.
Wan Wei was too lazy to argue with him.
All right.
Wan Xiaohu was decisive, quickly saving his game progress, logging out of his account, and shutting down the computer in one smooth motion. Just before turning off the screen, she glanced longingly at his skewed gotcha result and muttered to herself, "I'll deal with you when I get back from China." Looking at him like this, Wan Wei shook his head inwardly.
It seems this internet addiction won't be broken anytime soon. The group reunited: Wan Wei, Jin Lingxiu, Wan Xiaohu, and Wan Jinshan, who was hiding in the shadows.
They boarded the Wan family's private plane and took off from Seoul in the evening, flying directly to Beijing, the capital of China. On the plane, Jin Lingxiu was a little reserved, but also a little curious as she looked out the window at the vast sea of clouds. As soon as Wan Xiaohu boarded the plane, he put on an eye mask and started catching up on sleep, muttering that he was conserving his energy for the upcoming battle.
Wan Wei closed his eyes to rest, mentally organizing the things he needed to deal with next. Tomorrow's wedding poses a potential threat to the Bai family.
Furthermore, the male lead plans to return to South Korea after getting married, and the Bai family's collaboration with the four-star group in South Korea must mean they're doing something bad.
Around 11 p.m., the plane landed smoothly at the private airport used by Wanja on the outskirts of Beijing.
The runway was brightly lit on both sides, and racing teams were already waiting.
As soon as I stepped off the plane, a powerful atmosphere, completely different from that of Seoul, hit me.
This is the heart of China, the place where countless families have lived for thousands of years. The lights of the capital city in the distance resembled a silver river on earth, dazzling and boundless, exuding a profound and magnificent aura. The area where the Wan family's main residence is located is brightly lit, and even late at night, one can still feel a festive and busy atmosphere. The huge manor was brightly decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. Red lanterns, festive ribbons, and various gorgeous decorations were everywhere. Many servants and members of the collateral branches of the family were still making final arrangements and checks. The air seemed to be filled with joy.
So magnificent. Jin Lingxiu couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice.
She knew the Wan family was powerful, but seeing this vast and magnificent mansion, which combined the grandeur of an ancient royal residence with cutting-edge modern technology, still deeply impressed her. This is far more impressive than the mansions of South Korean chaebols. They're on completely different levels. Wan Xiaohu stretched and took a deep breath of familiar air.
It's so much better at home. The internet speed is definitely faster there too.
As the motorcade entered the main house, people along the way stopped what they were doing and respectfully bowed to the motorcade. A large crowd had gathered in front of the main gate of the house, clearly waiting for Wan Wei's return. There were family members, stewards, managers of various rooms, and some young members of collateral branches who had heard the news and rushed over to see what was going on. As soon as Wan Wei got out of the car, he saw his mother, Su Wanqing, standing at the entrance of the main house, dressed in comfortable home clothes with a coat over her shoulders. She wore a smile, but her eyes were scanning him up and down, as well as Jin Lingxiu, who was following closely behind him and seemed a little nervous.
"Mom! I missed you so much."
Wan Wei's face instantly lit up with a bright smile. He opened his arms and leaned in, saying cheesy things. 7 days apart feels like a week. Su Wanqing slapped away his hand that was about to hug her, laughing and scolding.
"Stop with the nonsense.
You're such a smooth talker. You're getting married tomorrow, and you still can't be serious." Despite saying that, the smile in her eyes was unmistakable.
"This is just the first one. There will be many more to come. Keep a calm mind,"
Wan Wei said with a grin, not finding anything wrong with what he said at all. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him, then turned her gaze to Jin Lingxiu, her eyes softening considerably.
"This must be Lingxiu. You must be tired from your journey. Make yourself at home here. Your room is all ready for you, so get some rest."
Jin Lingxiu quickly bowed and greeted her, saying in broken Chinese, "Hello, Auntie, I'm sorry to bother you." Her attitude was respectful and obedient.
No problem. We're family now."
Su Wanqing smiled, took her hand, and patted it affectionately. Then he turned to Wan Wei and said, "Don't worry, your mother is absolutely reliable.
I'll personally oversee every procedure and detail of tomorrow's wedding.
I guarantee it will be a grand and dignified affair, so everyone can see what kind of grandeur our Wan family has for getting married." She paused, leaned closer to Wan Wei, and lowered her voice, but the excitement in her tone was impossible to suppress.
"And it's not just tomorrow. Mom hasn't had a moment's rest this week.
She's not only preparing for this wedding, but she's also arranged everything afterward for you. The schedule is already booked until next year."
Miss Xiao, the Sun family's daughter, the successor of the ancient martial arts Liu family. Mom has planned out the time, place, and way of meeting them to ensure maximum efficiency. Wan Wei's lips twitched upon hearing this. Scheduled until next year? Mom, are you treating me like an assembly line? What assembly line? This is called overall planning and resource optimization. Su Wanqing said confidently. Strike while the iron is hot, you know? Since your system has this function, we have to make full use of it. Time waits for no one. Don't worry, Mom knows what she's doing and will make sure you have a good balance between work and rest for sustainable development. Wan Wei looked at his mother's expression, which seemed to say, I'm really worried sick about the future of the family, and was speechless. He could only give her a thumbs up. Okay, Mom, you're amazing. Take this seriously. Absolutely. Su Wanqing proudly raised her chin. Alright, stop standing here, come inside. The group then entered the Wanjia residential area in a grand procession. Chapter 71, What level of ceremony is entering the bridal chamber? As Wan Wei walked, he suddenly remembered an important person, looked around, and asked. By the way, Mom, where's Dad? I'm getting married tomorrow, is he still guarding some secret realm and hasn't come back yet? Su Wanqing waved her hand, her tone carrying a hint of habit. Don't you know your dad? He's the only martial god in the world, and he's so busy he's practically running around like crazy. He just sent back a message this afternoon saying that he's in Northern Europe helping to suppress a somewhat restless secondary rift, and he's almost done with it. He said he'll definitely be back before the wedding tomorrow, and that you shouldn't worry about him, just go about your business. Wan Wei nodded, not too surprised. If his father, Wan Tianhao, were to stay home peacefully one day, that would be news. Being able to show up at the wedding is already a huge favor. With a hint of gossip in her voice, Su Wanqing asked, I heard that in South Korea, besides Lingxiu, you were also quite close to a chaebol heiress surnamed Li? You even told her that as long as you perform well, investment and cooperation are easy to discuss? Wan Wei was stunned for a moment, then realized that his mother's intelligence network was truly all-pervasive. He didn't hide anything, shrugging, oh, Li Lingxian? Yes, I've met her. She's good-looking, has high moral character, and most importantly, she's obedient and intelligent. I think she's a good prospect. As for investment, our family isn't short of money anyway. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing not only didn't scold her son for making a reckless promise, but her eyes lit up, and she patted Wan Wei's shoulder forcefully with an approving expression. Well done. That's how it should be. Screen first, then invest, to maximize cost-effectiveness. Don't worry, I know all about the girls you've met. She counted on her fingers. Lu Haoxi is currently staying in a villa in the west of the city, where he is cared for by a nutritionist and a nanny. Li Yitong is a lively person who is having a lot of fun at our martial arts hall. A couple of days ago, she even asked your third uncle for advice on alchemy, although she managed to burn a batch of low-grade pills. Zhang Nanhua likes quiet. She was given a courtyard by the lake, where she often reads and practices calligraphy. Her temperament is getting better and better. Su Wanqing knew them all like the back of her hand, and finally concluded. Your female confidants are all being taken very well in our Wan family. They eat well, live well, and have plenty of resources. Just focus on being the groom and think about the next steps. Mom is hoping they'll add some children to our Wan family soon, a few big, healthy boys and pretty girls. Then, our Wan family will truly be prosperous. Wan Wei felt a little ashamed upon hearing this. However, he felt much more at ease after hearing that Lu Haoxi and the others had been properly taken care of. Oh, right, Su Wanqing said, her smile widening as if she remembered something. All those system rewards you brought back before, like the Heavenly Spirit Saint Pill, the Dragon Marrow Jade Liquid Pill, and those few venerable level weapons, have been put to use at home. Your second uncle's eldest brother, Wan Long, and your second grandfather's brother, Wan Shan, used the Heavenly Spirit Saint Pill and not only successfully broke through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm, but also awakened a special physique called the Profound Ice Battle Body. His strength has skyrocketed. He was urgently transferred to the Southwest 17th Secret Realm a few days ago to provide support. I heard that as soon as he arrived, he joined forces to kill a third-grade demon celestial venerable, achieving a brilliant victory. She became more and more agitated as she spoke. And those few Dragon Marrow Jade Liquid pills were given to the three most talented youngsters in the family. After their marrow cleansing and transformation, their cultivation speed is like a rocket. Hearing that his hard work had been put to good use, Wan Wei felt a surge of accomplishment. At this moment, a man who looked like a butler approached respectfully and said,
"Madam, young master, all the gentlemen and elders are already waiting in the martial arts hall. The final procedures and arrangements for tomorrow's wedding still need to be finalized by the young master himself."
Okay, I understand.
Su Wanqing nodded and said to Wan Wei, "Let us go over and listen."
Although we've finalized most of the arrangements, there are some details that you need to know yourself. Wan Wei then asked the housekeeper to take Jin Lingxiu to rest first, while he went with his mother.
Following behind was Wan Xiuhu, who was still dazed and reminiscing about the game screen, as they walked towards the most magnificent and solemn martial arts hall in the core area of the Wan family. The martial arts hall is where families discuss important matters, and it is rarely opened under normal circumstances. Tonight, however, the lights are on full display and the crowds are bustling. Not only were Wan Wei's grandfather Wan Hong, second uncle Wan Tianzong, and third uncle Wan Tianqing, among other core elders, present, but also prominent stewards from each branch of the family, stewards in charge of various specific affairs, and even some close collateral relatives were also there.
The atmosphere was solemn yet festive. When Wan Wei entered, he was taken aback by the scene.
When he entered, everyone turned to look at him with expressions of relief, kindness, curiosity, and envy, typical of the younger generation. Wan Wei steeled himself and walked to the seat reserved for him in the front row. Wan Xiaohu wanted to sneak off to a corner to play games, but his father, Wan Tianzong, glared at him, so he had no choice but to obediently sit next to Wan Wei. The meeting officially began with a report from fifth uncle, a 7th-rank celestial being in charge of overall security coordination. The old man's voice was loud and clear. "The wedding is tomorrow, and security is of paramount importance. I will personally lead the team, and have mobilized a total of 360 family guards, both overt and covert, including 6 at the Heavenly Venerable Realm, 28 at the Heavenly King Realm, and the rest are all high-level martial artists. The core area is equipped with a triple array that can withstand attacks from those below the 8th rank of Heavenly Venerable.
Air traffic control has been coordinated with relevant departments to ensure that no unauthorized flying objects approach.
In addition, all guest lists have been strictly verified and personnel have been assigned to monitor them." He paused, then added, "Wan Jinshan is currently in South Korea investigating the Bai family's connections with the Samsung Group and is unable to return, but his team has been integrated into tomorrow's securities system." Then, the aunt in charge of the ceremony stood up, took out a thick booklet that looked like it was made of some kind of animal hide, and began to read, "According to the Wan family wedding ancestral rules left by our ancestors." Wan Wei started to feel a bit overwhelmed when he heard the words ancestral system.
Sure enough, the great aunt read aloud with a strong voice.
"The wedding of the eldest son of the direct line must follow the ancient rites of 3 sacrificial animals, 6 rites, and the simultaneous radiance of the 9 luminaries. The 3 sacrificial animals are the azure kuei ox, the crimson flame spirit bird, and the black armored dragon turtle, which have all been prepared. The 6 rites: betrothal, asking the name, accepting auspicious gifts, presenting betrothal gifts, setting the wedding date, and the wedding ceremony have all been completed. Tomorrow's focus is on the simultaneous radiance of the 9 luminaries." She adjusted her reading glasses and explained in detail.
At an auspicious time, the family's protective mountain formation must be activated to draw in the morning's purple aura.
This, combined with 9 different celestial artifacts, will create a 9-star ring above the hall, symbolizing the newlyweds receiving blessings from heaven and earth, and the family shining eternally like the stars. The artifacts are ready, and the formation has been adjusted.
The 3 celestial elders will jointly preside over and guide the ceremony. The crowd below nodded in agreement, their faces showing the utmost seriousness. Wan Wei was completely confused. What was this about the 9 luminaries shining together and the guiding purple chi?
Just then, Wan Xiuhu, who was sitting next to Wan Wei, feeling drowsy but unable to contain his curiosity, suddenly raised his hand and asked loudly,
"Grandma, when my brother and sister-in-law enter the bridal chamber, what number of ceremony is it? Are there any ancestral rules or regulations? For example, should we also set up a protective formation to ensure they have a son soon?" Puff. Cough, cough, cough.
A suppressed laugh and coughing suddenly filled the council chamber. Several younger people couldn't help but shrug their shoulders.
"You little brat.
What nonsense are you spouting?" Wan Tianzong, the second uncle sitting in the front row, turned pale and moved with lightning speed, instantly appearing next to Wan Xiaohu. He pressed his large, fan-like hand down the back of Wan Xiaohu's head.
Bang!
With a muffled thud, Wan Xiuhu, along with his chair, was slammed into the hard bluestone wall behind him, leaving only a human-shaped recess and 2 legs dangling outside. Wan Xiuhu's voice came muffledly from inside the wall.
"Dad. I was just asking." "What the hell are you asking? Go back and sit down." If you interrupt again, I'll throw you into the secret realm rift. Wan Tianzong cursed and pulled him out of the wall, then pressed him back into the chair. Wan Xiaohu scratched the back of his head, grimacing, and dared not utter a sound. The great aunt couldn't help but smile, shook her head, and continued explaining the process. Chapter 72 Threatening Letter. Next, the heads of various departments responsible for the banquet, guest reception, wedding venue setup, special channels, and internal media within the martial arts community took turns to report on their preparations. Wan Wei was dizzy from listening to the information. It was overwhelming. The banquet had 999 tables, and all the ingredients were supplied by spiritual plants and animals. The guests came from various major powers around the world, and the reception was divided into different areas and categories with clear distinctions in rank. How many spirit stones were used in the wedding decorations? He felt a headache coming on. Finally, Grandpa Wan Hong coughed lightly, and the council hall fell silent. The old man stroked his long, snow-white beard, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Wan Wei. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. That's the general outline, Weier. You don't need to worry about the specific details. Just follow the instructions to complete the ceremony tomorrow. This is a joyous occasion for the direct descendants of the Wan family, and also an opportunity to showcase the grandeur and prosperity of our Wan family to the world. Do you have any further questions? What questions do you have about Wan Wei? He was completely bewildered by this extremely complicated arrangement and could only shake his head. No doubt, Grandpa. Thank you all for your hard work, elders. Let's do it as arranged. All right. Wan Hong nodded, making the final decision. Then it's settled. Everyone, please double-check and make sure everything goes perfectly tomorrow. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, their voices echoing in the spacious council hall. After finishing their business, Wan Wei came to his grandfather. Wan Hong thought Wan Wei had some questions, but unexpectedly Wan Wei took out something. It's not the golden cudgel, it's a head. It's a turtle, no, it's a dragon's head. I don't know if it was because I returned to China, but the moment I took it out, the dragon head emitted golden light. This golden light didn't exist in South Korea at all. This is a dragon's head. Wan Hong, who was well informed, recognized it at a glance. That's right, I found it in South Korea this time. I guess you could say I got a bargain. Wan Wei nodded. When the demon race invaded 1,000 years ago, many foreign forces took advantage of the chaos and stole the dragon head. I never expected you to find it. Wan Hong said incredulously, then added. It's said there's a martial arts technique inside this dragon head. Let your dad take a look when he gets here, Wan Hong said, patting the dragon head. All right, I'll put the dragon head here. While the Wan family was making final preparations, the Chu family, far away in Jiangnan, was experiencing a completely different situation. The Chu family mansion was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was one of pure joy and bustle. The 3 large warehouses that were temporarily emptied were filled with betrothal gifts sent by thousands of families. Various boxes, jade boxes, and brocade wrappings, all shimmering with spiritual light, were piled up like mountains, almost obscuring the ground. Chu Xiongfei, the head of the Chu family, held a thick list of gifts in his hand. He'd been standing at the warehouse door grinning like an idiot for almost half an hour. His face was flushed with excitement, his fingers trembled slightly with excitement, and he would occasionally wipe away non-existent saliva. I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich this time. He muttered to himself, his eyes practically glued to the gift list. 10,000-year-old blood jade ginseng. Stardust sand. Venerable level cultivation technique, 9 heavens thunder drawing technique. Heavenly venerable pill recipe. My God. So many of these are legendary items. You can't buy them even if you have money. Has the Wan family brought their entire treasure trove here? The butler, beaming with delight, offered a reminder. Master, this is only the first part of the betrothal gifts. Madame Wan has sent word that once the eldest daughter officially marries into the family, there will be further cultivation resources and business support. Ha 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 ha. Chu Xiongfei finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, slapping the butler's shoulder so hard that the butler grimaced. Good. 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 The best decision I, Chu Xiongfei, have ever made in my life was marrying Leyao off to her. Now, it'll be hard for our Chu family not to rise to prominence. Ha 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 ha. At the Wan family mansion, the long and detailed pre-marital family meeting finally ended, and Wan Wei returned to his own villa in a daze.
As soon as I entered the living room, I saw my mother, Su Wanqing, sitting on the sofa, holding an ordinary-looking brown paper document bag in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed.
Mom, you're still not resting? Wan Wei yawned and plopped down on the sofa next to him. I'm waiting for you.
Su Wanqing waved the file bag in her hand.
The doorman just delivered it.
He said it was your package, same City Express. I saw you were still in a meeting, so I signed for it for you.
Express delivery? Wan Wei was taken aback, scratched his head, and said, I didn't buy anything. Everything I brought back from South Korea is just in my storage ring.
He took the file bag with some curiosity.
It was very light.
He shook it and it seemed to contain only a few sheets of paper. He quickly tore open the seal and slid out a piece of A4-sized cardboard. The paper was pure black, with several large, crooked, and malicious characters written on it in some kind of dark red, viscous liquid that looked like it hadn't dried.
A wedding can be a funeral.
The signature was marked with a distorted, simple sketch that resembled some kind of multi-eyed, tentacle-like monster, emanating a faint, fishy smell.
Threatening letter.
Wan Wei held the paper, blinked, and showed no fear or anger on his face, but rather a sense of boredom. He pursed his lips and muttered something under his breath.
It's the same old routine again. Can't you come up with something new? The handwriting is really ugly.
After saying that, he casually folded the black threatening letter in half twice and threw it into the trash can.
Seeing this, Su Wanqing asked, What did you just throw away?
Wan Wei was a little reluctant to show it to his mother, but after thinking about it, he took it out again. The threatening letter, you can check it out. Su Wanqing took a look, then her brows relaxed, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes.
It seems there are really some fearless people who are eyeing tomorrow's good days. Alright, don't worry about it. Mom will have someone investigate and see which scoundrel is behind this. Increase security by another 30% tomorrow. She wasn't worried about her son's safety at all. What a joke!
Wan Wei himself was now a top-tier celestial being, and his family was full of experts.
My God of Warfather will be back tomorrow. Who would dare to come and die? Unless the demons launch a full-scale attack, Wan Jia fears no one. To her, the threatening letter was more like a provocation born of impotent rage. Oh, right.
Su Wanqing remembered something else, and her expression became enthusiastic again, even a little excited.
I have something to tell you. Mom has approved the land behind the main house of the Wan family. We're going to expand the villa area on a large scale. How many do we need to build?
Wan Wei asked, puzzled. Su Wanqing looked intently at her son, then held up 2 fingers and interlaced them.
Initial plan, build this many units first. 10 buildings? Wan Wei suddenly had a bad feeling. Su Wanqing shook her head. 100 villas?
Wan Wei was a little surprised.
Why build so many villas? To open a resort?
Su Wanqing shook her head again, then slowly uttered the number that sent chills down Wan Wei's spine.
1,000 villas.
The first phase of the project will start with 1,000 villas. They will all be high-standard villas with independent courtyards, meditation rooms, servants' quarters, and even small training grounds. The environment and spiritual energy concentration must be the best.
1,000 houses? Wan Wei's eyes widened. Mom! Are you crazy? Why build so many houses? Even if we include all our relatives, guards, and servants, we can't even live in 1/10 of them. Are you planning to develop real estate here? Or turn Wanjia into a tourist attraction and charge admission fees?
Su Wanqing looked at her son with an expression that said, how can you be so dense, and said matter-of-factly.
Silly son, this isn't for people to live in now. It's for your future family. Future family members?
Wan Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a slight pain in his younger brother.
Chapter 73 The Martial Godfather Returns. That's right. Su Wanqing began to imagine, gesturing with her fingers in the air. Look, you've only just begun, and you already have several around you. At this rate, there will definitely be more and more.
Each and every one of them is a contributor to our Wan family, the mother of our future outstanding offspring.
How can we mistreat them?
Everyone definitely needs to be provided with a separate, comfortable place to live. It needs to have private space, be convenient for you to move around, and also be conducive to their lives, pregnancy, and childcare. She became more and more excited as she spoke. These 1,000 buildings are just the first phase. According to the long-term development plan that Mom has laid out for you, we'll probably have to expand. At that time, our One family will be a super big family community,
full of joy and prosperity. Wan Wei was stunned, his mouth agape. Mom, do you mean these 1,000 villas are for me to bring back 1,000 family members to live in? Otherwise what? Su Wanqing nodded matter-of-factly. It's all about being prepared. Building the house first will save us from being scrambling around later. That's called infrastructure first. Don't worry, Mom knows what she's doing. I'll definitely plan everything out clearly and make sure there's no trouble in your backyard. I'll ensure harmony and stability. Wan Wei rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. 1,000? My mom really has wild ideas. Although he had previously thought that his family's villas wouldn't be enough, 1,000 villas still exceeded his expectations. If we were to choose a card each day, it would take more than 2 years. If each person has one child, he must have 1,000 children. How do I name this? What if? What if? What if? Mom, can we be realistic? Wan Wei tried to struggle. It's very realistic. Su Wanqing interrupted him, changing the subject. And here's something else to make you happy. Because you're getting married tomorrow, all sorts of powerful figures around the world are practically fighting tooth and nail for seats at the wedding, especially those near the head table in the front row. People are bringing gifts, pulling strings, and trying to build connections. The doorstep is practically worn down. She counted on her fingers for Wan Wei. The Shao family of North China, the one ranked 39th, the one you met at the entrance to the secret realm, directly sent someone to deliver a 10-year mining rights transfer agreement for 3 rare secret crystal mines, just wanting to exchange it for 2 seats on the edge of the main table. The elves in Europe, I don't know where they got the news, sent an envoy to our outer court last night via a teleportation scroll. They presented a bottle of life spring essence as a gift, asking only for a chance for their representative to attend the ceremony. Their attitude was extremely humble. The Li family of the 4-star group, with whom you had a conflict before, had their father, who is also the current chairman, personally called to apologize. He even hinted that he could give up some of his core shares, just to get an invitation to the event, even if it's just for the most remote corner seat. There are also the ancient martial arts Sun family, the Heavenly Sword sect, the Shendao sect, even some old monsters who usually live in seclusion have sent people to deliver messages and send generous gifts. Su Wanqing couldn't stop smiling. The total value of these wedding gifts alone far exceeds the dowry given to your Chu family. And many of them are resources and connections that money can't buy. Son, your marriage was absolutely worthwhile. You are the #1 lucky star of our Wan family right now. After hearing this, Wan Wei smugly crossed his legs. Absolutely. I'll take care of your son, he's worth 2 men. The mother and son chatted for a while longer, mainly Su Wanqing giving instructions on some things to pay attention to at tomorrow's wedding, although Wan Wei would most likely let it go in one ear and out the other. Finally, Su Wanqing yawned and went back to her own courtyard to rest. Wan Wei washed up and went to bed, having completely forgotten about the threatening letter. The next day was the wedding day. Early in the morning, before dawn, Wan Wei was dragged out of bed by a group of professional styling team members to take a shower, change clothes, do her hair, and fix her makeup. He was wearing a custom-made crimson gold suit that blended modern tailoring with classic patterns. It was exceptionally luxurious and perfectly accentuated his tall figure and subtle celestial aura. The entire Wan family mansion was already buzzing with excitement, as everyone was making final preparations for the wedding in a few hours. The air was thick with a tense yet joyful atmosphere. Around 7 a.m., when Wan Wei finally managed to get rid of the stylist and came to the front yard of the main house to get some fresh air, a sudden change has occurred. Above the main house, the once clear sky suddenly cracked open with a pitch-black fissure. There was no sound, but the oppressive force emanating from the crack seemed capable of crushing eternity and forcing all living beings to submit. In an instant, all living beings within the main residence of the Wan family, regardless of their strength, felt their souls tremble and their blood and chi almost freeze. Even the heavenly venerable level experts who were busy at work froze instantly, staring at the sky in horror. However, this oppressive aura came and went quickly, more like a trace of the owner's aura that was unintentionally leaked. Immediately afterwards, a figure seemingly one with heaven and earth calmly stepped out from the spatial rift. The rift silently closed behind him. The newcomer appeared to be in his 40s, with a resolute face and eyes as deep as the starry sky. He was dressed in a simple black outfit, yet he possessed an air of dominance over the world. It was none other than Wan Wei's father, Wan Tianhao, the world's only martial god. Welcome back, patriarch, master, and martial god. Inside the courtyard, led by Old Master Wan Hong, all the core members of the Wan family, as well as the distinguished guests from various ethnic groups who came to help, bowed deeply, their voices filled with utmost respect.
The return of the god of war to his home, even if it's just to attend his son's wedding, carries extraordinary significance.
Wan Tianhao glanced at the crowd below and nodded slightly in response.
His gaze immediately fell on Wan Wei, who was dressed in a wedding suit in the crowd. Upon seeing this, Wan Tianhao's usually calm and collected face showed a clear, almost astonished expression for the first time. He flashed and instantly appeared in front of Wan Wei, so fast that most people present couldn't even see his movements. He stared at Wan Wei, looking him up and down, sensing the immense blood and aura of the first-rank celestial venerable that Wan Wei could not hide from. After staring for several seconds, Wan Tianhao slowly spoke, his voice filled with disbelief.
Holy crap!
This invincible martial god actually uttered a curse at this moment. He reached out, seemingly wanting to pat Wan Wei on the shoulder to confirm if it was true, but then stopped, his eyes filled with astonishment that this is impossible.
Are you Wan Wei? My son? Wan Wei was amused by his father's reaction and said with a grin. It's the real deal, my dear father. What's wrong? After not seeing you for a few months, don't you recognize your handsome, dashing, and exceptionally talented eldest son? Stop talking nonsense.
Wan Tianhao blared, but the surprise and curiosity in his eyes deepened. You're not that, cough cough, he almost blurted out the word useless, but after considering his words carefully, he finally chose a more euphemistic approach.
Didn't you say you weren't very interested in cultivation? The last time I saw you, it seemed like you had only recently broken through to the martial artist realm? How come you're a first-rank celestial venerable now? This aura is quite solid. What did you eat? Or were you possessed by some old monster?
No, even if you were possessed, I could still see through it. The martial god was somewhat bewildered. This rate of cultivation improvement was completely contrary to common sense in martial arts.
Seeing his father's horrified expression, Wan Wei felt a surge of satisfaction.
Finally, he had a chance to surprise this super big shot. He chuckled, deliberately adopting a mysterious and inscrutable demeanor.
Dad, you don't understand, do you? Times have changed, and cultivation methods must also evolve with the times.
Your son has found his own path, which is called taking a different route and overtaking on a curve.
The Tao? What Tao can be so fast? Wan Tianhao looked him over suspiciously. You haven't practiced some kind of evil technique, have you?
The kind that damages your foundation is no good. Don't worry, it's healthy, environmentally friendly, green, and pollution-free.
It can even enhance your family's strength.
Wan Wei patted his chest to assure him, then leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of boastfulness. Besides, you'll have more than one daughter-in-law. The one who comes in tomorrow is just the first. There's a line of others waiting.
I guarantee that our Wan family will prosper and our strength will increase dramatically. Wan Tianhao was stunned.
He looked at his son's smug expression and then felt his son's genuine heavenly venerable cultivation. Recalling his wife Su Wanqing's previous messages, in which she had vaguely hinted at things like their son had a miraculous encounter and great benefits to the family, he seemed to understand something, yet he also felt even more confused. Finally, he shook his head, a complex expression on his face mixing relief, amusement, and the bitterness of a grown son no longer obeying his father.
He patted Wan Wei's shoulder forcefully and said with a laugh. All right. You little rascal, you've got guts. No matter what you did, it's a good thing your cultivation level has genuinely improved. Today is your big day, Dad is very happy. Come on, come inside with me and see if there's anything else we need to prepare. By the way, where's your mom? It's inside. The father and son walk side by side into the main house. Chapter 74 The Wedding Part 1.
Wan Tianhao, holding his son Wan Wei's hand, chatted and laughed as they walked into the inner hall of the main house.
Su Wanqing was already waiting there.
When she saw her husband and son come in together, a smile immediately appeared on her face.
You're back? Perfect timing. I just had them prepare some morning tea and snacks to tide you over. We'll be busy later.
When Wan Tianhao saw his wife, the lines on his resolute face softened considerably, and he nodded.
Thank you for your hard work in preparing for the wedding.
He walked over to his wife and naturally put his arm around her shoulder, a practiced gesture.
Su Wanqing slapped his hand away and scolded him. Come on, how could I not care about my son's marriage? It's you who almost missed out.
Despite saying that, the smile in her eyes was unmistakable. The family of three rarely sat together, enjoying delicate pastries and fragrant tea, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Wan Xiuhu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, grabbed a crystal shrimp dumpling, stuffed it into his mouth, mumbled uncle, aunt, and then shrank into a corner to play on his phone. We chatted about the details of the wedding, and Wan Tianhao briefly explained the situation of the cracks in Scandinavia.
It's a minor issue, it's been stabilized. A few demon cubs escaped, giving the local garrison some practice. Just then, Wan Wei suddenly remembered something, put down his teacup, and asked, "By the way, Mom, has Li Qingwei, the daughter of the Li family in northeast China, woken up yet? She saved my life before.
I remember she was unconscious before I left." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she looked at Wan Wei with a look that seemed to say, "You finally remembered this."
Oh, it's rare that you still remember Li Qingwei.
Fortunately, our family has a strong foundation, and your third uncle personally took action, using 3 9-turn rejuvenation pills in conjunction with the ice attribute treasure, the 10,000-year profound ice jade marrow, to guide her.
She finally woke up yesterday. Her tone was tinged with excitement and admiration.
And it turned out to be a blessing in disguise.
What awakened was not the Xianbing body inherited by their Li family, but the even rarer extreme ice phoenix bloodline. Although it is only in its initial stage of awakening, its potential is limitless. He's currently recuperating in the newly built Shuewu courtyard villa behind the house.
With your third uncle's elixirs and especially set up spirit gathering cold array, he's recovering very quickly, and his aura is getting stronger every day. As Su Wanqing spoke, she gave Wan Wei a meaningful look and tapped the table lightly with her finger.
This girl saved your life, and she's quite talented. Once things are settled with Lu Yao, she could be your next marriage partner. What do you think?
Wan Wei nodded without any attempt to hide his smile and said,
"That's exactly what I was thinking."
Wan Tianhao listened to his wife and son's conversation with a somewhat strange expression.
What are these two talking about?
Su Wanqing looked at Wan Tianhao, who seemed a little confused, and laughed.
"Oh, by the way, I haven't told you in detail about your son's current abilities."
So, Su Wanqing told Wan Tianhao all the important things that had happened to Wan Wei recently.
The many children, many blessings system. Wan Tianhao's eyes lit up. You want a talented girl, right? Isn't this a piece of cake?
We'll marry them all, one by one, the top young women of China.
If you disagree, just take it. Looking at his father's domineering appearance, Wan Wei couldn't help but swallow hard.
These mom and dad seem to be from the same family. They're not like that at all.
Both of them have a domineering style.
Don't worry, I've already arranged everything.
Su Wanqing patted Wan Tianhao on the shoulder.
The family chatted for a while longer, and as the auspicious time approached, the steward came in and respectfully reported. Master, Madam, young master, the guests have arrived one after another at the front square and reception area. Several gentlemen and the men in charge are already outside to greet them.
Let's go, it's our turn to make our appearance.
Wan Tianhao stood up, straightened his already neat clothes, and instantly regained his aura as a martial god who could shake the world.
Su Wanqing also stood up.
Today, as the mistress of the house, she was dressed in a magnificent and dignified dress, exuding a powerful aura. Wan Wei also stood up and followed them out. Although he felt that the wedding process was troublesome, when the moment actually arrived, looking at his parents, thinking about Chu Leyao who was about to enter the family, and the grand plans for the future, he was actually a little excited. The family walked out of the inner hall, through several courtyards, and arrived at the extremely spacious white jade square in front of the Wan family's main residence. At this moment, the square was bustling with activity and filled with lively chatter. Looking around, all I could see were heads, a dense, dark mass. People dressed in all sorts of clothes gathered here at a glance. There must have been several thousand. There were celebrities and business tycoons from all walks of life dressed in modern formal attire or tuxedos. There were representatives from ancient martial arts families dressed in retro long robes. There were disciples from various sects dressed in uniform, close-fitting outfits. There were officials wearing special uniforms, among whom the people from the official Demon Suppression Division stood out. You can even see some powerful overseas figures and demons with very different styles. As the number one family in China, with the martial god in charge, the Wan family's influence extends all over the world.
Today is the wedding of the martial god's eldest son.
Any force that receives an invitation will surely send their sect leader, family head, or highest representative in person unless they have an extremely important matter to attend to. Those influential figures who didn't receive invitations also tried every means to pull strings and send lavish gifts, just to get a chance to attend the ceremony.
The moment Wan Tianhao, Su Wanqing, and Wan Wei appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Like Moses parting the sea, the crowd automatically parted to make way, and greetings and congratulations poured in like a tide. God of 10,000 martial arts. Congratulations! Madam Su, young Master Wan, what a joyous occasion! A son of the Wan family, a match made in heaven.
Wan Tianhao simply nodded slightly, his face expressionless, but the invisible aura he exuded was enough to silence everyone and make them stand at attention.
Su Wancheng maintained a dignified and graceful smile, nodding to all parties.
Wan Wei followed behind his parents, imitating them, nodding and smiling at those who looked at him, and occasionally saying congratulations to you too or thank you for coming. However, Wan Wei keenly realized that most of the guests' eyes and attention were not actually on him, the groom. At least half of those enthusiastic congratulations and those deliberately ingratiating smiles were directed at his father, Wan Tianhao, who stood before him like a mountain. When people talked to him, they always unconsciously glance at Wan Tianhao out of the corner of their eyes, as if observing the god of war's reaction.
Some hushed whispers also drifted into his ears. Is that the only son of the gods? He does look quite handsome. I heard that he didn't like cultivating much before, cough cough.
But judging from his demeanor, he truly deserves the bloodline of a martial god.
To be able to see all the gods in person today is already a great honor. If only I could exchange a few words with them. The Wan family's influence is indeed at its zenith.
With this marriage alliance with the Chu family, the Jiangnan region will likely fall under their sphere of influence as well.
Chapter 75 The Wedding Part 2. Wan Wei knew perfectly well what was going on and wasn't surprised at all.
In the eyes of the world, his biggest labels before Wan Wei were son of the god of war and famous good for nothing.
Even though he is now a first-rank celestial venerable, the news hasn't spread yet. Even if it did, he wouldn't seem so dazzling under the halo of the god of war. After all, so what if he's a half-step martial god? He who is not a god of war will never be a god of war. Most of the guests here today are here because of the prestigious title of martial god. Their main purpose is to get close to the martial god, show their loyalty, and build a relationship. He had no qualms about it, and even found it somewhat amusing. You can all just fawn over my dad.
Once I'm even stronger, I'll be showered with system rewards, and then you'll have plenty of time to fawn over me. After exchanging brief pleasantries with some distinguished guests, the core members of the Wan family arrived at the viewing platform specially built in front of the square. The plaza below was divided into different areas, and guests took their seats in order of status and rank, in an orderly manner, with no one daring to overstep their bounds. As the auspicious hour approached, everyone's gaze turned to the southern sky.
Suddenly,
hold head high. 9 clear, melodious, and ancient dragon roars resounded through the sky, shaking the clouds and causing them to churn. On the southern horizon, 9 magnificent dragons, their scales shimmering with various colored lights, could be seen. It pulled a luxurious carriage made entirely of ancient agarwood, inlaid with countless gemstones, and exuding a fragrant aroma. Riding on auspicious, colorful clouds that appeared out of nowhere, they broke through the sky with a solemn and swift speed. The Kowloon agarwood carriage. The highest standard for wedding processions among all families. Around the carriage, dozens of members of the Wanjia wedding procession, riding mythical birds and dressed in uniform festive attire, guarded the scene, creating an impressive spectacle. In front of the carriage, a red carpet 10 zhang wide, shimmering with a faint golden light, stretched out from beneath the carriage like a dazzling river of light. Ignoring spatial distance, it stretched directly from the direction of the Chu family in Jiangnan all the way to the front of Wanjia Square. Even more outrageous, as the carriage moved forward, fine, stardust-like powder of spirit stones drifted down from both sides of the red carpet. Reflecting a dreamlike brilliance under the sunlight, the entire wedding procession route was made to look like a fairyland. These are not flower petals, but real fragments of spirit stones. Although the purity may not be high, the scale of its consumption once again refreshed the perception of luxury among the guests present. My God, the Kowloon drawn carriage. This red carpet, is it a magical artifact? Can it pave a path out of thin air? That's spirit stone powder? You just scattered it like that? The Wan family, is this all the pomp and circumstance the Wan family has? Exclamations and gasps of surprise rose and fell. The Kowloon agarwood carriage landed smoothly at the end of the red carpet, which is the entrance to Wanjia Plaza. The honor guard stood on both sides. At his parents' prompting, Wan Wei straightened his clothes, smiled, stepped down from the platform, and walked along the red carpet toward the carriage. At this moment, the beaded curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Chu Xiongfei, the head of the Chu family, stepped out first. The patriarch, who was usually quite a powerful figure in the area, was now beaming with excitement and honor, and even seemed a little reserved. Upon seeing Wan Wei approaching, he quickly cupped his hands in greeting, "My dear son-in-law." Wan Wei also cupped his hands and said loudly, "Father-in-law, you must be tired from your journey." The tone was respectful yet dignified. Chu Xiongfei waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "It's no trouble at all," and then stepped aside. Immediately afterwards, a fair and slender hand, adorned with delicate gold-threaded and ruby-inlaid nail guards, gently rested on the carriage door frame. Then, a slender figure, carefully supported by two maids from the Chu family, slowly walked out.
This is today's bride, Chu Leyao.
She wore a phoenix coronet and a wedding gown as red as fire, embroidered with intricate and gorgeous phoenix and peony patterns in gold thread, and her head was covered with a red veil embroidered with auspicious dragon and phoenix patterns. Although her face was not clearly visible, her figure and demeanor alone were enough to amaze the entire audience. She stood there quietly, as if she perfectly blended the elegance of the Jiangnan water towns with the nobility of a young lady from a prominent family.
Wan Wei stepped forward, extended his hand, and said gently, "Luyao, I'm here."
Chu Leyao, hidden beneath the veil, seemed to nod slightly, then gently placed her hand in Wan Wei's large palm. It felt cool and smooth to the touch. Wan Wei gripped her hand tightly, took her hand, and turned to face the viewing platform and countless guests in the square.
Just then, the MC's loud voice rang out.
The auspicious time has arrived. Let us offer sacrifices to heaven and our ancestors, and pay homage to all spirits. In the center of the square, a tall altar had already been prepared.
3 elders of the Wan family, each possessing an aura as vast as the Sea of Immortals, stepped forward.
One of them solemnly took out a crystal-clear jade box that exuded a chilling aura. Upon opening, inside was a dragon's whisker, shimmering with a deep blue luster and trembling slightly as if it were alive. The second person presented a magnificent, long-feathered vermilion bird, encased in a transparent crystal and burning with an inextinguishable crimson flame. The third person carried a small jade plate with a short horn of a qilin that was neither gold nor jade and was surrounded by auspicious purple energy on it. The 3 sacrificial animals are prepared and offered to heaven and earth. The whiskers of the dragon command its scales. The feathers of the vermilion bird command the birds. The horns of the qilin ride the beasts. Today, Wan Wei, the eldest son of the Wan family, marries Liyao, the noble daughter of the Chu family.
Heaven and earth bear witness, and all spirits celebrate.
As the master of ceremonies shouted, the 3 elders simultaneously placed the 3 treasures in specific positions on the altar and infused them with their abundant vital energy. Buzz! Suddenly, the altar burst into a dazzling light that shot into the sky.
3 illusory figures vaguely appeared, a dragon coiling, a vermilion bird flapping its wings, and a qilin stepping on clouds.
A grand, ancient, and majestic aura, as if from the beginning of time, permeated the air, inspiring awe in everyone and making them want to prostrate themselves in worship. This is not just a ceremony, but also a declaration, a pull of destiny. Immediately afterwards, led by Elder Wan Hong, several core elders of the Wan family simultaneously activated the core of the mountain protecting formation that had been prepared beforehand. Drawing in the purple aura, illuminating the 9 luminaries. As if an invisible hand had parted the sky, a pure, dazzling, and vibrant purple beam of light was drawn down from the eastern dawn and shone directly over the wedding square. At the same time, 9 pre-arranged spiritual objects of heaven and earth, each with different attributes, including sun essence gold, moon cold jade, wood spiritual heart, and metal sword qi, were simultaneously activated. It transformed into 9 stars of different colors, slowly rotating around the purple pillar of light, forming a mysterious 9 luminaries ring star array. With purple aura as its foundation and the 9 luminaries surrounding it, vast energy fluctuations and auspicious energy fill the heavens and earth. Everyone below felt their pores open up, their blood and qi involuntarily accelerated, and they even had a faint feeling of breaking through a bottleneck. With each breath, it felt as if the purest energy of heaven and earth was being inhaled. I feel my old injury is getting better. Cultivate. Quickly seize this opportunity to cultivate. This is astonishing. Such a phenomenon is unheard of. The guests were utterly stunned. Many even disregarded etiquette and sat down cross-legged on the spot, greedily absorbing the brief but invaluable cultivation environment created by the Wan family wedding. Wan Wei held Chu Leyao's hand and stood in the center of the 9 luminaries starlight and purple qi. Feeling the blessings of heaven and earth and the good fortune of the family, looking at the beloved in her phoenix coronet and wedding gown beside me, and then looking at my smiling parents on the high platform and the countless guests below, a sense of pride welled up in my heart. I used to think getting married was a complicated and troublesome process, but now I think it's so awesome. Chapter 76, The Wedding Part 3. The awe-inspiring 9 luminaries ringing the stars phenomenon slowly subsided, but the rich spiritual energy and auspicious aura still permeated the sky above the square. It captivated all the guests. At this moment, the MC's voice rang out again, filled with unprecedented respect and excitement. Please welcome the officiant, Wan Guqing, the 7th-generation ancestor of the Wan family, the Wan ancestor.
As soon as the words were spoken, the space rippled out like water on the highest viewing platform at the very front of the square. An elderly man, dressed in a simple gray robe, with white hair and beard, but with a face as rosy and wrinkle-free as a baby's, appeared silently in the main seat. He didn't exude any imposing aura, but simply sitting there, he seemed to merge with the surrounding world, unfathomable. This is none other than Wan Guqing, one of the Wan family's ancestors who is nearly 10,000 years old and has an incredibly high seniority. It is said that his cultivation level has already reached the limit below the martial god. He usually only cultivates in seclusion in the deepest part of the family's secret realm and never shows himself unless it is a matter of great importance concerning the survival of the family. The fact that they were able to invite him to officiate the wedding today shows how much the Wan family values this wedding. The entire room fell silent instantly, even breathing became soft. The ancient ancestor Wan Guqing slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of clear and profound eyes that seemed to have seen through the long river of time. His gaze swept over the newlyweds below, then over the guests in the room, and his strong, clear voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone's here. He paused, as if recalling something, and then slowly added, "The last time I officiated a wedding was during the Jiajing era of the Ming dynasty, when I was witnessing the marriage of that boy Wan Shuren. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed." Ming dynasty. During the Jiajing era. 2,000 years ago. One simple sentence sent chills down everyone's spine and filled them with insane awe. What is meant by foundation or depth? That's what you call profound knowledge and experience. When our ancestors last came out to work, none of you here were even born yet. This is seriously high class. Wan Wei, who was sitting in the audience, was also stunned. Good heavens, his own company had such an ancient big shot. He stole a glance at Chu Leyao, who was covered by a red veil beside him. Although he couldn't see her expression, he felt her hand tighten slightly, clearly indicating that she was also shocked. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, the ancient ancestor Wan Guqing began to preside over the final ceremony according to the procedure. With this ancestor presiding over the matter, every step seemed incredibly solemn, as if it contained the ultimate truths of the universe. Newlyweds, let us drink together the essence of the sun and moon. With a wave of his hand, the ancestor conjured 2 wine cups made of 10,000-year-old warm jade in front of Wan Wei and Chu Leyao. The liquid in the glass is half golden and dazzling like the sun, and half silvery and cool like the moon. When they are mixed together, they exude an indescribable aroma and powerful energy. Wan Wei and Chu Leyao each raised their wine glasses. The 2 men intertwined their arms and, under the watchful eyes of countless people, drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. As the wine entered their throats, it transformed into 2 pure and vast currents of heat and cold, which flowed into their limbs and bones, tempering their blood and qi, stabilizing their foundations, and even subtly creating a strange resonance and connection between their auras. Upon seeing this, the ancient ancestor Wan Guqing nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his aged face. He then spoke solemnly, his voice booming like a great bell, resounding throughout heaven and earth. The ceremony is complete. Heaven bears witness, and the great Tao is in harmony. Wan Wei of the Wan clan and Luyao of the Chu clan, from this day forward, the 2 families are bound together as Taoist partners, their destinies intertwined, and they will walk the same path through life and death. Boom! As if in response to the ancestors' declaration, a silent thunderclap suddenly resounded throughout the world. In the darkness, 2 invisible pillars of fortune seemed to rise from Wan Wei and Chu Leyao, intertwining and merging amidst the remaining strange phenomena of the 9 luminaries' ring star. Immediately afterwards, the purple aura that had subsided in the eastern sky suddenly surged up again and spread out to an absurd degree. Vast and boundless, seemingly endless, it truly possesses the magnificent grandeur of purple clouds rising from the east for 30,000 miles. Countless crystalline specks of light began to fall from the sky. They were not snowflakes, but rather celestial flowers formed from pure spiritual energy. They melted upon contact with the skin, nourishing the body and mind. On the ground of the square, and even in some cracks between the stones, a spiritual spring gushed forth, emitting a faint golden light and a fragrant aroma. Drinking it could clear the mind and spirit, and provide a slight healing effect. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and a spiritual spring gushed forth from the earth. This is a true resonance between heaven and earth, a blessing from the great Tao. God bless every family. God bless the newlyweds. Countless people cried out in their hearts, overwhelmed with excitement. Some of the older cultivators were moved to tears, feeling that witnessing such an auspicious sign made their lives worthwhile. The grand ceremony concluded in this magnificent spectacle. Next, it was time for the banquet. The wedding banquet was held in the Changhua Hall in the extended area of the square in front of the hall, which is specially used by Wanja for large-scale celebrations. Thousands of banquet tables had already been set up. As the guests were led to their seats and saw the dishes and drinks laid out on the table, they were once again stunned and numbed by the extravagance of the Wan family. The steamed fish is dragon carp, which contains a trace of dragon blood. Its flesh is crystal clear, and taking a bite makes your blood boil. Braised pork ribs are made from the most exquisite ribs of the 7th-grade spirit beast, the purple crystal rhinoceros. They melt in your mouth and exude a surge of power. Even the seemingly ordinary green vegetables are actually jade marrow vegetables cultivated in the spiritual garden, which are crisp and sweet and can cleanse the meridians. Needless to say, the drinks included a limited supply of the sun and moon essence wine that the newlyweds had previously enjoyed, as well as various spirit fruits brewed into exquisite nectars, their aromas wafting through the air. Each bite requires the practitioner to circulate their internal energy to neutralize the abundant spiritual energy and subtle Taoist principles contained within, otherwise, the body will be unable to absorb the nutrients, resulting in a flushed face or even nosebleeds. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded inside and outside the Qianghua Palace. Thousands of guests sat upright, gracefully picking up food and drinking wine. But upon closer inspection, many people had beads of sweat on their foreheads, their blood and qi were circulating continuously, and their faces were flushed and pale in turns. Maintaining a respectable image while desperately trying to digest the situation created a highly competitive environment. "Mr. Wang, please eat slowly, this stir-fried pheasant liver is quite potent." "Sect Leader Li, why is your face so red?" "Quickly circulate your internal energy." "Wow, this liquor's strong. I feel like the neck of my drink is loosening." "Keep your voice down, don't let anyone know we're practicing martial arts at the table." Undercurrents flowed within the banquet. While it appeared to be a scene of clinking glasses and exchanging toasts, everyone was actually displaying their unique abilities, competing to see who could absorb this feast of opportunity faster and better. As newlyweds, Wan Wei and Chu Leyao had already moved to the side hall, lifted their veils, and changed into more comfortable toasting attire. They also needed to come out to offer toasts. However, according to custom, the newlyweds mainly toast their elders and close relatives, while other family members do so on their behalf. Wan Wei put his arm around Chu Leyao's slender waist and started at the main table. First, they offered a toast to the officiating ancestor, Wan Guqing, who merely touched his lips to the food. Then they offered a toast to their parents, Wan Tianhao and Su Wanqing. "Dad, Mom, thank you for your hard work." Wan Wei smiled and raised his glass. Wan Tianhao rarely smiled, and he drank it all in one gulp. "Treat Lu Yao well." Su Wanqing held Chu Leyao's hand, becoming more and more satisfied with the look. "Lu Yao, this is your home from now on. Just let me know if you need anything." Next came Grandpa Wan Hong, second uncle Wan Tianzong, third uncle Wan Tianqing, and other core elders. With each person honored, Wan Wei would quietly introduce them to Chu Leyao. "This is my second uncle, a half-step martial god. He has a fiery temper but is a very good person. This is my third uncle, a master alchemist. You can ask him for any pills you want to take in the future." Chu Leyao responded with a gentle smile, her proper demeanor earning nods of approval from the elders. Chapter 77, The Wedding Part 4. Chu Leyao occasionally glanced at Wan Wei's profile, her eyes filled with tenderness and a hint of newlywed shyness. Although this marriage began as a transaction, today's heart-stirring wedding has shown her that she has developed different feelings for the man beside her. After toasting his family, Wan Wei led Chu Leyao to a relatively quiet side hall, where Lu Haoxi, Li Yatong, Zhang Nanhua, Wang Miaoqing, and Jin Lingxiu, who had just been brought over, were sitting. They were considered Wan Wei's own people, but due to their special status, it was inconvenient for them to appear at the main table. "Come on, Lu Yao, let's get to know each other." Wan Wei remained expressionless as he introduced them one by one. "This is Haoxi, this is Yitong, this is Nan Nuo, this is Miaoqing, and this is Ling Xiu. From now on, we're all sisters, so let's take care of each other." Looking at the several beauties in front of her, each with their own unique charm and figure, Chu Leyao had already anticipated this, but seeing them in person still made her gasp slightly. She quickly adjusted her mindset and greeted them with a generous smile. The women quickly returned the greeting, their attitude respectful yet tinged with curiosity and a subtle, almost imperceptible, comparison. The atmosphere was slightly awkward, but overall it was harmonious. Wan Wei, however, was thinking about his mother's schedule that stretched into next year and the 1,000 villas on the back hill, feeling a heavy burden on his shoulders. Halfway through the banquet, the important part presenting congratulatory gifts began. This is not only a stage for guests to express their feelings, but also a stage for various forces to show their strength and compete with each other. The MC began announcing the gifts, and Wan Jia had a dedicated team responsible for recording and receiving them. Generous gifts kept arriving in droves.
The Sun family of Jiangnan presents 10 caddies of 1,000-year-old jade marrow and a set of 7th grade spirit armor Xian turtle shield. Heavenly Sword Sect presents a rubbing of the ancient sword intense steel and a heavenly grade flying sword, flowing light. The Shao family presents a 5-year contract for the obsidian crystal mine and a copy of the celestial venerable level cultivation technique, thick earth suppressing mountains technique. Elf Emissary, presenting a bottle of the essence of the fountain of life and a gem of nature's blessing. Each time an incident was reported, it elicited a murmur of surprise. These gifts are all precious and rare, enough to make some minor factions fight tooth and nail. Wang Jia readily accepted the offer, demonstrating its unparalleled ability to absorb new ideas. Just as the ceremony was drawing to a close, the MC raised his voice slightly. An envoy from the Bai family has arrived in the northern region of China to present gifts. The entire room fell silent. The Bai family, the second largest family in China, had a delicate relationship with the Wan family, and their arrival and gifts drew attention. A man who appeared to be a steward of the Bai family walked forward, carrying an antique-looking gift box made of sandalwood. He bowed towards the main stage and said, "Congratulations on your wedding, young Master Wan. My third elder had important business to attend to and was unable to attend in person. He specially sent me to deliver a gift, which is an antique that my Bai family acquired by chance. It symbolizes the roundness of heaven and the squareness of earth, and the eternal prosperity of the Great Way. I hope young Master Wan will accept it with pleasure." As he spoke, he opened the gift box. Inside lay a palm-sized, round piece of white jade with a warm, slightly cool texture. The center of the jade is carved with a blurry bagua pattern, and there are some minor wear marks on the edges. It looks like an old jade bagua plate. The energy fluctuations are very weak, and the quality can only be described as average, even somewhat unremarkable. Many guests, upon seeing this, muttered to themselves, "Is this all the Bai family is offering? Isn't that a bit stingy? It doesn't suit their status as the second largest family. Are they deliberately trying to annoy people?" Wan Wei stood on the high platform, his eyes slightly narrowed. His discerning golden eyes quietly activated, sweeping across the jade plate. The jade plate itself was indeed very ordinary, but it was in the very center of that blurry bagua pattern. He seemed to see a mark that was cleverly concealed, different from the bagua pattern. The mark gave him a very uncomfortable, cold feeling, as if it carried some kind of curse or tracking mark. "This thing," Wan Wei sneered inwardly, "it really is up to no good. It looks like an ordinary antique jade on the surface, but there's probably something special hidden inside. Are they trying to scam me, or are they using me to scheme against someone else?" He remained expressionless and nodded to the Bai family steward. "The Bai family is very kind, please accept the gift." Thousands of servants stepped forward to accept the gift boxes. The Bai family steward completed his task, bowed, and withdrew, a barely perceptible, enigmatic smile seemingly flickering across his lips. After the gift-giving ceremony concluded, the banquet atmosphere returned to its lively state. After a few rounds of drinks, representatives from some large families and sects began to get lively. At this moment, the 6th-ranked elder of the Sun family in China suddenly stood up, cupped his hands towards the main stage, and spoke in a loud voice. "Wan Wushan, Madame Su, young Master Wan. Today is a joyous occasion, with guests filling the hall and the air filled with spiritual energy. On such an auspicious occasion, a mere banquet would be rather monotonous. Why don't we martial artists add to the festivities with a martial arts demonstration, exchanging a few moves? This would not only enhance the wedding's splendor but also provide an opportunity for the younger generation to learn and observe. What do you think?" His words were immediately echoed by several representatives of various factions. "Elder Sun is absolutely right. Making friends through martial arts is exactly what we are all like. I've long heard of the extraordinary martial arts techniques of the Wan family. This is a perfect opportunity for the younger generation to broaden their horizons." Yes, that's enough, just for fun." On the surface, this was a suggestion to add to the entertainment. But in reality, many people have their own agendas. Some genuinely wanted to see the capabilities of Wan Jia's younger generation. Let's see what Wan Wei is really made of. After all, his reputation as a good-for-nothing was too well known. Some, however, harbored ill intentions and wanted to see Wan Wei make a fool of himself. "Aren't you Wan Jia a big shot? If the son of a martial god were to be humiliated and beaten up by his peers or even younger relatives at his own wedding, that would be quite a spectacle." A variety of gazes, some curious, some scrutinizing, and some with ill intent, were cast toward Wan Wei on the main stage. Wan Wei put down his glass, wiped his mouth, and gave a half smile. "Oh,
Want to liven things up? Want to watch a show? He glanced at his parents.
Wan Tianhao remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard.
Su Wanqing winked at him, the meaning of which was clear. Son, someone has come to your door to establish your authority, so don't be shy.
Wan Wei understood immediately, stood up, walked to the front of the stage, glanced at the jeering representatives below, and laughed loudly.
If you gentlemen are so interested, I will naturally accompany you.
However, today is my wedding day, so it is not appropriate for me to personally get involved in any physical altercations.
How about this? My cousin Wan Xiuhu just broke through to the Heavenly King realm a few days ago.
He's still young, so let him accompany the young talents you brought to stretch their muscles and add some fun for everyone.
What do you say?
Immediately, the jeers from below subsided by more than half. Even a newly promoted Heavenly King is still a Heavenly King.
Among the young representatives brought by many forces present, the strongest were only 8th or 9th rank martial artists. How could they possibly fight against a Heavenly King? This isn't fun, it's masochism. The Shao family elder's face stiffened.
He had originally intended to probe Wan Wei's background, but he hadn't expected the other party to directly present a younger brother who was at the Heavenly King realm.
How can we play like this?
The scene became somewhat awkward for a moment.
Chapter 78 The Wedding Part 5. Wan Xiuhu, who was engrossed in his meal, was taken aback. How did this get involved with me?
Martial god Wan Tianhao sat in the main seat, listening expressionlessly to the cheers and jeers from the audience who were using martial arts to cheer him on.
His eyes were as calm as a deep pool, but those who knew him well knew that a storm might be brewing beneath that calm.
He slowly picked up the jade cup in front of him, took a sip of the remaining essence of the sun and moon wine, put the cup down, and tapped his fingers lightly twice on the smooth tabletop. With just these two slight movements, the entire Qianghua hall fell into an instant, so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone involuntarily held their breath and looked towards the main stage.
Wan Tianhao raised his eyelids, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the Sun family elder who had been shouting the loudest, as well as the few other representatives of the forces who had echoed him.
The corner of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly, or perhaps not. Using martial arts to add to the fun?
Wan Tianhao's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a hint of a half-smile.
A pretty good suggestion.
He paused, pointed in the direction of his son Wan Wei, and his tone suddenly became a little puzzled.
But why are you all staring at my son?
He's the groom today, it wouldn't look good if he got into a fight and dirted his suit.
Why hasn't anyone said they'd like to have a friendly spar with me, Wan Tianhao, to liven things up? Boom! These words were like a bomb dropped into a silent lake. To spar with the god of war for entertainment?
This is no way to court death. The elder of the Sun family felt his legs tremble on the spot, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, waving his hands repeatedly.
Gods, you jest. You jest. How dare I, a junior, do such a thing?
The others who had been egging him on quickly ducked back into their seats, wishing they could disappear on the spot.
What kind of cosmic joke is this? Should we fight this guy?
They could probably wipe the entire Sun family off the map with just one finger.
Serves them right as entertainment? They'd be more likely to end their own lives.
Looking at their cowardly appearance, Wan Tianhao let out a barely audible snort, leaned back in his chair, and his meaning was clear.
With such a small amount of courage, you dare to cause trouble at my son's wedding? Watching his father's protective yet domineering actions from below the stage, Wan Wei silently gave him a thumbs up. Dad's awesome. That was a show of bravado, a thunderclap in the silence. However, since the other party has already offered their face, it doesn't seem appropriate not to fight back. Perfect timing.
He also needs an opportunity to make some people wake up completely and stop judging him by their past perspectives. Then, Wan Wei stood up with a smile, walked to the edge of the stage, nodded slightly in his father's direction, and then faced the huge crowd of guests below, and said loudly, "Dad, please don't frighten the guests. These seniors just want to see the skills of the young people in the Wan family."
It's a good intention.
His tone was relaxed, even a little teasing. "How about this, my brother Xiuhu has just broken through, and he doesn't know his own strength.
If he makes one of our brothers cry, we'll have to pay for his medical expenses later, which isn't worth it. How about?"
His gaze swept across the crowd below, a slight smile playing on his lips.
"Anyone who wants to play with me can come up here.
I guarantee it will be a civilized exchange, and we'll stop when we've made a point, so it won't interfere with everyone's meal later." These words caused another stir in the audience.
Wan Wei personally getting involved? Many people were stunned.
Although Wan Tianhao's protectiveness was obvious just now, subconsciously everyone still felt that Wan Wei's strength was probably average and that he needed his father and family's protection.
Now he actually took the initiative to challenge them? Is this confidence based on solid foundation, or youthful arrogance that leaves one unable to back down after being put on a pedestal?
At the Huang family's seat, Huang Xiaotian, who had been quite intimidated by Wan Tianhao's imposing manner, saw Wan Wei step forward and appear to show little fear in his words.
The resentment and jealousy that had been suppressed resurfaced. He felt this was an opportunity. Wan Wei is definitely just bluffing because his father is there. He was at the peak of the 9th rank, just one step away from becoming a heavenly king. He was rarely matched among his peers. Why would he be afraid of a former good-for-nothing? Even if he has made a breakthrough recently, and can reach the 6th or 7th rank of martial artist at most, right? I am absolutely certain that I can outmaneuver him. If one could defeat the son of the god of war in such an occasion, even if it was just by gaining the upper hand in a sparring match, it would be a tremendous source of fame. Blinded by the imagined glory, Huang Xiaotian suddenly stood up again, this time with an even louder voice, as if to bolster his courage. Young Master Wan is so generous. In that case, I, Huang Xiaotian, a 9th rank peak martial artist, humbly request your guidance. He emphasized the words peak of the 9th rank and gave Wan Wei a provocative look. On stage, Wan Wei almost burst out laughing when he looked at Huang Xiaotian below, who had an expression that said I can win. He picked at his ear, as if he hadn't heard clearly, and tilted his head to ask. You? A peak 9th rank martial artist? He repeated it, then shook his head, a very genuine look of disdain on his face. That's it? You think you're worthy to fight me? Before he finished speaking, Wan Wei stopped trying to conceal his aura. Boom! A terrifying and overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him. This time, it wasn't the auspicious and grand feeling that accompanied the previous wedding announcement, but rather the imposing aura of a powerful figure. The heavenly venerable's overwhelming power. The oppressive aura of a first-rank celestial venerable. Some low-level martial artists near the main platform turned pale, their legs went weak, and several of them collapsed to the ground with a thud. The wine glass in my hand fell and food was scattered all over the floor. The entire Qianghua palace, including all the cups, plates, and bowls, trembled violently. Even the luminous pearls and spirit stones used for decoration inside the hall suddenly dimmed, as if they were intimidated by this aura. Celestial Venerable? A first-rank Celestial Venerable? Was that not an illusion? Wan Wei is actually a first-rank Celestial Venerable. A first-rank Celestial Venerable at the age of 20. Oh my god. Am I still half asleep? Who said he was a loser? Come out here. I promise I won't kill you. What kind of monster is this 20-year-old first-rank Celestial Venerable? The Bai family's 6th-rank Celestial King is nothing compared to him. What's the point of fighting? Huang Xiaotian isn't even worthy to carry his shoes. The discussion was so loud it almost lifted the roof off. Everyone's gone mad. The extraordinary phenomena at the wedding were already quite shocking, but that was largely due to the blessings of heaven and earth and the family. Now, however, the strength that Wan Wei is personally displaying is a genuine and terrifying talent that belongs to him personally. A 20-year-old first-rank Celestial Venerable. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to shake the entire global martial arts world. This can no longer be described as genius, this is monstrous. This is myth. Huang Xiaotian was the first to be hit. Under the impact of that tangible pressure, he felt like a small boat in a storm, about to be crushed at any moment. The color drained from his face instantly, and his body began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. His previous provocative thoughts had long since vanished, leaving only boundless fear and a sense of absurdity. Peak of the 9th rank? In the other person's eyes, she probably really is no different from a baby who has just learned to walk. He actually tried to challenge the other party? This isn't just overestimating himself, it's downright suicidal extortion. His legs buckled, and he could no longer support himself. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. He felt a faint damp heat coming from his crotch, and he was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. People around smelled the odor and covered their noses, turning away and casting disdainful glances. Huang Xiaotian's face turned ashen, and he wished he could faint on the spot. On the Wan family's side, everyone also looked surprised. Although they knew that Wan Wei had made rapid progress, they were still shocked to see him display his strength so domineeringly. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Wan Tianhao's eyes.
However, there are always people who don't believe in superstitions, or rather, who are unwilling to believe them.
Chapter 79. The Bai family stirs up trouble.
On the Bai family's seat, Bai Gang, the Bai family elder who had previously suggested presenting the ancient jade bagua plate, stared at Wan Wei on the stage with a sinister look. He absolutely did not believe that anyone could reach the first-rank celestial venerable level at the age of 20 through normal cultivation. The Wan family must have used some forbidden methods, or Wan Wei must have taken some evil medicine that overdraws his life potential to forcibly raise his cultivation level, making him outwardly strong but inwardly weak. As long as we can publicly test his weak foundation and unstable qi and blood, we can thoroughly humiliate the Wan family. Bai Gang whispered a few words to an elderly man beside him with a cold face and a deep, solemn aura. The old man was another first-rank celestial venerable guest elder of the Bai family, named Tai Mu, who was known for his strong physique and fierce fighting style. Tai Mu nodded and abruptly stood up. He was tall and imposing, standing like an iron tower, his voice booming like a bell.
Young Master Wan's talent is truly astonishing.
I, Tai Mu, a first-rank celestial venerable, am eager to learn from young Master Wan's skills and test my martial arts.
I wonder if young Master Wan would dare to offer his guidance.
He directly used learn from instead of ask for advice, his tone carrying a clear sense of challenge. Moreover, he specifically named himself as a first-rank celestial venerable, which clearly means, as a fellow first-rank celestial venerable, I am not afraid of you.
It's a good opportunity to test your mettle. On the Wan family's side, second uncle Wan Tianzong frowned and was about to speak.
Why send a veteran celestial being to learn from a nephew who has just turned 20?
Does the Bai family have no shame? Second uncle, it's all right. Wan Wei spoke first, his smile unchanged, even showing a hint of eagerness. Senior Tai wants to stretch his muscles, so I'll gladly oblige.
It just so happens that I also need a worthy opponent to consolidate my cultivation level. He said this so casually, as if the other person was just a sparring partner. Wan Tianzong glanced at him, and seeing his nephew's confidence, he snorted and said nothing more, sitting back down, but giving the Bai family a disapproving look.
Su Wanqing was somewhat worried and whispered to her husband. Tianhao, this Tai Mu is no simple man, and where, he.
Wan Tianhao patted her hand and said calmly, just watch. Our son won't be taken advantage of so easily. A profound look flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen something. Soon, a larger area was cleared in the center of the square to serve as the competition arena. The two stood facing each other. Tai Mu looked at Wan Wei, who was excessively young and even somewhat lazy, and sneered inwardly. Kid, even if you really are a celestial venerable, how much real combat experience could you possibly have at this age of pampered comfort? I'll expose your true colors in a moment. Young Master Wan, be careful. Tai Mu roared and stopped being polite. His blood and qi surged, and his skin instantly shone with a metallic dark luster. He stomped his foot, cracking the ground like a charging bull, and unleashed a powerful punch. The force of the punch was fierce and violent, tearing through the air and producing a deafening roar. He went all out from the start, without any fancy moves, just pure, overwhelming power. He wanted to test Wan Wei's hardness in the most direct way. Faced with a punch powerful enough to shatter a small mountain, Wan Wei neither dodged nor avoided it. Instead, a glint of excited golden light flashed in his eyes. Good timing. He simply met the attack with a punch. On the surface of his fist, a rich golden aura of blood and energy condensed. The first move, a clash of fists. Thump! Like two massive hammers slamming together. A visible ring of air exploded from the point where the fists collided, the ground trembled violently, and debris flew everywhere. Those watching the battle felt their eardrums ringing and their blood surging from the shock. In the arena, Wan Wei swayed slightly before regaining his footing. However, Tai Mu stumbled back 5 steps, each step leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the specially made floor. A look of horror crossed his face as he felt an overwhelming yet extremely concentrated power surge into his body through his arm, causing his blood to surge and his arm to feel numb and tingly. How is this possible? How could his strength be so great? And it's so solid. It doesn't look hollow at all. That's interesting, let's have another one. Wan Wei flicked his wrist, seemingly not quite satisfied, and took the initiative to launch an attack. He moved with ghostly speed, closing the distance in an instant. His right hand formed a claw, aiming straight for Tai Mu's throat. The claw's force was fierce, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Tai Mu was both shocked and furious. He crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself, and at the same time, he raised his knee and slammed it into Wan Wei's lower abdomen. His reaction was incredibly fast. The second move involves a combination of claws and knees, creating a powerful gust of wind.
Sizzle. Bang.
Wan Wei's claws slashed across Taimu's crossed arms, sending up a trail of dazzling sparks and a screeching sound, leaving several white marks on the metallic skin. When Taimu's knee struck Wan Wei's lower abdomen, it felt like hitting a mountain, and the recoil caused him excruciating pain in his knee. The two figures passed each other. A storm raged within Taimu's heart.
That physical strength? That reaction speed? Is this how a 20-year-old should behave? Senior, warm-up complete.
Wan Wei's voice came with a hint of amusement.
Want to try my third move?
Taimu gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't hold back any longer, or he would really be caught off guard and capsize. He roared, his blood and chi boiling as if burning, and the metallic luster on his skin deepened, even turning faintly red. He brought his fists to his waist and then unleashed a barrage of punches like cannonballs. The fists flew in layers, carrying an overwhelming will to smash towards Wan Wei. This is one of his most treasured techniques, the mountain-crushing wave fist. Wan Wei's eyes narrowed, and he finally became slightly serious. He took a deep breath, and the wisp of the ultimate law within his body vibrated slightly, merging into his fist intent. He no longer used basic punches, but instead unleashed the dragon roar hand. With a single step, he unleashed an earth-shaking aura, delivering a simple punch straight to the center of his body. As the fist was thrown, a dragon's roar followed, and 8 layers of hidden force overlapped, making space seem to distort. The third move, fists clashing, reveals the power of the laws. Boom! An explosion several times more powerful than before rang out. A violent energy storm spread wildly from the two of them, causing the surrounding protective light barrier to shake violently and flicker unpredictably. The golden fist energy collided fiercely with the fist shadow, which resembled a steel mountain. The stalemate lasted only a moment. The next moment, to Taimu's incredulous and horrified gaze, his seemingly indestructible fist shadow, like glass struck by an invisible giant hammer, shattered and disintegrated inch by inch from the center.
Put! Taimu was struck as if by a meteorite. Blood gushed from his mouth as if it were free.
He flew backward like a broken sack, tracing a long parabola before crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away. He rolled more than a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. His once magnificent clothes were now tattered, and countless bones in his body were broken. He lay on the ground, twitching all he could do, unable even to scream. Wan Wei slowly withdrew his fist, exhaled a long breath, and his aura was restrained. Apart from his clothes being slightly disheveled, his aura remained steady and powerful.
3 clean and efficient moves.
He then defeated a veteran first-rank celestial venerable known for his formidable physical strength.
Hiss. Terrifying. You lost. This is too strong. This strength can't be achieved through drugs alone.
Solid foundation, vigorous blood and energy, and seasoned combat awareness.
How exactly did the Wan family train them? We were all wrong before. Utterly wrong. Young Master Wan Wei was hiding his true abilities. The son of the god of war, truly like father, like son. No, he has surpassed his father.
All doubts, disdain, and ill intentions were crushed by Wan Wei's absolute strength at this moment. Instead, there was unparalleled shock, awe, and an insatiable, burning greed. The way he looked at Wan Wei was like looking at a future god of war.
Chapter 80: Entering the Bridal Chamber. After a brief silence, the situation spiraled out of control. Wan Shen. Madame Su.
Congratulations to the Wan family for producing such a remarkable son.
Young Master Wan.
I have a young daughter at home, 18 years old, quite beautiful, and already a 7th-rank martial artist.
I wonder if she would be of interest to you. Get lost. You dare to speak like a 7th-rank martial artist? Young Master Wan. My granddaughter has a special constitution, the Flame Spirit Body, and is an 8th-rank martial artist. She and young Master Wan are definitely a perfect match. Young Master Wan. Look at my house. My daughter is.
It wasn't just families with daughters, granddaughters, and nieces of marriageable age. Even some families with outstanding male descendants began to consider whether they could form a marriage alliance or have their descendants come to Wan's family to learn from them and benefit from their family's reputation. For a time, words like marriage alliance, betrothal, and ideal match were used one after another, and Xianghua Palace almost turned into a large-scale matchmaking event.
Several hot-tempered family heads nearly came to blows on the spot over whose daughter was more worthy of Wan Wei. One forthright family head from northeast China even pushed through the crowd, rushed to the foot of the main stage, and shouted at Wan Wei. Young Master Wan. I beg you. Please look at my daughter. She's truly exceptional. She cooks delicious meals and has a fantastic figure. If you agree, the Zhang family will follow the Wan family's lead from now on. Please. Give her a chance. Wanwei watched the chaotic and comical scene unfold below the stage. He raised his hand and pressed it down, finally managing to lower his voice a little, before smiling helplessly as he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen. Calm down. Today is my wedding day, and my bride is waiting in the back. He paused, looked into the eager eyes, touched his nose, and said in a tone that said, I'm in a difficult position too. When it comes to matters of the heart, it's all about fate, you can't force it. Besides. He drew out his words, his gaze sweeping over the family heads who were practically begging to hand their daughters over, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Even if you want something, you have to wait in line. Put. Someone in the audience couldn't help but burst out laughing. The family heads were taken aback at first, but then they realized what was happening. Instead of being angry, they became even more excited. Queuing? Sure. As long as there's a chance to get in line. Yes, yes, yes. Line up. We'll line up. Young Master Wan is right. It's all about first come, first served. I'll have my daughter prepare the visiting cards right away. The Wan family members nodded in approval. This kid was becoming more and more tactful in handling matters. Wan Tianhao's smile deepened, while Su Wanqing covered her mouth and chuckled, quite satisfied with her son's move. The wedding proceeded smoothly from then on. No one dared to step forward and add to the festivities anymore. Everyone looked at Wanwei with a mixture of awe and obsequiousness. During the toasting ceremony, wherever Wanwei went, he was met with a chorus of compliments and congratulations, which were far more genuine and heartfelt than the previous enthusiasm that was simply out of respect for Wan Tianhao. The grand wedding banquet gradually came to an end as evening approached. The guests reluctantly departed, many turning back again and again as they left, their eyes filled with envy and calculation as they looked towards the Wan family mansion. As the noise subsided, tranquility finally returned to the new home belonging to Wanwei and Chu Leyao deep within the Wan family mansion. The bridal chamber was decorated in the most luxurious and festive way, with bright red silk, double happiness characters, and auspicious decorations everywhere. Only one small light was on in the room, casting a warm and hazy glow. Chu Leyao had already changed out of her heavy phoenix coronet and wedding robes, and was now wearing a light and soft red silk nightgown, sitting on the edge of the bed covered with a mandarin duck brocade quilt. She got up before dawn to do her makeup. After a whole day of extremely stressful wedding procedures, she finally relaxed. She felt like all her bones were falling apart and she was so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open. Even when she leaned back wearily, the full curves of her breasts remained proudly erect, supporting the soft silk and breathtaking curves, as if gravity had no effect on them. Wanwei saw off the last group of his cousins who had come to make a ruckus at the wedding night. It was mainly Wan Xiuhu who led the way, but Wanwei kicked him out and locked the door. He turned around and looked at his wife, whose skin appeared even more like jade and whose face was even more beautiful in the red light and shadow beside the bed. The hustle and bustle and fatigue of the day seemed to vanish instantly, and a sense of satisfaction and passionate excitement welled up in my heart. He walked over and naturally sat down next to her, reaching out to put his arm around her slender yet supple waist. Chu Leyao's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed, leaning into his arms and pressing her face against his firm chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although the two have already been intimate, tonight is their wedding night, which has a different meaning. You must be exhausted. Wanwei lowered his head and gently rubbed his chin against the top of her fragrant hair, his voice tinged with tenderness. Mum. Chu Leyao responded softly, her voice filled with weariness, yet unusually docile. The two of them nestled together quietly for a while, enjoying the rare peace and intimacy. Wanwei's hand gently caressed her waist, feeling the smoothness and warmth of her skin beneath the silk, and suddenly he asked. Leyao, now that the wedding is over, you are officially Mrs. Wan. What are your plans for the future? Or is there anything you want to do? Chu Leyao shifted in his arms, raising her slightly misty eyes to look at him. After today's heart-stirring wedding, her feelings for her husband have become much more complex. There was initial compromise, admiration for a strong man, and also a sense of true belonging and dependence. She thought about it carefully, then said softly but firmly, I want to cultivate and become stronger. She looked at Wanwei with clear eyes. Back in the Chu family, although there were plenty of resources, I always felt that I lacked top-notch guidance and pressure. Now that I'm married into the Wan family and have such good conditions, I don't want to waste them. I want to keep up with you, at least, not hold you back. And I also hope to be able to help you and the Wan family in the future. This is what she truly felt.
Having witnessed Wan Wei's terrifying talent and strength, and the unfathomable foundation of the Wan family, the pride of a martial artist and the desire for power deep within her heart were completely ignited. She didn't want to be just a decorative vase dependent on her husband. Wan Wei listened to her words, a look of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He liked her clear-headedness and ambition. She was indeed the woman he had chosen. Very good. Wan Wei smiled, tightening his arm around her, while his other hand began to move upwards, his fingertips slightly brushing against the collar of her nightgown, touching her smooth collarbone. If you want to cultivate and become stronger, I will absolutely support you. I'll provide you with resources, cultivation techniques, and even sparring partners. I'll personally train with you. His voice was low, seductive, and tinged with a wicked smile. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe. However, before that, we need to complete a more important family task. Chu Leyao's ears tickled from his teasing, and her body trembled slightly. When she heard about the family task, she blinked blankly and asked, "What task?" Wan Wei's hands had already skillfully unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her nightgown, revealing a patch of snow-white, delicate skin and an alluring cleavage that was faintly visible. He lowered his head and planted a burning kiss on her skin, then looked up at her face, which flushed instantly, and said, with conviction, word by word, "Sir, have a child." "Huh?" Chu Leyao was completely stunned. Although she knew that she would have to have children after marrying into the family, this was too direct. "They just got married today." Her face flushed, and she murmured softly, "Isn't it supposed to be evening? It's not completely dark yet." Wan Wei gently laid her down on the bed covered with brocade quilts, then covered her with his own body, placing his hands on either side of her body, trapping her between himself and the bed. He looked down at her shimmering eyes and her slightly parted red lips, trembling with nervousness and shyness. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he said matter-of-factly, "I can't wait." He lowered his head and kissed her lips, silencing all her unfinished protests and shyness. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and when it comes to something as important as having a baby, of course we have to make the most of every second. The muffled whispers were drowned out by the increasingly rapid breathing and the rustling of clothes. The red candles flickered, the beaded curtains swayed, and the room gradually filled with the warmth of spring. The indescribable details of the process are omitted here. Please fill in the blanks with your imagination. After a long time, the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Chu Leyao was already exhausted and fell into a deep sleep, with traces of tears still wet on her eyes and a satisfied blush on her face, while the corners of her lips were slightly upturned. Her elaborate nightgown was scattered haphazardly around the bed, and the brocade quilt barely covered her waist and abdomen, revealing a large expanse of snow-white, smooth skin that shimmered like jade in the light, a breathtaking sight. Wan Wei lay on his side next to her, propping his head up with one hand, admiring his wife's sleeping face and the beautiful scenery for a while, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. "The system hasn't given any new notifications yet. You'll receive a reward once you confirm your pregnancy. It seems this woman is very talented. She didn't succeed on her first try. But it's okay, there's plenty of time." He gently pulled the quilt over her and carefully covered her up so she wouldn't catch a cold. Then he placed a gentle kiss on Chu Leyao's smooth forehead. "Sleep well, honey," he whispered. Immediately, Wan Wei quietly got up. Although he had been up for most of the day, with his current physique as a first-rank celestial venerable, this amount of exercise was not even a warm-up, and he was still full of energy. He walked to the window, opened it, and the night breeze carried the cool fragrance of flowers onto his face. The mansions were still brightly lit, and faint sounds of revelry could be heard from some courtyards, where close relatives and friends were still feasting. "My mom just messaged me saying that supermodel Dastalin from the UK is here. I didn't expect that she would come to see him instead of him. It seems that she has something to discuss, and I plan to go out and meet her." Chapter 81 Dastalin. Wan Wei tiptoed out of the bedroom and went downstairs to the living room. Before even reaching the bottom of the stairs, I heard a series of light footsteps, clearly belonging to a martial artist of considerable skill, and it was a woman. "Is it Dastalin? Why are they in such a hurry to come?" Wan Wei wondered to himself. He hurried downstairs and saw a tall, slender figure wearing a well-tailored dark blue evening gown with a slit in the skirt, revealing a section of her long, slender legs clad in black stilettos. Her proportions were astonishing. Her curves were proudly erect in all the right places, and her slender waist was incredibly delicate. Especially her waist and hip curves sway gracefully as she walks, exuding a wild yet elegant tension. Her face gradually became clear under the light. Her skin tone is a healthy wheat color, her facial features are deep and three-dimensional, her eye sockets are slightly sunken, her nose bridge is high and straight, and her lips are full. Her azure eyes were like the clearest lake in Siberia. Her brilliant blonde hair was neatly tied up at the back of her head, revealing her smooth forehead and graceful neck.
Exquisite. Absolutely superb.
Wan Wei's eyes widened instantly, and his heart skipped a beat. Her looks, her figure, her aura, she's definitely one of the most stunning beauties he's ever seen since he transmigrated. She is even comparable to Chu Leyao and Wang Miaoqing, and possesses a completely different, exotic, and wild beauty. Almost simultaneously, a system notification sounded in his mind.
Name, Dastalin Inova.
Overall score, 98 points.
Height, 175 centimeters.
Weight, 109 gene, approximately 54.5 caddies.
D-level lightning. Note, top-tier looks, exceptional physique, superior talent, descendant of the ancient bear clan. Completely meets the system binding requirements. 98 points. Another 98 points. Wan Wei felt his breathing quicken. The real person is even better than I imagined.
Just as Wan Wei was pondering how to strike up a conversation gracefully, the blonde, blue-eyed beauty seemed to have noticed him as well. She paused, her azure eyes locking onto Wan Wei. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, but after confirming something, a look of relief spread across her face as she walked straight toward Wan Wei.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Wan Wei?
Her Chinese pronunciation was a little stiff, with obvious roller sounds, but her enunciation was clear, and her voice was deep and magnetic.
Wan Wei smiled and said, "That's me. May I ask what brings you here?"
Dastalin, young Master Wan Wei, I am here on behalf of the Enos family of the Bear Kingdom to congratulate you on your marriage. Congratulations on finding such a beautiful woman. She spoke quickly, but remained polite. However, I have something extremely important to tell you now. It concerns your safety, and I must inform you immediately.
Is it a matter of safety?
Wan Wei was taken aback, and the smile on his face faded slightly. He looked into Dastalin's bright blue eyes, which were filled with seriousness and worry, and he didn't seem to be joking.
Could something really have happened?
The visitor sat down on the sofa next to him. Wan Wei closed the door and activated the simple soundproofing array that came with the room. This was a standard feature in the Wan family, designed to prevent eavesdroppers from behind the walls.
All right, Miss Dustaland, it's safe here. What's the matter that made you so anxious to find me so late at night? Dastalin got straight to the point and made a startling statement.
Young Master Wan Wei, you may not know this, but you have been placed on the watch lists of several powerful forces, and even their assassination lists.
What?
Wan Wei picked at his ear, thinking he had misheard.
Assassinate me? In China? In Beijing? In my Wan family's stronghold? He almost burst out laughing. Beautiful lady, are you mistaken? Who would dare to come here and touch me?
My father is Wan Tianhao, and there are several ancient ancestors who haven't left their homes for thousands of years living in my backyard.
Assassinate me? Do they think they've lived too long and want to boost the King of Hell's performance quota?
He's not bragging, but messing with Wan Jiao on his own turf is as difficult as stealing peaches from the Jade Emperor's palace.
Dastalin shook his head, his expression showing no sign of relaxation.
Young Master Wan Wei, please listen carefully to what I have to say. Under normal circumstances, naturally no one would dare to do this, but the current situation is very delicate and dangerous. She moved closer to Wan Wei, and because they were about the same height, they looked at each other almost eye to eye. A captivating, faint fragrance emanated from her, like the scent of cedar mixed with some wildflowers. First of all, your recent performance has been too dazzling. Dastalin used his words directly, from the previously rumored low profile to suddenly displaying the terrifying strength of a first-rank celestial venerable at the wedding. This leap in improvement has attracted the attention and vigilance of the world's top powers, especially the United States.
The United States? Wan Wei raised an eyebrow. Yes. Dustaland nodded.
The intelligence agencies under the eternal light of the United States are not to be underestimated. They may have already noticed some clues.
Regarding the unusual speed of your skill improvement and the recent changes in your behavior patterns.
She paused, seemingly finding it difficult to say, but still said it. Lately you've either been looking for women or on your way to look for women.
Wan Wei blushed and coughed twice. Personal hobby, it's not illegal, is it? Looking at it alone is certainly not illegal.
A hint of helplessness flashed in Dastalin's azure eyes. But considering your strange surge in strength, and the Wan family's sudden large-scale search for in-marriage alliances with high-quality female geniuses, it's easy to make connections. Some analysts in the United States believe that you or the Wan family may possess some kind of technology or secret that can rapidly enhance strength or acquire resources through special combinations.
This is enough to tempt them and even make them take risks.
Wan Wei's heart skipped a beat.
Wow, these foreigners have some pretty wild ideas. Although the direction was wrong, the conclusion was surprisingly close to the truth.
If this system were exposed, it would cause a global sensation.
Dastalin continued.
Secondly, although your father, the god of war, is invincible, he cannot protect you 24 hours a day. He needs to guard secret realms in various places, deal with the threat of demons, and pay attention to the global situation.
This is the opportunity.
Finally, and most importantly, Dastalin's tone became more solemn than ever before. Intelligence our family has received indicates that the United States is secretly plotting a daring and insidious scheme.
They are attempting to secretly cooperate with a group of extremist demonic forces within South Korea. What?
Wan Wei sat bolt upright, his eyes sharpening.
Cooperating with the demons? Have they gone mad?
Some people will do anything for profit, especially since there are quite a few people in this world who cooperate with the demons.
Dastalin sneered.
Their plan is to help the demons open a stable, medium-sized spatial portal in a hidden location in South Korea. Not a temporary rift, but a portal that can be maintained for a long time.
Wan Wei gasped. Permanent portal? Is it still in South Korea?
That place is separated from northeast China by a strait. This is practically setting fire to China's doorstep.
Chapter 82 Deep Cooperation.
Once this portal is successfully opened, a large number of demons will flood into South Korea, and South Korea itself will be the first to be affected, and then it will inevitably threaten the northeastern border of China. Dastalin spoke faster. At that time, China, especially the Wan family, as the mainstay, will inevitably send a large number of elite troops to support and suppress them. This is an open conspiracy, aimed at containing and weakening China, especially the high-end combat power of your Wan family. She looked into Wan Wei's eyes and said, word by word. When the attention and main strength of the Wan family, including your father, are drawn to the battlefield in South Korea, the time will be ripe for them to take action against you.
Kidnapping, assassination, or other means of controlling you to obtain secrets they suspect.
In such a chaotic battlefield environment, even if a martial god notices, it may be too late to provide assistance.
Moreover, they can completely disclaim responsibility by pretending that it was the demons who did it. Wan Wei fell silent.
The cynicism on his face vanished completely, replaced by a deep solemnity.
What Dastalin said is logically sound. And it was extremely vicious.
Luring the tiger away from the mountain, then taking advantage of the situation to strike.
Or should we unite with the demons, the common enemy of humanity? These old Americans have really no shame in their efforts to suppress China and the Wan family. If other countries found out, wouldn't it cause public outrage? Those Americans are still determined to destroy us.
Wan Wei couldn't help but curse, uttering a classic line, his fist clenched.
Let's get them.
In his anger, he suddenly remembered something.
The Bai family recently went to South Korea. Could they be involved in this too? The biggest beneficiary of Wan family's downfall is undoubtedly Bai family. This is terrifying to think about.
Seeing the change in his expression, Dastalin knew he had taken it to heart and added. Arino's family and the Wan family share the same stance in fighting against the demon race and certain hegemonic nations. We are taking the liberty of informing you this, both to express goodwill and to remind you and the Wan family to prepare in advance. Of course, you will need to verify the authenticity of this information yourselves. Wan Wei looked up at the blonde beauty who had risked her life to deliver the message, her expression complex. Regardless of her motives, he remembered the value of the information and the favor she had done for him.
Miss Dustaland, thank you very much for the reminder. This information is very important. Wan Wei solemnly stated, I will immediately report to my parents and the family elders. You've come all the way from the Bear Kingdom, what do you want? Or rather, what do you want to get from me? Dastalin seemed surprised by Wan Wei's directness, and she paused for a moment.
Immediately, her beautiful blue eyes sharpened, meeting Wan Wei's gaze directly. Her red lips parted slightly, and the words she uttered made Wan Wei's heart leap. We want the reward you receive through a special combination and some special channel.
Wan Wei's expression froze instantly, and his pupils contracted slightly. Holy crap! She knew? How did she know? The system has been exposed? He felt like he had two heads. One head, and, well, the other head, both instantly grew a size bigger. I almost broke out in a cold sweat. If this secret gets out, not only the US, but all the world's powers will rush over to dissect and study him like madmen. However, Wan Wei also understood that sooner or later the whole world would know about this. I just didn't expect that someone would find out so quickly.
Seeing Wanwei's expression change instantly, Dastalin seemed relieved, a faint, slightly sly smile curving his lips. It seems that our family's think tank, as well as my observations and analyses during my time in China, were correct. She took a step closer, and the distance between them decreased, making her cool fragrance even more pronounced. She lowered her voice and spoke in a volume only the two of them could hear. Young Master Wanwei, don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions and no intention of probing your core secrets. We only found through a large number of fragmented intelligence that the timing of your mysterious surge in strength highly coincides with the events surrounding your contact with a specific highly talented woman. The recent unusual flow of resources and alliances within the Wan family, along with some analysis and speculation about your personal behavioral patterns, suggest that you seem to have mastered a unique reward mechanism. And this mechanism is likely related to your ability to establish deep relationships with outstanding women who meet certain criteria. She spoke at a steady pace and with clear logic. Based on this speculative model, we analyzed the risks and returns. Directly seizing or coercing an unknown mechanism that may bind you personally has a low success rate, extremely high risk, and will completely offend everyone, making it a losing proposition. Therefore, cooperation becomes the optimal solution. Dastalin's azure eyes were fixed on Wanwei as he stated their terms. My proposal is that I, along with other outstanding women selected by our Enos family who meet your standards, will establish a partnership with you. After each collaboration, we will split the rewards you receive 50-50. We provide high-quality partners and security guarantees. You provide the mechanism and the cooperation itself. It's a win-win situation. Wanwei was stunned after hearing this. Good heavens! He was absolutely stunned. These Russians. I mean, my friends from the Bear Country, their thought processes are something else. That reasoning ability, that negotiation strategy, that courage. They truly live up to their reputation as a nation of warriors. After the initial shock, a feeling of absurdity and excitement welled up inside me. What's this? The system has been compromised? Or did the customer proactively come to us requesting a VIP package? He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Profit. Get high-quality partners for free, saving you the trouble of searching and strategizing. The Ivanov family is quite powerful, and becoming an ally would provide additional strength against the United States and other powers. The other party seems sensible, only interested in money, and the cooperation model is clear. The key point is that the girl on the other end is absolutely top-notch. It's a steal. Disadvantages. Most of the system's secrets have been guessed, and although the other party promised not to investigate further, it is still a potential problem. Half of the rewards have to be shared. Ouch. Even though the other party provided collaborators, the system's benefits are ultimately coming out of our own pockets. After careful consideration, Wanwei concluded that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Especially now, facing the US conspiracy, having a strong ally is extremely important. Moreover, while splitting the rewards in half may seem like a loss, it could actually lead to a stable source of high-quality partners in the long run, making it more profitable. After all, it takes time and risk for him to find it himself. Having figured this out, Wanwei's face broke into a smile again. He stroked his chin and looked at Dastalin. A 50-50 split? That sounds a bit unfair. After all, the core technology is with me, and I'm also the main labor force. Chapter 83 Setting off again in South Korea. Dastalin raised an eyebrow. Then, young Master Wan, what do you think is a suitable amount? Fine, I'll reluctantly agree. I can split the reward in half. Thank you for your cooperation. Dastalin extended his hand without any hesitation, his movements swift and decisive, displaying the straightforwardness characteristic of the Bear Nation. Wanwei also reached out and grasped the slightly cool yet soft and strong hand, shaking it. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Dastarin partner. It feels so good, he thought. With the agreement reached, the atmosphere instantly became subtle and ambiguous. Both of them knew that this was not just a verbal agreement, but required actual cooperation to confirm and initiate. Dastalin looked around, pointed to the door, and spoke with such composure that Wanwei felt a flush of embarrassment. Then, young Master Wan, in order to confirm the effectiveness of our cooperation and to get the first share of the profits as soon as possible, why don't we start our first collaboration now? Wow, that's incredibly efficient. Wanwei mentally gave this supermodel a thumbs up. Soon, the two arrived at the Yingbin Garden, which is specially used to receive foreign guests. As a representative of an important family in the Bear Kingdom, Dastalin's residence was arranged in a separate courtyard.
There were 2 guards from the Wan family at the gate. Upon seeing Wan Wei, they immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Young master." Wan Wei nodded to them. The 2 entered the bedroom. The room was elegantly and comfortably furnished, and the soundproofing array automatically activated when the door was closed. What followed was a natural progression, and the battle became intense. As expected of someone from a fighting nation, Dastalin has a top-notch physique, abundant stamina, and a straightforward and fiery personality. Combined with her cool and beautiful face and slightly awkward Chinese accent, she brought Wan Wei an unprecedented and exciting experience. A detailed battle process of 2,000 words is omitted here again. Please use your imagination. Keywords: unlocking high difficulty moves. After an unknown amount of time, the wind stopped and the waves subsided. Wan Wei leaned against the headboard, slightly out of breath. Looking at Dastalin beside him, equally drenched in sweat, his blonde hair disheveled yet exuding a languid charm, only one thought occupied his mind. This was totally worth it. Almost simultaneously, the system notification in my mind arrived as expected, exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully combined with a goddess who meets the criteria, and the connection has been successful. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1: host's cultivation level has increased. Current cultivation level: mid-stage 2nd rank Celestial Venerable. Buzz. A surge of energy, even purer and more vast than before, poured in, instantly breaking through the bottleneck and allowing his aura to steadily step into the 2nd grade Celestial Venerable realm, directly stabilizing at the mid-stage level. His strength surged once again. Reward 2: 1 drop of Ice Phoenix Essence Blood. Effect: contains the primordial power of the ancient Ice Phoenix, possessing extreme cold and the vitality of rebirth. It can be used to temper Ice-type physiques, enhance Ice-type talents, or serve as a top-tier material for alchemy weapon crafting. Reward 3: Space Ring Upgrade Ticket X1. Effect: increases the storage ring's space tenfold and improves its stability. Reward 4: Basic Soul Defense Technique X1. Effect: after cultivation, a basic soul defense can be built in the Sea of Consciousness to resist attacks on the soul level, such as mental shocks, soul searching, and curses. Friendly reminder: after the offspring is successfully born, the host will receive additional generous rewards. Please continue to cooperate and expand production. 4 rewards. And they're all very useful. With a thought, Wan Wei saw the physical forms of the other 3 rewards appear in his hand, except for the indivisible increase in realm. He glanced at Dastalin, who was looking at him with curiosity, smiled, and readily handed him the Ice Phoenix Essence Blood and the Space Ring Upgrade Ticket. Here you go, this is the profit sharing for our first collaboration. This drop of Essence Blood contains the power of an ancient Ice Phoenix, which should be very suitable for people of your Bear Kingdom's Icefield bloodline. This upgrade voucher can expand your storage space for equipment. It's a useful little tool. Dastalin took the 2 items, feeling the extreme cold of the Ice Phoenix Essence Blood that resonated even in her bloodline, as well as the mysterious spatial fluctuations on the upgrade ticket. A light of surprise burst forth in her azure eyes. The value of this reward far exceeded our expectations. The collaboration was definitely the right decision. Thank you. She carefully put it away, and the look in her eyes towards Wan Wei was less calculating and more genuinely pleasant. This man is truly remarkable. You're welcome, it's all about win-win cooperation. Wan Wei waved his hand, then slapped the ball of light from the elementary soul defense technique into his brow, instantly mastering the cultivation method. You have to practice this yourself first. Staying alive is the most important thing. Regarding the matter between South Korea and the United States, Wan Wei said, his tone becoming serious again as he finished dressing, I will talk to my family about it. Don't worry, we won't fight an unprepared battle. Also, please thank your family for reminding us. Dastalin nodded, stood up, straightened his clothes, and resumed his capable demeanor. I will convey this message, and our family will continue to monitor the relevant developments and share intelligence as needed. Okay. Wan Wei walked to the door, turned back and winked at her. Get some rest, my partner. Next time we work together, remember to make an appointment in advance. My schedule is pretty full. Dastalin was amused by him and smiled slightly, giving a soft "hmm." After leaving Yingbin Garden, Wan Wei did not linger and returned to the main house where his parents lived. This time, he explained the cooperation agreement with Dastalin and his analysis in detail, including some of the mechanisms that the other party had deduced. After listening, Wan Tianhao and Su Wanqing looked at each other, their expressions somewhat strange. Su Wanqing, the Enos family has taken a different approach, but it's good that way. It's a win-win situation, and we have another powerful ally. But Wei, you should take care of your health with this kind of cooperation. Wan Tianhao was more concerned about another matter. You mentioned that Dastalin said the United States might be causing trouble in South Korea. Combined with the intelligence we just received from our covert channels, it can be basically confirmed. Moreover, there are indications that someone in China may have secretly provided assistance or intelligence. Wan Wei's eyes turned cold. Dad, you suspect that? The Bai family, Wan Tianhao uttered, his face darkening. Their recent contacts with certain forces in the United States have been unusual, and intelligence from South Korea also vaguely points to channels connected to them. These traitors. Damn it! Those bastards from the Bai family. And the US. South Korea. The second uncle, Wan Tianzong, exploded, cursing, "Big brother! What are we waiting for? Let's gather our forces, march on South Korea, smash the damn teleportation portal, and take care of the Bai family too." Nonsense! Wan Tianhao shouted. Without any evidence, you're making a large-scale cross-border mobilization of high-end combat power. Do you want to trigger an international dispute and a full-scale war? In peacetime, all countries tacitly agree that large-scale celestial venerable forces from other countries are not allowed to enter the country without permission. This is the rule. If our one family leads the way in breaking the rule, how can we maintain our standing in the future? He calmly analyzed, this matter must be handled discreetly. We must disrupt their plans without giving them any ammunition, and ideally, we should also obtain solid evidence. He looked at Wan Wei, a decisive glint in his eyes. Wei, you've just broken through, you're strong enough, and you're relatively low profile, so this time, you'll lead the team. Me? Wan Wei pointed to his own nose. Yes. Wan Tianhao nodded. Your third uncle, Wan Tianqing, along with 3 heavenly venerable experts from your family, plus the 10 elite heavenly kings that I had the shadow guards assigned to you, will be divided into 3 groups and secretly go to South Korea under different names and through different channels. Third uncle will be in charge of logistics and intelligence support. The 10 heavenly kings will be under your command. Your tasks are, first, confirm the location and specific details of the teleportation portal. Second, try to sabotage or destroy it. Third, gather as much evidence as possible about collusion between the US, South Korea, and any potential collaborators within the country. Remember, the operation must be swift, ruthless, and covert. Once you succeed or are exposed, retreat immediately. Do not linger. I will meet you near the border. Wan Wei was filled with excitement and a sense of responsibility. He nodded vigorously, understood. Dad, don't worry, I'll complete the mission. All right. Without further ado, let's prepare immediately and set off tonight. Wan Tianhao made the decision. Chapter 84 Arrival in South Korea again. The action plan was quickly finalized. Without further delay, Wan Wei returned to Chiwu Garden and briefly explained to the languid and charming Chu Leyao that he had to go on a business trip to take care of some urgent matters, and told her to stay home, cultivate well, and be careful. Although Chu Leyao was reluctant and worried, she could only tell him to be very careful. It's a bit of a pity that Wan Wei didn't even get a honeymoon right after getting married. Afterwards, Wan Wei changed into casual clothes that allowed him to move around easily, took the necessary weapons, and went to Wanzhou's private airport. Under the night sky, a private jet with extremely strong stealth and high-speed performance is ready. 2 figures were already waiting beside the plane. One of them is Uncle Wan Tianqing, who is in charge of logistics coordination and intelligence for this operation. The other was a man whose face resembled Wan Tianhao's by 5 or 6 points, but whose temperament was more cold and murderous. He was Wan Wei's cousin, Wan Feiguang, a 4th-rank heavenly venerable. He was bald and one of the deputy commanders of the Wan family's shadow guards, with extremely rich combat experience. Xiao Wei, you're here. Wan Feiguang nodded to Wan Wei. Yes, uncle. Third uncle. Wan Wei didn't waste any words and followed the 2 onto the plane. The cabin door closed, the engines roared with a deep, powerful hum, and the plane sped off towards South Korea in the northeast. Inside the cabin, Wan Feiguang spread out an electronic map and began explaining the preliminary intelligence Wan Tenjin had obtained in South Korea. Wan Wei listened attentively, watching the rapidly receding clouds outside the window and the gradually fading lights of China below, his heart filled with a mixture of pride and vigilance. Not long after, the group landed silently at a remote private airport on the outskirts of the South Korean capital. On the surface, this place is a logistics transit station for an international trading company, but in reality, it is one of the many secret strongholds operated by the Wan family in South Korea. This is a secret operation, so a secret login is necessary. The hatch opened, and Wan Wei, Wan Tianqing, and Wan Feiguang quickly walked down the gangway.
The cold wind blew in late at night, carrying the salty and damp smell of a foreign land and a faint aroma of kimchi.
Several dark figures were already waiting beside the airport runway.
The leader was none other than Wang Jingtian, who had never left South Korea. Behind him were several elite and sharp-eyed shadow guards.
You've all had a long journey.
Wan Tianjin lowered his voice and said succinctly, "This way, the safe house is ready, and the latest intelligence has been gathered."
The group quickly left the runway, got into several unassuming black vans, and drove into the night.
The car wound its way through the area, eventually entering what looked like an abandoned warehouse deep underground.
We arrived at a well-equipped and heavily guarded underground safe house.
Wan Wei never expected that he would stay in a safe house this time, instead of a hotel the last time he came. But he didn't care. He was here to cause trouble and couldn't let the other side find out. Inside the safe house, the lights were on. A huge electronic display screen hangs on the wall, showing a detailed map of South Korea, with some areas marked with red dots.
Without wasting words, Wang Jingtian got straight to the point, pointing to the map and beginning his report.
Based on our intensive monitoring over the past 2 days, the Special Operations Team of the United States Eternal Light consists of approximately 8 to 10 people. It has been confirmed that they have infiltrated South Korea.
The leader is their Ashbringer John Keller, an 8th-rank Celestial Venerable, who is skilled in spatial magic and assassination.
The Crescent Moon Society in South Korea provided them with shelter and logistical support.
He pointed out a mountainous area near the east coast on the map.
Their activities have recently been highly concentrated in the remote mountainous area of Gangwon Province. They seem to be secretly building some large-scale facility. The energy shielding is very tight, and our people cannot get close to the core area. In addition, Wan Tianjin said in a more serious tone, "We have detected that there are also people in China who are in contact with them. Although they are very careful and have used multiple layers of cover, our intelligence agents have still caught some traces that point to the Bai family."
The Bai family.
A cold glint flashed in Wan Tianjin's eyes.
They really are there.
Wan Tianjin continued, "The Bai family sent a third elder this time, named Bai Fu. His cultivation level is not high, only a 7th grade heavenly venerable. He is very alert. He is mainly responsible for delivering supplies and intelligence, and his whereabouts are unpredictable. However, we have noticed that there is another important figure from the Bai family in South Korea whose activities have been unusual recently." He pulled up a photo and projected it onto the screen. She was a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s, dressed fashionably, with a beautiful face and an air of pampered arrogance. Bai Yi is nominally the daughter of Bai Yutong, the third son of the Bai family. She is studying business management in South Korea. But according to our in-depth investigation, her true identity may be questionable. She lives in an upscale community near Gangwon Province, her whereabouts are regular, and she is always accompanied by a bodyguard. They want to use American space technology and possibly demonic assistance to open a permanent, stable, medium-sized spatial portal there, directly connecting to the demon realm. This plan is both a diversionary tactic and a minefield on China's doorstep. If it succeeds, the demon army can directly threaten the northeast. We must divide our forces to block them. Then they will have the opportunity to attack me or other important targets of the Wan family. At this point, Wan Wei interrupted Wan Shanjin, saying, "I have an idea. Our top priority now is not to gather more trivial evidence, but to immediately ascertain their exact location in the mountains, their defensive capabilities, and the progress of the teleportation portal construction. I propose that I infiltrate and get close to them, gather information, and quickly identify the key personnel, especially the Ashbringer from the United States and the key contact person for the Bai family. Then, when the opportunity arises, we should annihilate them with swift and decisive action. We must nip this in the bud before they complete the portal. Take the initiative and carry out a decapitation strike. Passive defense, waiting for the opponent to make a move, is too prone to unexpected mistakes." Wan Tianjin frowned. "Xiao Wei, I understand your idea, but the enemy is hiding in the shadows and has a tight defense. If we launch a rash attack, we may alert them. If they are desperate and activate the incomplete teleportation portal in advance, or if there is an ambush, we may suffer losses." He looked at Wan Wei, his tone serious.
"Moreover, you are key to this operation and also the enemy's main target.
It's too dangerous to sneak up and get close. I don't agree with you taking the risk yourself." Wan Tianqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, Xiao Wei, have your second uncle and Hailong take the shadow guards to scout ahead, while you provide command and support from the rear." Wan Wei shook his head, a mysterious smile on his face. I have a little skill that's perfect for this kind of covert work. A minor skill? The crowd asked, puzzled. Wan Wei walked to the open space in the room, and with a thought, he subtly activated his concealment technique. Chapter 85: Determining the Plan. His facial bones and muscles began to undergo extremely subtle yet precise changes. His height seemed to have shrunk by 2 or 3 centimeters out of thin air, his shoulder width was adjusted, and even his eyes and temperament changed in an instant. In just a few breaths, to the astonishment of Wan Tianjin and the others, the handsome and dashing Wan Wei, with his somewhat cynical demeanor, vanished. Instead, there was a person with a slightly pale face and eyes that were somewhat gloomy and wary. A typical South Korean office worker who looks to be around 30 years old, wearing a suit. Even the aura emanating from him became weak and ordinary, as if he were just an ordinary martial artist of the 4th or 5th rank. What is this? Wan Tianjin suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even with his 6th rank celestial venerable perception, he couldn't see through this disguise at all. I could only vaguely sense a very faint energy fluctuation, but I had no way of knowing what it was. Wan Tianqing, also a master alchemist with keen spiritual perception, widened his eyes in surprise. Disguise? No, it's not just disguise. It's a supernatural power that can even alter bones, muscles, and aura? Wan Wei grinned, but even his smile carried the weariness of a corporate slave, and his voice became a little hoarse. That's right, it's just a little trick. It's a secret technique that I obtained by chance. Unless someone is a whole realm higher than me, they basically can't see through it. He changed back to his own voice and explained. Above the celestial venerable is the god of war. And currently, there is only my father in the entire world who is the god of war. So theoretically, as long as my father doesn't come to South Korea out of boredom and deliberately stare at me, no one can see through my disguise. The room was silent. Wan Tianjin's lips twitched. Good heavens! This is no little trick. This is simply an amazing skill for infiltration, assassination, and intelligence gathering. No one below the god of war can see through it? Isn't that cheating? Wan Tianjin and several other members of the Shadow Guard exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with even greater awe as they looked at Wan Wei. Young master has too many trump cards up his sleeve, doesn't he? No wonder the martial god and the first madam dared to let him lead the team. So, now you can let me go without worry? Wan Wei transformed back to his original form and said with a grin. I'm the most suitable person to go. I can get as close to the target as possible and obtain first-hand intelligence. You guys provide support from the outside. Once I've identified the core location and personnel, we'll coordinate from the inside and outside to give them a surprise. Having said all that, Wan Tianjin knew he couldn't stop it anymore. He sighed and patted Wan Wei heavily on the shoulder. You little rascal, you've got a lot of ideas. Fine, we'll do it your way. But be extremely careful. If anything goes wrong, signal to retreat immediately. Safety first. Understood. Wan Wei replied solemnly. The plan was subsequently adjusted. After Wan Wei disguised himself, he tried to get close to people associated with the Bai family or the United States, infiltrate their ranks, or obtain key intelligence. Wan Tianjin and Wan Feiguan led most of the Shadow Guards to set up control and provide support on the perimeter. Uncle Wan Tianqing was stationed at the safe house, coordinating intelligence and logistics, while also using the Wan family's business network in South Korea to create some plausible disturbances to cover up the operation. Over the next 2 days, thanks to the full efforts of Wan Tianjin's intelligence network, more details were uncovered, especially regarding Bai Yi. This Bai Yi's whereabouts are very regular. One of the bodyguards responsible for keeping an eye on her reported, she lives in a high-end apartment near Gangwon province. She leaves around 10 a.m. every day to have brunch at a regular Korean restaurant in Seoraksanjang, where she stays for about an hour and a half. Sometimes I go shopping in the afternoon, sometimes I go back to my apartment, and I rarely go out at night. I always have a bodyguard with me named Bai Qinghao, a 7th-rank heavenly king, a member of the Bai family. He is of average skill, but he is quite alert. The Shadow Guard provided clear photos of Bai Yi and Bai Qinghao. Wan Wei picked up the photo and examined it carefully. Bai Yi is indeed beautiful. She has a classic, oval face, fair skin, and large eyes, but her gaze is always somewhat unfocused and lacks sparkle. With a system score of 98, she is definitely a top-tier beauty, and her figure is also exquisite and well-proportioned, judging from the photos. Name, Bai Yi. Rating, 98 points. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 98. Delay, C.
Cultivation level, 9th rank martial artist.
Identity: on the surface, she is the daughter of Bai Yutong of the Bai family, but in reality, her father is Meng Langxian of the Meng family. Wan Wei never expected to get caught up in this gossip, especially since this person wasn't even from the Meng family. He then looked at the photo of bodyguard Bai Chenghao, a man with an ordinary face and slightly fierce eyes. Going to the same restaurant every day with only a 7th rank Heavenly King bodyguard, Wan Wei stroked his chin, his eyes gradually brightening. This is practically a breakthrough delivered right to our doorstep.
Wan Tianjin also saw an opportunity. You mean, target Bai Chenghao? Use soul-searching techniques to obtain information from his mind? Then impersonate him, or use him to get close to Bai Yi, thereby infiltrating their ranks? That's right.
Wan Wei snapped his fingers.
A 7th rank Heavenly King is easy for me to handle right now.
Besides, he is from the Bai family, so he must know a lot of inside information. Even if he doesn't know the core secrets of the teleportation portal, he at least knows Bai Yi's activity patterns, the people she contacts, and may even know her contact information with the United States or other contacts of the Bai family. The more he talked, the more feasible it seemed. As long as we operate properly and quickly, without attracting the attention of others in the restaurant, we can replace him or control him without anyone noticing.
Then, I can act as his bodyguard, closely following Bai Yi and tracking her down. Wan Tianqing, however, had some concerns. Wouldn't this be too risky?
Although Bai Yi is a member of the Bai family, she may only be a peripheral figure in the whole plan and may not be able to get in touch with the core.
Wan Wei pointed at Bai Yi's photo, the detailed information from the system scan appearing in his mind. A playful smile appeared on his lips. Third uncle, you're all wrong? Wan Tianqing was taken aback. Huh? Did I misspoke?
Wan Wei chuckled. According to my system prompts, she is nominally Bai Yutong's daughter, but her biological father is Meng Langxian from the Meng family.
The Meng family? Meng Langxian? This shocked even Wan Tianjin.
The Meng family, the 4th largest family in China, has never had a close relationship with the Bai family.
How could they have such an illegitimate daughter involved? Is it still related to the Bai family? This is even more interesting. Wan Wei's eyes were deep. The Bai Yi connection might be more valuable than we thought.
She is involved with the Bai family, possibly the Meng family, the Crescent Moon Society of South Korea, and might even lead us to the United States. So, he concluded, getting to know Bai Chenghao and getting close to Bai Yi is a worthwhile path to take. It can not only gather intelligence but also get in touch with a key figure in the background, and there might be unexpected gains. The group exchanged glances, all convinced by Wan Wei's analysis. His mention that Bai Yi might be involved with the Meng family made things more complicated and meant that this lead might actually uncover a big fish.
All right. It's settled then. Wan Tianjin made the decision. Develop a detailed action plan, and we'll strike tomorrow morning when Bai Yi goes to Shuiyue Manor for lunch.
Xiao Wei, you lead the attack, and we'll provide support from the outside to ensure everything goes smoothly.
Yes. Wan Wei rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 86: Becoming a Bodyguard.
In the past 2 days, Wan Tianjin has figured out Bai Yi and her bodyguard Bai Chenghao's daily routines very well. They even know that Guy likes to read South Korean tabloids when he goes to the toilet. The terrain around the Seoraksanjong Korean settlement restaurant, blind spots and surveillance, and peak hours for pedestrian traffic were repeatedly analyzed, and at least 3 action plans and 5 evacuation routes were developed. Wan Jintian pointed to 2 red dots on the 3D projection map. Target, Bai Yi. Address here, upscale apartment Yunduan Yeju, Building A, room 2801. She leaves home precisely at around 10:05 every morning, with an error margin of no more than 3 minutes.
The route is fixed.
From the apartment's underground parking garage, take the private elevator to the lobby on the 1st floor, and then walk 50 meters to the Seoraksanjang Korean set meal restaurant across the street. Bodyguard Baek Sung-ho will be waiting at the apartment entrance 5 minutes in advance to follow you.
Wan Tianchang added.
We observed Bai Chenghao for 3 days. He was fairly vigilant, but his pattern was fixed. When waiting, he liked to stand by the stone pillar on the right side of the apartment entrance, facing outwards. He actually had a miniature earphone in his ear, probably listening to music or reports.
This was a habit that could be exploited. Wan Wei stroked his chin. In other words, we need to get rid of him quickly, quietly, and without leaving a trace, either on the way from his hiding place to the apartment entrance, or right there by the stone pillar?
Yes.
Wan Jintian nodded.
There are surveillance cameras at the apartment entrance, but we have used technical means to make the 3 cameras in that area play still images from the previous day in a loop at specific times.
The time window was only 5 minutes, from 9:58 to 10:03. You must complete the replacement within this time and ensure that Bai Chenghao disappears without a trace, at least not today.
Uncle, the pressure is immense, Wanwei said, but his eyes sparkled.
But I like it.
The plan is simple, but it requires meticulous coordination. Wang Jintian, accompanied by 2 heavenly venerable shadow guards skilled in stealth and setting up barriers, lay in ambush near the apartment. Wanwei was hiding in a truck nearby. He planned to bring the suspect there and strip him of his clothes and change his clothes once they were caught.
Time passed second by second. 9:55.
The target has been identified. Bai Chenghao emerged from the alleyway beside the apartment, dressed in a standard black bodyguard suit, wearing sunglasses, and with white earphones plugged into his ears.
He walked steadily, but his expression was slightly relaxed. He walked to the carved stone pillar on the right side of the door, leaned slightly against it, scanned the street with his eyes, and unconsciously tapped his fingers lightly on the side of his leg.
Now! Wang Jintian's deep voice came through the miniature communicator in Wanwei's ear. Almost simultaneously, Wanwei sensed an extremely slight, almost imperceptible energy fluctuation coming from the direction of the apartment entrance. That was a soundproof and visually distorting barrier set up by Wang Jintian and the shadow guards together, similar to temporarily carving out a small, silent, and visually distorted area in the real world. From the outside, everything appears normal inside, but in reality, as long as the commotion isn't too outrageous, no one outside would know what's happening inside. Bai Chenghao clearly sensed something was wrong, his body tensed instantly, and his hand immediately went to his waist. But it was too late. The air behind him rippled like water, and Wang Jintian's figure appeared like a ghost. With a precise chop, he skillfully sliced Bai Chenghao's carotid artery. There was no earth-shattering fight, no shouting. Bai Chenghao's eyes rolled back, and his body went limp as he was about to collapse. One of the shadow guards quickly stepped forward to support him, while another shadow guard took out a small spray bottle and sprayed the spot where Bai Chenghao had just stood in the air several times. Wanwei could see it clearly from a distance. It was a specially made aura-eliminating spray that could quickly neutralize and cover up any temporary leaks of energy fluctuations in human aura. This ensures that even if someone uses secret methods to investigate afterward, it will be difficult to detect anything unusual. The entire process was seamless, from the activation of the barrier to Bai Chenghao being knocked down, caught, and the traces being erased, taking less than 10 seconds in total.
This is a model of kidnapping in the industry. Target under control, area clear.
Wang Jintian's voice came again. Several people carried Bai Chenghao quickly into the car, and Wanwei swiftly took him from him.
They quickly stripped the other person of their clothes and put them on Wanwei.
He activated his disguise technique again. With subtle adjustments to his muscles and bones, changes in his facial contours, and a deliberately indifferent or even somewhat wooden gaze, his height was also slightly adjusted to be exactly the same as Bai Chenghao.
A few seconds later, a perfect Bai Chenghao 2.0 appeared on the spot.
Looking at the replica in front of him, Wang Jintian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Your skills are amazing.
It's a shame you're not a secret agent.
So, third in the family. Wanwei chuckled, lowering his voice and mimicking Bai Chenghao's tone that he had just observed.
Boss, leave the rest to me.
You guys get out of here and process the raw materials according to plan.
Wang Jintian nodded.
Wanwei then took the opportunity to jump off the car. He was now bodyguard Bai Chenghao. He imitated the real Bai Chenghao from before, standing next to the stone pillar, leaning slightly forward, and putting on the same sunglasses. I put my earphones in, and they were playing a playlist that Wang Jintian had just sent me, which he had found on Bai Chenghao. It was a Korean hip-hop song with a strong beat. His gaze was unfocused, seemingly scanning the area warily, but in reality, his mind was racing with a barrage of thoughts.
This song is alright, but I can't understand what it's about. Is everyone in South Korea a rapper?
The fabric of the suit is so-so, not as comfortable as the ones we get custom-made at home.
The Bai family is a bit stingy with their servants. Miss Bai, please be on time.
It's your first day on the job, so please give me some face and don't be late. At 10:03, the apartment's glass revolving door turned, and a slender figure walked out.
It was Bai.
Today she wore a beige Chanel-style tweed suit dress, a little above the knee, with black high heels with red soles, and carried a mini Hermes Kelly bag. Her hair was long, straight, and smooth, draped over her shoulders. She wore delicate light makeup and her lips were a trendy dusty rose color. To be fair, she is indeed beautiful, the kind of beauty that comes from a wealthy family, with a touch of aloofness. The 98 points given by the system are well deserved. But Wanwei's discerning golden eyes quietly activated, and he could see that there always seemed to be a faint trace of melancholy and fatigue between her brows and eyes. Her eyes were not lively enough, and even a little empty. Bai Yi walked out, glanced casually at Bai Chenghao standing by the stone pillar, showed no unusual reaction, and simply said, "Let's go." The sound was crisp, but it had little warmth. "Yes, Mississippi." Wanwei immediately mimicked Bai Chenghao's slightly low, flat voice, bowed slightly, made a gesture of invitation, and then naturally followed half a step behind her, staying to her side. Everything felt so natural, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Bai Yi walked across the street to the restaurant in her high heels. Wanwei, like a real bodyguard, vigilantly scanned his surroundings. "Although I'm mentally estimating the average cost per person at this restaurant, I'll occasionally whisper a reminder when we encounter an intersection or a car approaching. Miss, watch out for cars, or miss, this way." Bai Yi mostly just hummed in response, rarely even nodding, seemingly completely immersed in her own world, or perhaps already used to the bodyguard's presence as if they were just background figures. Wanwei was able to relax. This girl was indeed not very vigilant, or rather, she didn't really care about Bai Chenghao, her bodyguard. This fits the mindset of a young lady who is half monitored and half used by her family. Everyone around her may be an informant, so why bother to remember each one? Chapter 87 News of Soul Search. The two quickly crossed the street and entered the Sierik Sansang restaurant. The restaurant has a nice ambience, with a high-end Korean minimalist style, and it wasn't crowded at this time. The waiter clearly recognized Bai Yi and smiled as he led her to a regular spot by the window. Bai Yi sat down and skillfully ordered several dishes. He ate ginseng chicken soup, Korean bibimbap, and a few delicate side dishes. Then he took out his phone and started scrolling through the screen, seemingly looking at some social media app, his face expressionless. Wanwei stood about 2 meters behind her seat, which is the standard distance for a bodyguard. His eyes behind his sunglasses narrowed slightly, his gaze seemingly unfocused, but in reality, he was rapidly scanning every person in every corner of the restaurant, while his ears were perked up, catching any subtle conversations or sounds. My inner monologue is back online. Ginseng chicken soup. Is it really that nourishing to eat this so early in the morning? No wonder you're from a wealthy family. So focused on scrolling through your phone, is she looking at fashion or gossip? No, that expression doesn't look like she's reading gossip. It's more like she's completing some task. That man at the third table from the left, the one with the gold-rimmed glasses, has looked this way 3 times, though he's quite good at it. Is he another spy from the Bai family? Or someone from the Meng family? Or does the restaurant manager simply think my young lady looks particularly beautiful today? Are those couples at the next table arguing? They're so quiet. It sounds like the girl found some inappropriate chat history on the guy's phone. This is more interesting than a TV drama. Just as Wanwei was watching the drama unfold, Wang Jintian's voice came through the miniature communicator in his ear, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness and urgency. Xiaowei, can you hear me? We've made a major discovery. Immediately notify your third uncle and have him prepare for a soul search. We'll meet at safe point number 2. Remember, maintain your current state. After taking Bai Yi back to her apartment, find a chance to slip away. Be quick. Wanwei's heart stirred, but his face remained expressionless. He simply stepped forward half a step after Bai Yi finished the last sip of soup and picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth, then calmly asked in Bai Chenghao's voice, Miss, are you finished? Would you like to go back now? Bai Yi put down the tissue, glanced at the time on her phone 10:45. Okay, let's go back. She stood up and picked up her bag. Wanwei kept his distance and followed behind, escorting her back to the Cloud Residence apartment building. Bai Yi walked straight into the lobby without even glancing back, and went directly into the elevator. Wanwei stood downstairs until he saw the elevator numbers stop at the 28th floor, then turned around and, as if completing a daily task, walked towards the first house in the alley on the side of the apartment. That was where Jinbeek Sung Ho usually waited for orders. It was relatively secluded. Because I didn't know if the house had any security features, I didn't rush in to search for the soul. As soon as he entered the shadows of the alley, his speed suddenly increased, and he disappeared into the complex backstreets and alleys in a few flashes. At the same time, the disguise was removed, and his original appearance was restored. A dozen minutes later, he appeared at another, more secluded safe spot on the outskirts of the city. A place disguised as a cold storage warehouse management office. Wang Jintian and Wang Tianqing were already inside. Jin Baichengo was bound by chains made of a special material and thrown on a chair in the corner, still unconscious. Third uncle, Uncle Hailong, what's going on? Why the rush?
Wan Wei asked. Wan Jintian pointed at Bai Changhao. This kid has some skills. We did a quick check and found that there are basic defensive restrictions in his sea of consciousness, which should have been placed by the Bai family to prevent his soul from being easily searched. But it's not a big problem for your third uncle. The key is to act quickly, lest things get complicated or the Bai family senses something. Wan Tianchang is ready. He walked up to Bai Changhao and gestured for Wan Jintian to strengthen the surrounding soundproofing and energy shielding barrier. Then, he extended his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, and a soft yet solid pale golden light emanated from the tips of his fingers. The light was not dazzling, but it gave people a penetrating feeling that went deep into their souls. Soul-searching technique, spiritual insight. Wan Tianqing uttered a low shout, his fingertip gently touching the center of Bai Chenghao's brow. Bai Changhao, who was unconscious, suddenly shuddered and showed a painful expression on his face, but he was bound by chains and restrictions and could not move. Wan Tianqing closed his eyes, his brows furrowed slightly, as if he were carefully reading the encrypted or even disguised fragments of memory in Bai Chenghao's sea of consciousness. A pale golden aura, like a thin stream, flowed from my fingertips, then returned with wisps of information. The safe house was completely silent, save for the faint hum of the equipment and the suppressed breathing of the people inside. Wan Wei watched intently, holding his breath. The soul-searching technique sounded cool, but in practice, it required skill from both the caster and the recipient, and a mistake could easily damage the soul's essence. His third uncle was a master alchemist with powerful and exquisitely controlled soul energy, making him the most suitable person for this task. Time passed slowly, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, the spiritual light at Wan Tianqing's fingertips began to flicker erratically, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, withdrew his fingers, exhaled a long breath, and looked shocked and solemn. How is it, third uncle? Wan Wei and Wan Jintian asked at the same time. Wan Tianqing wiped his sweat, signaling the shadow guard to cast a stun spell on Bai Changhao. Then he walked to the table, picked up a water glass, took a big gulp, and spoke in a deep voice, his words coming out quickly. This is a lot of information. First, Bai Changhao isn't a trained assassin from the Bai family. He was sent to monitor and protect Bai Yi, but secretly, his main task is to prevent her from having any possible contact with the Meng family. The Meng family? Wan Jintian frowned. Yes. Second, and most importantly. Wan Tianqing's voice deepened. Moreover, the person sent by the Bai family's higher-ups knew Bai Yi's true background. We know she's not Bai Yutan's biological daughter at all. Her biological father is Meng Langxian, the younger brother of the current head of the Meng family. The Bai family raised her for ulterior motives. Although Wan Wei had learned the general outline from the system, he still felt a chill when he heard his third uncle confirm it through the soul search. The Bai family is ruthless, they're using someone else's daughter as a pawn. Wan Tianqing continued to drop bombs. The Bai family plans to exploit the special bloodline that Bai Yi inherited from the Meng family. The teleportation portal they built beneath that abandoned shrine deep in the mountains of Kangwan province requires a special catalyst to activate the essence and soul fluctuations of someone with a specific ancient bloodline. Bai Yi is the catalyst they chose. What? Wan Jintian slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Using a living person as a key? Or a girl of another family's blood? What are they trying to do? That's not all, Wan Tianqing said with a grim expression. The fragmented information obtained from the soul search shows that the Bai family's plan is to bring Bai Yi to the core altar at midnight 3 days from now, the crucial moment when the portal will be activated, and use a secret method to extract her bloodline power and part of her soul to activate the portal. After it's done. He paused, they plan to silence them. To completely pin the blame on the Meng family. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, they use the key, strike at their competitors, and clean themselves up completely. Damn it! Wan Wei couldn't help but curse. This is too insidious. Those old bastards from the Bai family. They're utterly inhuman. He thought of Bai Yi's beautiful face, and the thought that she might be completely unaware of his impending fate, and a strange feeling of unease welled up inside him. It needs to be protected. Wan Jintian was also furious, his face turning ashen. Beastly behavior. For profit, they've abandoned all humanity. Furthermore, Wan Tianqing added, providing the most crucial intelligence, the exact location of the teleportation portal is deep within the Tsukuyami Mountains in Kangwan Province, beneath an abandoned shrine called Tsukuyami Shrine. The start time is 3 days from now, at 11 p.m., exactly midnight. People from the Eternal Light of the United States and several core elders of the Bai family will be present. Bai Chenghao's task is to escort Bai Yi to the designated location on time the night after tomorrow. After digesting the information, Wan Wei's eyes sharpened. Time is running out. Does Bai Chenghao have a complete handover code, route, and way to contact his superior? Wan Tiancheng nodded.
Yes, although some parts are encrypted, I have cracked the core parts, including the frequency and password of an encrypted communicator he usually uses to receive instructions, as well as the meeting place and code word for the night after tomorrow.
Very good. Wan Wei took a deep breath. Then, the plan remains the same, but the objective is upgraded.
I not only need to infiltrate and destroy the portal, but I also need to find a way to get this young lady out of those inhuman hands. There's something he didn't say. Rescuing them can also help fulfill the more children, more blessings plan.
He looked at Wan Jintian and Wan Tianqing.
Uncles, now I have to go back to being Bai Chenghao. Bai Yi's connection cannot be lost, and I need to use this identity to see if I can get more information, especially their specific deployment and personnel arrangements. You guys, hurry up and formulate a detailed plan for sabotage and rescue based on the information in Bai Chenghao head, and at the same time verify the exact structure and weaknesses of the portal.
Wan Jintian patted Wan Wei heavily on the shoulder. Kid, the mission is tough, be careful. Save Bai Yi if you can, but your own safety and destroying the portal are the top priorities.
Understood. Wan Wei nodded, a sharp glint in his eyes.
Then I'll be leaving now.
Miss Bai Yi might go shopping this afternoon, and as her newly appointed bodyguard, I need to be dedicated. After saying that, he activated his disguise technique again, and soon Bai Chenghao reappeared. He straightened his suit, nodded to the two uncles, and then disappeared from the safe zone. Walking back to the vicinity of Yunduan Yaju, Wan Wei pondered. 3 days later at midnight, at Tsukuyami Shrine, the Eternal Light, the elder of the Shiro family, and that young lady who was kept in the dark and used as a sacrifice. This mission is exciting. It feels like rescuing a wayward girl.
Chapter 88 Jin Shoya. Wan Wei, you have a mission to complete. How can you let your mind wander?
Although these girls are indeed very attractive, you must remember that you are here to save wayward youths, not to select concubines. However, this school has really high-quality resources.
If the system needs to expand its partner network for future tasks, could we consider an international exchange student program? It wouldn't be too much for the Wan family to sponsor a few international students, would it? Wow, is that blonde, blue-eyed girl an exchange student? She's got such a great figure. Wait, why am I starting this again? Focus. Focus.
Just as Wan Wei was struggling internally, trying to find a balance between appreciating the beautiful scenery and sticking to his persona, Bai Yi had already entered a lecture hall. Wan Wei followed behind, and before even entering the door, he could hear a buzzing sound of voices inside. There were indeed quite a few people. Although Wan Wei was a bodyguard, the Bai family also enrolled him in a school. In South Korea, if you have money, you can attend any kind of school.
Wan Wei followed the original owner's habits and went to the back row. Bai Yi then sat in the front row. The Bai family is really going to keep this surveillance going, not even sparing the classroom, Wan Wei thought to himself. But that's fine too, it suits him perfectly. He can observe up close and see what university classrooms in South Korea are like. Pushing open the door and going in, wow, this classroom is really big, it can seat 100 or 200 people. The seats are about 70% full now. There's no one on the stage yet. It seems the professor hasn't arrived. The students sat in twos and threes, some chatting, some touching up their makeup, some eating snacks, and some catching up on sleep before the end of the day. Bai Yi walked straight to a seat in the middle of the front row and sat down. Wan Wei then strolled to the last row and found an empty seat by the aisle. This spot offers an excellent view, allowing you to see the entire classroom and even the back of Bai Yi's head in the front row. He had just sat down when a girl came up next to him, and Wan Wei tilted his head to look at her. Good heavens! She's quite good looking. She has a classic oval face, fair skin, large and bright eyes, pink lip gloss, and long, soft chestnut-colored curls. She was wearing a beige knitted cardigan over a floral dress, exuding a gentle and refined air. She was the kind of girl who looked like a good student and was very popular with boys. The system notification popped up almost instantly. Name, Kim Sua. Overall score, 95 points. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. D-level lightning. 95 points. While she may not be as exceptionally talented as Bai Yi or Dastalin, who both scored 98 points, she is definitely a goddess among ordinary people. Wan Wei's inner subordinates were already cheering, but on the surface he had to remain calm and maintain Bai Chenghao's slightly wooden expression. Is anyone here, classmate? Kim Soo-ah asked.
Wanwei recalled Bai Qinghao's information. This guy's Korean was so-so, but he could communicate in basic ways.
He was introverted and didn't talk much.
So, mimicking Baek Sung-ho's possible reaction, he nodded slightly and replied in slightly accented, not so fluent Korean.
Nobody's here.
The voice was kept low, befitting a bodyguard's persona. The girl nodded knowingly, her smile friendly.
Why didn't you bring your notes?
This course is quite difficult, and the professor is strict.
If you need notes, I can lend them to you later.
She pointed to the neatly written notebook spread out on her desk. Wow, she's not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted.
Wanwei's impression of Jin Shoya improved rapidly. Thank you. Wanwei said politely. Judging from your accent, are you of Chinese descent? Kim Soo-ah blinked.
Wanwei mumbled a reply, quickly changing the subject to avoid giving himself away. Is the professor in this class very strict? Professor Park is very academically accomplished, but his lectures are a bit boring. Kim Soo-ah gave a knowing look, lowered her voice, and said with a hint of playfulness. And he likes to call on students randomly to ask questions.
If you can't answer, he'll remember you. So many people don't dare to skip his class. Random questions? Wanwei's lips twitched.
He was just a bodyguard who came undercover to admire the beautiful women, and he certainly didn't want to be targeted by the professor.
With his Korean language skills, how can he discuss international financial practices? I'm afraid it won't work in practice.
Yes, that's all, the professor is here. Sure enough, an elderly professor with gray hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked in carrying lecture notes, his expression quite serious.
They look like they're not to be messed with.
The classroom quieted down considerably as the professor entered.
Professor Park took the stage, cleared his throat, and began lecturing at a rapid pace. Wanwei listened to the content for 2 minutes and confirmed it. It's really boring.
Despite his exceptional comprehension of the numerous technical terms, charts, and models, he felt utterly clueless about the field. His attention began to involuntarily wander to the classroom environment. It has to be said that this university has a high concentration of beautiful women. Looking around, there are beauties of all styles in the front row, the middle, and the sides. There are gentle and intellectual girls like Kim Soo-ah, stylish and beautiful girls, cool and sophisticated girls, and sporty girls who look energetic and vibrant. While Wanwei surveyed his surroundings with a professional eye, he inwardly gave it a huge thumbs up.
That girl in the blue hoodie has an amazing profile.
She looks a bit like the visual center of a certain girl group. That long-haired girl by the window has such a cool and aloof air about her, but her fingers are so beautiful. The one in the third row from the front, she has dimples when she smiles, so cute. Being a female college student is indeed one of the most beautiful stages of life. Of course, he didn't forget his job, and his gaze would occasionally fall on Bai Yi in the front row. She listened attentively, taking notes continuously. Her profile was beautiful but expressionless, seemingly completely absorbed in learning, a stark contrast to the students around her who were playing on their phones.
During the break between classes, Bai Yi went to the restroom.
Wanwei naturally couldn't go in, but he had a good position and could see the entrance. He remained seated, fiddling with his phone. Kim Soo-ah came closer again, holding 2 cans of coffee, and handed him one.
Here, have a drink.
Professor Park's lectures can be quite drowsy. Wanwei was a little embarrassed, but still accepted it.
Thank you. Holding the cool coffee can in my hand felt pretty good.
You're welcome. Kim Soo-ah opened a bottle herself and took a sip. Oh, by the way, there's a club social event at school this weekend, over on the lawn.
There's lots of good food and games. Do you want to come? You can bring your friends.
She looked at Wanwei with sparkling eyes.
It's the weekend. Wanwei thought for a moment. The weekend was the day before the portal would activate, and he definitely wouldn't be free. I might have something to do and can't go.
What a pity. Kim Soo-ah sighed, then perked up again.
How about we exchange contact information? Kakao Talk? You can ask me any questions about schoolwork in the future.
She took out her phone, her eyes filled with anticipation. Wanwei was now in a difficult position to refuse, since he was just a student on the surface, and it wouldn't be good to refuse him again and again.
I never knew I was so charming. And the opponent scores 95 points.
They're a potential target. Wanwei took out his phone, and the two added each other as friends.
Afterwards, Kim Soo-ah focused on taking notes during class. He was happy to have some free time.
When the school bell rang, Professor Park extended the class by 5 minutes before reluctantly announcing the end of the get out of class.
The students packed up their belongings and left.
Bai Yi packed her school bag, stood up, glanced at the back row, saw Wan Wei, nodded slightly, and then walked out first. Wan Wei immediately stood up and nodded to Jin Xiaoya beside him. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Goodbye, Bai Hao, Jin Xiaoya replied politely, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Chapter 89, The Alluring Anna, a long chapter of 3,000 words.
Wan Wei quickly followed Bai Yi, and the two left the classroom one after the other, leaving Jin Xiaoya watching his back. Back to the apartment, miss? Wan Wei asked. Mum. Bai Yi seemed a little tired and gave a brief reply. After a silent journey, Wan Wei safely escorted Bai Yi back to the Yunduan Yaju apartment and watched her enter the elevator. With that, his bodyguard duties for the day were temporarily over.
According to Bai Chenghao's habits, he should return to the room in that alley to wait for orders.
But Wan Wei had more important things to do.
He first returned to the alley, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual around, he quickly contacted Wan Jintian using an encrypted communicator.
Uncle Hailong, the target has returned safely. I went to the school with her this afternoon, and everything is normal. In addition, at noon I tested Kangwon province at the restaurant, and she reacted abnormally, confirming that she knows some inside information, but dares not say it.
Wan Jintian's voice came through.
Received. Based on Bai Chenghao's memory, we are refining the topographical map of the shrine and the possible defenses.
If you have the chance tonight, you can try using his communicator to see if you can receive any new instructions, but be careful not to expose yourself.
Clear. Wan Wei ended the call and returned to his residence. This is a small single room in a very ordinary old residential building, with one bedroom and one living room, and simple furniture.
Wan Wei quickly checked inside and found some personal belongings left by Bai Chenghao, a change of clothes, and an encrypted communicator that looked like an old-fashioned MP3 player. Following the password and method cracked by Wan Tianqing, Wan Wei carefully turned on the communicator and switched it to receiving mode. There are no new messages yet, only a few confirmation instructions received a few days ago regarding Bai Yi's daily whereabouts. It seems the upper echelons of the Bai family are quite composed. Wan Wei muttered something to himself and put the communicator away. I need to carry this with me at all times, in case I miss any important instructions. After finishing all that, it was already past 8 p.m.
Wan Wei rubbed his stomach. He was a little hungry.
But he didn't plan to cook in this small room. Instead, he remembered something else, the situation in Dastalin. As per the previous agreement with Dastalin, the Enos family will continue to provide high-quality partners. As Dastalin previously mentioned, in order to maintain the efficiency of cooperation and the output of rewards, her family has arranged for another member to arrive in South Korea soon to facilitate cooperation nearby.
And the appointment was for tonight.
Dastalin had previously sent a hotel address and room number to Wan Wei via encrypted channels. He had originally planned to reconnect with his friends during breaks in his missions, but now it seemed that tonight was a good opportunity. This will not only solve cooperation issues and obtain new rewards to enhance strength, but also allow us to learn about the Enos family from the sidelines.
Do they have any updates on the situation in South Korea or the Portal Project? Let's do it.
Wan Wei disguised himself again, this time as an ordinary-looking middle-aged tourist.
He left the small private room and took a taxi to the hotel address provided by Dastalin.
It was a high-class 5-star hotel located in the city center.
Wan Wei easily found the room number and knocked on the door.
The door was quickly opened a crack, and a pair of bright green eyes, filled with scrutiny and curiosity, peeked out and looked him up and down.
Then, the door opened completely.
Standing behind the door was a woman whose style was completely different from Dastalin's, but who was equally stunning. She looked to be around 30 years old, at the peak of her mature feminine charm. Her deep chestnut curly hair was draped lazily over her shoulders. She wore a white hotel bathrobe with the belt loosely tied at the waist. The neckline was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and a captivating curve of fair skin. Beneath the hem of the bathrobe were a pair of straight, slender, and perfectly shaped calves. Her face has typical Eastern European features, deep and three-dimensional, with bright and striking features. Her lips are painted with full, retro red lipstick, and the corners of her mouth are slightly upturned, giving her a mature woman's unique, effortless charm and allure. His eyes were languid and alluring. The one before me is like a wild rose blooming passionately under the sun, fully ripe, exuding an alluring sweet fragrance.
Oh? Your young master Wan Wei? The woman's voice was slightly hoarse, with a unique magnetism, and she spoke Chinese more fluently than Dastalin. But the accent is heavier and the tone is more melodious, which makes people feel a little itchy. It is indeed I. You must be the one sent by the Enos family.
Wanwei was momentarily at a loss for words.
You can call me Anna.
The woman smiled and stepped aside.
Please come in, Mr. Wanwei. Dastalin has been praising you to the skies, and I'm very curious about you. As Wanwei entered the room, a warm, luxurious perfume wafted towards him.
The room was a luxury suite with a large living room, the lighting of which was dim and ambiguous. Anna closed the door, walked naturally to the small bar, poured 2 glasses of amber liquid, and handed one to Wanwei.
Vodka, or your Chinese liquor?
I have both.
No thanks, I have something to do later. Wanwei took the glass and placed it aside. She thought to herself, this Anna's sister has such a strong aura, and her attitude is too direct, isn't it?
Even though the content of the collaboration is that, we should at least exchange a few pleasantries. Anna seemed to see through his thoughts, smiled, leaned against the bar, and widened the opening of her bathrobe. She swirled the wine in her glass, her bright green eyes watching Wanwei with keen interest.
It seems that young Master Wanwei is a man of action? Good, our Enos family also appreciates efficient and direct partners. Darstrin should have already told you the details of the cooperation, right?
It's a 50-50 split. We provide partners who meet your standards, and you provide the cooperation and reward mechanisms.
Yes, Miss Anna. Van Wei nodded.
Anna downed the drink in her glass, then put it down and walked towards Wanwei, the hem of her bathrobe swaying gently with each step.
Wanwei felt he could see something. It seemed to be a vacuum. This looks so tempting. Shouldn't we finish our first collaboration first? After all, time is precious.
She walked up to Wanwei, almost touching him, tilted her head back, and breathed softly.
I'm very interested in the rewards you can bring. Dastalin was excited for a long time after he went back.
Looking at the alluring face so close to him, feeling the warmth and fragrance emanating from her, Wanwei's heart involuntarily quickened.
You've come all this way to provide blood donations? No, I mean to cooperate. Thank you for your hard work. This sentence inexplicably popped into Wanwei's head, and he almost burst out laughing. He steadied himself and gave a polite smile. Since Miss Anna is so direct, I won't be coy either. It'll be a pleasure doing business with you.
What followed was predictable and even more intense and skillful than the encounter with Dastalin.
The temperature inside the suite seemed to have risen a few degrees.
The detailed collaboration process, which can be described in more detail, is omitted here. Again, readers are encouraged to use their imagination. A satisfied blush graced her face, while her bright green eyes gazed at Wanwei with curiosity and anticipation. Wanwei leaned against the other side, trying to calm his breathing.
It seems the Enos family has a good eye for choosing partners.
Just then, the familiar system notification sounded clearly in my mind.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully bonded with a goddess who meets the criteria and successfully connected to the port.
Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has increased.
Current cultivation level, early stage of the 3rd rank Heavenly Venerable.
Reward 2, a pair of the supreme grade weapon, Shadow Twin Blades.
Effect, forged from Void Iron and the Shadow Fiend core. This short weapon is incomparably sharp and comes with armor piercing, speed, and shadow traveling effects, making it suitable for assassination and high-speed combat. A pair of short, illusory spikes, entirely black with a chilling blue gleam and sleek, fawn-like shapes, appeared in Wanwei's hand and then disappeared into his body.
Reward 3, Heaven-level martial arts skill, Instant Shadow Killing Array X1.
Effect, a wide-area assassination technique that can create multiple illusory and real shadow clones, unleashing extreme speed and attack in an instant to form a deadly array. Upon mastery, the shadows leave no trace, and the array annihilates the soul. A book containing profound information appeared in Wanwei's system inventory, and Wanwei then acquired this martial skill. He had fully understood and mastered the heavenly rank martial arts techniques that should have required years of arduous training.
Reward 4, 1-star core fragment special material.
Effect, a rare material containing faint traces of stellar laws and vast energy, which can be used to forge sacred artifacts, construct advanced formations, or assist in comprehending stellar laws.
Friendly reminder, after the offspring is successfully born, the host will receive additional generous rewards. Please continue to cooperate and expand production. Wanwei was overjoyed.
He glanced at Anna beside him, recalling the 50-50 split agreement. With a thought, besides the inseparable improvement in his realm that had already been integrated into his own, and the martial arts light cluster that was directly imprinted in his mind that seemed a bit special, 2 other physical rewards appeared. He picked up the book Instant Shadow Killing Array and the Shadow Twin Daggers, and said to Anna, according to the agreement, this is the reward for this collaboration. This heaven rank martial art, Instant Shadow Killing Array, and these Shadow Twin Daggers belong to your Enos family.
Anna's eyes widened instantly, and her breathing quickened. Heavenly rank martial arts techniques. And a heavenly venerable level weapon that's clearly not ordinary. This price is a bit exaggerated.
Her family had fewer than 10 celestial level weapons, and she never expected to acquire one here. She took the ball of light and the twin daggers, feeling the powerful fluctuations contained within them, and her face revealed undisguised surprise and excitement.
That's wonderful. Young Master Wanwei, you truly are a man of your word. Anna's voice trembled slightly with excitement. The family will definitely be very satisfied with the results of this collaboration.
In terms of the distribution of the output from this collaboration, Wanwei received 3 benefits: realm, materials, and max-level martial arts skills, while the Enos family received 2 martial arts skills and weapons. Strictly speaking, Wanwei actually had some advantages, since the practical value of a max-level martial arts skill might be higher than that of a simple inheritance. Furthermore, since the martial arts skills are in one's mind, they can be passed on to the Wan family.
It's a pleasure doing business with you, Miss Anna.
Wanwei smiled too. This trip had been very fruitful, a real bargain. Also, regarding the situation in South Korea, especially in Gangwon province, there might be some unrest.
I wonder if your family has heard anything about it. Anna's expression became slightly more serious upon hearing this.
We have indeed heard some vague rumors that the United States and some underground forces may be active in the mountainous areas of Gangwon province, seemingly related to space technology. But the specific details are unclear.
What, young Master Wanwei, you've noticed this too? Yes, there are some minor issues that need to be addressed. Wanwei didn't elaborate.
If there are any updates, we hope you can share them with us promptly. Of course, we're close partners now, Anna winked.
Let us stay in touch.
After exchanging a few more words, Wanwei got up to take his leave.
Chapter 90 Bai Family Bamboo Leaf Green. The next day, on campus.
The encrypted phone belonging to Bai Chenghao in Wanwei's pocket vibrated. It wasn't a phone call, it was a specially encrypted text message containing only a brief time and location code. Wanwei felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the Bai family had contacted him online. According to the information Wan Tianqing extracted from Jinbai Qinghao's memories, this code corresponds to a high-end Chinese tea restaurant called Zhuyuan in Gangnam District, Seoul, at 12:30 p.m.
They came really fast.
Wanwei muttered to himself, but remained outwardly calm. He accompanied Bai Yi to the bottom of the teaching building, but Bai Yi said she had an appointment with her classmates at noon and didn't need him to come along.
Wanwei, seizing the opportunity, said in a respectful tone reminiscent of Bai Chenghao.
Miss, I have some personal matters to attend to, which will take about 2 hours.
Is that all right with you? Bai Yi seemed used to the occasional incidents involving her bodyguards.
She simply gave a faint hum and then turned and left with a few girls who looked like her classmates. Wanwei watched her walk away, breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately set off for Bamboo Garden. He first took the subway, changed trains once, walked a bit, and circled around a few times to make sure there was no tail before finally arriving at this tea restaurant, which was located in a bustling area but was quiet amidst the noise and decorated in an antique style.
After giving his reservation name, the waiter led him to a very secluded private room on the 2nd floor.
Pushing open the wooden sliding door, a middle-aged man was already sitting inside. The man was around 50 years old, dressed in a well-fitting navy blue suit, with his hair neatly combed and wearing frameless glasses. He looked like a successful businessman or scholar, with a calm and composed demeanor. However, Wanwei's golden eyes of truth quietly activated, and he could sense that the other party's blood and chi were condensed, and his cultivation level was probably around the 7th grade Heavenly King. His eyes were filled with scrutiny and sharp light. This was Bai Chenghao's direct superior in his memory, a steward of the Bai family's external affairs hall, surnamed Li, whose real name was unknown, and whose code name was Zhuayaking.
You're here, have a seat.
Zhu Yeqing gestured to the seat opposite her, her voice calm and devoid of emotion.
Yes, steward Li. Wanwei imitated the respectful yet slightly reserved attitude Bai Chenghao remembered, bowing slightly before sitting upright on the tatami mat.
In his mind, however, he was frantically scrolling through comments.
Bamboo leaf green? Does this code name imply he's poisonous, or does it mean he likes to coil around bamboo? Did the person in the Bai family who came up with the code name have a PE teacher for language arts? The waiter served tea and several delicate snacks, then left and closed the door. The private room fell silent, with only the faint aroma of tea and the subtle background music of a guqin.
Xu Yeqing didn't speak immediately, but slowly and methodically washed the cups and brewed the tea, his movements elegant, as if he really was just there to drink tea.
Wan Wei wasn't in a hurry. He followed Bai Chenghao's example, keeping his eyes down and waiting patiently. He knew that the other party was putting psychological pressure on him and observing his reaction. A cup of tea was placed in front of Wan Wei. Only then did Xu Yeqing speak, her voice low. Has anything unusual happened with Miss Yi lately?
Wan Wei was prepared and, following the script he had discussed with Wan Tianxing beforehand, answered in a slightly hesitant tone.
Reporting to the steward, Miss is doing as usual.
She goes to class on time, returns to her apartment, and has very little social interaction.
However, she seems to be in low spirits and is more silent than before. Yes, keep an eye on it.
Xu Yeqing nodded, took a sip of tea, and suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming more serious.
Recently, there has been some undercurrent in South Korea.
We have received information that not only are we active, but it seems that the Meng family has also infiltrated the country.
Wan Wei was startled, but his face immediately betrayed surprise and wariness. The Meng family? What are they doing here? Could it be for?
He hesitated, then looked at Xu Yeqing.
Bamboo Leaf Green did not answer directly, but coldly said, whatever their motives, Miss Yi is the key.
There must be no mistakes. Your task is to ensure her safety until that moment comes. He paused, his sharp eyes fixed on Wan Wei. Also, there's more troublesome news.
Someone from the Wan family might have arrived as well. Wan Jia?
Wan Wei's heart skipped a beat this time, and he almost lost control of his expression.
Damn, our team's movements have been detected? Is the Bai family's intelligence network really that powerful? Or was it leaked from the US?
He tried to control his heartbeat, making his voice carry just the right amount of tension and doubt.
The Wan family? The Wan family from the martial god? Are they here in South Korea to target us? Or? Their motives are unclear. Xu Yeqing frowned.
But at this critical juncture, we cannot afford to be careless about any disturbance. The Wan family is powerful. If they are really targeting us, it will be very troublesome. So, he leaned forward, lowering his voice to a commanding tone. Listen carefully, from today onwards, be on high alert. Not only be wary of any possible tricks by the Meng family, but also keep an eye out for any traces that may belong to the Wan family. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. If you discover any uncontrollable danger around Miss Yi, or if the situation changes, I authorize you to take emergency measures. If necessary, take Miss Yi into custody and bring her to our safe house in Kangwon province, understand? At all costs, ensure her safety and control.
Wan Wei inwardly exclaimed, good heavens! The Bai family is really desperate, and they're ruthless enough.
To ensure the plan's success, they stopped even the pretense and were ready to violently take over Bai Yi at any time.
He quickly bowed his head and replied, yes. I understand. I will protect Miss and take emergency measures if necessary.
Xu
Yeqing seemed satisfied with his reaction, her expression softening slightly.
She then gave a few more instructions regarding the contact frequency and backup plans, before waving her hand.
All right, go ahead.
Remember, keep your eyes open.
The family will not treat you unfairly after you succeed. Thank you, manager.
Wan Wei said gratefully, stood up, and respectfully left the private room. Stepping out of the bamboo garden, Wan Wei felt a chill on his back as the afternoon sun shone on him. That conversation just now was packed with information and quite stressful. As he walked slowly along the street, he quickly reviewed the situation in his mind. The Meng family did indeed get involved, which was expected, since it involves their bloodline, even if she's an illegitimate child.
But what exactly do they want? To save Bai Yi? Or do they also want to use her? Or to sabotage the Bai family's plans? It's a bit troublesome that the Wan family has been discovered.
We need to inform Uncle San immediately and tell them to be more careful. The Bai family or the United States may have special monitoring methods. The Bai family has already issued an order to take drastic measures if necessary, which shows that their confidence in controlling the situation is declining. It may also mean that the preparations for activating the portal have reached a critical stage, and there can be no surprises. This is both a pressure and an opportunity for us to disrupt their plans. The more anxious they are, the more likely they are to make mistakes. And Wan Wei touched his disguised face. This Bai Chenghao is now a hot commodity.
The Bai family thinks I'm their loyal dog, but actually...
As he was thinking, his phone vibrated again in his pocket. This time it was an incoming call from an unknown number that he hadn't saved. Wan Wei paused, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart.
The Bai family just made contact. Who is this person? Chapter 91. The Meng family makes their appearance. He walked to a relatively quiet street corner, pressed the answer button, and deliberately used Bai Chenghao's deep and steady tone, "Hello?"
A completely unfamiliar, cold, and slightly aged male voice came from the other end of the phone, speaking Chinese with a distinctive accent that was difficult to imitate, Meng Chenghao.
Those three words, like icicles, pierced Wan Wei's ears instantly. Meng Chenghao? It wasn't Bai Chenghao. What's going on? Is Bai Chenghao a member of the Meng family? Holy crap. Wait a minute.
During the soul search, Uncle 3 only mentioned that Bai Chenghao was monitoring Bai Yi's contact with the Meng family.
They didn't mention that he himself was a member of the Meng family. Could it be that the memory is encrypted or misleading? Or is the other person equipped with double-layered anti-soul searching measures in their head? In a flash, Wan Wei calmed down. Don't panic. If you panic, everything will be over. He quickly imitated Bai Chenghao's voice, but added just the right amount of tension and restraint, and replied. What is it? He dared not say more, afraid that he would make a mistake if he said too much. The other person seemed unsuspecting of his voice, but their tone grew even colder, carrying an accusatory undertone. Why wasn't the message sent on time today? What's going on over there? Passing a message? Wan Wei understood instantly. Meng Chenghao was a spy planted by the Meng family next to Bai Yi. He's a double agent. He works for the Bai family during the day and reports to the Meng family at night. I have no idea how Social Security is paid. Now Wan Wei has taken up his post. On the surface, he works for the Bai family, but in reality, he is an undercover agent for the Meng family. In fact, he is a member of the Wan family. His mind raced, and combining this with the information Zhu Yeqing had just revealed that the Meng family had also sent people, he quickly fabricated a reason. Miss is under close surveillance. The Bai family has just increased their vigilance, saying that there are unknown forces active around her, and it is inconvenient to contact them. He rephrased what he had heard from Zhu Yeqing, explaining the loss of contact while also implying that the situation was complicated. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, after which only faint breathing could be heard. The silence felt exceptionally long to Wan Wei, and his palms began to sweat. He prayed silently, please don't ask for specific details, please don't use any secret codes. Fortunately, the other party seemed to accept his explanation, or felt that further discussion over the phone was pointless, and then spoke in a commanding tone. Tomorrow at noon, Myeongdong Starry Night Cafe, same location, report the details and receive further instructions. Understood, Wan Wei replied briefly. Beep, beep, beep. The phone call ended. My goodness. He let out a long sigh, feeling the sweat on his back. The Bai family just left, and the Meng family is here. What a seamless transition. Bai Chenghao, you're something else, working 2 jobs and getting paid twice? And now I'm the one who benefits. After the initial tension subsided, a strong sense of absurdity and excitement washed over me. I, Wan Wei, am a spy, impersonating Bai Chenghao, a bodyguard of the Bai family. Now I'm going to impersonate Meng Chenghao, a spy for the Meng family? This infiltration is really difficult. Wan Wei lamented inwardly. Not only do I have to deal with the Bai family's KPI assessment, but I also have to deal with the Meng family's surprise inspection? And I have to be careful not to get accidentally injured by a real teammate from the Wan family? I'm getting paid for doing the work of 3 families. Even the donkeys in the production team aren't used like this. Despite his complaints, he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. We must take control of the Meng family connection. Otherwise, once the Meng family discovers they can't contact Meng Chenghao, or the coded tokens don't match up at the next rendezvous, they'll immediately know something's wrong with Bai Chenghao. If we follow the clues, the abnormalities around Bai Yi will be discovered, and the entire infiltration plan may be exposed in an instant. However, this third uncle is really unreliable. Why didn't he search more thoroughly when he was searching the soul? He didn't even know that this person was a spy for the Meng family. Fortunately, he remained calm and did not reveal his true intentions, otherwise, the plan would have been jeopardized. He didn't dare delay and immediately found a more secluded place to contact Wang Jintian using an encrypted communicator. Uncle Hailong. Something terrible has happened. An emergency. Wan Wei briefly recounted receiving the call from the Meng family and the fact that he had to meet them at noon the next day. On the other end of the communicator, Wang Jintian was clearly shocked as well.
After several seconds of silence, he blurted out, "Damn it. This Bai Chenghao is a slashy. This is troublesome. Uncle, what do we do now? We're meeting tomorrow, and I don't know anything about this. I'm sure I'll be exposed." Wan Wei said anxiously. "Don't panic." Wang Jintian, being a seasoned veteran, quickly regained his composure. "There's still time. We must immediately conduct a second, in-depth soul search on Bai Chenghao. This time, we must spare no effort to obtain information about the Meng family. In addition," Wang Jintian said quickly, "I will immediately have our shadows within the Meng family, or through other channels, try to find out if there is a mole with the codename or real name Meng Chenghao. And their recent activity patterns and meeting habits in South Korea will take a two-pronged approach." "And what about me?" Wan Wei asked. "Stay normal and continue to follow Bai Yi. Don't show any abnormalities. When you come back tonight, we'll give you emergency training based on the soul search results." Wang Jintian instructed. "Remember, Xiao Wei, we must get through this. Not only must we get through it, but we must also make good use of this opportunity. The Meng family contacting their undercover agents at this critical juncture is definitely planning something big. Figuring out their intentions might give us a clearer understanding of the overall situation, or even make them fight amongst themselves." After hanging up the call, Wan Wei felt a little calmer. "With my uncle and family backing me up, I feel much more at ease." He checked the time. It was time to go back to work. Bai Yi doesn't seem to have any classes in the afternoon, but she might be at her apartment or out shopping. Walking back to his apartment, Wan Wei had very mixed feelings. "I originally thought it would be a simple sabotage mission, at most dealing with the Bai family and the Americans. Well, now that the Meng family has entered the picture, I have to play the role of a double agent. Even a screenwriter wouldn't dare to write a plot like this, would they? What exactly does the Meng family want? To save Bai Yi? Then at least they still have some humanity. To try and steal the key for themselves? Then they're just like the Bai family. Or maybe they know about the Bai family's scheme to frame someone and want to turn the tables on them?" Countless questions swirled in Wan Wei's mind. He suddenly realized that the waters of South Korea were deeper and more murky than he had imagined. "Never mind, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Double agent, huh? I'll take it. Perfect, the more intelligence I gather, the better. Maybe I can take care of something else while I'm at it after cleaning up the portal." He adjusted his demeanor, his face regaining Bai Chenghao's blank expression, and walked towards the Yunwan Yaju apartment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the group in the United States also learned that the Wan family had infiltrated South Korea. The United States, the Wan family, the Bai family, the Meng family, and the South Korean country are intertwined. Chapter 92: The United States Actions. At the same time, in the Gangnam district, Seoul's most bustling area, on the top floor of the four-star group headquarters building, in a luxurious suite overlooking half of the city's night view. The lights were deliberately adjusted to an ambiguous warm yellow, and the air was filled with the scent of fine champagne and a light perfume. John Keller, the leader of the Eternal Light Special Operations Team, known as the Ashbringer, is reclining on an expensive leather sofa. He looked to be in his 40s, with the typical features of a white elite, his blonde hair neatly combed, and his azure eyes like cold glass beads in the dim light. He was wearing a casual shirt with the top two buttons undone, giving him a relaxed yet powerful look. A hot, sexy South Korean elementary school model wearing a halter dress was snuggling up to him. The two had just finished exercising. The young model was feeding him peeled grapes with her slender fingers, her eyes dreamy and filled with a flattering smile. "TSK, I have to say." Keller took a sip of the amber-colored liquor in his glass and spoke slowly in his Texas-accented English, his fingers casually twirling a strand of his companion's long hair. "The girls here really know how to make people feel relaxed." He spoke in a flippant tone, with the scrutiny and amusement of someone in a superior position. Upon hearing this, the young model smiled even more charmingly and pressed her body even closer. Keller felt the touch, and the idea started to come alive again. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the suite door, a short and clear knock. Keller's languid expression vanished instantly, his eyes sharpening like an eagle's. He patted his female companion's waist. "Go inside and wait for me." The female model was quite sensible. She immediately got up, swayed her hips, and walked into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. "Come in." Keller resumed his serious posture, his voice indifferent. The door was pushed open, and a white man in a black tactical uniform walked in. He was his trusted subordinate, a fourth-rank celestial venerable, codenamed Anvil.
Ignoring the ambiguous atmosphere in the room, Iron Anvil walked straight to Keller, stood at attention, and reported in a low voice.
Sir, we have just received confirmation from the Crescent Moon Society and our own monitoring points that the Huasha people have entered South Korea. They are very secretive, but the traces of energy reactions cannot be hidden from our latest equipment. The number of people is not large, probably an elite squad. The leader has a very strong energy signature and is suspected to be a high-level celestial venerable.
Keller didn't show any surprise after hearing this.
Instead, he raised an eyebrow and curled his lips into a cold, predictable smile. He swirled the wine in his glass, watching the liquid sloshing around inside, as if he were watching a good show about to unfold.
The Wan family, not slow to react. He chuckled.
A family with a martial god in charge, their noses are indeed sharp.
It seems our little one has made quite a commotion.
He put down his wine glass, leaned forward, and tapped his fingers lightly on the smooth glass coffee table, making a crisp tapping sound. The anvil, the name of our eternal light, is not given lightly. It symbolizes the beacon of human civilization, dispelling the dark demons, and of course, illuminating those unruly forces as well. His eyes turned dangerous and excited. Pass on my order, immediately contact headquarters, in the name of Ashbringer John Keller, request authorization to send over another purifier squad, the ones equipped with the latest holy light shackles and spatial disruptors. Tell them that a high-value anomalous target has been discovered in South Korea and reinforcements are needed to ensure the lighthouse's brilliance shines bright enough to keep these uninvited moths here forever.
Yes, sir. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Iron Anvil's eyes as he stood at attention and saluted. Make sure they don't leave alive. Go ahead, Keller waved his hand. Also, get the Crescent Moon Society moving too. Strengthen the security and camouflage around the shrine.
I don't want any surprises before the gates open.
Understood. The anvil quickly turned and left.
The suite fell silent again. Keller walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the brightly lit city below, a smile on his face that was a mixture of arrogance and cruelty.
The son of the martial god of the Wan family? A genius celestial venerable? You've come at the perfect time. Use your failures and blood to add another glorious chapter to the record of the eternal light.
He turned around, walked towards the bedroom, called over a model, and planned to have a thrilling session by the floor-to-ceiling window. Using the excuse of needing to handle personal matters, Wanwei once again arrived at the Wan family's safe house in the suburbs. As soon as I entered, I could feel that the atmosphere was more somber than usual.
Wan Jintian and Wan Tianqing were both present, their expressions serious. Masashiro Seiho was bound to a specially made metal chair by more complex talisman chains.
He was still unconscious, but his face was as pale as paper and his breathing was weak. Clearly, the experience of being searched and imprisoned earlier was unpleasant.
Third uncle, Uncle Hailong, how is the situation? Wanwei asked anxiously.
Wan Tianqing rubbed his temples, looking somewhat tired. After you sent back the message to the Meng family during the day, we immediately conducted a deep and enhanced second soul search on him. The defensive restrictions in this kid's sea of consciousness are more complex than I imagined. Not only are there restrictions from the Bai family, but deep within, there is also a more hidden and insidious set of soul locks from the Meng family.
Soul lock? Wanwei frowned.
Yes, a sinister method to protect core memories and potentially trigger self-destruction or backlash when forcibly broken through. Wan Jintian explained, your third uncle went to great lengths to pry open this lock without triggering self-destruction, and almost shattered the boy's soul essence. Now, he's just one breath away from becoming a vegetable. Wanwei glanced at the dying Jinbai Qinghao and silently lit a candle for him in his heart. Dude, working 2 jobs is risky.
See, you messed up. However, the gains were also enormous.
Wan Tianqing perked up, a glint of light flashing in his eyes.
We've unearthed a crucial fragment of his memory as part of Meng Qinghao's storyline.
Including the one-way emergency communication method with the Meng family, the fixed rendezvous locations, and most importantly, the tokens and codes for verifying identity. He took out a tablet computer, pulled up several blurry but crucial screenshots of memories, and the information he had deciphered.
The token is a specially made jade pendant with the bloodline of the Meng family.
It's not the kind that all members of the Meng family have. It's a pendant specifically for use by the outer agents. The activation method is to drip a drop of the wearer's own blood essence onto it.
This jade pendant has been specially refined and only recognizes the aura of a specific bloodline.
The code is the first thing we say when we meet. In a few gestures we've already figured it out. Wanwei carefully examined the information and tried hard to memorize it. especially the appearance of the jade pendant and the blood test verification process.
Essence blood? Wan Wei pondered. Where am I supposed to get Bai Chenghao's essence blood right now? There's no time to extract it on the spot, and besides, the aura will change if the blood is out of the body for too long, right? Wan Tianqing was prepared.
He took out a small jade bottle containing a drop of dark red blood that emitted a faint energy fluctuation. This was forced from his heart, sealed with a secret method, containing the freshest strand of his heart's essence. It can simulate his current bloodline aura, but it can only be used once, and the effect will only last for about 15 minutes.
You must use it during the blood test.
Wan Wei took the jade bottle, carefully put it away, and felt a great responsibility. If it doesn't react when you drip it on, or if the reaction is incorrect, the deception will be exposed immediately. In addition, Wan Tianqing added, judging from the fragments of memory, the Meng family's attitude toward Bai Yi is also quite subtle. They know about her background and the Bai family's plans, but they don't seem to intend to go all out to rescue her. They seem to be observing or have other plans. When you meet them tomorrow, act according to the situation and try to find out their true intentions.
Understood. Wan Wei took a deep breath, feeling that tomorrow's appointment at the coffee shop was no less than a trap. Chapter 93 Meeting with the Elders of the Meng Family. The following day at noon, in the Myeongdong shopping district, at Starry Night Cafe. This cafe isn't in a particularly conspicuous location, and its decor is retro and quiet. It wasn't crowded at this time of day.
Wan Wei arrived 10 minutes early and, following the clues in the memory fragments, chose a booth on the inner side, partially obscured by a tall green plant. He ordered an Americano, sipped it slowly, and casually glanced at the entrance and inside the store. At exactly 12 o'clock, an elderly man with a thin build and a stern face, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, walked in. He looked to be in his 60s, with gray hair that was neatly combed. His eyes were sharp as knives.
He glanced around and walked straight to Wan Wei's booth.
Wan Wei immediately followed his memory, bowed slightly, and gently tapped the table 3 times in a specific rhythm. The old man sat down opposite him without saying a word, but stared intently at him with his sharp eyes, as if trying to see through him inside and out.
An invisible pressure spread out.
This old man's cultivation level was definitely at the heavenly venerable level, and he might be even more troublesome than the bamboo leaf viper. After a stalemate of about 10 seconds, the old man finally spoke slowly, his voice dry and cold.
Recently, the maple leaves in Kangwon province have turned an unusually red.
Wan Wei's heart tightened. This was the first half of the code. He quickly followed his memory, lowered his voice, and responded in Bai Chenghao's tone. It was only because of the heavy night dew that it was stained with a different color. The code was matched. The old man's gaze softened for a fraction of a second, but his vigilance remained undiminished. He stopped talking nonsense, took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, opened it, and inside was a warm, white jade pendant.
In the center of the jade pendant is engraved an ancient-style character Meng, with a faint light seemingly flowing between the strokes.
You know the rules, the old man said, pushing the jade pendant to the center of the table.
Drip a drop of blood onto it.
Here it comes. The most crucial step.
Wan Wei remained calm, even subtly revealing a hint of helplessness at the prospect of bleeding again.
He extended his right index finger and secretly used his qi and blood to break the skin at the tip of his finger, while his other hand skillfully opened the small jade bottle under the table. He wrapped the drop of essence blood belonging to Bai Qinghao sealed inside with extremely fine qi and blood, and guided it to the cut on his fingertip. A drop of bright red blood seeped from the fingertip and dripped into the center of the Meng character jade pendant. Wan Wei's heart pounded in his throat, his eyes fixed on the jade pendant.
1 second, 2 seconds.
Just as he was wondering if it was an operational error or if his essence blood had failed, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a soft yet clearly visible red halo. The character Meng glowed red, as if it had come alive, emitting a wave that subtly resonated with Wan Wei's bloodline.
It's done.
The old man kept his eyes fixed on the jade pendant's eye, and only after seeing the red light steadily illuminate did he finally relax his guard completely.
He quickly put away the jade pendant, and the red light disappeared as well.
His gaze toward Wan Wei was no longer scrutinizing, but rather indifferent, as if he were looking at one of his own.
Your identity is confirmed.
The old man's voice remained icy.
We have received new instructions from above.
We've heard that besides you, there may be other spies from the Bai family around Bai. You need to be careful and discern their identities.
Wan Wei nodded. Yes, I will pay attention.
The old man continued. Most importantly, according to our intelligence, the Bai family will take Bai to Kangwon province in 2 days at most.
Execute their key plan.
He spoke of the key with a flat tone, as if he were talking about an insignificant object.
Your mission is neither to stop nor to rescue, the old man said to Wan Wei, each word distinct, but the words sent a chill down Wan Wei's spine. Bai Yi's life is irrelevant.
She was a mistake that should never have existed.
Being able to contribute even a little is her good fortune.
Wan Wei's hand under the table clenched slightly, but his face could only maintain the absolute obedience and a hint of numbness that Bai Chenghao should have.
Your focus is, the old man's eyes flashed with a calculating glint, to get as close to the core area as possible, using this.
He quietly pushed over a tiny, almost invisible crystal, about the size of a grain of rice.
Record the entire process of the Bai family's contact with the demons and the activation of the portal. Especially the scene of the Bai family elder and the person in charge of eternal light in the United States together. This is irrefutable proof that they colluded with the demons and betrayed the human race. As for whether Bai Yi is dead or alive, we don't need to care. If necessary, we can even push things along to make her sacrifice more heroic and the evidence more conclusive.
Wan Wei took the miniature recording crystal and felt its cool touch.
He was already cursing in his mind. Damn it! The Meng family isn't any better. Bai Yi is still a member of the Meng family.
Even if she can't be brought to light, this is still too cold-blooded.
He only cares about collecting evidence against his opponents to bring down the Bai family, completely disregarding her life or death? They even wanted to exploit her death? This family feud is truly ruthless and vicious.
But now he could only be Meng Chenghao, and could only bow his head and reply.
Understood. We will complete the mission and obtain irrefutable evidence.
The old man seemed quite satisfied with his attitude.
Keep in touch. I'll let you know the time and place for our next meeting. Be careful and don't give yourself away.
After saying that, he didn't linger any longer. He got up and, like an ordinary old man, slowly walked out of the coffee shop, quickly disappearing into the crowd at the street corner. Wan Wei sat for a while longer, slowly finishing his now cold coffee, before getting up to leave. Stepping out of the coffee shop, the afternoon sun shone on him, but he felt a little cold. The Bai family wants to use her as a sacrificial key, and the Meng family wants to use her death as a bargaining chip in their struggle. This girl's reincarnation skills are truly amazing. She's perfectly timed her fate. Wan Wei shook his head, the slight annoyance he felt from the Bai family's surveillance being replaced by a little sympathy for Bai Yi. Of course, while we sympathize, we must not forget our mission. He immediately seized the opportunity to report the Meng family's cold attitude and true intentions in detail to Wan Tianqing and Wan Jintian through an encrypted channel.
Just as I expected.
Wan Tianqing's voice came through, carrying a knowing tone and a hint of disdain. The Meng family has a good plan. As a result, our action plan does need to be adjusted. The primary objective remains to destroy the portal. But secondly, if we can save Bai Yi, it might become an important bargaining chip, or at least, we can't let the Meng family get the solid evidence they want so easily.
Wan Jintian also agreed. That's right, Xiao Wei. You continue to lie low and act according to the situation. We will redeploy based on the information you provided about the Meng family.
The Bai family, the Meng family, the eternal light of the United States, and now with us, Zhangyuan province is getting more and more lively.
Let us see who can stay lively until the end. Wan Wei ended the call and let out a long sigh.
Several factions, each with their own ulterior motives. The Bai family is radical and ruthless, the Meng family is cold and calculating, the United States is powerful and insidious, and the Wan family is determined to shatter the conspiracy in this murky water and see if they can gain some unexpected benefits. He touched the cold, miniature recording crystal in his arms, and then thought of Bai Yi's beautiful but empty face.
It's such a pity that such a beautiful woman is dead. We must save them and bring them into our harem. Chapter 94. Now is the time to get down to business.
At night, Wan Wei lay on his bed with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. A beautiful face, yet always carrying an air of aloofness and a touch of melancholy, involuntarily surfaced in his mind.
Bai Yi. System score, 98 points. 98 points. Wan Wei clicked his tongue.
The Bai family treats her like a disposable battery, throwing her away after use, while the Meng family uses her as a tool for extortion, not caring whether she lives or dies.
These two families are both despicable.
No, we can't just wait like this. Wan Wei sat up, stroking his chin as he pondered.
2 days from now until midnight, Bai Yi will be taken there as a key.
Given the nature of the Bai and Meng families, she'll be like meat on a chopping board, helpless and unable to call for help.
Even if we succeed in destroying the portal, who will have time to care about her in the ensuing chaos? What if some bastard accidentally stabs her, or the backlash from the failed activation blows her up. Wouldn't my potential partner, who scored 98 points, be gone? We need to make her wake up first and see the true colors of the Bai family. With precautions in place, at least they won't be foolish enough to get tricked and killed. Maybe they can even cooperate with us and launch a coordinated attack from the inside? Wan Wei's eyes lit up. A conscious and cooperative insider is far more useful than a sacrificial lamb kept in the dark. Moreover, winning her over beforehand can ensure her safety and prevent her from being accidentally harmed. Let's do it. He immediately contacted his third uncle, Wan Tianxing, who was still analyzing intelligence, using encrypted communication. Third uncle, are you asleep? If not, do me a favor and get some high-tech stuff done. From Wan Tianxing's end came the sound of typing and some background noise. You brat, what are you up to in the middle of the night? What kind of high-tech stuff is this? Help me forge a voice message, the kind that Bai Yi might accidentally discover. Wan Wei quickly explained his idea. The content is that Bai Fu, the third elder of the Bai family, orders that Bai Yi's blood be used to activate the key at midnight 2 days later, and that everything be cleaned up afterwards. The tone should be sinister and realistic. It would be best to add some background noise to increase the sense of realism. Then we need to find a way to get this evidence into Bai Yi's room first thing tomorrow morning, like through her email or text messages. Wan Tianxing was silent for a few seconds, then a soft chuckle came from the other end. You little rascal, you've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Fine, forging audio is one of our Shadow Guard Information Department's specialties. We can even forge the voice of the US President, let alone Bai Fu. Thanks, Uncle. Hurry up, time is of the essence. Wan Wei chuckled and hung up the call. After making the arrangements, he felt much more at ease and finally fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning. Inside the Cloud residence apartment. Bai Yi woke up at 7:30 as usual. She rubbed her slightly swollen eyes, walked barefoot to the French windows, and pulled back the curtains a little. As dawn breaks, the city is just beginning to awaken. She stared blankly for a while, then went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, she habitually went to her desk, opened her laptop, and planned to check her emails to see if there were any new notices from the school. The email interface loads, showing a bunch of unread emails. She scrolled through the pages absent-mindedly, mostly browsing advertisements, school announcements, and shopping website notifications. Suddenly, her finger stopped on an email titled, "Claim your exclusive campus perks." Bai Yi opened it subconsciously. Hello, classmate. The school, in collaboration with external partners, has prepared a special gift package for you, including a school-branded t-shirt, a co-branded water bottle, and more. Quantities are limited. Click the link below to claim yours now. A link? Come and claim yours. We look forward to seeing you on campus. Because Bai Yi didn't listen to anti-fraud propaganda often, he subconsciously clicked on it again. If it were a clever Chinese man or woman, they definitely wouldn't have ordered this. Clicking on it leads to a reward claiming page containing many rewards. Bai Yi clicks to claim. However, it did not redirect to the identity information interface. Instead, a sound appeared. Moreover, she was not unfamiliar with this voice. It belonged to Bai Fu, the third elder of the Bai family. The background noise was somewhat muffled, as if it were coming from a closed room, with the faint ticking sound of instruments. Everything is arranged. 2 days from now, at midnight, at the underground altar of the Tsukuyami Shrine in Yunnan Province. Activate the key with that girl's blood. You all know the procedure. Remember, after the ritual is complete and the portal is stable. Bai Fu's voice paused, carrying a chilling casualness. Clean up the scene. That girl is, after all, a member of the Meng family. Keeping her around will only cause trouble. Be quick and make it look like an accident or an attack by remnants of the demon race, understand? There seemed to be someone whispering yes behind them, but it was hard to hear clearly. The audio abruptly ends here. It took less than 20 seconds in total. But in those short 20 seconds, the color drained from Bai Yi's face at a visible speed, turning her ashen white. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, her pupils contracted, and they were filled with disbelief, confusion, and then boundless fear and despair. Use my blood? To activate the key? To clean up? Her lips trembled as she unconsciously repeated the words from the audio. She always thought that although the Bai family adopted her and weren't particularly close to her, and even monitored her to some extent, they at least gave her a comfortable life and the right to education. She thought she was part of the Bai family, even if she was just a marginal, unimportant member of the collateral branch.
She studied and cultivated herself diligently, hoping to gain recognition and make some contributions to her family. But it turns out, it was all a lie. They took her in not out of kinship, and it wasn't even a simple matter of exploitation. From the very beginning, they planned to drain her blood, activate something terrible, and then dispose of her like garbage one day. Bai Yi's tears welled up without warning, rolling down in large drops and landing on the cold tabletop. All the strength seemed to drain from her body in an instant. Her legs went weak, and she slid off the chair, collapsing onto the soft carpet. She curled up, her shoulders trembling violently, but she couldn't let out a loud cry, only suppressed, broken sobs. The world collapsed before her eyes. All knowledge, all trust, all sense of belonging, shattered completely in that moment. She felt like a complete joke, like livestock that had been carefully fed for years, waiting to be slaughtered and sacrificed. Her vision blurred from crying, and her body was cold. She didn't even notice that she was only wearing a silk slip dress that she used to sleep in. The dress only reached her thighs, and large areas of her fair skin, including her shoulders and collarbone, were exposed. Because of crying and trembling, her curves were even more pronounced. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the bedroom door. Bai Yi was so frightened that she jumped up like a startled deer and looked up at the doorway. Tears still clung to her eyelashes, and her eyes were filled with fear and wariness. Who is it? Bai Chenghao? Why would he just knock on the door? Did he hear that? The familiar, calm voice of her bodyguard, Bai Chenghao, came from outside the door. Miss, it's me. There's an emergency I need to report to you immediately. Bai Yi's heart was pounding. Her first instinct was to hide and run away. The other party is a bodyguard from the Bai family, they must be here to monitor her. She frantically tried to wipe away her tears and find a coat to put on, but her hands and feet wouldn't obey her commands. Fearing the other party wouldn't open the door, Wanwei pried it open directly. The doorknob turned slightly, and the door was pushed open a crack. Wanwei stood at the door. He had actually heard the commotion inside a long time ago and came in at the right moment. As soon as he opened the door, the scene that greeted him made him gasp inwardly. Bai Yi was slumped on the carpet, her long hair disheveled, her face pale, her tear stains still wet, and her eyes and nose red. She looked extremely pitiful. More importantly, the thin champagne-colored silk slip dress she was wearing had slipped down one shoulder strap onto her arm due to her movements and curled-up posture, revealing her rounded shoulder and a small patch of delicate collarbone. The rise and fall of her chest was faintly visible under the thin fabric, and the skirt was tucked up to her upper thighs, revealing a pair of straight, fair legs that were completely exposed. Do not look at what is improper. Do not look at what is improper. Wanwei silently recited the mantra, but his eyes still quickly scanned the area. That figure. Shah. Now is the time to get down to business. Chapter 95. A plan to turn the tide. He quickly composed himself, his face displaying just the right amount of seriousness. He closed the door behind him, but instead of approaching immediately, he stood in the doorway and spoke in Bai Chenghao's voice. Miss, the audio you just heard was something I deliberately made you discover. What? Bai Yi looked up abruptly, staring at him in shock, forgetting even her fear. You released it? Why? Who exactly are you? Her voice was trembling and choked with sobs. Instead of answering immediately, Wanwei walked to her desk, picked up her laptop, and quickly deleted the email trace. Wanwei's lips twitched slightly when he saw the email's name. His third uncle really knew his stuff. It's a shame they don't go into fraud. Then, he turned around and looked at Bai Yi, who was still slumped on the ground, alert and bewildered. He no longer used Bai Chenghao's voice, but instead reverted to his original clear voice, his tone becoming steady and powerful. Miss Bai Yi, first of all, please calm down. I am not Bai Chenghao. Bai Chenghao has been taken into custody by us. The evidence I placed here is to let you see the true face of the Bai family and not be deceived anymore. Bai Yi stared wide-eyed at the man in front of her with Bai Chenghao's face, whose voice had completely changed and who was saying such shocking things. Her mind was in complete chaos. Then, to Bai Yi's astonishment, Wanwei's facial features and physique began to undergo subtle changes. Like ripples on water, Bai Chenghao's ordinary, even somewhat wooden face vanished like a faded mask, replaced by a young, handsome face with a dashing air and a touch of cynicism. He seemed to have grown taller, with broader shoulders, and his entire demeanor instantly transformed from dull to vibrant and imposing. The disguise was removed, and Wanwei's true appearance was revealed. Let's get to know each other again. Wanwei looked at Bai Yi, who was completely stunned, and smiled slightly, a smile that conveyed confidence and reassurance. I am Wan Wei, the son of the martial god of the Wan family of Huaxia. My purpose in coming here is to stop the Bai family's conspiracy to collude with foreign enemies and open the portal to the demon realm. He paused, looked into the girl's red eyes, and said earnestly, at the same time, I'm here to save you.
Wan family? Wan Wei?
Bai Yi murmured, her eyes slowly shifting from shock to a dazed look and a strange trust.
10,000 families.
Of course she knows. The foremost family in China, with a martial god at its helm, has achieved numerous victories on the front lines against the demon race, earning an excellent reputation and truly serving as a pillar of strength protecting the region. They are completely different from the Bai and Meng families who are constantly scheming and fighting amongst themselves. The Wan family's reputation carries a halo effect in the minds of the younger generation of martial artists. If someone else had said this, she might have been skeptical.
But the Wan family. Moreover, they can replace the Bai family bodyguards silently. Bai Yi almost instinctively chose to believe.
This is probably the power of the reputation and word of mouth of top-tier luxury families. My tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and a huge wave of grievance and lingering fear surged into my heart again. Bai Yi's tears welled up again, but this time it was no longer a desperate breakdown, but a cathartic release of finding solace.
She sobbed, her words broken and fragmented, Thank you, I really don't know, how could they be so cruel?
Looking at the beautiful 98-point girl crying her eyes out, Wan Wei felt an unprecedented surge of justice and protectiveness. He walked over, picked up a thin blanket from the sofa next to him, and gently draped it over Bai Yi, covering her distracting spring scenery. His actions were quite gentlemanly.
Okay, stop crying now, wipe your tears.
Wan Wei handed over a box of tissues, his tone gentle, now is not the time to be sad. We need to figure out how to get you out of this mess and, incidentally, smash the Bai family's conspiracy to pieces.
Bai Yi took the tissue, wiped her face haphazardly, and tried to calm herself down.
After draping a blanket over herself, she felt a little more at ease. She sniffed, and her eyes were filled with dependence and pleading as she looked at Wan Wei.
Young Master Wan, what should I do? They're going to take me away the day after tomorrow. I don't want to die.
His voice choked up as he spoke.
Don't worry, with me here, you definitely won't die.
Wan Wei patted his chest, his aura as a second-rank celestial venerable inadvertently revealing itself, which gave people a sense of security.
However, we need your cooperation. He pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Bai Yi, looking at her intently. Bai Yi, you know your own background, right? The Meng family contacted you? Bai Yi nodded, her eyes reddening again.
Well, a few years ago, a stranger contacted me secretly and said that I was a member of the Meng family, and told me to stay in the Bai family and cultivate diligently, and that in the future, they would find a way to bring me back. As she said this, a faint glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly swallowed up by the cold reality.
But now. Wan Wei sighed inwardly.
Silly girl, the Meng family doesn't want to take you back to enjoy a life of luxury, they're just using you as a tool to extort money from the Bai family. But it's clear we can't tell her this cruel truth now, otherwise the woman will have another emotional breakdown. So, following her lead, he reminded her in a serious tone.
Bai Yi, don't be so naive. If the Meng family really cared about you, why didn't they do this sooner? Do we have to wait until the Bai family uses you as a sacrifice before we take you back? We can only believe half of what they say. Right now, the only people we can rely on are yourself and the Wan family's plans.
Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, the hope in her eyes dimmed, but was then replaced by a deeper clarity.
Yes, if the Meng family truly cared, why would they let her fall into such a desperate situation?
She bit her lip, her eyes hardening. Young Master Wan, you're right.
That's exactly the attitude I want.
Wan Wei gave it a mental thumbs up, a smile of approval spreading across his face.
Would you like to hear my plan? A plan? A counter plan?
Bai Yi asked, puzzled.
That's right.
Wan Wei didn't expect this woman to understand so quickly.
Isn't the Bai family going to take you to the shrine to be the key the night after tomorrow?
Just pretend you don't know anything, do what you're supposed to do as usual, and cooperate with them. When they take you there, they will definitely lower their guard against you, because in their eyes you are already a sitting duck. And our Wan family, a sharp glint flashed in Wan Wei's eyes. We will infiltrate the vicinity of the shrine in advance to find out their defenses and the structure of the teleportation portal. When the ceremony is about to begin and things are at their most chaotic, we will launch a surprise attack, coordinating with them from the inside and outside.
Your task is to protect yourself as much as possible and, in critical moments, act according to the code words we agreed upon, such as creating a little chaos or hiding in a safe location. I will arrange for people to protect you closely. He took out a pair of earrings that were actually miniature communication and locator devices. These two small devices looked like ordinary black earrings. He handed them to Bai. Wear this one. Keep one for yourself, and try to make sure the Bai family finds and confiscates the other one during their inspection. They'll think it's just an ordinary piece of jewelry or a communicator given to them by the Meng family, and they won't suspect anything.
Our encrypted channel and location are inside the real earring, so you can contact us in critical moments and also find us.
Bai took the earring and carefully put it on her ear. I understand.
One way, in addition, we need a simple code to confirm each other's situation and pass simple messages when we can't talk. For example, if you feel danger or notice something unusual, touch your left earlobe 3 times.
If everything is going well and you're ready to proceed as planned, cough lightly twice.
If I give you a signal to prepare to act, you will hear 3 short beeps from the earring.
Understand?
Bai carefully wrote it down and repeated it. Touching the left earlobe 3 times means danger, coughing twice is normal, and 3 beeps are a signal to act.
Yes, very smart.
Wanwei praised her, looking at Bai's face, which was slightly brightened by her focus.
She finally seemed more lively and no longer looked so lifeless.
Yes, if we rescue him and nurture him properly, he'll definitely be a high potential asset.
Chapter 96 Double Rewards.
Wanwei slipped out of Bai's room quietly, closed the door gently, and stood in the quiet corridor, letting out a long, silent sigh of relief.
The scene in the room just now kept replaying in my mind, Bai's tear-streaked, pitiful little face, and her body slightly heaving with excitement and tears. Cough cough, stop, stop.
Wanwei felt a strange heat in his lower abdomen, so he quickly recited form is emptiness. Emptiness is formed twice in an attempt to suppress the discordant images in his mind. He shook his head, strode towards the elevator, and prepared to leave the apartment building first. Just as he stepped downstairs, his other cell phone, which belonged to him, vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw it was a message from Dastalin, using their agreed-upon code, which translated to: "The new partner has arrived, 2 people, and we urgently need to meet to confirm the process. Same place, come quickly." Wanwei's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this, as if the inexplicable anger he had just felt had found an outlet.
No, it's a cooperation opportunity. The Enos family has sent representatives again? And twice at that? Wanwei muttered to himself. Impressive efficiency.
Coming to discuss cooperation so early in the morning, they're really diligent. He checked the time. It was a little past 8 in the morning, which was indeed very early, especially for someone like him who had spent half the night planning and then put on a show in the morning.
However, he couldn't help but smile. As the saying goes, a morning workout gives you energy for the whole day.
And this collaboration came at just the right time. It's like we were just starting to feel a bit malnourished when someone delivered a nutritional supplement right to our door.
And it's double the amount.
He instantly felt his backache and leg pain subside, and the lurking pressure lessened considerably. There's nothing that a simple and effective international collaboration can't solve. If there is, then 2 will do. Wanwei immediately set off for the hotel where he had previously met with Dastalin, this time in a more secluded suite.
He arrived at the suite door with practiced ease and knocked.
The door opened quickly, and Dastalin's cold yet capable face appeared behind it. She was wearing a deep purple fitted dress today, which made her skin look even whiter. Her bright blue eyes flashed with a smile when she saw Wanwei, and she stepped aside to let him in.
Young Master Wan, you're really efficient. Dastalin closed the door and activated the soundproofing device. What brings you here?
Cooperation is the most important thing, Wanwei said with a grin, surprised that Dastalin was here too.
Come to South Korea for a visit.
I wonder if South Korea will still exist after this battle, Dastalin chuckled.
Wanwei couldn't help but glance into the room.
2 figures were sitting on the sofa in the suite's living room. When Wanwei saw this, he was immediately impressed.
They're twins.
2 young girls who looked to be in their early 20s and had a striking resemblance. They all have typical Eastern European beauty features, fair skin, high nose bridge, and full lips, but their temperament and style are quite different. The one on the left has neat short silver hair with ice blue highlights at the ends, and is wearing a bodysuit. The one on the right has long, smooth, light golden hair, gentle eyes, and a much softer temperament. She is wearing a beige knitted dress and low-cut flat shoes, sitting there quietly like a fairy. Both men stood up when they saw Wanwei enter. The short-haired older sister looked at him with scrutiny and curiosity, while the long-haired younger sister seemed a little shy and lowered her head slightly. Dastalin explained, the one with short hair is Anna, and the one with long hair is Yekaterin. They should both meet your cooperation criteria, and their talents and bloodlines are among the best of the younger generation in the family. Almost simultaneously with the introduction of Dastalin, a system notification began ringing in Wanwei's mind.
Name, Anna. Overall score, 96 points. 170. Class C Lightning. Name, Yekelin. Overall score, 97 points. Height, 170 centimeters. Class C Lightning. Wanwei was overjoyed the Xiong family was too shrewd. For the future of humanity, for the fight against the threat of the demon race, and for the continuation of our superior genes, it is our duty. Wanwei found an incredibly noble reason for himself, a slightly excited smile on his face, and extended his hand. Hello, I am Wanwei. It is a pleasure to cooperate with the two excellent Mizunova. Anna glanced at Wanwei, extended her hand to shake his, her grip firm, her tone direct. Sister Dastalin said you can bring tremendous improvement and valuable rewards, and hopes for a pleasant collaboration. Her Chinese was a little more halting than Dastalin's, but very clear. Yekelin gently shook hands, her voice soft. Please take care of me in our cooperation, Mr. Wanwei. What happened next was a natural progression. The three entered the bedroom. Anna is indeed a ruthless and taciturn type, with super strong action capabilities. Moreover, she is an ice-type ability user, which sometimes brings Wanwei an unprecedented and wonderful experience of both ice and fire. 1,500 words of specific cooperation details are omitted here. The collaboration was efficient and intense. Afterwards, Wanwei leaned against the headboard, slightly out of breath, but unusually excited. Almost simultaneously, the system's pleasant notification sound rang out. Ding! Connection successful. Rewards being distributed. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has increased. Current realm, late stage of 3rd rank Heavenly Venerable. Reward 2, Celestial Great Ice Soul Cold Light Sword X1. Effect, a spirit sword imbued with the power of extreme cold, greatly enhancing ice-based techniques, capable of unleashing chilling sword energy and an ice domain. Reward 3, Intermediate Body Refining Pill Recipe X1. Effect, records the method for refining elixirs that can strengthen the physical body of a celestial venerable. Reward 4, Martial Arts Enlightenment Ticket X1. Effect, increases the level of one existing martial arts skill. 4 rewards. His cultivation level was directly pushed to the late stage of the 3rd rank, and he also received a heaven rank spiritual sword and a precious pill formula. Wanwei felt that this cooperation was a huge win. He happily materialized the Ice Soul Cold Light Sword and the Intermediate Body Refining Pill Recipe and handed them to Anna, who was sweating profusely beside him. Here, this is yours. This sword is very suitable for your ice type ability, and your family should be able to use the pill recipe. Anna took the long sword and the pill formula, feeling the cold, harmonious connection emanating from the sword and the profound information contained in the formula. A surprised smile appeared on her cold, beautiful face, and she said in broken Chinese, "Thank you. That's a great bonus." Next up was Catherine. Ekaterina and her sister were completely different types. She was gentle as water, but when they worked together, they had a delicate and tender charm. 1,500 more words omitted here. The second collaboration ended, and the system notification sounded precisely on time again. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully bonded with a high-quality goddess who meets the criteria. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has increased. Current realm, mid-stage of 4th rank Heavenly Venerable. Reward 2, Blessing of Light Necklace X1. Effect, the wearer can slowly recover mental energy, enhance resistance to negative mental states, and slightly purify the surrounding demonic energy. Reward 3, 3 all-purpose antidote pills. Effect, can remove toxins and demonic energy contamination below the divine level. Reward 4, demigod level martial art 10 directions kill. Effect, creates 10 illusory figures, each corresponding to a different weapon, forming an ambush from 10 directions, fusing the power of 10 directions to unleash a devastating blow. Demigod level martial arts. I never expected to be given a demigod level martial skill. In the Wan family, there were only 2 demigod martial arts skills, but unexpectedly the system gave them another one. The only way to damage a war god is to use a demigod level or god level weapon. And just like that, he directly gave Wanwei the progress to the great perfection. Wanwei immediately had a selfish thought: he definitely couldn't give this to the other party. So he gave the Blessing of Light necklace and 3 universal antidote pills to a Katarina who was beside him. I intended to keep one for myself, but felt it wasn't enough to give it to the other person. The little fairy thanked her shyly, her eyes sparkling like stars. After completing their collaboration, the 3 returned to the living room. Dastalin had already prepared a simple lunch. At the dinner table, her smile faded, and she said to Wan Wei with a serious expression, "Wan Wei, besides the cooperation, there's another important piece of intelligence. Our family's informant in the United States has sent word that John Keller, the head of Eternal Light in South Korea, has requested reinforcements from headquarters. An elite squad codenamed Purifier is on its way, equipped with special gear designed to target high-level martial artists and superhumans. They are expected to arrive secretly by tomorrow morning. Their targets could very well include you, or anyone who tries to sabotage their plans." Wan Wei, munching on his sandwich, nodded, unsurprised. "I expected it. That old bastard Ashbringer doesn't look like someone who can take a loss lying down." Dastalin continued. "Also, be careful of the South Korean 4-star group. They have close ties with Eternal Light and the South Korean organization Crescent Moon Society, providing them with substantial financial, technical, and venue support. They wield immense influence in both political and business circles and may resort to non-violent means to create trouble, such as cutting off communications and energy in certain areas, or using public opinion and official pressure." Wan Wei noted it down. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Thanks for reminding me." He outwardly agreed solemnly, but inwardly he was thinking. Reinforcements? My reinforcements have been in place for a while now. Although Dad can't come openly, he's been providing a lot of support behind the scenes. And another batch of celestial venerables have arrived at the house. Who's lying in ambush for whom is still uncertain. After lunch, Vanvi and the 3 Innova sisters exchanged information, agreed on follow-up contact methods and emergency support plans, and then got up to leave. Chapter 97. The storm is brewing. The following night, the eve of the portal's activation. The night was as dark as ink, and the deep forests of Kangwon province were even more pitch black, with only the occasional chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Using stealth and disguise techniques, Wan Wei transformed into a figure almost blending into the darkness, moving through the dense forest like a ghost at an astonishing speed, yet without making a sound, and even his aura was so faint as to be almost non-existent. According to the information given by Zhu Yeqing, the contact person for the Bai family, he quickly approached the target area, Sukuyami Shrine. Even from a distance, Wan Wei could feel unsettling energy fluctuations emanating from ahead. Cold, chaotic, and aggressive are the characteristics of demonic energy. He became even more cautious, pushing his stealth technique to its limit, and silently made his way to the outer perimeter of the shrine. The shrine, which should have been dilapidated, was now shrouded in layers of visible arrays that emitted various colors of light. There are concealment formations, warning formations, defensive formations, and offensive formations, layered upon each other and interconnected, surrounding the shrine like an iron barrel. Outside the formation, figures could be vaguely seen. The Bai family disciples, dressed in white outfits with patterns of the Changbai Mountains and the Heilongjiang River embroidered on their cuffs, and the members of the American Eternal Light, dressed in black or gray tactical uniforms, exuding an aura distinct from that of Eastern martial artists. They patrolled in shifts, vigilantly watching the darkness. In the shadows, there seemed to be reflections from snipers and energy monitoring points. Heavily guarded. Even a fly couldn't get in. But Wan Wei is not a fly. He has an overpowered infiltrator. His upgraded stealth technique, combined with his keen perception of energy fluctuations, allows him to move like the most skilled thief, traversing the energy gaps of the formation and the blind spots of the guards. It took him nearly half an hour to carefully and safely pass through the outermost layers of guards and defenses before finally entering the shrine grounds. The interior of the shrine has undergone a complete transformation. The once overgrown courtyard was leveled, and a bottomless circular pit was dug out in the center of the ground. The edge of the pit was inlaid with an unknown black metal, covered with dark red runes that seemed to writhe like living creatures, emanating a chilling demonic aura. Above the crater, a black vortex with a diameter of more than 10 meters was slowly rotating. The center of the vortex was bottomless, as if it connected to another world. This is the portal that is currently under construction. It has already taken initial shape and its structure is becoming more stable, but it seems to lack the most crucial driving force and guidance. Around the portal, there were many complex instruments and equipment, and some technicians in white coats were busy debugging them. Further away, there were piles of black crystals and strange materials that exuded an ominous aura, clearly used to maintain and strengthen the portal.
Hidden in the shadow of a broken, massive pillar in the shrine, Wanwei held his breath and cautiously probed with his divine sense. The more I look at it, the more horrified I become. This scale and energy intensity are far greater than what we saw in the Snow Wolf clan. It's definitely more than just a medium-sized teleportation portal. The Bai family and the Americans are planning something big. Cold sweat beaded on Wanwei's forehead. If we had arrived any later, and this thing had been completely stabilized, it probably wouldn't have been a small group of demons infiltrating, but a massive army pressing in. South Korea would have been the first to suffer, and Northeast China would have been in grave danger as well. He forcefully suppressed the urge to immediately take action and cause destruction. Now is not the right time. The enemy's defenses are too tight, and the portal doesn't seem to be in its final activation stage yet, so the destructive effect might not be optimal. Tomorrow night, bring Bai Yi with the key that will be their most relaxed and crucial moment. He then carefully observed the terrain, the distribution of guards, and possible retreat routes. He secretly memorized the locations and energy flow patterns of several key array nodes using his divine sense, especially the largest one, the core array I located on the altar directly below the teleportation gate. As dawn approached, Wanwei quietly withdrew from the shrine grounds, disappearing into the night in the mountains, just as he had arrived. Upon returning to his temporary lodging, he immediately informed Wan Tianqing and Wan Jintian of the details of his reconnaissance. Based on the new intelligence, the group made further minor adjustments to their action plan. The next day, Wanwei found an opportunity to secretly meet Bai Yi again, who was trying to appear calm but whose eyes betrayed her nervousness. He handed Bai Yi a seemingly ordinary but actually mysterious jade array-breaking talisman, with a faint golden light emanating from its center. Tomorrow night, they will take you to the altar in the center of the shrine. Find a way to get close to the portal, ideally when they make you stand on the altar, and pretend to be scared or stumble. Stick this talisman in the center of the largest and most complex rune pattern, which is the eye of the array. Just stick it there, and leave the rest to me. Bai Yi gripped the still warm array-breaking talisman tightly in her small hands and nodded vigorously. Wanwei then took out a small jade bottle containing a fragrant pill. This is a heart protection pill. The moment the portal is activated, the demonic energy will erupt at its strongest, which may impact the mind and induce inner demons. Hold it under your tongue, and if you feel anything wrong, swallow it. It can protect your heart and keep you awake. Remember, saving your life is the most important thing. Bai Yi took the pill and carefully put it away. I'll remember that, Wanwei, you should also be careful. Don't worry. Wanwei smiled, transformed back into Bai Qinghao, and left. Meanwhile, inside the Wan family's safe house, Wan Tianqing took out his most prized possessions. A large quantity of specially made, highly explosive lightning and fire talismans and miasma-clearing pills that can neutralize demonic toxins were distributed to the shadow guards participating in the operation. Wan Tianjin, along with the core members of the Shadow Guard, repeatedly simulated the routes for outer interception and assault on the sand table, assigning tasks and ensuring that everyone knew what they were supposed to do and how to cooperate. An invisible net has been quietly cast, targeting both the portal and hostile forces. As evening fell, Wanwei, playing Bai Chenghao, received an urgent order from his superiors in the Bai family: immediately escort Miss Yi to the designated coordinates in Kangwon province. Mission codename, New Moon. Wanwei replied received, then knocked on Bai Yi's door with a blank expression. Bai Yi had changed into a dark-colored tracksuit that was easy to move in. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes were still calm. She nodded to Wanwei without saying anything. The two went downstairs and got into a black van with its windows completely covered, which had been waiting downstairs. The car started and sped off into the deep mountains of Kangwon province. As night deepened, the mountain road became increasingly rugged. The carriage was completely silent, except for the roar of the engine. Bai Yi clasped her hands together, her knuckles turning slightly white. Wanwei closed his eyes to rest and adjust his state, keeping his energy and spirit at their best. After an unknown amount of time, the car finally stopped. The car door opened, revealing a clearing in the woods, with the outline of an abandoned shrine shrouded in the faint light of an array visible in the distance. Several cars were already parked in the open space, and some members of the Bai family and the Eternal Light were waiting. A steward from the Bai family stepped forward and said coldly to Bai Qinghao, "Take her over there, to the altar." Bai Yi showed a frightened expression, while Wanwei pretended to be angry. "What are you afraid of? It's not like you're going to your death, it's just taking a little bit of your essence." He then pulled Bai Yi forward. "If you're going to act, you have to act it out." Escorted by a team of guards, the two passed through the last security line and entered the shrine. The altar was located beneath that enormous vortex of purplish-black demonic energy. Several elders of the Bai family, John Keller, the Eternal Light of the United States, and some key personnel were already standing there. The atmosphere was heavy and eerie. Bai Yi was led to the edge of the altar, her body trembling slightly. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. As a bodyguard, Wan Wei was required to stand a little further away, but still have a clear view of the entire area. John Keller, the Ashbringer, seems to be in a good mood. He was wearing a sharp suit, and his blonde hair shone brightly in the dim light of the array. He first said a few words to the elders of the Bai family, then his gaze swept across the entire room, and finally, he walked towards where Wan Wei was standing. Wan Wei felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained a blank expression and lowered his head slightly. Keller walked up to him with a half-smile on his face, then suddenly reached out and casually patted Wan Wei on the shoulder. Just as his hand was about to strike, Keller leaned slightly forward and, in a voice only the two of them could hear, spoke softly in Wan Wei's ear, a voice laced with amusement and chilling killing intent.
"Young Master Wan Wei, good evening.
You disguised yourself quite well. You almost fooled me."
Chapter 98 has been discovered.
Wan Wei's heart skipped a beat, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe.
We've been exposed? How could that be? His disguise skills were so good that even his own father said they were hard to see through by anyone below the level of a martial god. So how did John Keller manage to do it? In a flash, countless thoughts raced through my mind. Where did they slip up? In their aura? In their eyes? Or was there a lapse in their actions that they were caught by the enemy? Or did the Bai or Meng families leak information? But now is not the time to think about it.
John Keller's hand was still on his shoulder.
Wan Wei, almost on his fighting instincts, took a seemingly flustered step backward. Ouch. He even let out a bewildered groan, the kind of sound a naive bodyguard like Bai Chenghao might make. He staggered back several steps, just managing to escape John Keller's grasp, his face showing an expression that said, "Why did you hit me, boss? It hurts so much, and I'm totally confused." This series of reactions was so smooth and natural that it both neutralized the hidden force and maintained Bai Chenghao's character, showcasing an Oscar-worthy performance. John Keller's hand hovered in mid-air, a trace of the dissipated spatial energy remaining on his fingertips. Looking at Bai Chenghao's pained and bewildered expression, he raised his golden eyebrows slightly, and a faint hint of doubt flashed in his azure eyes, but it was quickly replaced by coldness and amusement. He ignored Bai Chenghao and turned around, his face once again displaying that arrogant, elite smile. He addressed the several Bai family elders who were looking at him nervously in Chinese. "The plan will proceed as scheduled. Activate the key at the original time." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, and added, "As for the possible little mice, leave them to the Eternal Light to handle. Gentlemen, please focus on your work." Upon hearing this, the elders of the Bai family, though somewhat puzzled by Keller's earlier actions, didn't dwell on it, wondering if Old Mi had taken a liking to their bodyguard. Old rice has a pretty strong flavor. So several elders of the Bai family urged their subordinates to speed up the final inspection of the altar. John Keller then turned his attention back to Van Wei, who was looking wary and bewildered. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a playful, cat-and-mouse mentality and a chilling murderous intent. He spoke clearly and slowly in the direction of Wan Wei, enunciating each word distinctly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear clearly. "What are you pretending for?" Those three words, like a final ultimatum, completely tore away the pretense. The last shred of hope in Wan Wei's heart vanished. It seems it wasn't a misjudgment. This guy really saw through me. Although the reason is unknown, the only option right now is to fight. If I can't keep up the act, then I'll stop pretending. Wan Wei's body, which had been slightly hunched, suddenly straightened up, and the dull and humble aura that belonged to Bai Chenghao vanished instantly. A sharp, domineering, and youthful aura of a powerful figure suddenly erupted. The disguise on his face receded like the tide, revealing Wan Wei's handsome face, which was now filled with a cold and stern expression. I never expected that the Ashbringer of Eternal Light would have a nose even sharper than a dog's. Wan Wei sneered, and with a flick of his wrist, the ferocious and menacing tiger demon axe was in his hand, its blade reflecting a cold, icy light under the dim light of the array. "However, if you want to kill me, Wan Wei, you'll have to see if you have the ability." Wan Wei? It really is him. The son of the god of war. How did he get in? A fourth-rank celestial venerable? Didn't the intelligence report say he had just broken through to the second rank? A collective gasp and gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The Bai family was stunned. The bodyguard they had arranged was actually Wan Wei in disguise? The people of the Eternal Light of the United States revealed expressions of excitement and cruelty.
Hunting down the son of the god of war was an immense achievement. The members of the Korean Crescent Moon Society were both shocked and frightened. A look of certainty, as if he had just known, and a hint of anger at being provoked finally flashed in John Keller's eyes. He stopped wasting words, and with an elegant wave of his hand, as if conducting a concert. "Take him down. Alive." At the command, several elite Eternal Light warriors who had been waiting in ambush immediately rushed forward. 2 4th-rank Heavenly Venerables and 3 9th-rank Heavenly Kings surrounded them in a fan shape, and their attacks were all deadly. In an instant, blazing battle aura, sharp wind blades, and heavy earth spikes attacked Wanwei from different directions. "Well done!" Wanwei roared, showing no fear whatsoever, but rather a surge of fighting spirit. The immense blood and chi of the mid-stage 4th-rank Heavenly Venerable within him boiled over and poured into the Tiger Demon Axe. Tiger roars through the mountains. Open! With a single step, the ground cracked, and the Tiger Demon Axe in his hand transformed into a golden streak that tore through the darkness, carrying a deafening roar of a tiger's phantom image, fiercely slashing towards the fastest-charging 4th-rank Celestial Venerable. The 4th-rank Celestial Venerable cultivated the brightness battle chi and originally intended to suppress others with force, but his expression changed drastically the moment he came into contact with the golden axe light. He felt that the battle chi sword he had unleashed was easily torn apart like paper. The power contained in that axe light was extremely domineering, far exceeding that of an ordinary 4th-grade Heavenly Venerable. How is this possible? His power. The thought had barely formed when the golden axe light was already upon him. Puff! The hastily formed protective light shield shattered like a bubble. The 3rd-rank Celestial Venerable screamed as a deep, bone-revealing wound was cleaved open in his chest. Blood gushed out as he was sent flying backward, crashing into a stone railing at the edge of the altar. His fate was unknown. A single blow severely injured a 3rd-rank Celestial Venerable from the same organization. The other 3rd-rank Heavenly Venerable and several Heavenly Kings responsible for assisting him were so frightened that their attacks slowed down for a moment. Wanwei pressed his advantage relentlessly, his movements as swift as lightning. With each swing of his Tiger Demon Axe, golden axe beams crisscrossed, like a tiger among sheep. He doesn't care about any moves or routines, he just crushes with absolute power and speed. Bang! Crack! One of the Heavenly Kings was unable to dodge in time and was struck in the arm by the axe's edge. His entire arm, along with the weapon in his hand, exploded into a bloody mist. Ah! My hand! Another Heavenly King was kicked in the chest by Wanwei, his sternum collapsed, and he flew a long way like a broken sack. The remaining 3rd-rank Celestial Venerable was terrified. He realized that even if he went all out, he couldn't keep up with Wanwei's speed and power. How could this be considered a mid-stage 4th-rank Celestial Venerable? That explosive power is almost on par with a 5th-grade player. In just a few breaths, 3 of the 5 attackers were gone, leaving one seriously injured and terrified. The entire audience was stunned. John Keller's playful expression vanished completely, replaced by utter solemnity and a hint of disbelief. He realized that he had seriously underestimated the threat posed by this son of the god of war. Such a prodigy who can fight beyond his level must not be allowed to live. He must be nipped in the bud immediately. Useless! Keller cursed under his breath, knowing he couldn't let his men die anymore. He took a step forward, and the space around him began to distort and fold unnaturally, emitting a low buzzing sound. He extended his right hand, making a loose fist with his 5 fingers pointing towards Wanwei. Spatial imprisonment strangulation. In an instant, the space around Wanwei seemed to turn into transparent glue, and his movements suddenly slowed down. Even more terrifying, countless spatial blades, almost imperceptible to the naked eye and with edges gleaming with a cold, silvery black light, appeared out of thin air, forming a deadly 3-dimensional blade array that rapidly contracted and slashed towards Wanwei at the center. Each spatial blade was enough to easily cut through the Celestial Venerable's protective aura. Danger! Wanwei felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a deadly threat. The difference in their realms was now clearly evident. John Keller was a genuine PKth rank Celestial Venerable, whose comprehension and application of the laws of space far surpassed his. Phantom Lightstep Swift. Wanwei roared and pushed his illusionary lightstep to its limit, leaving a series of blurry afterimages in his place. His true form moved and dodged at the limit in the narrow and ever-shrinking space of the sword formation like a ghost. He narrowly avoided several fatal cuts. But there are too many spatial blades, and they are too densely packed. Moreover, John Keller's control was extremely exquisite. The blade array changed according to his will, like a persistent, insidious disease. Chapter 99 Earth-Shattering. 3,000-word chapter. Swoosh! A spatial blade grazed Wanwei's left arm. Even with his chi and blood protecting him, it still left a deep, bone-revealing bloodstain, and the blood instantly stained his sleeve red.
This can't go on.
Wanwei's eyes sharpened. He knew that passively dodging would only lead to his death. He abruptly stopped, ignoring the spatial blades attacking him again. He gripped the tiger demon axe tightly with both hands, and the extreme law within his body vibrated wildly.
A terrifying aura, as if it were about to slaughter all living beings, rose from his body. 10 directions slaughter. With a loud shout, a shocking scene unfolded. Suddenly, Wanwei's figure blurred, and then 1, 2, 3, a total of 10 phantoms identical to his original body separated and instantly appeared in 10 directions around him. These 10 phantoms were not simple illusions. Each one was incredibly solid, radiating a sharp killing intent similar to that of the original body. Moreover, the weapons they held were all different: knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks, clubs, and whips. Although it is a condensation of chi and blood and laws, it is as solid as a physical substance. The 10 phantom figures of Wanwei roared in unison, each wielding their weapons and unleashing completely different yet equally exquisite and domineering moves to meet the spatial blades attacking from all directions. Clang, 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 clang. A series of extremely dense sounds of metal clashing against metal exploded out.
The chi-blooded weapon and the spatial blade collided wildly, exploding into countless tiny sparks of energy. The 10 illusory figures worked together seamlessly, and actually managed to temporarily withstand the deadly blade array.
Although the phantom kept trembling and fading, it was ultimately blocked. What kind of martial art is this?
John Keller's pupils contracted sharply. He had never seen such a bizarre and powerful technique of combining clones to attack. This is definitely not something an ordinary celestial venerable level martial artist could do. Merge. Kill. Just as the 10 phantoms were about to give way, Wanwei's true form in the center roared. 10 phantom figures, like swallows returning to their nest, suddenly converged on his main body, along with the weapons in their hands and all their power, all merging into the tiger demon axe in his hand. Buzz. The tiger demon axe emitted a trembling sound of extreme excitement. Its size exploded, and its golden light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. On the axe blade, the phantoms of 10 weapons flowed and merged, eventually transforming into a dark golden axe aura that was condensed to the extreme and seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth. 10 directions returned to one break. With all his might, Wanwei swung his axe towards John Keller and the heavy spatial constraints. Wherever the dark golden axe aura passed, the space groaned under its strain, and the silver-black spatial blades melted and shattered. The axe aura, undiminished in its force, cleaved straight at John Keller. John Keller's expression finally changed. He never expected Wanwei to have such a trump card. The power of this attack has truly threatened him. Spatial barrier. He moved his hands rapidly in front of him, and transparent spatial barriers instantly stacked together to form. Boom! The dark golden axe energy slammed down on the spatial barrier. The violent explosion blew a large section of the stone slabs around the altar away. Smoke and dust filled the air. As the smoke and dust cleared, John Keller was seen taking a half step back. The last spatial barrier in front of him was covered with cracks, but it did not break. His face was a little pale, clearly indicating that taking that blow was not easy for him either. Wanwei, on the other hand, was kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, his face pale. The 10 directions killing technique was incredibly powerful, but it also took a tremendous toll on him, almost draining him of most of his vital energy. Moreover, the gap in their cultivation levels is ultimately difficult to bridge completely. His all-out attack only left his opponent slightly disheveled. A remarkable martial skill, but unfortunately, it's better if it's used for my own purposes. John Keller wiped away a nearly invisible trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning completely cold, his killing intent boiling. He would no longer hold back, preparing to unleash his true killing move to bring this terrifying Chinese genius back to the United States to study his secrets.
At this critical moment, dare to touch my nephew? Did you even ask your grandfather?
A furious shout exploded like thunder.
A figure in blue, as fast as lightning, burst out from the shadows surrounding the shrine.
Before the person even arrived, a powerful punch carrying a strong medicinal scent was already aimed at John's back from a distance.
Wan Tian Chang. Wanwei's third uncle, the Wan family's #1 alchemist, has arrived. John's expression changed. He couldn't care less about attacking Wanwei anymore. He turned around abruptly, pulled with both hands, and a distorted spatial shield instantly formed. Thump! The Cyan fist force slammed into the spatial shield, producing a dull, drum-like thud. The space shield shook violently, and even cracks appeared on it.
Although Wan Tiancheng is an alchemist, his cultivation level is as high as the 9th grade Heavenly Venerable. Moreover, he has refined countless pills and tempered his body with alchemical fire for many years. His blood and qi are more refined and his power is more domineering than others of the same level.
The Wan family? They've come at the perfect time. John Keller was both surprised and furious. He recognized this as an important figure in the Wan family. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. John Keller's spatial magic is unpredictable, sometimes cutting, sometimes imprisoning, and sometimes teleporting.
Wan Tianqing, on the other hand, was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, his fists and feet carrying scorching fire and immense power, using force to overcome skill and never giving an inch. The aftershocks of their battle turned the area around the altar upside down, distorting space and creating deep craters in the ground.
10,000 households are attacking. All troops, prepare to meet the enemy. Almost at the same time Wan Tianqing appeared, shouts of battle erupted outside the shrine.
Wan Zhentian and Wan Feiguan led the elite of the Wan family's shadow guards, like tigers released from their cages, and charged in through various pre-planned entry points. In an instant, they were engaged in a chaotic battle with members of the American Eternal Light, the Bai Family Guards, and the Korean Crescent Society who were guarding the perimeter of the shrine. The battlefield is in complete chaos. Amidst the clash of swords, the explosion of energy, and the mingling of roars and screams. Although the Wan family may not have the advantage in numbers, each member is an elite, they cooperate well, and they were well prepared.
In a short time, they threw the enemy into disarray.
With Wan Wei's pressure greatly reduced, he swallowed a few qi-restoring pills he had prepared beforehand, recovered slightly, and with a flash of cold light in his eyes, he charged into the chaotic crowd with his tiger demon axe. His targets were the Bai family experts and American lackeys who tried to get close to the altar or threatened Bai Yi.
Put. 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 In his hands, the tiger demon axe transformed into a death scythe, its golden axe light unstoppable.
Killing an ordinary heavenly king is as easy as killing a chicken. Even a low-ranking celestial venerable would often be either killed or seriously injured within a few moves under his mid-4th rank strength and the sharpness of the tiger demon axe. He was like a god of war, charging in and out of the enemy ranks 3 times, leaving a trail of destruction and bloodshed wherever he went. He quickly reached the vicinity of the altar and slashed down the Bai family cultivators who were surrounding Bai Yi and preparing to cast some kind of binding spell on her with a few sword strikes.
Stay here and don't move.
Protect yourself,
Wan Wei quickly told her. Bai Yi nodded heavily. Wan Wei didn't have time to say more, because more enemies rushed up.
He roared once again as he charged into the fray. The fierce battle lasted for about 5 minutes, but those 5 minutes felt incredibly long. Dozens of corpses lay around the altar, their blood staining the ground red. Meanwhile, the battle between Wan Tianqing and John Keller has reached its climax. Although Wan Tianqing was a formidable fighter, John Keller's spatial magic was truly troublesome, and he was also skilled in combat. In a fierce exchange of blows, Wan Tianqing seized upon a tiny opening in John Keller's defenses and delivered a punch imbued with the essence of his life's alchemical fire, striking Keller squarely in the chest.
Put.
John Keller coughed up a mouthful of blood, a clear sound of bones cracking came from his chest, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, his aura instantly weakening significantly.
But Wan Tianqing wasn't having an easy time either.
In order to deliver that punch, he took a direct hit from Keller's spatial cut. A horrific wound, deep enough to expose bone, was slashed from his left shoulder to his chest, dripping with blood. His internal energy was disordered, and his face was deathly pale.
Third uncle.
Wan Wei, who was fighting the enemy in the distance, saw the scene and his eyes widened in horror.
At that very moment when both sides' top combatants were severely injured, a figure approached the altar. It's Bai Yi.
Her complexion was rosy and normal at that moment.
Bai Yi bit her tongue, quickly formed an ancient and sinister hand seal with her hands, and chanted a difficult-to-pronounce incantation.
As she continued the incantation, she forced out a drop of pure blood from her heart, mixed it with the blood from the tip of her tongue, and pressed her blood-stained finger hard onto a recessed rune in the center of the altar, resembling a keyhole.
With my blood, I swear the covenant with the demon. Open the gates to the other shore for me. Buzz. The entire abandoned shrine, and even the entire mountain, shook violently. All the people fighting. The fighting among the crowd stopped instantly.
Under the astonished, puzzled, and even bewildered gazes of everyone,
all the runes on the altar instantly lit up with a blindingly dark purple-black light.
The vortex of demonic energy that was originally rotating slowly suddenly increased its speed tenfold.
Its volume also began to expand rapidly. From the center of the vortex came a terrifying sound that sent chills down your spine, sounding like countless demons howling and cheering. A monstrous demonic power, 100 times greater than before and seemingly capable of devouring everything, surged out of the vortex like a tsunami. It worked? The portal was forcibly activated? And the commotion far exceeded expectations. But why? Why did Bai Yi do this? Wasn't she saved by the Wan family? Shouldn't she rebel against the Bai family? How could she know the activation incantation and method? And she even willingly offered her lifeblood as a sacrifice? Everyone was stunned. The entire bloody and chaotic battlefield fell into a moment of deathly silence because of this sudden and earth-shattering change. Chapter 100 Melee. Ha 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 ha. A burst of hearty laughter suddenly shattered the deathly silence around the altar. The one who made that laugh was Bai Yi, who was standing in the center of the altar. At this moment, there was no trace of the previous paleness and despair on her face. Instead, there was an almost eerie excitement and a sense of triumph in controlling everything. She opened her arms as if embracing the suffocating, overwhelming demonic energy, her blood-stained lips curving into a cold and insane smile. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Bai Yi raised her voice, laced with sarcasm, her gaze sweeping over the shocked Wan Wei, the ashen-faced John Keller, and the bewildered elders of the Bai family. Thanks to the Bai and Meng families for their cultivation and benefits, and thanks to the Wan family for their righteous assistance and for cleaning up the battlefield. Without your scheming against each other and fighting to the death, weakening each other's strength, it would have been quite a struggle for me to activate this gate of immortality. Wan Wei's mind went blank. So, Bai Yi is the final boss? Just then, the members of the Korean Crescent Moon Society and some members of the Four-Star Group suddenly moved in unison. They quickly broke away from the battle and converged towards the altar. They will protect Bai Yi. The number of people was no less than 100, and among them were several auras of heavenly venerable level. The fear, confusion, and ferocity that had been on their faces vanished, replaced by a fanatical, almost martyr-like devotion. Facing Bai Yi, they all knelt on one knee, right hand on their chest, and shouted in a unified and reverent tone. Welcome to the Holy Maiden's arrival. May she live forever, and may the Holy Church endure. The sound was deafening, echoing through the valley. A saintess? The cult of eternal life? Wan Wei suddenly remembered the strange and cult-like eternal life cult he encountered when he came to South Korea to rescue Kim Young-soo last time. They wanted to capture Jean Lingxiu to perform some kind of ritual. So this stuff has penetrated this deep? Even someone like Bai Yi is one of their people? No, judging from this, Bai Yi is actually a high-ranking saintess? Damn it! Wan Wei couldn't help but swear, feeling that his worldview had been severely impacted. So all that scheming and fighting here was just a prelude to this holy maiden of the eternal life cult, a way to clear out the place? Bai Yi looked down at the bewildered expressions of the crowd below, wondering, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing, with great satisfaction? She proudly raised her chin, her beautiful face appearing especially eerie under the magical light. You all think I'm just a pawn to be manipulated? Ha, what a joke. You're the ones who are stepping stones. She spread her arms, and the vortex of demonic energy behind her spun even more violently, with faint, ferocious claw-like phantoms flickering within it, as if something terrifying was struggling to crawl over from the dark beyond. The cult of immortality? Have you all gone mad? John Keller clutched his aching chest, his blue eyes filled with shock and rage as he stared intently at Bai Yi. He then looked at the Mr. Bu, the South Korean New Moon Society member who had been his contact, and said, You lied to me? What are you South Koreans trying to do? John's original plan was to communicate with someone familiar with the demonic realm in the United States. These people are used to suppress China. The aura he now exudes is completely different from that of the demons he is familiar with. The tycoon surnamed Bu slowly pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses icy cold. Mr. Keller, at this point, is there any need to ask? His English was fluent, but it had a distinctly Korean accent. Why not? If we follow you Americans, we'll always be subordinates, watchdogs. If we win, the credit goes to the US. If we lose, our Korean soldiers die. What do we get? A few scraps? So-called security protection? He spread his hands, pointing to the surging vortex of demonic energy, his tone gradually becoming agitated. What the demons bestow upon us is power. Evolution. An opportunity to break free from the control of you vampires who call yourselves beacons of light. This is the real opportunity for the Korean nation to rise to the top of the world. Don't think that only the United States wants to control the world. We also have our ambitions and our own path. This blatant declaration of betrayal turned the faces of the people from the eternal light of the United States ashen, and sent a chill down the spines of the Bai family, the Won family, and even the people from the Seung kingdom who came to their aid. Has South Korea collectively turned to evil? In the name of rising up, they've even stopped being human? You're all insane. John Keller was trembling with rage, whether from injury or anger, it was hard to tell. It's you old world beneficiaries who are crazy. Bai sneered, waved her jade hand, and pointed at all those below the altar who were not members of the Eternal Life cult, including the Won family, the United States, and the remnants of the Bai family, issuing a kill order. The holy race needs sacrifices to descend. Kill them. Use their blood and souls to pave the way for the holy race. I will obey the holy maiden's decree. For eternal life. For the holy race. Kill them all. The Korean Eternal Life cult followers surrounding the altar roared in unison, their eyes beginning to glow with an abnormal red and black light, and their auras suddenly becoming violent and cold. They seemed to be infused with some kind of evil power, charging fearlessly towards the forces of the various factions that were surrounded in the middle. Moreover, in the distant mountains and forests, shadowy figures of even more Koreans dressed in various clothes were seen surging in, as if they had been lying in ambush all along. This is truly a home field advantage, with superior numbers. Damn it! We've been tricked. Won Wei cursed angrily, but he knew this was not the time to be in a daze. He brandished his tiger demon axe, cleaving two charging Korean kings, their eyes bloodshot, in two single blows. He then shouted to Won Jintian and the others, who were also locked in a fierce battle. Uncle Hailong. Uncle Baldy. Forget about past grudges. Let's join forces and kill these traitors who have sided with the demons. Do you need to tell me? Won Jintian cut down an enemy with a single strike, his face grim. All personnel, listen to my command. Prioritize eliminating the Eternal Life cult's heretics. The remnants of the Bai family, if they wish to retaliate, may have their past grievances temporarily set aside. This can be considered a temporary united front. On the other side, John roared at the remaining members of the Eternal Light who were still fighting. FK. Kill these traitors. Activate the emergency distress signal. Get everyone from the nearby bases here. Hurrah! In an instant, dozens of experts from the Bear Kingdom rushed out to provide support. The leader was a burly man named Ilahen, who was over 2 meters tall and resembled a giant bear. With a roar, he swung a giant axe the size of a door and joined the battle. One swing of the axe could clear out a small area, his combat power was incredibly fierce. The original 3 or even 4-way battle situation instantly turned into human forces versus the Korean Eternal Life cult that has turned to evil. Once the fight started, the situation completely spiraled out of control. Those who can participate in events of this caliber are at least top-tier experts, and there are many more heavenly venerables among them. Roughly speaking, there are nearly 10 celestial venerables on the Won family's side. The Eternal Light of America, John, along with the elite troops he brought, also included 8 celestial venerables. The remnants of the Bai family, including several elders and guards, also included 4 or 5 heavenly venerables. The Seung Kingdom's reinforcements, led by Ili Khan, also included 4 or 5 celestial venerables. On the Korean side, the number of heavenly venerables lying in ambush is even more astonishing. Including those temporarily enhanced by demonic energy, the number has exceeded 15. And there was a constant stream of heavenly kings and martial artists whose strength had increased after being corrupted by demonic energy. The entire mountainous area where the abandoned shrine was located instantly turned into a meat grinder. A rough count revealed that more than 30 celestial venerables had gathered there. Hundreds of martial artists at the heavenly king level and above. Boom! Snap! The sounds of energy colliding and exploding rose and fell, almost forming a continuous sound. The golden red of chi and blood, the purplish black of demonic chi, the white of light chi, the blue of the frost chi of the Bear Kingdom. Various lights flashed wildly, illuminating the night sky as if it were daytime, yet also as if it were hell. Sword energy crisscrossed, axe shadows filled the sky, magic danced, and supernatural powers exploded. The earth groaned, blasted into huge craters tens of meters in diameter. Ancient trees fell in swathes, turning to dust. The mountain was shaking, and boulders were rolling down, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. My God! Is this a preview of the Third Global War against the demon?
While dodging a sinister attack from demonic energy, Wanwei swung his axe and cleaved a South Korean 6th-rank Heavenly King in two as he charged forward yelling, "For kimchi!" He was inwardly cursing wildly. At the heart of the battlefield, the fiercest battle erupted above the altar where Bai was located. Bai was currently suspended in front of the vortex of demonic energy, exuding a terrifying aura of a 9th-grade Heavenly Venerable. Moreover, this pressure was filled with evil and instability, clearly forcibly increased with the help of demonic energy and some kind of secret technique, but its combat power was absolutely terrifying. "Three old geese, come at me all at once. Let me see just how much the strongmen of the old era really amount to." Bai laughed wildly, and a long sword formed from white bones and demonic energy appeared in her hand. With a swing of the sword, the pale white sword light, accompanied by a mournful ghostly wail, attacked the three of them at the same time. Her opponent was Wan Tianqing, a 9th-rank Celestial Venerable who was seriously injured but still possessed considerable fighting power. John Keller, an 8th-rank Celestial Venerable, was also seriously injured but filled with rage, as was Ilahen, an 8th-rank Celestial Venerable from the Bear Kingdom. 3 against 1. Wan Tianqing swallowed the life-saving pill he had refined himself, forcibly suppressing his injuries, and his fist, wreathed in pill fire, clashed head-on with the bone sword. Despite the excruciating pain, John Keller used a spatial folding technique to try and imprison Bai. Ivan roared and swung his giant axe with the power to split mountains and cleave the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The aftershocks of the battle between 4 high-level Celestial Venerables were enough to instantly kill low-level Celestial Venerables. The space in that area was almost shattered into pieces. Light was distorted, sound was annihilated, and all that could be seen was terrifying energy constantly being annihilated and erupting. Chapter 101 Eyes. Wanwei constantly moved across the battlefield, charging wherever there were many Koreans. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of the 4th-rank Celestial Venerable level, coupled with the Tiger Demon Axe, he became a dangerous figure on the battlefield, second only to the few high-level combatants. 3 or 4 Korean Celestial Venerables had already died by his axe, and countless Heavenly Kings followed. He felt like he was playing a hack-and-slash game, but the grass would resist and grow back bigger and bigger the more he cut it. One family's boy. This side. They can't hold out any longer. A 2nd-rank Celestial Venerable from the Bai family was besieged by 2 3rd-rank Celestial Venerables from South Korea. He was in grave danger when he saw Wanwei passing by. He disregarded his pride and cried out for help. Wanwei rolled his eyes, but still rushed over and forced one of them back with a single move, helping the Bai family's Heavenly Venerable out of his predicament. "Thanks." The Heavenly Venerable of the Bai family had a complicated expression. "Kill the demon cubs first." Wanwei shouted, then charged off elsewhere. On the battlefield, there are no permanent enemies, only temporary, common, and even more deserving enemies. The people of Eternal Light in the United States also briefly cooperated with the people of Wanjia and Xianghua. Although the two sides still didn't get along, at least they wouldn't stab each other in the back. Faced with the surging tide of Korean demonized martial artists, they all used their best skills. Holy Light Judgment. Hurrah! A Siberian cold front. Battle formation of 10,000 families, begin. Various powerful moves flew around, creating an extremely chaotic yet spectacular scene. The entire mountaintop was almost flattened, and everywhere there were severed limbs and scorched earth from the energy bombardment. It can be said that this is the first time since the end of the Second Global War against the demon race that so many high-level cultivators have gathered to engage in such a fierce and chaotic battle. However, South Korea was playing on home turf and seemed to have planned it all along, making thorough preparations. Besides what's happening on site, signal flares are constantly being launched into the sky in the distance, clearly indicating that more forces are being mobilized. Although Wanjia and the United States are also calling for reinforcements, it will take time for them to arrive from nearby bases. Gradually, the Allied side began to feel the pressure. The disadvantage in numbers began to show. The demonized warriors from South Korea seemed endless, and each one was fearless, unaware of pain or fear after being corrupted by demonic energy. This won't do. We must destroy that portal, or kill that Saintess. Wanwei cleaved an enemy in two with an axe and shouted to Wang Jintian, who was not far away. I know. But I can't get close. Wang Jintian was also covered in blood. He had just tried to lead his men to attack the altar, but was blocked by several high-level Korean Heavenly Venerables and a large number of demonized warriors. The aftershocks of Bai's battle with the 3 top experts made it even more difficult for anyone to get close. Just as the tide of battle was gradually turning in favor of the Eternal Life cult, and the Allied side began to suffer heavy casualties. Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Suddenly, from the northeastern sky came a completely different, dense, and muffled explosion.
It sounded like a barrage of heavy firepower?
Immediately afterwards, countless rockets and artillery shells, trailing plumes of flame, poured down from the northeastern border like a torrential downpour. It shot towards the area where the Eternal Life cult members from South Korea were concentrated and the altar where the vortex of demonic energy was located.
Boom!
The intense artillery barrage instantly blasted a large number of low-level demonized warriors and some defensive fortifications into the air. Although it posed a limited threat to the celestial venerable experts, it greatly disrupted the Eternal Life cult's formation and subsequent support.
What's going on? Everyone was stunned.
In the northeast, near the 38th parallel, a large number of figures dressed in khaki military uniforms and with distinct styles appeared.
They were disciplined and taciturn. Their equipment did not seem as sophisticated as that of the United States, but their firepower was exceptionally fierce.
Moreover, there were many powerful martial artists among them, and the leaders were even at the heavenly venerable level.
They're from North Korea. Damn it!
Why are those lunatics from the north here too? A leader of the Korean Eternal Life cult shouted in terror. Within the North Korean ranks, a stern-faced middle-aged man held a megaphone and, speaking in heavily accented North Korean, addressed the battlefield with righteous indignation.
Traitors from South Korea! You have actually betrayed humanity and sided with the wicked demon race. This is your own destruction.
The North Korean People's Army will never allow the iron hooves of the demons to threaten the security of our socialist motherland.
For the reunification of the motherland. For the survival of humanity. Open fire. Annihilate these traitors to humanity and lackeys of the demons. A brief silence fell over the battlefield. Wang Wei's mouth twitched. Goodness, what a reason they came up with. It's politically correct, righteous, and I can't even refute it. Indeed, if South Korea were to be controlled by the demons, North Korea would be the first to suffer.
Rather than waiting to be killed, it's better to take the initiative and fight back, which can earn us a good reputation for fighting against the demons and protecting humanity. Although everyone knows perfectly well that North Korea is mostly just trying to stir up trouble or gain an advantage because of the fighting here, at least for now, they are on the side of humanity.
Thanks to my buddy next door for the rocket. Wang Wei couldn't help but shout. Everyone felt a little less pressure.
With the long-range fire support of the North Korean army and the addition of some experts, the morale of the United side was greatly boosted, and they barely withstood the massive human wave offensive of the Korean Eternal Life cult. But everyone's hearts remained heavy, because the vortex of demonic energy above the altar had expanded to a diameter of nearly 100 meters.
The roars and oppressive aura emanating from within grew clearer and more terrifying. Although Bai was entangled by 3 top experts, she didn't seem to be in a hurry.
Instead, she was laughing wildly, as if she was waiting for something. Just when the battle was once again locked in a fierce stalemate, and everyone was bloodthirsty.
An anomaly. A new wave has begun.
Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, from the vortex directly above the altar, an eye 100 meters in size, covered entirely in dark purple scales, peered down at the battlefield below. It exudes an aura of savagery, destruction, and endless antiquity.
I was merely swept by the gaze of that eye. Splash! Splash!
On the battlefield, whether it was the Allied side or the Eternal Life cult side, countless low-level martial artists and even some low-grade heavenly venerables felt as if their souls had been struck by a heavy blow.
Their legs went weak, and they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, unable to even hold their weapons.
Even mid to high-level celestial venerables like Wang Wei, Wang Jintin, John Keller, and Ivan instantly felt a chill rush from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Their hearts felt as if they were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, their blood and chi stagnated, and they had difficulty breathing. It was an absolute suppression and fear that originated from the level of life and the origin of the soul. The entire battlefield, which was noisy and hellish, fell into a deathly silence the moment this giant eye appeared. Only the wailing sound of the swirling demonic vortex and the despairing sound of the void shattering as the giant eye in the sky slowly blinked. What the hell is that? Wang Wei tilted his head back, his knuckles white from gripping the tiger demon axe too tightly, his throat dry, and he managed to utter a few words with difficulty.
A terror far beyond imagination may be about to descend. Chapter 102: The Strength of the Martial God.
Under the gaze of that enormous eye that seemed capable of devouring souls, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence of despair. Those who were slightly weaker had already collapsed to the ground, trembling, their minds blank.
What level of existence is this? Is such pressure emanating from just the gaze of one eye? If the real body were to come over, wouldn't it turn everyone to ashes with just a breath?
In this atmosphere of despair that was suffocating.
Wow, it's quite lively here.
A male voice, sounding somewhat casual and even teasing, clearly pierced through the wailing of the demonic energy and everyone's heavy breathing, resounding in everyone's ears.
That voice sounds familiar?
Wan Wei was stunned for a moment, then his eyes burst with unbelievable ecstasy.
That tone, that manner.
Everyone, whether collapsed or standing still, instinctively looked in the direction from which the sound came. Beside the enormous demonic eye rift, space rippled out like a curtain of water. A figure dressed in simple black training clothes, not particularly tall but seemingly able to support the entire world, stepped out from the void. He looked to be in his 40s, with a resolute face, short hair, and calm, deep eyes. Just by standing there, the originally despairing pressure of his demonic eyes seemed to be diluted a bit. The person who arrived was none other than Wan Tianhao, the world's only martial god.
Dad!
Wan Wei almost cried, not out of fear, but out of excitement.
My dear dad! A reliable dad.
He's here.
This is it. A god of war?
John's pupils shrank to pinpoints, and his face was 10 times worse than when he had been injured by Wan Tiancheng. The remnants of the Bai family were ashen-faced. Ivan and his men from the Bear Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief, then showed expressions of awe. The North Korean commander also looked nervously at the sky. Bai Yi, standing atop the altar, froze her crazed triumph in an instant, replaced by horror and resentment.
Wan Tianhao seemed oblivious to the horrific battlefield and the densely packed crowd below.
He first glanced at the enormous demonic eye, then at the damaged altar and the surging vortex of demonic energy below, before finally fixing his gaze on his son and nodding. Then, as if he had just noticed the terrifying giant eye, he stroked his chin, his tone slightly puzzled. So that's why the energy fluctuations here are so chaotic.
It turns out it's you, you ugly thing, spying on us? What, didn't you get enough of a beating in the Nordic Rift last time? Now you're itching to try again?
The demonic eye seemed to understand Wan Tianhao's words, or rather, sense his aura and will, and its pupils suddenly contracted.
A surge of even greater rage and apprehension welled up within him.
Clearly, the being behind this demonic eye knew Wan Tianhao and might have suffered losses against him before.
Buzz!
The demon eye didn't speak, but responded with actions. Around its eyes, covered in dark purple scales, were several palm-sized scales with sharp edges like divine weapons, swirling with destructive energy. It automatically detached itself, transforming into several streaks of purplish-black light that were difficult to detect with the naked eye, and instantly appeared in front of Wan Tianhao. Each scale is enough to easily tear apart the celestial venerable's defenses.
Wan Tianhao didn't even lift his eyelids.
He simply raised his right hand casually, spread his 5 fingers, and gently clenched his fist in front of the few demonic eye scales that shot towards him. Pop, pop, pop. A few soft sounds, like crushing a few grapes. Those terrifying scales, enough to make any celestial being present take a stand or even suffer death or serious injury, exploded without warning in the void in front of Wan Tianhao's palm, turning into the finest purplish-black light spots, and then vanished. It was as easy as swatting a few mosquitoes.
That's it? Wan Tianhao pursed his lips, seemingly a little disappointed. Sending over from this far away just this little bit of eyelid dust? Not enough. Roar!
The being behind the demon eye seemed to be completely enraged. A dark red light, extremely concentrated and searing to the soul, suddenly shone from the depths of the demon eye's pupil. The next moment, a dark red ray, only as thick as a finger but extremely solid and exuding an aura of destruction, shot out from the demonic eye. Wherever it passed, even the space itself was scorched with black marks that took a long time to heal. This attack was far more powerful than the scales from before, and its target was Wan Tianhao.
Laser eyes?
Wan Tianhao raised an eyebrow, but this time he didn't use his hand to catch it. He merely turned slightly to the side, and the incredibly fast ray of destruction grazed the hem of his clothes and shot into the endless night sky behind him, disappearing without a trace. The demon eye, having missed its target, became even more enraged. It began to blink frantically, and with each blink, dozens of small black hole-like vortexes would spontaneously split open in the void around the crack, bursting out like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Thump, thump. A large number of small, blood-red monsters fell out, their shapes bizarre and exuding a strong demonic aura. Some of these monsters resembled winged crocodiles, while others were like multi-armed, fleshy balls. All of them possessed the strength of a celestial venerable. They howled and pounced on Wan Tianhao, while some of them rushed towards the battlefield below.
Summon minions? Play a swarm tactic?
Wan Tianhao laughed,
this time he was too lazy to even move. With just a thought, an invisible yet vast and boundless will, as powerful as the starry sea, spread out from him. Those monstrous minions that had just fallen out of the spatial vortex and were bearing their fangs and claws were swept over by this will. They couldn't even let out a scream and turned into wisps of black smoke in mid-air, disappearing without a trace. Even those small spatial vortexes instantly closed up. Absolute crushing victory. A crushing defeat without a doubt. Those on the battlefield below were dumbfounded. They fought desperately, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split, and countless people died, before they could barely manage to reach a stalemate with the Korean Eternal Life Cult, which was empowered by demonic energy. As a result, the god of war arrived and, with a few casual moves, neutralized the attack from that terrifying demonic eye as easily as a gentle breeze. The difference is like a whale who's spent a fortune and has maxed out their gear going to a newbie village. Wan Tianhao seemed to have had enough fun. He dropped the teasing tone from his face, his eyes sharpening as he looked at the demonic eye that was still filled with resentment and a hint of fear. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a domineering and mocking tone that could shake the universe. Through countless layers of spatial barriers, you just peek out with one eye and glare at me, trying to scare me away with some harmless little tricks? You think you can get away with this? He raised his right hand and pointed his fingers like a knife, a terrifying knife intent that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth condensing at his fingertips. The sword intent was so strong that it even caused the surging vortex of demonic energy below to stop and tremble. Either I'll send your real body over here right now, and we'll have a good fight. Or... A fierce glint flashed in Wan Tianhao's eyes, and he lightly swiped his fingertip towards the vortex of demonic energy and the demonic eye above it. Get back there. Universal light-splitting slash. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a thread so fine it was almost invisible, yet seemingly containing the first ray of light at the beginning of the universe, shot out from his fingertip and vanished in a flash. The next moment. Sizzle. The purplish-black demonic energy vortex, 100 meters in diameter, with overwhelming demonic power, and seemingly capable of devouring everything, was neatly split in two from the very center. The raging demonic energy instantly lost its core and began to dissipate wildly, wailing and annihilating. The blade's momentum didn't wane, it traveled upstream along the spatial trajectory, precisely striking the enormous demonic eye. A whoa! A roar, filled with pain, anger, and terror, as if from the depths of the netherworld, suddenly exploded out. A clear golden crack appeared in the pupil of that enormous demonic eye. Dark purple blood spurted out from the cracks, scattering into the void and corroding small holes. With a final, venomous and fearful glare, the demonic eye retreated into the depths of the massive spatial rift, like a startled turtle. The crack, as if losing its support, began to writhe and heal rapidly. Within a few breaths, it disappeared into the night sky, leaving only a shattered sky, pitted and not yet fully recovered, corroded by the blood of the demonic eye. Immediately afterwards, Wan Tianhao didn't even look at the collapsing vortex of demonic energy. He swung his hand back and delivered another chop to the altar below, which was already covered in cracks but still exuded an eerie aura. Boom! The entire altar, along with the complex and sinister runes on it, collapsed and shattered in an instant. Even the foundation was shattered into dust. The last trace of demonic energy connection was also completely severed. After doing all this, Wan Tianhao acted as if he had done something insignificant, lightly shaking his hand and letting out a cold snort. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the ravaged battlefield below and the stunned crowd. As the demonic eye receded, the vortex dissipated, and the altar was destroyed, the terrifying pressure and sense of despair that had enveloped the entire area vanished instantly. But what replaced it was a more real and breathtaking aura emanating from the god of war himself. Chapter 103 Aftermath Work. Just then, another commotion was heard outside the shrine. However, this time it wasn't the enemy, but rather teams of members of the Chinese Demon Slayer Corps dressed in uniform black outfits. They quickly poured in and began to take control of the situation. These people acted swiftly and had a clear division of labor. Some of them quickly subdued the Korean Eternal Life Believers, as well as the Bai Family and Americans, who were weakened or confused due to the dissipation of demonic energy. Some people began to isolate and protect the wounded, while others began to investigate the scene and collect evidence. John yelled, "You can't arrest me. I was just helping you fight against South Korea." Upon hearing this, martial god Wan Tianhao glared at the other party, causing him to faint. The Demon Slayer Division, the highest official agency in China handling supernatural events and transnational crimes in the cultivation world, had clearly received the news long ago and immediately entered the scene to carry out its duties after the martial god brought the situation under control. Wan Tianhao ignored the work of the Demon Slayer Division. He flashed and appeared next to Wan Wei, who had just caught his breath, as if by teleportation. Dad! You came just in time. Any later and your son might have become a snack under the demon's eye.
Wan Wei immediately started to play the victim when he saw his father, even though he had been having a great time chopping people up. Wan Tianhao looked him up and down a few times. Seeing that although he was injured and his energy was greatly depleted, his spirits were still good. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, but he said aloud,
"Stop talking nonsense. I sent you here to gain experience, not to play this big game. You almost got yourself into trouble. How was I supposed to know that these Koreans were so crazy that they'd all turn to demons?" Wan Wei muttered. Wan Tianhao didn't respond to that question. He glanced at John Keller, the remnants of the Bai family, and Bai Yi and the others who were being handcuffed by the demon slayers, as well as Bai Yi, who was being closely watched and whose eyes were filled with resentment but who was powerless to resist. Then he leaned closer to Wan Wei, lowered his voice, and said in a volume that only the two of them could hear. "The situation here has escalated too much. The demon eye has appeared in the world, the Eternal Life cult has rebelled, and several major conglomerates and government forces in South Korea are involved. The evidence is conclusive, and now the world's top leaders know about it." He paused, a sly smile playing on his lips. "At the official level, China, the United States, China, and even North Korea will soon join forces to liquidate and regulate South Korea. The collapse of the chaebols led by the Four-Star Group and organizations like the Crescent Moon Society is a foregone conclusion, and the confiscation of their assets and the centralized management of their resources are inevitable." Wan Wei's eyes lit up, as if he understood something. Wan Tianhao continued in a low voice. "The Demon Slayer Division and other official agencies are mainly responsible for arresting people, seizing assets on the surface, and collecting evidence of crimes. However, these families and forces have been operating for many years, and their secret treasure troves, warehouses, and valuable items hidden in various formations and restrictions, as well as their private savings that they haven't had time to transfer, may not be fully unearthed by the authorities in a short period of time, nor do they have the energy to scrutinize them in detail." He patted Wan Wei on the shoulder, his eyes conveying a meaningful look. "While the official forces haven't fully taken control of every corner yet, and the situation is still a bit chaotic. Take a few trustworthy and efficient people of your own, such as Wan Jintian and Wan Feiguang, and go for a stroll under the pretext of searching for the remaining members of the Eternal Life cult. I'll have the Shadow Guard send you the coordinates and approximate defenses of the Four-Star Group's headquarters warehouse, the private residences of several key elders, and several secret outposts of the Crescent Moon Society. Do you understand?" Wan Wei immediately understood, his breathing quickened, and he rubbed his hands together excitedly. "I understand. I understand perfectly. Dad, are you sending me to ransack the house?" "No, I'm sending me to carry out an important follow-up cleanup." That's a very high level of awareness." Wan Tianhao nodded in satisfaction. "Hurry up, don't be too ostentatious, but don't be polite either. If you see anything useful, valuable, or rare, whether it's spirit stones, mineral contracts, cultivation manuals, or rare medicinal herbs, take it if you can. For the parts that can't be moved, let's see if we can dismantle them and take the key components with us. Anyway, these are all spoils of war and evidence. It's reasonable for the Wan family to keep some of them safe for now." He glanced at Bai Yi and the Jin family tycoon being led away in the distance, and added, "By the way, those families that have sided with the demons may still have some kidnapped people or people who were forced to serve them imprisoned in their mansions, including some, well, you know. When dealing with them, you can decide how to handle them. Rescuing them is fine, but don't let it interfere with important matters." Wan Wei listened with great interest, and the fatigue from the battle just now was completely swept away. "After the fight is over, you can go to the enemy's lair to loot equipment and open treasure chests, and it's even done under orders." "No, it was ordered to be confiscated." "I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Wan Wei straightened his back, then asked in a sly whisper, "Dad, what should we do if we see a particularly beautiful, an innocent woman who might be being coerced?" Wan Tianhao glanced at him. How could he not know what the kid was thinking? He laughed and scolded. "You brat, do as you please. Don't go too far, don't waste time, and don't cause trouble for the family. Get out of here." "Understood." Wan Wei chuckled, feeling full of energy. He immediately found Wan Jintian and Wan Feiguang, who were assisting the Demon Slayer Division in clearing the battlefield, and quietly conveyed his father's intentions. Wan Jintian and Wan Feiguang were taken aback at first, but then their eyes lit up. Wan Jintian rubbed his hands together. "Ahem, then it's our duty. We must completely eradicate the remaining evil influence."
Wan Fei Guang touched his bald head, grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. I've been wanting to get rid of those warehouses at 4-Star Group for a long time.
Let's go.
The three then quietly called up a few more shadow guards who had been quick-witted and tight-lipped during the battle, forming a special cleaning team of about 10 people. Wanwei's encrypted communicator had already received several key coordinates and brief information from the Shadow Guard Intelligence Department, including an estimate of defensive weaknesses.
Brothers! Wanwei lowered his voice, rallying the squad.
The God of War has ordered us to carry out a glorious but arduous cleanup mission. Our principles are efficiency, thoroughness, and no hidden dangers. Keep your eyes peeled and your hands swift.
If resistance is encountered, handle it accordingly. When it comes to our precious items, you all know what to do. Let's get moving.
Yes. The team members were all eager to get started, their eyes shining with excitement. The fighting just now was their duty, but this job was a perk.
First stop, the secret underground warehouse of the 4-Star Group headquarters. Let's go.
Wanwei waved his hand, and the group, taking advantage of the night and the still somewhat chaotic battlefield, slipped out of the divine community domain like ghosts and sped towards Seoul. As Wanwei hurried on his way, he thought to himself with a sense of satisfaction. The 4-Star Group's treasure trove. I heard they've been plundering South Korea for decades, or even longer.
Spirit stones must be piled up like mountains, right?
Rare metals, spiritual plants and medicinal herbs, and those strange objects they got from secret realms, and maybe even some good stuff they smuggled from China. And then there are the private residences of those tycoon elders, each one overflowing with wealth. Their collections must be overflowing with treasures.
Cultivation techniques? Elixirs? Divine weapons?
They'll take anything. While you're at it, see if there are any pretty young ladies they've imprisoned or are controlling who need to be rescued. Thinking of this, Wanwei felt his steps become much lighter. Chapter 10 for the Elven Treasure Girl, a long chapter of 4,000 words, please read, Godfather. Based on the encrypted coordinates sent by the Shadow Guard Intelligence Department, Wanwei led his special cleaning team to a biotechnology park on the outskirts of Seoul. On the surface, this place is a cluster of small and medium-sized enterprises engaged in pharmaceutical research and development.
But in reality, this is one of the Crescent Moon Society's most important secret research institutes, hidden in the basement of an inconspicuous 6-story office building. This is it, Building B3.
Wang Jintian pointed to a gray building with somewhat old exterior walls in front of him.
The 6 floors above ground are a normal office cover, the 3 underground floors are the real Crescent Laboratory.
The entrance is disguised as a backup maintenance passage in an underground parking lot, and it has identity recognition and energy sensing.
Wanwei looked the building over and stroked his chin. It's actually quite well made.
Wan Fei Guang had already surveyed the area beforehand with a portable scanner and reported. There are conventional electronic monitoring and infrared sensors around the perimeter, but the intensity is average, probably to avoid arousing suspicion due to obvious energy fluctuations. The underground entrance is more heavily guarded, with an alloy gate and at least 2 array formations. It's strong enough to hold off an ordinary 5th-grade celestial venerable for a few minutes. The situation regarding internal security is unclear, but it's estimated that there aren't many. They've all gone off to fight. Alright, then proceed according to plan. Quickly infiltrate and loot supplies.
Wanwei issued the order.
Uncle Jintian, you take 2 people to be responsible for perimeter security and cutting off any possible external communications.
Uncle Baldy, you and I will break down the door and go in.
The rest of you follow up, and be careful to finish off the enemies and search the area. With clear division of labor, the team immediately took action. Wang Jintian and his men quietly removed several hidden cameras and sensors.
Wanwei and Wan Fei Guang swaggered toward the disguised maintenance passage entrance.
Of course, swaggering refers to one's mindset.
Even though there aren't any top experts, we can't let our guard down. The entrance is a heavy gray metal door, next to which is an inconspicuous fingerprint and iris scanner.
Wan Fei Guang took out a palm-sized black device, placed it on the identifier, and a stream of data flashed on the device screen. A few seconds later, a soft beep sounded, and the green light turned on.
Done. Wan Fei Guang grinned and put away the equipment.
This is one of the cutting-edge technologies of Wanjia Intelligence Department, specifically designed to crack these conventional biometric locks. The metal door slid open silently, revealing a downward-sloping concrete passageway, dimly lit inside. The 2 exchanged a glance and stepped inside. The other guards quickly followed and closed the door again. The passage was short, ending at another, heavier silver alloy door. The door was engraved with some simple protective runes and emitted a faint energy fluctuation.
This is the first array restriction. I'll do it.
Wan Wei stepped forward, too lazy to look for any array points or ways to break it, and simply stretched out his right hand, placing his palm on the cold alloy door. The chi and blood of a fourth-rank celestial venerable within his body surged slightly, and a pure and domineering golden chi and blood flowed out from his palm, like a red-hot knife cutting into butter.
Sizzle.
The protective runes on the door suddenly lit up with a blinding red light, attempting to resist.
But it only lasted for less than 2 seconds before extinguishing and shattering under the even more powerful surge of energy.
Immediately afterward, Wan Wei exerted force with his palm and pushed forward.
Boom!
The heavy alloy door deformed, tore apart, and collapsed inward with a loud thud as it hit the ground.
Behind the door was a brightly lit white corridor, reminiscent of a modern laboratory.
Several people who looked like researchers were walking by carrying tablets or pushing carts when they were startled by the sudden loud noise and the collapsing gate, and stood frozen in place.
Enemy attack. It's the enemy.
A researcher who looked like a minor leader was the first to react, screaming as he reached for the red alarm button on the wall. Before his finger even touched the button, a golden, thin as a cicada's wing, axe-like beam shot out from Wan Wei's tiger demon axe, precisely grazing his wrist.
Puff!
The researcher's hand was severed at the wrist, and blood spurted out. His remaining words turned into a piercing scream as he clutched his severed wrist and collapsed to the ground. Other researchers were so terrified that some fainted, while others collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear. Wan Wei frowned and gestured to the shadow guards who followed him in. "Control them, but don't kill them, they might be useful." The shadow guards quickly stepped forward and swiftly knocked out, stopped the bleeding, and bound the researchers who were unable to resist. At the end of the corridor were an elevator and a staircase. 2 guards dressed in black combat uniforms and holding energy rifles stood at the top of the staircase. They had obviously heard the commotion and were nervously aiming their guns at this part of the corridor.
"Who goes there? Stop right there!
Or we'll shoot," the guard shouted in Korean, his voice trembling slightly.
Their response was Wan Wei's figure closing in instantly and 2 simple handchops. Snap! Snap!
The 2 guards didn't even have a chance to pull the trigger before their necks snapped and they collapsed. Wan Wei casually kicked their energy rifles aside. They were useless to him, but they looked pretty cool. It's useless for people above the Heavenly King level.
"Let's take the stairs, the elevator isn't safe."
Wan Wei led the way and rushed to the stairwell. The group descended the stairs as quickly as tigers descending a mountain. The second basement level seemed to mainly consist of supply warehouses and some ordinary laboratories, and any sporadic resistance encountered was easily dealt with. Wan Wei didn't even make a move. It was mainly Wan Fei Guang and the shadow guards who were warming up.
Wan Wei focused his main energy on perception.
He slightly opened his golden eyes of insight, scanning his surroundings for valuable energy fluctuations and possible hidden spaces.
"This way."
At a corner on the second basement level, Wan Wei pointed to a metal door that looked no different from the other laboratory doors, but his golden eye saw a more complex energy circuit and a faint spatial isolation fluctuation behind the door.
Wan Fei Guang stepped forward and cracked the electronic lock using the same method.
The door opened, revealing a huge server room, buzzing and with indicator lights flashing continuously. On the control panel in the center of the room, several large screens were scrolling through massive amounts of data, charts, and some extremely disturbing real-time monitoring footage.
Records of human energy tolerance limit tests.
Experimental subject number 0731 ELF hybrid, natural affinity, 47th marrow extraction reaction record. The cold words on the screen, and the experimental subjects strapped to transparent containers or operating tables in the surveillance footage. All of this reveals how dark and inhumane the experiments conducted here are.
Damn it, these beasts!
Even the well-informed Wan Fei Guang couldn't help but curse, slamming his fist into the metal cabinet next to him, leaving a clear fist mark.
Wan Wei's face also darkened.
Although he was mentally prepared, seeing it with his own eyes still made him feel a surge of anger. He walked to the control panel, quickly operated a few buttons, and located the data backup and core storage areas. "Uncle Baldy, take all the storage cores and hard drives that can be disassembled. Take all the servers along with them, move what you can, and for what you can't move, dig out the key chips. These materials are irrefutable evidence of the Crescent Moon Society and South Korea's invasion of the demon race, and may also contain information useful for studying the demon race.
They must not be left behind."
Understood. Wan Fei Guang immediately ordered his shadow guards to take action. Professionals are professionals. They quickly located the main data storage units and began to forcibly dismantle them, without considering restoring them to their original state.
Wan Wei continued to delve deeper.
Based on energy perception and structural inference, the most important things and the places where core experimental subjects might be imprisoned should be on a lower level.
Sure enough, they encountered decent resistance on the third basement level.
The 4 guards were clearly different from ordinary guards. They had a cold aura and faint demonic energy fluctuations around them. These people had an abnormal red glow in their eyes, bulging muscles, and sharpened nails, clearly indicating that they had undergone preliminary demonic technology modifications, and their strength was probably between the 5th and 6th rank of Heavenly King. Deaf to intruders, one of the guards roared hoarsely, lunging forward with incredible speed, his claws aimed straight for Wanwei's heart.
That's getting interesting.
Wanwei didn't flinch or dodge. In fact, he seemed a little excited. With a thought, the tiger demon axe instantly appeared in his hand. Without using any martial arts techniques, he simply met the opponent's sharp claws with a diagonal axe slash.
Laugh. Like a hot knife cutting through solidified grease.
The reinforced guard's sharp claws, capable of tearing through steel plates, silently separated from his half arm under the tiger demon axe's blade. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and blood only gushed out half a second later. The guard stared blankly at his severed arm, seemingly still in shock. Wanwei had already swung his axe and smashed it into his head.
Bang! It's like smashing a watermelon.
The reinforced guard collapsed without uttering a sound.
Awesome!
Wanwei thought to himself.
The precise cutting under such absolute power provides a truly gratifying feedback.
Seeing this, the other 3 reinforced guards were not afraid at all. Instead, they pounced even more frantically, letting out beast-like howls.
Well done!
Wanwei brandished the tiger demon axe, his figure flashing nimbly through the narrow corridor. Golden axe blades crisscrossed, each swing inevitably bringing forth a shower of blood or a severed limb.
Crack!
A guard was cut in half at the waist.
Thud! Another one was cleaved diagonally from the shoulder to the ribs by the axe blade, almost splitting it in 2.
The last one tried to sneak up from behind, but Wanwei kicked him from behind without even turning his head. The kick caused his chest to cave in, and he slammed into the alloy door behind him like a cannonball, denting the door in a large chunk before it slid down softly and fell silent.
The whole process took less than 10 seconds.
For formidable guards, unable to even get Wanwei to take them seriously, were reduced to pieces on the ground.
Wan Feiguang watched from behind, touched his bald head, and sighed. Serena Williams's skills are getting better and better. He can chop people up like he's chopping wood. Easily dealing with the guards, Wanwei walked to the dented alloy door.
The runes on the gate were much more complex than those on the gate above, and they seemed to be connected to the Earth's ley line energy. Too lazy to slowly crack the code, he resorted to the same trick again, circulating his chi and blood, and punched the door lock.
Boom! This time, the commotion is even bigger.
The entire door, along with parts of the door frame and wall, was blasted inwards by the violent blood and energy, causing everything to shatter and fly out.
Smoke and dust filled the air.
Behind the door was a spacious yet oppressive room. The lighting was dim, and the air was filled with a strong smell of medicine. In the center of the room, several transparent cylindrical culture chambers were placed side by side, filled with a pale green liquid.
In each culture chamber, a naked human figure floats, connected to countless tubes and electrodes.
There are men and women, of various races, mostly humans, but some with obvious features of other races. They were all barely breathing, and their vital signs were maintained in a coma. At the far end of the room, in a relatively independent silver culture chamber, floats a special experimental subject. It was a figure that looked like a young girl, with a slender figure, pointed ears, and long, light silver hair. Even in her dormancy, her face was exquisitely beautiful, possessing an otherworldly elegance. Her skin was so fair it was almost transparent, and you could see faint green veins beneath it, like those of a plant. The label on the outside of the cultivation chamber reads, Experiment 0731, codename, Freya, race, elf hybrid, talent, natural affinity, status, deep suppression, 49th gene stabilizer injection completed. Almost at the same time he saw her, Wanwei's system notification sounded in his mind.
Ding! Extremely high potential detected, meeting standard targets. Name, Freya. Overall score, 96 points. Race, elf wood elf hybrid.
Talent, top-tier affinity with nature, life perception, and communication with plants.
Status, deep hibernation life force forcibly suppressed by drugs soul slightly damaged. 96 points. An elf hybrid. Wanwei's eyes lit up instantly. This trip was definitely worth it.
Not only is it satisfying to hack and slash, but it's also satisfying to gather information and find such a high-quality treasure girl.
Quick! Open all the incubation chambers. Be careful not to hurt the people inside.
Wan Wei immediately gave the order, and then strode towards the silver incubation chamber. The shadow guards acted swiftly, beginning to hack into or forcibly open the ordinary incubation chambers. Wan Wei then examined the control panel of the silver incubation chamber, which featured complex biological and energy locks. He dared not act recklessly, for fear of hurting Freya inside.
Xiao Wei, leave this to me. Wan Fei Guang walked over. Besides fighting, he also had some knowledge of formations, restrictions, and mechanisms. He carefully examined the connection structure between the panel and the culture chamber, took out several delicate tools, and began to carefully disassemble and guide the energy. A few minutes later, with a hissing sound of air pressure being released, the door of the silver culture chamber slowly slid open, and pale green nutrient solution flowed out. Wan Wei reacted quickly, wrapping Freya in a thick blanket he had prepared beforehand and carrying her out before she collapsed. The girl's body was astonishingly light, her skin was icy cold, and her breathing was so faint that it was almost imperceptible. But up close, her appearance is even more stunning. Her ethereal beauty, seemingly otherworldly, is captivating even in her unconscious state. His life force is very weak. He needs to be treated and awakened as soon as possible, Wan Fei Guang said after examining him.
Okay, take her out first. Wan Wei carefully held Freya in his arms, as if he were holding a fragile treasure. He was already starting to plan what position to use when he got back.
No, that's not right.
How did you help her recover? The other shadow guards also rescued another 7 or 8 test subjects, both men and women, all of whom were human. They were in slightly better condition than Freya, but were still extremely weak and confused.
Withdraw.
Wan Wei decisively ordered, seeing that the main objective had been achieved. The group, carrying the rescued people and the dismantled core data storage unit, quickly evacuated along the original route.
Chapter 105: Saving Another Person.
After carefully handing over the unconscious elf girl Freya and the precious items to the Wan family's logistics personnel who had arrived, he instructed them to escort them back to China with utmost care. Next stop, Jiangnan District, Elder Jin's Manor, and the core treasure trove of the 4-star group. With a triumphant wave of his hand, Wan Wei led his special cleaning team on another mission, heading straight for Seoul's most decadent and extravagant area.
On the other side, in the demon realm. Inside a towering hall. The owner of the eye within the vortex above the altar is wraithed. The aura emanating from this person has reached the level of a demon god. On par with the god of war. Surprisingly, this person only has one eye on their chest. Aside from this anomaly, it resembles a bear in other aspects.
Damn martial god, if it weren't for this person's interference, we might have set foot on Blue Star today.
My lord, please calm down.
That martial god won't be able to break through for long.
We already have other ways to open up the way.
At the latest, we can launch a full-scale attack on Blue Star in 3 years, said a dwarf beside him. 4-star group's core treasure trove. Wan Wei and his team headed straight for several core storage areas deep underground. The defenses here have become virtually non-existent after the collapse of the Crescent Moon Society and the arrest of the group's top executives. There are only some automated defense systems and a small number of bewildered ordinary security guards. For Wan Wei's team, it was like strolling through their own backyard. A shadow guard opened a heavy alloy warehouse and was shocked by the neatly stacked spirit stones inside, which emitted a rich spiritual light.
Wow, this pile of spirit stones is like a small mountain. And they're all high purity.
Although I've seen quite a few before, the reserves of a top conglomerate like 4-star group are still astonishing.
Buy it all. Take it all. Wan Wei's eyes lit up.
This was much more substantial than the scattered resources in the Crescent Moon Society's laboratory before. He led the way and rushed in, the light from his storage ring flashing continuously, and piles of spirit stones disappeared. Others also got to work, and the efficiency was extremely high. Another warehouse contains a large quantity of rare metals and special alloys, all of which are high-grade materials for refining magical artifacts and constructing arrays. There was also a room that seemed to be a collection room, displaying many ancient artifacts, fragments of magical implements, and some strange items that were incomprehensible but whose energy fluctuations were not weak, all acquired from around the world, especially from China.
This cauldron looks quite old. I'll take it. This jade pendant is well carved and has plenty of spiritual energy. I'll take it. This pile of scrap metal, well, let's take it for now and show it to Uncle San when we get back.
Wan Wei adheres to the principle of better to take 1,000 by mistake than let one go free, and like a locust swarm, it leaves nothing but desolation wherever it goes. The thrill of getting something for nothing, the wealth accumulated over a century by top conglomerates, is simply addictive.
Report, Area A is cleaned. Sector B is done.
A small classified data repository has been discovered in Sector C. The storage unit has been dismantled. The team members kept reporting, and progress was rapid. In just over an hour, 70–80% of the key warehouses in the underground core area of the 4-star group were emptied. Wanwei's storage ring and the spare storage equipment carried by his teammates were all packed full, a very fruitful haul.
Alright, let's call it a day. Let the new South Korean government and the International Joint Investigation Team deal with the rest. Wanwei checked the time and decided to move on to another location. The group then went to Elder Jin's private estate and ransacked it.
They harvested a huge quantity of precious medicinal herbs.
Just as he was about to leave, Wanwei noticed an inconspicuous dent in the wall. Something unusual must be going on. How could such a luxurious villa have a dent? There must be a secret mechanism involved.
Wanwei curiously touched the indentation. It was icy cold to the touch, seemingly made of a special kind of jade. He tried channeling his chi and blood into the body, but there was no response.
He then tried pressing and pushing. Buzz.
The compartment had no shelves, only a device in the center that looked like a hibernation pod from a science fiction movie. The silver-white metal casing has a streamlined design, with a transparent observation window on the front, connected to some pipes and flashing indicator lights.
Wanwei peered through the observation window and was immediately stunned.
There was a person lying in the hibernation pod.
A young woman.
She was dressed in expensive clothes, and her hair was long and straight black, the kind of style Wanwei loved. Her features were exquisitely delicate, the typical look of a Korean chaebol heiress, exuding a pampered fragility and a hint of barely concealed weariness. Even in her unconscious state, it was clear she must have been a very beautiful and elegant girl. More importantly, Wanwei's penetrating golden eyes and the system notification provided feedback almost simultaneously.
Ding! High potential target detected. Name, Choi Jin-hee. Overall score, 95 points.
Status, imprisoned and dormant by an array, with slight loss of life force and suppressed soul. Identity, heiress of the Bai family conglomerate.
Talents, excellent business acumen, outstanding mental fortitude, and resilience. Binding requirements met. Host is advised to unbind. 95 points. She's still a fallen heiress locked in a hibernation pod. This Elder Jin is quite the schemer, isn't he? He hides the good stuff and the beauties too?
Wanwei muttered, but his hands didn't slow down. He began to study the hibernation pod. He carefully took out the energy crystal that had become somewhat dim. At the same time, he used his own blood and chi to temporarily simulate the energy supply of the formation, preventing the sudden failure of the hibernation pod from impacting the people inside. As the crystal was removed, the indicator light on the hibernation pod flashed a few times and then went out. The binding array was released. The hatch let out a soft whistling sound and slowly opened upwards. A faint, warm scent, a blend of fine perfume and personal fragrance, wafted out. The girl inside the cabin fluttered her eyelashes a few times, then slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were beautiful, classic almond-shaped eyes with jet-black pupils. But at this moment, she was filled with confusion, fear, and extreme vigilance. First, she saw an unfamiliar ceiling, then her gaze moved down to Wanwei, who was standing beside the hibernation pod, looking down at her.
Ah!
She covered her mouth with her hand to stifle a short scream, but her body trembled violently involuntarily, like a frightened fawn. She tried desperately to shrink back into the hibernation pod, but there was already the pod wall behind her. Her eyes were filled with terror, as if asking, "Who are you?
Where am I? What do you want? Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person."
Wanwei tried his best to make his voice sound gentle and harmless, while taking a small step back to give the other person a sense of security. He knew he had just been in battle, and his aura was somewhat fierce. It is indeed a bit frightening to suddenly appear in front of a prisoner who has just woken up.
Who are you? Where is Chairman Kim?
The girl's voice trembled, but it was still clear she was speaking Korean.
Kim Jae-hwan?
He's in dire straits himself. Wanwei switched to fluent Korean and replied, "I'm here to purge the remnants of the Crescent Moon Society and the Eternal Life Cult, and incidentally, to rescue people like you who are imprisoned by them."
The Crescent Moon Society? The Cult of Immortality?
A flicker of confusion crossed the girl's eyes, then her face paled even more as if she had remembered something terrible. "I was invited by Chairman Kim as a guest, and then I don't know anything else." Her words were clearly reserved, and her eyes darted away.
Wanwei didn't bother to explain, and directly revealed his identity. I am Wan Wei, a member of the Wan family of Huaxia.
Jin Zaihuan colluded with the demons.
The evidence is conclusive. He is finished now. This secret room and his manor are being taken over by us. Since you're here, you must be one of the victims too. Don't worry, you're safe now. Hua. Huaxia Wanjia?
The girl's pupils contracted sharply. As a former heiress of a wealthy family, even in her current state of decline, she certainly knew what that name meant. That's a top-tier family in the world, a behemoth that even the United States has to be wary of. The young, handsome man with an extraordinary air in front of me is actually from the Wan family? The fear receded quickly like a tide, replaced by a shock of relief at having escaped a desperate situation.
Chapter 106 Robbery Encounters upon leaving home.
She looked around at the deeply hidden secret room and the empty display cases, and finally believed Wan Wei's words. She struggled to sit up in the hibernation pod, but her body had been inactive for too long, and her life force had been drained, leaving her feeling weak. Wan Wei naturally reached out and helped her up. The arm he touched was slender and soft, with slightly cool skin.
Thank you, young Master Wan.
The girl used the momentum to sit up, leaning against the cabin wall, slightly out of breath, and then carefully introduced herself. My name is Choi Jinhee, and before I was a member of the Choi family. A hint of sadness and bitterness flashed in her eyes when she uttered her family name. The Choi family was also a major conglomerate in South Korea, but it had already collapsed in previous power struggles and the infiltration of the Crescent Moon Society.
Her legitimate daughter was reduced to a discarded pawn or even a commodity. Choi Jinhee? Wan Wei nodded.
He vaguely remembered the name that had been mentioned in the information provided by the Shadow Guard.
After the Choi family was destroyed, the whereabouts of its members were unknown. Unexpectedly, the most outstanding daughter was hidden here by Kim Jae-hwan as a collectible. Can you stand up?
Let's get out of here first, Wan Wei asked. Choi Jinhee tried to move her legs, but they were still a little weak. A look of embarrassment and pleading crossed her face.
I'm sorry, young Master Wan, I might need a little more time. Fine. Wan Wei was very decisive.
He bent down and carried Cui Jinxi out of the hibernation pod in a standard princess carry.
The girl was surprisingly light.
Her body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she whispered her thanks without struggling. She knew that this was the safest and easiest way at the moment. Carrying Choi Jinhee out of the small cubicle, Wan Wei placed her on a comfortable-looking chair in the outer room of the private room. Then, quickly sweep the remaining items from the jade boxes into the ring. The jade box mainly contained high-quality finished pills and some rare minerals, which were quite valuable. Choi Jinhee sat there quietly, watching Wan Wei swiftly ransack the place, her eyes somewhat dazed.
Is this the style of top-tier aristocratic families?
However, thinking about what Kim Jae-hwan had done to her and her family, she felt incredibly pleased. Watching her enemy's treasured possessions being taken away by this powerful man, she even felt a strange sense of participation.
All right, all done. Wan Wei clapped his hands, turned to Cui Jinxi, and asked, Can we still walk? We need to go up and meet up with our teammates.
I can try. Choi Jinhee stood up, holding onto the chair. Her legs were still shaking a little, but it was better than before.
She didn't want to appear too cumbersome.
Seeing her strained expression, Wan Wei smiled and walked over to naturally take her arm.
Don't be stubborn, let me help you. Let's go.
The two slowly walked up the steps and returned to the octagonal pavilion on the ground. As the cool night breeze blew, Choi Jinhee took a deep breath of the free air, her eyes feeling a little hot. She stole a glance at the young man supporting her. His profile was sharply defined, his eyes were bright, and he exuded a reassuringly powerful aura and handsome charm. Just like readers who love reading novels on tomato.
Soon after, Wang Jintian and Wan Feiguan returned with their harvest.
Wang Jintian found a considerable amount of cash, gold bars, rare gems, and several decent protective artifacts in a hidden compartment in the master bedroom. Wan Feiguan discovered several limited edition luxury cars and a small arms arsenal in the garage. Seeing Wan Wei helping a beautiful, unfamiliar girl out, the two of them exchanged knowing smiles.
Little Wei, another new find? Wang Jintian joked. Yes, it was found in old Ghost Jin's secret room.
Miss Cui Jinxi of the Cui family was trapped by an array.
Wan Wei gave a brief introduction. Miss Jinxi, this is Uncle Wang Jintian, and this is Uncle Wan Feiguan.
Choi Jinhee quickly greeted him politely, adopting a very humble posture.
The Cui family, what a pity. Wang Jintian nodded, saying nothing more. Is everyone here? Let's retreat. There's no more profit to be made here. Let's go back first. That's good. Let's go back to the temporary.
Before Wanwei could finish speaking, his brows suddenly furrowed, and his sharp gaze shot towards a grove of ornamental trees outside the manor. Almost simultaneously, a male voice with a heavy American accent and a slightly flippant tone spoke from the shadows of the woods.
Wow, look what we've found.
A swarm of busy little bees coming out of the hive. As the words were spoken, 7 or 8 figures dressed in mismatched tactical gear, of various skin colors, and exuding a fierce aura emerged from the woods and blocked Wanwei and his group's way back. These people all had unfriendly eyes, and their bodies carried a bloody aura and faint energy fluctuations. Most of them were between the 5th and 7th rank heavenly kings. The leader was a burly white man wearing sunglasses and chewing gum, whose aura had reached the 3rd grade celestial venerable level. Clearly, this is not the regular army of the Eternal Light. Judging from their equipment and demeanor, they seem more like international mercenaries operating in the gray area or private soldiers of certain powerful families.
FBI? CIA? Or some company's security guards? Wanwei asked in English, while signaling his teammates to stay alert and protect Choi Jin-hee behind them.
Hey kid, watch your mouth. The burly white man spat out his chewing gum, took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of fierce eyes with scars.
Who we are is not important. What is important is that everyone who takes something out of here gets a share, understand? Share half of your spoils, and we can pretend we didn't see you.
As he spoke, his gaze greedily swept over the bulging backpacks and storage equipment of Wanwei and the others. Especially when he saw the stunningly beautiful Choi Jin-hee being supported by Wanwei, a lewd glint flashed in his eyes.
Oh, and this pretty lady, you can stay and chat with us too.
The mercenaries behind him let out lewd chuckles and gripped their weapons tightly, some energy guns and others melee weapons.
Wanwei was so angry he laughed. Well, is this a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? No, are they just taking advantage of them? Share in half? And leave some people behind?
Wanwei picked at his ear.
Have you Americans gotten so used to running rampant all over the world that you think everyone has to put up with you? You bunch of ugly ducklings dare to try and steal your grandpa one's thunder? FKU. Chinese boy. A hot-tempered black mercenary cursed and pointed an oversized energy rifle at Wanwei. Give it to me or die. You're asking for death.
Wanwei's eyes turned cold, and before the other party could fire, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of the black mercenary like a ghost, and threw a punch in the man's terrified, wide-open pupils.
Bang!
Without using any martial arts techniques, it was merely the overwhelming physical strength and speed of a mid-stage 4th rank celestial venerable. The black mercenary, along with his gun, was struck as if by a heavy truck, his chest instantly caved in. He was thrown backward dozens of meters, crashing into several small trees before coming to a stop without uttering a sound. It was clear he was not going to survive.
The once arrogant mercenaries were all dumbfounded. They didn't even see how Wanwei moved.
The burly white man, led by the 3rd rank celestial venerable, suddenly felt his pupils shrink, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet. He originally thought that these Chinese people were at most ordinary elites, and since his side had the advantage in strength, he could extort some money from them. I never expected to kick a titanium alloy steel plate.
Open fire. Kill him.
The burly white man was both shocked and furious. He roared and gave the order, while simultaneously unleashing the blood and energy of a 3rd rank celestial venerable. He brandished a broad-bladed battle sword and slashed fiercely at Wanwei. The blade flashed sharply, clearly indicating that he was a ruthless character who had been through countless battles. The other mercenaries also reacted, unleashing a barrage of energy beams and melee weapon attacks on Wanwei and the Wan family squad.
Chapter 107 Top Reward. Act recklessly.
Wanwei snorted coldly, and the tiger demon axe was instantly in his hand. Facing the white man's sword, he didn't even bother to dodge, and directly swung his axe head-on.
Snap!
Amidst the ear-piercing clang of metal, the white strongman's decent-quality battle sword was as fragile as rotten wood before the tiger demon axe, snapping in two. The axe blade, its momentum undiminished, swept past his shoulder.
Put! An arm holding half a severed arm flew into the sky.
Blood splattered.
Ah!
The burly white man let out a shrill scream, clutching his severed arm and staggering backward. His face was no longer fierce, but filled with boundless fear.
At the same time, Wan Jintian, Wan Feiguang, and others also made their move.
Faced with these mercenaries who were at most 7th rank heavenly kings, the Wan family and their group were slaughtered like chickens.
Wang Jintian's swordsmanship was highly skilled. He could kill one person with a single strike.
Wan Feiguang's punches and kicks are fierce and powerful. Those hit by them suffer broken tendons and bones. The shadow guards worked together seamlessly and quickly dealt with the remaining henchmen.
The battle started quickly and ended even faster.
In less than 30 seconds, the American mercenary squad that came to take advantage of the situation was lying on the ground, some dead, some wounded, and their cries of pain echoing everywhere. Only the burly white man with a missing arm and a deathly pale face remained standing. Wan Wei walked up to him, tapped his pale face with the flat of his axe, and said in an icy tone,
"Is that all you've got? You think you can rob people? Who sent you?"
The burly white man was terrified and stammered in English.
"It's Blackwater International.
We received an anonymous commission saying there was money to be made here.
We didn't know it.
Please spare our lives.
We don't want the stuff anymore. You can have it all."
He pointed to a metal box next to the bodies of his teammate. "We just snatched that from a runaway minor leader of the Bai family. It's said to be the core of some ancient formation, and we're offering it to you, sir." Wan Wei looked in the direction he pointed and sure enough, there was a silver metal box. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the box flew into his hand. Upon opening it, one finds a fist-sized, grayish-white stone covered with natural, mysterious patterns, radiating stable spatial fluctuations.
"It's a bit like the boundary stone my father mentioned before. It's a good thing too. You're smart to know what's good for you."
Wan Wei packed up his suitcase and stared coldly at the burly white man. "Go back and tell your employer, and everyone else who's south-eyeing this place, that everything here belongs to the Wan family. If they dare to lay a finger on you again, I'll chop their claws off. Get out."
"Yes. Yes. Thank you for sparing my life, sir."
The burly white man, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, disregarded the excruciating pain of his severed arm and the death of his teammates, and scrambled away into the depths of the woods.
TCH, utterly pathetic. Wan Wei curled his lip and sheathed the tiger demon axe. This kind of crushing defeat wasn't even a warm-up.
Choi Jin he watched with admiration in her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected Wan Wei to be so strong, knocking one of them away with a single punch and severing an arm with an axe, scaring away a group of ferocious mercenaries. That absolute power and domineering aura still made her heart race and gave her a huge sense of security, while also making her little schemes more active.
Wang Jintian walked over and said with a smile,
"Xiao Wei, your murderous aura is getting stronger and stronger, but that's how you deal with these hyenas.
There's nothing we can do. There are always those who don't know any better." Wan Wei glanced at the sky. "It's getting late.
The cleaning here is basically done.
We've reaped quite a lot.
Brothers, call it a day.
Let's go home." Wan Wei waved his hand. "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, their faces beaming with joy. This trip to South Korea was incredibly lucrative.
They got into the car and headed back to their temporary base.
Wan Wei leaned back in his seat and let out a long sigh.
The situation in South Korea is largely settled. What remains are official wrangling and the distribution of benefits, which he no longer needs to worry about. Those who needed saving were saved, those who needed to be dealt with were dealt with, and those who needed to be taken were taken. Even 2 new potential partners were found.
It's time to go home.
Chu Leyao is still waiting at home, and her mother, Su Wancheng, is definitely looking forward to holding her grandson.
We need to get Chu Leyao pregnant as soon as possible.
Moreover, with so many resources and new sisters brought back this time, the house will definitely be even more lively. Thinking of the magnificent 1,000 villas and the potential for a large and prosperous future, Wan Wei felt a heavy burden on his shoulders.
The task of raising children is a great undertaking and has a long way to go.
He touched his chin, his eyes filled with anticipation and a barely perceptible phantom pain in his kidneys.
However, for the prosperity of our family and the survival of humanity, it is our duty. We must hurry back and work hard.
Not long after, Wan Wei, along with his special cleaning team, returned in a grand procession to the Wan family mansion in Beijing, the capital of China. As soon as I got home, I felt so comfortable. The air was filled with a familiar scent, which made me feel at ease. It's much more comfortable than in South Korea. Naturally, a lively celebration banquet was held within the family. Although it wasn't publicized, the core members and key members of the Shadow Guard who participated in the operation all gathered together. The huge banquet hall was brightly lit and the atmosphere was lively. As the top contributor, Wan Wei was surrounded by people toasting and congratulating him. He didn't mince words and recounted his experiences in South Korea, embellishing the story. He emphasized his own brilliance and the enemy's utter weakness, eliciting gasps of surprise from his cousins. Especially when they heard that he had disguised himself as a bodyguard, uncovered a conspiracy, fought against a group of enemies, and even raided the enemy's stronghold, the applause and cheers were endless.
Brother Wei is awesome.
Voice cracks. Little Serena really made us parents proud this time. Tell me quickly, just how beautiful is that elf girl? While dealing with his enthusiastic brothers and sisters, Wan Wei didn't forget his business. After the celebration banquet, he found his second uncle, Wan Tianzong, who was in charge of the family's warehouse and resource management, and began to hand over the spoils he had brought back.
Good heavens, even my well-informed second uncle was a little dumbfounded by this handover.
Piles upon piles of high-purity spirit stones almost covered the floor of a side hall of the storeroom. There were also ancient artifacts, fragments of magical artifacts, and strange items looted from the 4-star group's warehouse, piled up into several small mountains.
There were also precious spiritual herbs obtained from Elder Jin's secret chamber.
As each jade box was opened, the fragrance of the herbs filled the air, and spiritual energy overflowed. There were also magical artifacts to aid cultivation, ancient books, and boundary stone minerals stolen from mercenaries.
Each item was extremely valuable.
Of course, Wan Wei chuckled, feeling pleased with himself. While handing over most of the items, he naturally kept a small portion of the finest or most useful items for himself, such as a few spiritual herbs that were particularly suitable for his current stage of body tempering, 1 or 2 interesting little magical artifacts, and gifts prepared for Chu Leyao and the others.
He understands the rules. He can't keep everything to himself. Only when the family is strong can he enjoy his wealth more peacefully, right?
After finishing his work, Wan Wei returned to Chiwu Garden, which belonged to him and Chu Leyao. Chu Leyao had been waiting for him for a long time. When she saw him return, she gently stepped forward to help him take off his coat, her eyes filled with longing and joy. Although we've only been apart for a few days, I'm always worried about him knowing he's facing danger outside.
You're back? Are you tired?
I had the kitchen prepare some hangover soup. Chu Leyao said softly.
I'm not tired, seeing you makes me not tired at all.
Wan Wei casually put his arm around her waist, buried his head in the crook of her neck and inhaled, the familiar fragrance making him completely relax.
How has everything been at home these past few days? Everything is fine. Mom came over a few days ago to ask about you.
Chu Leyao blushed slightly, letting him hold her. I heard you did something great, everyone is praising you.
Absolutely.
Your husband is worth 2 men. Wan Wei proudly wagged his tail, pulled Chu Leyao to sit down on the edge of the bed, and began to share with her the bizarre things and funny experiences he had encountered on this trip. Of course, the dangerous parts were downplayed, with the emphasis on his own brilliance and the enemy's foolishness, which amused Chu Leyao so much that she covered her mouth and chuckled, filling the room with a warm atmosphere. As they chatted, the atmosphere naturally became more romantic. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, especially since the two were deeply in love at the time. The red candles flickered, the silk curtains hung lightly, and the spring scenery in the room needed no further explanation. Several rounds of lovemaking, thoroughly enjoyable.
Just as Wan Wei was embracing the sweat-drenched Chu Leyao, preparing to say something intimate.
In my mind, the familiar, heavenly system notification sound suddenly started ringing out, and it was exceptionally frequent and cheerful.
Ding! Host spouse Chu Leyao has successfully docked. Offspring potential level, unparalleled.
Congratulations, host, on completing this phase of the core mission.
A top-tier reward package is hereby awarded. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has greatly improved. Current level, peak of 5th rank Heavenly Venerable. Reward 2, obtain the supernatural power Law of Heaven and Earth.
Effect, briefly transforms into a 100-foot giant, greatly increasing strength and defense.
Duration and power increase with cultivation level. A top-tier physical body-based divine ability. Reward 3, obtain a primordial spiritual treasure embryo, and 1 Chaos Azure Lotus Seed.
Effect, can be integrated into the Sea of Consciousness or Dantian for nurturing, grows over time with limitless potential, can suppress destiny, is impervious to all magic, a growth-type treasure, currently in the seed stage.
Reward 4, 1 chance to receive a special physique boost.
Effect, can greatly enhance the existing physique of the host or a designated bound partner, and awaken a higher-level rare physique.
Hosts should choose the target carefully. 4 rewards. And all of them are top-tier.
His cultivation level jumped directly to the peak of the 5th grade Heavenly Venerable.
He'd be a big shot in any area if he were around. As expected, Chu Leyao has a very high talent.
It was worth getting pregnant after 2 tries.
Chapter 108 Global Youth Exchange Competition.
Wanwei was stunned by this sudden and immense happiness, and stood there for several seconds before snapping back to his senses, overwhelmed with joy.
She's pregnant. She's really pregnant. Lu Yao. We're having a baby. And a baby with unparalleled potential.
Wanwei excitedly hugged Chu Leyao tightly and kissed her forehead and cheeks several times. Chu Leyao was also stunned, and an indescribable joy instantly overwhelmed her. Her eyes were slightly red, and she hugged Wanwei tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Really?
That's wonderful, that's wonderful.
Wanwei felt high-spirited and that he had reached a small peak in his life. Although it has existed before, this time the meaning is different from the previous ones, similar to the difference between the crown prince and other children. After calming the excited and exhausted Chu Leyao down to sleep, Wanwei was too excited to fall asleep. He got up quietly, wanting to tell his parents the good news as soon as possible. Upon arriving at the main courtyard where his parents lived, he found that the light was still on in his father Wan Tianhao's study.
But he doesn't seem to be there, he's probably dealing with some urgent matter again.
Only his mother, Su Wanqing, is still in the living room.
Mom! You're still awake? Wanwei walked in excitedly. Waiting for you, you brat.
Su Wanqing glared at him with a smile, but her eyes were full of affection.
I heard that what you handed in was extraordinary. Your second and third uncles are ecstatic. How are you feeling? Exhausted, aren't you? Not tired at all. Mom, I have some amazing news to tell you.
Wanwei leaned closer, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. Leyao is pregnant.
It was just confirmed. What?
Su Wanqing suddenly stood up, her voice rising 8 octaves, and her face instantly blossomed into an incredibly radiant, even somewhat ferocious, smile of ecstatic joy.
Really? My dear son. You're amazing. Ha ha ha. I'm going to be a grandma. Our Wan family's great-grandson is coming.
She was so excited that she spun around twice on the spot, then grabbed Wanwei's hand.
Son, well done. This is the most important thing. More important than any spoils of war. How's Lu Yao? How's she doing? How are you feeling?
I need to get the kitchen to prepare the best prenatal nutrition right away.
No, I have to go see for myself.
He said, and started to walk out.
Wanwei quickly pulled her back. Mom. Lu Yao just fell asleep, she's fine. You can go see her tomorrow.
Besides, the system gave us a super generous reward. He briefly explained the 4 rewards. Su Wanqing's eyes grew brighter and brighter as she listened, especially when she heard about the Chaos Green Lotus Seed and the opportunity to improve her physique. She gasped in astonishment.
Your system is amazing.
This reward is enough to elevate the Wan family's foundation to a new level. These lotus seeds are easy to nurture and have unlimited potential. We should definitely plan carefully for opportunities to improve our physical condition. She calmed herself down, sat back in her chair, and couldn't stop smiling. Great, that's wonderful. It seems my plan for 1,000 villas was too conservative. I need to speed up the second phase of the project.
Wanwei looked up and thought, oh no, Mom's here again. Oh, right, Mom, Wanwei remembered something. You said you had something to tell me? Oh, right.
Su Wanqing composed herself, her expression turning serious.
That's how it is.
As you know, things haven't been peaceful around the world in recent years. The demon race has been active, and there have been many conflicts and frictions in various places. In order to boost the morale of the global youth generation, and also to get a feel for each other's strengths and exchange ideas, several major powers and top forces have decided to hold a Global Youth Extraordinary Talent Exchange Competition next week, or the Global Youth Competition for short.
Youth Games? What does that have to do with me? Wanwei was taken aback.
I'm already a 5th rank Celestial Venerable.
Mom, look all over the world, are there any 5th rank Celestial Venerables under the age of 100? Wouldn't I be bullying a kid?
He had just broken through to the peak of the 5th rank and was brimming with confidence.
Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him.
The rules are set, anyone under 100 years old can participate.
You think you're the only one who's progressing fast? Don't forget, the world is a huge place. Within China, are there any reclusive families or ancient sects that have cultivated prodigies using secret methods? And abroad?
The latest genetic modification technology and superpower development in the United States, the bloodline berserkization and ancient heritage in the Bear Country, the ancient knightly orders and magic towers in Europe, and the elves, demons, sea creatures. Among these non-human races, a 100-year-old might still be in their adolescence. There are plenty of exceptionally gifted individuals. Who knows what kind of monster might emerge? She paused, a knowing smile appearing on her face, and lowered her voice. Besides, son, think about it, this is a grand event that brings together young elites from all over the world. The precious heirs, princesses, saintesses, and genius girls of all the major families and forces will all be there. The quality and quantity are much better than what you find in South Korea. The villas behind our house are just waiting for their new owners to move in. Wan Wei. He understood instantly. His eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Global elites. Beautiful women from all ethnic groups. This isn't a competition, it's a massive, high-quality, legal and compliant job fair. It can also make you famous and bring honor to everyone. I'm going. I absolutely have to go. Mom, I'm definitely participating in this competition. First place has to be mine. Wan Wei immediately expressed his stance, displaying high morale. He felt it was his duty to help his family with their talent acquisition plan. Su Wanqing watched her son's expression change instantly, then smiled like a fox who had just stolen a chicken. That's more like it. I knew my son was the most sensible. Don't worry, the family will fully support you. We'll provide you with resources and intelligence if you need them. Our goal is simple: make more friends, communicate more, and try to bring more friends back to stay permanently. The vacancy rate of those 1,000 villas depends on your efforts. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Wan Wei patted his chest confidently, already imagining himself dominating the competition and winning over countless female fans. After finishing their business, Wan Wei suddenly remembered. By the way, Mom, how's Freya, the elf we brought back from South Korea? Has she woken up? What's her background? Oh, that elf girl. Su Wanqing thought for a moment. Your third uncle has examined him, administered medication, and his vital signs have stabilized. His soul damage is also slowly repairing, and he should wake up in the next day or two. As for her background, based on some of the distinctive markings on her body and the limited information we have found, she is very likely from a relatively ancient but declining branch of the Wood Elves, the Green Court Council. Among the various elven clans, their overall strength is probably in the top 10. They are not top-tier clans, but their foundation and talent should not be underestimated. In particular, the Wood Elves' natural affinity and life magic are very valuable. She looked at Wan Wei meaningfully. This girl is extremely talented, and her appearance and temperament are unparalleled. Moreover, she is currently alone and helpless in the human world. Son, this is a rare opportunity. Once she wakes up, take good care of her and try to win her over as soon as possible. Our one family doesn't have an elven wife yet. Wan Wei was overjoyed. A top 10 elven clan. 96 points. This is absolutely the best of the best. It deserves close attention. Chapter 109 Competition Notice. As Wan Wei left the main courtyard, he felt a surge of excitement and a sense of bright future ahead. After thinking for a moment, he did not go directly back to Chiwu Garden, but instead turned towards the guest courtyard. Choi Jin-hee was temporarily arranged to live there. Wan Wei arrived outside Choi Jin-hee's room and knocked on the door. Please come in, came Choi Jin-hee's gentle voice from inside. Wan Wei pushed open the door and saw Choi Jin-hee sitting in a chair by the window reading a book. She looked much better than when she was rescued. She had changed into a comfortable dress provided by the Wan family and looked less disheveled and more quiet and elegant. Young Master Wan? What brings you here? Upon seeing Wan Wei, Choi Jin-hee quickly put down her book and stood up, looking somewhat flustered. It's nothing, I just came to see you. Are you settling in well here? If there's anything you're not happy with in terms of food or supplies, just let me know. Wan Wei casually sat down in the chair opposite her. I'm used to it, very used to it. Choi Jin-hee nodded quickly, her tone sincere. Everything here is very good, much better than before. Thank you, young Master Wan and the Wan family, for taking me in and taking care of me. She knew that she was able to stay here safely and comfortably entirely thanks to the man in front of her. You'll get used to it. What are your plans for the future? Wan Wei asked. Do you want to go back to South Korea, or somewhere else? Or do you want to stay in China? He asked very directly. Choi Jin-hee paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. Young Master Wan, my family is gone, and I have nowhere to go in South Korea now. If the Wan family doesn't mind that I'm a burden, I hope to stay and do what I can to repay your life-saving grace. She is a smart woman and knows that attaching herself to a powerful force is her best option right now, and the Wan family is undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. Of course you're welcome to stay, Wan Wei smiled. Our Wan family has many businesses and needs talent in all fields. Looking at your profile, you have studied management and business before? You could start by getting familiar with some of the family's peripheral businesses. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, young Master Wan. Cui Zhenqi's eyes lit up. She was most afraid of becoming a useless ornament. Only if she could have something to do and be of value could she feel at ease staying. After exchanging a few more casual words, Cui Zhenqi seemed to hesitate for a moment, but couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Young Master Wan, I've been taking walks in the yard these past few days and I saw that they seem to be building a lot of villas on the back hill. They're huge. Do we have that many people to live in? She was truly awestruck by the bustling construction site and the already well-developed, densely packed villa complex. How big must that family be? Upon hearing this, Wan Wei laughed heartily and, without hiding anything, said in a completely normal tone. Oh, you mean that? That's what my mom planned. The first phase is to build 1,000 buildings. 1,000 buildings? Cui Zhenqi's mouth gaped open in astonishment. She knew Wan Jiahao, but she didn't expect him to be so wealthy, and why build so many houses? Yes. Wan Wei nodded, finding Cui Zhenqi's shocked expression somewhat endearing. So, as if playing a prank, he leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said in a half-joking, half-serious tone. Because I plan to marry 1,000 wives. These 1,000 houses are just the first batch for them to live in. If they are not enough in the future, we will have to expand them. Cui Zhenqi was completely petrified, her eyes wide open, her brain seemingly shut down. Marry 1,000 wives? Is this a task that humans can accomplish? She looked at Wan Wei's handsome face, and then thought about his terrifying strength and background. It seemed that perhaps it wasn't entirely impossible. At this moment, Cui Zhenqi's expression was incredibly complex, a mixture of shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and a subtle emotion that she herself was unaware of. Wan Wei found her expression amusing, but he didn't continue to scare her. Patting her on the shoulder, Cui Zhenqi stiffened slightly. Don't be too nervous, get some rest, adapt to life here, and someone will contact you about work in a couple of days. After saying that, he got up and left the room, leaving Cui Zhenqi, who was still processing this shocking joke, bewildered. Stepping out of the guest courtyard, the night breeze was slightly cool. Wan Wei stretched and felt refreshed. It's so good to be home. He has a wife and children, a warm bed, and family members by his side. He hummed an off-key tune and leisurely returned to Chiwu Garden. He gently climbed into bed and tenderly pulled the already sleeping Chu Leyao into his arms. The very next morning, the entire cultivation world of China, and even the world, was flooded with a major announcement simultaneously released by the official accounts of the Chinese demon-slaying division, several powerful nations, and major non-human forces. Announcement of the Global Youth Extraordinary Individuals Exchange Competition. The gist of the content is, in order to cope with the increasingly complex global situation, enhance exchanges and friendship among the younger generation of different civilizations and races, and inspire the ambition of the younger generation, the 10th Global Youth Extraordinary Exchange Competition is being held. Competition highlights. Age limit, under 100 years old, under 1,000 years old for non-human races. Entry requirements, individual registration, basic strength must reach level 8 or above. Competition format, divided into national regional qualifiers and global finals. Award. National qualifying tournament rewards, high rewards such as spirit stones, cultivation techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts will be given based on the ranking. Global finals rewards. That's outrageously generous. The top 1,000 will receive a substantial reward, and the top 100 will even gain the qualification to enter the top cultivation caves of various countries and the opportunity for rare inheritances. Rewards for the top 10, high-level spiritual treasures and lost secret techniques. The champion is a god-level weapon. Special note. To encourage participation, the top 100 from countries' regions with smaller populations will qualify for the global finals and receive basic rewards. Due to the large population base in China, the top 200 are selected, while the top 100 are selected from other major countries and regions. This announcement caused a global sensation. The internet exploded. Holy crap! Under 100 years old? A god-tier weapon? This competition really went all out. Only 8th rank martial artists can register. I'm sorry, I'm the one who's holding everyone back. I'll go do some manual labor now. Look,
Look! Our country only has 100 spots. We have to grab them all. 200 spots for China?
That sounds like a lot, but considering how many reclusive families and ancient martial arts sects there are, it'll be even more competitive.
Young geniuses from the elf and demon races will also be here? I can't wait. I heard the elf ladies are absolutely stunning. The betting is open. Bet on the champion race. Bet on the dark horse. The same applies in real life.
Countless previously low-profile ancient martial arts families, reclusive sects, and long-established independent cultivators have become active, drawn by the astonishing rewards and the opportunity to make a name for themselves. Some old monsters who had secluded themselves in the deep mountains and forests also began to contact their secular disciples and grand disciples, preparing to send them out to broaden their horizons. For various families and forces, this is not only an opportunity to acquire resources, but also a stage to showcase their family's potential and the strength of the younger generation.
They won, gaining both fame and fortune.
If you lose, or perform poorly, you'll lose face to the whole world. Therefore, emergency meetings, special training sessions, and selections within each family were quickly put on the agenda.
Chapter 110 Going to the Engagement. This competition was no exception for Wanjia.
Almost 2 hours after the official announcement, Wanjia's internal communication network and family bulletin board were simultaneously updated with the notification.
Wanjia Internal Selection Notice.
In preparation for the Global Youth Cultivator Exchange Competition and to showcase the talent of our family's younger generation, the family has decided to immediately launch an internal selection process. Application requirements: members of the Wan family or core vassal families, under 100 years old, and with the strength of an 8th rank martial artist or above.
Registration deadline, today. Selection time, tomorrow morning, at the Family Martial Arts Arena. Selection rules: the competition will be a knockout system. The top 20 will represent the Wan family in the Huaxia region preliminary selection. The family will provide pre-competition training and resource support.
Special note: those whose strength has reached the celestial venerable realm can be exempted from selection and directly obtain the qualification of seed player and preferential resources.
This last point is basically prepared for Wanwei and a very small number of perverts.
Wanjia is very fast, finishing early allows for earlier preparation.
The announcement caused quite a stir within Wanjia. Young people who met the age requirements signed up eagerly, all it took to do it.
Although I know that Wanwei is a formidable opponent and I don't dare to dream of winning the championship, it would be good to strive for a good ranking, bring glory to the family, and also get some internal family rewards.
The arena's administrators were extremely busy, urgently setting up the arena and protective formations.
Wanwei was woken up by a phone call from his cousin, Wan Xiaohu.
Brother Wei. Brother Wei. Look at the announcement. Global competition. Family selection.
Wan Xiaohu's voice excitedly shouted into the communicator.
Okay.
Wan Wei yawned. He had slept soundly last night holding Chu Leyao.
You signed up? Of course. I'm already a 2nd rank Heavenly King, how could I not sign up? Brother Wei, you definitely don't need to go through the selection process, right? You're a direct seeded player.
A 5th rank celestial venerable, my brother.
You're the face of our family's younger generation right now. No, the face of China.
When you go to the global competition, you'll dominate and wreak havoc. Wan Xiaohu was even more excited than if he were participating himself. By the way, bro, find a few more girlfriends, get some of those god-level breakthrough pills, and make me a Heavenly King too. You've got quite a few clever ideas.
Don't worry, if I get any, I'll secretly save a few for you. Oh, thank you so much, brother. I wish you a healthy baby soon. Alright, stop flattering me.
Focus on your selection process, or you'll get eliminated in the first round and embarrass me, your brother Wei. Wan Wei laughed and scolded as he hung up the call.
He got up slowly and washed up.
Chu Leyao had already gotten up and was personally overseeing the preparation of a medicinal diet to help with pregnancy in the small kitchen. Wan Wei hugged her from behind and cuddled her for a while.
After breakfast, Wan Wei pondered what to do today. I feel like nothing's wrong.
He suddenly remembered that since returning from South Korea, apart from showing his face at the victory celebration banquet that day, he hadn't had a proper chance to visit and comfort his girlfriends. Thus, Wan Wei began his tour of condolences and assistance.
Our first stop was Lu Haoxi's courtyard.
The girl who had been with him the first time was diligently cultivating her skills. When she saw Wan Wei arrive, she was happy but also a little embarrassed, feeling that her progress was too slow. Wan Wei offered her some encouragement, left her some suitable cultivation resources, and spent a few tender moments with her, several words omitted.
Our second stop was Li Yiton's place.
Since arriving at the Wan family's house, she hasn't been playing around all the time. Instead, she started learning flower arranging, and upon seeing Wan Wei, she immediately hugged him. Looking at her meek and submissive demeanor, Wan Wei felt a surge of desire and naturally engaged in some intimate behavior omitted again.
The third stop was Zhang Nannua's residence. The fourth stop, Wang Niaoqing's villa. The fifth stop, Leng Badili's guest house. The girl was still incredibly enthusiastic.
As soon as she saw Wan Wei, she pounced on him. Wan Wei felt like he had entered a spider's web, but he enjoyed the details omitted.
The sixth stop, Jin Lingxiu's courtyard. The seventh stop, Li Lingzhen's temporary office in her study.
She had already begun to work on some of the Wan family's peripheral businesses and was very diligent. Upon seeing Wan Wei, she immediately put down her documents, displaying a respectful demeanor tinged with a subtle, almost imperceptible, closeness. Wan Wei inquired about her adjustment to the new environment and her work, and offered a few words of encouragement. Li Ling was truly grateful, and her gaze towards Wan Wei softened even more. After circling around once, the sun was already setting in the west.
Wan Wei sat in the pavilion in his courtyard, sipping tea and counting on his fingers.
Haoxi, Aiton, Nannua, Miaoqing, Dili, Lingxiu, Lingzhen, plus Liyao from the family, that makes 8. South Korea has also reserved the elf Freya and Choi Jinhee, and Russia has a long-term partner, Dastalin.
That makes 11. And that doesn't even include Li Yongwei, who's about to marry into the family. He clicked his tongue. Goodness, less than 2 weeks and the harem has increased by 11? This efficiency is unbeatable.
Thinking of this, Wan Wei subconsciously touched his kidney area. The kidneys of a 5th-grade celestial venerable are indeed strong. Just as he was lost in thought, his mother, Su Wanqing, arrived in a flurry.
Son, what are you busy with? Su Wanqing asked with a happy expression.
I haven't been busy with anything, I just went to check on Haoxi and the others, Wan Wei replied honestly.
Yes, we should show more concern. Su Wanqing nodded in satisfaction, then got to the point. I have something to tell you. It's all set. This Sunday, you and Li Qingwei from the Li family in northeast China will hold your wedding. Ha? This Sunday? So soon? Wan Wei was taken aback. Although he knew Li Qingwei was next, the efficiency was too high. What do you mean fast? Su Wanqing glared. You're going to participate in that global competition next week. You'll be busy all over the country, who knows when you'll have time. Take advantage of your free time now and get things done.
That girl Li Qingwei saved your life, and she has great talent, with the bloodline of the extreme ice phoenix.
We can't mistreat her.
The Li family has been waiting for her for a long time.
All right, I'll do as you say. Wan Wei thought about it and agreed that Li Qingwei should indeed be given a formal title. That's more like it. Su Wanqing smiled. Perfect timing, you're free this afternoon, right? Don't just sit around doing nothing.
Your third uncle, Wan Tianqing, is all ready.
He'll take Shouhu, a few capable attendants, and the betrothal gifts. This afternoon, he'll visit the Li family in the northeast.
They'll finalize the wedding details and send the betrothal gifts to show that our Wan family values this.
Going this afternoon? Wan Wei was a little dumbfounded.
His mother's actions were truly impulsive.
That's right. Are we going to wait until tomorrow? Aren't you supposed to be watching the family selection tomorrow? Time is tight and the task is heavy, hurry up. Su Wanqing said without waiting for a reply.
I've already had your second uncle prepare the betrothal gifts, which are more than what we gave to the Chu family back then. Go and get ready, change into some formal clothes, and I'll have your third uncle wait for you at the door. After saying that, Su Wanqing left in a hurry, leaving Wan Wei standing there bewildered.
Well, plans can't keep up with changes.
After the visit to offer condolences ended, the new task of proposing marriage and delivering betrothal gifts immediately began.
Wan Wei had no choice but to quickly go back inside and change into a more formal suit.
When Chu Leyao learned that he was going to the Li family to present his betrothal gifts, she considerately helped him tidy his clothes without any displeasure. Instead, she reminded him to pay attention to etiquette and treat Li Qingwei well. This warmed Wan Wei's heart, and he kissed her again before leaving. Upon arriving at the main gate of the Wan family mansion, they indeed saw their third uncle, Wan Tianqing, already waiting. Beside him was Wan Xiuhu, who was as excited as a monkey, and 8 burly attendants carrying various gift boxes and large and small trunks. Third uncle, Little Tiger.
Wan Wei walked over. Xiao Wei's here. Let's go find you another wife. Wan Tianqing laughed and patted Wan Wei on the shoulder. He went as a family representative and elder. Brother Wei. Congratulations. You're getting married again. Wan Xiaohu winked. You talk too much.
Wan Wei slapped him on the back of the head.
Let's go. Wan Tianqing briefly explained the main situation of the Li family and Li Qingwei's recent situation to Wan Wei.
She had returned to the Li family in northeast China a couple of days ago after recovering and waking up at the Wan family's residence. After speaking, Wan Tianqing took out the list of betrothal gifts he had prepared. Listening to the long list of dowry items, which were worth a fortune, Wan Wei was once again impressed by his family's extravagance and his mother's determination.
This isn't a betrothal ceremony, it's clearly a show of force, a way to make the Li family feel the Wan family's sincerity and strength, so they'll willingly marry their daughter to them.
Without further ado, the Wan family activated the teleportation array and teleported directly to the Li family in the northeast.
Chapter 111, Seeing Li Qingwei Again.
Using the Wan family's dedicated long-distance teleportation array, a flash of light appeared, and Wan Wei and his group arrived directly from Beijing at the dedicated reception plaza outside the Li family manor in northeast China.
The Li family had obviously received advance notice.
As soon as the teleportation array's light stabilized, a group of core members of the Li family, led by the family head Li Qingtian, warmly greeted them. Since both sides were old acquaintances, the scene immediately became lively.
Ha ha ha. Brother Tian Cheng. Nephew Wan Wei. Nephew Xiaohu. Welcome, welcome. You must be tired from your journey.
Li Qingtian, a burly man with a booming voice, was all smiles as he stepped forward and gave Wan Tianqing a bear hug, then patted Wan Wei's shoulder forcefully.
Good lad. I heard you've done something big in South Korea again? Impressive. No wonder you're a descendant of the god of war. Uncle Li, you flatter me.
You look even more energetic, Wan Wei replied with a smile, feeling a slight numbness in his shoulder. The head of the Li family certainly had a strong grip.
Come inside. It's cold outside. Li Qingtian warmly invited everyone to walk into the manor.
The style of the Li family manor is completely different from that of the aristocratic families in Jiangnan and Beijing, and is more rugged and grand. The buildings are mostly made of heavy stone and dark wood, with spacious courtyards and even a small training ground. Snow is piled up in the corner, exuding a bold and untamed northern spirit. Upon entering the warm and inviting reception room, guests and hosts took their seats, and maids served hot tea and delicate pastries. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation naturally turned to the recent events in South Korea and the upcoming global tournament. Nephew Wan Wei has really brought honor to China this time. Li Qingtian gave a thumbs up, that was satisfying.
I heard you also managed to pocket some extra cash? He winked, as if to say, I know what I mean.
Well, it was all a family mission, just a fluke, Wan Wei said modestly. By the way, Brother Tianqing, your arrival was so sudden and rushed this time that our preparations may not have been adequate.
Please forgive us.
Li Qingtian changed the subject, rubbing his hands together, looking somewhat embarrassed. He was caught off guard when he received a call from Wanjia Communications saying they would come to propose marriage that afternoon, leaving him no time to prepare for the grand reception.
Brother Li, you're too kind. Wan Tianqing waved his hand, his smile gentle, we're all family, no need for formalities. We've come here mainly to set the wedding date and send over the betrothal gifts to show our sincerity.
Xiaowei and Qingwei are truly in love, and getting married soon will put our minds at ease. As he spoke, Wan Tianqing gestured to the shadow guards accompanying him. The guards immediately carried up all the large and small boxes and gift boxes they had brought, opening them or presenting the lists in the open space in the middle of the reception room.
For a moment, the treasure shone faintly, and spiritual energy filled the air.
There were whole boxes of top-grade ice attribute spirit stones that exuded a chilling aura. There are several thousand-year-old snow ginseng, ice crystal chalcedony, and other rare, top-grade ice-type spiritual herbs in the jade box. There are several sets of ice attribute protective magic artifacts and offensive magic weapons of extremely high quality. There are high-level jade slip copies that record ice-based techniques and supernatural abilities. Furthermore, there were several lucrative contracts involving mining and business cooperation, as well as a large sum of resources that would significantly enhance the Li family's power. A dazzling array of treasures, priceless in value. Its generosity was indeed no less than, if not greater than, the betrothal gifts given to the Chu family, and it was more in line with the Li family's needs, Li Qingtian and several elders of the Li family stared wide-eyed at the mountain of treasures and the long list of gifts before them, their breathing becoming heavy involuntarily. The Li family is considered a powerful clan in northeast China, but compared to the Wan family, the most prestigious family in China, their foundation is far inferior. This betrothal gift is almost equivalent to half of the Li family's wealth. Moreover, many of the items are exclusive resources that money can hardly buy. This. Li Qingtian was so excited he was almost incoherent. He rubbed his hands together, circled the pile of treasures twice, and muttered to himself. This is too much. Brother Wan, Brother Tianqing, this is far too much. How can our Li family possibly accept this? We can't possibly spend it all. His words were sincere, carrying the straightforwardness unique to Northeasterners and a touch of happy anxieties. The surrounding Li family members were also beaming with pride. The Wan family's generous gift not only reflects their high regard for Li Qingwei, but also their recognition and elevation of the entire Li family. Brother Li, there's no need to be so polite. We're all family now, and we'll have plenty of opportunities to help each other out in the future. Wan Tianqing smiled and said, these resources can help Qingwei cultivate and awaken her bloodline better, and also make the Li family develop more smoothly. Sigh. I have nothing more to say. It's Qingwei's good fortune to marry into the Wan family. It's also a good fortune for our Li family. Li Qingtian slapped his thigh and said decisively, the wedding will proceed as you said, this Sunday. Our Li family will fully cooperate. We guarantee it will be a grand and glorious affair. The important matters were settled in just a few words, which was extremely efficient. Then comes a more relaxed chat time. While the adults were still exchanging pleasantries and discussing wedding details, mainly the Wan family talking and the Li family nodding, Wan Wei gave a wink and quietly asked a Li family maid serving nearby, is Miss Qingwei here? The maid nodded quickly and whispered, Mrs. in the plum grove in the back garden. She knew you were coming, young Master Wan, and has been waiting for you since early this morning. Wan Wei understood, greeted his third uncle and Li Qingtian, and then slipped out of the reception room and headed towards the back garden. In the backyard of the Li family, there is a sizable plum grove. At this time of year, the red and white plum blossoms are in full bloom, looking especially beautiful against the backdrop of the snow. Deep within a field of red plum blossoms, a slender figure dressed in a white fur cloak stands quietly beneath an old plum tree, gazing up at the plum blossoms on the branches. Her profile, set against the backdrop of snow and red plum blossoms, is as beautiful as a painting. It was Li Qingwei. Compared to her pale and fragile appearance when she was in a coma last time, she looked much better now. Her skin was fair with a healthy rosy glow, her eyebrows and eyes were still delicate, but her eyes were clearer and more spirited, and a faint aura of coldness and nobility flowed around her, which was the change brought about by the initial awakening of the extreme Ice Phoenix bloodline. Hearing footsteps, Li Qingwei turned around and saw Wan Wei. Her eyes lit up immediately, and a bright smile bloomed on her usually cool face, like ice and snow melting and spring flowers blooming. Wan Wei, you're here. Her voice was clear and crisp, carrying a hint of barely perceptible joy. Yes, I'm here. Wan Wei walked up to her and naturally took her hand. It feels slightly cool to the touch, but is soft and delicate. Have you been waiting long? It's cold outside, why didn't you wait inside? It's not cold. I like watching the snow and plum blossoms. Li Qingwei shook her head, letting him hold her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. And I want to see you soon. These words were spoken directly and sincerely, reflecting the frankness of a girl from northeast China. Wan Wei felt a warmth in his heart, recalling how this seemingly frail girl had selflessly stood in front of him at the entrance to the secret realm, saving his life. This friendship was different from the very beginning. Come on, show me around your backyard? I've heard the snowscapes in northeast China are particularly beautiful, Wan Wei said with a smile. Okay. Li Qingwei readily agreed, gently grasped Wan Wei's hand, and led him deeper into the plum grove. The two walked side by side in the snow crunching softly under their feet. Chapter 112 My dream is to raise a child. Red plum blossoms reflected in the snow, their subtle fragrance wafting in the air, creating a tranquil and beautiful atmosphere. Has your body fully recovered? Are you experiencing any discomfort after your bloodline awakening? Wan Wei asked with concern. It's all better now. The pills uncle gave me were very effective, Li Qingwei replied softly, her eyes filled with gratitude. The awakening of bloodline went smoothly, but sometimes I can't control the cold energy well and it's easy to freeze the things around me. She stuck out her tongue a little shyly, a small gesture that added to her girlish charm. Take your time. This is a top-tier bloodline. If you control it well, its power will be immense, Wan Wei encouraged.
If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me, or ask my third uncle.
Yes. Li Qingwei nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with trust as she looked at Wan Wei. As we walked, we came to a small, frozen pond.
The ice surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky, the withered trees, and the two figures.
When I was little, my brothers and I often skated here, Li Qingwei said, pointing to the ice with a nostalgic look in her eyes.
Want to go skating? Wan Wei asked. Is it okay?
Li Qingwei's eyes lit up, but then she hesitated.
It's all right, I'm here.
Wan Wei smiled confidently and led her to the edge of the ice. He circulated his qi and blood, and a gentle yet stable force covered the feet of the two of them, providing friction while also isolating them from any coldness that Li Qingwei might unintentionally emit. Li Qingwei tentatively took a step forward and, with Wan Wei's support, stood steadily on the ice. The long-lost feeling brought a happy smile to her face. Wan Wei held her hand, and the two slowly glided across the ice.
At first, Li Qingwei was a little awkward and would hold onto Wan Wei's arm tightly from time to time.
Later, she gradually let go, and her laughter echoed like silver bells in the quiet plum grove. Tired from skating, the two sat down to rest on a stone bench by the pond. Wan Wei naturally took off his coat and draped it over Li Qingwei. Li Qingwei did not refuse, and wrapped her coat, which still carried Wan Wei's body heat, tighter around herself, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart.
I heard you're going to participate in that global competition next week? Li Qingwei asked.
Yeah, my mom insisted that I go, saying it would broaden my horizons and help me make more friends.
Wan Wei touched his nose, too embarrassed to reveal his mother's true intentions. You can definitely do it. You're so amazing.
Li Qingwei had blind faith in Wan Wei, her eyes filled with admiration.
I'll cheer you on. Okay, watch the live stream and see if I come back with first place.
Wan Wei laughed and casually tucked a strand of her hair, which had been ruffled by the wind, behind her ear. This intimate gesture made Li Qingwei's ears turn red.
She lowered her head but did not look away. As the sun sets, it turns the snow-covered ground into a golden hue.
The two shadows stretched long on the snow, nestled together.
We should go back now, or your father and my third uncle will get worried. Wan Wei glanced at the sky. Li Qingwei stood up somewhat reluctantly and returned the coat to Wan Wei. Keep it on, it'll be cold on the way back. Wan Wei draped it over her again. And what about you?
I'm thick-skinned, I'm not afraid of the cold. Wan Wei patted his chest, making Li Qingwei smile. The two walked back hand in hand, chatting about light-hearted topics along the way, and their relationship grew even closer without them even realizing it. That ambiguous yet warm feeling quietly blossomed in the icy snow, more touching than any grand declaration of love.
Back at the main house, dinner was already prepared.
Seeing his daughter's rosy complexion and the smile in her eyes, Li Qingtian was overjoyed. He frequently toasted Wan Tiancheng and Wan Wei during the meal, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere.
After the meal, the Wan family said goodbye and left.
Li Qingwei escorted him to the outside of the teleportation array until the light came on and his figure disappeared. Only then did she silently turn back, her heart filled with anticipation for Sunday. The next day, at the Wan family martial arts training ground,
the family selection competition was held as scheduled.
The vast martial arts arena was divided into several arenas, and the surrounding area was filled with family members and elders who came to watch the battles, creating a lively atmosphere.
As a seeded player who didn't need to be drafted, Wan Wei naturally didn't have to play.
He moved a grand chair and sat on the best viewing platform, with fruits and snacks beside him, leisurely becoming a spectator.
They euphemistically called it, assessing the family's future potential.
The competition began, and more than 20 eligible young people from Wanja took turns competing. Those who can reach the 8th rank of martial artist or above at this age are all promising talents cultivated by their families. They fight with great skill and their various family martial arts, techniques, and weapons clash, making for a very exciting battle.
While cracking sunflower seeds, Wan Wei commented,
"Oh, this little girl is not bad. Her illusionary light step is getting pretty good, but she's a bit timid and doesn't dare to launch a preemptive attack.
TSK, these two guys are fighting too civilizedly. Is this a friendly sparring match or a dance? It should draw blood."
The family stewards accompanying them were sweating profusely, but they had to admit that, given Wan Wei's current insight and strength, commenting on these children was indeed a case of overwhelming them. After watching for a while, Wan Wei roughly figured out the level of this group of people.
Except for that cheater who's using cheat codes.
The strongest at present is a collateral descendant named Wan Zishuan, who is 86 years old, still considered young in the cultivation world. His cultivation level has reached the 6th grade Heavenly King, and his blazing sunpalm is fierce and unparalleled.
He basically encountered no decent resistance on the arena and crushed his opponents all the way. Wan Wei nodded.
A 6th rank Heavenly King is a top-tier player in this age group, even in global competitions. Soon, it was Wan Xiaohu's turn to go on stage. The kid was jumping around excitedly. His opponent was someone who had also recently become a 2nd rank Heavenly King.
Brother Wei. Watch me. Wan Xiaohu waved to Wan Wei before going on stage.
The match began, and Wan Xiaohu was indeed extremely talented, with quick reflexes and agile moves. Although I've been playing a lot of games lately, I'm still able to dominate my opponents thanks to the basic skills I've honed over the years. Finally, he used the Dragon Roar Hand, a move he had painstakingly learned from Wan Wei, to knock his opponent off the stage, winning cheers from the crowd.
Good job, Xiaohu. You didn't embarrass your brother Wei.
Wan Wei encouraged him with a smile.
He, just average, 3rd in the family.
Wan Xiaohu proudly clasped his hands in a fist salute on stage, which drew a burst of good-natured laughter. The competition lasted all day, and after several rounds of fierce competition, the final rankings were determined. Wan Zishuan won 1st place without any doubt, while Wan Xiaohu gave it his all and came in 6th, successfully making it into the top 20. They have earned the right to represent their family in the preliminary rounds in the Huaxia region. The little guy was exhausted when he came off the stage, but he had a big smile on his face. Looking at these energetic young faces striving for the family's honor, Wan Wei felt a pang of emotion. I'm only in my early 20s, and suddenly I was watching them fight from the stands. Although he is the leader now, in the future, these brothers and sisters will also become the pillars of the family. After all, Wan Wei didn't want to keep leading the fight. His dream was to kill all the demons and then raise children.
Chapter 113 Pre-match busyness and wedding. Even after the family selection competition ended, Wan Wei's pace of life did not slow down.
In the following days, under the kind care and strategic planning of his mother, Su Wanqing, he visited several small families that had close ties with the Wan family, or that needed their help, and that happened to have outstanding women of marriageable age in their families.
Su Wanqing's reasons are very valid. Son, the global competition is about to begin. Making more friends and getting more help can never hurt.
The girls from these families have all been selected for their talent and looks, and they are all quite good. Go and get to know them better, build a stronger relationship, and it will be good for both the families and for yourself.
What can Wan Wei say? I had no choice but to do it.
So, Wan Wei's itinerary for the next few days became discussing philosophy at A's house in the morning, admiring flowers at B's house in the afternoon, and enjoying tea with Miss C's house in the evening. The process, of course, included romantic moments under the moon and flowers, sweet nothings, and a final in-depth exchange. Most of these girls had great affection or awe for the Wan family and Wan Wei himself.
With the family's willingness to help and their covert support, things progressed exceptionally smoothly.
With his strong abilities, handsome appearance, and increasingly skillful communication skills, Wan Wei successfully won the hearts of the beauties. Over the next few days, Wan Wei's record book was filled with many new names, and the system notifications kept ringing incessantly. Although each individual reward wasn't as extravagant as the one given when Chu Leyao was pregnant, the sheer number of them was overwhelming.
Ding! Successful combination, reward, cultivation level increase. Ding!
Successfully combined, obtained the supreme level cultivation technique Spirit Butterfly Step.
Ding!
Successfully combined, you have obtained one piece of the rare material Stardust Sand.
Ding! Successfully bound. All in all, I've received 16 system rewards over the past few days. Although most of them are cultivation techniques, materials, and elixirs, they add up little by little.
In particular, his cultivation level soared all the way to the peak of the late stage of the 6th grade Heavenly Venerable. After his last new partner fell into a deep sleep filled with satisfaction and anticipation, Wan Wei meditated alone and discovered that he was only one step away from reaching the 7th rank. Perhaps this time I can try to break through on my own.
Good heavens!
Wan Wei himself was somewhat astonished. Enjoying the comforts of a gentle home while simultaneously experiencing meteoric rises in power, the feeling is simply amazing.
At this rate, by the time the global competition finals come around, I might already be a 9th rank celestial venerable, or even a martial god? Wan Wei stroked his chin, a hint of anticipation and excitement flashing in his eyes. The youth tournament has turned into a battle between martial arts masters and celestial beings? Just thinking about it makes me excited.
Sunday arrived in the blink of an eye, the day of Wanwei's second wedding. Compared to the globally acclaimed and earth-shattering grand spectacle of his first marriage to Chu Leyao, the scale of his wedding to Li Qingwei was indeed much smaller this time. After all, the first time it was the eldest grandson of the Wan family's wife entering the family was of great significance, and they needed to flex their muscles to the world. In this second instance, although the Li family was also an important ally, and Li Qingwei herself had saved Wanwei's life and possessed exceptional talent, according to conventional wisdom, she was ultimately a secondary wife or second wife. Being too flamboyant might attract unnecessary criticism. Although the Wan family is not afraid, there is no need for them to. Therefore, the main guests invited to this wedding were top families in China, forces that were on good terms with the Wan and Li families, and some important official representatives. The god of war's father, Wan Tianhao, was unable to return due to a sudden spatial fluctuation in northern Europe, so he could only send his blessings and a generous gift remotely. The mother, Su Wanqing, presided over the ceremony, while the groom's third uncle, Wan Tianqing, served as the officiant. Nevertheless, when Wan Wei, dressed in the same luxurious but slightly modified groom's suit, stood in the brightly lit square of the Wan family's main residence, he was still greeted by a sea of people, one after another. Almost all the heads or representatives of the top dozens of aristocratic families in China were present. All the major sects, chambers of commerce, and local tyrants who received the invitation considered it an honor and came in person. The square was packed with people, probably no fewer than several thousand. The noise, congratulations, and greetings mingled together, creating a festive atmosphere that soared to the heavens. Young Master Wan, congratulations! You found another wonderful partner. The Li family's jewel, the Extreme Ice Phoenix, is a match made in heaven with young Master Wan. May every household prosper and the family thrive. Wanwei wore a standard groom's smile and repeatedly returned the greeting with clasped hands. Congratulations to you. Thank you for coming. Please come in. He is now at the peak of the late stage of the 6th grade celestial venerable realm, with keen senses, and can hear the whispers of many guests. TSK, how long has it been? Young Master Wan is already remarrying? That's fast. What do you know? What kind of family is the Wan family? Expanding their lineage is of paramount importance. Besides, that girl Li Qingwei is indeed outstanding. She saved young Master Wan's life. I heard that young Master Wan has made another great contribution in South Korea. His strength is unfathomable. There are so many big shots here today. Although it can't compare to the last time when the god of war was present, this lineup is still quite intimidating. Wanwei remained completely unmoved, and even felt a little amused. Getting married for the second time feels completely different. I understand the process perfectly, and I'm as calm as a rock. The wedding procession wasn't as extravagant as the 9 dragons incense carriage, but it was still a magnificent carriage pulled by the 9-headed, ice attribute spirit beast, the snow-treading jade Kirin. It matched Li Qingwei's ice attribute nature, and as it traveled from the villa that the Li family had temporarily purchased in the capital amidst the artificially falling snowflakes carrying cool spiritual energy, it attracted countless eyes. The bride, Li Qingwei, dressed in a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, with a red veil covering her face, gracefully stepped down from the carriage, accompanied by her father, Li Qingtian, and her elder brother. Although her face was not visible, her figure, demeanor, and the pure, icy aura she exuded were already striking. Wanwei stepped forward, skillfully took her hand, and said gently, "Qingwei, I'm here." Li Qingwei, under the veil, softly hummed in agreement, her hand trembling slightly. He immediately gripped her hand tightly in return. She could feel the warmth and strength in Wanwei's hand, and her heart was filled with peace and sweetness. The following procedures were simply a review of Wanwei's lessons. Ancestor worship, informing heaven, wedding ceremony, tea ceremony. He performed each step with ease and precision, even a fraction faster than the MC's prompts, leaving the experienced MC almost unable to keep up, inwardly exclaiming, "This groom is quite skilled." The guests watching the ceremony also found it amusing and made various jokes. Young Master Wan's procedure is so well rehearsed, it's like he's rehearsed it 800 times. You can tell at a glance that someone has been through this before. They're very experienced. Miss Li is so lucky, her husband is so skilled. During the wedding ceremony, Su Wanqing, the mother, and Wan Tianqing, the third uncle, were seated on the main hall. Looking at her son's calm and composed demeanor, Su Wanqing felt both gratified and amused. She whispered to Wan Tianqing beside her, "Look at this kid, getting married for the second time is like going to the market to buy vegetables, he's not nervous at all." Wan Tianqing suppressed a laugh. This shows that Serena Williams has matured and become more composed. Su Wanqing. Pa.
I think he's just shameless. After the wedding ceremony, before being led to the bridal chamber, a banquet is naturally indispensable. It was still an incredibly lavish banquet, but the atmosphere was more relaxed and casual than last time. Wan Wei, accompanied by Li Qingwei, went from table to table toasting. The atmosphere was most lively when we arrived at the table with the core members of the Wan family and their closest relatives and friends. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Wan Xiaohu. I wish Brother Wei and sister-in-law a long and happy marriage and many children. Wan Xiaohu had the sweetest tongue, and he now idolized Wan Wei wholeheartedly. Thank you, Xiaohu, Li Qingwei said softly. Chapter 114 Another huge reward. When the conversation turned to the representatives of the families with whom they had recently made new connections, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The women who had already had intimate relationships with Wan Wei, or their family representatives, looked at Li Qingwei with somewhat complicated expressions, but they all maintained a superficial blessing. Wan Wei, thick-skinned, accepted everything without question, while Li Qingwei seemed to sense something, but simply stood obediently beside Wan Wei without saying a word. Another banquet was held in the evening, but Wan Wei found it somewhat boring. Wan Wei had experienced this kind of scene since he was a child, and he felt that it was about time to proceed to the most important part, entering the bridal chamber. He gave his mother and third uncle a wink. Su Wanqing understood, stood up and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, today is an auspicious occasion, and we've had our fill of wine. The bride and groom must be tired, so let's not keep them any longer. Everyone, please continue to enjoy yourselves, and let the young couple go and rest. The guests responded with good-natured laughter and cheers. Oh, so eager to get to the bridal chamber. Young Master Wan, a moment of blissful night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Wishing Wan Xiao continued success and great achievements. Wan Wei remained expressionless, took Li Qingwei's hand, whose face was flushed, and left the banquet amidst blessings and teasing, heading towards the newly decorated bridal chamber. This exquisite courtyard, built specifically for Li Qingwei, is named Ningxuan Yuan. As soon as I arrived at the courtyard gate, I heard rustling sounds and suppressed laughter coming from inside. Wan Wei raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, someone actually dared to disrupt his wedding night? Sure enough, as soon as he and Li Qingwei stepped into the courtyard, several figures suddenly jumped out from behind the artificial hill on the side. The leader was none other than Wan Xiaohu, who was grinning slyly, followed by several of Wan Xiaohu's cousins who usually got along well with him. Brother Wei. Sister-in-law. This is a rare night of passion, let's add some fun for you. Wan Xiaohu was even holding a box with a double happiness symbol on it, but it was clearly a prank prop. According to the old custom, you have to pass our test before you can enter the bridal chamber. The first test is a question and answer. Sister-in-law, does Brother Wei snore when he sleeps? Ha 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 ha. The boys behind him joined in the jeering. Li Qingwei had never seen anything like this before, and she was so embarrassed that she hid behind Wan Wei. Wan Wei chuckled mischievously at Wan Xiaohu's smug expression. Hey kid, you're going to boost Wei Ji's strength? They've gotten so bold. Without saying a word, and without even using his qi and blood, he relied solely on the reaction and speed of his 6th-grade heavenly venerable body to flash in front of Wan Xiaohu. Before Wan Xiaohu could react, he felt an irresistible force coming from his buttocks. Holy shit! With an exaggerated scream, Wan Xiaohu flew through the air like a cannonball, tracing a beautiful parabola, and flew directly over the courtyard wall. The remaining cousins froze instantly, their smiles vanished, and cold sweat poured down their faces. Wan Wei clapped his hands slowly and looked at them. You want to add some fun too? No, no, no. Brother Wei, we were wrong. We're leaving now. Wishing Brother Wei and sister-in-law a long and happy marriage. Good night, Brother Wei. Good night, sister-in-law. The boys were so frightened that they scrambled out of Ningxuan Garden 100 times faster than when they came. Li Qingwei peeked out from behind Wan Wei, looked at the empty courtyard, and couldn't help but laugh out loud, most of her previous nervousness and shyness disappearing. These little rascals need to be taught a lesson. Wan Wei curled his lips, put his arm around Li Qingwei's slender waist, and said, Let's go, my wife, now no one will bother us. The new house was brightly lit with red candles, decorated in a festive and warm style. The air was filled with a faint floral and sweet fragrance. Closing the door shuts out the noise from the outside world. With only the two of them left in the room, the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous and intimate. Li Qingwei sat on the edge of the bed covered with a bright red brocade quilt with mandarin ducks, her hands clasped nervously, her heart pounding like a drum. Although she had already decided on him, and although they had had intimate contact during their walk in the snow, she still couldn't help feeling nervous and expectant on their wedding night. Wan Wei walked up to her and gently lifted the red veil with a jade rui. Under the candlelight, Li Qingwei's carefully made-up face was fully revealed. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn water, her skin like snow, and her lips like a dot of cinnabar. Because of shyness and nervousness, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were filled with an amazing charm, making her even more beautiful than her usual aloof appearance. The pure and noble aura brought by the bloodline of the extreme ice phoenix blended perfectly with the daughter's delicate appearance at this moment, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. "Qingwei, you look beautiful today," Wan Wei exclaimed sincerely, sitting down next to her. "Husband." Li Qingwei's voice was barely audible, and she dared not look directly into his burning gaze. Wan Wei held her hand and felt that her palm was slightly sweaty, cool and smooth. He gently pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear. "Don't be nervous. From now on, this will be your home, and I will be your support." Simple words, yet they reassured Li Qingwei more than any sweet talk. She softly hummed in agreement, her body slowly relaxing as she leaned against Wan Wei's firm chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. The two embraced quietly for a while, feeling each other's warmth and breath. The red candles crackled, casting the shadows of the two beautiful people. When feelings run deep, things will naturally fall into place. Wan Wei lowered his head and kissed those alluring red lips. Li Qingwei responded somewhat awkwardly at first, but soon became immersed in the conversation under Wan Wei's gentle guidance. Clothes gradually fall away, spring light lingers. 2,000 words of indescribable details are omitted here. Please use your imagination to fill in the keywords. Impressive battery life. After an unknown amount of time, the rain and clouds finally stopped. Li Qingwei was already exhausted. With a satisfied and happy smile, she fell into a deep sleep. She was covered with a brocade quilt, revealing her fair and rounded shoulders, where there were a few faint red marks. Wan Wei turned to look at her peaceful sleeping face, his heart softening. The girl who bravely saved him and relied on him wholeheartedly has now truly become his wife. Just then, the system notification sound in my mind rang out again, like the most melodious symphony. To Wan Wei, this sounded like a joyous celebration of wishing you prosperity. Ding! Successful docking detected between the host and Li Qingwei, a highly potential spouse. Congratulations, host and top talented female companion, on successfully completing the pregnancy mission. A super deluxe reward package is hereby awarded. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has increased dramatically. Current level, mid-stage 7th rank Heavenly Venerable. Reward 2, obtain the divine power wings of the Ice Phoenix. Effect, condenses extreme cold ice crystals and phoenix phantoms to form magnificent wings, greatly enhancing speed and agility. While flying, it possesses a frost field that can freeze low-level enemies and energy attacks in its path. A top-tier flight combining both style and practicality. Reward 3, obtain an innate ice-type spiritual item, the 10,000-year mysterious ice soul. Effect, contains extreme cold and undying vitality. It can assist ice-type cultivators in breaking through bottlenecks, tempering their physique, and refining ice-type treasures. It can also be used to set up top-tier ice formations. Priceless and extremely rare. Reward 430 Divine Level Breakthrough Pills. Effect, Divine Grade Breakthrough Pill, suitable for Heavenly King level experts. It can directly elevate an expert to a higher realm. A 9th rank Heavenly King can directly advance to a Heavenly Venerable. 4 rewards. In terms of cultivation, he broke through from the late stage of the 6th rank to the mid-stage of the 7th rank Heavenly Venerable. In some small countries, this person could be considered a national patriarch. The Divine Ice Phoenix wings are both stylish and practical, allowing you to show off while traveling. The Myriad-Year Profound Ice Soul is perfect for Li Qingwei's cultivation, or for her child's foundation building in the future. The most outrageous item is the 4th one, 30 Divine Level Breakthrough Pills. One of these things is enough to cause a huge uproar outside, and he just bought a whole sack of them wholesale? We can reward Wan Xiuhu with a few. Wan Wei was so excited he almost jumped out of bed. Looking at Li Qingwei sleeping soundly beside him, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her smooth forehead several more times. Qingwei. She's truly my lucky star. She's a blessing to me. Wan Wei was overjoyed. The rewards for this binding and pregnancy are more generous than I ever imagined. Not only did their own strength increase dramatically, but they also acquired a massive amount of strategic resources. If used properly, this thing can instantly cultivate 4 or 5 Heavenly King level experts, or even Heavenly Venerable level experts for the family. Or you could exchange it for unimaginable benefits. He carefully put away the Myriad-Year Profound Ice Soul and the jade bottle containing 30 glittering golden pills, gently embraced Li Qingwei, and closed his eyes contentedly.
At this moment, all he wanted was to hold his newlywed wife and get a good night's sleep. After all, even a 7th-rank celestial venerable had exerted a great deal of effort just now. Get some rest, because I have to participate in the Global Youth Cultivator Competition in the China region tomorrow. Chapter 115. The competition begins. Bonus chapter.
The next morning, Wan Wei got up feeling refreshed.
Today marks the opening of the Northern Division of the China Regional Qualifiers, and the Wanjia team is heading to the competition venue, the Bird's Nest National Stadium. Just before leaving, he ran into Wan Xiuhu, who was in high spirits.
Brother Wei. Good morning. Wan Xiaohu's spirits immediately lifted when he saw Wan Wei. What do you mean early morning? Look at you, you look like a coward. Did you go steal a cow last night?
Wan Wei glanced at him, then casually took out 2 small white jade bottles from his system space and tossed them over, saying, "Catch."
Wan Xiaohu caught it in a fluster and asked blankly, "Brother Wei, what's this?" "A divine-level breakthrough pill."
Wan Wei said calmly, "I, your brother Wei, worked day and night to cultivate and obtain it."
"You've gotten a good deal, kid. Hurry up and eat it, and improve your pathetic 2nd-rank Heavenly King cultivation level. Don't embarrass the Wan family on the field." "A divine-level breakthrough pill?"
Wan Xiaohu was stunned. This divine-grade breakthrough pill can allow even a Heavenly King realm expert to directly break through 1 level.
Wei Guo actually gave him 2 pills so casually?
He had heard of this stuff. Wan Wei had gotten his hands on some before. However, they were all taken by the high-ranking Heavenly Kings in the family, and he, as a low-ranking Heavenly King, had no chance. Although his father is a half-step martial god, it's neither fair nor personal to give him one.
Wan Xiaohu was so moved he almost cried. "Brother Wei. You're so good to me. I'll do anything for you from now on."
"Stop with the mushy stuff."
Wan Wei waved his hand dismissively. "Hurry up and eat, and focus on refining it.
The convoy will be setting off soon." Without further ado, Wan Xiaohu excitedly uncorked the bottle and swallowed the 2 golden pills that emitted a strange fragrance.
The elixir melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into 2 surging yet gentle torrents that flowed into his limbs and bones.
Ugh! Wan Xiaohu groaned and quickly sat down cross-legged, circulating his internal energy to guide the medicinal power. His blood and qi surged, and his aura began to surge at a visible speed.
3rd rank.
4th rank. The medicine was completely absorbed in just 10 minutes. Wan Xiuhu opened his eyes, jumped up suddenly, and roared with excitement as he felt an unprecedented surge of power within his body.
4th rank. I become a 4th-rank Heavenly King.
All right, stop showing off and hurry up and get together. Wan Wei patted him on the shoulder. The Wan family team participating in the Northern Division gathered at the training ground, led by Wan Tenjin himself. Along with Wan Wei, Wan Zishuan, a 6th-rank Heavenly King, Wan Xiuhu, and 17 other selected family elites, a total of 20 people boarded a private luxury bus and headed towards the Bird's Nest.
On the bus, Wan Tianzong gave a brief explanation of the situation.
To facilitate management, China divided the country into 3 major competition zones. The Northern Division, centered on Beijing, covers parts of Northeast, North, and Northwest China.
The Southeast Division, centered around Shanghai.
The Western Division, primarily based in Chengdu. Based on the proportion of participants from each region, participants will advance to the national finals, and the top 200 will then be selected to participate in the global competition. Since Wanjia is located in Beijing, it naturally belongs to the Northern Division. The venue for the Northern Division of the competition was set at the iconic Bird's Nest National Stadium. This place has been modified by both formations and modern technology, making it capable of withstanding battle fluctuations at the celestial venerable level. It also features 10 large arenas and a comprehensive live streaming system. The organizers attached great importance to this qualifier, which was of a very high standard and was broadcast live nationwide. This is not just a selection process, but also a window to showcase the talent and spirit of China's younger generation, Wan Tianzong said solemnly. You represent not only yourselves, but also the face of the Wan family.
Cheer up!
The team members responded in unison, creating a solemn yet excited atmosphere.
Soon, the convoy arrived at the Bird's Nest.
The area outside the Bird's Nest was already packed with people, including competing athletes and teams, spectators from all over the country, and even more media reporters carrying cameras and microphones.
There were even drones from official and major media outlets circling in the sky, broadcasting live.
The appearance of the Wan family's team immediately caused a sensation. After all, the reputation of the number 1 family in China was too prestigious.
Look! It's the Wan family's convoy. That young man walking at the front, isn't that Wan Wei? The son of the god of war. I heard he's very powerful and has caused quite a stir in South Korea. What's so great about him? He's just a good for nothing. The one in the back who's laughing like an idiot, oh, it's Wan Xiaohu. Wan Jia's lineup this time doesn't look as good as before. Under the spotlight and flashes of countless eyes, Wan Wei remained calm and led his team, guided by staff, into the bird's nest through a special passage. The stands were packed, and the noise was deafening. The stage to the north was decorated in a solemn and grand manner, where high-ranking officials of the Demon Slayer division, representatives of various powerful families and sects, and special guests were seated. As a top-tier family, the Wan family was positioned in one of the best viewing areas to the side of the main stage. After everyone was seated, they patiently waited for the opening ceremony to begin. At 9 a.m. sharp, rousing music began, and the opening ceremony officially started. After a series of concise yet solemn procedures, the person in charge of the Northern Division, a deputy director of the Demon Slayer Division, delivered a speech. The deputy director's speech was brief and powerful, emphasizing the significance of the competition and encouraging the contestants to demonstrate their style and skill. Then, the host said in an enthusiastic voice, "Next, please welcome Wan Jiawei, an outstanding representative of the younger generation of China, to the stage to share his expectations and insights for this competition." All eyes immediately turned to Wan Wei. I informed Wan Wei about this a couple of days ago. I didn't want to speak, because it's such a cliché thing he's been speaking on stage since he was a child. As a child, Wan Wei would often start his sentences with, "My God of War Father." I always win awards for my essays, I can't help it. The first sentence of every essay I write is, "My God of War Father." I didn't want to go on stage this time, but my mom insisted, saying that showing my face would make it easier to find a partner. So I had no choice but to memorize a set of popular speech scripts. Wan Wei straightened his clothes and, under the watchful eyes of the Wan family and the entire audience, calmly rose and walked steadily onto the central rostrum. The cameras, broadcast live nationwide, were also fixed on him. Standing before the microphone, Wan Wei looked down at the sea of people and the countless flashing cameras, cleared his throat, and began to speak with a confident yet gentle smile. "Dear seniors and colleagues, hello everyone, I am Wan Wei." The sound was amplified and carried throughout the venue, clear and powerful. "I am honored to stand here today and speak on behalf of the younger generation, but I am also a little ashamed. I am honored to have received everyone's recognition. I am ashamed to say that I know that among all of you here, in your respective fields and hometowns, there are countless peers who are more hardworking and outstanding than me. Finally, on behalf of myself, I wish all the Chinese athletes the best of luck. Thank you everyone." After delivering a standard speech, he bowed slightly. Chapter 116 Battle against the Bai Family. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Half of the applause was for Wan Wei's face, and the other half was for the power of the Wan family. As for what was said, nobody cares, it's good enough that they didn't look down at their phones. Who listens attentively to what others are saying during a meeting? However, the live stream chat was flooded with comments from many fans of Wan Wei Yan. "Westbrook is amazing. His comments are so insightful. As expected of my husband. Drooling over the screen. His vision has broadened. This is the demeanor a scion of a top-tier family should possess. The last line is so beautiful. I love it. He possesses both talent and good looks, along with an excellent family background and refined demeanor. What a perfect male protagonist template." Of course, there were also many dissenting voices, especially among other contestants and some viewers who were not very familiar with Wan Jia or Wan Wei. "TCH, that sounds nice, but it's all thanks to your dad. Wan Wei? Wasn't he a notorious cultivation failure before? How did he suddenly become a youth representative? Those who know, know. What's the use of being handsome? Competitions are all about skill. I'm waiting to see him get proven wrong. Exactly, maybe we'll run into a tough opponent in the first round and get eliminated, that would be interesting. Besides him, it seems that the Wan family doesn't have any particularly famous young experts this time, right? That Wan Zishuan is alright, but he's only a 6th-rank heavenly king, which isn't enough to be considered on a global scale." Wan Wei didn't care about these comments at all. People can say whatever they want, the truth will come out when the fight starts. The opening ceremony concluded amidst another round of enthusiastic applause. The host announces the competition rules. In the preliminary stage, 10 arenas will be held simultaneously, with opponents randomly matched and a single elimination system until the quota for each region is determined. The match begins immediately.
A huge electronic matchmaking chart lit up on the screens around the arena, and the names of the first round of players began to scroll and match. Northern Region Preliminary Round 1, Stage 3, Wan Xiaohu from the Wan family vs Sun Hao from the Sun family of North China. Wow! Little Tiger made it in the first round. A commotion broke out in the Wan family's team. Wan Xiaohu rubbed his hands together, eager to try. Watch me get off to a winning start. Wan Wei patted him on the shoulder. Be careful, don't let things go wrong. Don't worry, brother Wei. I'm a 4th rank Heavenly King now. Wan Xiaohu was bursting with confidence and strode confidently toward the third arena. Wan Wei calmly returned to his seat, ready to face Wan Xiaohu in the match. Not very interested. In the preliminary rounds, a 4th rank Heavenly King is basically guaranteed to win unless he encounters an exceptionally strong hidden dark horse. His attention had long since drifted elsewhere. 10 arenas were filled with the sounds of energy colliding, shouts, and cheers from the audience. Wan Wei's gaze began to sweep across the various arenas, the players' rest areas, and even the audience seats. Yes, he was looking at beautiful women. My mother, Su Wanqing's, earnest words of advice still ring in my ears. This is a place that gathers the nation's elite, so the quality is definitely high. Pay close attention and observe carefully. Wan Wei agreed wholeheartedly and implemented it strictly. The girl in red with the whip and ring number 1 has a good figure and her moves are hot, but her score is a bit low, probably around 92. TSK, the one fighting in arena number 7, his legs are really long, his moves are sharp, he looks like he comes from a military family, his score is 93, he's heroic and has a unique style. That girl in the school uniform in the southeast corner of the audience looks gentle and is always taking notes? Is she a cultured person? The system scan even scored 94 points, does she have potential in academics? As Wan Wei looked at the documents, he silently scored, categorized, and archived them in his mind. His face would occasionally show an appreciative expression, like this is good or that's alright. He completely ignored the helpless glances that his second uncle, Wan Tianzong, occasionally cast at him, as well as the disdain or confusion that the representatives of other forces showed when they saw his leisurely appearance. While others were nervously watching the game and analyzing their opponents, he was focused on choosing his concubines. Soon, cheers erupted from arena number 3. As expected, Wan Xiaohu did not disappoint. Facing Sun Hao, whose cultivation level was probably at the 3rd grade Heavenly King level, he relied on his newly broken through 4th grade Heavenly King cultivation and solid Wan family techniques to fight steadily and in less than 10 rounds. A beautiful dragon out of the sea strike sent his opponent flying out of the ring, securing an easy first victory. We won! Wan Xiaohu excitedly pumped his fist on the stage, looking towards the Wan family seats. Wan Wei then turned his gaze away from a purple-clad woman in the distance, who had a rating of 95 and appeared to be from an ancient sect. He casually waved in Wan Xiaohu's direction to indicate that he understood, and then his gaze continued to scan. The preliminary rounds of the Northern Division are in full swing at the Bird's Nest. Back in the stands, let's continue to see which girl is prettier. He even created a memo list of key people to watch. The girl in the blue dress in the 3rd row of the East Grandstand has a gentle temperament, a rating of 95, and seems to come from a scholarly family. She is available for contact. That short-haired girl in the tight-fitting outfit in the waiting area of arena number 2 has clean and crisp movements, scoring around 93. She seems to come from a military family, so cool. I was engrossed in scanning when today's match schedule was updated. Northern Division, Round 5, Arena 1, Wan Jiao Wan Wei vs Bai Jingyu. As soon as the announcement came out, the entire Bird's Nest erupted in discussion several times more enthusiastic than before. Here it comes. The main event. Wan Jia vs Bai Jia. The number 1 versus number 2 in the country. Bai Jingyu. The most outstanding genius of the Bai family this generation, it is said that he has already reached the 7th rank Heavenly King level at just 80 years old. He is the highest level cultivator of his age in the known traditional families. Was the organizing committee's draw intentional? To pit 2 such powerful teams against each other so early on? This is going to be good. When Wan Wei heard the name of his opponent, he raised an eyebrow. The Bai family? What a small world. Last time in South Korea, the evidence of the Bai family's collusion with the demons was conclusive, but for some reason, they put forward a few collateral elders to take the blame, while the core members managed to extricate themselves completely. They only lost some peripheral interests, and their overall strength was not seriously damaged. How could they possibly send such talented individuals to participate in this competition? Bai Jingyu Wan Wei stroked his chin and walked towards the central arena.
He wanted to see just how capable this genius, whom the Bai family had nurtured with all their might, really was. The area around the number 1 arena was already completely surrounded. On the Bai family side, several Bai family elders had solemn expressions, while Bai Jingyu was already standing on the stage. He looked to be around 30 years old, with a handsome face, a slender figure, and wore a white outfit embroidered with gold patterns. He had a cold demeanor and sharp eyes. A sharp aura subtly emanated from his body, clearly indicating that he was cultivating the core metal-based technique of the Bai family. Upon seeing Wan Wei step onto the stage, Bai Jingyu's pupils constricted slightly, and he clasped his hands in a fist salute, saying, "Young Master Wan, I have long admired you. Please enlighten me." His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, but it revealed a great deal of vigilance. Wan Wei has been in the limelight lately, especially with the events in South Korea, which makes him dare not be careless in the slightest. "No problem," Wan Wei said casually, cupping his hands in greeting. The referee gave the order. The match begins. Chapter 117: Crushing Victory and the Infiltration of the Demon Race. Unlike his previous opponents, Bai Jingyu did not launch a rash attack. Knowing that Wan Wei was unpredictable, he adopted an extremely cautious defensive stance from the start. His footwork was agile, and golden blood energy surged around him, forming layers of energy defense in front of him like a storm of sword blades. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on Wan Wei, looking for possible weaknesses. The audience watched with bated breath. This is the real battle of masters. Wan Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the other side's serious demeanor. Probing? Defending? Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, none of these things matter. He was too lazy to waste time and didn't even retrieve the tiger demon axe. With just a thought, a trace of the vast, boundless blood and chi within his body, which was at the mid-stage of the 7th rank heavenly venerable realm, suddenly began to circulate. He didn't even use any martial arts techniques or supernatural abilities. He simply raised his right hand, facing Bai Jingyu's direction, his 5 fingers slightly spread, and then pressed down lightly. Boom! A terrifying pressure, as if the sky were collapsing, accompanied by a torrent of golden blood energy condensed to the extreme, pressed down on Bai Jingyu like an invisible giant mountain. Bai Jingyu's expression changed drastically. He felt that all the defenses he had set up were like paper in front of that power, instantly crushed to pieces. The surrounding air became as thick as iron, making it extremely difficult for him to even move a single finger. That was an absolute crushing defeat in terms of both realm and power. No. It's impossible. He roared in horror, desperately trying to activate his secret technique to resist, but it was too late. Wan Wei then gently pressed down with his palm, which had been pressing down as if to say press. Thump! Before Bai Jingyu could even scream, he was like a fly that had been swatted hard by an invisible hand. His legs went weak, and he fell flat on his face, pressed firmly onto the hard ground of the arena in an extremely humiliating position. His face was pressed against the ground, unable to move, only his body was twitching slightly. The ground of the arena cracked with a spiderweb-like pattern around him. The entire room fell silent. Everyone gaped, their eyes wide, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. One move? No, it's not even a single move. Just a random press? The Bai family genius, a 7th rank heavenly king, had no chance to resist and was swatted down like a mosquito. The difference is just too outrageous. Wan Wei, what exactly is his realm? Someone asked, trembling, voicing the question on everyone's mind. The referee was stunned for several seconds before stammering, Wan Wei Shang. Wan Wei withdrew his hand as if he had only done a trivial matter. He didn't even glance at Bai Jingyu, who was lying paralyzed on the ground, and turned to walk off the stage. On the Bai family's side, several elders had ashen faces, their eyes filled with resentment and deep fear. They finally realized that Wan Wei's strength had probably reached a level they couldn't comprehend. This battle was like a bombshell, completely igniting public opinion in the domestic cultivation community. The label of useless for Wan Wei was crushed to pieces with this press. Countless young martial artists regard him as an idol, and his number of die-hard fans has skyrocketed. Of course, the Bai family and its allies, as well as those who were jealous or disbelieving, became staunch haters, spreading rumors that the Wan family had used forbidden methods and that Wan Wei's foundation was weak. Wan Wei didn't care at all. The game continued, and his eyes never stopped. Soon, he noticed a special contestant, Ling Shui. This woman comes from a reclusive family of sword cultivators who rarely appear in the world. It is said that her ancestors included a martial god. She wore a simple white outfit, her posture was as straight as a sword, her face was extremely beautiful, yet she was as cold as ice, and her eyes were clear and sharp, as if they contained no impurities.
She wielded an ancient long sword, her swordsmanship simple yet sharp, each strike imbued with pure sword intent, often defeating her opponent in just a few moves, making her extremely efficient.
System scan feedback, score 97. Sword heart clarity physique. Immense potential. Wan Wei nodded to himself, thinking to himself, this quality is absolutely top-notch. He couldn't help but glance at it a few more times, his eyes filled with admiration. Seemingly sensing Wan Wei's gaze, Ling Shui glanced at Wan Wei with her cool eyes after defeating her opponent. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, then he turned his head away, a faint hint of disdain flashing across his face. His eyes seemed to say, "You lecher, what are you looking at?" Wan Wei touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed, but mostly amused. Cool and aloof, yet exhilarating. It's precisely this kind of icy beauty that makes winning her over a challenge. Meanwhile, Wan Xiaohu's match was also underway. He faced off against a genius from the Tang family in North China named Tang San, whose cultivation level was also around the 4th grade Heavenly King. The two fought back and forth, and the scene was intense. But as the fight went on, Wan Xiaohu suddenly felt something was wrong. His immaculate body was exceptionally sensitive to energy, and he discovered that occasionally a faint, extremely subtle, and cold aura would emanate from the other party's blood and qi. It made him instinctively feel disgusted. It was somewhat like the demonic energy he had encountered in South Korea before, but it was not pure. It was more like it had been diluted or disguised. Tang Umbrella's moves also occasionally exhibit some illogical bursts and bizarre trajectory changes. This kid is suspicious. Wan Xiaohu thought with a chill. He remembered Wei Ji's previous instructions to be on the lookout for anyone using unconventional methods. He initially wanted to shout it out on the spot, but then he thought that without evidence, shouting it out might lead to the other party accusing him in return. Moreover, it seems that Brother Wei is planning to play the long game and catch a big fish. So Wan Xiaohu deliberately created an opening, pretending to be exhausted, and was cleverly struck on the shoulder by Tang San, staggering backward and falling out of the ring boundary. Tang San wins, the referee announced. A hint of smugness appeared on Tang San's face as he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kind offer." But his eyes flickered slightly. Wan Xiaohu clutched his shoulder. Although the injury wasn't serious, he still grimaced as he walked off the stage. As soon as he returned to the Wan family's seating area, he approached Wan Wei and whispered quickly, "Brother Wei. Something's wrong with that Tang San. There's something strange about his qi and blood, kind of like demonic energy, but very faint. And his moves are wrong too." Wan Wei's eyes narrowed as he looked at Tang San, who was leaving the stage, his gaze deep and intense. "I understand, you did the right thing. Don't make a fuss about it yet." He patted Wan Xiaohu on the shoulder. "Get some rest, I'll handle this." It seems that the tentacles of the demon race or the eternal life cult have reached even further than imagined, even infiltrating the domestic competitions. Wan Wei decided to hold back and see what Tang San, or rather the person behind him, was up to. 2 more rounds later, Wan Wei encountered an opponent with a completely different style, Ayuduo, the holy maiden of the southern Xinjiang witch tribe. Ayuduo looked to be 18 or 19 years old. She was dressed in colorful ethnic costumes with an exotic flair, adorned with elaborate silver ornaments on her head, and had bare, fair ankles with small silver bells tied to her wrists and ankles that jingled as she moved. She was beautiful and had a wild charm. Her eyes were large and bright, full of curiosity and liveliness. His cultivation level is that of a 5th-rank Heavenly King. Chapter 118, Taking Ayuduo on a Trip. Northern Division, Round 8, Arena 5, Wan Wei vs. Ayuduo from the southern Xinjiang witch clan. Ayuduo jumped onto the ring, curiously looking at Wan Wei, and said in slightly accented Mandarin, "You're that powerful, Wan Wei? I've seen you fight, you're really good. But our witch clan's magic is also very powerful. You'd better be careful." The voice was clear and crisp, and the attitude was very friendly. Wan Wei smiled. "Please enlighten me." As the match began, Ayuduo did not rush forward like a typical martial artist. Instead, she quickly formed hand seals and chanted obscure incantations. At the same time, the silver bells on her wrists and ankles moved automatically without wind, emitting a pleasant sound with strange vibrations. In an instant, Wan Wei felt that the surrounding environment had undergone a subtle change. A faint sweet fragrance filled the air, and the scene before him became somewhat surreal. At the same time, he felt a slight tingling sensation on his skin, as if invisible little insects were trying to crawl in. Illusion? Wan Wei became interested.
He deliberately did not use his chi and blood to forcefully shake off these invisible influences, but instead relaxed his defenses slightly and personally experienced the wonders of this southern border witchcraft. It is indeed bizarre and difficult to guard against. The sweet fragrance can disturb the mind, the sound waves of silver bells can interfere with the flow of chi and blood, and those invisible poisons will try to erode the body. If it were an opponent of the same or even slightly higher level, they might fall victim to the attack without warning. Unfortunately, for Wanwei, a 7th-rank celestial being, this was like a slight breeze. He circulated his chi and blood slightly, and all the abnormalities disappeared instantly. Seeing that her signature witchcraft had little effect on Wanwei, Ayuduo was not discouraged. Instead, her eyes shone even brighter.
Wow! You're really amazing. My love potion and illusion bell didn't work on you. Then try this.
With a wave of her hands, several green vines with sharp thorns sprouted out of thin air on the arena, wrapping around Wanwei as if they were alive.
Wood-based natural magic?
Wanwei nodded. This talent was indeed rare.
He didn't rush to end the battle.
Instead, he moved swiftly, dodging the vines and occasionally touching them to feel their strength and the natural energy they contained. It was as if they weren't there to compete. After playing for about 2 or 3 minutes, Wanwei felt he had had enough of the experience.
Dragging this out any longer would be disrespectful to our opponent.
He flashed and appeared beside Ayuduo like a ghost, gently tapping her shoulder with his finger.
A gentle force penetrated, blocking part of her blood and chi circulation.
Ayuduo's body stiffened, the spell was interrupted, and the vines dissipated.
Wow, so fast. Ayuduo said with a grin. You're really strong. And you don't seem to be afraid of my witchcraft? How did you do that?
Being a whole realm higher than you, naturally I'm not afraid of your witchcraft.
Wanwei released her from the restraints and laughed. It's just a little trick. Your witchcraft is quite interesting.
Ayuduo looked at Wanwei with her big, bright eyes, full of curiosity. The competition is over.
Can I play with you? I want to know why you're not afraid of my goo.
Of course, Wanwei readily agreed. A high potential stock with a score of 96 is offered to you on its own initiative. How could you refuse? Sure enough, not long after the match, Ayuduo really did wander around the Wan family's seats, looking for an opportunity to talk to Wanwei, asking him all sorts of questions.
She was lively, cheerful, and completely unpretentious.
On the 3rd day, Wanwei played another insignificant match, and his opponent surrendered immediately. With this, the preliminary rounds of the northern region have concluded. Wanwei advanced to the national finals with a perfect record, almost all of which were overwhelming victories. Wan Xiaovu also successfully advanced to the next level thanks to his strength as a 4th-rank heavenly king. His reputation has also been thoroughly established among the younger generation in China, making him the undisputed favorite to win the championship, without exception.
The results for the Northern Division have been finalized.
What made Wanwei somewhat relieved was that the national finals were still held at the Bird's Nest. No need to travel all over the country, saving a lot of trouble.
During the break in the competition, I had some free time.
Wanwei recalled the lively and curious little saintess of the southern Xinjiang witch tribe, Ayuduo. The young girl has come to find me several times after the competition, asking me all sorts of questions, her eyes sparkling. I can't just keep ignoring her. So he took the initiative to send a message, inviting Ayuduo to go out for a stroll around the capital that evening. The message was sent and received a reply within 2 minutes, a cute emoji and a line of text.
Okay.
Where should we go to play?
Carrot. Wow, that internet speed, that enthusiasm. Wanwei smiled and replied.
I'll take you to see the night view of Beijing and have some delicious food.
As evening fell and the city lights came on, Wanwei met Ayuduo at the agreed-upon location.
She changed out of her traditional ethnic costume from the competition and into a lighter, modified ethnic-style dress, still brightly colored, adorned with jingling silver ornaments, and bare ankle. In the early summer evening breeze of Beijing, she resembled a nimble little peacock. Upon seeing Wanwei, she immediately jogged over, her face beaming with undisguised joy. When Wanwei saw that the other person wasn't wearing shoes, he thought to himself, does your family always put food on the ground? However, the other person was not simply barefoot. Instead, they used spiritual energy to create a gap between their feet and the ground, rather than walking completely flat on the ground.
Wanwei,
you're here.
Where shall we go tonight? Ayuduo's eyes curved into crescent moons.
Shall I take you to a place with a nice night view first, and then go to the food street?
Wanwei suggested.
For this lively and curious little girl, delicious food and beautiful scenery are usually universally effective methods.
Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Ayuduo nodded vigorously and naturally followed Wanwei's side.
Wanwei took her to a famous observation deck in Beijing, from which one could overlook most of the city's dazzling lights. Ayuduo grew up in the mountains and forests of southern Xinjiang and had never seen such a large-scale, modern urban night view. She was so shocked that her mouth opened slightly and she exclaimed, "Wow! It's so beautiful, it's like the stars have been spread all over the ground. There are so many more than the torches we light during festivals in our village. However, our family's torch festival is also very atmospheric and impressive." She leaned on the railing, watching intently, her profile appearing especially charming and adorable in the lamplight.
"Do you like it?"
Wanwei asked, standing beside her.
"Like?"
Ayuduo nodded vigorously, then looked a little confused, "But it feels like something is missing. Where we live, at night we only have the moon, stars, fireflies, and the chirping of insects.
It's noisy here, there's noise all the time, but it's also lively and interesting."
She turned her head, looked at Wanwei, her eyes clear. "Thank you for bringing me here."
"Did I get friend-zoned?" Wanwei touched his nose and laughed. "I'm glad you like it. Come on, let me take you to try some local snacks in Beijing. Some of them might be even more exciting than the insect feast you have back home." "I'm not afraid at all." Ayuduo raised her head. "We witches dare to eat anything."
The two then moved on to the famous night market food street. The place is bustling with activity, full of the aroma of cooking, and the fragrance of various foods mingles together, tempting one's mouth.
Ayuduo was like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden. Everything she saw was new and exciting, and she wanted to eat everything she smelled. "What is this? It smells so good. Fried sausage. Wow. This looks delicious. It's so shiny. That's donkey roll. Is this soy milk? No, this is doji fermented mung bean juice. It tastes very good. Everyone who comes to the capital drinks it." "Really? I want to try it."
Wanwei patiently introduced the products to her, and then she bought a little of each to try. Ayuduo's cheeks were bulging from eating, her eyes were squinting with happiness, and she would occasionally wrinkle her little face at some novel tastes, such as doji fermented mung bean juice, and then she couldn't help but try other things. The way she ate was completely unpretentious, full of enthusiasm for new things, which made Wanwei feel particularly interesting and relaxed.
Just like taking a child out. Chapter 119. Busy with important matters every day. "Here, have a taste." Wanwei handed over a freshly bought, cute-looking ice cream.
Ayuduo took it, licked it, and the cool, sweet taste made her eyes light up. Delicious. Then she looked at what she was holding, and then at Wanwei. "You should have some too."
"I don't eat sweets very much," Wanwei said. "No way. Good things should be shared," Ayuduo said without waiting for a reply, holding up the ice cream she had licked to Wanwei's mouth. "You have to try it. Just one bite."
Wanwei looked at the ice cream in front of him with teeth marks and tiny tongue marks, then at Ayuduo's expectant yet slightly mischievous eyes, smiled, and took a small bite from where her hand was.
"How is it?" Ayuduo pressed. Not bad." Wanwei nodded. The taste was indeed alright, but what was more subtle was the ambiguous atmosphere brought about by this indirect contact. Ayuduo seemed to belatedly realize that her action was a bit too intimate.
Her cheeks flushed slightly, she withdrew her hand, ate her ice cream in small bites, and looked away, not daring to look at Wanwei.
It was late at night when Wanwei finally took Ayuduo back to her temporary hotel. Ayuduo was a little reluctant to part ways with him.
"Wanwei, can I still hang out with you tomorrow?" she asked softly. "I might have something to do tomorrow, but I'll still see you during the competition," Wanwei said.
"Get some rest and good luck in the national competition." "Yes. You too." Ayuduo nodded vigorously before returning to the hotel.
Wanwei watched her disappearing figure and smiled. When he got home, he thought he could finally rest, but to his surprise, his mother, Su Wanqing, was waiting for him in the living room, looking energetic and smiling.
"Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? It's so late." Wanwei had a bad feeling. "What are you sleeping for? We haven't finished our important business yet."
Su Wanqing pulled him down to sit and said mysteriously,
"Son, I have some good news for you. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye out for girls who have potential but might not make it into the top 200?
Well, your old lady has recently mobilized the Wan family's financial resources and network of connections, and the results have been remarkable."
"Huh?" Wanwei was taken aback. Look, Su Wanqing counted on her fingers. "Are all the geniuses in the country now gathered in Beijing?"
Those promising talents from various regions, small families, or remote areas may have good talent, but resources are limited. It will be quite difficult for them to squeeze into the top 200 in the highly competitive national competition. For them personally and their families, it's better to choose a more secure and directly profitable path than to gamble on a slim chance of ranking and a reward that may never be obtained. She lowered her voice, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Your mom had the intelligence team analyze the information of all the female contestants and selected a group with good scores, clean family backgrounds, and relatively suitable personalities. Then, we sent a special negotiation expert to contact these girls and their families.
Contact? How do we make contact? Wanwei was a little confused. How else can we approach them? Let's be direct.
Su Wanqing said matter-of-factly, just tell them that the young master of the Wan family, Wanwei, admires your talent and appearance and intends to form a marriage alliance with you. If you are willing, Wanjia can provide cultivation resources, techniques, and even business cooperation opportunities that far exceed the competition rewards as a dowry and a token of our sincerity.
As for children, that's something that happens naturally. Of course, if we do have them, the reward will be doubled and the family cooperation will be upgraded. Wanwei's lips twitched as he listened. Wow, Mom's method is simple, brutal, and efficiency first. Did they turn the national competition into a massive matchmaking and talent recruitment event for thousands of families? Would they really be willing? Wanwei expressed his doubt. Why not?
Su Wanqing said smugly.
You underestimate the reputation of our Wan family and your current appeal.
For those small families, being able to climb up to the ranks of the Wan family is an incredibly lucky opportunity, like their ancestors' graves emitting auspicious smoke. As for those girls themselves, you, young Master Wanwei, have the ability, the looks, and the background.
Apart from having too many wives, you are simply the perfect husband candidate. Besides, there are real resources and benefits.
You didn't see how overjoyed several of the girls' families were when they received the news. They practically wanted to pack up their daughters and send them over right then and there. She leaned closer to Wanwei and patted him on the shoulder. Son, don't worry, Mom has arranged everything for you. There's one tonight, she should be rated 96 points, a girl from the water towns of Jiangnan, gentle and charming, she cultivates water-based techniques, the deal is already done, she's waiting in the West Wing guest room.
Their family is overjoyed and has expressed their full support.
You should go and have a deeper conversation with them, build rapport, and complete your family's mission along the way.
Wanwei. Mom, aren't you pushing me way too hard? I just got back from a date.
But looking at his mother's eager eyes, and thinking that this was also for the sake of the family's talent pool and system rewards, Wanwei sighed and resignedly stood up.
Okay, I'll go. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Su Wanqing pushed him out.
So, Wanwei spent the latter half of that evening exchanging feelings with that gentle girl from Jiangnan. As for the process, several words omitted. After it ended, the system notification sound arrived as scheduled.
Ding. Connection successful.
Reward 1, cultivation level slightly increased, reaching the late stage of rank 7.
Reward 2, heaven level movement technique, flowing water step.
Reward 3, 10 divine level breakthrough pills.
Reward 4, heavenly grade weapon, sun hammer.
The reward wasn't particularly generous, but these 10 divine level breakthrough pills were arguably the most useful item. The global youth competition is currently underway. You can treat your family to something.
And this is just the beginning.
In the following days of preparation for the national competition, similar arrangements came one after another. Su Wanqing fully demonstrated her operational skills as the matriarch of a top-tier aristocratic family, mastering the art of marriage alliances and resource exchanges. With its abundant resources and Wanwei's own strong capabilities, Wanjia successfully established in-depth cooperative relationships with more than a dozen families who were pregnant with Wanwei's children. These families may not be the most powerful overall, but they often possess unique resources or traditions in certain areas. Some are skilled at cultivating rare spiritual plants, some control special mineral veins, and some have inherited unorthodox but practical alchemy, weapon crafting, and formation techniques. Others wield significant influence in their respective regions. What the Wan family gave back was the cultivation techniques, elixirs, spirit stones, and protection that the other party desperately needed.
In return, these families gain exclusive resources, technical support, and distribution networks.
And most importantly, the outstanding future generations of these families all belong to Wanwei. This is a win-win situation, or even a multi-win situation. Those families gained the opportunity for rapid development, while the Wan family extended its reach into every corner and field of China in a more intimate way. The family's overall strength and influence are growing steadily and solidly in a subtle and gradual way. Wanwei felt like an emotionless seed planting and reward collecting machine, occasionally watching matches during the day, but mainly to see beautiful women.
There are often overtime tasks in the evenings. Although I don't dislike the process, I can't help but complain in my heart. Mom, are you treating me like a walking, talking family expansion catalyst? However, it's really satisfying to see the rewards accumulating in the system.
And his cultivation level is also rising rapidly. He can already foresee the surprised expressions on everyone's faces at the World Championship Finals.
Isn't this a youth competition? What the hell is it that your China sent a 9th-rank Celestial Venerable? Chapter 120. You're a scoundrel. 3 days later, the national finals officially began.
Those who can enter the national finals are all elites who have fought their way out of various competition regions, and the lowest level is Heavenly King. The intensity and entertainment value of the competition far surpass that of the regional competitions.
Wanwei's schedule is very early in the competition.
Moreover, by sheer coincidence, his opponent in the first round was none other than Tang San, whom Wan Xiuhu had suspected and Wanwei had taken notice of in the Northern Division.
National Finals Round 1, Central Main Arena, Wanzhou Wanwei vs Huabei Tang Zhao Tang San.
Upon hearing this matchup, Wanwei's eyes narrowed slightly.
Interesting. Is it a coincidence, or was it deliberately arranged?
He looked at the Tang umbrella opposite him. After a few days apart, Tang San's aura seemed to have become more refined, and his eyes were even more sinister than before. He didn't seem particularly afraid of drawing Wanwei, the big boss. On the contrary, he seemed to have a hint of crazy eagerness to try.
The referee announced the start of the match. Tang San did not maintain the same level of vigilance or defensive posture towards Wanwei as its other opponents. He let out a low growl and launched a preemptive attack. Moreover, his first move was a ruthless, life-or-death attack.
As his blood and chi surged, a faint trace of extremely thin, yet clearer, cold demonic energy leaked out than Wan Xiuhu had sensed before. At the same time, his aura continued to rise slowly after the battle began. Clearly, he had taken some kind of highly effective secret medicine before the competition, forcibly raising his cultivation level from around the 4th rank to the 9th rank Heavenly King level in a short period of time. The cost will likely be substantial.
To win, you've disregarded your foundation and future? Or, is there another purpose? Wanwei sneered inwardly. A 9th rank Heavenly King?
It sounds impressive, but in front of Wanwei, a mid-stage 7th rank Heavenly Venerable, he's no different from a toddler. He didn't even move his feet, but simply raised one hand and waved it lightly at the Tang umbrella that was rushing towards him, as if shooing away a fly.
Bang! An invisible force slammed into Tang San's body.
Tang San's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, as if he had crashed into an invisible wall of air. With a muffled groan, he flew back at an even faster speed, slamming hard against the edge of the arena, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
However, the madness in Tang San's eyes intensified. He struggled to his feet, wiped away the blood, and roared. Again! Charge forward again, disregarding everything. In his simple logic, influenced by demonic energy and drugs, it was acceptable to lose, but not to be cowardly, and even more so to fail to complete the probing mission assigned to him. Stubborn to the end. Wanwei shook his head. This time he planned to be a little more serious and give some people a heads up. With a thought, a pair of magnificent wings, formed from extreme ice crystals and illusory phoenix light and shadow, unfurled behind him, divine power ice phoenix wings. The moment the ice wings appeared, the temperature in the entire main arena area plummeted, and tiny ice crystals condensed in the air. The dazzling light and terrifying pressure caused the entire audience to gasp in astonishment. What is that? Wings? So cool. It's a supernatural power. It's definitely a top-tier supernatural power. Tang San was also stunned by this sudden change in the oppressive aura, causing him to freeze in his tracks. Wani gently fluttered his wings. Whoosh! His figure vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving only an icy blue afterimage. The next moment, a hand covered in ice appeared in front of Tang San and gently placed it on Tang San's chest. There was no violent explosion. However, the protective chi and blood around Tang San, along with the energy that he had forcibly raised within his body, and the deeply hidden, cold demonic energy, instantly began to collapse and dissolve. Ugh! Tang San let out a painful but not painful howl, feeling his power being brutally dissipated and purified by a higher, purer, and more domineering force. Wanwei deliberately controlled the intensity, making the process appear clear and slow. He wanted everyone to see that Tang San's power was flawed.
Sure enough, on the platform, the representatives of the Demon Slayer division and several highly skilled judges suddenly became extremely serious and solemn. They clearly sensed the fleeting yet undeniable demonic energy signature within the Tang umbrella's aura. Demonic energy? Did the Tang family brat use demonic methods? Or has he been corrupted? Stop the match immediately. Take control of Tang-san. The referee immediately blew his whistle to stop the game. Several powerful members of the Demon Slayer division rushed onto the arena and subdued Tang-san, who was slumped on the ground, powerless, and with a vacant look in his eyes. Wanwei slowly retracted the Ice Phoenix wings, as if he had only done a trivial matter, and turned to walk off the arena. The whole process was relaxed and pleasant, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. The entire audience was initially silent, then erupted in uproar. Demonic energy? That was demonic energy just now? Have the Tang family sided with the demons? Young Master Wan's wings are so cool. He crippled him in one move. The Demon Slayer division has made its move. This is a serious matter. On the Tang family's side, there was a deathly silence and panic. Several Tang family elders turned ashen-faced. They wanted to explain, but under the watchful eyes of the Demon Slayers and countless sharp gazes, they couldn't utter a single word. After the match, Tang-san was quickly taken away for interrogation. The Demon Slayer division acted swiftly and decisively, immediately launching a comprehensive investigation into the Tang family in North China. Soon, more clues were uncovered. The Tang family has financial and material dealings with a secret underground organization, which is suspected of having ties to the demon realm. Although it remains to be verified whether all the Tang family's top leaders were aware of the situation, it is an undeniable fact that some members of the family colluded with the forces of the demon realm. This matter has caused a great stir. The entire spiritual community across the country was shaken. People then realized that the infiltration and corruption of the demon race might be more serious and more insidious than they had imagined. Even powerful families in China could be dragged down. An atmosphere of tension and vigilance began to permeate the air. Wanwei's reputation soared once again as a result of this incident. It wasn't just because he easily crushed his opponent, who had taken banned drugs and was suspected of being possessed by a demon. He was also recognized as a young leader with great responsibility and vision because he keenly perceived and exposed the problem in public. That evening, Ayaduo came to find Wanwei again, her little face still showing the excitement and lingering fear she had felt while watching the game during the day. Wanwei, you were amazing today. Those wings were so beautiful. But that person's aura was disgusting and terrifying, just like the demonic smell our village's old priest described. Ayaduo said with lingering fear. It's all right, it's been taken care of, Wanwei comforted her. Come on, let's go home for dinner to calm your nerves. He simply took Ayaduo back to the Wan family's main residence for a meal. During the meal, Su Wanqing took a great liking to Ayaduo, the lively and adorable little saintess from southern Xinjiang, and treated her with great hospitality. This implies that Wanwei must be acquired. Wanwei declared, "Do you even need to tell me? We'll definitely win." After dinner, Wanwei took Ayaduo for a walk in the vast Wan family mansion to aid digestion. As we walked, we arrived at the back mountain area. Here, the lights were even brighter, and construction machinery and workers were still busy at work. The villa complex, stretching as far as the eye could see, was already taking shape and looked quite magnificent. Ayaduo stared in disbelief, her mouth agape in an O shape. Wanwei, your family, why are you building so many houses? How many are there? Do you have that many people living here? She counted on her fingers, feeling like she couldn't keep up. Looking at the magnificent family business before him, Wanwei was filled with emotion. He turned his head, looked into Ayaduo's large eyes filled with curiosity and shock, and said in a matter-of-fact tone. Oh, these villas are for my future wives to live in. Ayaduo, huh? Wanwei continued calmly to explain. I plan to marry 1,000 wives. Therefore, we will build 1,000 villas first, one for each person, to avoid them crowding together and causing conflicts. Look, over there they're still laying the foundation. That's the second phase of the project. My mom said that 1,000 might not be enough, and we need to go all the way up, so we have to plan ahead. Ayaduo froze completely, and the snack she had just snatched from the banquet fell to the ground with a thud. She felt as if her little brain had been struck by the most powerful thunder in southern Xinjiang, or as if it had been stuffed with 10,000 buzzing worms, and her CPU had completely burned out. 1,000 wives? One person, one villa? Not enough? No upper limit? She glanced at the seemingly endless rows of villa construction sites in the distance, then at Wanwei's calm expression, and then at the shattered pastries on the ground.
I. Ioduo opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time.
In the end, she could only point at Wanwei with a trembling finger and squeeze out 3 words.
You scoundrel. Chapter 121 Battle against Ling Shui Part 1.
After Ioduo finished speaking, her face turned bright red, her eyes were filled with panic, and she pointed at Wanwei. He couldn't say anything else for a long time, and finally snorted and turned his head away, but the tips of his ears were still red. Wanwei found her shy, angry, and somewhat bewildered expression incredibly cute and couldn't help but laugh.
What's wrong? Are you scared? Who scared you?
Ioduo stiffened her neck and muttered softly, I've never seen anyone so daring.
1,000 wives, even your Han emperors didn't have that many before, did they? Times have changed.
Wanwei shrugged, walked over, and naturally took her hand.
Come on, let me take you somewhere else. It's so dusty here. Ioduo's hand was being held by him.
She tried to break free but couldn't, so she just let him be. My heart inexplicably started beating faster. The two strolled slowly along the newly built garden path, and the atmosphere had eased considerably compared to before. As she walked, Ioduo suddenly sighed, the liveliness on her little face fading and replaced by a trace of sorrow.
What's wrong? Why are you sighing all of a sudden? Wanwei noticed her change in mood. It's nothing.
I just saw how big and powerful your one family is, and it made me think of our village.
Ioduo lowered her head and kicked at the pebbles at her feet.
Our Wu tribe has a long history, but in recent years, each generation has become worse than the last. Many ancient witchcraft techniques have been lost, and the number of ancestral spirits that can be communicated with is dwindling, resulting in a decline in their power. The old priest in the village said it's because we have strayed far from our ancestral land and lost our connection with the most fundamental source of heaven and earth. The spirituality in our blood is dormant, or even disappearing. She looked up, her large eyes filled with confusion and a barely perceptible hint of fear. I am the saintess of this generation, and my talent is considered good, but sometimes I can feel that the power of the witchcraft I use is far less than what the priests say about the ancient times. I'm afraid that in a few generations, our witch clan will be nothing but an empty shell, and all those magical goo techniques, natural witchcraft, and the ability to communicate with ancestral spirits will become legends. Wanwei listened quietly, and he could feel the deep concern for the future of the tribe in Ioduo's words.
The connection between ancestral spirit and the origin of heaven and earth.
Wanwei seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, he thought of the thing he had been rewarded by the system, the Chaos Green Lotus Seed. According to the description, this thing is a primordial spiritual treasure embryo, containing a trace of the most primitive chaotic aura.
Is it theoretically possible to suppress the flow of fortune and be immune to all laws, thus simulating or enhancing the so-called ancestral spiritual connection or the connection between heaven and earth? His eyes lit up, he stopped, looked at Ioduo, and said earnestly, Ioduo, if I told you that I might have a way to help your witch clan re-establish that connection, or at least awaken a part of the spirituality in your bloodline, would you believe me?
Huh?
Ioduo was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Wanwei. You have a way? What way? Our priests have tried many methods, used many ancient rituals and treasures, but the effects are very weak.
I'm not entirely sure what the specific method will be right now. We need to try it out. Wanwei did not directly reveal the Chaos Green Lotus Seed, but I have a special treasure. Its aura is very ancient and pure, close to the origin of the world at its beginning. Perhaps we can use its aura to simulate or guide what you call ancestral spirit resonance, and help your people find that resonance. He paused, looking at Ioduo's eyes gradually brightening, and added, however, this requires your cooperation, as well as the approval and assistance of your tribe's priests.
Moreover, I cannot guarantee success, but it is worth a try. Ioduo's breathing quickened. She gripped Wanwei's hand tightly and asked anxiously. Really? Wanwei, are you serious? You're really willing to help us?
This is like a godsend for the entire witch clan. If Wanwei can really do it, he will be a great benefactor to the entire witch clan.
Of course I'm willing.
Wanwei grasped her soft little hand in return. You are my friend. The heritage of your witch clan is very precious and should not be lost like this. Ioduo felt a warm glow in her heart when she heard this.
Wanwei.
You're so great.
Overwhelmed with excitement, Ioduo jumped up and quickly kissed Wanwei on the cheek.
He blushed deeply again, let go of her hand, took 2 steps back, and said, flustered, I was just too happy. The soft touch was fleeting, carrying the unique fragrance of a young girl. Wan Wei touched the spot where he had been kissed, and seeing Ayudo so embarrassed that she almost buried herself in her arms, he was overjoyed. There's hope. This effort to gain goodwill was worthwhile. It's all right, I understand, Wan Wei said with a smile. After the national competition ends, if you're willing, I can go back to southern Xinjiang with you to meet your priests and give it a try.
Yes. Of course I'm willing.
Ayudo nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and the look in her eyes as she looked at Wan Wei had completely changed from curiosity and fondness to a deep sense of dependence and trust. This man is not only powerful and interesting, but he has now become the hope for saving her people. In her mind, Wan Wei's image instantly became countless times more lofty and glorious. After chatting for a while about the specific details and the customs and culture of southern Xinjiang, it was getting late, so Wan Wei sent someone to take the reluctant Ayudo back to the hotel. After seeing Ayudo off, Wan Wei was in a good mood. It seems that capturing this little saintess of the witch clan is only a matter of time. Not only can you gain a high-quality partner, but you can also help an ancient tribe resolve a crisis. You might even be able to bind the entire witch tribe to the war machine of thousands of families. This deal seems like a worthwhile one no matter how you look at it. He remembered the divine-level breakthrough pill he had given Wan Xiuhu during the day and decided to go see how well the kid was digesting it. Let's see what kind of trouble this kid is up to now. Upon arriving at Wan Xiaohu's secluded courtyard, before even approaching the room, a series of excited screams, like the wailing of ghosts, could be heard emanating from inside.
I got a gold drop. Holy crap! 2 gold drops. And it's my waifu. Ha 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 ha. Mihoyo, no, Mihoyo, you're my god. Wan Wei. What is that? Withdrawing gold? Double gold? Wife. Mihoyo? Mihoyo Club? He pushed open the door and went in.
He saw Wan Xiuhu sitting cross-legged in the game pod, wearing a sensor helmet, waving his arms and legs. On the huge screen in front of him, a dazzling card drawing animation was flashing, and 2 golden character illustrations were particularly eye-catching. There were also many snack wrappers and empty beverage bottles scattered around the room.
Hearing the door open, Wan Xiaohu turned around and saw Wan Wei.
He was immediately embarrassed and frantically tried to exit the game.
Brother Wei. What brings you here? I was just tired from training and wanted to relax a bit. Relax? Relax by drawing cards? Wan Wei walked over and glanced at the screen, having fun, huh?
Wan Xiaohu scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, it's just.
I've been under a lot of pressure lately, so I'm using gacha pulls to relieve stress. Besides, Brother Wei, I'm really good at gacha pulls now. Oh? How so?
Wan Wei asked with great interest. Wan Xiaohu immediately perked up, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously. Brother Wei, you have no idea, I used to always get bad luck when I played this game. I spent so much money 648 renminbi on in-game purchases, and I became a non-European player.
Then I thought about it and realized, wait a minute, we're part of the Wan family. How can we put up with this? So what?
So I asked my dad, no, I meant an uncle in my family who manages the secular businesses, to investigate the background and shareholding structure of this Yumi company. Guess what? Even though they're a big company, they still need funding and distribution channels.
Especially in overseas promotion and payment security.
Wan Xiaohu said with great enthusiasm. So, our family made a strategic investment in them under the name of an offshore company. The amount wasn't large, but it was enough to get a board seat and some small advisory rights.
Wan Wei's lips twitched as he listened, and then you used that suggestion power to get them to increase your gacha rates? Bingo! Wan Xiaohu snapped his fingers, beaming with pride.
I didn't adjust it much, just within the compliant range. I slightly increased my account's luck value parameter.
Now, getting 2 lucky characters in 10 consecutive pulls is the norm, and occasionally even 3.
If I want a character, I'll basically get it within one 648 yuan purchase.
Hee, this is what playing games is all about. Before, I was the one being played by the game. Wan Wei. Good heavens, I'm just speechless. Is this how the direct descendants of top-tier families entertain themselves? Dissatisfied with the game, he used his family's resources to invest in the game company and manipulate the back-end data for himself? That's some pretty slick moves. But, why does it feel strangely appealing? You certainly know how to utilize resources, Wan Wei said, both amused and exasperated. How's your cultivation consolidation going? Have you finished absorbing the effects of the breakthrough pill? It's all over now. I'm totally confident. Wan Xiaohu patted his chest. Peak of the 6th rank Heavenly King. I feel like I could break through to the 7th rank at any moment. Brother Wei, your pills are amazing. Do you have any more? Could you give me a few more? I promise I'll cultivate diligently and definitely won't let the Wan family down in the next competition.
Seeing Wan Xiaohu's expectant look, Wan Wei thought for a moment, then took out a small jade bottle and tossed it over.
There's one more inside. I have already handed over the other breakthrough pills to the family, and the family will distribute them to the disciples who have a chance to compete for a spot in the global competition. Remember, skill is the foundation. Games are fine to play occasionally. Thank you, Brother Wei. You're so generous. Don't worry, Brother Wei, I understand. Games are just a pastime, cultivation is the true path.
Wan Xiaohu caught the jade bottle, beaming with joy, feeling like he had reached the pinnacle of life. Becoming stronger effortlessly, and getting amazing drops in the game, this was life even better than that of a god.
Wan Wei gave him a few more instructions and then left. The national finals continued on the second day.
None of those who have made it this far are weak.
The intensity and brutality of the battles far exceeded those of the regional and preliminary rounds. The arena is no longer a friendly sparring match, but a real battle.
For the coveted spots in the top 200 and the enormous profits behind them, many contestants pulled out all the stops. Although it was just a friendly sparring match, many contestants were willing to risk injury for injury. The sounds of breaking bones, spitting blood, shattering armor, and the explosions of colliding energy were incessant. The medical team and referees were extremely busy. The atmosphere in the stands was unprecedentedly tense and enthusiastic. Every brilliant attack and defense, every comeback, could trigger thunderous cheers or exclamations. Wan Wei sat in the exclusive spectator seat, cracking sunflower seeds as he watched the game intently.
Of course, most of the time he was just watching the girls. His gaze remained fixed on one of the arena rings for most of the time. There, Ling Shui from the ancient martial arts family was competing.
Her opponent was an 8th rank Earth-type Heavenly King, known for his defense and strength, wielding a heavy hammer with tremendous force. Ling Shui's figure appeared exceptionally slender in his presence. Before the emergence of ancient martial arts families, the strongest among secular families, besides Wan Wei, was only the 7th rank Heavenly King.
With the emergence of ancient martial arts families, several 8th rank Heavenly Kings appeared.
On the ring, although there was a significant size difference between the two, the fight was one-sided.
Ling Shui's sword is too fast, too sharp, and too pure.
She didn't use any fancy sword techniques, it was just the simplest and most direct stabbing, chopping, parrying, and hooking. But each sword strike landed precisely in the gap between the opponent's moves, or at the weakest point of their protective chi and blood. Her figure moved like a butterfly flitting among flowers, elusive amidst the heavy hammer blows, the ancient longsword in her hand transforming into streaks of cold light.
Laugh. Clang. Puff. Despite his immense strength, the expert with the heavy hammer couldn't even touch Ling Shui's clothes.
Instead, he was overwhelmed by the continuous sword light, and his protective chi and blood were constantly weakened and torn apart. Finally, Ling Shui seized an opening in her opponent's defenses, struck his wrist with her sword, knocking the heavy hammer out of his hand, and then stopped the tip of her sword half an inch in front of his throat.
Thank you for your kind offer.
Ling Shui's clear, cold voice rang out as she sheathed her sword and turned to leave the stage. The whole process was clean and efficient, she didn't even let her opponent touch her.
What excellent swordsmanship! Even Wan Wei couldn't help but secretly admire it. Such pure swordsmanship talent and temperament are extremely rare.
Seemingly sensing Wan Wei's gaze, Ling Shui glanced at Wan Wei with her cool eyes after stepping off the stage. Her expression remained calm, but Wan Wei seemed to detect a subtle scrutiny in her gaze. Or rather, the excitement of encountering a worthy opponent.
But with Wan Wei's strength, wouldn't they have to beat the other side into calling him daddy? Of course, it wasn't that kind of fighting. It's a real fight. Wan Wei smiled at her.
Ling Shui immediately looked away and walked towards her rest area.
The matches continued one after another, and the electronic match schedule was constantly updated.
The next day, near dusk, the latest matchup list appeared on the big screen. When one of the rows was seen, the entire bird's nest erupted in a huge uproar once again.
National Finals Quarterfinals, Match 1, Wan Jiao Wan Wei vs Inshur Ling Jiao Ling Shui.
The strongest of the younger generation of the Wan family faces off against the icy genius of a mysterious, reclusive swordsman family.
This can be said to be the most exciting match since the start of the national competition. Although the result was a foregone conclusion, everyone's attention was instantly focused on Wan Wei and Ling Shui. Wan Wei plans to suppress his cultivation level and play around with his opponent. Chapter 122 Battle against Ling Xue Part 2. Upon learning that Wan Wei would be fighting Ling Xue, the live stream camera immediately focused on the ring, and the number of viewers across the internet exceeded 50 million. What's the point of fighting? A 7th rank heavenly venerable fighting a 6th rank heavenly king is like a college student bullying a kindergartner. I've heard that Ling Xue is a swordsmanship genius. What if a miracle happens? A miracle? Wan Wei could stand still and let her cut him down without breaking his defense. Amidst the murmurs, Ling Xue was the first to step onto the stage. She was dressed in white, carrying an ancient longsword on her back, and her temperament was as cold and aloof as snow. Facing an opponent like Wan Wei, she showed no fear, only the focused concentration typical of a swordsman. Wan Wei strolled leisurely onto the stage, dressed casually and without even carrying a weapon. The referee coughed and said, "The rules of the game." Okay, Wan Wei waved his hand. Let's begin. Ling Xue drew her sword. The blade hummed and shone with a cold light. Her body was filled with sword intent, and ice crystals were faintly condensing in the air. This was the ultimate manifestation of her family's frost sword technique. Please enlighten me, Ling Xue said coldly. Wan Wei stroked his chin. Your sword intent is condensed but not released, trapped in the word cold for too long. Although frost and snow are cold, they will eventually turn into spring. Ling Xue was taken aback. Stop lecturing, take this. She moved with the sword, transforming into a white shadow as she thrust forward. Where the sword tip passed, the air froze, leaving fine ice marks. The audience exclaimed in surprise, this sword strike already possesses the power of a 7th rank heavenly king. Wan Wei didn't budge. Just as the sword tip was about to touch his chest, he extended his right index finger and flicked it lightly. Bite. The crisp metallic vibrato resonated throughout the venue. Ling Xue felt a gentle yet irresistible force coming from the sword, and was knocked back 3 steps along with the sword. The icy sword energy on the sword instantly dissipated. The entire room fell silent. How could a single finger flick deflect a full-force sword strike from a 6th rank heavenly king? What kind of strength is that? Ling Xue steadied herself, her eyes flashing with shock, but even more so with excitement. She had finally met an opponent who could unleash her full power. Again! Her swordplay changed, from sharp to dense, and the sword light enveloped the entire arena like a sky full of snowflakes. Wan Wei then became a little more serious. He pointed his fingers like a sword and actually used the most basic Wan family sword technique, the 13 styles of Qingfeng. This was something that Wan family disciples learned as beginners, and even martial artists could practice it. First move, the wind stirs the green duckweed. Wan Wei lightly flicked his finger, and a gentle burst of energy accurately cut into the weakest point of Ling Xue's sword net. Ling Xue's sword strike faltered. The second move, gentle breeze swaying the willows. Wan Wei's sword fingers swayed like willow branches, seemingly slow, yet always managing to block Ling Xue's path before she could draw her sword. He didn't use any celestial level power at all, relying purely on skill and observation. He's giving instructions during the battle. A discerning veteran expert saw through his deception. Using basic swordsmanship to counter the frost sword technique? That's too arrogant. Arrogant? They have the right to be arrogant. On the stage, Ling Xue became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Every time she makes a move, Wan Wei can always anticipate it and counter it in the simplest way. What's even more terrifying is that every move Wan Wei made precisely pointed out the flaws in her swordsmanship. After 30 moves, Ling Xue's forehead was covered in sweat, and her swordplay became increasingly chaotic. Wan Wei suddenly stopped for a moment. Ling Xue stepped back warily. What? You've practiced the frost sword technique in the wrong direction, Wan Wei said. The way of frost and snow is not about freezing and killing all things, but about hibernating in winter and waiting for spring. You've been pursuing extreme cold and ferocity, freezing yourself up. How can you break through? Ling Xue was startled. These words were like a thunderbolt cleaving through the fog. She had been stuck at the 6th rank of Heavenly King for 2 years. Her master always said that she had a deficiency in her mindset. It turned out that the deficiency was here. Watch closely. Wan Wei casually snatched a piece of plastic cheering stick that a staff member had dropped from the side of the ring. It was plastic, the kind that costs 2 yuan a piece. He used his cheering stick as a sword and slowly began to practice. The movements are still from the 13 styles of Qingfeng, but the artistic conception is completely different.
Spring breezes bring rain, summer breezes bring coolness, autumn winds sweep away leaves, winter winds gather strength, the seasons cycle, life goes on and on.
Ling Shui was stunned.
This basic sword technique that she learned at the age of 3 was transformed into a profound truth in Wan Wei's hands. Sword intent is not imposed, it arises naturally. As Wan Wei finished his final move, the plastic shearing stick snapped into its poor quality couldn't withstand the sword intent, even if it was just a simulation.
He threw away the broken stick and looked at Ling Shui. Do you understand?
Ling Shui stood there, her eyes closed for a long time. Suddenly, her sword energy surged, and a trace of warmth arose within the icy sword intent, causing the ice crystals to refract 7 colors of light under the sunlight.
The momentum surged dramatically. Peak of the 6th rank Heavenly King, half step into the 7th rank.
She opened her eyes, her gaze towards Wan Wei incredibly complex, containing gratitude, admiration, and a hint of something else.
I concede defeat.
Ling Shui sheathed her sword and bowed deeply.
Thank you for your guidance. Upon hearing the sound, the referee immediately announced the result, Wan Wei Shang.
The audience erupted in applause. It's not for victory, but for this rare opportunity to learn martial arts.
When Wan Wei stepped down, Ling Shui followed and, unusually, took the initiative to speak. Could I have your contact information? I'd like to ask you some questions about Kendo.
Sure,
Wan Wei readily replied via WeChat. This scene was captured on camera, and the internet instantly went viral. The icy beauty took the initiative to ask for his WeChat.
Wan Wei made a killing from this.
I would give it 2. That's guidance from a 7th rank Celestial Venerable. Am I the only one who noticed he was demonstrating swordsmanship with a $2 light stick? Plastic swords are Christmas.
The game continued, but the atmosphere changed. In the backstage rest area, several geniuses from other aristocratic families gathered together to complain.
Xiao Zhan from the Xiao family in North China had a bitter face.
What's the difference between a 7th rank Celestial being participating in a youth competition and Ma Huateng participating in a beginner's village competition?
Lu Feifei from the Lu family in Hashi rolled her eyes. He meets the age requirement, under 26. He has 25, no problem.
But this level of strength is way too much. Sun Xiaoyu from the Sun family of Jiangnan wailed. Last night I dreamt that he flicked me away with a single finger on the stage, and I woke up in fright. Be content, at least he didn't really use his celestial venerable strength to fight us, the rogue cultivator Wang Hao comforted him. Amidst the laughter and conversation, a message arrived. Delegations from 17 countries jointly protested to the competition organizing committee, demanding a review of Wan Wei's eligibility to participate.
The reason is straightforward, Wan Wei's strength severely disrupted the balance of the game.
In the conference room of the competition organizing committee, 10 elderly men and women were looking at the complaint letter with a headache.
Age 25, meets the criteria. No record of illegal use of banned substances. Family background, son of a martial god, is that against the rules? It doesn't seem so. How can a 7th rank Celestial Venerable fight against a group of heavenly kings? Is this competition even going to proceed?
Farrell, the head of the organization with gray hair, rubbed his temples. The highest prize in previous years was only a 9th rank heavenly king. This year, a heavenly venerable has emerged, but he's only a 7th rank one. The highest prize in previous years was only a venerable level superior grade. This year, the ranking was raised to god level, which would have been uncontroversial in previous competitions, but this year it's practically a free gift to everyone.
Many people are saying it's been rigged. The Wan family is not short of resources.
The deputy next to him smiled wryly. I heard that the spirit stone powder he scattered at his wedding was enough to buy several venerable level magic treasures.
Then why did he even come to participate? Perhaps, experiencing life? Everyone fell silent.
Finally, Farrell made the decision. Talk to him, there has to be a solution.
Chapter 123 Global Beauty Pageant. That evening, Wan Wei hosted the organizing committee delegation at Wanjia Villa. 5 old men, with an average age of over 4,000 years, sat opposite Wan Wei, each with a more complicated expression than the last.
Farrell, Mr. Li, please have some tea.
Wan Wei personally poured the tea, his attitude very polite. Farrell coughed. Wan Wei, you performed exceptionally well in this competition. It's all right, I didn't sweat much. Farrell was taken aback.
Well, we've received some feedback that your skill level is too high, which might affect the fairness of the competition.
Wan Wei blinked. I suppressed my cultivation level.
Today when I fought Ling Shui, I only used the strength of a heavenly king. But your eyesight, experience, and understanding of martial arts are still at the celestial venerable level. Mr. Li chimed in, it's like having a university professor take an elementary school exam. Even if he deliberately gets a few questions wrong, he can still get a perfect score.
Then what do we do? You want to force me to withdraw from the competition?
Wan Wei shrugged. Lowering our strength is already being polite enough. These geniuses also fight against high-level celestial venerables when they train in private.
If you don't have the means to use a celestial venerable as a sparring partner, will you be at a disadvantage in this competition?
The 5 old men exchanged glances.
Farrell probed.
If you are willing to withdraw from the competition, the organizing committee can provide additional compensation, including venerable level cultivation techniques, elixirs, materials, and magic treasures, all of which are negotiable.
Wan Wei laughed. No, Farrell. Do you think I need these? Not lacking. Yes, that's why I don't want to.
The group fell silent for a moment. How about this, you suppress your cultivation level to participate in the competition, and we can give you appropriate compensation, Elderly said. Wan Wei's eyes lit up, and he sat up straight. I want a girlfriend.
Ah.
I said, I don't want the reward, just find me a few girlfriends.
Wan Wei said matter-of-factly.
They need to be good-looking, talented, and not too old or too young, around 20 is best.
As for the number, there's no limit.
5 old men were petrified. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Farrell opened his mouth, then closed it again, and looked at the other 4. The 4 of them had the same expression. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just hear?
Wan Wei, Farrell began with difficulty, this marriage is a matter of mutual consent, and the organization cannot force it.
No need to force it. Wan Wei said enthusiastically.
Just help me spread the word. Say that Wan Wei of the Wan family, son of the god of war, a 7th-rank heavenly venerable, young and promising, is looking for a Taoist partner. The requirements are as I just mentioned, good-looking and talented.
Anyone who is willing can sign up.
He counted on his fingers. Let's issue announcements in all regions around the world, including the China region, the European region, the North American region, and so on. Old Li shakily picked up the teacup, his hand trembling so much that half the tea spilled out.
Wan Wei, are you serious? Extremely serious.
Wan Wei's expression was sincere. To be honest, the cultivation method I practice is rather special, and I need to find more cultivation partners to make progress. This is for my personal cultivation, and also for the future of humanity.
If I become stronger, won't I have more strength to fight against the demons?
Good grief, they've elevated finding a partner to the level of human survival. The 5 old men looked at each other, exchanging frantic glances.
How do I connect this? I can't accept it, it's too outrageous. But what he said made such a good point that I couldn't refute it. Does the god of war know that his son is like this? He probably knew, otherwise why would he be allowed to marry so many women?
Finally, Farrell took a deep breath. Wan Wei, this request is a bit beyond the authority of the organizing committee.
That's easy, Wan Wei said, settling for second best. You guys can help me promote it during the competition, right? It's no trouble at all.
In exchange, I promise to suppress my cultivation level in all subsequent matches, using only swordsmanship as guidance and never overwhelming with brute force, just like I did against Ling Shui today. He added, and I can promise that if I encounter a particularly promising player, I will publicly offer my guidance so that all viewers can benefit.
Won't this turn into a martial arts instruction class?
The viewership will definitely skyrocket. The 5 old men were tempted.
Yes, if Wan Wei can really play like that, the competition will be even more interesting.
A 7th-rank celestial being personally guiding a young genius is a scene that only happens once in 1,000 years.
Farrell and the other 4 whispered among themselves for a few minutes before finally nodding in agreement.
Yes. But you must promise that you will not win directly using your celestial venerable level strength again.
It's a deal.
Wan Wei said with a bright smile. After seeing off the organizing committee members, Wan Wei hummed a little tune as he went back to his room. Mother Su Wanqing came out from the side hall with a mischievous smile on her face. How did the talk go? It's settled, they've agreed to help me promote my dating prospects.
Su Wanqing's eyes lit up.
Good, good, good. I knew you'd come up with a plan. Wait here, I'll have the PR department draft a publicity plan right away. Son of the god of war, with the bearing of a celestial venerable, seeking a martial arts beauty to climb to the pinnacle of cultivation together.
What do you think? Mom, isn't this a bit too direct?
Straightforwardness is better.
Who can understand roundabout ways?
Su Wanqing was already in the zone. By the way, I heard that you were giving that girl from the Ling family pointers today, and she's been giving you the wrong look.
Keep it up. Wan Wei sighed. Mom, can we not be so materialistic? How can this be called utilitarianism? This is a great undertaking to expand the family line.
Su Wanqing said confidently, your dad just sent a message saying that he has suppressed another rift in Northern Europe, and he wants you to hurry up and find a few more so that you can have a few more grandchildren while he can still fight.
Wan Wei. The next day, it became the top headline in the national spiritual community.
It wasn't the competition results, but rather a rather peculiar announcement released by the competition organizing committee.
Supplementary explanation and initiative regarding special contestant Wan Wei.
The gist of the content is, after consultation between the organizing committee and Wan Wei, the subsequent competitions will be conducted in the form of martial arts instruction, suppressing the opponent's level to be comparable, and focusing on the exchange of techniques. Meanwhile, Wan Wei entrusted the organizing committee to issue a personal announcement, seeking like-minded female martial arts enthusiasts of similar age and outstanding talent. They can submit their introductions with photos to the competition's special email address, which will be collected and forwarded by a designated person.
The announcement concluded by emphasizing, this is a personal action and has nothing to do with the main purpose of the competition. It is for reference only. The entire internet is buzzing. You've even made a national dating competition? Wan Wei, you're really something else. The organizing committee actually agreed? And even helped to share it? Has this year's organizing committee been held hostage? Just wondering, can guys apply? Doji emoji.
Wake up, upstairs.
He wants a beautiful woman.
Ling Shui was just given some pointers yesterday, and this announcement came out today.
It's terrifying to think about. A friend of mine wants to ask if an 8th rank martial artist has a chance? He's decent looking. Is that friend of yours yourself?
Wan Wei laughed out loud as he scrolled through the comments on the Wan family villas.
Wan Xiaohu leaned over and asked, Brother Wei, are you really going to find a girlfriend at this time? Otherwise what? But Wan Xiaohu lowered his voice, don't sister-in-law Chu Leyao and the others have any objections?
Wan Wei patted him on the shoulder, little tiger, you'll understand when you get there. When the backyard is big enough, having a few more rooms isn't a problem at all.
The key is to fence the yard properly.
Wan Xiaohu seemed to understand, but not quite.
Chapter 123 Wan Wei's selection of a concubine. The celebration banquet that evening. Although the competition is not over yet, the Wan family is holding a celebration banquet every day. There's nothing I can do, I'm winning every single day. Wan Wei was surrounded by representatives of various families.
Nephew Wan, I have a niece, 23 this year, a 5th rank heavenly king, she looks just like her mother, quite pretty.
Young Master Wan, my daughter possesses a spirit sound body.
While her cultivation talent might be somewhat lacking, her musical talent is exceptional. You young people could exchange ideas with her.
Wan Wei, I'm your uncle Wan, remember? I even held you when you were little. My granddaughter.
Wan Wei greeted everyone with a smile, accepting all visitors and saying as he collected their business cards, we'll definitely meet you sometime. Su Wanqing was beaming with joy, her little notebook scribbling away rapidly. Zhang's granddaughter, a 6th rank heavenly king, estimated score 96. Wang's niece, with a special physique, is estimated to score 95.
The Li family.
In a corner of the banquet, Ling Shui sat alone, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Wan Wei. She received a message from her family today, instructing her to maintain contact with Wan Wei and strive for further progress. She pursed her lips.
If it were yesterday, she might have been disgusted by this arrangement.
But when she thought of the figure on the ring demonstrating swordsmanship with a plastic stick, her heart skipped a beat.
Miss Ling Shui? Wan Wei walked over unnoticed, carrying 2 cups. Why are you alone? I prefer peace and quiet. Ling Shui took the juice. Thank you for today. Don't mention it.
Your swordsmanship talent is truly exceptional. Breaking through to the 7th rank heavenly king realm will only take a month or 2. Wan Wei sat down next to her. By the way, regarding the later parts of your frost sword technique, I suggest you take a look at the spring snow melting ice chapter of the 9 heavens sword technique. Although the techniques are different, the underlying concepts are the same.
Ling Shui asked in surprise, isn't the 9 heavens sword manual a secret passed down only among all families?
I have a simplified version of my thoughts, I'll send it to you later, Wan Wei said casually.
Ling Shui tightened her grip on the cup. Simplified version?
A simplified version of a celestial venerable level cultivation technique can be taught, and it would be priceless even in the outside world. Why are you so good to me? She couldn't help but ask.
Wan Wei thought for a moment and said sincerely.
Your talent is definitely worth nurturing, and you're good looking. I like to help girls who are both beautiful and talented. It was so blunt that Ling Shui blushed. You are just like the rumors say, you're going to marry many.
Yes, Wan Wei readily admitted.
I have my own path, and this path requires many people to walk with me.
You don't have to answer now. You can learn more about it.
Even if you don't want to go down this path in the end, we can still be friends in the world of Kendo. Ling Shui remained silent for a long time before softly humming in agreement.
In the organizing committee office, Farrell looked at the mountain of registration emails piling up in his inbox and shook his head with a wry smile. The assistant asked cautiously. Farrell, are we really going to send these to Van Wei? Why not send it? Farrell sighed. At least this way he can compete honestly, and who knows, it might even lead to a few marriages, which would be a good deed. But this is too much. What's so great about it? Young people have their own way of living.
Farrell waved his hand. By the way, let's adjust the schedule for the next round.
Let's try to arrange for female players with special physiques and outstanding talents to play against Wan Wei. Let's not make it too obvious, let's make it natural. Assistant, yes. Then, a magical scene unfolded in the following match. Wan Wei gave pointers and even taught Ji Xinming, the genius archer from the southern region, on the spot.
Wan Wei battled against the genius fire spirit Saint Body Fang Chuyin, and they discussed Dao on the spot. The audience saw through it all but kept quiet, happily enjoying the spectacle. Numerous trending memes emerge online. This year's competition is also known as Wan Wei's Selection of a Concubine. Organizing committee, you think we're organizing a competition? Actually, we're organizing a matchmaking event. I suggest adding a talent show segment next year, including singing and dancing, to select the best candidates from all angles.
Hey upstairs, is this a talent show?
At the Wan family villa, Wan Wei looked at the registration materials that the organizing committee had handed over, which had already been screened, and nodded in satisfaction.
First stack, photo, resume, aptitude test. Second stack, same as above. The third set, same as above. A rough estimate is over 300 copies. This is only the initial screening. Wan Xiaowu peeked out and gasped, Brother Wei, can you even keep an eye on this? Take your time looking at them. Wan Wei pulled out a few pages with special annotations.
Here, this is the youngest daughter of the Northwest Mo family, a sand spirit body, with an estimated rating of 96.
This one is of mixed South China Sea Merman and human descent.
Her singing voice has a calming effect.
95 points. This is even more interesting.
There's a lineage of shamans in northeast China who can communicate with spirits. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Little tiger, do you think if I collect all sorts of special physical qualities, my child will have explosive talent in the future?
Wan Xiaohu, Brother Wei, are you already considering next generation gene optimization?
Of course, you need to have a long-term plan.
Wan Wei patted him on the shoulder. You should also keep it up and find someone suitable soon. Your second uncle is still waiting to hold his grandson.
Wan Xiaowu scratched his head.
I'd better get to the challenger rank first.
2 days before the national competition finals, Wan Wei received an anonymous letter. He appeared in his seat in the stands at the Bird's Nest without a stamp or address. The envelope was a plain white envelope, containing only one A4 sheet of paper with a line of text printed inside. Don't meddle in other people's business during the competition, or you'll bear the consequences. Wan Wei looked at the paper for a long time, then laughed.
Are people still threatening others with anonymous emails these days?
He held the paper up to the sunlight.
The printer is HP, the ink is almost gone, and there are paper jam marks on the edges. With this level of skill, you dare to try to be a villain? Wan Xiaohu leaned over and took a look. Brother Wei, aren't we going to check who sent it?
He tossed the letter onto the coffee table and continued scrolling through his phone.
What are they investigating? It must be one of the contestants I defeated who's not satisfied.
Wan Wei shrugged. Or maybe it's the Bai family, who's getting impatient because they saw that more of my Wan family members advanced this time.
That's true.
Wan Xiaowu nodded, then said excitedly, by the way, Brother Wei, I got 10 consecutive wins in ranked matches last night, and finally reached the king rank.
We were talking about the threatening letter, why did you bring up games again? Isn't this just to ease the tension?
The two were arguing when they heard footsteps behind them.
Wan Wei turned around and saw that it was Ling Shui. Ling Shui's expression was somewhat serious. "What's the matter?"
Wan Wei stepped aside to let her in.
"My father sent me a message this morning," Ling Shui said in a low voice.
"The Ling family's great sorcerer made a prophecy a few days ago, saying that the shadow of demons is coming and the competition will be disrupted.
My father asked me to remind you to be careful." Wan Wei became serious.
He knew about the great sorcerer of the Ling family. His predictions were extremely accurate and he was very famous in the cultivation world. Judging from the card I just received, it seems that many people from the demon realm have infiltrated this world. Furthermore, Ling Shui paused, a faint blush rising on her face. Father said that if the Wan family is willing, the Ling family will agree to the marriage alliance.
Wan Wei was taken aback.
Ling Shui raised her head, her eyes resolute. "I have observed you these past few days. Although you are quite active in matters of the heart, you are an upright person with extremely high martial arts skills and are sincere to your friends.
If we must arrange a marriage, I am willing to choose you."
This directness made Wan Wei a little embarrassed.
"All right. Let us have the elders in the family discuss and choose an auspicious day." Wan Wei smiled at Ling Shui.
"Okay."
Ling Shui nodded, stood up and took her leave. Chapter 125: The Bai Family Scheme.
After seeing Ling Shui off, Wan Wei secretly thought that this beautiful woman was really indifferent.
She left right after speaking. Didn't she want to chat with her future husband?
But at this moment, Wan Wei was secretly delighted.
Ling Shui.
A kendo genius, an ice queen, a rating of at least 95.
If I were to marry her, wouldn't the system rewards skyrocket?
It's a pity that the competition is in progress right now, and it's inconvenient to fight after giving birth, otherwise I could have, cough cough, I'm getting carried away. Wan Xiaohu winked and said, "Brother Wei, you're amazing, even the iceberg has melted.
Go cultivate." Wan Wei laughed and scolded.
In the evening, my mother, Su Wanqing, came over, bringing with her a new set of documents.
"Son, take a look at this."
Su Wanqing handed over a tablet. Yun Shu, the youngest daughter of the Yun family in Jiangnan, is 22 years old. She is a 5th-rank heavenly king with a spirit butterfly physique, which is a special physique that allows her to communicate with plants and insects. Her estimated score is 96. Wan Wei glanced at the photo. The girl was pretty and charming with a sweet smile.
"Mom, where did you find this?"
She signed up herself.
Su Wanqing's eyes lit up.
She said she watched your competition and really admires you.
I checked. He comes from a respectable family and is indeed very talented.
It's just that he didn't make it into the top 200 in this competition, but he has a good reputation in the Jiangnan area.
Wan Wei thought for a moment and said, "All right, shall we meet him? I must see him. I absolutely must."
Su Wanqing made the decision. Tonight, Mom has made all the arrangements.
It'll be a candlelight dinner at your villa number 3. Mom, your efficiency is amazing. Time waits for no one.
Su Wanqing said seriously, "Think about it, the more children you have, the more strength you will gain. The stronger you are, the stronger the Wan family will be. The stronger the Wan family is, the more confident we will be in fighting against the demons.
This is all for protecting our country, son." Goodness, that's quite a big accusation. What else could Wan Wei say? He could only say, "It's my duty." That evening, at villa number 3.
Yun Shu is even more beautiful than in the photos. She wears a light green dress and speaks softly. She truly has that kind of spirituality that allows her to communicate with nature.
The two got along very well.
Yun Shu was deeply impressed by Wan Wei's insights into martial arts, and Wan Wei also found the girl to be innocent and adorable. The candlelight flickered, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Yun Shu blushed and whispered, "Brother Wan Wei, I'm willing." Wan Wei cleared his throat. Yun Shu, I need to make this clear first. My situation is special, it might involve more than just."
"I know."
Yun Shu lowered her head.
"Ansu told me everything. I don't mind."
Look at her, what a sensible girl.
Wan Wei was moved.
Therefore, in order to enhance the family's strength and protect the country, Wan Wei had no choice but to work hard.
1,000 words omitted here, please fill in the blanks yourself.
The system notification sounded on time.
Ding. Host successfully connected.
Cultivation level has increased to the peak of the 7th grade Heavenly Venerable.
A divine level breakthrough pill.
Gained supernatural power, Butterfly dream communication can briefly communicate with plant and insect spirits. Obtain a special item, Spirit Plant Growth Accelerator accelerates the growth of spirit plants daily for 1 year. This time, it's a special item. Hopefully, it will come in handy later. Wanwei woke up feeling refreshed, while Yunshu was still fast asleep, a sweet smile on her face. It was worth it. Wanwei stretched. For the reward, it was all worth the hard work. A few days later, the national competition finals came to an end. Wan Jia emerged as the biggest winner, with 18 out of 20 participants advancing to the global finals. Among them, Wan Wei, Wan Xiuhu, and Wan Zixuan all achieved undefeated records. The Bai family came in second, with 8 members advancing. The Xiao family came in third, with 6 members advancing. The disparity is unprecedented. At the awards ceremony, the old man who led the Bai family had a face as black as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were practically spitting fire as he looked at the Wan family. The online discussion exploded. Is Wan Jia cheating? They've made it from 20 to 18? I heard that the younger generation at Wan Jia is generally a whole level higher than other companies. Is that why they're allocating so many resources to them? It's not just about resources. I heard that Wanwei has been secretly giving special training to the family's younger members. How does the special training work? Dual cultivation? Doge. The person upstairs is right. It was just a joke among netizens, but the Bai family actually made a big deal out of it. 3 days after the competition ended, leaked posts began to appear online. The titles are getting more and more terrifying. Shocking. The Wan family's power has skyrocketed, suspected of involving a deal with the demon race. Insiders reveal, Wan Jia possesses forbidden enhancement methods. Was marrying multiple wives and having many children a form of sacrifice? A chilling secret revealed by countless families. The content is all unfounded, claiming that the rapid advancement of the younger generation in Wan Jia is abnormal and that they must have used evil magic. It is said that Wanwei married so many wives in order to cultivate demonic arts. It could even be said that the Wan family's operation in South Korea was actually contact with the demon race. The description was very detailed and even included some blurry photos. Actually, it was footage of Wanwei fighting in South Korea that was maliciously captured. Public opinion exploded. Although anyone with eyes can see that this is nonsense, some people are still stirring up trouble. Moreover, most people are unaware of, do not think about, and do not try to understand the cause and truth of things. They just said it casually and took it seriously. The Bai family colluded with several media outlets, hired online trolls, and manipulated trending topics, causing Wanjiao Tangmo to suddenly become a trending topic. Many people across the country who are unaware of the situation are cursing Wan Jia. The atmosphere in the Wan Jia conference hall was somber. All the core members are present. Wan Wei's grandfather, Wan Hong, sat in the main seat with a calm expression. Wan Tianhao was out guarding the rift and hadn't returned. Su Wanqing sat next to the old man, her face as cold as frost. Damn the Bai family. If it weren't for their role in resisting the demons, we would have killed them long ago. Wan Hong roared. It's hard to say. The Bai family was colluding with the demons in South Korea last time. I wonder how they got away with it. We've figured it out, the intelligence chief reported. The initial post originated from a media company controlled by the Bai family. The online trolls were jointly hired by the Bai family, the Sun family, and several smaller families. The topic has now garnered over 1 billion views. Wan Xiuhu slammed his fist on the table in anger. These bastards. They can't beat us, so they resort to mudslinging. Wan Zixuan frowned. The key is that many ordinary people don't understand cultivation, and they may really be led astray. Grandpa, Wanwei said, we can't suppress this matter. The more we suppress it, the more people will think we have something to hide. Wan Hong nodded. Wei is right, it's better to guide than to block. The old man slowly rose to his feet, his voice steady. My Wan family has guarded China for generations. There are at least 80 or 100 ancestors who died at the hands of the demons. To say that my Wan family is in league with demons? He sneered, that's utterly ridiculous. He looked at everyone and said, I've decided to do 3 things. First, I hereby issue a public statement. Anyone who can provide conclusive evidence that any member of the Wan family is involved with demons will be rewarded with a divine-level weapon. If the Bai family is found to be involved with demons, I will reward them with a high-grade heaven-level weapon or a pill. I, Wan Hong, will personally guarantee this. Second, contact the Demon Slayer Division and request an investigation into the Bai family and related companies. Don't they like to investigate? Then let's investigate each other. Third, the old man looked at Wanwei. You lead the team to teach those Bai Family's most active subsidiaries a lesson in legality and compliance.
Wanwei's eyes lit up. Grandpa means.
It's just business competition, Wan Hong said casually.
They run a media company, right? Let's see if they can compete with our Wan family's media group.
Understood.
Wanwei rubbed his hands together, eager to try.
There is one more thing, the third uncle, who was in charge of internal affairs, said. Bai, who was locked up in the Jingxing courtyard, has woken up. Because of the demonic energy that had previously corrupted her and then forcibly purified her, her cultivation level was pushed up to the 3rd grade heavenly venerable, but her realm is unstable.
Su Wanqing continued, the Demon Slayer division asked us how to handle this.
The Bai family said she's already been abandoned, and the Meng family doesn't want her either. According to procedure, she should be handed over to the Demon Slayer division for detention and investigation. Wanwei's heart skipped a beat.
Chapter 126 The Wan Family's Coping Strategies.
Bai Yi remembered that the Holy Maiden of the Eternal Life cult in South Korea was indeed stunningly beautiful, easily rated 98 or higher. He hadn't had a chance to see her while unconscious, but now that he was awake.
Grandpa, Mom, third uncle, Wanwei raised his hand, can you leave this person to me?
Everyone turned to look at him.
Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes, son, what are you up to now? What could I possibly be thinking?
Wanwei said with a righteous expression. I just think that Bai Yi is also a victim, bewitched by the Eternal Life cult. Her cultivation is unstable right now and she needs someone to guide her. Our Wan family is compassionate and should give her a chance to repent and start anew.
Speak like a human. Su Wanqing wasn't buying it.
She's beautiful, talented, and her score is definitely above 98. Wanwei confessed honestly, marrying her and having children will surely bring a generous reward. The conference room fell silent.
Uncle San's mouth twitched.
Wan Xiaohu covered his face. The other elders had varying expressions. After a few seconds of silence, Grandpa Wan Hong suddenly smiled.
Okay, I'll leave it to you. Dad.
Su Wanqing cried out anxiously. Wan Hong waved his hand.
Wei is right. Bai Yi is indeed a rare genius.
If she can be guided back to the right path, it will be a great help to the Wan family. As for her feelings, the young people should handle them themselves. The old man's words were final. After the meeting ended, Wanwei walked out with a smug look on his face. I felt a gust of wind come from behind. Before I even turned around, I felt a sharp pain in my ear. It turned out to be his mother, Su Wanqing, who caught up with him and grabbed his ear. You brat. You fall in love with every girl you see. But those girls have ties to the demon race, do you really need just one more?
Mom, be gentle, be gentle. Wanwei pleaded. I'm doing this for the family. Think about it, if Bai Yi really becomes family, where will the Bai family put their face? The Meng family will be furious too. This is so satisfying. Su Wanqing let go of her hand, thought for a moment, and said, that makes sense.
Besides, she's a 3rd-rank celestial venerable. Although she's not stable, her foundation is there. If she's properly cared for, she'll definitely be a high-end combatant.
Wanwei continued to entice her. When she has a child, how could the child's talent be lacking? What if the child inherits her special physique? Our Wan family will have another genius. Su Wanqing was persuaded.
Putting aside the other party's behavior, one could say that the other party was very suitable. Then be careful, she instructed. She just woke up and her emotions are unstable. Don't use force, try to persuade her gently and show the magnanimity of the Wan family. Don't worry, Mom, your son has the most magnanimous heart.
That afternoon, Wanjia's official account released a statement.
In response to recent online rumors, the Wan family solemnly declares, our people have resisted demons for generations, heaven and earth bear witness.
A reward is now offered for evidence.
Anyone who can provide conclusive evidence that the Wan family members are colluding with demons will be rewarded with a divine grade weapon. Anyone who can provide information about the Bai family's connection to the demon realm can receive a reward of up to God-level status, depending on the value of the information. If anyone spreads rumors without evidence, Wanjia will pursue legal action. At the same time, Wanjia Media Group announced the acquisition of 3 media companies controlled by Baijia Holdings. The Demon Slayer division also issued a statement. A special task force has been established to investigate all rumors during the competition and maintain order in the cultivation world. After a series of coordinated actions, public opinion began to shift.
Netizen comments. A god-tier weapon as a bounty? The Wan family is really going all out. Those spreading rumors, hurry up and provide evidence. I'm waiting to see what a god-level weapon looks like. The Bai family has really messed up this time. Am I the only one who noticed that Wan Jia acquired by Jia Media? What a business genius. Upstairs, this is called fair competition doge. The Bai family was furious, but dared not cause any more trouble openly, so the Demon Slayer division sent people to investigate them. Moreover, a large number of people began to gather information about the Bai family, prompting the Bai family to launch a purge plan. That night, Bai Sufeng, the head of the Bai family, issued at least 20 orders, resulting in the elimination of over 100 people. That evening, Wan Wei arrived at the Jingxing courtyard. Bai Yi was placed in a separate courtyard, isolated by an array and guarded by dedicated personnel. She sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, dressed in white, her face pale, but her stunning beauty was undeniable. When she saw Wan Wei, her expression was complicated. "Did you save me?" Her voice was a little hoarse. "I guess so," Wan Wei said, sitting down opposite her. "How are you feeling?" "My cultivation has increased, but it's unstable." Bai Yi lowered her head. "Was I really used by the Eternal Life sect?" Wan Wei briefly outlined the findings of his investigation into the South Korean incident. After listening, Bai Yi remained silent for a long time, then suddenly burst into tears. "I just wanted to become stronger, to prove myself. They said I was some kind of saintess, capable of opening the gate to immortality. I believed them." She cried, tears streaming down her face. "Was I really stupid?" Wan Wei handed over a tissue. "It's pretty stupid." Bai Yi cried even harder. "But it's adorably stupid," Wan Wei added. "And in a way, it practically destroyed South Korea, so their country is now under supervision, which is a good thing." Bai Yi stopped crying and looked at him with red eyes. "You don't hate me?" "Why do I hate you?" Wan Wei shrugged. "You're a victim too. Now that you've woken up, just start afresh." "But the Bai family doesn't want me anymore, and neither does the Meng family." Bai Yi's eyes dimmed. "Where should I go?" Wan Wei leaned forward and said with a smile, "How about considering coming to the Wan family?" Bai Yi was stunned. "Look," Wan Wei began counting on his fingers. "First, the Wan family is powerful and can protect you. Second, the Wan family has abundant resources and can help you stabilize your cultivation level. Third, I personally love helping beautiful women who have strayed from the right path." Bai Yi blushed. "How many people have you said that to?" "Not many, only 7 or 8, Wan Wei said honestly, "but I treat each one with sincerity." Bai Yi looked into his sincere eyes, and her heart inexplicably raced. She recalled the conversation she vaguely heard while she was unconscious. It was Wan Wei who insisted on saving her. She recalled that after she woke up, although the Wan family guarded her, they treated her with great courtesy. I recall Wan Wei's composure when he said, "You are also a victim." "I need time to think about it," she said softly. "No problem." Wan Wei stood up. "You should rest well first. If you need anything, just tell the guard." Wan Wei was in a great mood as he left the meditation courtyard. Winning over Bai Yi is just around the corner. My phone vibrated. It was a message from Ling Shui. "Do you need the Ling family's help to clarify those rumors circulating online?" Wan Wei replied, "No need, it's almost been dealt with, thank you for your concern." Ling Shui replied instantly, "That's good. Also, regarding the marriage alliance, my father is urging me to ask you for your opinion." Wan Wei thought for a moment and typed, "After the competition, I will visit the Ling family." Ling Shui replied with a "okay" followed by a smiley face emoji. After putting down his phone, Wan Wei felt a pang of melancholy. More and more people want to marry her, and there are hundreds more in the queue. What if they arrive before the villa is even finished? I need to urge my mom to catch up on the progress. Then he turned over and hugged Chu Leyao to sleep. Chapter 127. I Want Duor. There is a 1-week gap between the start of the World Championship and the start of the tournament. The official venue for the finals was set on a neutral island in the Pacific Ocean, the World Tree Arena, which is said to have been built from the remains of an ancient world tree and can withstand battles at the God of War level. Today is Monday, and the finals will start next Monday. Wan Wei figured he couldn't be idle this week. He needed to relax and, incidentally, strengthen his interpersonal relationships. The first person that comes to mind is Ioduo. Since the competition ended, this holy maiden of the southern Xinjiang witch tribe has been sending him WeChat messages every day, either asking about cultivation or sharing photos of special products from southern Xinjiang. Her intentions are quite obvious. Who could stand that?
Wan Wei arranged to meet her at a Yun family restaurant in Beijing, as he needed to cater to the girl's tastes. Ayaduo arrived early, wearing an ethnic-style short skirt paired with a modern t-shirt, a surprisingly stylish mix-and-match look. She smiled as soon as she saw Wan Wei, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons.
Brother Wan Wei, she waved. Have you been waiting long? Wan Wei sat down, glanced at the menu, and asked, what would you like to order? You order. I'll eat anything.
Ayaduo looked at him, her eyes sparkling, resting her chin on her hand.
After ordering, the two chatted.
Ayaduo talked about the local customs and culture of southern Xinjiang, the little goo worm she raised, and how lively the witch clan's festivals were.
Wan Wei listened, occasionally interjecting a few words.
Oh, right, Ayaduo suddenly lowered her voice, our tribe's high priest has come to the capital.
Oh? You're here to watch the game? No. Ayaduo was a little embarrassed. I told Grandpa Priest about what you mentioned before. Wan Wei remembered.
After the last competition, he mentioned to Ayaduo that he had something that might help awaken the spirituality of the Wu clan's bloodline. I didn't expect this girl to act so quickly. When the priest heard this, he immediately came out of the mountains, Ayaduo said.
He is now staying at my uncle's house and said he wants to meet you and see that thing. Wan Wei asked, so urgent?
The spiritual essence of the Wu clan's bloodline has been dormant for hundreds of years, Ayaduo said earnestly.
If it can really be awakened, it will be a tremendous event for the entire clan.
The priest grandfather said that as long as it is useful, the Wu clan will agree to any conditions.
Wan Wei's eyes lit up. Any conditions are fine? Ayaduo blushed, except for the really outrageous ones.
Okay then, Wan Wei readily agreed.
I'll go see him after dinner. After the two finished their meal, Ayaduo led the way to an old residential area in the south of the city.
Her uncle runs a medicinal herb business in Beijing and rents a 3-bedroom apartment. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man with dark skin, clearly from southern Xinjiang.
Duor is back? And this is? Uncle looked Wan Wei up and down. Hello, Uncle, I'm Wan Wei, Wan Wei greeted him. Uncle's eyes lit up. That one from the Wan family?
Please come in, please come in. Upon entering the house, an elderly man was sitting on the sofa in the living room. She wore a dark blue ethnic robe, her white hair was braided, and her face was deeply wrinkled, but her eyes were particularly bright, as if they could see through people's hearts.
This is the high priest of the witch clan. Grandpa Priest, this is Wan Wei, Ayaduo introduced.
The high priest rose and performed a witch clan salute to Wan Wei. Young Master Wan, I have heard about you from Duor.
Thank you for your guidance to Duor during the competition. Priest, you're too kind.
Just call me Wan Wei returned the greeting.
Shall we get straight to the point? All right. The high priest nodded.
The three of them went into the inner bedroom, the only relatively private space. My uncle wisely didn't come in and even closed the door behind him. The room wasn't big, it only had a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Ayaduo drew the curtains, and the high priest took out 3 black stones from his robes, placed them in a triangle in the room, and activated them with a hand seal. Instantly, an invisible barrier enveloped the room.
It's soundproof and prevents prying, the high priest explained. Now it's fine.
Without saying a word, Wan Wei sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, closed his eyes, and focused his mind.
Ayaduo and the high priest watched with bated breath.
A bluish light gradually emanated from Wan Wei's dantian, growing brighter and brighter until it finally pierced through his body, condensing into a soft halo in front of him. At the center of the halo, a seed the size of a pigeon egg, its entire body a vibrant green like jade, slowly emerged. The seeds have natural patterns on their surface, as if they contain the profound principles of heaven and earth. As soon as it appeared, the air in the whole room became fresh, as if we were in a mountain forest after the rain. Most miraculously, both Ayaduo and the high priest felt a slight throbbing in their blood vessels, like parched grass receiving rain after a long drought, instinctively yearning to get closer to the seed.
This is...
The high priest's voice trembled, his old eyes fixed on the chaos green lotus seed, his hands shaking. The chaos green lotus seed. Wan Wei opened his eyes.
I obtained it by chance.
It is currently still in the nurturing stage, but it already possesses some unique characteristics.
It can suppress destiny and is impervious to all magic.
Most importantly, it can nourish the essence of all things, including dormant bloodline spirituality. The high priest cautiously approached, carefully sensing the surroundings. As the distance closed, the throbbing of his blood became more pronounced, and he could even faintly hear ancient whispers echoing within his blood, the mark of the ancestors of the witch clan.
It's true. The high priest's beard trembled with excitement. I can feel it. The ancestral spirits are awakening. Though very faint, they are definitely awakening. He suddenly looked at Wanwei, his old eyes filled with tears. Young Master Wanwei, tell me, what do you want? As long as the Wu clan can provide it, we will not haggle. Wanwei put away the green lotus seeds, and the green light dissipated. He glanced at the high priest, then at Ayuduo beside him, who looked both expectant and nervous, and smiled. Priest, the way you're saying that makes it sound like I'm here to do business. So you mean? Wanwei pointed at Ayuduo, I want her. The room fell silent. Ayuduo let out an ah, and her face instantly turned bright red. She lowered her head and played with the hem of her clothes, her ear tips turning red as well. The high priest froze, looking at Wanwei and then at Ayuduo, his expression complicated. Young Master Wanwei, the high priest said carefully, I watched Duo grow up, she is like my own granddaughter. Although the witch clan is grateful to you, matters of the heart cannot be forced. If Duo is unwilling, the witch clan is willing to repay you in other ways. We can discuss the treasured Gu King, ancient witchcraft, and resources from the southern frontier. Wanwei laughed heartily, Priest, you've misunderstood. He walked up to Ayuduo and said earnestly. When I said I wanted her, I didn't mean I would force her to marry me, I meant I would pursue her. I like Ayuduo, she is lively, innocent, and talented, but the prerequisite is that she is willing. Wanwei turned to the high priest and said solemnly. If Ayuduo says no, I will still lend the lotus seeds to the Wu tribe as a way of making friends. If she agrees, then I, Wanwei, here and now guarantee that I will treat her well from now on and never let her down. That's a very frank statement. The high priest's expression softened, and he looked at Ayuduo. Duo, what do you think? Ayuduo lowered her head even further, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, her voice barely audible. I'm willing. Speak louder, Grandpa can't hear well, the high priest said deliberately. I do. Ayuduo raised her head, her face flushed but her eyes were firm. I like Brother Wanwei. I've liked him ever since he started coaching me during the competition. He's powerful, but he doesn't bully others. He's of high status, but he's approachable. He also has the green lotus seed, which can help the witch clan. His voice trailed off as he continued, and he's good looking. Wanwei was delighted, and the high priest laughed too. Chapter 128, Heading to the Witch Clan. All right. The high priest patted Ayuduo on the shoulder. Since you're willing, Grandpa supports you. He looked at Wanwei, his expression becoming more serious. Young Master Wanwei, we will not interfere in Duo's affairs, and our Wu clan has no demands. However, there is one thing, if you betray her, the entire Wu clan will fight to the last man to demand an explanation from you. Rest assured, priest, Wanwei said earnestly. I, Wanwei, may be fickle, but I am never unfaithful. I will do my best to protect and pamper any girl who comes with me. Good. The high priest nodded in satisfaction. Then what about the lotus seeds? Since we're family now, of course we should help, Wanwei said readily. But priest, how do we use these lotus seeds to awaken our bloodline? We can't just let someone hold them and gnaw on them, can we? The high priest chuckled, of course not. The green lotus seed needs to be used in conjunction with the ancestral spirit awakening ceremony, a secret tradition of the witch clan, which must be held at the witch clan's sacred site. The ceremony requires 3 priests to preside over it, drawing upon the ancestral spirits accumulated over thousands of years in the sacred land, and then nourishing it with the essence of the green lotus seeds. Only by doing both can the bloodline be awakened to the greatest extent. Is it complicated? The ritual itself is not complicated, but the preparation takes time. The high priest thought for a moment. The holy site is in Sanyun Mountain in the southern border, which is a bit far from the capital. However, the Wu tribe has an ancestral short-distance teleportation array that can teleport 5 people at a time, but it consumes a lot of energy. Energy is not a problem. Wanwei patted his chest. The Wan family has no shortage of spirit stones. Let us go tomorrow. The sooner we get it done, the sooner we can rest assured. The high priest's eyes lit up. Tomorrow? Is there enough time to prepare? Just tell me what you need to prepare, and I'll get Wan Jia to cooperate. All right. The high priest said without ceremony. I need 2 things, 9 pieces of sandalwood that are over 10,000 years old, and 3 bowls of pure yang rooster blood. Both of these are easy to handle. Wan Jia warehouse has them. The high priest pondered for a moment, then said, Thank you, young Master Wanwei. Shall we gather and depart first thing tomorrow morning? No problem. Wanwei looked at Ayuduo. Ayuduo, stay at my place tonight. It'll be more convenient if we travel together tomorrow. Ayuduo blushed again and whispered
We have many hotels in Wanjia, and their quality is better than that of other hotels.
Very good, very good.
Then, Dur, you go with young Master Wanwei and get familiar with the place, the priest said with a smile. Although the priest thought it was inappropriate to go to the other person's house so early, it was best not to interfere too much in the affairs of these young people.
Every generation has its own ideas. Once the matter was settled, Wanwei called home to make the arrangements.
When Su Wanqing heard that her son had won over another woman, the same witch saintess from the last time he came home, she was so happy that she started humming a little tune on the phone.
All right. Mom will prepare a gift right away. What do the witch clan like? Goo worms? Medicinal herbs? Or should we just give them spirit stones? Mom, don't scare them.
Wanwei sighed and said, just treat them normally. They came to our house as friends last time, but this is their first meeting since we started dating.
I know. Mom knows what she's doing. After hanging up the phone, Wanwei took Ayuduo back to the Wan family home.
The high priest stayed at his uncle's house, saying they would meet at the teleportation point tomorrow. On the way back, Ayuduo sat in the passenger seat and kept stealing glances at Wanwei.
What are you looking at? Wanwei asked with a smile. Brother Wanwei, Ayuduo whispered, you don't mind that I'm from the southern frontier? The witch clan isn't actually a major clan in the cultivation world. What's there to mind?
Wanwei drove with one hand and ruffled her hair with the other. I like you as a person, not your family.
Besides, the Wu tribe is so cool.
Raising Gu, performing sacrifices, and those ancient traditions are much more interesting than those big tribes that fight and kill all day long.
Ayuduo felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and her courage grew a bit. Then, Brother Wanwei, will you live in southern Xinjiang in the future? Although it's not as bustling as Beijing, the scenery there is amazing, with seas of clouds, terraced fields, and lots of delicious food.
Sure, of course I'll go, Wanwei said. After the global tournament is over, I'll take you back to southern Xinjiang to meet my parents. No, I mean, to your home to meet your parents. I'll stay there for a while and experience the local customs and culture.
Really? Ayuduo's eyes lit up.
Why would I lie to you?
Wanwei laughed.
But let's make it clear first, I'm not used to living in bamboo houses, so you'll have to prepare a more comfortable room for me.
It's not like what you think over there. It's very modern. Ayuduo pouted. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at Wan's house.
Su Wanqing was waiting at the door early in the morning. When she saw Ayuduo, she grabbed her hand and looked her over from left to right, becoming more and more satisfied with her.
Good, what a bright girl. Auntie has prepared a gift for you.
She took out a small brocade box, opened it, and inside was a pair of jade bracelets, with excellent clarity and a faint aura of vitality. This is the jade ring. Wearing it can calm the mind and aid in cultivation.
Su Wanqing put it directly on Ayuduo's wrist. From now on, we're family, so don't be shy. Ayuduo was flattered. Auntie, this is too precious. Not valuable at all. Su Wanqing smiled.
With Wanwei, there will be plenty of good things to come.
By the way, which building do you live in?
I had someone renovate Tinjiakshuan, which faces the lake.
Do you like it? If not, there's also Wanggulu and Zaixing.
Wanwei quickly interrupted, Mom, let her rest first. We have to get up early tomorrow to go to southern Xinjiang.
Yes, let's rest first. Su Wanqing pulled Ayuduo inside. What do you want for dinner? Do you know any Xinjiang cuisine? If not, I'll have the chef learn.
Seeing his mother's enthusiasm, Wanwei shook his head and smiled. Mom, we've been through this together, you don't need to worry about us.
That night, Ayuduo stayed at Tinjiakshuan.
Wanwei had intended to chat with her for a while, but as soon as he sat down, his WeChat buzzed.
Ling Shui, I heard you took in another one?
Chu Leyao, husband, my mother said she misses me and wants to go back to her parents' home the day after tomorrow.
Please remember to make time for her. Li Haosi, Wanwei, when are you going to come see me? Wanwei.
An hour had passed by the time he finished replying to each message. Looking at Ayuduo again, she was already asleep on the sofa, still holding the calming and soothing pillow that Su Wanqing had given her. Wanwei gently carried her to the bed and covered her with the blanket.
Ayuduo groggily opened her eyes. Brother Wanwei.
Go to sleep, I'll wake you up tomorrow. Ayuduo shrank deeper into the blanket and fell asleep again. Wanwei turned off the lights, went out, and returned to his villa.
After taking a shower and lying in bed, Chu Leyao asked, "Why didn't you go to Li Qingwei's place?" "Because you smell so good," Wan Wei exclaimed. "Is it as fragrant as the one you just brought back tonight?" Chu Leyao chuckled. "Each has its own merits." Wan Wei smiled and silenced the other with a kiss. After a kiss, they went to bed together. The next morning, Wan Wei was woken up by a phone call from Ayaduo. "Brother Wan Wei, the priest said we should meet at the old warehouse in the south of the city at 8 o'clock. The teleportation array is set up there." "Okay, I'll be right there." After washing up, Wan Wei went to Tinjiuxuan to pick up Ayaduo. The girl changed into her family's traditional clothing today. She's going home, so naturally she'll be wearing her family's clothes. She also carried a small bag containing several small goo worms she had raised, which she said she wanted to take home to meet her parents. The two went to the garage, where Wan Wei drove an SUV. When they arrived at the old warehouse in the south of the city, the high priest and two middle-aged priests were already waiting. Wan Jintian was also there. The old man was worried and sent him to escort them. A teleportation array had already been set up in the warehouse, with 5 black array stones arranged in a pentagon shape, and intricate patterns engraved in the middle. The high priest inspected the area and nodded, "It's all right, come in." The 5 men stood in the center of the formation. The high priest made hand gestures and chanted incantations, causing the array stones to glow with a ghostly light. Wan Wei timely threw 10 high-grade spirit stones into the array's core, enough for an ordinary family to use for a month. The light shone brightly, and space itself distorted. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in a cave. The cave walls were covered with ancient murals, and there was a faint scent of sandalwood in the air. "We've arrived." The high priest was the first to emerge from the cave. Outside, there are rolling mountains, shrouded in mist. In the distance, you can see clusters of stilted houses built against the mountainside, with wisps of smoke rising from their chimneys. This is the sacred land of the Wu tribe, Sanyun Mountain. Ayaduo took a deep breath, her eyes shining. "Let's go home." Chapter 129: The Reasons for the Decline of the Witch Clan. The light from the teleportation array faded, and Wan Wei opened his eyes to find himself in a completely different place. Unlike the primitive, ancient mountain tribes he had imagined, everything before him left him somewhat bewildered. This place is indeed deep in the mountains, surrounded by mountains and shrouded in clouds and mist. But instead of dilapidated bamboo houses, the valley is dotted with rows of stylish 2- or 3-story villas. White walls and gray tiles, floor-to-ceiling windows, some even have balconies with views. The road is a smooth cement road, and there are even solar streetlights along the roadside. In the distance, you can see a basketball court, a small supermarket, and even a building with a sign that reads Wu Ethnic Culture Experience Hall. The only things that have a bit of the Wu tribe's characteristics are the animal bone wind chimes hanging at the door of each household, the medicinal herbs drying on the windowsill, and the strings of colorful cloth bags hanging under the eaves, which are probably filled with goo worms. This Wan Wei looked at the high priest. "This is not what I expected." The high priest smiled. "Young man, do you think our Wu tribe is still living hundreds of years ago? We have internet access too. There are Wu tribe influencers on Douyin and Kuaishou, selling local specialties and promoting products." Ayaduo explained from the side. "Actually, we were quite backward 20 years ago. Later, young people in the clan went out to study and work, and when they earned money, they came back to improve the situation. Now every household has Wi-Fi, and packages can be delivered to the station at the foot of the mountain, or we then send someone to pick them up." Wan Wei suddenly realized. That's right. Cultivating immortality must also keep up with the times. They walked along the cement road toward the village. A large crowd had already gathered by the roadside, including men, women, and children, dressed in all sorts of clothes. Some were wearing ethnic costumes, others were wearing t-shirts and jeans, and there was even an old man wearing a t-shirt with my granddaughter's most beautiful print on it. Everyone looked at Wan Wei with curiosity, anticipation, and a touch of awe. "That's the young master of the Wan family? He's so young. I heard it's a 7th-rank celestial venerable. My goodness, I've never seen such a young celestial venerable in my entire life. He's so handsome. Duor is so lucky. Can he save our bloodline?" Discussions rose and fell. Wan Wei smiled and nodded to everyone, but in his heart he was thinking, this is like a celebrity going to the countryside. Last night, the high priest used the unique sound-transmitting goo of the Wu tribe to notify the entire tribe. It is a small insect that can transmit sound over short distances, which is more environmentally friendly than making a phone call. Soon, they arrived at the square in the center of the village.
One side of the square is a modern village activity center, while the other side is an ancient stone altar covered with mysterious totems. This blend of tradition and modernity creates a strangely endearing contrast. Several clan elders stood before the altar. They were all elderly men with gray hair, but they were in good spirits. Leading the group was the clan chief, a lean old man who looked to be in his 60s but whose actual age was unknown.
Young Master Wan, welcome to the Witch Clan.
The clan chief stepped forward, speaking Mandarin with a slight southern Xinjiang accent, but very clearly.
I am Ian, the current chieftain of the Witch Clan. Thank you for your willingness to help us. Chief, you're too kind, Wan Wei returned the greeting. Iuduo is my friend, and the affairs of the Witch Clan are my affairs.
That was a well-said statement, and the clan chief and several elders smiled, their gazes towards Wan Wei becoming even more affectionate.
Please, come inside and have a seat.
The clan chief led the group into the activity center next door. The room was furnished like a conference room, with long tables, chairs, and a projector.
Two banners hung on the wall, one reading Model Village of Southern Xinjiang and the other Advanced Collective for Ethnic Unity and Progress.
Wan Wei sat down, Iuduo sat next to him, and the high priest and the clan chief sat opposite him. Someone served tea, a medicinal tea unique to the Wu tribe, with a fragrant aroma and a hint of bitterness. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation turned to the main topic. Young Master Wan, the clan chief said solemnly, the high priest said that your lotus seed can awaken the spirituality of our clan's bloodline. If this succeeds, the Witch Clan will remember this great kindness for generations to come, but... He paused, then sighed. There are some things that need to be made clear first. The decline of our Wu clan's bloodline is not only due to natural decay, but also human suppression.
Wan Wei raised an eyebrow. Demon Slayer division? The clan chief gave a wry smile. You know?
Just a guess, Wan Wei said.
The Wu tribe has an ancient heritage, so its foundation shouldn't be this weak.
The only thing that can cause an ancient ethnic group to decline to the point where it needs to seek help from outsiders is a more powerful external force. The clan chief nodded, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. The high priest took over the conversation, his voice low. That was more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, the Demon Slayer Bureau had just been established and had great power, and its methods were very radical. He took a sip of tea and began to speak slowly. Back then, the Witch Clan was still very prosperous. We had our own cultivation system, using goo to refine the body and using sacrifices to communicate with spirits. Although it was different from the mainstream martial arts, the effect was not bad, and there were also several heavenly venerables in the clan. But the Demon Slayer Bureau believes that the Witch Clan's spirit communication and goo-raising techniques are evil and unorthodox, and are easily infiltrated by the Demon Clan. They sent people to investigate, but in reality, they were just looking for trouble. The high priest counted on his fingers. The first move was economic sanctions. At that time, the Wu tribe made a living by selling medicinal herbs, goo insects, and unique handicrafts.
The Demon Slayer Bureau, in conjunction with several major merchant guilds, cut off our sales channels.
They threatened those merchants that anyone who dared to buy from the Witch Clan would have their taxes checked, their customs documents examined. In short, they would make it impossible for you to do business.
The second tactic was cultural stigmatization. Back then, there was no internet.
They wrote articles in newspapers saying that the Witch Clan's sacrificial rituals were feudal superstitions and that raising goo poison was a threat to public safety. They even made up stories about how so-and-so bought goo poison from the Witch Clan and their whole family died suddenly. It was all made up, but ordinary people believed it. The third tactic is resource blockade. The Wu tribe needs some special medicinal herbs and minerals for cultivation, all of which are produced in the deep mountains of the southern border. The Demon Slaying Division sends people to seal off the mountains, claiming to protect the environment, but in reality, it is to cut off our access. When young people in the tribe want to go out to buy them, they set up checkpoints, find various reasons to confiscate the goods and impose fines. The clan chief added, the most ruthless tactic is the fourth one, the talent gap. They launched a martial arts training program for teenagers in southern Xinjiang, which sounds good, but in reality, it's poaching our talent. They used generous conditions to recruit all the talented young people in the tribe and send them to the Demon Slayer Bureau school. The children who went there were brainwashed and told that the traditions of the witch tribe were backward and worthless. When they returned a few years later, they no longer recognized their own roots.
The high priest sighed. My own grandson was recruited back then. Now he's a minor section chief in the Demon Slayer division.
He hasn't come back for 10 years, not even to see his father off when he passed away.
A moment of silence fell over the conference room.
Wan Wei frowned as he listened.
These methods, seemingly legal and compliant, are actually a form of psychological warfare. It's much more ruthless than direct fighting and killing. Directly wiping out an entire clan would only provoke resistance. This is like boiling a frog in water within a generation. The culture and heritage of an entire ethnic group are emasculated. How did the Wu tribe manage to survive? Wan Wei asked. We've retreated, the clan chief said with a wry smile. We've given up our businesses outside the mountains and retreated back into the deep mountains. By reducing contact with the outside world and living in seclusion, the Demon Slayer division saw that we were behaving ourselves and stopped suppressing us. But over the past 1,000 years, the spirituality in our bloodline has become weaker and weaker, and cultivation has become more and more difficult. By my generation, the entire clan has no heavenly venerables left, and the highest we have reached is the 9th rank heavenly king. Ayudua whispered to her, I am considered the most talented in the clan in decades, but I am only a 5th rank heavenly king. If it weren't for Brother Wanwei's guidance, I might never have been able to break through to the 6th rank in my lifetime. Wanwei took a deep breath. Is the Demon Slayer division still suppressing you? There's none of that on the surface, the high priest said. After all, times have changed, and they need to be more careful. But there are still hidden discriminations and restrictions. For example, when the children of the Wu tribe take the entrance exam for the Cultivation Academy, they need to score higher than others. The approval process for applying for cultivation resources is extremely slow. And if they want to do business, it's difficult to obtain a license. The clan chief waved his hand. Let's not talk about that anymore. Now that the Wan family is willing to help, it's an opportunity for the Wu clan. Young Master Wan, what preparations do you need us to make? Wan Wei said solemnly, Clan chief, high priest, after hearing all this today, I am even more determined to help. However, before that, I need to find out clearly, after the Azure Lotus seed awakens their bloodline, what are the Witch clan's plans? Will they continue to hide in the mountains, or? The clan chief and the high priest exchanged a glance. We want to go out into the world, the clan chief said firmly, but not as outsiders who are discriminated against. We want to tell everyone with dignity that the Wu tribe's heritage is part of Chinese civilization, not some heretical path. Good. Wanwei slammed his hand on the table. I love this ambition. That way, once the bloodline is awakened, the Wan family can cooperate with the Witch clan. You provide the local specialties, medicinal herbs, goo worms, and those ancient medical and witchcraft practices will provide the distribution channels and resources. Let's join forces and create a unique brand for southern Xinjiang. Then let's see who dares to discriminate against us. These words struck a chord with the clan leader. The old man's hands trembled with excitement. Young Master Wan, is this truly the truth? When I, Wanwei, speak, my word is as good as my bond. Good. Good. Good, the clan chief exclaimed 3 times. Then let's not delay any longer and prepare for the ceremony. Chapter 130 Priestly Ritual. The ceremony took place at the ancient altar in the square. Although the village has become modernized, such important events of inheritance should still be held in traditional places. The altar had been cleaned and various offerings were laid out on it, 3 kinds of sacrificial animals, 5 kinds of grains, seasonal fruits, and 9 jars of homemade rice wine. Wanwei placed 9 pieces of sandalwood over 10,000 years old, along with 3 bowls of pure yang rooster blood, which he had brought from his family. The 3 priests, a high priest and 2 other white-bearded old men, had changed into full priestly robes, wearing feathered crowns and holding bone staffs, looking mysterious and solemn. The entire clan gathered around the square, watching quietly. Even the usually mischievous children were held in the arms of adults, not daring to make a sound. Wanwei stood before the altar, with Ayuduo beside him. The girl had also changed into formal ethnic clothing, her silver ornaments jingling, dazzlingly beautiful. Brother Wanwei, she whispered, are you nervous? A little, Wanwei said honestly. This is the first time I've been to such a formal occasion. Me too. Ayuduo held his hand. But I'm not afraid when I'm with you. Wanwei felt a warmth in his heart. The high priest walked to the center of the altar, raised his bone staff, and began to chant the ancient prayer. The language was incomprehensible to Wanwei, but the melody was desolate and ancient, as if it had traveled through 10,000 years. The other 2 priests stood on either side of the altar, striking hand drums and shaking copper bells in coordination. As the chanting began, the totems on the altar started to glow faintly. It wasn't a glaring light, but a soft, subtle glow, as if emanating from within the stone. Young Master Wan, please ascend the altar, the high priest said to Wanwei, pausing his chanting. Wanwei took a deep breath and walked onto the altar. Standing in the center, he could feel faint energy fluctuations emanating from the altar beneath his feet, the power of faith accumulated over tens of thousands of years.
Now, summon the lotus seed, said the high priest.
Wanwei sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated.
A bluish light gradually brightened in his dantian, and the chaotic green lotus seed slowly emerged, hovering in front of him.
As soon as the lotus seed appeared, the totem on the altar shone brightly. Those ancient patterns seemed to come alive, flowing and dancing on the stone. The entire clan held their breath.
The three priests began to circle Wanwei, chanting as they did so, their bone staffs rhythmically striking the ground.
Thump! 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 With each strike, the altar's light intensified.
Gradually, the light spread from the altar, enveloping the entire square. Wanwei felt the lotus seed in his arms vibrating slightly. It seemed excited and liked the environment. Draw upon the power of the ancestral spirits, the high priest shouted. The three priests simultaneously pointed their bone staffs to the sky. From the depths of the altar, countless points of light emerged, like fireflies or fragments of stars. These points of light converged in the sky above the square, forming a huge, hazy phantom. It depicted an ancient wizard, wearing a tall crown and holding a scepter.
The ancestral spirits have manifested. An elderly man knelt down in excitement. More clansmen followed suit, kneeling down and bowing in devout worship.
The ancestral spirit's illusory figure lowered its head, looking at Wanwei in the center of the altar and the blue lotus seed in front of him. It stretched out its illusory hand and gently touched it. A pure golden light was injected into the lotus seed. The lotus seed jolted violently, and the patterns on its surface came to life. It began to spin, faster and faster, while emitting an even more intense blue light. The blue light was not dazzling, but rather gentle, like a spring drizzle, slowly sprinkling onto every member of the Wu tribe in the square. The light fell on my body and merged into my body. The first to react was Ioduo. She let out an ah, and a faint white light emanated from her body. Behind her, the faint shadow of a colorful butterfly appeared. It was her natal spirit Guqiring. Immediately afterwards, one by one, the Wu tribe members in the square reacted.
A middle-aged man roared, his muscles bulged, and ancient tattoos appeared on his skin.
An old woman's eyes gleamed, and tender shoots sprouted from the cane in her hand. Several young people danced wildly, surrounded by various insect shadows, scorpions, centipedes, spiders.
The most amazing thing is the children.
Several 5- or 6-year-old children, who were originally just ordinary kids, now had faint animal shadows appearing above their heads: wolves, eagles, bears.
The bloodline has awakened.
The clan elder knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face.
It has truly awakened.
The high priest was so excited that he trembled all over. He could feel that the bottleneck that had bound him for hundreds of years was loosening. The lotus seeds were still spinning, and the blue light was still falling. It is like a seed, bringing sweet rain to the parched land and awakening dormant life.
This process lasted a full hour.
When the lotus seed slowly stopped spinning and returned to Wanwei's body, the scene on the square was completely different.
Everyone looked radiant, their eyes sparkling.
Even the elderly, who had previously been somewhat frail, now stood up straight.
The young man, who was originally of average talent, now has a much stronger aura. Ioduo has changed the most.
She broke through directly from the 6th-rank Heavenly King to the 8th-rank Heavenly King. The colorful butterfly silhouette behind him solidified considerably, and starlight scattered as its wings fluttered.
Brother Wanwei.
She rushed over and hugged Wanwei, crying and laughing at the same time. I feel completely different.
My cultivation path is so much smoother.
Wanwei hugged her and said happily, Congratulations.
The high priest approached and bowed deeply to Wanwei. Young Master Wan, the Wu clan owes you a tremendous favor.
From now on, the Wu clan will be a staunch ally of the Wan family.
If needed, the entire clan will go through fire and water without hesitation.
The clan chief led the entire clan in bowing. Thank you for your great kindness, young Master Wan.
Wanwei quickly helped them up. Don't do this, we're all on the same side.
He looked at the transformed Wu people in the square and felt a great sense of accomplishment.
Just then, a system notification appeared. Ding! Host has completed a special event, Awakening Ancient Bloodline, receiving additional rewards?
Cultivation level has been raised to the early stage of the 8th rank Celestial Venerable. Received the blessing of the Witch Clan, immunity to all poisons, immune to the vast majority of poisons.
Gain special skill, Ancestral Spirit Communication allows for simple communication with ancient spirits. The series of rewards made Wanwei extremely happy. I didn't expect there to be an extra bonus. This was a steal. A huge profit. After the ceremony, the Wu tribe held a grand celebratory banquet.
They slaughtered spirit pigs and spirit sheep, setting up dozens of tables. Wan Wei was treated as an honored guest, and everyone came to toast him. Halfway through the drink, the clan chief took Wan Wei's hand and said earnestly, "Young Master Wan, our entire clan supports your relationship with Duor. When will the wedding be held? We'll prepare it to the highest standards." Wan Wei thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait until the global competition is over. We can hold one event at the Wan family's residence and another at the Wu clan's residence. What do you think?" "Good. Good." The clan chief beamed. The banquet lasted until late at night. Wan Wei was forced to drink quite a bit of alcohol, although with his cultivation level, drinking alcohol was as easy as drinking water. When the event ended, Ayuduo escorted him back to his room. When they reached the door, the girl blushed and whispered, "Brother Wan Wei, tonight I'll keep you company?" Wan Wei also wanted to do it. But there are still matches to come, and it wouldn't be good to disturb the fetus. Wan Wei smiled and patted her head. "There are still matches to come, sweetie, go back and train first, there's plenty of time." Ayuduo was a little disappointed, but she knew that Wan Wei meant well, so she nodded and said, "Then, good night." "Good night." Watching Ayuduo's departing figure, Wan Wei returned to his room and lay down on the bed. He began to recall some of the things that the Demon Slayer division had done.